Family, I'm stunned. Red-haired Shanks made a powerful statement to protect his friends, his aura reaching 2 meters and 80. The story begins with the time traveler Chen, who clung tightly to Karp's leg and had a simplified skill system. In a tavern, he got into a fight with mountain bandits. Luffy accidentally consumed a fruit and was captured. Then Shanks made a grand entrance, only for the bandits to take Luffy and throw him into the sea. Let me tell you, I've never seen such an explosive scene in my life. Red-haired Shanks, the legendary Yonko, do you know what he said for a little kid? He proclaimed, "No matter what reasons you have, I will not allow anyone to hurt my friends." Goodness, the aura at that moment was 2 meters and 80. The entire place was silenced. All right, let's start from the beginning. My name is Chen. I'm a time traveler. I opened my eyes and almost ended up as fish food in the sea, but I was rescued by an old man named Karp. Family, who understands? After a long time, I realized I had entered the world of One Piece. To survive, I decisively latched on to Karp and recognized him as my grandpa. Thus, the kid next to me who was always silly and drooling became my little brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Fortunately, I wasn't here for nothing. I had a golden finger, a system that could simplify skills. For example, swordsmanship was simplified to swing sword. It emphasizes quantity over quality, highlighting that as long as I swing enough, even sword masters have to call me brother. That day, we were in Sister Makino's tavern in Windmill Village, drinking with Shanks and his crew. Of course, Luffy and I were drinking juice. That little guy, although small, had a big mouth, shouting for Shanks to take him out to sea to become a pirate. Shanks teased him, "You? A little kid like you wants to be a pirate?" Then he casually handed him a cup of juice. Luffy gulped it down, and Shanks laughed at him, making him furious. I took a sip too. It was pure and natural, but it lacked that technological and fierce taste. A bit disappointing. I told Luffy that I wanted to join the Navy and specifically catch him. That little guy stood on a stool with his hands on his hips, declaring, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." This made Shanks and his crew laugh. Just then, there was a loud bang, and half of the tavern door was kicked off. A group of mountain bandits barged in, led by a guy named Sig, who acted all high and mighty, demanding 10 barrels of wine. Sister Makino, with a smile, said they had run out, but he didn't believe her. At this moment, Shanks stepped in to mediate, holding out an unopened bottle of his own wine, saying, "Sorry, it seems we drank all the wine, but hay raced this bottle for you." Guess what happened next? That bandit smashed the wine bottle with a punch, spilling wine and glass all over Shanks. I was shocked. Wow, is this the latest flashy bag from 2025? How dare he mess with a Yonko? I thought Shanks would twist his head off in the next second, but he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he apologized to the barmaid for wetting the floor. Sig, emboldened, drew his knife and smashed all the glasses on the bar, cursing, "You bunch of useless fools." He then turned to leave. Luffy was trembling with anger, but didn't dare to move. Family, this is where I had to step in. I stood up and shouted, "Stop." The bandits turned around to see a little kid, and all laughed hysterically. I said, "You broke my friend's wine bottle. Either pay for it or apologize." Sig waved his hand, and one of his lackeys charged at me with a knife. I scanned my system panel F rank, a total weakling. Although I was just starting out, my swordsmanship had been simplified to swing sword, and practicing thousands of times daily wasn't in vain. I drew my sword, and Shanks behind me exclaimed, seemingly noticing something, muttering about sword intent. I didn't care as the knife came at me. I sidestepped and slashed back. The guy bled from his back and collapsed on the spot. Just like that, I took him out. Seeing his lackey go down, Sig's face turned ugly, and he personally entered the fray. He was at a higher level than me, and incredibly strong. One slash almost knocked me out. We exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, and I was forced to retreat. Suddenly, with a crack, my sword broke. Oh no! As he swung down again, my sword snapped in two. He started taunting me, telling me to kneel and beg for mercy. Could I take that? I charged at him with the half-broken sword, feigned a move, and took a slice out of his side. He was injured and went completely mad, swinging his knife at me. Just then, Shanks threw his treasured sword, Griffin, at me, shouting, "Chen, catch the sword." Oh my goodness, the supreme great knife. I jumped up and grabbed the hilt as I pulled it out. The blade gleamed so brightly it almost blinded me. Sig, not recognizing the treasure, cursed, "Stupid pirate's sword," and swung at me. I struck a pose, and Luffy screamed beside me. Just as his knife was about to hit my head, I moved. One sword style, draw cut. A flash of sword light passed, and the world fell silent. Sig stood there dumbfounded. Then his knife clanged and broke, and he fell over, bleeding. Done, that's a wrap. System notifications confirmed the task was completed, rewards received, feeling great. I returned the sword to Shanks, who wanted to know my master. Could I tell him I was cheating? Of course not. That's a commercial secret. He also mentioned introducing me to a friend skilled in swordsmanship, and I thought that must be my Hawk. I'm familiar with him. Just then I turn around, and good grief, Luffy was munching on a big purple fruit. Shanks turned green with rage, rushing over to shake Luffy upside down, yelling, "Spit it out. Spit it out right now." As a result, Luffy's legs stretched out, and his head hit the ground. Family, who understands the experience of witnessing the birth of a rubber man? I took a sneak peek, and the mountain bandit leader's corpse was gone, leaving only a trail of blood. I knew he wasn't dead yet. Perfect, he could still be useful. I strolled outside and heard, singing from the ship, a little girl with red and white hair, Yuta, Shanks' goddaughter. She sang beautifully. I complimented her, and the system chimed with a new task, saying I would have to go to Music Island to save her, with generous rewards. Alright, this future KPI is set for me. Holding the new sword Spirit Wind awarded by the system, I went back to crazily swing my sword to gain experience. Listening to Yuta's singing in the distance felt quite exhilarating. However, the next morning, Sister Makino came banging on the door, saying Luffy was missing and left a note written by Sig's bandits, demanding a knife in exchange for him. I was overjoyed. Wasn't this the script I wanted? But I had to act anxious, pulling Makino to find Shanks. Mr. Shanks, it's bad. Luffy has been captured. Upon hearing this, Shanks' expression changed instantly, his killing intent almost spilling over as he set off with his monstrous crew. When they reached the village entrance, they saw Sig holding a knife to Luffy's neck. Luffy still had the guts to say that Shanks and the others weren't useless, only to get slapped in the face by Sig, with tears welling up in his eyes. Shanks joked, "Luffy, isn't your fist as strong as a gun?" Sig ordered him to hand over his knife, but Shanks ignored him and walked straight forward. A bandit pointed a gun at his head, and only then did he stop. Then, let me tell you, the most explosive moment of the entire scene arrived. Shanks calmly stated, "Since you've drawn your gun, you must be prepared to gamble your life." As soon as he finished speaking, bang, the fat guy on his ship, Lucky Roo, while munching on meat, shot that bandit. Beckman also stepped forward, declaring, "What stands before you is a pirate." Sig was completely panicking, taking Luffy hostage. At this moment, Shanks finally stopped smiling and said word by word, "Whether you pour drinks and food on my head or spit at me, I might just laugh it off. But no matter what reasons you have, I will not allow anyone to harm my friends." I was thinking at that moment, let's fight. Hurry up and fight. I want to learn skills. Uncle Beckman single-handedly took down that group of mountain bandits. It was like child's play. He swung his gun stock and took them down one by one. I got a system prompt indicating I discovered martial arts, but I wasn't interested. What I wanted was Haki. In the end, only Sig was left, and Beckman pointed his gun at him. He was so scared he wet himself, threw a black smoke bomb on the ground, and a large cloud of black smoke rose up, trying to escape. In the end, that guy did run away, but guess what he did? Good grief, when the smoke cleared, people found out that this old rascal not only escaped, but also took Luffy with him. Shanks was panicking at that moment, holding his head and saying, "What should we do? What should we do?" Meanwhile, I was as steady as a rock inside. Come on. Do you understand the protagonist, Halo? Can anything happen to him? Just as I was thinking about this, the system prompt came. Mission completed, energy point 1. How delightful. On the other side, that mountain bandit leader Sig was wildly paddling a small broken boat on the sea, holding Luffy and laughing toward the sky. Huh. Didn't expect this. I've escaped to the sea. You bunch of landlubbers. Luffy, also a master of words, was still cursing while being captured. You stupid monkey. Let me go. Upon hearing this, Sig got angry. Hey, this little brat dares to challenge me? He scoffed, loosened his grip, and with a splash, threw Luffy into the sea. Luffy was a devil fruit user, and falling into the sea was like a heavy weight. He could only flail around helplessly. Family, who understands? The IQ of this mountain bandit is really frustrating. He was watching Luffy struggling for his life, almost drooling with laughter, when suddenly the water behind him surged up, and a head bigger than his boat emerged, with blood-red eyes staring right at him. He turned around, and his eyes nearly popped out, mouth agape as if he could fit a fist in it. What? What is this thing? In the next moment, that king of the sea, along with his ship, was gone in a snap, just like we would crunch a potato chip, clean and swift. Luffy saw it in the water and screamed for help in terror. Just as quickly, Shanks dashed over. I tell you, his speed was incredible, running on the surface of the sea as if he was flying. I'm in a hurry here. The little boat is almost smoking from rowing so fast. And I'm screaming in my heart, Shanks, wait for me. Don't save him yet. Wait until I get there before you save him. Otherwise, how can I learn my skills? Just as I saw the Sea King about to swallow Luffy in one bite, Shanks' figure flashed, and he hugged Luffy. The Sea King bit down but missed, and just as it was about to try again, it met Shanks' gaze. Shanks just stared at it, did nothing, and squeezed out a word through his teeth. Scram. I tell you, just with that one word, I felt a chill rush from the soles of my feet to the top of my head, even from so far away. That big guy, just a second ago, still acting all tough. The next second was scared out of his wits, diving straight into the water and disappearing without a trace. Ding! It's here. Discovered the Skill Conqueror's Haki. Do you want to learn it? Of course. I must learn it. Ding! 1 energy point consumed. Learning successful. I used another energy point to simplify it. Conqueror's Haki simplified. Conqueror's Haki sleep. At that moment, I realized, my family, isn't this the legendary upgrade in dreams? As long as I sleep well, I can become a king. This golden finger is simply awesome. By the time I finished my excitement, Shanks had already brought Luffy onto my ship. I immediately noticed that Shanks' left arm was gone. The sleeve was empty. My heart sank. The arm of a Yonko just gambled away in the East Sea. The return on this investment seems a bit mysterious. Back in the village, everyone was happy to see Luffy was fine, but the mood became heavy again when they saw Shanks' arm. Just as I was about to go home and practice Haki in my sleep, Yuta ran over to stop me. The little girl had red eyes and told me that they were leaving tomorrow. As soon as I heard that they were leaving tomorrow, I thought, so soon? I haven't even learned my armament Haki and observation Haki yet. What I was really thinking about wasn't love or affection, but how to squeeze a bit more advantage for Shanks. To trigger the mission, I immediately put on an act and said to her with deep emotion, "Don't worry. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I will be the first to find you." Hey, guess what? The system chimed, and the mission appeared. Rescue Yuta in Elegia, with a reward of 2 energy points and a supreme great blade. Oh my goodness, this is a sure win. I held back my laughter and said sincerely, "It's fine, I keep my promises." After chatting with Yuta, I hurried home. I had to try out my freshly learned Conqueror's Haki. When I got home, I faced a vase, gathered my energy, and widened my eyes. Guess what? The vase just trembled a bit and cracked a small line. Then I felt dizzy. Why am I feeling faint? Why is this chair still bouncing like it's in a driving test? Then I just plopped down and passed out. The next morning, I was woken up by Luffy. He said Shanks and the others were leaving. I rolled over from the ground, glanced at the system panel, and wow, after just one sleep, my Conqueror's Haki actually leveled up. I ran to the dock and just caught the iconic scene of Shanks putting the straw hat on Luffy's head. I walked over and smiled at Shanks, saying, "Shanks, my grandpa is Garp." Shanks was instantly petrified, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. The grandson of the Navy hero Garp, being tricked into becoming the Pirate King? This script is amazing. The system chimed again, triggering a mission. Defeat Shanks with swordsmanship. Reward: 10 energy points. After sending Shanks off, Sister Makino said that Grandpa Garp would arrive in the afternoon. I calculated that following Luffy has no future, so I might as well follow Grandpa to join the Navy. That's a skill library. The system immediately gave me another mission. Join the Navy. Reward: energy points and sword skills. In the afternoon, Grandpa Garp arrived right on time. At that moment, Luffy was still showing off, performing a gum-gum pistol at the door. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and a huge, muscular old man stood there, just as Luffy's fist came to a stop in front of his face. The entire venue fell silent. Garp saw Luffy's antics, and since he had eaten a devil fruit, he got so angry that he punched him right in the face, causing a big bump on Luffy's head. Luffy was confused, thinking, "Aren't I a rubber man? Why does it still hurt?" My eyes lit up at that moment. Who understands this among my family? This is the iron fist of love. This is the Haki of armament. As soon as the system notification sounded, I didn't hesitate and learned. Luffy stubbornly said he wanted to be the Pirate King, and he got punched twice by Garp. Garp turned to me, and I shook my head like a rattle drum. No, Grandpa, my dream is to become the strongest Marine." Just kidding. I really didn't want to taste that punch. Then, Garp dragged the crying Luffy and sent him to Dayton. There I also met Ace, a pretty cocky little guy, and the system directly issued me the ultimate mission to save Ace from the Marineford War. The reward made my mouth water. After settling Luffy, I followed Grandpa Garp onto the warship and officially embarked on the journey to the Marine headquarters. During my days on the ship, I didn't waste any time. During the day, I swung my sword like crazy on the deck, and when I got tired, I would take a nap. Practicing swordsmanship and increasing my Haki, I balanced both, focusing on a combination of work and rest. One day, while I was practicing, I felt like I was really getting into the zone. With one strike, I actually split a drop of sweat that fell from my forehead in half. Garp, who was watching from the side, was amazed and said I had developed sword momentum. After more than 10 days, we finally arrived. Wow. The Marine headquarters, Marineford. Here I come. This is all future experience points. After getting off the ship, Garp's Vice Admiral, Bogart, came to greet us. I scanned him with the system, and wow. All his level skills were question marks, another hidden big shot. Garp led me to the door of the Admiral's office and went in himself, probably to greet Admiral Sengoku. Not long after, I heard a ding in my head, and the mission was completed. Congratulations, host, you have joined the Marines. Reward: 1 energy point, sword technique 4 direction slash. Without hesitation, I started learning. Then I immediately invested the energy points I just got into simplifying the armed color Haki. And guess what? The system directly gave me 2 words: getting hit. I was stunned at that moment. Family, who understands? This training method focuses on awakening an M attribute, right? But then I thought, if getting hit can make me stronger, isn't this tailor-made for me? It's incredible. I was pondering how to find someone to beat me up when Bogut led me to the recruit camp. On the way, he kept talking to me, saying that old man Karp had a slip of the hand and directly threw me into the intermediate class, fearing that I wouldn't keep up and would be advised to drop out. I thought, well, that's perfect. The guys in the intermediate class must hit harder and have more experience. A few minutes later, I was taken to the chief instructor's office. As soon as I pushed the door open, a stern-faced instructor named Peter frowned, sizing me up from head to toe, and his expression seemed to say he wanted to kick me out for having connections. When he opened my file and saw the name Karp, his face changed even more dramatically, like a color palette. As soon as I saw the situation, I laid my cards on the table. Instructor, my grandpa is Garp, but please don't hold back. Let us train as usual. Treat me the same. The instructor nodded, probably relieved, and took me to the training ground. Wow. 50 strong young guys were standing straight, and the atmosphere was quite intense. As soon as I walked in, I felt like a transfer student really standing out. Just as I got into position, a troublemaker jumped out of the line, a blue-haired kid named Barton, who pointed at my nose and started a rant. Instructor, who is this? Did he get in through the back door? We worked our butts off to get into the intermediate class. Why does he get to come in as a transfer student? Hey, as soon as he said that, all 50 pairs of eyes in the room turned to me, their looks filled with disdain and contempt, as if they were ready to feast on my embarrassment. Just when the instructor was about to use the marshal's special order to put some pressure on, that blue-haired kid wasn't having it and started talking about the Navy's justice and authority. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, and without wasting any words, I said directly, "Not convinced? Let's have a practice match." As soon as I said that, the whole place was in an uproar. Even the instructor, Peter, was a bit stunned and reminded me that this kid was in the top 5 of the beginner class. I thought to myself, being top 5 is great. Someone in the top 5 must have some real strength. I nodded and said, "He's the one." Just then, the system task popped up, asking me to silence everyone and rewarding me with 1 energy point. Isn't this just a pillow delivered when you need to sleep? That blue-haired Barton was also a bit of a hothead and directly agreed, even betting that if I lost, I'd have to leave the training camp. I quickly raised the stakes. All right, if I win, you'll be my sparring partner from now on. This guy was also confident and readily agreed. I scanned him with the system, and wow, his physical skills were at D rank, just what I needed, a perfect human-shaped experience punching bag. The match started, and Barton charged at me with his fists clenched, throwing a punch right at my chest. Boom! Let me tell you, that was quite the force, and it knocked me back several steps. But the next second, I heard a ding in my head. Armed color Haki experience 20. Damn, I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Good brother, what are you doing? You're not hitting me. You're giving me experience points. I patted the dust off my chest and beckoned him with my finger. Is that it? It feels like a tickle. This directly blew up Barton, and he let out a roar and lunged at me again, his fists raining down like raindrops. I just covered my head, protected my vital points, and took steps back. The people around were whispering, as expected, "The connections are useless. Better hurry up and leave." Even the instructor's face turned green, probably worried he wouldn't be able to explain it to my grandpa. But they had no idea. I was already overjoyed inside. My mind was filled with the dinging system notification sounds, and my experience bar was skyrocketing like it was on a rocket. Armament Haki experience 30. 40. Ding. Congratulations, host. Armament Haki has leveled up. This ISNT getting hit. This is a VIP exclusive upgrade channel. That guy hit me for a whole 15 minutes. And he was the one who got tired first, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. As for me, aside from a few bruises, I was perfectly fine, smiling at him. Hey buddy, haven't tea you eaten? Keep going. He probably couldn't handle my strange demeanor, thinking I was wearing him out, and refused to throw another punch. Seeing that I couldn't farm experience anymore, I decided to end the battle. I tell you, just when everyone thought I was a punching bag, I moved. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and with a swift draw, I executed a slash. By the time they reacted, my sword was already back in its sheath, and I was standing behind Barton. That guy coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. The whole place went silent. I clapped my hands and asked the stun guys, now am I qualified? Who dares to say otherwise? I walked straight to the 4th position in front of Patton, which was the strength ranking, and it was mine now. Then, the instructor started teaching the first move of the Navy's 6 styles, iron block. It was about tensing your muscles to be as hard as iron, focusing on physical defense. When I heard this, I thought, isn't this just a low-tier version of Haki? I raised my hand and said, report, instructor, already know this, can I skip it? As soon as I said that, it left everyone in silence again. The instructor, probably exhausted by my antics, asked me to demonstrate. I extended my arm and let a buddy take a swing with a knife. Just as the knife was about to come down, my arm turned black in an instant. Haki hardening. With a crisp sound, the guy's knife was directly knocked away. I caught a glimpse of Instructor Peter's expression. He definitely recognized that this was Haki. But he was nice enough not to expose me on the spot and let me save face, allowing me to practice on my own. But the next second, I regretted it. I saw how they were training with iron blocks, and wow, 2 people in a group smashing each other with big wooden stakes. Isn't this exactly the method I've been dreaming of to level up by getting hit? I just pretended I wasn't going to learn, and now what? I'm losing face. I directly approached a guy who was alone. Bro, need a sparring partner? I'm in. Let me tell you, when Instructor Peter looked at me, his expression was complex. He was probably thinking, what's wrong with this kid? Just a pure masochist? So, during the day, I practiced swordsmanship, and in the afternoon, I mixed into the crowd to get beaten up wildly to gain experience. After a month, my armed color Haki directly leveled up to E rank. Those trainees were also swept up by me, training so hard they were screaming. If you didn't know better, you would think a slaughterhouse had opened next to the naval base. A month later, the instructor started teaching the second move, shave. He demonstrated a disappearance in place, zooming over to dozens of meters away in an instant. The trainees were wide-eyed, and then I heard a ding in my head. Skill shave discovered. Learning successful. Hey, it was that simple. Just as I was about to start practicing, a messenger rushed over in a panic, saying there was an urgent mission and that we rookies had to head to the battlefield as well. I pulled aside a guy I just met, Shiza, and asked, who are we going to rescue? Colonel Monka. As soon as I heard this name, I thought, wow, isn't this the axe-wielder Monka? The little boss that Luffy encountered in the beginner village? How is this plot connected? This is interesting. Following the main force, we boarded the warship. With dozens of ships in a grand formation, the scene was quite impressive. After sailing for over an hour, we saw 2 ships confronting each other in the distance, one belonging to the Navy and the other flying a Black Skull flag. I took a closer look, the Black Hat Pirates. Damn, how did these 2 end up fighting? At the command of our commander, all warships advanced at full speed, directly encircling the target. The closer we got, the clearer it became. The deck of that naval ship was covered in corpses, and the seawater was stained red, with not a single living person in sight. Just then, the system prompt sound echoed in my mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Eliminate Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirate crew. System reward, 2 energy points. Wow, 2 energy points. This Kuro must be quite a tough nut to crack. The more generous the reward, the harder this guy must be to deal with. I tell you, just as we were about to jump onto the pirate ship, our instructor Peter suddenly had a serious look on his face and said to us, everyone, get your spirits up. Across from us is the Black Cat Pirate crew. Their captain Kuro is cunning and excels at psychological warfare. Anyone who dares to underestimate them, just wait and see how I deal with you. We, the little trainees, shouted back, "Yes, instructor." Then, at Peter's command, everyone rushed up like dumplings being thrown into boiling water. I didn't hold back either. With a big leap, I landed on the opposite deck. Wow, that scene instantly turned into a clamor. I followed Peter closely, just steadying myself when a big guy wearing a black headscarf swung a spiked club right at my face. Without thinking, I twisted my waist to dodge, drew my spirit wind blade, and with a backhand slash, severed the arm holding the weapon. Blood sprayed high. The fat guy clutched his severed arm and howled on the ground. Who understands, as a time traveler, I had never even killed a chicken in my past life. It was my first time witnessing such a scene, and I was completely stunned, my CPU overheating, essentially crashing on the spot. Just then, Shiza yelled at me, "Luchun, what are you doing? Kill him." His shout snapped me out of my daze. I realized this wasn't just a game. If I didn't take him out, he would come for me. Gritting my teeth, I steeled my mind, my gaze turning cold, and charged at him again. The pirate was tough too. Seeing me dazed, he tried to counterattack, swinging the club with his other hand despite the pain. Unfortunately, it was too late. I knocked his weapon away with one slash, and the blade followed through, sending a big head flying. Now I was fully adapted. Shiza came over, patted my shoulder, and said I'd get used to it soon. I nodded. Let me tell you, from that moment on, my entire aura changed. This hellish place was a survival of the fittest. It was either you die or I die. If you wanted to live, you had to be tougher than the others. Then I went completely berserk. It was like I had entered a double mode. My movements were so fast they left behind after images darting back and forth in the crowd. Each flash of my blade taking down a pirate before they could even touch the hem of my clothes. That old rascal Peter watched from the side, hardly lifting a finger, his smile so wide it was impossible to hide. He must have been thinking, no wonder he's Garp's grandson. He has got something. In just a few minutes, we had cleared out most of the small fry on the deck. I stood in the middle of the battlefield, and the surrounding pirates looked at me like I was a ghost, all avoiding me. I scanned the area and realized something was off. Why were there only F-rank and E-rank weaklings? Where's my target, that Captain Kuro? I thought to myself, according to the plot, the Navy seems to think that Klo is dead, but in fact he has pulled off a classic escape. That old rascal must be hiding on our own warship, playing tricks. With that thought, I took a big step and rushed to the side of the ship, pushing off with my foot and leaping onto the nearby naval vessel. Goodness, as soon as I jumped onto the warship, I saw corpses of our own people everywhere, blood flowing like a river. It was a scene of devastation. Moreover, every person had those 3 claw marks on their bodies, clearly the work of Klo. My heart sank as I cautiously made my way into the ship's cabin. Just a few steps inside, I saw a muscular man in a navy cloak lying on the ground, looking somewhat familiar. As I got closer, wow, isn't this Monka? The same Monka who later became the axe wielder, with his jaw completely mangled. No wonder he had to wear a metal jaw later. It turns out that this was the work of that rascal Klo. I was staring when suddenly a chill wind blew from behind. Damn! My whole body was covered in goosebumps, and instinctively I did a move I had just learned. My right foot stomped the ground, and in an instant, I shot out 5 meters away with a bang. I suddenly turned around and saw a man wearing black frame glasses and having 10 blade claws for hands, staring at me with a predatory gaze. "Noni torstai osk, itskelo." He seemed a bit surprised that I could dodge, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Are you from the Navy training camp? You actually managed to dodge my attack." I grit my teeth, feeling a burning pain in my back. "I just got grazed by a claw tip. It's only a surface wound." I replied to him, "That doesn't count as dodging. I can only say I didn't die." Damn it, if I had been 1 second slower, I would have been cut in half. We were there flattering each other in business, actually testing whether the other had any support. I asked him, "Your subordinates are out there working hard, and you're hiding here. Is that appropriate for a leader?" He gave a wicked smile and said, "They are just a part of my plan. As for you, do you really think you can take me down alone without calling for help? I know what's going on. His core crew has already run away, and my mission is to take him down solo." Hee. It seems I've encountered an arrogant Navy officer. Klo sneered coldly, crossing his 2 claws, and in the next second, he disappeared right in front of my eyes. Let me tell you, there wasn't a sound at all, just like teleportation. The system notification also sounded, indicating the skill silent step was discovered. Would you like to learn it? Learn what? My life is on the line. I was fully focused when I suddenly sensed movement on my left side. Without thinking, I instinctively crossed my left hand in front of me and shouted, "Armament Haki." My arm instantly turned black, gleaming with a metallic sheen. With a crisp sound, Kuro's 10-blade claws struck solidly against my arm, like hitting a steel plate. Sparks flying everywhere. He was stunned on the spot and exclaimed, "Is this Haki?" A good opportunity, taking advantage of his daze. I drew my sword with my right hand, performing the one-sword style, drawing slash. The blade flashed. Kuro reacted quickly, desperately trying to retreat. But he was still a step too slow. My sword energy carved a deep wound into his chest, exposing bone, and blood gushed out. I felt a bit dissatisfied, shaking my head. Damn it, I was still a little slow with the strike. Otherwise, I could have taken him down with that one blow. This completely enraged him. He pushed up his glasses, and the killing intent in his eyes was about to overflow. "Young man, so what if you can use Haki? You're too arrogant." After saying that, he struck a strange pose, swaying left and right like he was drunk, muttering, "Spoon." As soon as I heard that, I thought, oh no, this guy is about to go all out. This move is called Spoon, and let me tell you, this skill is like a crazy mode where friend and foe are indistinguishable. He can't even control where he's going to strike, just wildly swinging around, making it even trickier than that silent step from before. The system prompted me again, indicating the skill Spoon, but I didn't have time to care about that. I immediately activated my armament Haki to the maximum, covering all my vital areas, making myself as tough as a piece of iron. The next second, all I could hear was a series of loud bangs, bang, bang, bang. His claws were tearing apart boxes and walls. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit me in the chest, and with a loud crash, I was sent flying by a tremendous force, my back slamming hard against the ship's hull before I finally stopped. The fabric on my chest was torn to shreds, but thankfully I was okay. All thanks to the armament Haki holding up. I watched as the area ahead was thrown into chaos by him, my mind racing with calculations. There was no escaping now. The exit could be his next target. I could only wait for the opportunity to counterattack. I slowly exhaled, adjusted my breathing, and fixed my eyes on the chaotic area. Suddenly, a blurry shadow flashed before me. Now's the time. I raised my right hand, seemingly slow, but in reality, it was fast enough to create afterimages. And in an instant, I slashed out 4 strikes. 4 directional slash. 4 sharp blades of energy, 2 horizontal and 2 vertical, formed a huge character for Mouth, completely sealing off all his escape routes, sweeping through. Everything along the way was instantly cut apart, and with a loud bang, a massive square hole was blasted into the side of the entire ship. As for Klo, the moment the blade energy passed through his body, it directly severed his right half. He fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere, dead beyond recovery. After confirming he was completely dead, I dared to take a deep breath. Damn, I was exhausted. If this continued, I wouldn't be able to maintain my Haki. Just after finishing the fight, a figure dressed in a white Navy uniform flashed in and asked what happened. I turned around and saw it was a lieutenant commander. I sighed in relief and said, "Report, Lieutenant Commander. I found a pirate and took care of him." The lieutenant commander looked at the corpse on the ground, shocked. "Klo, you actually killed him." He stared at my face for a while, then suddenly smiled. "So it's you, Lu Chun? Remember my name? I'm Rabani, and I'll be waiting for you." After saying that, he left, leaving me dumbfounded. "Who are you, buddy?" "Never mind. There are too many characters in the One Piece world. He is probably just a minor character." The best part? The system rewards have arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 2 energy points. Immediately after, ding, simplification of Marine 6 styles. Shave successful. Marine 6 styles. Shave walking. Family. You can get stronger just by walking. Who else can achieve this? I cheerfully chopped off Klo's head. This thing is worth 16 million berries. Can't let go to waste. I walked out holding the head, and the battle outside was also over. The trainees at the training camp were stunned when they saw me carrying a head. "Lu Chun, why are you carrying a head? This isn't just a head. It's clearly money." Instructor Peter had sharp eyes and recognized it at a glance. His expression was a mix of shock and a hint of pride, as if to say, "That's my student. You actually soloed him." I threw the head over. "Instructor, good eye. I can claim this bounty, right?" "Yes, absolutely. I'll help you apply for it when I get back." Peter took the head, and the trainees erupted in excitement, looking at me differently. On the return ship, I started pacing wildly on the deck, walking back and forth until I made Shiza dizzy. Little did he know, I was leveling up. Back at the Navy headquarters, it was another month of intense training. However, this time, I practiced arm color while doing weighted leg kicks and honed my shave technique while walking, gaining experience points rapidly. One day, my grandpa Garp suddenly showed up. He walked straight into the training ground and patted my shoulder. "Kid, not bad. You took out Kuro, but don't get cocky. Your goal is to get into Zifa's elite camp. Or don't even call yourself my grandson." Just as he finished speaking, the system task popped up. Ding. Task triggered. Join Zifa's elite training camp. Reward: 2 energy points, 1 good blade. This task, even if my grandpa didn't team mention it, I had to do it. Then the old man slapped his forehead and said he was too lazy to move, asking me to check on Luffy and Ace in Windmill Village, calling a holiday for me. When I heard that, what a stroke of luck. I was tired of training every day, so I quickly agreed. I had just left when my identity couldn't be hidden any longer. The whole training camp knew I was the grandson of a naval hero Karp. I bet their jaws dropped in disbelief. While they admired me, they also thought I was low-key and easy to get along with. Karp entrusted me to Admiral Crane, who graduated in the same class as him, and I was to follow her ship back to the EC. I had to call her Granny Crane, and she was quite kind. My unpredictable grandfather even wanted to introduce me to Granny Crane's granddaughter. I thought, Crane's granddaughter? Isn't that a peacock? That whip-wielding queen? Family. That image was too beautiful for me to handle. I didn't want that kind of luck. I quickly found an excuse to slip away. Anyway, the trip to the EC would take 2 months, and I didn't waste any time. On the ship, I practiced my swordsmanship, walked, and slept while honing my Conqueror's Haki, leaving the Navy on the warship dumbfounded and exhausted. 2 months later, I arrived in the EC, bid farewell to Granny Crane, and switched to a small boat, finally returning to Windmill Village. As soon as the boat docked, wow, all the villagers came to watch. Aunts and uncles surrounded me, asking if I had become an official or found a partner, nearly overheating my CPU again. I finally squeezed through the crowd and headed straight to Marquino's tavern. As I pushed open the door, we locked eyes. "Sister Marquino." "Chen." Marquino's eyes lit up, and she ran over with a smile, grabbing my hand and checking me from head to toe, mumbling, "Have you been working hard? Why have you gotten tanned and even stronger? Has Vice Admiral Karp been taking care of you?" I chuckled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and boasted to her, "It's nothing. I even went to kill pirates and took down a guy with a bounty of 16 million. Everyone in the tavern was stunned, except for Marquino, who looked extremely worried. "That powerful pirate. You weren't hurt, were you?" I felt a warmth in my heart and assured her that I was fine. The village chief asked me why I was back this time, and I said my grandfather asked me to check on Luffy and Ace. And I also wanted to see if Machino wanted to come along. As soon as Machino heard this, she immediately nodded. She was also worried about Luffy, but didn't dare to go into the mountains alone as a girl. So she quickly packed a bunch of snacks, ready to go to Gobble Mountain with me. An hour later, we arrived near the house of Dayton and her group of mountain bandits. Suddenly, a few bandits rushed out from the nearby forest and blocked our way. Machino was startled and tightly grabbed my clothes, hiding behind me. I patted her hand to signal her not to be afraid. Then I directly introduced myself to the bandits. "My name is Chen. I'm the grandson of Admiral Karp, here to find Luffy and Ace. My grandpa sent me to check on them." As soon as the bandits heard the words Admiral Karp, their faces turned pale on the spot, and they were so scared that cold sweat poured down their faces. They ran into the house, yelling, "Boss! Boss! The grandson of Admiral Karp is here." I turned back and smiled at Marquino. "Sister Marquino, it's okay. These mountain bandits are friends with my grandfather." I tell you, the look in Sister Machi's eyes at that time was one of deep skepticism about life. She must have been wondering what kind of person my grandpa Karp is, how he could be on such friendly terms with bandits. I didn't explain much, and as I turned my head, I happened to see a big and sturdy woman coming out of the house. "Wow, this is Dayton." My system interface popped up her information with a ding. "Your rank, a total weakling in combat. I'll get straight to the point. Where are Luffy and Ace? Sister Dayton gave me a glance and said impatiently, they've gone to that rundown terminal, always out of the house. What about Sabo? I asked again. She was taken aback and shook her head. Who? I don't know him. All right, I got the message. It seems Sabo hasn't officially joined yet, and the plot hasn't reached its most intense moment. I greeted Makino and said I was going to find my two troublesome brothers, asking her to wait for me here. Sister Makino seemed quite worried and advised me to be careful. Sister Dayton was more direct, looking me up and down. Are you up for it? That forest is no joke. I smiled faintly, too lazy to waste words. With a sudden push of my right foot against the ground, guess what happened? In a whoosh, I disappeared right on the spot. By the time I reappeared, I was already standing steadily on a branch dozens of meters away. I didn't stop, my feet barely touching the ground, darting through the forest like a shadow, and in just a few moments, I vanished from sight. Let me tell you, the expression on Dana's face when her chin hit the ground is definitely enough to make me laugh for a year. She must be thinking, I've only been in Navy for a few days. How did I learn this kind of bug skill? Half an hour later, I stood on a mountaintop, looking down at the legendary junkyard. Oh my gosh, that smell, I could smell it from hundreds of meters away. It's a giant garbage dump surrounded by high walls. And inside is where those self-important nobles of the kingdom of Goyo live. I was wondering, where are Luffy and the others? Have they already gotten into a fight with those pirates called Brudrum? Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. I'll just go down and rescue them. I leaped down from the mountain, maneuvering skillfully on the cliffs before entering the junkyard. Who understands what it's like for my family? It's like a different world in here, filled with ragged thugs who would fight to the blood over a piece of jewelry. In my clean clothes, I felt like a firefly in the night, so conspicuous. Sure enough, after just a couple of steps, 3 oblivious thugs surrounded me, their smiles practically screaming robbery. At the same time, I heard a ding in my head. System task activated. Deal with the thugs. Find Luffy. Reward. 1 energy point. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? The opportunity just presented itself. I glanced over and saw 3 G levels, with the lead one, a blonde, being slightly stronger G. He came up and said harshly, Kid, you're not from around here. Are you? Hand over everything valuable on you. I laughed. There's plenty of money. It just depends on whether you have the life to take it. Just as the blonde was about to curse, I moved my foot and, in an instant, flashed in front of his 2 companions. With half an inch of my blade drawn, a cold light flashed, and a line of blood shot out from their chests. They didn't even make a sound before collapsing. The speed was so fast that the blonde didn't even have time to react. He was dumbfounded. I pressed the knife against his neck, and he immediately softened, his legs trembling so much he was about to kneel and kowtow to me. Where are Ace and Sabo? I asked coldly. He spilled it all like beans from a bamboo tube. There, in Pirate Harbor on Brugham's territory, and Brugham is looking for trouble with them. All right, got it. I nodded and sheathed my knife. The blonde thought he could live, and just as he was about to say thank you, I kicked him in the chest. Bang! He flew out like a large shrimp, arching his body and crashing into a pile of garbage, blood spraying out like a fountain. Let me tell you, I believe in cutting the grass to the root. Villains die from talking too much, and I won't make such a low-level mistake. In this ghostly place, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. The thugs around, who were originally restless, were scared out of their wits by this scene and ran away faster than rabbits. A system prompt in my mind indicated that the mission was complete, and I gained 1 energy point. I didn't delay and immediately rushed to the Pirate Harbor. That kid Luffy must have been captured. If I don't go soon, I'll get beaten up. A few minutes later, I arrived and happened to see Ace and another blonde kid wearing a top hat rushing into a dilapidated house. That must be Sabo. I quietly followed them, and just as I reached the door, I heard the sound of fighting inside. I peeked through the crack of the door and saw that Luffy was tied up, while Ace and Sabo were fighting against a large group of pirates. The leader was named Burgess, who looked like a necklace iron tower, rated F, nothing special. At that moment, Sabo had just rescued Luffy, and Ace was still holding his ground, shouting at Sabo, "You go first." Sabo was anxious. "Let's go together. I'm not running away." Ace, with his stubborn personality, wanted to hold them off alone. That big guy Burgess wouldn't give them a chance. He waved his hand and shouted, "Stop them." The minions rushed forward, and because Sabo was carrying Luffy, He couldn't move well and was quickly caught. Ace got distracted for a moment, and that was Burgess's chance. He raised his big sword and swung it down at Ace's head, shouting, "Die, you bastard! Damn, bullying my brother right in front of me? I can't tolerate that." Just as the knife was about to come down, I narrowed my eyes and stomped my right foot on the ground. In the next second, I appeared in front of Ace as if I had teleported. Burger's eyes were about to pop out. He probably didn't even see where I came from. I smiled at him with a sly grin, slightly crouching down with my hand gripping the hilt of my knife. With a swift motion, I drew my blade. A brilliant flash of light cut through the air, moving at an incredible speed. With a clang, the knife in Burgimi's hand shattered into two pieces, and at the same time, a deep wound appeared on his body, exposing bone as blood gushed out like a torrent of muddy water. One slash, and he was defeated. Ace was saved and finally realized it was me, exclaiming in surprise, "It's you." I sheathed my sword and smiled. "Long time no see, Ace Luffy." The remaining pirates saw their captain was down and immediately scattered like birds and beasts, crying and shouting as they ran away. "Wah, brother Chen." Suddenly, a figure swooped in and wrapped around me. It was Luffy. This kid clung to me like an octopus, crying uncontrollably. "Wah, almost died just now." I helplessly tore him off me. "Isn't everything fine?" "Goodness, my new clothes are covered in his snot and tears. I'm really going to be in trouble." "Grandpa didn't come, did he?" he asked cautiously. "No, that's good." He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, afraid of getting another round of loving punches. At that moment, Sabo reminded us that the pirates who ran away must be going to call their boss, and we needed to hurry. Ace nodded in agreement, but I stood there, unmoved. "You guys go ahead," I said. Luffy looked confused. "Why are you staying here, brother Chen?" My expression darkened. "Someone is bullying my younger brother, and this matter can't just be let go, right? You all go back first. I'll go take out their den by myself. Of course, more importantly, my system has given me a new task. Eliminate the captain of the Sapphire Pirates, Blue Gem, and receive 2 energy points as a reward. I want to go too." As soon as Luffy heard about taking revenge, he got excited and clung tightly to my leg. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and said in unison, "We're going too." "All right, then let's go together." I wasn't worried about the safety of the 3 of them at all. Come on. These are the future Pirate King and the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Protected by the will of the world, they won't die. The 4 of us swaggered right into the pirate's lair. Brugem had just finished listening to his subordinate's report and was fuming when we kicked the door open. "No need to bother. We delivered ourselves right to them," I said loudly. Brugem looked at us and forced a smile that was more hideous than crying. "You don't take the path to heaven, yet you crash into hell. Brothers, charge at them and kill them." With that command, a swarm of pirates rushed out from all directions, surrounding us tightly. But I wasn't worried at all. Instead, I laughed. Seeing me still smiling, Brugem shouted, "Kid, how can you still laugh when death is upon you?" I glared, and it happened instantly. Conqueror's Haki. Buzz. An invisible, powerful aura exploded outward from me. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. It was like a server suddenly crashing. The surrounding pirates fell like wheat being cut, collapsing in large numbers, rolling their eyes, and foaming at the mouth. In the blink of an eye, only the boss, Brugem, was left standing there, his face filled with terror, disheveled in the wind. Luffy and the others were stunned, stammering, Chen, what kind of move is this?" "You will have it too in the future." I smiled, drew Ling Feng, and walked step by step toward Brugem. "Now it's your turn." D-grade Conqueror's Haki is enough to intimidate Brugem, who is also D-grade, but it's still a bit lacking to knock him out directly. However, it's enough. "Don't think I'm afraid of you." Brugem shouted fiercely, wielding his knife and charging at me. I went straight up to him and started clashing with him. But I had no intention of finishing things quickly. After all, wasn't this just pure experience farming? I directly activated my armed color Haki and played with him. He slashed me once, and the system dinged with 50 experience. He punched me, and ding, 30 experience. It was all about a companion-style level up. I was even worried he might get tired. So, occasionally, I would deliberately leave an opening for him to hit me. After a few minutes, I heard a ding from my armed color Haki, and I successfully leveled up to D, feeling like I couldn't squeeze any more juice out of him. I coldly decided to stop playing. Navy 6 style, shave. I flashed my figure and instantly disappeared in front of him, reappearing behind his back the next second. With a swift motion, a sharp sword light cut through, and Brujum was directly split in half, dying on the spot. Mission accomplished, energy points 2. I casually chopped off his head and stuffed it into my bag. This thing can still be exchanged for money. Just then, I suddenly turned to a pile of garbage not far away and shouted, "Friend, don't hide. I already found you." Luffy and the others were still in a daze when an old man wearing a tattered top hat and orange sunglasses walked out from behind the garbage pile. I scanned the system. Wow, an A-level big shot. Naggly. This is someone who challenged the Pirate King Roger back in the day. I quickly smiled and said, "In the future, I might need you to take care of my 3 younger brothers more." Ace and Sabo were still murmuring. Isn't he often bullied by pirates? I told them directly, don't underestimate this old man. He's much stronger than me. The 3 little ones' jaws almost dropped in surprise. Naggly also gave me face, smiling and agreeing to take care of them. Once everything was settled, I took Luffy and the others back to Dayton's house. A month later, it was time for me to leave. At the dock in Windmill Village, I said goodbye to Makino and then boarded the Navy ship. As the ship sailed on the sea, I enjoyed the sea breeze while listening to the system's notifications about my observation Haki experience, continuously increasing, feeling really great. Suddenly, the lookout shouted an alarm, saying there was a pirate ship ahead. I picked up the binoculars and saw a pirate flag with a red shark on it, and the bow of the ship was also shaped like a shark's head. The Navy on my ship instantly panicked, each one turning pale with fear. It's the evil dragon pirate crew. Quick, turn the helm. I frowned along. Shouldn't he be in Kashia Village? Is the plot about to begin? Sure enough, the system notification sound rang out, and a highly rewarding quest appeared. Defeat the evil dragon pirate group and resolve the Kashia Village incident. I let out a roar that stunned the terrified Navy. As the Navy, how can you wear this uniform when you see pirates turn tail and run? It's simply a disgrace. One by one, they lower their heads. Seizing the moment, I declared, I'm going to hunt down the pirates. Who is willing to join me? Regardless of success or failure, we will become the glory of the Navy. Still, no one dared to move. A chief petty officer helplessly said, Brother Lou, it's not that we don't want to go. It's that we can't win. I'll reveal my cards directly. No problem. You can use the Din Din Mushi to request support from headquarters right now. Just say that I, the grandson of Garp, am here. The grandson of Garp. When these words were spoken, the entire ship was shocked. The chief petty officer no longer hesitated and immediately picked up the Din Din Mushi to call for help. All right, in that case, I looked at Arlong's pirate ship in the distance, a smile forming on my lips. Let us maintain our speed and chase after them. On the headquarters side, my grandfather Garp still has influence. Admiral Sengoku personally approved the support. We followed them all the way, watching as Arlong and his crew docked at Kekaksia village, then charged into the village with the fishmen to commit arson and plunder. Chow Changes on my ship wanted to launch a surprise attack from the side, but I directly refused him. Trust me, I said, staring at the increasingly close evil dragon pirate ship. We'll land from the front. Guess was almost in tears, but we'll run into them like that. I have my ways. The Navy ship sailed straight toward the evil dragon pirate crew's ship, and the fishmen lookouts on the opposing ship widened their eyes, probably wondering what was wrong with this Navy ship. As a result, the leader of the fishmen on the opposing ship, named Kruby, didn't take us seriously at all. I tell you, he glanced at us, probably thinking we were few in number and had low ranks, and directly told his little brothers, what's there to panic about? Just a few Navy men? Take them down. Good heavens, with that command, all those fishmen jumped into the sea with a splash, moving at lightning speed like a bunch of underwater torpedoes. The new recruits on our ship turned pale, barely able to steady their guns. I directly exchanged glances with Gus and said, that blue-skinned fish is mine, and the rest of the little fish, you can handle yourselves. As soon as Gus heard this, the expression on his face became incredibly relaxed. He understood that the blue-skinned fish was definitely the most troublesome one in this group. In the blink of an eye, these fishmen climbed onto our ship and surrounded us. That Kruby, baring his sharp teeth, was incredibly arrogant. You don't take the road to heaven, but you crash into hell. Brothers, let's slaughter them and feed the sharks. I laughed at that moment. Feeding sharks? I was thinking to myself, who is feeding whom is still uncertain. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with him, so I went straight for a Navy 6 dial. So, in a flash, the person disappeared from a spot. The next second, I appeared behind that Kruby, drawing my sword, and a beam of sword light sliced through his back. Puffed. A gash burst open on the spot. That guy reacted quickly, enduring the pain, his muscles tensing up as he countered with a fishman karate elbow strike. Let me tell you, the speed was absurd. I didn't even have time to dodge, and could only raise my arm to block. Bang! A dull thud. Wow. That hit my arm hard. It hurt so much I gasped for air, and my whole body was sent flying several meters away. But what was I thinking? Oh wow. This experience points right on target. Kruby was also stunned, probably wondering how a Navy guy who looked like a lackey could use Soru and have such impressive sword skills. I shook my numb arm and smiled at him. You're pretty good too. Come on, let's play. With that, I darted to his side and struck again. This time he was prepared, kicking at me, and with a clang, my sword clashed against his foot. We started exchanging blows back and forth. I relied on my speed, leaving cut after cut on his body, blood almost soaking his clothes. His punches felt like mere tickles against me, and I shrugged them off each time. Before long, he began to pant heavily. Looking at his disheveled state, I couldn't help but mock him. Is it your so-called 100 pieces of washing fist? Is that all the strength you've got? If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, you might as well prepare for a one-way trip. This hit him hard, and he yelled in frustration, his muscles bulging, fists clenched as he shouted, "Arrogant brat, let me show you my 1,000 pieces of washing fist." As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up. Great. I couldn't wait. 100 pieces of martial arts experience is no small amount, but 1,000? Wouldn't that take me to the next level? He looked at me with anticipation, probably thinking I was crazy for wanting to get hit. But I didn't care much about that anymore. With a roar, I charged at him, my fists hammering down on his chest like a sewing machine. Bang, bang, bang. As for me, I just stood there motionless, quietly activating my armament Haki, listening to the system's notification sound ringing in my head. Does anyone understand? This is simply the most exhilarating electronic pickled vegetable of 2025. After he finished his combo, the last punch sent me stumbling back a few steps. While he was already so exhausted he could barely stand. I, on the other hand, brushed the dust off my chest and smiled at him. It seems not that impressive at all. In that moment, I felt my armament Haki level up directly. Crocodile was completely shattered, his eyes wide and bulging like copper bells. Devil, are you even human? His fists, after hitting me, were now red and swollen, looking like 2 steamed buns. I shook my head and said, "Your horizons are too narrow." As I spoke, I slightly bent my body and my gaze turned cold. Enough playing, it's time to send you on your way. Upon hearing this, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and he turned to jump into the sea. Once in the sea, that would be his territory. Unfortunately, he was just dreaming. I executed a direct slash from the one-cut style. My figure appeared behind him, and a sword light flashed by at an incredible speed. He froze in midair. The next second, with a splat, I cleave him in half, and his 2 halves fell into the sea, staining that area of the ocean red. I jumped into the sea, fished his head up, and stored it in my system backpack, as this was all money. Then I returned to the ship and quickly helped Gus and the others clear out the remaining fishmen, intentionally letting one escape. Gus was anxious. "Hurry, chase after him." I stopped him. "What are you chasing for? Let him go back and report." I told him, "Let's burn down the pirate ship right now. Without their ship, they will definitely send someone to investigate. We can take the opportunity to sneak into the village. This is a classic case of making a diversion." Gus immediately understood and arranged for people to go on the ship to set explosives. Meanwhile, Arlong was collecting protection fees in the village when he suddenly heard a huge explosion from the port, followed by flames shooting into the sky. Soon after, the fishman I let go came rolling over, breathless, and stammered, "The Navy is here. Captain Crocodile is dead." Arlong's jagged face darkened instantly as he grabbed the thug by the collar, furious. He sent his subordinate, the octopus Xiaoba, along with another officer whose lips looked like sausages, to assess the situation, while he himself, smelling smoke nearby, headed towards Belmir's house with his men. I have already sneaked into the village with a few Navy soldiers. I figured that Arlong would definitely go looking for trouble with Belmir, so I stealthily made my way towards the orange grove that I remembered. Sure enough, from a distance, I saw that the entrance to Belmir's house was surrounded by fishmen. Belmir had already been captured by Arlong, and the gun in her hand had been bitten into scrap metal by his huge steel teeth. I didn't go through the front door. but instead circled around to the back door, where I happened to run into Nami and Nojiko being stopped by the village doctor, who wouldn't let them go to their deaths. The two girls were crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms, holding onto my leg and begging me, "Navy officer, please save Belmere." I patted their heads and smiled. "Don't worry, with me here, she won't die." After saying that, I walked straight towards the front door. Just in time, I saw Long aiming a gun at Belmere's head, about to pull the trigger. Bang! The gun went off, but Belmere closed her eyes and waited for a long time, and nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw me standing in front of her, with a bullet that I had split in half stuck on my spirit wind long knife. Long was dumbfounded and roared. "A mere Navy soldier dares to stop me?" I pushed Belmere back and calmly said, "I'm not here to stop you. I'm here to kill you." As soon as I finished speaking, I moved, delivering a slash with my drawn sword. Although Aaron was tough and resilient, I still managed to cut a deep gash across his chest. This guy was really fierce. He opened his massive mouth and lunged at me to bite. I dodged with a swift maneuver, and he ended up biting through a nearby stone pillar. Even more outrageous, his teeth clamped down on my blade, causing my fast sword to crack. Moreover, his teeth could regenerate infinitely, and he could pull out 2 rows of them to use as weapons. I feel sorry for my knife, so I decided not to fight him head-on. Instead, I put away the spirit wind and directly used my arm to block. When Long saw this, he was amused, thinking I was seeking death. As a result, when his tooth weapon bit into my arm, there was a crack, and it wasn't my arm that broke, but his teeth shattered all over the ground. My entire arm was already covered in a dark hue of armament Haki. I smiled at him. "Do you really think you can hurt me?" Long was completely panicked and tried to create some distance, but I wouldn't give him the chance. With my left hand, I grabbed his shark-like mouth. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. At the same time, I gripped Ling Feng with my right hand again, covering the blade with armament Haki. And the entire sword instantly turned into a pitch-black blade. Give me death. With a single sword strike, it was like cutting through tofu with a sharp sound. I split Long's head in half. The remaining fishman lackeys saw their boss was gone and charged at me, howling for revenge. I was also reaching my limit. My gaze sharpened, and I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki. An invisible aura spread out, and those small fry rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. After all this, I couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Soon, Vice Admiral Crane's reinforcements arrived. Since I had single-handedly taken down Long, my merits skyrocketed, and I was exceptionally promoted to ensign. Granny Crane also tossed me a brand new ensign uniform and a justice cloak. 2 months later, we returned to the Navy headquarters. Guess who was waiting for me at the dock? My unreliable grandfather, Karp, wearing a dog hat and sleeping soundly. As soon as he saw me, he rushed over and slapped my shoulder, almost knocking me over, boasting to everyone that I was his grandson. He took me back to the Navy training camp, and just as we entered, that guy, Barton, who had always looked down on me, stepped forward and loudly said in front of everyone, "Instructor, I want to spar with Chen." This guy had secretly practiced a lot while I was away for those few months. I was worried about not having a place to try out my new knife, when suddenly the system notification sound went off in my head, triggering a new mission. I grinned and decisively replied, "Sure, I'm in. Hey, let me tell you, isn't this opportunity just perfect?" As soon as I finished speaking, the guy opposite me, Patton, suddenly disappeared from my sight in an instant. The next second, he flashed right in front of my face. Wow, the speed of the shave technique from the Navy's 6 styles is really impressive. A heavy punch wrapped in wind came crashing towards me, aiming to knock me out. But he was fast, and my observation Haki was even faster. The trajectory of his fist replayed in my mind like slow motion, crystal clear. However, I didn't even think about dodging. Why dodge? I directly crossed my hands in front of me and activated my armament Haki. My 2 arms instantly looked like they had been coated with a layer of black paint. Shiny and metallic. With a muffled bang, his fist came crashing down, feeling no different than hitting a steel plate. I felt a great force surge through me, and my feet slid out several meters with a screech before I finally steadied myself. I shook my hand and laughed. "Not bad, brother. You got a lot stronger." Barton was quite pleased at first, but when he looked up and saw my 2 black arms, he was completely dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. "BB boss." You actually have the Conqueror's Haki. Of course. I'm Karp's grandson. How could I not have it? The crowd around us erupted in excitement, chattering away, and even my cheap grandfather Karp, who was secretly watching from the corner, showed a hint of surprise on his face, probably wondering why this brat didn't tell him he could use Haki. Barton, being stubborn, after his shock, glared fiercely. So what if you have Haki? Then he went crazy, throwing punches at me like raindrops, his stance resembling that of Iori Yagami from King of Fighters. I tell you, in the eyes of others, this is just me getting beaten up, but inside I'm almost bursting with laughter. Every time he punches me, I hear a ding in my head, and the system prompts that my experience points have increased by 1. It's so satisfying. That feeling, it's not being beaten up at all. It's like a moving experience pack, delivering warmth to me. Ding, congratulations. Good guy, not only did my experience increase, but I also managed to take his skill of making a living. Martial arts acquired. The system is even better, directly simplifying it to sports. This means that as long as I stay alive and breathe, this martial arts experience will increase on its own. After a set of punches, Barton was out of breath, took 2 steps back, and looked at me in confusion. How come you're completely fine? I brushed off the dust on my clothes and smiled mischievously. Maybe. You haven't eaten? This guy's face turned green, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, just wait. I'll show you what I've just learned." With that, he suddenly lifted his leg, and a crescent-shaped white slash shot towards me, skimming the ground. Raging kick. Here it comes. This is what I've been waiting for. The system prompt sounded in my head. Skill raging kick discovered. Do you want to learn it? Learn. I must learn it. Ding. Simplification successful. Raging kick walking. Does anyone understand? It's walking again. From now on, every casual stroll I take will boost the experience points of the 3 major skills in the Navy 6 style. It's simply outrageous. With the skill in hand, I decided not to hold back. Watching the slash coming at me, I lifted my leg as well, and a more solid and faster slash shot out with a whoosh. The 2 slashes collided in midair with a bang, creating a shockwave. Barton was completely dumbfounded, pointing at me. When did you learn Raging Kick? I answered honestly, I just learned it just now. His expression was like he had swallowed a fly, clearly not believing a word. I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I directly drew my new treasure, the great blade with a black edge, from my waist. As soon as the blade was unsheathed, a fierce aura seemed to lower the temperature of the entire training ground by several degrees. Now it was my turn to take the initiative. I focused my gaze, activated the shave technique, and my figure instantly blurred, appearing beside Barton in the next second. Sweeping my blade across, Barton reacted quickly. Just as he was about to be bisected, he pushed off the ground with his legs and soared into the air, continuously kicking the air with his toes as if stepping on invisible stairs, flying up. Moon step. Ding. Skill moon step discovered. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding. Simplification successful. Moon. Walking. Goodness. I directly became a formidable member of the walking family. Flying in the sky, Barton was quite pleased and shouted at me. "Chen, I told you, you can't win against me." He thought that mastering the moon step and standing on the high ground made him invincible. I looked at him in the sky and smiled. Although I had just learned the moonwalk and my level was too low to fly steadily, who said that to hit a mosquito in the sky, one must fly up themselves? With both hands gripping the knife, the domineering aura within me began to surge wildly, and a black mist emanated from my body, swirling around my black blade like smoke. I infused it with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, Demon Flame Slash. I swung my knife fiercely, and a massive slash infused with black flames shot up into the sky. The speed and momentum were so intense that it seemed like it would split the heavens apart. Up in the sky, Barton's face turned pale. His moonwalk was nothing compared to my slash. It was like a snail crawling, and he couldn't dodge at all. Just as he was about to be cleaved in half by my strike, suddenly, a figure flashed in front of him. I focused and realized, wow, it was my cheap grandpa Garp. He didn't even glance at me. Facing my earth-shattering slash, he simply threw a punch. His fist was enveloped in black and red Haki, with sparks of electricity flashing. Iron fist. Boom! With a loud roar, the moment my black flame slash collided with his fist, it shattered like glass, bursting into a rain of flames that fell gently from the sky. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared at my grandpa, as if they had been hit by a freezing spell, dumbfounded. I can't believe it. This is too amazing. Just when I was in shock, a notification sound rang in my head. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the domineering skill Conqueror's Haki rap. Would you like to learn it? Such good luck. Yes. Right now. Immediately. I just finished learning a new skill when Karp suddenly dropped from the sky. Without saying a word, he gave me a loving iron fist right on my head. Ouch. It hurt so much that I was almost in tears, holding my head where the big bump was. Feeling very wronged. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. He glared at me with a frown and asked, "Stinky kid, tell me, who taught you this swordsmanship? And when did you learn Haki?" What can I say? I can't just say I used cheats, right? I can only bite the bullet and answer. I learned it by myself. Karp clearly didn't believe me, but he didn't ask much more. Just told me to prepare well and make sure to get into Zephyr's elite camp. Once he left, Barton came over with a defeated expression to admit defeat. Task completed. Energy points in hand, feeling good. For the next month, I just trained, read newspapers, and slept. The newspaper reported a fire at a scrapyard in the Goya Kingdom, resulting in many deaths. I could tell right away that it was those nobles doing, and Sabo probably separated from Luffy and the others because of it. Sigh. The power of the plot is truly strong. Soon, the selection for the advanced training camp began. As soon as I entered the venue, I saw many familiar faces, like the future White Hunter Smoker and Zephyr's female Student 9. Of course, as a privileged person, I instantly became the focus of the crowd, with various envious and jealous glances flying my way. Just then, a gigantic, muscular old man with purple hair walked in, and the entire venue fell silent. No need to say, this was the former Admiral, Zephyr. When Zephyr stood on the stage, that sense of oppression was incredible. He scanned the crowd and coldly asked, "Which of you dares to say you can definitely get into my elite camp?" The place was dead silent, and no one dared to speak. Zephyr sneered, "What's wrong? Are you all a bunch of useless fools?" I tell you, just at that moment, the system in my head beeped again, triggering a new task that required me to change Zephyr's opinion. Well, whether I wanted to or not, I had to step forward. So, amid the shocked gazes of everyone, I silently raised my hand. Zephyr raised an eyebrow. The one who raised their hand stepped forward. I walked to the front, and he looked me over. "What is your name?" "Luchun." He nodded, clearly having heard my name before, and then asked, "Do you think you can definitely get into the elite camp?" I shook my head seriously and said no. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room dropped their jaws, and Zephy's face darkened. "Why did you stand up if it's not you?" I looked him straight in the eye and said loudly, "Instructor, what I want to say is that whether you dare to speak or not is not important. What matters is whether you dare to act. Getting into the elite camp relies on strength, not just talk. Everyone present is here for justice. Merely talking without taking action is the true definition of a coward." My rambling left Zephy speechless. He pondered for a long time, then suddenly announced, "What you said makes sense. Therefore, I have decided to reduce the number of spots for this elite camp by half, only accepting 25 people. You." At that moment, I felt dozens of gazes behind me piercing through me. Who understands, family? As soon as I opened my mouth, I directly hit the point of listening to advice, and half of everyone's path was blocked. On the high platform, my grandfather Karp, Sengoku, and Admiral Tsuru were also watching the show, probably about to laugh themselves silly. The selection officially began. Zephyr's first test was simple and brutal. He directly released his Conqueror's Haki, and only the last 25 people standing would pass. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire venue, causing many people to buckle at the knees on the spot. But for me, this was simply paradise. While others gritted their teeth, trembling all over, I was enjoying the thrill of my experience points skyrocketing. Ding, congratulations to the host. Armament Haki experience increased by 60. Ding, congratulations to the host. Observation Haki experience increased by 70. Zephyr continued to increase the pressure, taunting us as worthless. People were dropping like flies, one after another, and soon only more than 30 were left, then 25. But Zephyr showed no signs of stopping, still increasing the pressure. In the end, only I and that white-haired smoker were left hanging on in the entire training ground. We exchanged a glance, neither of us willing to back down first. Zephyr seemed to take an interest as well, and his pressure suddenly doubled. Smoker stumbled and transformed into smoke, barely managing to stay on his feet. As for me, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on me, and my knees almost buckled. I could no longer hide. I instantly unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, and a wave of faint red energy collided fiercely with Zephyr's pressure. Conqueror's Haki? Zephyr's eyes lit up. Karp and the others on the platform were also shocked. Zephyr not only didn't hold back, but became even more excited, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Smoker's cloud of smoke was immediately dispersed, signaling his defeat. Now, all the pressure was focused solely on me. I took a deep breath, drew the black blade, and wrapped the newly learned Conqueror's Haki around the sword. Red lightning instantly flickered on the black blade. One sword style, draw and slash. I faced the sky, confronting the invisible pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, and fiercely slashed out a sword. A strike entwined with black and red lightning shot into the sky, forcefully splitting Zephyr's Conqueror's Haki in half. The momentum of the sword energy did not diminish, soaring into the clouds and cutting a huge gap in the sky. The entire scene, including Zephyr and Karp on the high platform, was petrified. Conqueror's Haki entanglement. This is a technique that only top-tier warriors can master. I stood there with my sword retracted, and taking advantage of Zephyr's daze, I quickly raised my hand. Instructor, I concede. If we keep going, he'll see through my last bit of defense. Only then did Zephyr come back to his senses, cough a couple of times, and announce the list of those who passed. Once everyone had left, he kept me behind. Just as he was about to ask me who I learned Haki from, Karp came down with Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. My grandfather, in a particularly domineering manner, wrapped an arm around me. Old man, he asked my grandson. Who else could have taught him if not me? Saying this, he didn't give anyone a chance to ask questions and directly pulled me away. Back in Karp's office, he closed the door, and his expression instantly became serious as he stared at me intently. Luchun, tell me honestly, did you learn your Haki from red-haired Shanks? I could tell he was worried just by looking at his nervous expression, so I could only helplessly respond again. I really learned it by myself. Karp's brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly, and his gaze was almost as if it were asking what kind of monster I was. Let me tell you, the atmosphere back then was so awkward that I could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. The old man was silent for a long time, and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. All right, from now on, no matter who asks, just say your bravado was taught by me. All right, I'll take the blame for that. No, I'll take the credit for it. I quickly nodded, got it, Grandpa. Karp saw that I was catching on, and his expression softened a bit. Then suddenly he began to entrust me with a heavy responsibility. His earnest tone made me a bit at a loss. While this old body of mine can still move, you should go out and take risks. If the sky falls, I'll be there to support you. Wow, what a sudden change in tone. He continued, just one thing I ask of you. Those two troublemakers, Luffy and Ace. Don't be at ease. As their brother, help them out more in the future. When he said this, his smile made my heart skip a beat. It wasn't happiness, but rather that kind of relief that comes from seeing everything clearly. I understood very well that he was thinking about the Marineford War. Watching Ace die right in front of him and being unable to move, how despairing must that have been? I immediately patted my chest and promised, don't worry, Grandpa. They're all my brothers. I'll definitely look out for them. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and wave me off to leave. When I returned to the elite camp dormitory, the treatment was really nice, a single room. I took a shower and collapsed onto the bed, casually opening my system panel to take a look. Wow, I had a fight with Burton in the morning, and my armament Haki jumped from sea to sea, feeling like the energy inside me had solidified quite a bit. I also accumulated 6 energy points, so I could learn a new skill, feeling quite pleased. The system rewarded me with a new, good quality knife, which looked exactly like my previous Spirit Wind, just an upgraded version. All right, I'll call you Spirit Wind too. Early the next morning, the training ground was full of people, all looking energized. Guess who I ran into? Smoker. That guy walked over with a serious face, extended his hand. Hello, Smoker. I shook his hand, Luchun. This guy looks fierce, but he's actually quite nice. He seriously told me, you're strong? I hope we can spar sometime. I thought, sure, I've never fought against a devil fruit user before. Just then, old Zephyr arrived, and the whole place fell silent. He stood on the platform, smiling with a hint of menace, and said, "Glad to see you're all happy? Think entering the elite camp means you're safe?" The next second, he struck down with a thunderous announcement. "Let me tell you, for the graduation assessment, each of you must single-handedly take down a pirate crew." Wow, the whole place went crazy. One person taking on a whole team? What a joke. Zephyr looked at our cowardly appearance, nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "Starting today, learn Haki. You can teach others once you've mastered it." Everyone's eyes lit up at the mention of learning Haki. But then Zephyr changed his tone and called my name. "The others will learn armament Haki. Luchun, come with me. I'll teach you observation Haki." I couldn't help but raise my hand with a smile. "Report, instructor, I can use observation Haki too. Can we learn something else?" With that one sentence, the entire place seemed to overheat. Zephyr's old face changed colors like a special effect, turning red, white, then green, and I could imagine him roaring inside. "Karp, what kind of monster have you raised?" The other students looked at me as if I were an alien, especially Barton, who clenched his fists tightly, his gaze seeming to say that 30 years of ups and downs had passed. But let me tell you, that's just overthinking. A life of being a loser is just that plain and simple. Zephyr was stunned for a while and finally waved his hand. All right. You can practice by yourself for now." So I practiced swordsmanship on the side while watching them undergo extreme training under Zephyr's intense pressure. Before long, Zephyr came over with a dark face and asked, "What do you want to learn?" "Swordsmanship," I replied without thinking. Zephyr pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll find a way for you to learn swordsmanship. I'll get back to you in 3 months." Just as he was about to leave, I called him back. "Instructor, I want to learn how to use Haki to create an internal destruction effect." As soon as I said this, a smug smile appeared on Zephyr's face, as if to say, "Finally, you have something you don't know." He waved his hand. "Good, follow me." He took me to an open area and started teaching on the spot in front of a large wooden stump. There are 4 levels of armament Haki: hardening, wrapping, emission, and internal destruction. I see you can do hardening and wrapping, so now I'll teach you emission. Saying this, he formed a finger gun with his right hand, and armament Haki instantly covered it, crackling with purple arcs of electricity. Then, a small sphere of Haki gathered at his fingertip. He gently flicked it, and with a bang, the wooden stump was shot through with a hole. I suddenly thought, "Congratulations, host, you have discovered the skill Haki. Emission, would you like to learn it?" "Yes," I silently recited in my heart and asked eagerly, "What about internal destruction?" Zephyr got even more excited and demonstrated it again for me. This time he threw a punch, and the Haki condensed into a fist shadow that flew out, smashing into the wooden stake with a loud bang. From the outside, the stake looked fine, but inside it was completely reduced to sawdust. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have discovered the skill Haki. Internal damage, would you like to learn it?" "Yes." I quickly thanked him. "Thank you, instructor." Family, who understands? What others practice hard for a lifetime, I just need to glance at. If Zephyr knew I learned it in an instant, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. After practicing all day, I just returned to the dormitory at night and saw Shiza waiting at my door. This guy always comes to find me to play as soon as the holidays start, insisting on dragging me to the Sabaody archipelago. When I heard it was Sabaody, I had to go. We arrived after half an hour on the boat. This place is truly bustling, with huge red trees everywhere and bubbles floating above them. I made an agreement with Shiza to explore separately and meet up in the evening. As soon as I was alone, the system pinged me with a task. Help Boa Hancock's 3 sisters escape from Sabaody archipelago. The reward is energy points and dual-wielding sword skills. As soon as I looked up, I saw 3 small figures in black robes sneaking away from a stall with some food they had stolen. The stall owner immediately noticed and shouted behind them to catch the thieves. I walked over, took out 1,000 berries, and threw it to the stall owner. "I'll pay for their food." Then I quietly followed them. In a small alley, the 3 sisters had just divided the stolen food, with the youngest, Hancock, always giving the larger portions to her 2 sisters. Just then, a fat man with a fishbowl head, known as Pighead 3, surrounded them with a group of Navy soldiers. "So you 3 slaves are here. That guy is the celestial dragon Charlos, with a face full of malice. Shoot them. Break their legs." The Navy soldiers raised their guns without a second thought. Just as the bullets were about to hit Hancock, who was protecting her sisters, I instantly flashed in front of them, exuding an imposing aura. Clang, clang, clang. All the bullets were blocked and fell to the ground. Hancock recognized me as the person who had just paid for them. The celestial dragon pig head 3 went crazy, pulled out his golden pistol, and started shooting wildly at me. But of course, it was useless. My gaze turned cold, and I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I shouted, "Get lost." The Conqueror's Haki instantly swept across the entire area, causing that group of Marines and the celestial dragon to roll their eyes and faint, foaming at the mouth. I just asked the 3 sisters if there was anything wrong, and suddenly I felt a chill behind me. I quickly looked up. "You don't need to hide, come out." As soon as I finished speaking, an old man with white hair appeared in front of me, as if he had teleported, shielding Hancock and the others behind him. Goodness. A quick scan of the system panel revealed. Silver's Rayleigh, SS rank. The Dark King Rayleigh. He looked at me warily and said, "Little brother, you have the Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. That's impressive. However, what is the reasoning behind a Navy officer saving a few slaves?" As soon as I heard it, I understood that he was afraid I had bad intentions. I simply tore off the black cloth on my face. I am indeed a Navy officer, but I can't stand those scum from the Celestial Dragons. Rayleigh took a look at my face and was taken aback. He probably hadn't seen someone like me in the Navy. I ignored him and directly told Hancock, "Let's go. I'll take you away from here." Hancock, without a second thought, nodded and even took my hand. Seeing this situation, Rayleigh felt a bit helpless and could only follow along, saying, "I was sent by the 3rd-generation Empress of Amazon Lily to rescue you. How about we go to my bar first?" I pretended to think for a moment and nodded. Then, Rayleigh took us to a place called Shachi's Bar, which sounded like a place that would empty my wallet. As soon as we entered, a black-haired beauty behind the bar, smoking a cigarette, fixed her gaze on me, her eyes sharpening instantly. "Rayleigh, why did you bring a Navy guy back?" Another short old woman, probably the Snake Lady, Granny Gold, Roger, was also taken aback. Rayleigh remained calm. He saved these kids and even took down a celestial dragon. The woman named Shachi chuckled and blew a smoke ring. "You know he's Navy, but do you know who he is? He's Karp's grandson." "Ha ha!" Rayleigh immediately burst into laughter, realizing that I had brought back Karp's grandson. If that old man knew his grandson had punched a celestial dragon, would he get so angry that he would perform a fist smash on a warship right on the spot? Now it was Hancock and her sister's turn to be confused. Their eyes filled with suspicion as they looked at me. I decided to come clean. "That's right, my grandfather is Garp, but that's another matter. I just can't stand the celestial dragons." The way Shucky looked at me had a hint of admiration. "You're quite to my taste." "Perfect. Tomorrow you can use your Navy identity to take them out to sea openly." That suited me just fine, so I agreed right away. Before leaving, I took out 100,000 berries from my pocket and handed it to Hancock, saying, "Here, let them buy some good food for you. I have to go back now. See you tomorrow." Little Hancock held the money, her eyes turning red, and softly said, "Thank you, big brother." I touched her head and then left. I had just left when the news of the celestial dragons being attacked spread throughout Sabaody, and the Marine headquarters was in an uproar. In the marshal's office, Sengoku slammed a document on the table. "Garp, the celestial dragons have been beaten. You need to investigate." Garp, while picking his nose, replied, "No, I'm busy." Sengoku, furious and on the verge of stroke, shouted, "The assailant has Conqueror's Haki and is very strong. If you don't go, who will?" Garp stubbornly repeated, "Busy." Suddenly, Zephyr spoke up. This old fox smiled and said, "Sengoku, if you agree to one request from Garp, he will definitely go." Both Sengoku and Garp were taken aback. Zephyr continued, "How about finding a top-tier swordsmanship teacher for Luffy?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately agreed, "Deal. Garp, just go through the motions. It doesn't team matter if you can't find anyone." Garp, hearing that he could get a teacher, reluctantly agreed. None of them expected that the mysterious figure who made a hole in the sky was me. The next day, Zephyr mysteriously came to me and said, "Kid, I found you an amazing swordsmanship teacher. Just wait." I repeatedly thanked them, still wondering who it could be. Fujitora? Never mind, I don't want to think about it. In the afternoon, I changed into a naval uniform of a worn officer and swaggered back to the Sabaody archipelago. You know what? Wearing this outfit, those little pirates would avoid me. After about 10 minutes, I pushed open the door of the Shucky bar. Rayleigh and Shucky were already waiting for me there. When Shucky saw me, She smiled and blew out a smoke ring. You're here. Yeah, let us go. Old man Rayleigh had already made arrangements. Our group, along with a few fisherman brothers, directly boarded a prepared ship. As for Hancock and her sisters, they were of course hiding in the cabin. They couldn't dare to show themselves at this critical moment. I changed into that Navy warrant officer's uniform and stood at the bow of the ship. Hey, I have to say, it was quite interesting. Next to me, old Raleigh was lying on a pile of goods, casually drinking away. Goodness. The ship had barely set sail when a Navy warship appeared in front of us and directly blocked our way. A Navy chief petty officer shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop! Navy routine inspection." I stepped forward confidently and said calmly, "Step aside. Don't you recognize this uniform?" When Captain Chow saw my rank, he immediately saluted, but he didn't relent in his words. "Warrant officer, we're also carrying out orders. There's a strict command from above to capture the criminal who attacked the Celestial Dragons. All ships going out to sea, even those of admirals, must be searched." As soon as I heard this, my heart skipped a beat. I turned back and shot a glance at Laylee, meaning to ask, "Is this hiding place reliable?" And guess what? The old man just waved his hand at me, clearly indicating, "Whatever you do, don't let them search." I was speechless at the time. Who understands, family? Isn't this just asking me to fight with my own people on the spot? I'm already having a headache, and that Chow Chong is urging me again. "Sir Warrant Officer, can we board the ship now?" I was just about to force myself to come up with an excuse when suddenly, a voice that I would never forget for the rest of my life came from their ship. Their ship, I'm going to search it. As I turned my head, my pupils, an old man with white hair wearing a dog-headed hat, was leisurely walking over, stuffing a donut into his mouth. I almost called out Grandpa, but luckily I reacted quickly and managed to hold it back. My grandfather Karp, a naval hero, made his entrance just like that. When the naval soldiers saw him, they showed him great respect and immediately cleared a path. As Karp boarded the ship, he exchanged a glance with Rayleigh. The two old men said nothing, but the information conveyed in their eyes was immense. Then, Karp walked straight into the cabin. I quickly followed him in, my heart racing, and quietly asked Grandpa, "What are you doing here?" Karp didn't even look at me. His gaze was locked directly on the trembling Hancock sisters in the corner. He lowered his voice and replied, "Good thing I'm here." Then he shifted his tone, his eyes sharp. "Now tell me, was that thing you did?" I tell you, he knows exactly what's going on in his heart. As soon as he sees these three little girls on my boat, how could he not think of it? But could I admit it? At that moment, I was totally in character, looking all righteous. How could it be me, Grandpa? Karp stared at me for a long time, probably thinking that since I had just learned to be tough a few days ago, I couldn't possibly have that level of cunning. So he directly shifted the blame onto Rayleigh, definitely cursing in his heart. "Good job, Rayleigh. You're leading my grandson astray again." In the end, he sighed, waved his hand, and said, "All right, go do what you want. These kids really shouldn't stay in that place. Take them with you." My anxious heart finally calmed down. Thanks to Grandpa, Karp stepped out of the cabin and waved to the group of Navy officers. "Inspection is complete. Release them." With the Vice Admiral's order, who would dare to disobey? Our ship immediately set sail, finally leaving this place of disputes. Once the ship was far away, I couldn't help but ask Rayleigh, "Did you guys know all along that the inspector was my grandpa?" Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and grinned mischievously. "I didn't know. It was all arranged by that girl Haki." "Fine, forget I asked." At that moment, Hancock and her sisters ran out of the cabin, happily thanking me. I pinched little Hancock's chubby face. It felt really nice. Then I told her that I would come to visit her on Amazon Lily if I had the chance. Who understands family? It has to start from a young age, right? I casually gave her my broken sword, Ling Feng, as a keepsake. Seeing the little girl happily holding the sword made me feel so satisfied. After that, we switched to another ship at sea. Rayleigh took them back to Amazon Lily, and I needed to return to Navy headquarters. Before I left, Hancock was desperately waving at me from the bow, urging me to definitely come and find her. "Don't worry, I will definitely go. I just sent off my future wife, and the system reward came in, a book titled Dual Blade Style, Tornado, which sounds pretty intense." When I returned to the training base, my grandfather came to find me the next day, telling me to behave for a few days. Once his mission is over, he will take me to find a proper swordsmanship teacher. I was curious at the time, who is it? Does it require your esteemed self to deliver it personally? Could it be Kayashiro from Wano country? But Wano is a closed country. Not even naval ships can enter. After more than 10 days like this, the search mission in the Sabati archipelago also ended hastily, without finding a single hair. My grandfather stormed into the training camp and shouted at me, "Lu-chun, pack your things, we're leaving." I said goodbye to teacher F.A. and tried to ask who he was, but he just smiled mysteriously and wouldn't say a word. He even announced in front of everyone that I, Lu-chun, would go out to train for 2 years because I had learned 3 types of domineering energy, making me seem like a legend. Soon, I met up with my grandfather at the dock, and we set off on his dog-headed battleship. On the ship, I was almost worn out from asking questions, but my grandpa wouldn't tell me where we were going. He just said, "You'll train over there for 2 years, and then find your own way back. If you can't come back, then don't come back." Wow, this familiar devil training vibe. No wonder he's my grandpa. During the more than a month drifting at sea, I didn't waste any time. I practiced my domineering energy and swordsmanship every day, until one day, my grandpa called me out of my room and said, "We've arrived." I excitedly ran outside, but when I looked out, I was stunned. All around me was the sea, with not even a shadow of an island. My grandfather didn't explain much. He lowered a small boat from the big ship and took the 2 of us away. After rowing out for a long distance, fog began to rise around us. The sky turned gloomy, and the atmosphere became eerie. "I can't hold it anymore. Grandpa, can we talk now? Where are we actually going?" My grandfather finally spoke, uttering 5 words, "Clycana Island." My mind went blank for a moment. Hawkeye. That's Hawkeye's island. The world's greatest swordsman. What kind of heavyweight character is my grandpa introducing me to? Sending a Navy guy to learn swordsmanship from the 7 warlords? This operation has me completely confused. When we finally reached the shore, the entire island was eerie, like a scene from a horror movie. My grandpa pointed to a huge, ancient castle in the distance and patted my shoulder. "Kid, do you see that? Your teacher is over there. Go on your own. Whether you can earn his recognition depends on you. This is your first test." After saying that, the old man really got into a small boat and left me alone on the shore in a daze. "All right, a test, huh?" I walked into the forest. Just a few minutes in, I heard movement in the woods. As I placed my hand on the hilt of my sword, a baboon wearing a steel helmet, dressed in armor, and carrying a large sword swung down from the trees and aimed to strike at me. Damn, are the monkeys on this island that strong? Sea-level strength? I swung my blade, and the sword energy directly carved a deep trench into the ground. This baboon not only mastered swordsmanship, but also knew how to slash. Next, I began my extreme survival in this forest. These armed baboons were like a copy-paste army of Hawkeye, coming wave after wave. If I could fight, I fought. If I couldn't, I ran, which was just perfect for practice. I fought like this for a whole 9 days and nights, covered in injuries, my clothes reduced to rags, feeling like I was turning into a wild man. On the 9th day, I was finally close to the castle, but I encountered the final boss, a gigantic baboon king with B-level strength, accompanied by more than 20 little minions, blocking my path. I had to get through today. Without a word, I drew my twin daggers, covering my body in armed Haki, and launched a dual dagger flow. Tornado. A massive tornado mixed with my sword energy swept up all the little baboons into the sky, and when the tornado dissipated, there was a large pile of them on the ground. Now it was just me and the baboon king left. I have to tell you, the swordsmanship of this baboon king is a complete copy of Hawkeye's. Simple, efficient, and incredibly powerful. Every strike has me pinned down and in pure swordplay. I'm simply no match for him. There's no choice now. I can only go for a desperate trade. I seized an opportunity and stubbornly withstood a blow from it with my armed color Haki, nearly having my shoulder dislocated. But I also took the chance to firmly grab its large sword. It couldn't pull it back, and with a sinister grin, I said, "Now it's my turn." I condensed all my dominance into the black blade, with red and black arcs of electricity flashing wildly. Facing it was my strongest move, Demon Flame Slash. A black flame slash, dozens of meters long, instantly engulfed it, carving a deep trench over 100 meters long into the ground. Done. The remaining baboons, scared out of their wits, cleared a path for me. Dragging my severely injured body, I stepped into the castle, but as soon as I entered, I could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. When I woke up again, it was already the next morning. I painfully got up and searched through the layers of the castle. Finally, in a room on the top floor, I saw that man. Hawkeye, Dracula my hawk. He was sitting there, leisurely eating steak and drinking red wine. Upon seeing me, he simply said, "You've arrived." I was shocked at that moment. The system panel showed that this guy's level was SSS, the same as my grandfather's. He gestured for me to sit down and eat, saying that training would start after we finished. I instinctively called him teacher, but he immediately put me in my place. I am not your teacher, nor will I teach you anything. I'm just letting you stay here for 2 years. All right, this big shot has quite the personality. I finished a steak in silence, went to the 5th floor to get some medicine to apply on my wound, and then made my way to the open space on the 1st floor. Hawkeye was already there, holding his supreme great sword, waiting for me. He looked at me and opened with a critical remark. Your swordsmanship is good, but you rely too much on domineering. Then he said something that almost made my heart stop. Get ready, use your strongest strike, and take my sword. I was dumbfounded at that moment. No, bro, didn't you use a small dagger when teaching Zoro? Why are you going straight for the black sword, knight with me? This double standard is not how it works. He didn't even give me time to react, slowly raising that huge black sword, and with a casual swipe towards me. I tell you, when he swung that knife, I felt the air around me freeze. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure instantly locked me in place. I couldn't move at all, only able to watch helplessly as that strike, capable of splitting the entire island, flew towards me. I tell you, when he swung that knife, I felt the air around me freeze. An indescribable sense of terror instantly locked me in place. I couldn't move at all, only able to watch as that slash, capable of splitting the entire island, flew towards me. At that moment, my mind went blank. Really, there was only one thought: fight to the death. I had to stand and die if I had to. I let out a roar to bolster my courage, gripping my black knife tightly, pouring all my overwhelming aura into it, as if it were free. Suddenly, the knife expanded into a nearly 10-meter-long black, flame giant blade, and I was taken aback myself, feeling incredibly cool. At that moment, I didn't think twice and swung at the incoming white slash, shouting the name of my move, Demon Flame Slash. Let me tell you, when I unleashed this move, the momentum was incredible, like a devil with a wide-open bloody mouth, feeling like I could swallow that tiny slash on the opposite side in one bite. But what happened? Who understands, right? As soon as the two attacks collided, there was a loud crack, and my impressive-looking black flame giant blade was sliced in half like it was made of paper. With a bang, it exploded, scattering black sparks everywhere, looking just like a cheap black firework. Not impressive at all. My eyes widened in shock, my mind filled with what the hell. To make matters worse, after that white slash broke through my ultimate move, it still had enough power and speed left to continue flying straight at my face. There was no way to dodge it, so I could only brace myself with the sword held horizontally in front of my chest. Bang! Another loud crash. The impact from a sword was unbelievable. It felt like a prehistoric beast had slammed into me head-on. I was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the trees behind me like bowling pins. One after another, the sounds of breaking would never stop. I flew who knows how far before finally coming to a stop, collapsing on the ground. My throat tasted sweet, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. I looked up at that calm Hawkeye in the distance, my anger making my liver ache. If it weren't for the pain making me speechless, I would have cursed him out. Is this how you teach swordsmanship? Why don't you demonstrate a bit? You just jump right in with your ultimate move, huh? But that guy actually chuckled lightly, slowly saying, figure out on your own. When you could take one of my strikes, you can leave. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and strolled back into the castle as if nothing had happened. I was lying on the ground, feeling dazed, as if my internal organs had shifted and even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through me. I was still pondering enlightenment? What kind of enlightenment? Just then, my dear system came online. Ding, congratulations to the host for discovering the skill sword intent. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Yes. Hurry up. I was screaming wildly in my heart. In an instant, a strange and wonderful feeling surged into my mind. How can I put it? It was as if I suddenly understood what the knife in my hand was saying, a mysterious feeling. It was simply an introductory experience card for the unity of man and sword. I immediately simplified this skill using energy points. Ding! Simplification successful. Sword intense sword grip. At that moment, I understood completely. Goodness, it turns out that Hawkeye's normal attacks are just like his ultimate. And it's all because of this sword intent. As long as I hold the sword, I can continuously deepen my understanding and perception of it. This system is simply my divine tool, focused on making it land. As long as the mindset is right, the cheat will come. I lay on the ground blissfully, holding my sword, healing while grinning foolishly. Inside the castle, Hawkeye was probably watching me with a glass of red wine, thinking, when will this kid comprehend the sword intent? I've been lonely for a long time. Hey, little does he know, I'll graduate in no time. 3 days later, my injuries healed quickly, and I began hellish training. During the day, I swung my sword to practice sword intent, and whenever I had free time, I went to find those big baboons in the forest to practice my armed color dominance. I had to develop comprehensively. That guy Hawkeye was watching from the castle, and I bet he was quite surprised. This kid has talent. He grasped the threshold in just a few days. Maybe he really can cultivate a swordsman who surpasses me. A few days later, Hawkeye said he was going on a long trip and wouldn't be back for about 6 months, leaving me to fend for myself. Once he left, my training became freer, but cooking became a big problem. The food I made wasn't even fit for a dog. With no choice, I had to rely on the system to simplify the cooking skill. Guess what happened? Cooking chopping vegetables. All right, as long as I can chop vegetables, I can make delicious food. I give that logic full marks. So, after more than half a year of this, while I was swinging my sword vigorously, the system suddenly came to life again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Rescue Nicole Alvia. System rewards: 5 energy points, 1 physical skill, 1 two-handed sword skill. I was stunned at the time. Nicole Alvia? Isn't that Robin's mother? I increasingly felt that this system was not just about making me stronger. It seemed to want me to mess up the entire world's storyline. However, the system didn't seem to have any malicious intent. There were no penalties for not accepting tasks. So what else could I say? Let's do it. I directly found Hawkeye, who had just returned, and said I wanted to go out for some training. He looked me up and down and actually nodded. Well, you do need some real combat experience. The baboons on this island are no longer enough for you to fight. I thanked him and turned to leave. Behind me came Hawkeye's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement. To grow this much in just 6 months, perhaps in 10 years. You could stand shoulder to shoulder with me. I sat in my little broken boat, leaving the island with my destination set for O'Hara in the West Sea. And guess what happened? I, a great voyager, proudly got lost. I couldn't even find north with a map. It was ridiculous. Just when I was about to despair, a Navy ship appeared ahead. I quickly took out my binoculars and saw, wow, a giant admiral, Sengoku D. Shanks, the same guy who later saved Little Robin. The system directly listed his information for me. It seemed that Alvia was on his ship. I initially thought about impersonating the Navy to get on board, but it looks like I need to change my disguise. I immediately put on the black cloak I had worn while passing through the Sabeti archipelago and steered my boat straight toward them. The people on the Navy ship quickly spotted me, and Shanks walked to the back of the ship, looking at me warily. I jumped onto their ship and said in a lowered voice, "Let Alvia go." When Shanks heard this, his expression changed, and he asked if I was that black-clad person from Sabeti who hit a celestial dragon. I thought to myself, you're quite clever, so I played along and said, if you say so, let her go or don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, I was fully prepared for a tough battle. As a result, what Sauron said next completely fried my CPU. He said to me with a serious expression, "All right, I am willing to hand over Alviria. I just hope you can spare us." Me? No, come on, are you serious? You just voted without even trying? You're a rear admiral. I can't believe what he's doing. I suspect you wanted to let him go all along and used me as an excuse to save face. The naval soldier next to him was getting anxious, saying this is a wanted criminal of the world government, and letting him go would be a huge mistake. Sauron directly yelled at him, saying he would take responsibility if anything went wrong. I can only say that he folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. Soon, a wise older sister with white hair, who looked a lot like Robin, was brought out. This was Alvia. Sauron had someone untie her, and Alvia walked over to me. I hugged her waist and left a message to tell the Navy, just say I'm knight, thanks a lot, and then jumped off the ship with her, quickly making my escape. It was thrilling to show off and then run. I guess Salong picked up the phone bug to report to the warring states the next second. Back on my small boat, I used my power to break the chains on Alvia's hands. After she thanked me, she kept guessing my identity, asking if I was with the Revolutionary Army. I couldn't be bothered to explain and directly told her, "You can't go back to O'Hara now. They're about to launch the demon-slaying order there." I thought I could scare her, but this woman was very stubborn. Her gaze was incredibly firm. "No, I must go back. The people on the island are waiting for me to save them. Even if I have to swim back, I will go back. I really can't believe it. Fine, I'll take you back. I want to see how you plan to save him. Anyway, with me around, it's no problem to ensure that you stay alive." Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, my troublesome grandfather Karp is being called to the office by Sengoku for a talk. Sengoku tells him that the man in black who attacked the celestial dragons has appeared again in the West Sea and has rescued Alvia, and he wants Karp to go capture him. When Karp hears this, he probably starts to have doubts, wondering if my precious grandson is causing trouble again. He readily agrees, which leaves Sengoku bewildered. My grandfather knows very well that if he doesn't go and someone else does, then I will really be in trouble. 2 days later, we arrived at O'Hara. Because I directly rescued Alvia from the Navy's ship, saving her the time to escape, we arrived several days earlier than in the original storyline. As soon as Alvia set foot on the island, she headed straight for the Tree of Knowledge, and I quietly followed her. Just as we arrived on the island, the system chimed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Obtain the historical text from the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara. System reward, 2 energy points. Wow, it's like I'm being asked to play the role of a Tomb Raider. But since there's a reward, I have to get it." While Alvia was in a meeting with Dr. Kloba and the others, I sneaked into the basement of the Tree of Omniscience. After searching for a long time without success, a little girl in a short skirt suddenly walked out from behind an open bookshelf and asked me who I was. I took a look and realized it was Robin from my childhood. I had a sudden idea and tricked her by saying, "It was Dr. Kuroba who sent me. He said your mom is back and told you to hurry outside." As soon as little Robin heard that her mom was back, her eyes lit up, and after thanking me, she rushed out, forgetting to close the door to the secret room. I chuckled and slipped inside, immediately spotting the huge historical text. Without hesitation, I stored it in my system backpack. When I came out, I happened to bump into Robin pointing at me, telling Dr. Kuroba that I was the one who called her out. I quickly dodged and disappeared from their sight. Soon after, Alvia distanced herself from everyone, going out alone with a gun, saying she was going to stop the Navy. Watching her back, I sighed. This woman really knows how to stir up trouble. There was no choice. My mission was to save her, so I had to follow her. Sure enough, she was soon caught by CP9's commander Spandam. I didn't make a move because I knew the timing wasn't right. Once they had captured all the scholars under the Tree of Knowledge, the Demon Slaughter Order officially began. Shells rained down from the sky, turning the entire island into a sea of flames. Spandam ran away in fear, while Alvia and the others surprisingly ran back into the burning Tree of Knowledge to rescue the books. I looked at the raging fire, feeling overwhelmed. At that moment, Salong appeared, starting to escape with little Robin. There was no time to think about anything else. Saving people was the priority. I directly took a step forward and rushed up the burning tree. As I charged into the fire scene, it was filled with thick smoke. Alvia, along with several old scholars, was desperately throwing books out. I told her directly, "I'm here to take you away." She wanted me to rescue others, saying she should stay behind. Those old scholars were also quite heroic, urging her to make sure she survives. I didn't have time to watch their emotional farewells. So I shouted, "If you don't leave now, no one will be able to." Only then did Alvia grit her teeth and follow me. I wrapped my arms around her waist and jumped out of the window, directly cradling her in a princess carry as I sprinted towards the shore. The sky was raining down shells like it was a storm, but I managed to dodge them all thanks to my observation Haki. By the time we reached the shore and boarded the ship, a familiar dog-headed warship was chasing after us. Standing at the bow was none other than my dear grandfather, Karp. Alvia's face turned pale with fear. But I wasn't worried at all. I silently complained in my heart, "Grandpa, it's me, your beloved grandson. At least act a little more convincingly." Karp had already recognized me, and I could imagine the black lines forming on his forehead. Yet, he still pretended to pick up a cannonball, took off his justice cape, and shouted fist to the meteor, throwing one after another at us. I tell you, that scene was magnificent. The shells fell like a meteor shower, but each one landed precisely behind my ship, creating towering waves that actually acted like a propeller, pushing my ship to go even faster. My grandpa yelled while throwing, "Don't even think about running away." He was probably thinking to himself, "You little brat, I'll deal with you when you come back." Just like that, under his cover, we quickly escaped from O'Hara. Once we were completely safe, the system's notification sound rang out, and the mission was completed. I looked at the terrified Olvia beside me. She was still thinking about Robin on the island. I could only remind her, "You're a wanted criminal now, and the Navy already knows you've escaped." Upon hearing this, she wilted, but the next second she grabbed my arm, her eyes red, and that little expression, let me tell you, it was something else. She said she just wanted to take a distant glance, just one look. Sigh. Who understands the heart of a mother? I'm just a soft-hearted person. All right, I'll take you. I directly activated the observation Haki to the maximum. Do you know? That guy Akiji left behind an ice path that looked just like a highway sign on the sea, and the chill was incredibly obvious. Before long, I locked onto something. A small figure was sitting in a broken boat, desperately paddling, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Olivia couldn't hold it in any longer, tears streaming down her face, and she was about to rush over. I quickly grabbed her, reminding her not to act impulsively. Wouldn't that put Robin in danger? Only then did she calm down, watching from a distance, her tears soaking her collar. In the end, she wiped her eyes and said to me, "Let's go." I asked her, "So where do you plan to go?" She hesitated for a moment, then looked down and quietly asked me if she could follow me. I thought for a while. The system wanted me to save her, and it definitely wasn't just to save her and then leave her behind. Having an extra helper wouldn't be bad, so I agreed. After half a month, I finally returned to my old lair, Claykana Island. And guess what? That guy Hawkeye had run away. He just left a torn note saying he would come back in a year. I thought at the time, this teacher is really irresponsible, right? Just going for a casual teaching style. Huh? I'm just complaining here. Olivia rushed over like she discovered a new continent, holding a few broken stones, all excited, saying this is the ruins of the kingdom of Sikiali. How would I know? I'm just a temporary resident. I took off my black robe, ready to explain some precautions to her, like not to run around because there are baboons outside and to cook for me. As a result, she was completely dumbfounded, pointing at my face, unable to speak clearly. I wondered if there was something on my face. It wasn't until later that I realized, wow, she just saw my face clearly and found out that the one who saved her was a young guy, and her CPU was overheating. Just as I was settling down, the newsbird delivered the newspaper. I took a look and was amused. The newspaper said Olivia was already dead. This operation must be the world government trying to save face by blocking the news. Then I flipped to the other side and my pupil shook. There was a silhouette in a black robe with a bounty of 100 million berries. Codename Knight. At that moment, I had only one thought. I'm worth 100 million. How on earth did this immense wealth fall to me? For the next year, I entered a crazy training mode. As for Olivia, she became my exclusive logistic support, cooking and studying the ruins. Our little life was quite fulfilling. A year later, I was practicing swordplay in the yard when that familiar, overwhelming, oppressive aura came back. Hawkeye. He returned. Without further ado, he stood there, his gaze as sharp as a knife, asking me if I was ready to take his full power strike. Let me tell you, that aura was many times stronger than a year ago. Could I be cowardly? Absolutely not. I directly wrapped my Conqueror's Haki around me, all my sword intent concentrated at the tip of the blade, the whole sword flashing with red electric light. On his side, as the Black Sword Knight was unsheathed, a world-destroying slash came at me. I didn't use any fancy techniques, just the purest horizontal slash to meet it. The two slashes collided with a bang. The whole island shook 3 times. As the light dissipated, I stood my ground, feeling a sweetness in my throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood. But I stood firm. I held my ground. That guy, Hawkeye, didn't even look back, coolly dropped a line saying I could leave, and then walked away. Hey, that counts as him acknowledging me as his disciple. I deeply bowed to his back, willingly calling him master. We were floating on a small broken boat towards the East Sea, mainly to take Olvia back to the naval headquarters, which was basically looking for trouble. We also wanted to check on Luffy and the others. But halfway there, the boat fell apart, and we could only cling to a piece of wood. Alvia's mouth seemed to be cursed. She had just asked if the boat could make it, and then it was gone. Just then, I saw a dark mass in the distance. Dozens of ships. The prow had a Black Panther on it, and I suddenly remembered, wasn't this the East Sea Overlord? The Click pirate crew? They're called overlords, but they're actually just a bunch of weaklings. I couldn't help but laugh and told Alvia, don't move. Our ship is coming. I flew over in just a month. The enemy, not following the rules of combat, immediately bombarded me with a barrage. Family. Those shells were like rain, and guess what? Not a single hair on me was touched. I landed on their main ship's deck, and that guy named Click asked me who I was. When I told him my name, he even dared to sneak attack me. A few bullets, and I just tilted my head to avoid them all. His expression at that moment was like he had seen a ghost. I didn't waste time talking to him. With a flick of my sword, one of his arms flew off. This guy was tough too, kneeling and begging for mercy, then immediately released poison gas shells. Let me tell you, those little tricks were like child's play in front of me. I unleashed my might, and the poison gas couldn't even get close. And then there was nothing more. With one sword strike, I cleanly took his head. The remaining small ships wanted to escape. The system mission had already arrived. Could I let you run away? I unleashed a powerful move, Demonic Flame Slash. With a black sword, energy dozens of meters long slashing down, and the entire sea surface exploded. The world became tranquil. I was driving the stolen battleship, bringing Alvia back home in style. But when we arrived at the Windmill Village dock, there wasn't a soul in sight. It looked like a scene from a zombie apocalypse. It wasn't until Sister Machino poked her head out of the tavern and pulled us inside that I learned everyone in the village thought the clique pirates had come and had hidden away. I almost laughed to death and quickly explained that the ship was my loot. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, I settled Alvia in and headed up Galbo Mountain alone. When I met Dayton and chatted, I found out that Ace had set sail not long ago. Just as we were talking, the door was suddenly slammed open, and that kid Luffy came flying like a rubber ball, immediately wrapping himself around me, shouting, "Luching brother." I hadn't seen the kid in years, and he had grown quite a bit stronger. I teased him, asking if he was afraid I would beat him up for his grandfather. But he didn't believe it and insisted I hit him a couple of times to try it out. Of course, I had to oblige. I activated my armament Haki and landed 2 solid punches on his head, which gave him big bumps. He was running around in pain, asking why my fists hurt so much too. Hey kid, you'll find out soon enough. Anyway, after messing around with these little brats for a few days, it was time for me to get back to business. I settled Alvia in Windmill Village, and let me tell you, with Luffy around, this place is safer than the Navy headquarters. As for me, I had to set off. Why? Because a notification rang in my head. The system sent me a new delivery mission. Go to Sky Island and bring back the Thunder Fruit and the Poneglyph. Wow, that's top-notch stuff. A month later, I was already on Gaia Island in the North Sea. The ship? It was the shabby ship of the clique pirates that I had casually taken. The crew? Those captives were now my free labor. I threw out 1,000,000 berries and had them modify the ship, adding flying wings. The rest of the money would serve as their wages. While waiting around, I decided to take a stroll through the streets. Hey, guess who I ran into? The human ape pirates. The big gorilla leading them. Oh no, the human ape, I recognized him at a glance. The boss behind him was a key figure for going to Sky Island. I stepped up with a quick stride, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Yo, human ape friend, how are you? Let me tell you, this guy just eats this stuff up." As soon as he heard me call him an ape, he got so happy his face turned red, and he stroked his chin, asking me, do you think I look very ape-like?" I held back my laughter and nodded very seriously. "Yeah, you're simply as ape-like as it gets." This sentence completely fried his CPU. He immediately treated me like a brother, patted his chest, and said, "Brother, just say the word if you need anything. There's no one on this island who doesn't know me, the ape." I had been waiting for this line, so I directly said, "I'm looking for the descendants of Mont Blanc Nolan." He was taken aback for a moment, then reacted, "Oh, you're looking for my boss. Wait, why do you need him?" As soon as I saw his cautious little eyes, I quickly explained, "Don't worry, brother. I'm not interested in gold. I just want to go to the sky and see the Sky Island." He still looked half convinced. I rolled my eyes and put on a stern face to scare him. "Hey, you just promised to help me. I've heard that if a gorilla goes back on its word, it can regress into a monkey. My family, who understands?" He immediately got scared and his mouth twitched as he waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. I'll take you. I'll take you, is that okay? But you have to promise it's really not for gold. After walking with him for half an hour, we finally arrived at a dilapidated wooden house by the sea. He pointed to a big guy with a bare chest and a chestnut on his head and said, "Look, that's my boss." I walked over and realized it was Hawkeye. I didn't waste time with him and got straight to the point. "Hello, uncle. I want to go to the Sky Island." Hawkeye sized me up for a long time before he started to tell me everything he knew. He talked about the Cloud Emperor and the Sky Current, making it sound fantastic, but concluded with a single sentence. The theory exists, but the method does not. It's very dangerous. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. I said, "All right, uncle, just tell me where that cloud usually appears." He pointed in a direction and wanted to warn me about the danger. Before he could finish his sentence, I was already gone. I stepped onto the water's surface and, with a quick glide, dashed into that area of the sea. It's all about hands-on experience. Who needs theorists when there are doers like me? The people on the shore, including Hawkeye, were stunned, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. They must have been thinking about where this fierce person came from. It seemed he remembered something and shouted toward me, but I had already plunged into the sea. Not long after I went down, a massive dark shape came rushing toward me. Goodness, it was a giant sea creature over 20 meters long, with a huge mouth wide open, probably mistaking me for a dessert after its meal. At that moment, all I could think was, get lost. I swiftly drew my knife and executed a slash. It was decisive and clean. The sword energy split the water, and the creature's head flew off like a sliced watermelon. Those on the shore watched in shock as the sea surface churned violently, and then a large area bubbled up with red. Finally, the corpse of the sea creature floated to the surface, and everyone's jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. As for me, I didn't pay any attention at all and dove straight down. Hey, what nonsense and emptiness is he talking about? Isn't this just a huge underwater volcano? Now I understand. As long as we wait for that so-called Gideon to drift right above the volcano, and then let the volcano erupt, won't it just push the ship up? I surfaced and returned to the shore. Hawkeye looked at me with a different expression, as if he were looking at a deity, and eagerly asked what I had discovered. When I mentioned the volcano, he immediately had a look of realization, extremely excited, insisting on going up with me to witness the Golden Bell in person. All right, having more helpers is fine. 2 days later, the ship was modified, and Gideon appeared on time. Our 2 boats sailed to the designated location, but Hawkeye began to worry. The volcano was silent. Do we have to wait for the next time? I laughed. Wait for what? If it doesn't erupt, I'll make it erupt. I stood directly at the bow of the ship, my armed color instantly reaching its peak. The black blade ignited with roaring black magic flames, condensing into a giant sword over 10 meters long. I swung down a magic flame slash towards the location of the volcano in my memory. That black flame, sword energy, forcefully cleaved the sea open, accurately striking the volcano's mouth at the seabed. Boom! With a loud roar, the entire sea surface instantly collapsed into a massive whirlpool, followed by a destructive torrent of seawater erupting from the depths. Hawkeye was too shocked to react, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Quick!" Into the center of the whirlpool, the 2 ships were suddenly lifted by the current, shooting up into the sky like they were on a rocket. I still had to run over myself, cut the rope, and open the flying wings of our ship. Goodness! The feeling of weightlessness was unbelievable. We passed through layer after layer of clouds, and before we knew it, we had reached an altitude of 7,000 meters, diving headfirst into a jelly-like white ocean. When we burst out again, we found ourselves above a vast expanse of white clouds. The Sky Island had arrived. Hawkeye was there, tears streaming down his face, crying that his ancestors were not liars. I had no time for his emotional display and directly asked him to release Nan to lead the way. Soon we saw a piece of land. I told my subordinates to stay put and jumped onto the island myself. The urgent task was to find the historical text and the thunder fruit. Just as I was worrying, a white shadow flashed by. It was a little fox. I recognized it as Coney's pet. I immediately followed it. Sure enough, at Angel Beach, I saw the golden-haired beauty with small wings on her back. I must say, she was really stunning. I couldn't be bothered to waste time talking. I directly asked where Shandora was. She pretended not to know, so I swiftly drew my knife and pressed it against her neck, smiling and saying, "Little sister, give me directions, or your pretty face will get a few more cuts." She immediately cried out in fear, trembling as she pointed me in the direction. I rushed forward, and before long, I heard arguing coming from the woods. I approached to take a look and saw several Sky Island people bullying a wingless guy. Upon closer inspection, I recognized those iconic long earlobes. Wow, isn't that the future god of thunder, Enel? Why does he look like such a weakling now? Checking the system panel, I saw he was level G and his skill was getting beaten. I couldn't hold back and realized he hadn't eaten the fruit yet. An opportunity had come. Without hesitation, I unleashed a sword chi, instantly slicing the bullies into 6 pieces. Enel, splattered with blood, didn't seem scared at all. Instead, he had a smirk on his face. Interesting. I pretended to pass by, while in my mind, I was calculating, I won't kill you, and when you help me find the rumble fruit, I'll swoop in and take it. This kid was clever too. Seeing me about to leave, he immediately called out to me, saying he could take me to Shandora to find gold, but I had to split it with him. I was overjoyed. I had been worried about not having a guide, so I agreed on the spot. He led me through twists and turns until we finally reached the legendary Golden City, Shandora. Wow, there was gold everywhere, dazzling my eyes. But instead of collecting gold, Enel started rhythmically tapping on a piece of gold. I thought, oh no, he is summoning someone. Sure enough, a massive blue serpent, the Lord of the Sky, descended from the heavens and opened its giant mouth to bite us. Seeing Enel's excited expression, I instantly understood. He wanted to be swallowed by the snake on purpose, knowing there must be treasures inside its belly. What a joke. I quickly flashed to his side, shoved him aside, and faced the serpent's mouth myself. Watch out. I pretended to shout. The next second, I was swallowed whole by the Lord of the Sky. Inside the snake, it was dark and foul-smelling. I searched for a long time, but aside from stones and gold, there was nothing. I calmed down and thought, wait a minute. I need to think from Enel's weak perspective. If he got in, how would he get out? With his strength, he definitely couldn't break through the snake's skin. The only exit, oh no, it was the rear end. The treasure must be along the way to the rear end. Does anyone understand? For a devil fruit, I actually had to crawl through a snake's intestines. Cursing to myself, I wrapped a thick layer of Haki around me and steeled myself to venture into the dark depths. Surprisingly, as I walked, I suddenly noticed what seemed to be a corner of a box embedded in the fleshy wall next to me. I quickly drew my knife and, in no time, extracted the box from the flesh. Upon opening it, I found a fruit shimmering with blue arcs of electricity lying quietly inside. The rumble fruit. Finally got it. But in this environment, the smell was overwhelming, so I decided to put it in my system backpack first and wash it clean before eating. Just as that thought crossed my mind, the system's prompt chimed. Wow, the system is serious? The fruit can be simplified? I hurriedly asked what the simplification would do. The system directly informed me that for just 10 energy points, I could erase the fruit's most fatal weakness. Let me tell you, after simplification, the sea prism stone, all of it would be ineffective, directly immune. Does anyone understand? This is a no-brainer. I had to simplify. 10 energy points for a nature-type fruit with no weaknesses. This was a huge profit. As the system confirmed the simplification was successful, I felt the fruit in my backpack had become significantly heavier. All right, the treasure was in hand, and it was not a good place to linger. I turned around and stabbed my sword into the flesh of the Lord of the Sky, creating a large hole, and swiftly slipped out. When I emerged, the big snake was already writhing in pain, rolling its eyes as it fainted, completely unaware. I couldn't be bothered with it, so I quickly oriented myself and dashed towards the ruins of Shandora. That historical text was waiting for me. Since I took a shortcut, I didn't encounter Enel, who was heading this way. After about 10 minutes, I returned to Shandora and quickly stored the massive historical text into the system space. Just as I finished, several people flew in from above and surrounded me. The leader, let me tell you, was shining brightly, clad in golden armor, and riding a rather unimpressive mount. Scanning the system panel, I saw it was Gonfall, the god of the Sky Island. Oh, isn't this the former god? I couldn't help but mock in my heart. When he was a god, he wore golden armor, but after being ousted, he had to settle for iron. This downgrade in consumption is too real. The old man pointed a long spear at me and asked sternly, "Sea of Qinghai person, what are you doing here? Where's that tablet? Did you take it?" I shrugged my shoulders, looking completely innocent. "Old man, just take a look at me. I'm covered in these tattered rags. What do you think I could hide a stone tablet bigger than me? In my 8-pack abs?" Gonfur heard this, and, surprisingly, I actually managed to convince him. His face darkened, realizing I had a point. He waved his hand, telling me to quickly get lost, saying this wasn't a place for me. "Fine. If you're not going to fight, then I'm leaving." I turned around and walked away without looking back. I found a secluded spot, quickly pulled out the thunderfruit, washed it in the stream until it was shiny, and then took a big bite. Wow. I initially thought devil fruits would taste like chewing on an old tire for 800 years, but this thing was actually sweet. It was like eating a juicy peach. I guess this was also thanks to the system's simplification. After a few bites, a surge of violent energy exploded in my stomach, rushing through my entire body. I extended my right hand, focused my mind, and a blue electric ball began to crackle in my palm. It worked. The system notification sounded, "Task completed. Rewarded with 2 energy points. My fruit development ability leveled up by 2, and I unlocked 2 skills, Electrocution and Divine Judgment." I thought about it for a moment. Fruit development was too complicated, so I simplified it. Ding. Simplification successful. Fruit development sleeping. Family who understands. This is pure passive income. I can get stronger just by sleeping. I felt a bit embarrassed about how easy it was. Once everything was settled, I strolled back to the ship and found that Kai and his group were all gone, probably caught up in the hunt for gold. I couldn't be bothered, so I just laid down on the deck and started cultivating, which was basically sleeping. I slept for 3 days. 3 days later, while I was lying on the deck, soaking up the sun, I suddenly heard screams and howls coming from the forest ahead. I opened my eyes, and lo and behold, it was Kai and his group, scrambling towards the ship, being chased by a large group of Sky Island priests, who were firing various shells at them. Leading the charge was that old acquaintance, Gonfur. No wonder Kai and his crew couldn't handle it. They were being pressed into ground. Just as I was about to get up, the system task came in, helping Kai escape with a reward of 2 energy points. Well, now I really have to take action. I directly pulled out the maple leaf and shouted over to them, "Hey, everyone get down." When Kai looked up and saw me, he was confused, but his instinct for survival made him shout for all the crew members to lie down immediately. The next second, a blade of sword energy shot past at an incredible speed. Gonfuel, that old man, changed his expression drastically, jumped off his mount, and tried to intercept it with his spear and slash. What happened? His attack was like paper in front of my sword energy, instantly torn apart. Both he and his spear were blasted away with a bang, crashing through several large trees before coming to a stop, spitting out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Seeing this opportunity, Kai quickly called everyone to run back to the ship. The remaining people from Sky Island were stunned by my sword strike, daring only to watch from a distance and not daring to pursue further. I directly appeared in front of Gonful with a flash, and the group of priests around him was startled and immediately surrounded me with their weapons drawn. I didn't even lift my eyelids and calmly said, "What's the matter? Do you want to give it a try?" Just that one sentence made them retreat in fear. Gonful quickly stopped his subordinates and tremblingly pulled out a pass from his pocket and handed it to me, saying, "Here's the pass, you can go." "Thanks," I replied, took the pass, and turned to leave, looking quite graceful. Back on the ship, we set sail. On the way, I learned that Kai and the others had also gone to Shandora and actually found evidence of the existence of the Land of Gold, but they were targeted by the priests. With the pass in hand, we had a smooth journey, blowing the whistle to call 2 giant octopuses to pull our ship, safely descending from the Sky Island back to the Blue Sea. After bidding farewell to Kai, I instructed the ship's crew to set sail, with the destination being the Navy headquarters. I had been out for so long, it was time to go back. More than half a month later, I finally returned to Marineford. I didn't dare go find my cheap grandpa Garp first. What if I got another round of his loving iron fists? I chose to return to the elite training camp first to report to my teacher Zephyr. When I arrived at the training ground, Teacher Zephyr was leading the students in practical training. I quickly stepped forward and stood at attention. "Teacher, I'm back." With my shout, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone turned to look at me. Teacher Zfa smiled when he saw me. Chen, you brat have finally decided to come back after 2 years of training outside. His gaze scanned me like an x-ray, making me feel uneasy. I just humbly said a few words when Teacher Zephyr waved his hand and said, "All right, enough talk. Who wants to compete with Chen? Step forward." As soon as he finished speaking, several people stepped out one after another. Wow, Smoker, Bartolomeo, I'm all familiar faces. When did I become so popular? The system task also popped up. Defeat all challengers. Rewards include energy and fruit development levels. Teacher Zephyr smiled and said, "Chen, you go ahead and choose. You just came back. It's time to stretch your muscles." I can tell what he is thinking. He wants to see how much progress I've made over the past 2 years, and he also wants to use me as a target to criticize these arrogant students. I glanced at the 5 people standing out, and the strongest among them, Smoker, was only at B level. I was silent for a moment, then said something that shocked everyone. "You 5, come meet together." "What? Chen, are you crazy?" Smoker and the others looked equally incredulous. I just nodded affirmatively again. It was Zephyr who couldn't stand it anymore and directly shouted at them. "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear? I told you to come at him together. Do you really think 5 of you could defeat him?" This immediately ignited Smoker and the others' anger. The 5 of them exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus, charging toward me simultaneously with their shave technique. Their strategy was simple. 4 of them would hold me back while the one with the retrospective fruit, Ein, would look for an opportunity to touch me. What a naive thought. With a flick of my right hand, I unleashed 4 streams of sword energy, directly sealing off their attack routes in a cross pattern. Smoker. The old Smoker was clever enough to transform into smoke and evade, but the other 4 unlucky ones were sent crashing against the wall like bowling pins, creating a big hole in the training ground wall. Smoker's expression changed, realizing that my swordsmanship had surpassed the level it was 2 years ago. But he was not convinced, and with his right fist hardened by armament Haki, his arm turned to mist, and he launched a white fist attack at me. My gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of dominance, as I slashed my sword through the air, entwined with maple leaves. His fist collided with my sword energy and was instantly suppressed, causing him to stagger backward. He attempted to vaporize and evade again, but he didn't realize that my sword energy was infused with Haki. With a sound of Pu-Chi, the sword energy pierced through his vaporized arm, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. Teacher Zephyr reminded from the side, "Don't use your devil fruit abilities in front of him. He has already mastered Haki." Upon hearing this, Smoker and the others turned pale. They hadn't even learned to use Haki yet, and I could already use it externally. At that moment, the 4 people I had knocked away got back up, and the 5 of them stood together again, ready to fight to the death. Altogether, the 5 of them launched their attacks simultaneously, kicks, punches, a relentless barrage aimed at me. But I simply activated my observation Haki, lightly tapping my feet, dancing like a blade, effortlessly dodging all their attacks. I was just waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Ein's figure appeared behind me, that delicate little hand reaching straight for my shoulder. "I've been waiting for you," I scoffed coldly, my figure instantly disappearing and reappearing behind her. At some point, a knife had already appeared in my hand. Dual-wielding tornado. My body spun rapidly, and a tornado formed from countless sword energies erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping all 5 of them. As the tornado howled and flew dozens of meters away, they fell down like dumplings, each one battered and bruised, looking utterly disheveled. They still wanted to get up and fight, but Teacher Zephyr spoke up. "Give up." He didn't even use his full strength. Upon hearing this, Smoker and the others nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The damage wasn't great, but the insult was extremely strong. 5 people against 1, and they couldn't even force out his full strength. With the system rewards in hand, Teacher Zephyr walked over and said, "Since he didn't use your full strength, how about we have a little spar?" Just as I was about to agree, a booming voice erupted in the training ground. "Zephyr, who do you think you're to teach my grandson a lesson? Let me see what this kid is made of today." Goodness, my cheap grandpa Karp stormed in with a dark face, filled with anger. The system task instantly changed. Battle against Karp. Hold on for 5 minutes or earn his recognition. Teacher Zephyr He gave me a look of resignation and quietly stepped aside. Lucian, you little brat are back, and you didn't come to see me first? Karp shouted at me. I can only awkwardly smile. Grandpa, I'm just afraid of disturbing you. Less talking. Step out. Karp didn't listen to the explanation at all, his fists cracking loudly, covered in a pitch-black Haki. In the next second, his figure disappeared. Zulfust. I only felt a deadly chill and quickly retreated with a shave. But Karp's figure had already appeared in front of me like a ghost. His fist the size of a cooking pot was crashing toward my face. My pupils dilated suddenly, and I instinctively raised my sword to block. Bang! With a loud crash, I was sent flying as if struck by a meteor, smashing through the training grounds wall and leaving a perfect human-shaped hole in it. I crawled up from the ruins, spat out a mouthful of blood, and grinned. Grandpa, it was just a spar. Did you really need to go this hard? Oomph. Since you've gone all out, I guess I have to show some real skills. My gaze sharpened, and a surge of overwhelming sword intent erupted from my body, causing all the students present to feel suffocated. A flicker of satisfaction flashed in Karp's eyes. But he said, Kid, you've learned to show off in front of me. I raised my long sword and drew a circle in front of me. Countless red sword energies, smaller than flower petals, gathered around me. Thousands upon thousands. One sword style heavenly maiden scatter. As I slashed with my sword, the sky full of red petals instantly transformed into the deadliest sword energy, shooting towards Karp like a torrential wave. Fistbone meteor fist. Karp laughed heartily, not dodging or evading. His fists danced with afterimages, unleashing hundreds of punches in an instant, forcefully shattering 99 of my thousands of sword energies. But still, a few sword energies grazed his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood. Karp touched the wound on his face, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, my strength has increased. After saying that, he surprisingly turned around and left, too lazy to fight, heading back to sleep. I watched his departing figure and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he left. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to a pulp in less than 5 minutes. The system rewards were in hand. But teacher Zifa pointed at the wall we had damaged and said, Lucian, you broke the wall. Fix it before you come back for training. I was huffing and puffing while patching the wall, wondering when this hard life of mine would come to an end. I remember when I single-handedly went after that pirate captain named Diaz. That was truly exhilarating. I told you at that moment. I slashed that guy's ship in half with one sword, and he panicked. Seeing that he couldn't beat me, he resorted to dirty tricks, grabbing a fisherman's slave and putting the sword against his neck, shouting at me, Navy, if you dare to move, I'll kill him. I laughed at that moment and said, Brother, are you a bit out of your mind? What am I here for? I'm here to kill you. The lives and deaths of these slaves have nothing to do with me. If I were the kind-hearted type with that sword just now, you and your ship would have been fish food already, and you wouldn't still be here shouting at me. Diaz was immediately silenced. He probably had never encountered a Navy officer so ruthless. I didn't have time to waste with him, so I quickly drew my twin swords, unleashing 2 sword energies, one red and one black, straight towards his face. Well, he reacted surprisingly quickly, throwing out 2 dark, shadowy objects from his hands. Those things twisted in the air and transformed into 2 identical black clones of himself, each holding a sword, and they actually blocked my 2 sword energies. I thought to myself, interesting, so this is your devil fruit ability? Using a strategy of sheer numbers. Huh. Come on, I want to see if your chakra is enough. As soon as Diaz saw that this tactic was effective, he instantly gained confidence, wildly waving his hands as if they were possessed. And dozens of those black monsters surrounded me. These things were like mindless zombies, swinging their weapons wildly. Their strength was just average. It was just their numbers that were bothersome. I was about to unleash a big move to clear the field when suddenly my observation Haki went off with a warning, and a strong sense of danger surged up. Without a second thought, I activated my fully armed Haki. Sure enough, that guy had been holding back his move. He suddenly shouted, Devil Exploder! Damn! Family, does anyone understand? The dozens of black clones surrounding me were like a string of firecrackers, bang, 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 one after another. They self-destructed in succession around me. The scene blew me away completely. The shockwave lifted the remaining broken planks off the sea. Diaz was over there laughing maniacally. Huh, A little brat dares to come kill me alone? He's really asking for death. He thought that with this, not to mention me, a mere warrant officer. Even a naval colonel would be blown to ashes. And what happened? When the smoke cleared, I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and grinned at him. I didn't expect your fruit ability to be quite interesting. His laughter stopped abruptly. Like a duck being choked, his eyes bulging wide, mouth open enough to fit an egg. You actually didn't die? I thought to myself. I really let my guard down, almost got tricked by that old sly one. Now he was completely panicked and unleashed his ultimate move. I saw more black mist rising from his body, and then he suddenly merged into it, instantly transforming into a giant black figure over 20 meters tall. At that moment, I thought, isn't this just a low-budget version of Susanoo? He got bigger and stronger, and with one swing of his sword, he cleaved the sea open with a huge gash. But the problem was his speed was as slow as an old man. I easily dodged him with a quick move and stood at a distance to observe him. Frustrated that he couldn't hit me, he shouted in his giant voice, "Kid, don't hide." I touched my nose and laughed. All right, since you said so, I should show some real skills. Originally, I wanted to directly pull out my lightning fruit and give him a 100,000 volt electrotherapy package. But then I thought again, with so many people around, it's better to hold back a bit. So I drew my two knives, Maple Leaf and Black Blade, and directly wrapped my Conqueror's Haki around them, as red arcs of electricity crackled and danced along the blades. I narrowed my eyes, crossing my dual blades, and slashed at the black giant. Dual blade style, Demon Slash. Two terrifying red sword energies instantly merged into one, forming a gigantic X-shaped strike, followed by a menacing red demon phantom, clawing and lunging forward. Diaz tried to withstand it with his big black sword, but in the face of my move, his sword was as fragile as paper, snapping with a crack. He didn't even have time to react. With a splat, the entire body of the black giant was neatly sliced into 4 pieces. He screamed, trying to slip away from the fragments, but could I let him escape? With Moonstep beneath my feet, skimming over the sea like a dragonfly touching the water, I quickly closed the gap, and with a swift motion, a big good head soared into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 5 energy points. That felt good. Dealing with such villains requires cutting them off at the root. Talking too much leads to death. And I want to give him any chance to turn the tables. I swaggered back to the Navy headquarters with Diaz's head in hand. Goodness. The entire training camp was in an uproar, and everyone looked at me as if I were a monster. Isn't that the pirate Diaz with a bounty of 60 million berries? My goodness, Chen could take him down solo. Folks, let's enjoy this feeling of being in the spotlight, going for a high profile. I went straight to Teacher ZFA's office and placed my head on his desk. Teacher, can I graduate now? The old man didn't even lift his eyelids and calmly said, "You could have left a long time ago. Considering your merits, you should be promoted to lieutenant this time." A few days later, the teacher said he was taking the students out to sea for training. Suddenly, I remembered that in the storyline, this was the time when Whitebeard 2 Weibel came to intercept and even cut off the teacher's arm. I had to go with them. I quickly raised my hand. "Teacher, can I join this time?" The teacher agreed, but told me not to always take the spotlight and leave some experience for the junior students. Before we set off, I took the opportunity to visit the Chambered Islands and had a cup of coffee at Xiaqi's bar. As soon as I sat down, Sister Xiaqi handed me a cup and smiled, saying, "All right, Chen, go ahead and kill Diaz now." I thought to myself, is your intelligence network directly connected to the Pentagon? It's faster than 5G. She reminded me that killing Diaz would completely offend Doflamingo, so I should be careful. I wasn't scared at all. I said, "All right, I'm waiting for him." While we were chatting, Uncle Rayleigh walked in, saw me, and directly tossed over a pink envelope. "Kid, it's a letter from Hancock for you." I opened it, and wow, inside was a photo of Hancock. After not seeing her for a few years, she has really changed. The girl in the photo looks more and more beautiful. The letter also had a sweet message. "Brother Chen, it's been years since we last met. How have you been? I will be waiting for you on Daughter Island." I didn't know when Xiaqi had sneaked up behind me, took a glance, and smiled, saying, "Wow, girls really do change a lot. Hancock is getting more and more beautiful." I felt extremely embarrassed at that moment. A few days later, we officially set sail on Zifa's training ship. That afternoon, the sky was ominously dark, with heavy clouds looming overhead. and I had a feeling something big was about to happen. I stood alone at the bow of the ship, feeling somewhat uneasy. Sure enough, not long after, a completely white ship, shaped like two big mustaches at the front, appeared in my line of sight. A burly, overweight man with a crescent-shaped white beard was standing on the ship. Edward Weevil, the second Whitebeard. My heart skipped a beat. Something big was about to happen. I immediately turned to Barton behind me and said, "Go, call the teacher and tell him there are enemies coming." I took a closer look and saw a short and ugly blonde old lady standing next to Weibel, who claimed to be the mother of his so-called white-bearded lover, Bakeen. I quickly opened the system to take a glance and laughed. Weibel's level is S, really impressive, but his mother Bakeen's level is only F, extremely low. However, the key point is that this old lady's fruit development section surprisingly shows A. I instantly understood that this old lady was the real support carrying the team. The core equipment for this ADC, Weibel. As soon as teacher Zifa arrived, that silly Weibel immediately listened to his mother and raised his big knife, launching a huge slash from afar. The teacher was also fierce. With a loud shout, he covered his hands with armament Haki and leaped from the bow of the ship, shattering that blade of energy with a solid iron fist. Then came the chaotic battle, with Weibel charging across the surface of the sea, and the pirates on his ship swarming towards our training ship like mad dogs. Teacher Zifa shouted for the students to engage in battle. The teacher clashed with Weibel, and on the surface, it looked like the teacher was overpowering Weibel, landing punches that left him bruised and battered. But I knew that this guy was an unkillable tank. I observed for a moment and decisively locked onto that old lady on the opposing ship. Capture the thief first, capture the king. Oh no, capture the son first. Capture the mother. I was just about to sneak through the chaos to steal her family's crystal when that old woman, seemingly not weak in observation, immediately sensed my intentions and shouted in a sharp voice, "Son, come back and protect me." Without hesitation, Weibel abandoned his fight with the teacher and turned to slash at me with a knife. I raised my hand to block, but the immense force sent me flying dozens of meters away. I thought to myself, this guy's strength is just outrageous. I looked at the crisscrossing old scars on Weibel's body and then thought of his abnormal recovery ability, and I knew what was going on. This old hag is definitely a nanny. I steeled my heart and directly spent 10 energy points. System, upgrade me. Ding, system upgrade successful. The upgraded system became powerful, allowing me to see the names of others' fruits directly. I then looked at Bacon's information. Fruit, healing fruit. Case solved. This ole, which is a moving spring. Bacon directly called Weibel out by name to come after me. I immediately gave a glance to Teacher Zephyr and shouted, "Teacher, no need to help me. I'll hold him off. You go help the others." The teacher was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing my expression, he instantly understood, turned, and flew back to the training ship to help those students who were about to be overwhelmed by the pirates. I used the skill upgrade opportunity from the last task reward to hold off Weibel. Ding, would you like to upgrade the skill sword intent level? Yes. Ding, congratulations. The host's skill sword intent level has been upgraded. With the activation of the S-rank sword intent, my aura changed completely, and even the heavy rain from the sky couldn't get close to me. I soared into the air and used the newly comprehended move, one sword style Heavenly Maidens. Countless pink sword chi, like cherry blossom petals, appeared delicate yet incredibly sharp, bypassing Weibel's large sword and continuously slicing fine wounds on his body. This move focuses on dealing continuous damage, and the accompanying sword intent can prevent his wounds from healing quickly, making it so he can't even recover. Weibel cried out in pain, but his mother was still there buffing him. "Son, hold on, you won't die. Quickly kill that kid." We were to stand still. I could hurt him, but there was no way to deal with him in the short term. Just when we were locked in a fierce battle, let me tell you, the godly hand arrived. Teacher Zephyr had quietly circled around to the pirate ship and appeared behind Bakeen, delivering a powerful punch infused with armament Haki. Roaring, "Old hag, down you go." Boom. Bakeen was punched solidly into the sea. She was a devil fruit user, and once she fell into the water, she struggled for a moment and then directly met her end. When Weibel saw his mother was gone, he immediately broke down, heart-wrenchingly shouting, "Mom," and turned around to try and rescue her. Can I give him this opportunity? I smirked, crossing my dual swords exuding a powerful aura. Dual sword style, demon slash. Teacher Zifa understood immediately, appearing in front of Weibel in an instant, delivering a punch that made him stagger, letting him take my ultimate move head-on. A red demon shadow pierced through his back, leaving a massive X-shaped wound, blood gushing everywhere. Without a healer, he was just a super soldier. Weibel rolled his eyes and could no longer hold on, crashing heavily into the sea. Family, ISNT this team cooperation textbook level gank? So strong. Lu Chen's swordsmanship has become increasingly powerful. It's simply unbeatable. I tell you, the nearby Navy brothers were almost wide-eyed, whispering among themselves, saying that my training method is simply the essence of simplicity, just swinging my sword every day, and when I strike, it's a game changer. I just sent that Weibo guy away when teacher Zifa cheerfully came over, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Good kid, didn't you already figure out that old Hagbajin is a devil fruit user?" I hummed in response, but my mind had already flown away. Who understands my family? My head was filled with the system's dinging notification sounds. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 20 energy points and 1 supreme great knife. Wow, 20 energy points and a supreme great knife. I was feeling great, but teacher Zifa saw that I hadn't reacted for a while and gave me another pat. "Lu Chen, what are you daydreaming about?" It was then that I came back to my senses, chuckled, and said, "Huh, what did you just say, teacher?" The teacher, being straightforward, waved his hand. I said, "This time the credit is all yours." I quickly declined, saying it wasn't just my achievement. But then the teacher glared at me. "What are you afraid of? At my age, do you still expect me to be promoted to admiral? Take it." With that said, it would be pointless for me to be too polite, so I grinned and said, "Thank you, teacher." On the way back on the ship, I slipped into the cabin and couldn't wait to take out the new knife. Let me tell you, the blade was blood red, just like it had just been pulled out of a blood pool, with the 2 characters engraved on it. War Heaven. It looked unsharpened, but the chill mixed with a fiery sensation was incredible. Absolutely a divine weapon. A few days later, when we returned to the Navy headquarters, wow. The scene was like welcoming a hero. Everyone surrounded me, saying things like Lieutenant Lu is amazing. And some even started betting that I would definitely be promoted to Brigadier General this time. That girl even came over, winking, and said, "Hey, once you become a Brigadier General, all of us classmates will be under you." I was just chatting with her when I suddenly felt a chill at the back of my head, and a love fist came crashing down on me. No need to turn around. With this familiar move, who else could it be but my unreliable grandfather Karp? He came up and scolded, "Stinky kid, you went out and got me into trouble again." I cover my head, gritting my teeth in pain. "Grandpa, I'm fine, aren't I?" Karp snorted, and his expression suddenly turned serious as he handed me a brand new justice cloak, saying that I had been promoted to the rank of commander. Just as I was about to be happy, his next sentence left me silent. "However, you've been reassigned back to the East Blue." He cursed about those old folks in the Marine headquarters, saying he didn't know what they were thinking. I didn't mind, smiled, and said, "Going back to the East Blue is fine. It doesn't mean I can't run around. I can still go wherever I want." Karp immediately understood and lowered his voice to remind me, "Just be careful. Don't get into trouble. And if you do, don't let me know." How could I not understand? It meant that as long as the world government and the Navy didn't know, it was as if it never happened. He also specially reminded me to remember to check in on that kid Luffy. After sending off the old man, I just returned to my office when the system reward came again. Being promoted to commander directly granted me an ironclad ship larger than a standard warship. And the key was that this thing could be stored in the system's backpack, simply a must-have artifact for home travel and slacking off. Once the news was released, newspapers around the world exploded. Doflamingo from Dressrosa was grinning sinisterly while holding the newspaper. In the New World, Shanks was laughing heartily while holding a barrel of wine, and my hawk next to him handed him the newspaper, calmly saying, "The person you mentioned back then, it's him, right?" Shanks slapped his thigh. "Isn't it? I told you this kid is impressive. In a few years, he might even be able to take you down." But my hawk's next sentence left Shanks dumbfounded. His talent is indeed strong. After all, he's my disciple. The look on Shanks' face was one for the books. His eyes were wide open. "When did he become your disciple?" My hawk rarely curled his lips in a smirk. 2 years ago, Karp had him learn swordsmanship from me. Shanks was completely thrown off guard. Of course, my hometown, Windmill Village, was also quite lively. That kid Luffy was picking his nose and staring blankly at the newspaper. Brother Lucian is coming back? No way, I have to run quickly. What if he really comes to catch me? On Amazon Lily, Hancock was holding my newspaper, her face completely flushed. A few days later, I officially set off. Ian became my first officer, and Barton also followed me, both benefiting from my rise. The three of us, wearing justice cloaks, stood at the bow of the ship, full of vigor. At the Marine headquarters, Zifa-sensei, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and my old, lecherous grandfather stood together for the first time, sending off my ship as it sailed farther and farther away. Old Sengoku sighed. This kid going to East Blue, I wonder how big a mess he'll create. Zifa-sensei was displeased, saying I was following the justice of the Navy. Tsuru slowly chimed in. The East Blue is too small. I'm afraid it won't be enough for him to stir up trouble. Only Karp was picking his nose, pretending to be clueless. Huh? What are you guys talking about? I don't know. A month later, we finally arrived at the East Blue Navy base. Just as I got off the ship, I saw a guy with a metal block on his chin, greeting me with a smile. Commander Lucian, I'm the base's ensign Monka. I looked closely and realized it was the Axeman Monka. Since I had previously taken care of that hypnotizing pirate, this guy wasn't under control and seemed quite slick, not the tyrant he used to be. At the entrance of the base, all the Navy personnel lined up to welcome me, and the shout of Commander Lucian echoed loudly. I stepped onto the stage, and without wasting words, I got straight to the point. I know many of you think I'm young and got here through connections. But let me tell you, I earned this position with my own sword and gun. My few words ignited the emotions of the crowd below, and they all shouted enthusiastically. Then, I announced that there would be a 6-month training period, with Ian and Barton as instructors and Monka responsible for organizing information on nearby pirates. Once everyone left, I stood alone in my office, looking out the window, thinking that Luffy had probably set sail long ago, and I couldn't be bothered to look for him specifically. That night, Monka brought over the information. I flipped through it and found a few familiar names, like Buggy's pirate crew and the Alvita pirates. After reading the information, I changed into casual clothes and prepared to explore the town. As soon as I entered a restaurant, I saw a green-haired guy with 3 swords at his waist eating. Goodness, isn't that Zoro? The system pinged, and a task appeared. Defeat Zoro and make him set defeating me as his goal. This task was a bit interesting. Just going up to beat him would be too low. I had to think of a way. As my mind raced, a plan formed, and after finishing my meal, I walked out. Just as I stepped outside, I felt Zoro glance my way, frowning and muttering, "Who is that man? Why do I get the same feeling as my master?" A few days later, the training officially began. Ian and Barton, who had previously been tormented by Zifa-sensei, were finally in a position to torment others now, and the training was intense. I was watching with Monka when I suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures, one with yellow hair and the other with pink hair. Wasn't that Bellamy and Kobe? The system issued another task, asking me to take them as my disciples. I pointed directly at Barumabur and asked Monka, "That's your son, right? He looks pretty hardworking, and that pink-haired one next to him has some talent too." Monka's eyes lit up when he heard this, and I smoothly added, "Since you're free, why not teach them a thing or two?" Monka looked like he was about to kneel in gratitude. That night, after everyone had left, only KB and Barumabur were left practicing. I suddenly appeared in front of them, startling them both. I smiled and said, "Come on, let's spar a little." As soon as they charged at me, I executed a shave technique, instantly disappearing from in front of them and reappearing dozens of meters away. Wasn't that a total dimensional strike? I practically fried their CPUs. I told them this was the Navy's 6 styles, and if they wanted to learn, they had to show some real skills. Naturally, I had them call me teacher. Mission accomplished, rewards in hand, feeling great. Staying at the base was really boring, so I discussed with Ein and decided to go out for a stroll, and also to have a meal at the famous sea restaurant Bar Thai. Early the next morning, we slipped away. As our ship approached Bar Thai, we saw a Navy ship bombarding a pirate ship flying the Straw Hat Jolly Roger. A familiar figure was sent flying by a cannonball. I looked and laughed. Isn't that Luffy's going merry? I wanted to take action, but I stopped him. Don't rush. We're here to eat. Let's not ruin the mood. Our big ship docked, startling Zoro and Usopp. I stood at the edge of the ship and grinned. Long time no see. Zoro looked completely bewildered. And then Nami suddenly jumped over from their ship and threw herself into my arms, excitedly shouting, "Brother Luchin." Zoro was immediately petrified, mumbling, "Brother? Do they know each other?" Nami hugged me tightly and bombarded me with a ton of questions. I laughed and said, "Come on, enough chatting. Let's go inside and eat. It's on me." As soon as Nami heard it was on me, her eyes turned into belly symbols, and she immediately called Zoro and the others to follow. A group of us marched into the restaurant hall, where a guy in a Navy uniform was showing off with a beautiful woman, seemingly named Hobity. He was the center of attention, but as soon as we entered, the entire restaurant fell silent. Hobity turned around in displeasure, and when he saw the Brigadier General's cloak on me, he jumped up from his chair, snapped to attention, and saluted with a trembling voice. "Brigadier General Chen." I raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Who are you?" The guy was taken aback for a moment, then straightened his chest and announced his name. "I am Hoppity from the Navy headquarters." I told you, I almost laughed out loud at that moment. "Is that it?" I patted him on the shoulder, telling him to sit down and not to be nervous. I just came to have a meal. The way he was sitting, good heavens. It was more standard than during military training, as if he was afraid I would put him in a bind. The people around us also started chattering, saying things like, "Is that really Major General Chen? And so young and handsome," and I was just overwhelmed by it all. I couldn't be bothered with them. So I found a seat with Nami and Ain and waved my hand. "Order whatever you want. It's on me." Zoro and Usopp, of course, were not polite and immediately sat down. Just as I got comfortable, Nami and Ain squeezed in on either side, trapping me in the middle. These two girls, seriously. I was just about to call the waiter when a blonde guy in a black jacket with curly eyebrows rushed over, his eyes only on Nami and Ain. He threw them a flirtatious look and said, "Two beautiful ladies. What would you like to eat? I can make anything for you." The real waiter nearby was anxious and quietly pulled him aside. "Sanji, are you crazy? Look clearly. That is a Navy Rear Admiral." But the curly-haired guy didn't care at all and continued to fawn over them, saying he would give them a discount. At that moment, I thought, "Buddy, you really don't take this seriously." I interrupted him directly. "No need for a discount. I can afford this. I want one of everything on your menu." After saying that, I slammed a big black box on the table. Opening it revealed a box full of berries, 1,000,000 of them, dazzling him. Nami, the little money grubber, instantly had her eyes turn into dollar signs, and she was about to drool. The curly-haired Sanji frowned, wanted to argue with me about wasting food. I told him, "I have limited patience. It's none of your business whether we can finish it or not. And can't you see the ladies don't want to deal with you? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude." As soon as I finished speaking, I shot him a cold glance and let out just a hint of my Conqueror as Haki. Just a bit. And that guy instantly looked like he'd been doused in ice water, cold sweat pouring down his back, his face pale as if he was about to collapse. He stammered a response and fled back to the kitchen, rolling and scrambling. I tell you, this guy really can't cook, but he knows how to read the room. Too bad it was a bit late. Nami and I quickly thanked me, and I said it was nothing. We shooed tea let such a fly ruin our meal. Before long, dishes began to flow onto the table like a torrent. After we were full, the table was almost overflowing. Just then, a guy wearing a straw hat and a red vest rushed down from the second floor, mumbling to himself. Nami was about to shout, but I stepped in first. "Luffy." Luffy was taken aback. His eyes widened when he saw me, and he rushed over in big strides. "Brother Chen, what are you doing here? You're not here to catch me, are you?" I laughed. "Catch you? I'm just here to eat. Are you hungry? Hurry up and eat. All this on the table is yours." All right. As soon as this kid heard there was food, he forgot everything else and started gobbling down the dishes on the table at an incredible speed, like a food shredder. Before long, the plates on the table were cleaner than my face. Luffy patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. Just then, an old man with braided golden nose hairs charged out angrily, wielding a spatula and about to smash it on Luffy's head. "You little brat. I brought you here to work, not to steal food." I reached out my hand and directly blocked his spatula. Then I lightly flicked my finger on his spatula and said softly, "Boss, no matter what my brother has done, I apologize on his behalf. Just tell me what you need." With that gentle flick, the old man, Japu, was knocked back several steps, almost sitting down on the ground. He steadied himself, looked at the intact spatula in his hand, and was astonished. What a clever force. When he looked up and saw my Navy uniform, he immediately understood. He explained that Luffy had damaged his ship, so he was working here to pay for it. I asked him how much it was, and he directly told me that the 100,000 for the meal earlier was certainly enough for the rest. Japu was also a straightforward man. He nodded and told Luffy to get lost. Luffy was overjoyed, shouted at me that he would pay me back later, and then dashed back to the table to clear away the leftover food. I thanked Japu and sat back down. At this moment, I realized that the plot was a bit off. Nami and Zoro actually ended up teaming up with Luffy because of the clown buggy, which is completely different from a story I knew. This world is quite interesting. I was pondering when suddenly there was a commotion outside the restaurant. Pirates! The pirates have come. Then a group of people rushed in, and the leader shouted, "We are the Jinba pirate crew, and this ship has been requisitioned by us." As soon as I saw the two of them, I couldn't help but laugh. Aren't these the two stragglers from the clique pirate crew that I wiped out before? Ghost Mannequin and Iron Wall Balu? Goodness, they really aren't afraid of death. The system prompt also went off, rewarding me with 2 energy points for killing these two. Well, dessert after a meal has arrived. The guests in the restaurant were originally terrified, but then someone reacted, "What's there to be afraid of? The Navy Rear Admiral is here." Akin was still shouting over there, and I stood up, smiling as I greeted them. "Gentlemen, long time no see." Akin was about to curse at who he hadn't seen in a long time, but when he realized it was me, he instantly turned to stone, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg, unable to utter a word. Is that you? I tell you, the expression on his face at that moment was probably a reminder of the fear from being wiped out by my sword. Brew, reacting quickly, screamed, "Run!" and turned a dash outside. Akin also snapped back to reality and took off running. "Wanna run?" I smirked, drew my sword from my waist, and, without even looking, slashed in the direction they were escaping. One sword style, draw and slash. 2 red slashes, as fast as lightning, passed by in an instant. As those two were running, their upper and lower bodies separated. The cut was incredibly smooth. Before dying, they exchanged a glance filled with regret. Regret for being so stubborn to come here. Regret for staying in the East Sea. All done. I had on take care of the remaining minions. Then I smiled and said to Zepp, "Chef, I might need you to clean this up." Zepp was stunned, nodding blankly. The guests present came back to their senses, one after another thanking me. I put on a righteous demeanor. "You're all too kind. As the Navy, this is our duty." I almost believed myself. At that moment, Luffy came over, looking curious. "Brother Luchun, your swordsmanship has improved again. Who did you learn from?" "The world's strongest swordsman," I said casually. Luffy was still picking his nose, but Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted, staring at me intently. He jumped up. "Are you bored? Want to have a duel?" The room fell silent. Usopp and the others were stunned. Only Luffy looked understanding. I laughed. This kid is guts. "All right," I nodded, "but what is your goal?" Zoro, expressionless, replied, "The strongest in the world." "Ha ha, coincidentally, that is my goal too." I laughed heartily and walked straight towards the restaurant exit. Zepp, understanding the situation, immediately had someone activate the restaurant's battle platform. We both stood on the platform, and I spoke frankly. "You are not my opponent. It's still not too late to give up." Zoro tied his bandana around his head. His gaze instantly changed, with a knife clenched in his mouth and 2 in his hands. "Give up? This is my ambition and a promise to my dear friend. How could I possibly give up?" "All right, I won't waste any more words," I said, pulling out the Supreme Blade, a reward from the system called Battle Heaven. As the fiery red blade was unsheathed, all eyes were drawn to it. I looked at him and said, "Use your strongest move. Let's settle this with one blow." Zoro was not hesitant either. The swords in his hands spun rapidly, and he transformed into a whirlwind, charging forward. 3-sword style secret technique. Great Thousand Worlds. I raised an eyebrow and said 2 words. Unnecessary. I didn't even use sword energy. I simply raised my hand and swung the sword, reaching an extreme speed. The sword light flashed by, and the 2 knives in Zoro's hands shattered with sound. A deep wound, visible to the bone, instantly burst open on his chest, blood gushing out as he collapsed to the ground with a crash. Luffy and the others went frantic, rushing over and shouting. Zoro struggled to get up but couldn't move, only able to let out a reluctant roar. I retracted my sword and looked at him, see clearly the gap between us. There are many stronger than you in this world, and I will be waiting for you at the position of the strongest. Luffy became anxious and said that Zoro is my partner. How could I be so ruthless? I told him that this was to teach him. At that moment, Zoro raised the only remaining sword, facing Luffy, tears and blood flowing, and shouted with all his might, I will never lose again. Pirate King, do you have any objections? Luffy grinned and said none. Watching this scene, I felt quite emotional. This kid really found a good crewmate. The system prompt also came, mission completed, reward 5 energy points. I was about to leave with Ein and said goodbye to them. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, goodbye. I hope next time we meet, you'll be stronger. Luffy shouted from behind. Brother Luchun, I will definitely become stronger next time. Back on the ship, I watched their figures fade away, pondering that because of my presence, the butterfly effect had already begun. Luffy and the others had less training and now didn't even have a bounty. But it didn't matter. The system wouldn't let me be idle anyway. Just as I was thinking about this, Ein walked up to me, lamenting that Vice Admiral Garp had 2 grandsons, one a Navy and the other a pirate. I smiled and said that Luffy had his own choices and no one could interfere. Just as I was about to return to the cabin, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out like crazy. Ding! Mission triggered. Save Luffy in Log Town. Reward 50 energy points. Ding! Mission triggered. Defeat Crocodile. Rescue Alabasta. Reward a Supreme Greatsword and 500 energy points. Goodness, these missions are getting more intense. Saving Luffy in Log Town is a piece of cake. But Alabasta, that's a matter of the Grand Line. However, for those 500 energy points and a new sword, who cares? I must go. A few days later, we returned to the East Blue base. As soon as Barton saw me, he started complaining, saying that we went out to have fun and left him alone at the base. Ein and I exchanged a smile, and I told him that I would take his place and he could take a vacation. Ein rolled his eyes at me, threatening to turn me into a doll, and I quickly dodged away. That night, I went to check on Kobe and Barumaber's training. These 2 kids were quite diligent. After a month, their strength had improved a lot. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. That night at the training ground, Kobe and Barumaber finally mastered the Sora technique. The 2 were so happy that they were dancing around, and Ein and I appeared behind them. I praised them a bit, and Barumaber became greedy, wanting to learn something else. I shook my head and told them not to be proud. The new recruits at the Navy headquarters can learn in a month, and I back then only took 1 day. As soon as I said this, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. I told them that next, I would teach them, and I was going out for a patrol. KB was still a bit worried, afraid that I would go out and take down Luffy and the others. I left the base, donned a black robe, transformed into the night, and headed straight to Log Town in a small boat. Calculating the time, Luffy and the others should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, at the Navy base in Log Town, a colonel named Smoker was smoking a cigar while listening to his subordinate's report on the Straw Hat Pirates, looking quite disdainful. As for me, I was already standing under the guillotine in the center of Log Town. This place, where the pirate King Roger was once executed, was now eerily quiet. While I was reflecting on this, I spotted Alvida and the Sneaky Buggy's crew. It seemed the actors were all gathered. Sure enough, not long after, a pair of rubber arms suddenly stretched out, grabbing the top of the guillotine. That kid Luffy launched himself up, standing on top and looking around. Is this the place where the Pirate King was executed? I looked up at him, thinking this kid really knows how to find a place. The police below shouted at him through a loudspeaker. Hey kid, hurry down from there. Luffy looked confused and asked, why? The police got anxious and said, that's the special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. It's not a place for you to stay. Come down immediately. But Luffy completely ignored them and jokingly argued, don't be so unreasonable, police uncle. To be honest, this police uncle was quite stubborn. His face turned dark, and he was about to explode. Suddenly, a hot-looking beauty burst out from the side without saying a word, swinging a spiked club and knocked the police officer out cold. Wow, Luffy was stunned on the spot, tilting his head and asking, who is this? I couldn't help but laugh inside. Wasn't this the chubby Arlita from before? She must have eaten the slippery fruit and went to South Korea for further studies, right? She was there posing and insisting that Luffy be her man. But it wasn't over yet. A bunch of bizarre-looking characters jumped out from the side, with the one in the lead having a red nose. What scene? It was like a grand finale, He said he had gone through countless trials and returned for revenge. Luffy, with his face blindness, frowned for a long time and suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, I remember you. You're called Manure. Ha ha ha. I almost laughed out loud in the corner. The guy with the red nose turned green, the veins on his neck bulged, and he roared, I'm the clown Buggy. Hearing that name, the surrounding common folk were so scared they ran faster than rabbits, as if they had seen a ghost. In that instant, Buggy's subordinates weren't pushovers either. A kid with a shaggy hairstyle suddenly darted behind Luffy and pressed him down on the execution platform with a wooden lock. Buggy was so proud, stepping onto the platform and spitting as he gave a speech about publicly executing Luffy at the place where the Pirate King died. How glorious it would be. I was crouching nearby, ready to go save someone, when suddenly I felt the sky darken and a cold wind blew through. I felt a jolt in my heart. This wind was off. Looking up, I saw dark clouds gathering. My DNA was reacting, this feeling. Could it be that a dragon was coming? That father of Luffy who is always elusive. No way, I must seize that head. I can't let him wear that cup. Without saying a word, a flash of electric light crackled on my wrist, and my entire hand transformed into lightning. I aimed at the sky and unleashed a powerful attack. Divine Punishment. You heard that right. Divine Punishment. A bolt of white lightning, thicker than a barrel, crashed down from the heavens, striking the execution platform directly. The scene was incredible. The entire platform exploded into pieces, with thick black smoke billowing everywhere. That kid Buggy was turned into a human-shaped skeleton by the electric shock. His screams even changed pitch. And what about Luffy? Nothing happened to him. Being a rubber man, getting shocked felt like a therapy session. He stood up from the ruins, grinning and laughing. I'm not dead, haha. Buggy was helped up by his subordinates from the debris, still emitting black smoke from his mouth. When he saw the Navy rushing in, led by an old acquaintance, Smoker, the scene instantly became chaotic, with pirates and the Navy clashing together, and Luffy quickly bounced away. I thought to myself that the system task wasn't over yet, so I needed to follow along and see what happened. I had just taken a couple of steps when I felt a chill behind me. I turned around, and there he was, a man in a green coat, half of his face covered in square tattoos, staring straight at me. The pressure was intense. Monkey D. Dragon. He immediately asked me why I attacked Luffy. And I thought to myself, dude, I was saving him, okay? But there was no way to explain it. Without saying a word, he conjured a tornado with his hands and threw it at me. I wasn't going to back down either. I activated my armament Haki and countered with a mountain-crushing palm, sending it back at him. With a loud bang, the wall next to us collapsed. Honestly, he definitely wasn't using his full strength, or I would have been knocked out by his shaky hands right then and there. Just as we were at a stalemate, Smoker and his men caught up. Dragon glanced at me, summoned the wind beneath his feet, and flew away, leaving me here all alone. I thought to myself, man, that's a bit unfair. Watching the Navy rush toward me, I smirked, raised my hand, and unleashed a 1,000,000-volt discharge, letting them experience what the Thunder God feels like. By the time Smoker emerged from the smoke, I had already vanished. I watched as Luffy and his cruise ship sailed away from the dock, and I heard a ding in my head, signaling that the mission was complete and I had gained 50 energy points. I felt great. I opened my system panel and saw that I had enough energy points, so I decisively upgraded the development level of the Thunder Fruit. I felt like I had become a little stronger. All right, that wraps up my business in Road Town. Next stop, the Grand Line, destination Alabasta. Old Sand, here I come. After drifting on my small boat for over 10 days, I finally entered the Grand Line. The system started dinging again and assigned me tasks. First sending me to Alabasta to find the historical text. Then, an island appeared ahead. Goodness, it's Little Garden. The system directly issued 2 tasks, one to take down Mr. 3 and his weird crew, and the other to resolve the century-old feud between the 2 giants. Isn't this just a freebie? I have to go. As soon as I set foot on the island, a creature that looked like a prehistoric giant rooster lunged at me. I couldn't even be bothered to raise my eyelids. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Just in time, I was hungry, so I drew my sword and cleaned it up nicely, set up a campfire, and started my wild barbecue. My barbecue just started sizzling and releasing a delicious aroma when the ground began to shake. I looked up, and oh my gosh, a giant taller than the building squatted down, staring at my barbecue with his mouth watering. Who can withstand this? I quickly offered him half of my barbecue. This giant is named Blokey, and he's a nice guy. Just a pity he doesn't have any alcohol. Just as we were chatting, a volcano erupted in the distance with a bang, like clocking in for work. Blokey slapped his thigh and said, "Bro, I gotta go fight now. Let's drink next time." And then he disappeared. I watched him run away, thinking these two guys are really stubborn. Fighting over a trivial matter from 100 years ago for so long. It's unbelievable. Forget about them for now. I need to take care of those small fries from the Baroque workshop. I darted through the forest and quickly found a small house made of candles. To my surprise, Mr. 3 and that girl who plays with paint were having afternoon tea inside, really enjoying themselves. I approached and swung my sword, directly splitting their house in half. Mr. 3 reacted quite quickly, using candle walls and candle armor, making it all flashy. The girl next to him was even coloring him, and I thought to myself, are you two playing with Gunpla painting here? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. With my armament Haki wrapped around, I executed a move called Demon Flame Slash, bringing down a black fire sword dozens of meters long, instantly melting away any candle armor. With a loud bang, both of them passed out. It was incredibly easy. I dragged these two guys towards the beach, just about to call for help, when suddenly I felt something flying towards me. I instinctively used these two captives as shields, and with a loud bang, Mr. 3 and the others got blasted even darker. Right after that, a beautiful woman fell from the sky, shouting about the weight of 10,000 pounds. I swiftly dodged. Upon closer inspection, I realized that Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine had also arrived. It was a buy one get one free deal. That Mr. 5 even tried to scare me with the 7 warlords. But I couldn't care less. He immediately shot nasal bombs at me. Let me tell you, that stuff is really disgusting. His nasal bomb could even be remotely detonated. It almost caught me off guard, but luckily I had my domineering aura protecting me, so I was completely unharmed. They both looked stunned. I decided to stop playing around, flashed behind Mr. 5, and with a quick draw, I took him out in an instant. Miss Valentine tried to escape, but I sent a blade of energy after her, bringing her down from the sky as well. That made it 4 kills. The system notification sounded, and 100 energy points were credited to my account. What a relief. I tied up these 4 people with Hailu stone and dragged them to the seaside. Before long, the Navy's ship arrived. When I looked up, I was surprised to see my former training camp roommate, Shiza, standing at the bow of the ship. I waved to him, and then with a bit of effort, I threw all 4 of them onto the ship like garbage. Immediately after, I walked onto the ship with a water glide. The Navy personnel on board were so shocked that they were in a frenzy, and some even wanted to attack with guns. So guess what happened? At the crucial moment, Shiza kept his cool and shouted at the panicking Navy guys, "What are you freaking out about? Get to the back." That's how we avoided a mess. I'll tell you, as soon as I landed here, 4 live people crashed down on the deck with a bang. The Navy guys looked at each other, their eyes wide open. Aren't these the high-level agents from the Baroque works? 4 of them. When they realized it was me who did it, their expressions changed from fear to admiration in an instant. This kid Shiza pulled me aside and whispered to me, "Bro, you're really bold. These are the people of Crocodile from the 7 warlords. The rear admiral in charge of this area is in cahoots with Old Sand. You're basically stirring up trouble on the head of a powerful figure." I laughed at that and patted his shoulder, saying, "Have you forgotten who my grandpa is? Even if that rear admiral had 2 guts, would he dare to touch me?" Upon hearing this, Shiza's face lit up as if he had just opened his meridians. I reassured him that if anything went wrong, just report my name and let him spread the news of these agents being captured. Yes, I wanted Old Sand to know, but don't mention my name. Let us keep it mysterious. After sending Shiza off, I went back into the woods to find those 2 giant goofballs. When I arrived, Dongli and Brogy were already exhausted, lying on the ground like 2 huge salted fish. Just as I made a joke with Brogy, calling him the strongest warrior of the giant village, Dongli suddenly exploded, insisting that he was the strongest. Seeing this, I realized they were about to grab their aging weapons and start fighting again. Who understands? Family? They've been fighting over such trivial matters for a whole century. I was really impressed. I quickly went up to stop them and said, "Brothers, how about we take a break? Let's change the game and decide who the strongest warrior in the village is." They both thought it made sense. In the end, they decided to stick to the old rules, competing to see who could catch the larger Sea King class creature. and I would act as the judge. So, these two guys, fired up like they were on adrenaline, went off to the seaside to get their results. Meanwhile, I wasn't idle in the woods. I tinkered away for a long time and prepared a surprise for them. By the time it was getting dark, the two of them started arguing again, each claiming that their catch was bigger. I called them over and pointed to a huge wooden raft I had just built, saying, "Come on, stop arguing. Let's do this scientifically." I perform a modern version of Chow Chong weighing the elephant for them, using the water displacement method, and lo and behold, that big fat sea kingfish that Biloki caught really did weigh just a tiny bit more. Finally, we had a winner. Although they were still bickering, it was clear that the earlier tension had eased. Seizing the moment, I suggested we have a seafood barbecue party. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. A bonfire roasting giant sea creatures. The three of us gathered around the fire, eating meat and drinking wine. And all the grudges of 100 years vanished in that barbecue. Meanwhile, far away in Alabaston, Old Shah had received the news about his subordinates being captured. It was said that his face turned dark, and with a cigar in his mouth, he sinisterly laughed. Interesting, there are actually Navy men daring to touch my people. He then sent his strongest assassin, a bald guy codenamed Mr. One, with the order to bring my head back to him as an ashtray. On this side, I had spent the night drinking with the two giant brothers, and the next day I was getting ready to leave. They were quite decent and insisted on seeing me off, reminding me to be careful of a big creature called the Food Island Monster in the waters ahead. I waved my hand and said it was nothing, just a small matter. However, just after we set out to sea, the surface exploded with a boom, and a golden giant fish as big as a small island emerged, its mouth wide open as if it could swallow the entire naval headquarters. The two giants on the shore were panicking and shouting. At that moment, looking at that creature, I had only one thought. Would it be better steamed or braised? I drew my sword, wrapped it in armament Haki, and then entwined it with Conqueror's Haki. The blade instantly turned blood red, crackling with red arcs of electricity. Facing that giant goldfish, I couldn't even be bothered to shout the name of my technique. I simply swung my hand. A blood-red slash, let me tell you, was so fast that the air didn't even have time to react. With a puff, not only did that Food Island monster get sliced, but even the clouds in the sky were split in half by my sword. The creature didn't even have time to scream before being neatly divided. The scene was elegant, truly too elegant. I sheathed my sword and waved goodbye to the two petrified giants on the shore, leaving in style. I continued drifting on my small boat, and a few days later, the temperature dropped suddenly. I looked at the map and realized, I've arrived at the kingdom of magnetic drones. As I approached, I saw thick smoke rising from the island, with a group of soldiers crowding around an extremely abstract-looking guy who was fleeing in panic. I scanned with my system and found out, well, isn't that the tyrant King Valpo? This guy was running away with his men and seeing his subordinates in a panic. He shot one of them dead without hesitation. Then he noticed me, probably thinking that I was just a single person in a small boat wearing a Navy uniform. And he arrogantly fired several shots at me. Can I indulge him? In a month, I flew directly over his ship. He was so shocked that he turned into an iron castle, trying to defend himself. I thought to myself, isn't this just a pure target? With a sword chi, I sliced him and his broken ship into countless wood chips, leaving nothing behind. Just as I finished, a shadow suddenly appeared behind me, without a hint of presence. And this move nearly burned my CPU. I turned around sharply and saw a bearded, mischievous-looking fat man standing there. Upon closer inspection, it was Marshal D. Teach Blackbeard. He actually said he was also here to cause trouble for Walpole, and I had saved him some trouble. This guy is definitely an old schemer. The system even issued me an ultimate mission to take out Blackbeard, with rewards so generous they were scary. But I knew it wasn't the right time yet. This guy was hiding deep. I exchanged a few words with him and continued on my journey. After a few more days, I finally arrived in Alabasta. It was scorching hot, with deserts as far as the eye could see. As soon as I set foot on the beach, I saw a shiny bald head standing there like a lighthouse. No need to ask, it was Mr. One, sent by Crocodile to deliver a head. When he saw me, without saying a word, he transformed his hands into blades and charged at me. I was too lazy to draw my sword, so I casually unleashed a sword chi. With a thud, his two proud blade arms flew off. He still wouldn't give up, froze in place, and turned his whole body into blades. posing as if to say, "Come on, cut me." I thought to myself, I've never heard such a strange request in my life. Fine, I'll satisfy you. I walked over, covered my fist with Haki, and delivered a knife hand strike to his neck. Crack! His head was cleanly severed. Just as I was about to pack up his head, I heard a familiar voice behind me. I turned around, and it was Ace, my long-lost brother. He is now the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, with a bounty of 550 million, and he's really good at using the Mariea no Mi. He said he was here to hunt down Blackbeard and waiting for Luffy. We chatted for a while and caught up. Although I knew that his path was fraught with danger, it was the road he chose, and I couldn't say much. After saying goodbye to Ace, I headed alone towards the royal capital, Alyabarna. Crocodile's main base is in Rain Base, not far away. But before that, I needed to go to the basement of the palace to get my hands on the historical text. Sure enough, after rushing for about 10 days, I arrived at Alyabarna. Sneaking into the palace? Let me tell you, it was as easy as going home. The guards at the entrance and crocodile spies were like blind bats. And I swaggered right in. I made my way directly to the king's office, and lo and behold, they were holding a memorial service inside. King Cobra was so worried that his beard had turned white, standing next to 2 guards, one a falcon and the other a wolf. The 3 of them sighing and worrying about Princess Vivi. I couldn't help myself, and casually strolled out of the shadows, saying, "Hey guys, what are you emo-ng about? With your combat power, there's really not much you can do." Wow. This scared the 3 of them so much that they drew their swords and asked me who I was. I couldn't be bothered to waste words. So I flashed my Navy Brigadier General's white coat and announced my grandpa Karp's name. The 3 of them were instantly stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. I'll get straight to the point. No more nonsense. I know there's a historical document buried under your palace. Give it to me, and I'll help you deal with that crocodile brat. The king's face darkened when he heard this, and he asked if I wanted it for ancient weapons. I said, "It's for myself. It has nothing to do with the Navy." The king is a straightforward guy, probably driven mad by crocodile. He hesitated for less than a minute, slapped his thigh, and said, "It's a deal." The 2 guards beside him panicked, saying that the ancestral treasure couldn't be given to outsiders. The king shot back at them. "If the citizens are gone, what do we need that broken stone for? Family, who understands? This is the clarity of the human world." With the deal made, before I left, I casually unleashed some Conqueror's Haki, giving them a little mental shock. I have a good habit. I never leave empty-handed. Although I didn't directly find a basement while wandering around the palace, I casually took some of the king's local specialties as a deposit. Having sorted things out here, I headed straight to Rain Base Crocodile's stronghold. The guy had just caught wind of the news and was there showing off, saying he would wait for me to come knocking. I thought I couldn't let him down, so I directly unleashed 2 sword chi, smashing the window. As the moonlight hit me, the BGM started playing on its own, and I made a dazzling entrance. When Crocodile saw me, he was stunned. "Monkey D, Liu Ken, Karp's grandson, what SA Navy from the East Blue doing here on the Grand Line?" I laughed and said, "I'm just bored, looking to level up by taking down a few pirates. Besides, do you think we in the Navy don't know about the little things you're doing in Alabasta?" I was just trying to trick him, but this guy got anxious right away, waved his right hand, and a sand whirlwind hit me in the face. I quickly dodged with a shave and taunted him. "Oh, the 7 warlords are still doing sneak attacks? All right, for attacking the Navy, you're getting captured today." As soon as I finished speaking, we went straight from the room to the vast desert outside. Once in the desert, old sand felt right at home, playing with all kinds of sand blades and swords. A desert treasure sword came swinging at me, and I countered it with my dual sword style, using the Demon Slash. Fully armed with Haki, the black and red sword energy exploded, sending yellow sand flying everywhere. He wasn't satisfied, so he tried to sneak up on me again from behind, stabbing me in the back with a huge sand sword. Luckily, my observation Haki had already predicted this, so I hardened my back with armament Haki and managed to take it, but my stylish cape got shredded, which broke my heart. This old sand is really troublesome, especially that move that can drain people dry with sand blades. I had to keep using shave to dodge. When he saw he couldn't hit me, he resorted to sneaky tactics, transforming into sand and suddenly condensing behind me, aiming to stab me with a poisoned golden hook. I swung my sword backward to block and created some distance, then unleashed a powerful move, the Demon Flame Slash. A giant black flame sword, dozens of meters long, descended from the sky. The scene was simply spectacular. Lao Sha was so scared that he hurriedly scattered into a pile of sand, trying to hide. But he was still half a beat too slow. Just as the sand was flying everywhere, that old rascal ambushed me again. A small clump of sand suddenly transformed into a poisonous hook at my feet and pierced my foot with a puff. He emerged from the sand, looking quite pleased with himself. I told you before, you can't win against me. My hook is highly poisonous, and you're doomed. I laughed at that moment and said, really? I don't believe it. Guess what happened next? My legs suddenly transformed into pure lightning. His poisonous hook hit me, but it struck a bolt of lightning. I sent a surge of electricity back through his hook. Lao Sha let out a tragic scream, instantly turned into a charred human shape, with smoke rising all over his body. He was stunned and shouted, "You're also a power user. Thunder Fruit. Well, of course, otherwise. Why would I come to take you on alone?" Taking advantage of his weakness, I charged at him with my sword. Seeing he couldn't fight back, Lao Sha tried to turn into sand to escape. Trying to run? No way. I chased that cloud of sand and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, slashing down with sword energy as if it were free, creating several large craters in the desert. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and rolled out of the sand, covered in blood. This pushed him to desperation. He unleashed his ultimate move, pulling himself and the surrounding sand together to form a gigantic sandstorm several dozen meters high, called a heavyweight sandstorm, intending to swallow me whole. I've been waiting for this move. Let me praise the local specialty I got from the palace before. It's called dancing powder. I swung my sword and sent the dancing powder into the sky, and instantly dark clouds gathered, pouring rain came down. Old Shah's sandstorm instantly turned into a gigantic conductor. Family, who understands? The holy sword of physics, the most lethal. I raised my right hand, and with a flash of lightning, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. A giant bird of lightning shrieked as it charged into the sandstorm. Boom! The entire sandstorm instantly transformed into a thunderstorm, and Old Shah's heart-wrenching screams echoed from within. After a short while, the sandstorm dissipated and Old Shah fell from the sky like a piece of charcoal. I went up and slapped handcuffs on him. Just as I captured Old Shah, a group of brainwashed civilians rushed out and surrounded me, shouting to free our hero. My blood pressure shot up at that moment. A bunch of late-stage Stockholm Syndrome victims, I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. I slashed my sword into the ground, creating a pit over 10 meters deep, which immediately stunned them all. I hadn't taken 2 steps when a local Navy officer, looking like a weasel, came over, wanting to snatch the bounty from me. I directly told him, "The East Sea is my territory. You can't mess with the Grand Line." And I can. I push him back. "Are you kidding me? Trying to compete with my background? My grandfather is Garp." I hadn't dragged Old Shah far when Robin found me. She had indeed guessed something and asked me where her mother was. I told her that her mother was alive, but I had hidden her away. With her current strength, meeting would just mean death for both of them. When she was strong enough, they would naturally meet. The girl was smart. She thanked me and didn't ask any more questions. I carried Old Shah back to the palace and threw him in front of the king, saying the goods had arrived and it was time to settle the account. Cobra and the 2 guards were wide-eyed and quickly took me to the basement. I directly stored the huge historical text into my system backpack and casually received a reward, getting my hands on a supreme great knife, the Clear Wind, feeling quite pleased. A few days later, I was waiting by the sea for the naval headquarters to pick me up. Unexpectedly, the ship that arrived was actually that of Vice Admiral Crane. I handed over Old Shah, and Vice Admiral Crane told me that because I had exposed the 7 Warlords pit, the headquarters decided to keep me in the Grand Line to fill this pit. Before I left, Vice Admiral Crane also brought a message from my grandpa. If I encountered that kid Luffy, I should beat him to a pulp. Haha. I was more than happy to take on that task. Vice Admiral Crane's efficiency was truly commendable. The transfer order came down in just a few days. As for me, I was directly airlifted to a naval base in the Grand Line, promoted to Rear Admiral, and became the head of this place. Main task? Simple. To crush all the pirates passing through the first half of the Grand Line, a job I was very familiar with. Not long after, My personal soldiers arrive from the EC. I'm brought Kobe and Helmeppo, and as they enter my office, they stood straight as a pencil. Goodness, I was impressive. It hadn't been long, and he had already trained these two kids into shape. I glanced at the system, and both Kobe and Helmeppo had reached D rank and triggered the next phase of the mission, which was to bring them to a rank with quite generous rewards. I tell you, the system's rewards feel like they're customized for me. Just finished a task and got a nice quick knife as a reward, just what Byron Mabwa needs. I directly tossed that double knife to him and told him to use it. It'll make cutting people easier in the future. Byron Mabwa was so excited, constantly thanking me. KB was watching enviously from the side, so I patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're practicing body techniques. Knives aren't suitable for you. Don't worry, next time I'll get you a nice pair of boxing gloves." With everyone gathered, we couldn't just sit around. I waved my hand and ordered, "Everyone, let us head out for a sea patrol." Although we called it patrol, it was actually just going out to grind experience. 7 warships set sail with great momentum, and I found a lounge chair on the deck, soaking up the sun with a gentle breeze. I even thoughtfully brought me a glass of juice. This little life is simply amazing. I was bragging to Ein about how if my grandpa saw me enjoying this, he would definitely give me a loving iron fist. Suddenly, KB rushed over in a hurry, reporting, "Captain, we've spotted a pirate ship." I immediately jumped up from the lounge chair, feeling drowsy as if a pillow was being delivered. "Let's go over and bring them some warmth." I took a look through my binoculars and saw a split-headed guy on the opposite ship, with a red nose, looking quite abstract. He had slanted eyebrows and triangular eyes, resembling a cunning fox. Then I checked the information and realized it was Foxy, the one with the slow fruit, with a bounty of 24 million. With such a small bounty, he dares to prance around the Grand Line? The system task also came up: eliminate the Foxy pirate crew, reward 80 energy points. A mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. I immediately had I notify the whole ship to be cautious of the enemy's fruit abilities. That slow fruit is actually quite disgusting. It's just that Foxy developed it poorly. The enemy was quite arrogant. Seeing our 7 warships, not only did they not flee, but they even took the initiative to charge over and open fire. I thought, "Are you tired of living?" Just as we were preparing to counterattack, Foxy stood at the bow of the ship, gestured with both hands, and a pink beam of light swept over. I tell you, that scene was incredible, except for me. Everyone on our side moved as if in slow motion. Even I was yelling "watch out," as if the tape was stuck. But while they were slow, the cannonballs fired by Foxy were not slow at all. Who understands? The whole world was in slow motion, and I was the only one moving at normal speed. That feeling was exhilarating. I wasn't affected much at all. Drawing my sword, I executed the one sword style, drawing slash. A red sword energy instantly flew out, slicing those cannonballs in half mid-air, exploding into a burst of fireworks. But that wasn't the end. My sword energy passed through the fireworks, maintaining its speed, and headed straight for Foxy's ship. Foxy's fox-like face turned pale with fright, his mouth wide open, wanting to shout for the ship to escape. But he was speaking in slow motion himself. By the time he shouted, my sword energy had already struck with a bang, completely slicing off the bow of his ship, which fell into the sea to feed the fish. At this point, the enemy was in complete chaos. When Foxy realized it was me, his eyes nearly popped out, and he shouted, "It's Monkey D. Chen, Navy Rear Admiral. Run." His crew of pirates, upon hearing my name, jumped into the sea as if they had seen a ghost, and the scene was utterly chaotic. Once his pathetic light effect wore off, I stood at the bow of the ship, pointing my long sword and said, "Brothers, it's our turn. Charge, kill these scum." The Navy soldiers roared and charged forward. As for me, I directly leaped with a moonwalk onto the enemy's ship, finding the still-dazed Foxy. "Hey, brother, your slow-motion fruit doesn't seem to be of much use to me, huh?" His face turned dark. He still wanted to resist, drawing a sword and shooting a beam of light at my feet, called Slow Lock. I laughed at that, executed a shave, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Foxy was still searching. "Where is he? Where is he?" My voice drifted from behind him. "Looking for me? Too bad. You're looking in the wrong place." Just as he turned around, a red light flashed. The next second, he felt the world spinning, and then he inexplicably saw his lower half. His head was cleanly severed. I picked up his head, which was worth 24 million berries. Well, another military fund secured. With the captain dead, the remaining pirates completely lost their fighting spirit, and my subordinates dealt with them like chopping vegetables. I stood on a mast, watching Kobe and Balumeb fight back and forth using the Navy 6 forms. While mine was even more outrageous. Once the reverse fruit activated, when he touched a pirate, that pirate turned into a little kid who couldn't even lift a sword. This ability was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Half an hour later, the battle was over, and we regrouped to return to base. But on the way, I received a new mission. The system instructed me to go to a place called Luffy Island to eliminate a mayor named Waiton. I thought this couldn't involve a large force, so I informed Ein and the others that I was going to hunt a few pirates alone. Then I set off on a small boat. Luffy Island was quite interesting. There was a place on the island called the Rainbow Mist, where the flow of time was different from the outside. One day inside equaled 1 year outside. I figured the system wanted me to go in and train to rapidly increase my strength. All right then, since I had nothing else to do. A few days later, I changed into casual clothes and arrived at Luffy Island. As soon as I landed, I found a restaurant to fill my stomach and noticed an old man with white hair at the next table, named Henzo, a scientist researching the rainbow mist. The system chimed again, giving me a new task: gain Henzo's trust and fund his research. I was eating fried rice when suddenly there was a loud clamor outside, as if a ghost was howling. The people in the restaurant, scared out of their wits, hurriedly stuffed food into their mouths, fearing they would leave a single grain of rice. Then, a fierce-looking young man entered with several soldiers. He was the grandson of Mayor Whedon, named Rake. This brat was incredibly arrogant and immediately noticed I was still leisurely eating. He walked over and said, "Oh, having a big plate of fried rice? Pay the big plate tax, 2,000 Bailey." I ignored him and continued eating. He then said I was new and had to pay the island tax, 20,000 Bailey. I still didn't respond. This infuriated him, and unable to save face, he drew his sword and swung it at me. The bastard! How dare he ignore me? I narrowed my eyes. My right hand moved like lightning, and a flash of sword light passed by. No one even saw me draw my sword. The next second, Rake's head rolled to the middle of the restaurant, blood splattering everywhere. The soldiers were so scared they ran away in a panic. I finished my last bite of rice, put down my bowl and chopsticks, and calmly said, disturbing my meal, "ISNT, that's seeking death." The people in the restaurant urged me to run, saying the mayor would definitely come to retaliate. I waved my hand, saying it was nothing, just killing a person. He deserved it. At that moment, an old man named Henzo stepped forward, recognizing me. He knelt down and begged me to save the town, saying Mayor Whedon was actually a pirate. I helped him up and assured him not to worry. Killing pirates was my job. Just as I finished speaking, a roar came from outside. "Who dares to kill my grandson?" The restaurant door was kicked open with a bang, and two guys in massive mech charged in. It was Whedon and his son, Philip. When Whedon saw me, his eyes turned red, and he raised his mechanical arm to spit fire at me. I swiftly dodged and countered with a sword strike, severing both of his mechanical arms. His son, Philip, seeing this, panicked and breathed fire at me, but I had already moved aside, and the flames hit his father Whedon instead, turning it into a live teppanyaki show. This operation was truly fiery love, showcasing a father-son relationship, taking advantage of his days. Another figure appeared behind him and struck down with a sword, cleaving both him and his mech in half. Wydon howled and charged at me, but I wasn't polite either. With a single sword strike, I sent him to reunite with his son. With this bizarre father-son duo dealt with, the system task was complete. I told Henzo that I would fund him, and he should continue researching the rainbow mist, notifying me when he had results. He, of course, readily agreed. Just then, someone outside exclaimed that a huge pirate ship had appeared at the port. When I stepped outside, I saw a dilapidated giant ship. Henzo excitedly shouted that it was the ship he and his companions encountered when they went missing 50 years ago. Shortly after, a large area of colorful mist suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. I thought to myself, isn't this a coincidence? I said to Henzo, "Let's go in and see what's inside." We sat in a small boat and plunged into the fog, passing through a bizarre area. Suddenly, it opened up before us, revealing a sea filled with wrecked ships, like a graveyard for boats. Henswa said this place was called the Eternal Kingdom. I didn't care about any eternity. Since I was here, I couldn't leave empty-handed. This overwhelming wealth was finally my turn to seize. I immediately began to scavenge for treasure among the wrecked ships. Just as I was getting into it, a chilling voice came from nowhere, ominously claiming that I was disturbing the spirits and demanded I drop my loot and scram. I laughed. What? Do the spirits also need KPIs? As I spoke, a few ghosts draped in white cloth floated out. Without a second thought, I swung my sword towards the source of the voice. With a loud bang, I split one of the wrecked ships in half. Immediately, a child screamed and fell from midair. Good heavens, it turned out to be a few little brats playing tricks. I stepped forward and used my moonwalk to leap into the air, catching the child before he turned into a pancake and landing safely on the deck. Among these little troublemakers, one chubby kid stepped forward, blocking everyone else, his small eyes glaring at me. Who are you? What do you want? I told you. I laughed at that moment. Taking a closer look, wow. ISNT, that a familiar face. I recognized him right away. This is the kid I met during my first mission in the Navy, Rabani. No wonder he could call my name so easily. What do you mean? He looked at me with a smile, his face full of caution. I waved my hand, too lazy to beat around the bush. My name is Chen, and your friend Hung Zwo brought me here. Upon hearing Hung Zwo's name, the guy clearly froze for a moment. The name of this place isn't something just anyone would know. Plus, with the power of my sword from earlier and the fact that I saved his brother, even if he wasn't very bright, he should have figured out by now. If I wanted to make a move, these little guys would have been wiped out long ago. There would have been no need for me to save anyone. I pointed in Hung Zwo's direction. There he is. But right now, well, he is a bit different from you guys. Rabani looked at me skeptically, but still ran over with his gang of little brothers. Whether they believed me or not didn't matter. My primary goal was to make money. While they were catching up, I went into looting mode. Who understands how it feels? Family? This place is simply a treasure trove. I moved like a vacuum cleaner, leaving no grass behind. All the treasures were swept clean. By the time my pockets were stuffed full and I was ready to leave, I realized I was lost. This damn place was like a maze. And after wandering around for a long time, I still couldn't find the exit. Just when I was getting desperate enough to curse myself in circles, there was a loud bang. An explosion echoed from a distance. At least there was some action. My eyes lit up, and I rushed toward the direction of the explosion. A few minutes later, when I arrived at the scene, I found only Henswa there, with red eyes. What happened? Where are those little guys? I asked. They sacrificed themselves to save me, taking down a guy named Ian. Henswa cried, utterly heartbroken. As soon as I heard that, I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mutual destruction? In this place of time confusion? I patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. Vavunte di. Stop dawdling. Let's get out first. Without waiting for his reaction, I grabbed him by the back of his collar and ran outside. If we didn't leave now, we would really be stuck here forever. I have sharp eyes and have already spotted the Rainbow Tower in the distance. That thing is a landmark. Following it will definitely lead us in the right direction. When the two of us burst out from that colorful mist, wow. The port was packed with people. Rabani and the others were all there, anxiously waiting. However, they were no longer children. They all looked like adults 50 years later, dressed in naval uniforms. I tossed old Henzo forward. Here for you guys. Major General Chen. As soon as Rabani and the others saw me, they all saluted in unison. All right. I want to disturb your grand reunion after 50 years. I'm going to take a break. I waved my hand and turned to leave, keeping my achievements and name hidden. Once they finished reminiscing and sobbing, I walked over and handed Henzo a big bag of money. There's 10 million Bailey in here. Consider it your startup capital. If you need more money later, just let me know. I've got your back. After settling things here, I asked Rabani to send my regards to my old man, Karp, when he returned to the headquarters, and then I slipped away alone. This messy situation was finally resolved. A few days later, I returned to the G-39 naval base. I was leading some drills, and when he saw me back, he immediately came over to greet me. Have you been all right these past few days? I asked. All good. Just that everyone was so bored they were about to grow mushrooms. I replied with a bit of helplessness. I smiled and said, Don't worry. It won't be long before I take you all to take down another warlord for fun. Upon hearing there would be a fight, Ein's eyes lit up. Really? Who are we going to take down this time? You'll find out when the time comes. I teased. Back in the office, I lay back in my chair, and the system interface popped up directly, presenting two new tasks. The first one was to obtain the blueprint for the ancient weapon, Pluto. Let me tell you, this is a big deal. The system also rewards construction materials, so am I supposed to build a Pluto myself? I would need to learn shipbuilding skills, otherwise, my ship will be far ahead of this era. I have to get my hands on it. The other task was to take down a warlord, but that wasn't urgent. I decided to lay low at the base and wait for an opportunity. I waited for several months until one day I saw in a newspaper that Luffy and his crew had come down from Skypiea and caused a ruckus at the Navy base. I suddenly sat up straight in my chair. The timing was right. Their next stop was Water 7. It was time to set off. I changed into a low-profile black cloak and grinned. After months of training, my strength had officially broken through to S rank. I felt energized all over. I left a note for Ein saying I had something to attend to and would talk later, and then I disappeared from the base. Later, I found out that just as I left, the Navy headquarters sent a telegram to Ein, specifically instructing me to go to Water City for a mission. Upon seeing my note, Ein was so angry that he stomped his feet in the office. A few days later, I arrived at Water City aboard the high-tech warship provided by the system. This ship doesn't use sails. It's purely powered by electricity. I usually charge it with the Thunder Fruit, which is incredibly convenient. However, this ship was too eye-catching. As soon as I reached the port, it was like a celebrity walking the red carpet, and everyone gathered around to take a look. I didn't come here to show off. I came to steal blueprints. I quickly turned the ship around and steered it into a secluded alley. Taking advantage of the absence of people, I stowed the entire warship into my system backpack, then transformed into a shadow and slipped into the city. Once inside, I immediately spotted the Golden Mary docked by the shore, in tatters and looking like it could fall apart at any moment. It seemed there was no one on board, likely because Luffy and the others had already entered the city. I was wearing a black robe and found a gold exchange on the commercial street. As soon as the owner saw me carrying a bulging bag, his eyes lit up and he immediately invited me into the VIP room. I sat down abruptly and got straight to the point. Before I came, did a few people come to exchange gold? The boss still wanted to play coy, saying something about customer privacy. I directly pulled out a pure gold cup from my bag and threw it on the table. Is this enough to buy their privacy? The boss's eyes almost popped out, but he still held his ground. I didn't waste any more words and pulled out another one. He immediately couldn't hold back, spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans, confessing that Nami and the two guys came to exchange money. Then, I dumped all the gold I had gathered in one go, and the whole room was instantly dazzled by the golden light. The boss knelt down on the spot, trembling as he reported a sum of 1.5 billion berries. Deal, with a huge sum in hand. I checked into a hotel and happened to hear some news. The mayor of Water 7, also known as Iceberg, had been attacked and was still unconscious. Meanwhile, CP9 also caught wind of the situation. Rob Lucci was whispering to his subordinate Khalifa. The one codenamed Knight is here too? Is he also after the Pluton blueprint? That's right, it's me. That night, while I was lying in bed at the hotel, there was suddenly a commotion outside, with shouts for help and screams. I immediately knew that CP9 had taken action. Sure enough, the system notification sound rang. Mission triggered. Rescue Nami and Ace Bag. Without saying a word, I leaped out of the window, dressed in black, disappearing into the night. By the time I arrived at the scene, Espaka's office was already engulfed in flames. Nami and Espaku were tied up inside, and it looked like they were about to be roasted like jerky. Bang! I kicked the door open. Who are you? Nami looked at me, the figure in black, with a wary expression. No time for nonsense. If we don't leave now, we'll be done for. I swiftly moved in, lifting the unconscious Espaku with my left hand and cradling Nami in my right. As soon as she heard my voice, she immediately reacted. Just as she was about to call my name, I raised my leg and delivered a powerful kick, which with a loud bang, cleaved through the firewall and the outer wall, creating a large opening and forcing a way out. I held her steady as we landed, threw Ace Bug to the ground, and let go of my hand. I started to leave first. I lowered the brim of my hat and turned to sneak away. But then Nami, that girl, was quick and yanked off my hood. Brother Luchun, it's really you. I sighed helplessly and said, I'm here to handle some matters. Listen about Robin. Wait until the mayor wakes up and ask him. Also, make sure not to tell Luffy I'm here. That kid can't keep his mouth shut. I promise I won't say anything. Nami nodded heavily. I smiled at her and said, don't worry. With me here, you won't be in any danger. As soon as I finished speaking, I quickly vanished into the darkness, leaving Nami blushing there. After taking care of things here, I headed straight for the sea train station. To get the blueprints, I had to go to Judicial Island. When I arrived, I was shocked to see Frankie and Usopp being held by CP9. I was just about to sneak onto the train when I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye and froze. What's she doing here? She was leading a group of Navy soldiers to escort CP9. This is bad. While others might not recognize me, Ain and I have been together day and night. If I reveal myself, I would definitely be exposed on the spot. It looks like I won't be able to catch this free ride after all. I watched helplessly as Sanji quietly sneaked onto the train, and then the train left with a whistle. All right, I'll take matters into my own hands and provide for myself. I stepped out of the darkness and released my precious battleship, chasing after it along the tracks. Not long after I set off, the sky suddenly changed. Fierce winds and heavy rain arose, and monstrous waves surged on the sea. Seeing this, I realized that the gods of water, or rather a super tsunami, was about to arrive. Moments later, a giant wave, dozens of meters high, came crashing in like a wall, overwhelming everything in its path. I stood at the bow of the ship, advancing instead of retreating, and laughed. Perfect. I'll use my new move on you. I unleashed my Haki, and the armed color instantly covered the blade, causing the entire sword to emit an ominous red glow. One sword style, Earth Splitter. I casually struck down at the devastating tsunami with a single stroke. A terrifying red sword energy shot out, and the entire world fell silent for a second. The next moment, the towering waves were neatly split in two. My warship passed through the channel of water that had been cleaved apart, safe and sound. I sheathed my sword with satisfaction, having used only 30% of my strength in that last strike. Half an hour later, I arrived at Justice Island. I quickly maneuvered the boat, taking advantage of its speed, and in the blink of an eye while the guards were distracted, I had already slipped into the main island. I stood on the high tower, quietly watching Luffy crash into the front gate like a cannonball, causing chaos below. I tell you, watching him cause trouble is the best electronic pick-me-up in my dull life. Just then, the system beeped, ding mission triggered eliminates Spandam. Kill him? Only a reward of 20 energy points? That's really underestimating me. I pouted, but still set off. After all, even a mosquito is meat, right? I directly reached the top office of the Judicial Tower. That useless Spandam was flaunting his power in front of Robin and even wanted to hit her. I couldn't even be bothered to knock on the door. A blade of sword energy passed through, and the heavy iron door was directly sliced into 4 pieces, falling to the ground. Who is it? Spandam trembled in fear. I walked in wearing a black robe, my voice icy. Are you insulting me? He recognized my outfit instantly. Black Knight. The one with a bounty of 100 million. It seems my bounty hasn't increased. But that's okay. Killing you should do the trick. I said with a smile. This guy was so scared that he fell to his knees, begging for mercy with his mouth while drawing his elephant sword to launch a sneak attack with his hands. It was simply utterly boring. With a swift backhand strike, I sent him and his elephant flying. He lay on the ground, spitting blood, still trying to pull out his phone bug to call for help. I shot him a cold glance and unleashed another wave of sword energy, severing his entire arm. My hand. His pig-like scream was so annoying it made my head throb. You're really bothersome. I impatiently raised my hand and delivered one final strike. The world at last became quiet. I swung my sword backhandedly, severing the sea stone chains on Robin's hands. She looked at the corpse on the ground, then at me. Her eyes filled with confusion. He is a member of the world government. You are a Navy. Is it okay for you to kill him? I sheathed my knife with a light laugh and said, Isn't it reasonable that the knight killed him? Robin was still staring at me, her eyes full of question marks, probably wondering who I really was. I have to say, I found it amusing at that moment and thought, Sister, don't overthink it. You won't figure it out. I directly told her, Stop dawdling. Your captain is already at the door. Hurry up and join them. I'll handle things here. Only then did she react, thank me, and dashed off. That last glance she gave me, TSK, she still couldn't figure it out. Just as she left, a large group of Navy rushed in, and upon seeing Spandam lying on the ground, they immediately erupted, pointing at me and asking if it was my doing. I was so annoyed at that moment that I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. Just one word: get lost. Man, let me tell you, that red domineering color burst out with a bang, like a shockwave. The group of Navy in front of me, one by one, just fell down like a set of dominoes, crashing down and sleeping so soundly. With this smooth sweep, I also helped relieve some pressure for Luffy and the others. I found the highest point of the judicial tower and watched the show from a god's perspective. Guess what happened? I heard Robin down below shouting slogans again, saying something like, "I want to live, take me to the sea too." I looked down and everyone was stunned. Who understands, why did this girl get caught again? It had only been a few minutes. That group from CP9, Lucci, Kaku, and the others had surrounded her tightly. On the opposite rooftop, the Straw Hat crew lined up, and Luffy was there making bold statements, saying they had to rescue Robin. The momentum was indeed quite intimidating. Lucci didn't take them seriously at all, dragging Robin away and telling his subordinates to deal with Luffy and the others. At that moment, Frankie suddenly pulled out some torn paper from his body, and I focused to see, wow, the design of Pluton. He's a tough guy too, ready to burn the drawings right in front of CP9. Lucci and the others turned pale, shouting for him to stop. As soon as I saw it, I thought, why not seize this moment? The instant flames started spewing from Frankie's mouth. I darted over, feeling a rush of wind pass by, and no one saw what happened. In the next second, Frankie spat out fire, but his hands were empty, almost burning himself. Where are the blueprints? Lucci was the first to react, scanning the area and spotting me standing there with the blueprints tucked away. He immediately got agitated. "Who are you? Hand over the blueprints." I laughed. "My name is Knight. Haven't you heard of me?" Saying that, I tucked the blueprint into my pocket. It seemed like none of you wanted it, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Lucci's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, staring at me intently. I gave Robin a meaningful glance, which clearly conveyed, "Don't expose my identity, or your mother could be in danger." Then I waved my hand and said, "Take your time. Everyone, I'll be leaving first." "Damn it, I need to chase after him." Lucci shouted and ordered his subordinates to keep an eye on Robin. Then he used Shave and caught up with me. Over here, the system prompt sounds in my head like crazy. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the task, and the reward is credited." Ding. "New task triggered. Eliminate Lucci." Well, isn't this a coincidence? I was just worried about not having a reason to take action, and now this task is delivered right to my doorstep. I glanced back at Lucci, who was closely pursuing me, decided not to run anymore, and simply stopped to turn around and look at him with an impatient expression. I said, "Why do you have to act like a fly, coming here to seek death?" He still pretended to be calm and said expressionlessly, "Hand over the blueprints, and I will let you go." I couldn't help but laugh out loud at that moment. I tell you, I don't even know where he got the courage to say that. Does he think his moves are that smooth? I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. I wrapped my right fist in Haki and infused it with Conqueror's Haki as well. The momentum was so impressive that I thought I looked cool myself. As soon as Lucci saw the situation was not in his favor, he immediately transformed into a more than 3-meter tall leopard form and came at me with a gale kick. A white slash shot towards me. I curled my lips, thinking to myself that what he was playing with was just what I had left behind. I threw a punch and shouted, "Fierce Tiger Fist." This punch was incredible. The wind from the punch carried a tiger's roar, and a massive red tiger phantom directly swallowed his small gale kick without making a sound. Then, the momentum of the punch continued unabated, heading straight for Lucci's face. His face turned pale, and he frantically kicked his legs, unleashing several gale kicks in succession. But it was like tossing a few small stones into the ocean, completely useless, just as the fist was about to smash into his face. He could only quickly cross his arms to brace for impact. Boom! There was a huge sound. I felt like his arms were about to break, and he flew back like a cannonball, crashing through 7 or 8 walls before finally stopping, spitting out a mouthful of old blood upon landing. He struggled to stand up, looking at me with a serious expression, and blurted out 2 words, "So strong." Of course, if I weren't strong, could I manage? In a flash, I appeared in front of him and delivered a seemingly ordinary iron fist. This kid reacted quickly and dodged with a swift move. but he could dodge the first strike, not the 15th. He started to get serious and used a move called Life Return, making his body leaner and increasing both his speed and strength to a new level. I heard a system notification in my head, indicating that I had learned this move. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. Then, Lucci went completely crazy, launching a flurry of attacks on me, with his Six Kings gun and punches raining down on me like raindrops. Let me tell you, I wasn't even trying to defend seriously at that moment. I just stood there with my hands covered in Haki, letting him hit me. Why? Because the system was notifying me that my Haki experience was skyrocketing. Although I was a bit sore, I was mostly focused on companionship, experiencing pain and joy at the same time. I even had the leisure to tease him. Hey, are you giving me a gua sha treatment? Can you put in a bit more effort? Once he heard that, he got even more fired up, poking me with his fingers like a machine gun, turning my black robe into a sieve. After he was done, I noticed a few red marks on my body, but my skin wasn't even broken. When he saw me smile, he thought I was going to fight back, and he got so scared that he retreated dozens of meters. I laughed. Why are you running? If you hit me a few more times, who knows, I might really not be able to hold on anymore. Little did he know I was happy because my experience bar was full. This kid thought I was just toughing it out, snorted coldly, and charged at me again, using all his strength. He unleashed a flurry of attacks for several minutes, using techniques like flying finger gun and handgun Huanglian, hitting me nonstop. Finally, he wrapped me up with his leopard tail and unleashed his ultimate move, the maximum wheel 6 king gun, landing a solid punch right on my chest. Boom! The shockwave shattered the wall behind me, and I was sent flying into a cloud of dust. Lucci was panting heavily, thinking he finally won. I'm telling you, he's still too young. Doesn't he understand the two-dimensional law? No harm with smoke. I dusted off the ashes from my body, walked out of the smoke, and wiped a non-existent bloodstain from the corner of my mouth, smiling as I said, "Not bad. Your strength is quite impressive." Lucy's eyes were about to pop out, his face full of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How the hell are you okay?" My eyes turned cold. I said it before, you're too weak. In that moment, he felt my killing intent and his whole being chilled to the bone. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. His speed was faster than a rabbit. Want to escape? Too late. I began to gather lightning in my right hand, and white arcs of electricity crackled and danced. I raised my hand and waved, and a massive lightning dragon roared as it chased after him. 60 million volts of lightning dragon. The speed of the lightning. Need I say more? In the blink of an eye, it caught up to Lu Qi, directly shocking him into convulsions, his skeletal frame clearly visible. When the lightning faded, he was already charred black, emitting smoke as he fell from the sky. I drew my sword and casually slashed with a wave of sword energy, sending a large head soaring into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. I took the knife, didn't even take a glance at his corpse, and disappeared. This incident later blew up quite a bit. The news of the Straw Hat crew causing a ruckus at Judicial Island spread across the world, and my night bounty skyrocketed from 100 million to 1 billion berries. The Navy headquarters held a meeting, and my grandfather, Garp, was sitting there picking his nose and pretending to be clueless. He would get upset whenever someone mentioned capturing Luffy. The 5 old men of the world government were furious and issued a death order to uncover my identity. Once the news got out, the whole world exploded. Rayleigh was laughing in the tavern to the point where his beard was curling up, and Hancock was infatuated with my bounty poster. Even my mom, oh no, Olvia, Robin's mother, guessed in the East Blue that I was the one who helped her daughter. As for me, I was comfortably lying in the office of the Navy base, looking at my 1 billion bounty in the newspaper, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, the system issued a new task, asking me to form my own pirate crew. While I was pondering this, I knocked on the door and came in. Major General Lu Chun, a telegram from headquarters. She said seriously, "You are ordered to immediately head to Water 7 to capture the Straw Hat crew." My face turned dark at that moment. Who gave the order? Don't they know Luffy is my brother? I said, holding back a laugh. It was Admiral Karp himself who put your name down. Got it, I understand now. This old man is worried that others don't know Luffy is his grandson, so he's giving me double insurance. I, along with Ein, set sail with a group of Navy personnel straight to the city of 7 Waters. On the way, Ein asked me who was more powerful, the one with the bounty of 1 billion, or me. I asked her what she thought. She said it must be because I'm impressive. I laughed at that moment. How would I know about fighting with myself? A few days later, our warship arrived at the city of Seven Waters. The scene was truly magnificent. As the Navy disembarked, they stood in 2 straight rows, and I walked through the middle wearing my justice coat, exuding confidence. The residents on the shore were stunned, and when someone tried to come over and block my way, I shot them a glare that sent them right back. I had the Navy wait outside and pushed open the door of the Frankie family by myself, deliberately using a very pretentious opening line. Everyone, long time no see. Everyone in the room instantly turned to look at me, and Frankie's crew tensed up, raising their weapons. Only Luffy, that kid, was still sound asleep in his chair. As soon as Nami saw me, she excitedly rushed over, hugging my arm and asking if I came to see her. Meanwhile, Sanji's heart was shattered into pieces next to her. I smiled and explained, I suppose so. The Navy headquarters sent me to capture the Straw Hat crew. As soon as I said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone took a fighting stance, except for Nami and Robin, who remained still. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. My gaze was fixed directly on Luffy, who was sleeping soundly. With a quick shave, I dashed over. Sanji tried to stop me, but he didn't even touch my shadow. I appeared in front of Luffy and slammed a punch covered in Haki down directly. Luffy, get up already. With a loud bang, the chair shattered and a big lump instantly formed on Luffy's head as he curled up and cried. It hurts. Who hit me? When he opened his eyes and saw me, he was stunned. Brother Chen, why is it you? I smiled faintly, saying it was Grandpa who called me here, and then I threw a few more punches. I came to see you, so I'll give you a good beating. The kid tried to dodge, but my punches were not something he could avoid. Bang, bang. 2 fresh lumps appeared on his head. Luffy, in pain, teared up. Brother Chen, why do your punches hurt just like Grandpa's? I retracted my fist and explained to him. This is called armament Haki. Specifically used to deal with someone like you who has the gum fruit ability. That little brat Luffy was so scared that he jumped 3 feet high and quickly hid in the corner, afraid that I would hit him again. I ignored him completely and sat down heavily on the chair, waving my hand at his crew, who were so nervous they looked ready to draw their swords. Hey, everyone relax. Don't be so tense. I'm here on orders from the department to make arrests, and by the way, to check on my troublesome little brother. I crossed my legs and looked at Luffy. Luffy, I've come this time mainly for 3 things. First, to give you a good beating on behalf of our grandpa. That one has already been taken care of. Second, I paused, watching everyone perk up their ears, then slowly dropped a bombshell. Let me enlighten you about who your dad is. Your dad is Monkey D. Dragon. Yes, that's right, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, certified by the world government as the most dangerous criminal. As soon as I finished speaking, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Nami and Sanji looked like their jaws were about to hit the ground. Their expressions were as if they had just seen their foolish captain suddenly turn into some extraordinary official second generation. Oh no, I mean the second generation criminal. Robin, on the other hand, remained calm, but her eyes were full of shock, her brows furrowed as she looked at me, probably thinking wildly, this guy is in the Navy, his brother is a pirate, and his dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Is the Monkey family putting on a spy movie here? Luffy himself was also confused, scratching his head. Huh? Dragon? I think I've heard of that person, but I don't really remember. Family, who understands this level of carelessness? Just as this awkward atmosphere lingered, suddenly there was a loud commotion outside the door. I glanced over and saw Zoro, that green-haired guy, having a heated fight with my Navy little brothers. I gave a nod to Kobe and Balumeb, signaling them to go meet him. Yes, Major. The 2 boys took the order and rushed in excitedly. When Luffy saw his crew being beaten, he panicked and ran outside. Hey, Zoro, stop fighting. They're not here to catch us. But as soon as he dashed out, Kobe suddenly appeared in front of him with a shave and kicked him with a gale kick. The wind blade was so sharp that it left a gash on the ground. Relying on his rubber body, Luffy narrowly dodged it. Looking alert. Who are you? Kobe grinned. Mr. Luffy, don't you recognize me? I am Kobe. Luffy sized him up for a while, still full of disbelief. The Kobe I know is a crybaby coward. Who are you? Masaman? Kobe awkwardly scratched his head. That was in the past. Now I'm hanging out with Major Chen. At this moment, I slowly walked out and shouted, all right, Everyone stopped. Then I asked Kobe and the others to step back. To be honest, with their current strength, although they can't beat Zoro and Luffy, they can still hold them off for a while. After all, they were trained by me personally. Luffy ran over with a puzzled expression and asked me, "Bro, is he really Kobe?" I nodded and said, "Right, enough of that." I changed the subject, winked at him, and lowered my voice. "There's one last thing. The order from the Navy headquarters is to capture you guys, the Straw Hat crew. So you'd better run away right now, immediately, or else it will really be impossible for you to leave later." I'm almost making it explicit. Luffy, this single-celled organism, finally had a moment of clarity. His eyes lit up, and he yelled, "Oh, oh, oh. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, let's run." After saying that, he led his crew, like they were fleeing, rushing frantically towards the beach, where their new ship, the Thousand Sunny, was docked. Nami and the others are smart too. They understood my meaning in an instant and ran faster than rabbits. I watched their figures and smiled to myself. "Grandpa, look, I've also completed the task, right?" I leaned over and quietly asked, "When are we going to chase them?" "No rush. Let us wait until they get on the boat," I said calmly. I nodded. She had seen through it long ago. I was just going through the motions this time, visiting on a public expense and letting things slide. How could I possibly really catch my brother? I turned to look at Kobe and Balumeb, who both had guilty expressions, and said, "See, with your current level, you still have a long way to go. You have too little practical experience, and only when you awaken your domineering spirit can you really compete with them." The two boys almost buried their heads in their chests. I quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, all right. The Major General is also doing this for your own good. The purpose of coming out this time was to give you practical experience." I nodded, looking at Luffy and the others who had already boarded the ship in the distance. I waved my hand and said, "All right, we should chase now." "Yes, Major." The entire Navy immediately sprang into action, heading towards the shore. An walked up beside me and whispered, "How was that?" "Well, I just said it was pretty good, right? I can see from your eyes that you wanted me to comfort them a bit." She seemed quite proud and continued, "Besides, you brought so many people. Surely it's not just to see your brother, right? You're going to take down that warlord you mentioned before?" "Smart of you," I admitted. "We're going to take care of Gecko Moria along the way." That's right. The system mission had already arrived. Kill Moria, with a generous reward of 1,000 energy points, plus 10 of the materials to build the Pluton. This was a must-win. I got excited upon hearing this. Gecko Moria? Is he the one with a zombie army in the Devil's Triangle? His shadow fruit ability is quite troublesome. "Don't worry," I smiled. "Dealing with him won't be a problem." After following me for so long, I had some confidence in me and immediately stopped asking more questions. A few minutes later, all of our Navy personnel were on the ship. I stood at the bow, facing the already departing Thousand Sunny, and pretended to shout dramatically, "Give chase. Don't let a single one get away. Our warship is advancing at full speed, quickly closing the distance." Sanji over there is panicking. "Luffy, your brother won't really come, right?" Nami, on the other hand, is quite certain. "Definitely not." Luffy, completely carefree, is grinning at me with a silly smile. I looked at them, a grin spreading across my face as I slowly drew my sword. War Heaven. Let me tell you, in that moment, my entire aura exploded, and my armed color Haki was fully activated. Black and red lightning crackled on my blade, and the entire sword turned into an ominous black and red color. The sword intent soaring to the sky. The Navy on my ship was so scared that they kept retreating. The rear admiral was about to make a move. "Quick, get out of the way." On the opposite ship, the Sunshine, that guy Zoro's eyes were wide open, staring intently at my sword. Such strong sword intent. This sword is definitely one of the supreme blades. Usopp and Chopper were so scared that they hugged each other and ran around the ship in chaos. "Luffy, your brother really is going to chop us up." Just when everyone thought I was going to split their ship with a single strike, I smiled. With a flick of my hand, the sword fell. A devastating slash roared out, the sword energy directly cleaving a massive chasm in the sea between us and them. Even the clouds above were neatly sliced in half. Then this sword energy that looked like it could destroy everything with a bang accurately struck the surface of the sea beside their ship. Goodness, the towering waves that surged up were like an invisible giant god giving the Sunshine a hard slap, directly sending their little boat flying. The speed was so fast that we couldn't even catch up if we wanted to. It was all about physical acceleration, you know? Before long, they disappeared over the horizon. Ein walked up beside me, trying to hold back a laugh, teasing me. Rear Admiral Luchun, you're openly letting pirates go? I had a serious expression and solemnly retracted my sword. Nonsense. I clearly used my strongest strike. It just happened to miss. Ain chuckled and didn't say anything more. The others on the ship were all clever, well aware of the truth, but who would dare to speak it? They all pretended nothing had happened. I cleared my throat and ordered the entire Navy. Everyone, now that we are out here, we cannot return empty-handed. All hands, turn towards the target, the Devil's Triangle. Eliminate the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria. Yes, Major General. The Navy roared in unison, their morale high. A few days later, our warship entered the legendary Devil's Triangle. It was shrouded in thick fog all year round, with extremely low visibility. Surrounded by the wreckage of broken ships and eerie white bones, creating a bizarre atmosphere. The young sailors on board began to whisper to each other, mentioning that over 100 ships disappeared here every year, and some claimed to have seen ghosts. Ein, seeing that I was still lying on the deck sunbathing, couldn't help but ask me, at a time like this, why are you so relaxed? Aren't you going to stabilize the morale of the troops? I smiled and said, what do I do if I go? Fear is something they have to face themselves. Once they go in and experience it, they won't be afraid anymore. I sat up and looked at Kobe and Balumabur. Are you two afraid? The two replied in unison, not afraid. Good, I nodded. There are a few officers under Moonlight Moria, so I'll leave them to you two for practice. Don't let me down. Yes, teacher. The two immediately stood at attention, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Just then, from the thick fog ahead, a huge ghost ship slowly floated in. The ship looked dilapidated and seemed impossible to move on its own. Even scarier was the eerie sound of a violin and singing coming from the ship. Yo-ho-ho. Ghost ship. The Navy on the ship instantly erupted in chaos. I was also quite scared, instinctively moving closer to me. When she saw a skeleton in a tuxedo with an afro standing on the ghost ship, playing the violin and singing, she let out a sharp scream and clung tightly to me. Wow, this was the first time I saw her lose her composure like this. I patted her back and comforted her. It's okay. Even if it's a real ghost, I can take it down. Only then did I calm down. As soon as she realized she was still clinging to me, her face turned bright red, and she quickly let go, saying, I'm sorry, Lu-chun. It's fine. You can hang on as long as you want. You're not heavy, I teased with a smile. Just then, the system in my mind chimed. Ding. Task triggered. Help Brook reclaim his shadow. Reward. 300 energy points. Oh, an unexpected gain. I looked at the ghost ship getting closer and said to everyone, if you're scared, stay here. I'm going to meet this so-called ghost. I'm not afraid. I want to go too. Ein pouted defiantly. I smiled, directly took her little hand, and jumped. All right, you can follow me. Huh? I'm not ready yet. Ein exclaimed, already brought to the ghost ship across. As soon as we landed, the skeleton stopped the music, curiously stared at Ein, and then asked in a very gentlemanly tone the classic line. Oh ho ho, beautiful lady. May I have the pleasure of admiring your panties? Lu-chun, this skeleton can talk. I was so scared that she hid behind me again. I remained calm and, hello, my name is Monkey D. Luching. You can call me Luching. The skeleton, that is, Brook, was taken aback for a moment and politely replied, hello, my name is Brook. Aren't you afraid of me? What is there to be afraid of? I said. When a person dies, don't they all turn into skeletons? Yo-ho-ho-ho. That's true. Brook laughed heartily, and in that laughter, there was a loneliness that had been hidden for decades. I took out a bottle of red wine from the system backpack. Want to have a drink? Chat a bit? Brook's eyes, even though he doesn't have eyes, lit up. Great. It's been a long time since someone has kept me company. We followed Brook into the cabin, although I was still a bit scared. Seeing Brook's gentlemanly demeanor made her less tense, and she even took the initiative to pour us some wine. Brook shared his story from over 50 years ago, about his pirate crew, about the whale Laboon, about how they were all wiped out here, and how he was resurrected in the form of a skeleton due to the Yomi Yomi no Mi, but had his shadow taken by Moria and was trapped here for decades. After hearing all that, I raised my glass. Your experiences have indeed been tumultuous. Coincidentally, I'm going to take down Moonlight Moria, so I'll help you get your shadow back while I'm at it. Brook quickly waved his hands. No. That guy's techniques are too bizarre. I don't want to drag you into danger. I'm a Navy Rear Admiral. I smiled confidently. I can handle him well enough. Seeing my resolute attitude, Brook stopped declining and instead reminded me. His army of zombies is afraid of salt, so you might want to prepare more of it. All right. Thank you. I nodded and curiously asked, by the way, did the Yomi Nomi really take you to the afterlife? What was that place like? Brook tried to recall and said, I can't remember it clearly. It was very dark. I just remember I kept going up and could vaguely hear some beast-like sounds. By the time I returned to my body, many memories had become fuzzy. It seems that the secrets of this world are even more than I imagined. After our chat, I brought Brook back to our warship, officially heading toward Maria's lair, the largest ship in the world, the Thriller Bark. Half an hour later, a massive shadow resembling a castle on the sea appeared before us. Brook pointed ahead and said, that is Maria's lair. I turned to the entire Navy and gave a pre-battle mobilization speech. Everyone, Mariea has committed heinous acts against past ships. Now is the time for us to act on behalf of justice. Zombies fear salt, and I have already told you how to deal with them. Eliminate those minions, and I will handle Mariea myself. Yes, Rear Admiral. As soon as our ship docked, a large group of bizarre-looking zombies surged out of the pier, some with bat wings, some with elephant trunks, and others with crocodile mouths. It was like a freak show. Leading them was the transparent fruit user, Absalom. He shouted at us arrogantly, hey, Navy, our captain is one of the 7 warlords. What do you want? I laughed, a cold laugh. We are the Navy. What do you think we are here for? Of course, we are here to kill pirates. They don't know what's coming. Absalom was furious, waving his hand. Go. Kill them for me. Soldiers, charge with me. Ein raised his sword and shouted. In an instant, the two sides collided, and the sounds of battle filled the air. With the powerful weapon of salt, the Navy easily dealt with these pain-resistant zombies as if they were cutting vegetables. In the chaos, Absalom set his sights on Ein. He chuckled and activated his ability, instantly disappearing into thin air, quietly approaching Ein, intending to extend his wicked hand. This guy wants to play dirty, trying to lay hands on my Ein. At that moment, my observation Haki was fully activated, locking onto his position in an instant. No matter how transparent you are, killing intent cannot be hidden. Without even looking in that direction, I swung my sword, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy. What? Absalom, who was invisible, felt a chill on his back and awkwardly jumped back, barely avoiding a fatal blow. But the sword energy continued unabated, clearing a straight path through the zombies behind him. I was startled and shouted at me, hey, Chen, what are you doing? You almost hurt me, I said expressionlessly. That weird guy went invisible and almost took advantage of you just now. Upon hearing this, Ein quickly hugged himself, looking terrified and disgusted. Absalom, hiding nearby, glared at me fiercely, cursing me in his heart, with killing intent surging again. Before he could make his next move, my eyes had already narrowed. One sword style, quick draw slash. A sword light, fast to the extreme, flashed like lightning. It shot precisely toward Absalom's hiding spot. What? How did he notice me? Absalom's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't have time to dodge and could only draw his sword to block. Clang! With a crisp sound, his sword cracked instantly upon contact with my sword energy, then broke into pieces. The sword energy passed through his body without obstruction. Absalom screamed as he was cut in half, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing out. And he became visible from his transparent state, dying without ever knowing how I discovered him. Family, who understands? Dealing with such a lewd man requires physical exorcism. An looked at the corpse on the ground and gratefully said to me, Chen, thank you. It's nothing, I replied lightly. A stitched monster like him deserved to die for trying to take advantage of you. After resolving this incident, I refrained from making further moves, leaving the battlefield to others. I saw KB and Barumabur working well together, easily taking down a 3-headed hellhound, and I nodded in satisfaction. After about 10 minutes, the battle at the entrance ended. I ordered the injured Navy to stay behind to guard the ship, and the rest to follow me into Maria's castle. Meanwhile, in the castle hall, Mariea was furious over Absalom's death. When he learned from his subordinate's report that the leader was me, the Navy supernova, Monkey D, Luchun, his massive body visibly stiffened. It's him. Maria's expression turned extremely grim. After pondering for a moment, he said to his subordinates, the Ghost Princess Perona and Dr. Hogback, you two go stop him. I will get my secret weapon. Yes, Captain. A few minutes later, our two groups officially met in front of the castle. Both sides were on high alert, and a major battle was about to break out. Guess what happened? On the other side, as soon as Hogback saw me, his eyes nearly popped out, pointing at me and shouting, it's you. That Navy supernova, Monkey D, Luchun. I tell you, I was too lazy to waste words with him. I just glanced at him and directly asked the key point. Where's Mariea? Tell him to come out. Good guy, he was quite arrogant, using his warlord status to pressure me, saying something about the Navy having an agreement with the warlords. I laughed at that, warlord. With Maria's character, he deserves it. Back in the day, he was indeed brave enough to confront Kaido, but ever since the crew got wiped out, he has become useless, just playing with shadows every day. Completely pathetic. During the Marineford War, he got knocked down by Jinbei in just a few hits, truly a disgrace to the warlords. I saw that he wasn't speaking, and I was too lazy to push him, so I directly dashed towards the castle behind him. Want to get through? No way. A little girl with pink hair and twin ponytails, Perona, floated in midair to block me. With a wave of her small hand, several ghost-like creatures flew towards me, shouting something about negative ghosts. Let me tell you, this thing works fine against others, but against me? I didn't even raise an eyelid. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki directly. With just one glance, those little ghosts shattered into pieces. That girl named Perona immediately crouched down, holding her head, probably from mental backlash, suffering from a terrible headache. By the time she regained her senses, I was already long gone. I just rushed into the castle, and my people followed behind. I directly blocked Perona, who wanted to report the news, while KB and Balumber entangled that Hogaback. It was quite a commotion outside. I wandered around the castle, like in a maze, and after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find Mariea. But then I thought, that guy must be hiding in the darkest place, in this hot weather. Wherever is the coldest, he must be there. I ran along the cold air and, sure enough, found a huge freezer room. I told you, I was too lazy to walk through the door, so I just cut it with one strike, and with a loud bang, I split open a big hole in the wall that was as thick as a city wall. The cold air rushed out all at once. As the smoke and dust cleared, there was Maria's big face standing there. Next to him lay an enormous zombie, the Demon Oz. When he saw me, he was dumbfounded and opened his mouth as if he wanted to bring up his identity as one of the 7 warlords. I interrupted him directly. Stop wasting time. Don't you just want to stuff your shadow into this big zombie's body? Stalling for time? Come on. I'm waiting for you. Take your time to gather your people. Hurry up and merge. Don't drag it out. Who understands? As soon as I said this, Maria's expression turned from shock to anger, and in the end, he probably thought I was too arrogant, and he really started to merge right in front of me. Soon, the huge zombie Oz suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Wow, when that big guy stood up, the entire cold storage almost broke under him. Mariea was hiding behind and laughing maniacally. He, kid, pay the price for your arrogance. Oz, kill him. Oz let out a roar, and the whole castle shook. His fist, as big as a pot, came crashing down towards me. I casually blocked with a knife, and well, my strength was decent, sending me flying and crashing through several walls. But I brushed off the dust and stood up, completely fine. What felt the best? There was a ding in my head, and my armament Haki experience points increased by 500. This incredible fortune, I must seize it. I put away the knife at that moment and gestured to Mariea with my finger. This really infuriated him. He thought I was humiliating him, so he had Oz use his fists. I responded by taking the hits with my fists as well, which didn't do much damage, but was extremely insulting. The scene that followed was like Oz was a pile driver, pounding me relentlessly, almost turning the entire castle into ruins. I just stood there enduring it, feeling my experience bar in my mind, rising rapidly. It was incredibly satisfying. I don't know how long it lasted, but eventually, I heard the notification sound in my head. Ding! Level up. I laughed and said to the still panting Oz, thanks, buddy. After that, I unsheathed my twin blades and casually swung them a couple of times, sending 2 waves of sword energy that knocked Oz down to the ground. But this guy was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Surprisingly, he didn't break his defense. Mariea started to act arrogant again. It's useless. The demon Oz is invincible. Oh, is that so? I laughed, thinking I can't harm him, huh? Then I suppose I can take you down, right? I disappeared in a flash, and when I reappeared, the blade was almost touching Mariea's face. This guy reacted quickly and directly used his fruit ability to swap places with Oz, making Oz take a hit instead. Immediately after, this coward crawled into Oz's belly and shouted from inside, "I'm in Oz's body now, let's see how you hit me." I shook my head at that time, realizing that being too dependent on external things ultimately won't get you anywhere. I won't waste any more words. With both knives raised, a powerful aura enveloped me, and my formidable sword intent transformed into a white fierce tiger and a crimson giant dragon, roaring as they charged forward. Dual blade style, white tiger dragon roar. With a loud boom, energy erupted, and the entire ground was thrown into the air. When the dust settled, Oz's arms had been cleanly severed and lay motionless on the ground. Mariea, covered in blood, crawled out from Oz's stomach, still unwilling to back down, and let out a skyward roar, shadow gathering. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of shadows on the island, as if they had seen a ghost, surged over and flew into his mouth. He ballooned up like an inflated balloon, growing larger and larger until he became a giant several dozen meters tall. "Kid, die for me." He slapped down at me like a mountain. I directly executed a swift slash, and with a reverse motion, I unleashed my strongest strike, one sword style, opening the sky. That red sword chi soared into the sky, cleaving the clouds above into two halves, accurately striking the giant Mariea. He fell like a deflated balloon, all his shadows whooshing out from his body, and he crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. I walked over, struck with my knife, and carried his head. This matter was settled. Just as I turned around, a ghost-like figure appeared behind me. Bartholomew Bear, the tyrant. He looked at me and asked expressionlessly, "If you were to travel, where would you want to go?" I was immediately on edge, instinctively taking several steps back. This guy was no ordinary person. I told him that I had no plans to travel for the time being. He didn't make a move, just said he was sent to capture my brother Luffy. But since he couldn't find him, he considered his mission a failure. After saying that, he just walked away. I watched his back and understood that he was just looking for an excuse. He never intended to catch my brother. By the time I returned with Mariea's head to regroup with Ein and the others, except for Perona who had escaped, everyone else had been taken down by us. We set sail immediately, returning to the base. A few days later, at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku looked at my report, his head likely spinning, probably raging in his office. Next to him, my unreliable grandfather Garp was instead laughing heartily, saying that I was indeed his grandson. I was sunbathing on the warship when I rushed over with a telegram, saying that the naval headquarters had an urgent message and that I needed to return immediately. I could tell at a glance that it's definitely about killing Mariea. I had Ein lead the team back to the base while I took a small boat to the naval headquarters by myself. After more than half a month, I arrived. To my surprise, there were already people waiting for me at the dock, and their expressions looked like they were escorting a prisoner. Along the way, all the Navy personnel pointed and whispered about me. Finally, I was brought to a large door, pushed it open, and there in front of me were Admiral Sengoku and the three Marine admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, all sitting there like it was a tribunal. As soon as I walked in, the door behind me slammed shut with a bang. I saluted, and that old bastard Akainu was the first to jump out, shouting at me, "Stop, you stay right there." I ignored him and continued walking forward, preparing to find a chair to sit down. Akainu was so angry that his face turned green and said to Sengoku, "Marshal, he is currently a criminal." Sengoku spoke up, "Until he is convicted. He is a Navy Rear Admiral." As soon as I heard it, I laughed and grinned at Akainu before sitting down directly. That old guy immediately choked back his words, his face as black as a pot bottom. Sengoku cleared his throat and looked at me seriously. "Luchan, I have a few questions to ask you. Answer truthfully." "Yes." He started. "Did you kill the warlord Gecko Moria?" I blurted out, "Yes." As soon as I finished speaking, Akainu couldn't wait to bang the table. Since he admitted it, let's convict him. Knowing the crime, the penalty should be increased. Akiji lazily added, I believe Major General Chen wouldn't kill a Shichibukai for no reason. Sengoku shot a glance at Akainu, his voice turning cold. I haven't finished my question yet, and you already want to convict him? Akainu's face turned green at that moment, and he didn't dare to say a word. Then Sengoku turned back to me and continued the interrogation. Chen, the second question, why did you kill Gecko Moria? I told you I just laughed at that moment and directly gave him a triple crit. First, that guy actively came at me in the Devil's Triangle, trying to take me down, so I countered him. Nothing wrong with that, right? It's all about self-defense, you know? Second, he's a pirate and I'm the Navy. It's only natural for the Navy to kill pirates, isn't it? Third, he carries the title of Warlord of the Sea. But how many civilians has he harmed behind the scenes? Can a warlord do such things? All right, I'm done. Sengoku, after hearing this, had a grin that almost reached his ears. His expression was just shy of saying, "No wonder you're Karp's grandson. You speak nonsense so confidently." Wow. Akainu got anxious and jumped out to accuse me. You're just quibbling. You clearly went looking for trouble. I rolled my eyes and said, Admiral Sakazuki, you need to provide evidence when you speak. You claim I sought trouble with him, but where's your witness? Bring one out for me to see. It's ridiculous. On my way back, the stray members of the Moria Pirates, except for that ghost Princess Perona who disappeared without a trace, I personally dealt with all of them. I sent them off one by one in front of all my subordinates. Who would dare to speak out of turn? They wouldn't have the guts. Akainu was immediately left speechless, his face as dark as a pop bottom, and he could only grit his teeth and say, "Of course your men will speak for you. But you did kill the 7 warlords." "Yes, I did." I admitted it directly, as calm as can be. Akainu immediately looked like he had found treasure, shouting at Sengoku. "Commander!" He admitted it. Conviction. He must be convicted. I didn't wait for Sengoku to speak and directly interjected. "Admiral Sakazuki, are you out of your mind?" Bang. He slammed the table and stood up. "Chen, what do you mean?" "My meaning is that you're out of your mind." I shouted even louder than him. "I'm a Navy. I've killed so many harmful pirates. And now you, an admiral, want to convict me for a pirate? Who would dare to capture pirates in the future? Should we all worship them as ancestors? Let me tell you, the number of pirates I've killed with my sword is more than the meals you've eaten." As soon as these words came out, Akainu completely lost it. Veins bulging, he shouted, "You're looking for death." And in an instant, he disappeared. The next second, covered in magma, he threw a punch straight at my face. Sengoku panicked and shouted for Sakazuki to stop. To be honest, I wasn't worried at all. I had my armament Haki covering my right hand, and my sword was almost drawn. Just then, a thunderous roar came from behind me. Who dares to touch my grandson? Boom! With a loud crash, that heavy iron door was blown to pieces. A figure instantly stood in front of me, and I looked my family who understands. My grandpa Garp had arrived. His fist, covered in armament Haki, showed no mercy as it slammed into Akainu's forehead. Bang! Akainu was sent flying like a sandbag. Crashing to the ground, magma splattering everywhere, creating a huge pit in the ground, and his half a head was nearly gone. He lay there coughing up blood. And if he hadn't used armament Haki to protect his head at the last moment, that punch would have taken out an admiral from a navy. I looked at that familiar broad back and felt a sense of reassurance. Grandpa, Karp's eyes were fixed on the ground where Akainu lay, without turning his head. "Chen kid, are you all right?" "Don't worry, Grandpa, he can't kill me." Karp nodded, then released his Conqueror's Haki with a hum, accurately sensing his target, and charged directly at Akainu. "Akainu, do you really think I'm old? How dare you lay a hand on my grandson without asking me?" Under the pressure of that Haki, Akainu couldn't even stand up, let alone maintain his magma form, and couldn't utter a word. Akiji on the high platform was secretly amused, while Sengoku had no choice but to cough tactically twice. "Karp, that's enough. Step back. Can I take a look at my grandson? Is that not allowed?" Karp finally retracted his Haki, picking his nose as he spoke. Only then did Akainu manage to regain his composure, swaying as he sat back in his chair, looking at the two of us like we were monsters. Sengoku had a helpless expression. All right, you can stay, but this is an interrogation, so hurry back." "No way. What if someone bullies my grandson again after I leave?" After saying that, Karp plopped down right across from Akainu, who was so scared he didn't dare to meet his gaze. Sengoku truly had no solution left, so he said, "Fine, You can stay here. Then he cleared his throat. In that case, let's vote. Those in favor of convicting Major General Chen, raise your hands. I tell you, Akainu is such a coward. Do you think he dares to raise his hand? Karp is staring right at him. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare. Sengoku looked around and then said, those who believe he should not be convicted, raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji and Sengoku himself raised their hands, while Kizaru and Akainu remained still like wooden statues. Kizaru and Akainu, what's wrong with you two? Sengoku asked. Kizaru lazily replied, Admiral, I abstain. Akainu immediately followed suit. Admiral, I also abstain. Good. Sengoku nodded, raising his voice high, deliberately saying it for Karp to hear, since that's the case. I announced that the Navy headquarters finds Rear Admiral not guilty. I quickly seized the opportunity. Marshal, so the bounty and achievement for Mariea are also mine, right? Sengoku chuckled wryly and nodded. Yes. Before he could finish his sentence, Karp stood up, grabbed me, and headed outside. All right, it's fine now. Let's go spend some time together, grandson. From now on, you'll stay at the Navy headquarters, so you won't get bullied when you go out. As he spoke, he glanced back at Akainu. Akainu's face was so dark it looked like ink could drip from it, and he was probably cursing me 1,000 times in his heart. But he didn't dare say a word. I swaggered out with my grandpa, and the Navy outside were craning their necks to look. As soon as they saw us come out, it immediately caused a stir. When Sengoku and the others came out, everyone instantly noticed the big, red, shiny bump on Akainu's forehead. Who did that? It was obvious, right? But no one dared to laugh. Akainu's glare was like he wanted to eat someone. When we got to Karp's office, the old man started lecturing me. You little brat, always causing trouble. Aren't you afraid someone will come after you? I smiled and said, aren't you here, Grandpa? As soon as Karp heard this, he laughed and said, you're right. Some pirates deserve to be killed. With me around, no one at the Navy headquarters dares to touch you. I'll make sure you stay at the headquarters and get you a vice admiral position. When that old guy Sengoku retires, you could take his place. Grandpa, I want to, but Admiral Akan, just train hard. Karp's expression became serious. When you have the strength to defeat him, the position of Fleet Admiral will naturally be yours. Otherwise, I can't help you much. All right, Grandpa. As we were chatting, the old man suddenly told me to go visit Luffy at the Sabati archipelago, saying that kid knows how to get into trouble and I should give him a good talking to. Then he suddenly sighed deeply, and his tone was like he was making arrangements for the future. Lucan, the thing I worry about the least now is you. If I'm not around anymore, you must protect Luffy and Ace no matter what. Consider it your grandpa's request. At that moment, my heart sank. Grandpa, why are you saying this? You're in good health. Karp just smiled and didn't say much more. Later, I heard that the 5 elders in Mary Geos had a discussion and concluded that even though I have the surname D, I am Karp's adopted grandson and just a simple young man who hates pirates, posing no threat. With a wave of their hand, they directly approved my promotion. A few days later, the notification came. I, Monkey D. Lu Chun, officially became a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. In the office, I put on my new justice coat, and Anne was next to me, smiling and saying, you look good in anything. I was just joking around with her and Barton when Barton suddenly rushed in. Vice Admiral Lu Chun, the Straw Hat crew, and those supernovas have arrived at Sabati Archipelago. All right, let's go. I immediately stood up, unable to suppress the smile on my face. As soon as the 3 of us stepped out, the eyes of the entire naval base looked at me differently, filled with envy and admiration. After all, I am the youngest vice admiral in naval history, and that title carries quite a weight. Half an hour later, the ship docked. I instructed Ein and Barton to split up and take separate actions, while I found a corner and quickly changed into a long-lost black robe. There was no other choice. The naval uniform was too conspicuous, and this dark attire was much more practical for my needs. I didn't come this time just to find Luffy. I went straight to the auction on Island Number 1. Backstage at the auction, I unexpectedly saw Rayleigh. That old man sold himself, really knows how to have fun. We greeted each other, and he asked me what I was there for, and I said just to have some fun. Then I went to the front, and sure enough, the mermaid Cammy had already been put up for auction, just when Nami and the others were frantically trying to raise money. That fat celestial dragon, St. Charlos, shouted out 500 million berries. The whole place fell silent. At that moment, I stepped out from the corner and calmly shouted, 1 billion berries. I tell you, the entire venue instantly staged a real-life version of Mouse. I'm scared, and everyone's gaze was suddenly focused on me. Someone recognized my outfit and exclaimed, "It's night." Charlos Saint exploded right on the spot, pointing at my nose and yelling, "Do you dare to go against us, celestial dragons? Do you want to die?" I let out a cold laugh. "What's wrong? You don't even recognize me?" As soon as he heard my voice, he instantly recalled the shadow from years ago, trembling with anger. "It's you. It's you. You should die. The one who should die is you." My gaze turned cold, and I shot a burst of lightning from my hand. Suddenly, a fat man rushed out to block the attack. It was Battle Peach Maru. He was charred all over from the electric shock, but still stood his ground. When Charles Ross Saint saw he had a bodyguard, he became arrogant again. "Navy, capture him alive for me. I want him to be my slave." Battle Peach Maru charged at me with a big axe, claiming to be the strongest man in defense in the world. I stood still, slowly raising my right hand, as countless bolts of lightning gathered. With a single move, I unleashed a divine judgment. A massive pillar of thunder crashed down and engulfed him. That so-called strongest defense was nothing but a paper lantern in front of me. Jean Tawan was directly knocked out by the electric shock, his whole body emitting black smoke. I ignored him and swiftly moved in front of Charlos, delivering a punch. "You can go die." "No." Before he could finish his words, his head exploded like a watermelon with a loud bang. The entire venue screamed, turning into chaos. I punched through the glass cover, pulled out Cammy, and tossed her to Nami and the others. "You go first, I'll hold them off." Nami and the others hurriedly took Cammy and ran. I looked at the incoming Navy soldiers and unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, instantly clearing the area and knocking down a large number of them. Just as I was about to leave, that guy, Bartolomeo, actually stood up unsteadily. "You think you can leave?" As soon as he finished speaking, a pacifist appeared in front of me and shot a laser cannon at me. I easily dodged to the side and then delivered a Haki-infused kick, sending a red slash wave that knocked that metal lump along with Bartolomeo behind it flying out, crashing through several walls and finally landing with a splash into the sea. Just as I was leaving, that old geezer Kizuru flashed in, looking at the corpses of the Navy soldiers scattered all over the ground, and said theatrically, "Oh dear, it seems the night has truly come." I tell you, he looked like he was about to write clocking out on his face. He found Shanks, who had just crawled out of the sea after I kicked him in, and they exchanged some words. Kizuru said, "Oh no, the person ran too fast. I can't catch up." Shanks was so angry that his face turned dark, and he directly snapped back, "I told you you were slow, but you didn't believe me." Just as they were arguing, the transponder snail rang, reporting that on Island 36, the Straw Hats, Kid, and Law, those supernovas had all gathered together and needed immediate support. Shanks got fired up and dragged Kizuru to leave. Kizuru, that old man, frowned, his face clearly showing annoyance at having to work overtime again. On the other side, on Island 36, Luffy and the others were being cornered by a pacifist, covered in injuries and gasping like a broken bellows. With their strength, how could they venture into the New World? I thought to myself, no way, I have to personally step in and give them a lesson, focusing on a little education of love. Just as Luffy and the others were preparing to fight desperately, I made my move. A wave of sword energy swept past, and that metal lump exploded into two halves with a loud bang. As the smoke cleared, I walked out, holding my sword and wearing a Navy Vice Admiral's cloak. When Luffy saw it was me, he was as happy as a 200-pound child, shouting "Brother Luchun," and was about to run towards me. Zoro, having some sense, quickly grabbed him and said, "Hey, he's a Navy now." I laughed, pointing the tip of my knife at them. "That's right, I'm a Navy. So, let's settle this right here." Luffy, that single-celled organism, understood it in a second. His expression changed, and he turned to his crew, shouting, "Everyone, let's go. Defeat him." To my surprise, the first to respond was Zoro, who was incredibly excited. Then everyone else seemed to be on fire with enthusiasm. Without saying a word, Luffy went straight to gear second, steam billowing out, and launched a rubber jet pistol right at my face. I tell you, when that fist hit my body covered in Haki, it felt like scraping my back, not a single sensation. I didn't even move. Just watched him go crazy with his attacks, and all I could hear were the system's notification sounds ringing in my ears. It was just too enjoyable. Luffy was stunned himself, and just when he was dazed, I seized his arm and landed a Haki-infused iron fist right on his face. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and he flew off like a broken sack, rolling several times before finally stopping. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Zoro and Sanji came in from the left and right to sandwich me, one with a 600 troubles wind, the other with a diable jam. What happened? I vanished in place with a shave. They couldn't hold back their attacks, and bam. They crashed into each other, both of them falling over. And the first thing they did when they got up was start arguing with each other. I was speechless at that moment. Appearing at their side, I unleashed a sword energy with a backhand. I said, "Are you two still arguing during a fight?" Their faces turned pale, and they quickly tried to defend themselves. But it was useless. They were instantly blasted away. Then Chopper, Frankie, Usopp, Brook, and Robin all came charging in, one after another, like a wheel battle. But let me tell you, in front of my observation Haki, their attacks were like slow-motion replays. I hardly even moved my feet and took them all down one by one. In the end, only Nami was left standing. The little girl was tough, but she knew she couldn't win. She sighed and said, "Brother Lucan, forget it, I'm not your opponent." I ignored her and walked up to the swaying Luffy, telling him word by word, "Luffy, you're too weak. If you can't even defeat me, how can you protect your crew? What kind of captain are you?" Luffy, with tears in his eyes, yelled, "I can still fight." "All right." I immediately flashed in front of him and began to punch him repeatedly with my fists, which were not infused with Haki, leaving him battered and bruised. Nami was beside us, crying and shouting for me to stop. I only stopped when Luffy completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground, coldly saying, "Luffy, if I had used a sword just now, you would have died countless times." Just then, I felt a flash of golden light behind me. That old geezer Kazuru had finally arrived with a large force. He was still playing around, saying, "Oh dear, it seems I don't even need to step in." With a wave of his hand, Senomaru signaled for the Navy to come and capture us. I sneered inwardly, "Rayleigh, if you don't come out soon, your apprentice is really going to be taken away." As soon as I finished speaking, an overwhelming Haki suddenly swept across the entire area. The Navy soldiers charging in collapsed one after another. Soon after, an old man holding a wine bottle leisurely walked out. "It's the Dark King Rayleigh." The yellow monkey glanced over and his mouth twisted into a frown. "Is it your turn to make an entrance now, Dark King Rayleigh?" The two of them began a dialogue worthy of film stars, dragging out the time like crazy. Meanwhile, Nami had already woken up Luffy and the others, preparing to make a run for it. However, War Peach Maru chased after them with two pacifists. Luffy decisively shouted, "Split up and run." Rayleigh was entangled by the yellow monkey and could only give me a meaningful glance, which meant, "You little brat, you beat them up so badly, shouldn't you help out?" "All right then." I drew my twin swords, covered them with Haki, and concentrated red and white sword energy into a dragon and a tiger, roaring as I charged out, instantly blowing those two pacifists into countless pieces. War Peach Maru was furious, shouting at me, "Vice Admiral Luchinjong, what are you doing?" I innocently shrugged my shoulders. I was trying to stop them, but your pacifist seems to be blocking the way a bit. Jean Tamaru was left speechless, probably thinking of my unreasonable grandfather, Karp. Just then, the real warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, made his entrance. The next scene completely fried Jean Tamaru's CPU. Kuma, like a delivery man, slapped each member of the Straw Hat crew one by one, sending them flying to different parts of the world. Jean Tamaru was almost going crazy on the side. "Bartholomew Kuma, what are you doing?" I took advantage of the chaos to sneak up to Bear and whispered in his ear, "Send me to Daughter Island." Bear was momentarily stunned, but still complied. The next second, I was sent flying by a slap from him, disappearing into the sky. All that was left was the completely broken War Peach Maru and Rayleigh, who had a smug smile as if his plan had worked. I tell you, I flew in the sky for a full 3 days and nights. The outside world has already gone crazy because of my actions. Just because I killed a celestial dragon, the bounty skyrocketed to 2 billion berries, and the 5 elders specifically ordered CP0 to hunt me down. Meanwhile, over at the Navy headquarters, Blackbeard has exchanged Ace for a position as one of the 7 warlords. and the world government is preparing to publicly execute Ace. My grandfather, Garp, is probably turning gray with worry. 3 days later, the energy ball surrounding me finally exploded near Amazon Lily. I was falling from the sky, and before I even hit the ground, several gigantic sea kings were opening their mouths wide, waiting for me, the pie falling from the sky. I let out a cold snort, seeking death. With a swift motion, I swung my sword, unleashing a red sword energy that cleaved through the heavens and the earth. The entire surface of the sea was split apart, and all the sea kings beneath, along with the seawater, were divided in two. Blood instantly stained the entire ocean red. I stepped onto the moonwalk and rushed to Daughter Island. Just kidding, I can't let my foolish brother take advantage of my wife. As soon as I landed, I was stopped by a national warrior named Margaret. I couldn't be bothered to chit-chat, so I directly introduced myself as Knight and said I was looking for your Empress Hancock. She didn't believe me and tried to make a move, but I dodged and disappeared. When I arrived at the town center, I was instantly surrounded by a group of women. I had to repeat, my name is Knight, and I'm looking for Boa Hancock. Let her come out to meet an old friend. While they were discussing, a short old lady, Geroliosa, came out and recognized me at a glance, almost shouting my real name. I asked her to notify Hancock and said I was here for our appointment. Not long after, a fragrant breeze approached, and a figure I longed for rushed over, sweetly calling out, Brother Luchun, you finally came? Goodness, it was indeed Empress Hancock. She dove into my arms and held me tightly. I felt the softness on my face and coughed twice. Hancock, I am Knight now. Don't reveal my identity. She obediently nodded. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Knight from now on. This girl, upon hearing that I had killed a celestial dragon, actually looked excited and said it was a good kill. I told her that I didn't come here just to see her. As a result, her eyes were filled with pink hearts. She didn't care about what I said, as long as it was for her. The old lady next to us wanted to say something, but Hancock shot her a glare, silencing her. Then she took my hand and directly led me into her fragrant chamber. As soon as we entered the room, she closed the door, her face as red as an apple, stammering, we can talk here, and others won't hear us. I was overjoyed inside, but I still prioritized the important matter. Sitting on her soft big bed, I said seriously, my brother Luffy should have arrived on this island as well. If your people find him, notify me immediately. Hancock nodded repeatedly, but her eyes never left my face. Suddenly, she lunged at me, and our faces were very close, both able to feel each other's breath. I smiled and pinched her cheek. It's been years since we last met, and you've really grown up and become more beautiful. Yes, Brother Black Knight, actually Just when I was about to get closer, her sister Sandisonia's loud voice outside completely stunned me. Sister, a man has appeared on the island. Goodness. I had the same expression as an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone. Hancock also instantly switched from a lovesick little woman back to her powerful queen mode, standing up in one swift motion, her aura fully unleashed. A man. Where is he? He's already locked up. All right, I'm going to check it out right away. As soon as I heard that, I had a good idea of what was going on. Hancock turned to me, her eyes sparkling. Lucan, brother, that man. Could it be your brother? I thought to myself that it was highly likely, so I stood up and said, let's go, take me to sea. So the two of us headed straight for the prison on Daughter Island. What do family members understand? When I arrived and saw the scene, I almost burst out laughing. That guy, Luffy, was wearing a frilly outfit, looking utterly despondent, on the verge of tears from feeling wronged. Outside the prison, a group of female warriors had their bows drawn, ready to shoot him like a porcupine at any moment. Just then, someone shouted, "Your Majesty has arrived," and the atmosphere changed instantly. The female warriors immediately put down their weapons and parted to make way, each looking infatuated as if they had lost their souls, gazing adoringly at Hancock. I tell you, this woman's charm is simply outrageous. Even I had to use my Conqueror's Haki to withstand it, or else I might accidentally get petrified by her. Why is there also a man beside Her Majesty? He seems to be a guy too. I couldn't be bothered with them, and immediately locked my eyes on Luffy in the cell. I directly told Hancock, let them all go. I want to talk to him alone. Hancock was so obedient. She immediately put on a serious face and commanded, everyone, step back. All the female warriors disappeared in an instant, but she stayed by my side, so I could only smile and say, you should go too. I'll find you after I finish talking to him. As soon as she heard that, she was as happy as could be, skipping away with small steps. Seriously, where did that aloof queen persona of yours go? It's like it fell to the ground and couldn't be picked up. Once everyone had left, the guy in the cell was still picking his nose and staring at me. Who are you? I yanked off my hat and laughed. What's wrong? Can't recognize me so soon? Luffy's eyes nearly popped out as he leaned against the cell door, excitedly shouting, Brother Chen, it's you? How did you get here? Did Nami and the others send you to find me? Goodness, his questions came out like a rapid-fire cannon. I waved my hand. You have too many questions? Let me say two things first. First, Nami and the others are all fine. Just like you, they were blasted to different parts of the world. And there is no danger to their lives, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, Luffy let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, as long as they are safe. I restrained my expression and directly threw out the heavy bomb. The second thing about Ace, he's going to be publicly executed. Saying this, I pulled out the newspaper from my pocket and threw it directly. What? Luffy caught the newspaper and looked down, instantly exploding with rage. I'm telling you, that kid's eyes turned blood red in an instant, his fists clenched tightly, and with one punch, he shattered the wall of the cell, charging out from inside. Roaring, no way. I have to go save Ace right now. I stand still, coldly looking at him. Luffy, with your current strength, can you save him? To put it simply, can you beat me? Besides, do you know where Ace is? I directly asked him 3 questions, and he fell silent, his footsteps also stopping. Suddenly, he turned around, tears streaming down his face. Whoa, Brother Chen, what should we do? All right. Crying isn't the solution. I looked at him seriously and told him, I will find a way to get you into Advanced City and rescue Ace before he's sent to the execution ground. Whether it works out or not depends on you. I knew very well in my heart that this kid was the son of the world's fortune. He wouldn't die. I just needed to give him a little push from behind. I understand. Thank you, Brother Chen. Luffy nodded and wiped his tears. Then, I took him out of the cell and had Hancock prepare a mountain of food for him to fill his stomach first. A few days later, in the hall of Daughter's Island, I was sitting next to Hancock in a black robe. That girl seemed to have her eyes glued to me and didn't look away for a second. Her 2 younger sisters stood below, and she ignored them completely. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in. Your Majesty, a Navy ship has entered our waters. Hancock didn't even lift her eyelids and directly said, no, drive them away. She only wanted to stay with me and didn't care about anything else. Her old maid, Grand Tesoro, beside her, was trying to persuade her. Your Majesty, you are one of the 7 warlords. Before she could finish, I spoke up. Let's go, I want to take a look too. Hancock immediately changed her expression, stood up, and said, then let's go take a look. Grand Tesoro's face darkened, and I guess she was thinking. So everything I said was for nothing, huh? We arrived at the seaside, and a naval warship was anchored 3 kilometers away, next to which lay a corpse of a sea king. Leading the group was an old acquaintance, Admiral Westmouse. His naval subordinates, upon seeing Hancock's ship, looked as if they had lost their souls, nearly drooling. Hancock, looking down from her height, asked, what brings you here to find me? Westmouse replied, the world government is holding a meeting of the 7 warlords, and we hope you can come to the Navy headquarters. Hancock sneered twice. Ha, you want me to help deal with Whitebeard? Dream on. Just as she was about to say no, I suddenly appeared behind her in a naval cloak and smiled at the opposite side. Admiral Westmouse, long time no see. Westmouse was stunned. Admiral Chen, what are you doing here? Weren't you? I interrupted him directly, just as I was thinking about how to go back. You showed up. You leave a ship behind, and I will persuade Hancock to go. I narrowed my eyes and exuded a bit of dominance, saying, did you not understand my words? If the person isn't here, I will naturally seek an audience with Admiral Sengoku to apologize. You can leave now. The weasel was immediately intimidated by my aura and quickly added that time was tight, then hurriedly had someone leave a small boat and took his people away. Hancock looked puzzled. Brother Chen, what do we need the Navy ship for? I explained to take Luffy to impel down together. All right, the plan works. We went back to the island and told Luffy about it, preparing to set off the next day. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, the weasel had already called Sengoku. Admiral, I ran into Major General Chen, and he said he would bring the Empress along. Sengoku hung up the phone. frowning. "We can't let Luchon be arranged at the execution ground. For now, let him go to impel down." He was worried that I would cause trouble at the execution ground and become a traitor to the Navy. Early the next morning, we set off. Not long after we left the sea, my grandfather Garp's phone rang. "Hello, Luchon. That old man Sengoku wants you to temporarily go to impel down for support." I understood immediately and replied, "All right, Grandpa," then deliberately asked, "Do you need me to step in?" There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before a voice finally came through. "You should stay in Advance City. It's best not to get involved." "Got it, Grandpa." Who understands this among the family? This hint practically is "go cause trouble under the cover of night" written all over it. That old man from the Warring States thinks he sent me away, but little does he know I've created a secondary account. He's actually sending me an assist. I could just imagine him eavesdropping in the office, thinking he's so clever. A few days later, we arrived near Advance City. Wow, that place is a dark, looming castle. It looks eerie. The real prison is still underwater, with a total of 6 levels. The deeper you go, the more terrifying it gets. Said to be a copper wall and iron bastion. No one can escape. Soon, the prison ship surrounded us. A female warden wearing sunglasses, a uniform, and pink knee-high boots, named Domino, respectfully greeted me. "Lieutenant General Luchon, I have been waiting for you for a long time." I nodded and explained that Hancock came with me. Domino, however, had a serious expression. "All right, but if pirates want to go in, they must be searched." I thought to myself, just search. After all, Luffy is hiding behind my cape. Hancock glanced at her and coldly said, "Search." Just that one look made Domino and the Navy behind her instantly turn into infatuated fans, being extremely cautious while searching, as if afraid of breaking something. At that moment, I realized, indeed, looks are justice. Being good-looking really allows one to do whatever they want. Is this the so-called beauty inflation of 2025? After the search was completed, Domino led us inside. Just as we were about to enter the elevator, I gave Hancock a signal, and she understood, forming a heart shape with her hands. Sweet, sweet wind. The red heart-shaped light wave hit Domino, and she was instantly petrified. I quickly whispered, "Luffy, come out." Luffy darted out from behind my cape, climbing up to the ceiling like a monkey and disappearing in a flash. I warned him, "I can only take you this far. Be careful." Once he was far away, I told Hancock, "Unpetrify her." Hancock touched Domino, and she returned to her normal state, looking confused as she fiddled with her hair. "Why do I feel like something is off?" "Girl, didn't you just get fried by the CPU and don't even know it?" I urged her to take us to the 6th level of the sea. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the entire 6th floor was so empty that I could hear echoes. In the deepest part, I saw a figure. Hands and feet bound by sea tower stones, head drooping. It was Ace. He heard the footsteps, slowly raised his head, and when he saw me, his pupils constricted. "Luchon, it's you," I exclaimed. "I didn't expect to see you again in a place like this." Ace just laughed. "I am that person's son. Perhaps this is my fate." "The old man has already been here. What are you doing here?" I sat down directly and said seriously, "Don't worry. It's not Grandpa who sent me. I'm here to tell you that you'll soon meet Luffy. Also, you and your brother have the same problem, trying to show off without the strength to back it up. If you had listened to Whitebeard back then, we wouldn't have this outcome today. I hope you choke on your own words." After saying that, I got up and left, glancing at Jinbei in the neighboring cell. Ace was behind me, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. After leaving the 6th floor and reaching the elevator, I bumped right into Blackbeard. His signature keek-keek laugh made my fist clench. Hancock had a look of disdain and directly fired back. "When have I ever met you? You're too ugly." Laughing to death, "Sister, you really are my internet mouthpiece." I smirked and said to Blackbeard, "You become a Shichibukai, but I've killed quite a few of them, so I won't miss you." He laughed menacingly. "Well, I really want to see when you can kill me. That day will come." I dropped a harsh remark and left with Hancock. This guy came to impel down, surely looking to recruit notorious criminals as crew members. Sure enough, the system task arrived. One to steal the Gura no Mi and another to stop the fugitive. I had a plan in mind. I must steal the Gura no Mi, but as for the fugitive, I needed to let some go to stir the waters. At the prison entrance, I bid farewell to Hancock and told her to head to the Navy headquarters first. She was quite understanding and obediently left. Domino, beside me, looked at me with envy and asked if I was close with the empress. I thought to myself, close? That's an understatement. Then, Domino informed me that the Warden Magellan wanted me to take his place, to oversee the situation from the control room. I am shocked. Magellan, this guy, is a user of the poison fruit, and his side effect is that he has diarrhea every day, so he just handed over the overall control to me? He probably did it out of respect for my grandfather, Garp, thinking that I have a solid background. Little does he know, he's inviting a wolf into the house, letting the weasel watch the hen house. I arrived at the monitoring room, sat down in the center chair, and looked at the wall full of surveillance screens. Suddenly, a Navy officer shouted, "Deputy Warden, the inmate known as Clown Baki has escaped from cell 4 on the basement floor." I remained calm, continued to monitor, find him, send someone to chase. But inside, I was overjoyed. The show was about to begin. Luffy and Buggy had indeed teamed up, and the entire Impel Down was about to be turned upside down. I simply lay back in my chair and closed my eyes. Inform me if there are any major developments. Time passed second by second, and the prison became increasingly lively. Finally, a guard woke me up. "Deputy Warden, it's bad. That Straw Hat Luffy has already made it to the 3rd underground level, and many prisoners have been released." I didn't even raise an eyebrow. "No worries. Isn't Warden Magellan on the 4th floor? Just let him know when they arrive, and he can handle it himself." The prison guard looked doubtful, but still called Magellan. Strangely, Magellan actually agreed without hesitation. Of course, I'm not surprised. Sengoku brought me here to avoid me running into Luffy, right? Now that Luffy has barged in, Magellan definitely won't let me take action, afraid that I might go easy on him. This time, it's a collusion from top to bottom, putting on a show together. I can already imagine Admiral Sengoku slamming the table in his office, cursing my grandfather. "Why is it your grandson again?" After a while, the guard came to report, "Deputy Warden, the Straw Hat Kid has been defeated by the Warden and thrown into the 5th level." I stared at the blacked-out surveillance screen, my eyes cold. Watching Luffy being attacked by Magellan's poison dragon made it impossible not to feel angry. Although he would be revived by the Okama King, that pain, I slowly exhaled, silently thinking, "Luffy, take care of yourself. The things you can't accomplish this time, leave them to me." A few hours later, Luffy's figure reappeared on the monitor. He had reached the 6th level underground. The prison riot was about to begin, and I, Chen, stood up directly from the control room. Let me tell you, those guards looked dumbfounded and asked me where I was going. Where am I going? I'm going to kill. That killing intent, even I felt a bit high from it, probably even more intense than that rangy Shilio guy. I didn't look back and headed straight for the prison gate. When I arrived, I saw Blackbeard's gang smashing the door, making quite a ruckus. However, by the time I got there, Blackbeard himself had already slipped inside, trying to free those old monsters from the 6th floor. The guards at the entrance looked at me as if I were their savior, crying out about the heavy casualties among the brothers. I directly plunged 2 knives in the ground, fully unleashing my aura, and told them, "Everyone take a break. I can guard this big door alone. That's enough." Those guys looked at me, probably stunned, but my imposing presence intimidated them, and they obediently went to carry the injured and re-establish defenses. So there I stood alone, 1 knife in hand, like a gatekeeper at the entrance. I waited for who knows how long. The battle underground was fierce. Probably Magellan was going all out. Then, the sounds gradually stopped. I opened my eyes wide. Here they come. With a loud rumble, the big door was pulled open from the inside, and a large group of newly released prisoners emerged, their faces filled with the joy of newfound freedom. "I'm out. I'm finally out. Ha ha ha." The air outside. They were still excited, and I directly gave them a wake-up call. I raised my right-hand knife, and the black aura intertwined with flames, instantly pulling out a 100-meter-long black flame blade wave. 1 sword-style demon flame slash. With a sweeping strike, I hit them right in the face. The smiles on those prisoners' faces instantly froze, their pupils shook, and they watched death come for them. Just then, a figure darted out, hands turning to sand, forming 4 large sand blades that caught my slash. Desert King Kong Saber. With a huge bang, sand and black flames exploded everywhere, raining down like a black firestorm. It was so hot that the prisoners were howling in agony, and I even saw the red-nosed buggies but catch fire unbelievable as the sand fell. Crocodile looked at me with a serious expression. Vice Admiral, Chen. I brandished my twin swords and coldly replied to him. Want to go? Asked the knife in my hand. As a result, my silly younger brother Luffy jumped out from the crowd and shouted at me. Brother Chen, let's go. I want to save Ace. I was momentarily blinded. Who understands what my family is going through? This little brat is afraid that others don't know we know each other. Trying to put pressure on me, right? In front of so many people. He want me to go easy? The prisoners present instantly erupted, and the clown Buggy understood right away, zooming over to Luffy's side to get close. I was having a headache when I caught a glimpse of Jinbei leading people to hijack a warship. Hey, my mind worked so fast I saw that big fool. What's his name? Saint One the Wolf. Popping up from the crowd. I immediately found the perfect excuse, leaping into the air with a month's worth of momentum, soaring over Luffy and the others, while loudly shouting, Saint One the Wolf. You won't escape under my watch, Chen. Luffy and his gang were stunned, probably wondering if they're being let go. That single-celled organism Luffy was still shouting. Why isn't Chen answering me? It almost drove Buggy to punch him dead. I rushed in front of the giant, and when he swung his fist at me, it was too slow. I easily dodged with a quick movement. Then, I raised my sword, the red Conqueror's Haki flashing wildly like an electric arc on the blade. One sword style opening the sky, a blood-red sword energy, seemingly capable of splitting the sky, slashed straight forward. The fierce wolf was so frightened that it quickly enlarged its body several times and crossed its arms to block. What happened next? With a sound of Pu-Chi, both arms were directly severed by my strike, and its massive body crashed to the ground. In the distance, Blackbeard saw this situation and turned pale, making an immediate decision. Run. Forget about him. After saying that, he took his men and fled. I didn't chase after them. Instead, I sent out several sword energies to block the small fries trying to follow. Taking this opportunity, Luffy and the others successfully boarded the warship. Just then, Magellan, surrounded by poisonous gas, came out and asked where the others were. I told him that most were held off, and only the Straw Hat crew got away. He was about to say it was fine since the gates of justice were closed, but suddenly, that big gate creaked open by itself. Magellan immediately broke down, roaring in anger about who did it, and hurriedly ran back into the prison. The opportunity had come. I flashed and disappeared. When I reappeared, I was already on Luffy's ship, having conveniently changed into a black cloak, perfectly hidden. The warship broke through the fog, and what appeared before us was the Navy headquarters. Marineford, let me tell you, that scene was spectacular. Ace was kneeling on the execution platform, with 100,000 elite Navy soldiers below, the 3 admirals stationed, and the 7 warlords lined up. The world's top combat power was all here. Then, the Whitebeard pirates fleet, consisting of 43 ships, slowly emerged from the mist. Right after that, with a thunderous roar, a massive ship with a coated membrane broke through the water. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, stood majestically at the bow of the ship. Old man, tears streamed down Ace's face on the execution platform. Whitebeard glanced at Ace, grinned, and then threw a punch into the air. Crack! The atmosphere was shattered by his blow. In the next second, a monstrous tsunami surged, and the entire Navy headquarters was instantly engulfed in shadow. Just when everyone thought it was all over, Aokiji moved. A flash of ice light appeared as he instantly positioned himself before the tsunami, pressing his hands down. Ice Age. The entire tsunami, along with the bay, was frozen solid. I jumped off the ship a long time ago and charged towards the main battlefield on the ice. The people on the ship must have been scared silly, and some even mistook me for the bounty of 2 billion, the Black Knight. The great battle erupted instantly. The Navy and pirates clashed together. That old bastard Kizaru started again, transforming into a beam of light, flying into the sky, and bombarding Whitebeard with a barrage of light blasts like rain. As a result, the immortal bird Marco soared up, enveloped in blue flames, and managed to block all the attacks. Kizaru's acting skills are wasted if he doesn't become a movie star. In 2025, he'd definitely be a national-level slacker performance artist. Next, Diamond Jozu lifted a piece of ice bigger than a mountain and threw it directly at the Navy headquarters. Akainu couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and unleashed a massive fire attack, turning the iceberg into steam with a giant magma fist, and also caused a rain of volcanic rocks that sank one of the pirates' ships. Just then, Little Oars charged out, braving the cannon fire to save Ace, but was intercepted by Kuma and Doflamingo, breaking his legs and injuring him severely. Whitebeard was furious at the sight and casually took out an oblivious rear admiral. The war grew increasingly brutal, and I saw Hancock rushing towards me, so I quickly shook my head at her. She looked so aggrieved and turned to vent her anger on the surrounding navy and pirates. Suddenly, a warship fell from the sky. Wow, the protagonist's entrance is different. Complete with its own BGM, Luffy descended with a large group of prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down, landing right in the huge pit Jozu had dug. Ace! Luffy's shout echoed throughout the battlefield. Luffy! Ace responded to him. I watched this scene and smiled. All right, it's my turn now. I jumped down from the high wall and landed on the battlefield. A few naval soldiers tried to block me, but I raised my hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, turning them into charred remains. If you want to die, come and try. The Navy began to retreat. This was a strategy from the Warring States period, attempting to lure the Whitebeard pirates into a pocket formation. I transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly appearing behind Whitebeard, and whispered to him, I am the knight. The Navy wants to draw you in. Be careful. Whitebeard just smiled. I flashed and appeared beside Hancock, who immediately handed me the key to Ace's handcuffs. I took the key, gave her a big hug, and disappeared again while she was lost in a daze. On the other side of the battlefield, Smoker had pinned Luffy to the ground with his sea stone jutty. Straw Hat Kid, you're the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, Dragon. The Navy shouted excitedly, when suddenly a thunderclap roared. Boom! 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Just like that, let me tell you, it hit hard, completely engulfing both Smoker and Luffy. In an instant, bolts of electricity danced across the center of the battlefield, crackling loudly. No matter if you were Navy or pirate, anyone nearby, just watching, was knocked over, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. When the electric light faded, Luffy looked completely unfazed, picked up his precious straw hat, dusted it off, put it back on, and grinned at me. Family, who understands? A rubber man is just unreasonable like that. I flashed over, shoved the key to Ace's handcuffs into his hand. Take it. Hurry up. This kid was so carefree. He didn't even ask who I was. Just thanked me and dashed towards the execution platform. I couldn't help but laugh at his back. If it were Hancock sending him off, she probably would have petrified right then and there. As for Smoker, he was already knocked out, and the Navy nearby wanted to come at me. I turned into a streak of lightning and slipped away, too lazy to waste time with them. But just as I finished up, wow, the other side of the battlefield erupted. One of Whitebeard's most trusted sons, a guy named Squardo, actually stabbed Whitebeard from behind, with a thrust. The knife went all the way in, blood gushing out. In that moment, the entire Marineford war fell silent. Everyone was stunned, jaws dropped. I felt a jolt of panic and cursed, thinking if I hadn't gone to help Luffy, maybe I could have stopped it. But then I thought, Whitebeard's body couldn't even evade such a sneak attack. He was already at the end of his strength. For the world's strongest man to die on the battlefield might be the best ending. This completely ignited everyone's powder keg. Whitebeard covered his wound and led all his sons into a full charge. The Navy began to tighten their defenses, massive walls rising from the ground to encircle us pirates completely. Seeing the situation was dire, everyone desperately rushed toward the gap created by Oars's body. I'm telling you, Whitebeard is truly unstoppable. Even after suffering such severe injuries, with one punch, the entire ground shook, and he shattered more than half of a surrounding wall along with the Marine headquarters city wall. But right after that old bastard Akainu stepped in and unleashed his power. Magma Volcano. The sky was filled with magma fists raining down, like hail, an indiscriminate attack. The sea, which had been frozen by Aokiji, was instantly melted, and we pirates found ourselves trapped with nowhere to stand. While dodging the magma fist, I cursed Akainu 1,000 times in my heart. Just you wait. Fortunately, Whitebeard left a hand, and with the last breath of Little Oz, he pushed a hidden ship onto the square, and most people rushed in. I'm mixed in as well. But this time I learned my lesson and hid in a corner, acting as a war correspondent, quietly watching these actors put on a show. Just look at that old man Kizaru. kicking so accurately that he sent Luffy right into Whitebeard's arms. And then there's Akiji, even more heavyweight, directly sliding across the water, pretending he couldn't stop Marco. Only Akainu was being real, beating Whitebeard mercilessly. In the end, Old Man Garp couldn't stand it anymore and punched Marco down from the sky. Sitting in the Admiral's seat, meaning, if you want to go over, first ask me, this Navy hero's fist. With this delay, Whitebeard was ambushed by Akainu again, and a hole was opened in his chest. Luffy was also anxious, finding the Okama King to inject him with hormones, forcing himself to stand up. I saw that the timing was right. I had to do something big today, something that would shock the world. On the execution platform, the executioners had changed again, and they were about to act. Luffy and the Okama King charged with all their might, but were blocked by two pacifistas. Just as the laser cannons were about to fire, I hid in the shadows and struck with a tiger fist from afar, sending a huge red fist shadow roaring past, directly crushing those two iron lumps into scrap metal. Luffy didn't even look back and continued charging forward. Seeing that Whitebeard was about to fall, Sengoku directly ordered, "Execute." Two large blades were aimed at Ace's neck. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Luffy's eyes turned red, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Stop it." Suddenly, an unreasonable aura swept across the entire scene. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, everyone who was hit by this aura rolled their eyes and fainted, including those two executioners. Goodness, Conqueror's Haki. Even unconscious, it was so powerful, and Akainu's gaze toward Luffy changed. His killing intent intensified. Taking this opportunity, Luffy charged even faster. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates also reacted, risking their lives to clear a path for Luffy. The Okama King even had the little crab hidden in his hair. The lightning Imesu directly used his scissors fruit ability to cut a path from the ground, building a ladder straight to the execution platform. Luffy ran up the ladder, just about to reach Ace when his grandfather Garp descended from the sky, blocking him. "Grandpa, get out of the way," Luffy shouted. Old Man Garp was in a dilemma, finally roaring, "I'm a Navy Vice Admiral," and took up a stance. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight below. Even the Oscars owe him a little golden statue. Sure enough, when Luffy punched, Garp was sent flying with a cry, acting so realistically. Sengoku, watching from the side, was in agony, transforming into a giant golden Buddha, ready to slap the two brothers who had just met to death. But Kizaru was acting on the side, shooting a laser that precisely severed the key from Luffy's hand. Just as Sengoku's Buddha palm was coming down, an unexpected person stood up, the executioner who had fainted from the Conqueror's Haki. It turned out to be Mr. 3. He threw a new key made of wax to Luffy, who then activated Gear 3 and braced himself against Sengoku's palm. With a loud bang, the entire execution platform shattered. The three of them fell, and the Navy's cannonballs followed. In that critical moment, Ace was finally freed, a sky full of flames exploded, and Fire Fist Ace returned. He used flames to protect the three of them and landed safely. The two brothers stood side by side. The scene was incredible. But the good times didn't last long. That guy Akainu, I tell you, has a big mouth. Seeing Ace about to run, he directly entered zone mode, crazily taunting Whitebeard as a failure of the past era. Ace, with a short temper, couldn't stand this and refused to leave, insisting on arguing with Akainu. "Shut up. This era is named after Whitebeard," Ace shouted, launching a fire fist at him. But lava counters fire, and Ace was knocked down to the ground, getting burned in the process. Seeing Ace fall, Akainu immediately shifted his target to the already exhausted Luffy, launching a magma fist at him, intending to kill. Without thinking, Ace directly shielded Luffy with his body, just as the magma fist was less than a centimeter from Ace's back. Bang! With a loud noise, I appeared, using my arm covered in armament Haki to forcefully block Akainu's fist. The entire arena was stunned. "Knight, it's you again." Akainu gritted his teeth at me. I couldn't be bothered with him. I countered with a punch, sending him flying several rolls. Then I kicked Luffy and Ace toward the Okama King, telling them to get lost. Akainu got up and was about to unleash an AoE attack, so I used a descending palm technique, Buddha's palm, slapping away all his magma fists and injuring half his body in the process. "Red Dog, watch closely. I can do more than just Haki." I was enveloped in lightning, transforming into a thunder god form with 200 million volts, unleashing bolts of lightning that turned Akainu and the surrounding navy into charred remains. Taking advantage of his weakened state, I taunted, "Next time we meet, don't be so weak," and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly disappearing. I just left. And on the other side of the battlefield, Whitebeard has also met his end. He single-handedly held off all the Marines, using the last bit of his strength to punch the Marine headquarters in half, creating a rift for his sons to escape. But at that moment, Blackbeard Teach appeared with his crew of monsters he had pulled out from Impel Down. Blackbeard used the power of the Dark Fruit to nullify Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, and then his men launched a despicable assault on the already exhausted Whitebeard. Gunfire and the sounds of blades were incessant, and Whitebeard's towering body was riddled with wounds. Yet, he never fell. After the attack ceased, Whitebeard stood tall, facing the entire world, leaving behind his last words. He said that aces would be inherited, and in the future, someone would carry the weight of hundreds of years of history to challenge the world government. Then, with all his might, he roared to the world, "One Piece exists." After that, he reminisced about his life, smiling as he closed his eyes. Dad just stood there and left. His body had 267 stab wounds, 152 gunshot wounds, and 46 cannonball hits, but there was not a single scar on his back. The era of a great hero thus came to an end. But that Blackbeard guy didn't spare even Whitebeard's corpse, covering him with a huge black cloth, shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone wondering what he was up to. His crew surrounded the black cloth, preventing anyone from approaching. Just when the Marines and pirates were all confused, I returned. This time, I wore a Vice Admiral's cloak and wielded 2 swords, charging out from behind the Marine ranks. Dual sword style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. With a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant, 2 earth-shattering slashes, 1 white and 1 red, transformed into a fierce tiger and a giant dragon, roaring directly at Blackbeard under the black cloth. The surrounding Marines were stunned, exclaiming, "It's Vice Admiral Chen." Luffy's expression changed, and he shouted, "Quick, protect the captain." As soon as he finished speaking, Jizes and Burgess used their abilities to try to block that powerful sword aura. However, that strike was Chen's strongest attack. All of his sword intent was unleashed, even containing sword Haki. "Grandpa, lend me a hand," Chen said seriously, looking at the 2 not far away, shouting loudly. "Yes, Vice Admiral." Upon hearing this, Ein used the Marine's 6 styles, shaped to quickly attack Blackbeard's crew. Karp smirked, faintly amused. This little brat actually dared to command his grandfather. Nevertheless, he moved at incredible speed toward Blackbeard's crew. Fist bone impact. A punch imbued with powerful Haki and force slammed toward Blackbeard's crew. In front of Karp, they had no chance to counterattack. A series of loud bangs echoed. At some point, Marine's 6 styles, Shave, Chen suddenly vanished from his spot, entering the black cloth at high speed. Seeing this, Luffy's expression changed slightly, and he urgently shouted, "Quick, stop him." Just as he was about to make a move, Ein suddenly appeared in front of him, merely touching his body. The entire person quickly became younger, aged 18 years back, turning into a young man. His strength diminished significantly. Inside the black cloth, Chen saw that Blackbeard was holding an ordinary fruit. However, a dark aura surrounded the fruit, transforming from an ordinary fruit into a devil fruit with powers. The black aura had enveloped Whitebeard, seemingly absorbing something from his body. Chen, Blackbeard's expression changed in shock. He immediately attacked with his remaining hand, a black aura covering his palm as he charged at Chen. "Hey, I'm not a devil fruit user," Chen sneered, raising his sword and slashing. 1 sword style, drawn sword slash. The sword light flashed. It precisely struck Blackbeard's right hand. Blackbeard Teach screamed in pain, clutching his right hand. The fruit dropped from his hand. That was a strike infused with Haki, just right for a Logia-type fruit user. For some reason, Blackbeard seemed very afraid of pain. Chen's eyes sparkled as he quickly reached for the devil fruit. "Sorry, but this devil fruit is mine now. Get lost." Blackbeard, ignoring his pain, used the dark fruit's black hole ability to try to suck the fruit back. But Chen's hand had already grabbed the devil fruit, and a sharp, supreme blade slashed toward his arm, forcing Blackbeard to retract his hands. Bastard! Blackbeard roared, emanating a black aura all over his body. Using his ability again, Dark Hole. Countless black fluids flowed down from his body, sweeping toward Lu Chen. Marine 6 Styles, Shave. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Escaping the range of Blackbeard's Dark Hole, he appeared several dozen meters away, holding what could be considered an artificially created devil fruit, the Tremor fruit. What was that thing in his hand? A devil fruit? Where did that devil fruit come from? Is it Whitebeard's? Impossible. Could it be that Blackbeard has the ability to absorb others' fruits? Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances, unclear about what had happened under the black cloth. Blackbeard, I've taken this fruit. Lu Chen simplified the fruit, taking a bite, experiencing the familiar sweetness. As the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a new energy surging within him. Bastard! Blackbeard let out a furious roar, his teeth grinding in anger. The Tremor fruit he had worked so hard to obtain had fallen into someone else's hands. And it was Lu Chen's hands. I wanted to say thank you, but since you cursed me, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Clenching his fist, a white air shield appearing on his fist as he struck the air in front of Blackbeard and his crew. Earthquake! Crack! In an instant, a series of crisp sounds rang out. The air before him seemed to crack, and the ground trembled, spreading toward Blackbeard and his crew. Boom! The ground trembled. The Tremor fruit had truly succeeded. It seems we don't need to disband now. Choosing to ally with him is a good choice. The members of Blackbeard's crew were both surprised and delighted, while only Blackbeard remained sorrowful. As long as Blackbeard has this ability, they can all become devil fruit users. As for not obtaining the Tremor fruit now, they could get other fruits in the future. Although the earthquake shattered the ground under Blackbeard's crew, their strengths were not low. They continuously retreated, effectively escaping the affected area. You little brat, one day, I will definitely kill you and reclaim my Tremor fruit. Blackbeard roared and quickly led a few crew members away. Now, Karp was standing right next to Lu Chen. He couldn't guarantee that he could defeat the marine hero Karp. Sure, I hope that next time we meet, you won't be killed by me. Lu Chen sneered repeatedly. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy 1000, Swordsmanship 2, designated 3 skills upgraded by 2 major levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy points 2000, Swordsmanship 1. You little brat, you've really gotten a good fruit. The fruit of the strongest man in that world. Use it well, and I believe you will become stronger. Karp said earnestly. He seemed to have no doubts about why Lu Chen knew that Blackbeard could create devil fruits. Got it, Grandpa. Lu Chen nodded confidently. Of course, he hadn't thought of that point. As long as he got the fruit, that was enough. As for why he used the Navy's identity to obtain the Tremor fruit, there were 2 reasons. One is that, generally, a person can only eat one devil fruit. If Black Knight eats another one, it would seem special. Moreover, having a devil fruit while working for the Navy might have other uses. The second reason is that if Black Knight and Lu Chen appeared simultaneously during the Marineford War, others wouldn't suspect him. There are significant benefits to hiding one's identity. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen looked at Ace and Luffy, who were gradually leaving and still being pursued by a Kainu, and suddenly asked in a low voice, Grandpa, do you need me to help them? No need. You've already done enough. Karp shook his head slightly, looking at the direction Ace and the others were leaving with a hint of helplessness. As their grandfather and also a Marine Vice Admiral, he seemed unable to do anything. If it weren't for Lu Chen, Ace might have already died. Not long after, Law and the Heart Pirates appeared, ready to rescue Luffy and Ace. Suddenly, Kobe ran quickly from Lu Chen's side towards Akainu. Hey, Kobe, what are you going to do? Barumabur shouted anxiously. He wanted to stop him, but Lu Chen suddenly blocked him, saying, Don't worry, leave him to me. Yes, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Barumabur finally stopped. Kobe rushed in front of Akainu, blocking the madly slaughtering Akainu, and shouted loudly, Stop fighting. No more fighting. You are wasting lives. Every soldier has family waiting for them to come home. Clearly, our objective has been achieved, yet we still have to completely eliminate the cornered pirates. Continuing this battle, which could have ended just increases casualties for those soldiers who might still be saved. Isn't that foolish? Hearing this, Akainu remained unfazed, disdainfully saying, "Hey, who are you? You've wasted several seconds of my time. The Navy doesn't need soldiers with such warped views." After saying that, Akainu's magma fist surged towards Kobe's head. "Oh no, am I going to die?" Kobe's face changed slightly, but he felt no regrets, because he had said everything he wanted to say. Just as the fist was about to hit, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Akainu, blocking his attack with a black sword. The one who made the move was Chen. His left hand had already charged an Airquake fist, and he looked at Akainu with interest. "He is my subordinate. Dare you touch him without asking me?" "You, Chen." Akainu gritted his teeth, glancing at the familiar power in his fist, feeling a sense of fear. "Sakazuki, do you want to attack my grandson again?" At this moment, Karp slowly walked over, exuding an invisible pressure, the Conqueror's Haki. With each step he took, the pressure on Akainu intensified. The precise release of Conqueror's Haki is a skill that few can master. Akainu had almost killed his two grandsons just now. Could Karp not be angry? He was just waiting for an opportunity to give Akainu a good beating. A great battle was about to break out. Sengoku suddenly appeared in front of the few people, scolding. "Akainu, Karp, Chen, do you want the pirates to see the Navy's joke? Stop it." "Yes, Admiral." After his words, the three had no choice but to retract their powers. Soon, Shanks and his crew appeared on the battlefield, exerting great strength to ask Sengoku for a favor. Of course, Sengoku granted this favor to Shanks and handed over Whitebeard's corpse to him. Before leaving, Shanks suddenly glanced at Chen and smiled. "Chen, long time no see. Your strength has increased again. I look forward to you becoming even stronger and hope you make good use of Whitebeard's power. We will meet again soon." Chen nodded slightly, suddenly unsure of the meaning behind his words. It seemed like there was another implication. Soon after, the pirates began to withdraw from the Navy headquarters bay, and the Navy started to clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded. Akainu still looked unwilling. "Admiral Sengoku, I hope you'll keep your promise to Shanks and take responsibility for letting all the pirates go." "Of course," Sengoku replied expressionlessly. "If you have the ability, go kill Shanks. Saying this here is pointless." Chen couldn't help but retort. Akainu said this to force Sengoku to step down so he could take his place. Logically, Aokiji was more popular in the Navy, but Akainu was so eager to show off in this war. His goal might be the position of Fleet Admiral. He may have also gained the approval of the Gorosei. With their support, he could defeat Aokiji. In short, for the three admirals in this war, the following statement applies. Aokiji is slacking off, Akainu is fighting desperately, and Kizuru is slacking off while fighting desperately. Akainu's face darkened, showing displeasure, and he shouted, "Chen, you will always just be a Marine Vice Admiral. Do you want to go against your superiors?" "Oh, if I weren't a Marine and became a pirate, could I then openly insult you?" Chen countered. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? Vice Admiral Chen is going to become a pirate. If he becomes a pirate, will the Navy still have it easy? Indeed, his strength is not much different from the four emperors, and he has also obtained Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Sengoku frowned tightly and shouted at the two, "You two shut up. If you keep arguing, get out of the Navy headquarters." After his words, the two suddenly became taciturn and stopped talking. They directly left. After they all left, Sengoku looked at Chen's departing figure and murmured, "Karp, keep an eye on your grandson. If he really becomes a pirate, it might give me an even bigger headache. Moreover, the entire Navy might not be at peace anymore." "Oh." Karp picked his nose and left without caring about what he said, thinking, "That kid is already almost a pirate. He's been giving you a headache for a long time." "Master, I embarrassed you." Kobe lowered his head, feeling apologetic. "It's okay. There's no such thing as embarrassment. No matter what, you are still my disciple." Chen stepped forward and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "However, there's something I still want to tell you. Sometimes when you want to achieve certain things, you need a certain level of strength. So, hurry up and improve your strength." "Yes, teacher." Upon hearing this, KB's eyes suddenly became resolute, and he nodded affirmatively. Chen looked at the nearby Barumabur and said with a smile, "What are you laughing at? You're the same. Improve your strength quickly. This world may become even more chaotic in the future. Yes, teacher, Barumabur replied. In fact, during this battle, KB and Barumabur did not choose to run away due to the early training provided by Chen. They were constantly fighting, so both of them were still malleable talents. Moreover, KB could be considered another supernova among the Navy, comparable to Luffy in the mind of the One Piece author. He is also the man who learned Karp's bone fist after being mentored by him. However, for some reason, Shanks appeared relatively late this time. If it weren't for Chen, KB might have really died. After bidding farewell to KB and Barumabur, Chen and Ein walked towards Hancock, who had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Chen approach step by step, Hancock blushed, starting to fantasize again, hugging herself and seemingly lost in thought, until she saw Ein behind Chen. Her expression suddenly turned displeased. Chen, who is this woman? Why is she standing next to you? Why didn't you call me when you want to fight Blackbeard? Weren't you quite far from me at that time? Chen's face darkened, and he hurriedly explained. In fact, he had long since left the battlefield, changed back into his Navy uniform, and returned to the Navy headquarters in a rush. He was afraid Blackbeard would eat the tremor fruit first. Chen, I'm about to leave. Don't forget to visit me on Amazon Lily. Saying this, Hancock directly linked her arm with Chen's, smiling brightly. Okay, I will go. Chen nodded. After all, Hancock is still a warlord of the sea, and going as a Navy officer is not a bad thing. Since she didn't help Luffy, her identity should be maintained until the World Conference. After the World Conference, the warlord system would be abolished. Moreover, the Navy headquarters in Marineford has been destroyed, and the new Navy headquarters is about to move to the New World. After a while, Chen personally sent Hancock off before returning to the damaged Navy headquarters. On the way, Ein rolled her eyes at him and teased, Chen, are you planning to marry a warlord of the sea? A marriage between the Navy and pirates sounds pretty good. I'm afraid my grandfather would beat me to death if he found out. Chen chuckled. Are you scared? Ein retorted. Scared? Would I be scared? As long as I'm with the person I like, what is there to be afraid of? Chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Ein pouted her cherry lips, hesitating to say anything. The two walked side by side, helping other Navy personnel. While helping, Chen checked his attribute interface. Host, Chen level, SS position, Rear Admiral Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Tremor Fruit skills, Swordsmanship SS, Sword Intent SS, Physical Arts S, Fruit Development S, Conqueror's Haki SS, Armament Haki SS, Observation Haki SS, Navy 6 form, Shave S, Navy 6 form, Gale Foot S, Navy 6 form, Moonwalk S, Life Return D, Cooking A, Talent, Simplified Skills Energy, 10,519 berries, 1. 9,989 billion. His strength was already terrifying. In this Navy Admiral competition, perhaps he could join as well. It would be great if he could become an admiral. However, upon careful thought, becoming an admiral might not be a good thing at all. An admiral has to manage the entire Navy, negotiate with the world government, and obey the celestial dragons. What a hassle. Moreover, after truly becoming an admiral, would he have to personally hunt down Blackbeard? It would be better to learn from Karp and slack off, or learn from Kizaru and just coast along. Being a Navy admiral would be fine. Being a rear admiral feels a bit lacking. After pondering for a moment, Chen already had his own thoughts. Let's first aim for admiral and see how it goes. Not long after, the Navy began broadcasting to the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the battle between our Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates in the Marineford Bay, we faced fierce resistance from the Whitebeard pirates, taking longer than expected. However, with the soldiers of the Navy headquarters filled with a sense of justice fighting bravely, we completely defeated the infamous Whitebeard pirates and their numerous affiliated pirate crews. Our Navy headquarters has achieved a complete victory. As soon as this was said, Navy personnel and people all over the world began to cheer. Great! The Navy is invincible. The Navy headquarters is mighty. The world government is mighty. We have won. Ha ha! I will train hard and join the Navy headquarters. Chen listened to the Navy's broadcast in the square and looked at the ruins in front of him, shaking his head helplessly. He really didn't know how the Navy could say such words with a straight face. It seemed that the Navy had won, but it had completely pushed the world toward another climax. With Whitebeard gone, The four emperors of the New World lost their mutual restraint. The competition for Whitebeard's territory would surely become increasingly intense. The entire world would become more dangerous. That night, at the damaged Navy headquarters, all Navy officers above the rank of Rear Admiral gathered in an open area. There were no intact houses left in the entire Navy headquarters. Yet, everyone still had a chair and a table. Sengoku sat in the main position, his expression serious, exhaling a long sigh, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, after this, I may resign from the position of Admiral." "What? Admiral Sengoku, why would you say that?" "Yeah, haven't we won? If you resign from the position of Admiral, then who will be our Admiral?" As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. It was too abrupt. Sengoku suddenly raised his hand to stop the bickering and continued. "After this battle, the world may not become more peaceful as we envisioned, but rather more chaotic. I have received news that many places are frequently seeing pirates appearing, all preparing to head to the New World to seize the great treasure. The world is about to become more dangerous, and all of this is my responsibility. I must bear it." After he spoke, everyone fell silent, not uttering a single word. This might truly lead to a major event occurring, something they were all incapable of bearing. Perhaps Sengoku stepping down was the best solution. At the same time, Akainu lowered his head, the brim of his navy hat covering his expression. But it was still evident that he was deep in thought about something, probably calculating how to take the position of admiral for himself. After a moment of silence, Zhangguo waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone can go back to your tasks. There is no need to repair Marineford anymore. Later, I will suggest replacing it with a new naval headquarters. It's best to set it up in the New World to suppress the pirates there and prevent them from causing further chaos." "Yes, Marshal," everyone responded, and then stood up to leave, each with their own thoughts. "Grandpa, I'm off," Chen whispered to Karp beside him before sneaking away. "You little rascal. You run fast." Karp shook his head helplessly as he watched his figure disappear. His grandson has grown up. He really can't control him anymore, and he should learn to let go as well. After leaving the bay of the naval headquarters, Chen headed towards the back of Marineford. That was where the headquarters of the Navy Science Department was located. Ordinary people could not enter. As he walked, he recalled the mission to rescue Kuma, which ultimately could not be completed. Kuma's consciousness had been completely modified. To restore Kuma's consciousness, he might have to ask the smartest person in the world, Vegapunk. Of course, even if he were to save Kuma's consciousness now, it wouldn't count as completing the mission. That mission could only be considered automatically forfeited and could not be accomplished. After a few minutes, Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the science department. Despite the destruction of most of Marineford, the door of the science department remained intact, showing no signs of damage. The hard, thick door, built from unknown materials, did not show a single crack. Even with countless Navy soldiers fighting outside, there were still many forces stationed at the door of the science department. Most of them were pacifists, with a few Navy personnel among them. Soon, the pacifists all noticed Chen walking over, using their eyes to scan and confirm his identity. Chen, Rear Admiral. As soon as he approached the door, he was stopped by the Navy personnel at the entrance. "Rear Admiral, please wait a moment. Do you have a pass?" "What pass? Can't the Rear Admiral go in directly?" Chen asked, puzzled. His time in the Navy headquarters was short, and he was unclear about many things. The Navy personnel patiently explained, "Rear Admiral, our science department is very strict. We can only let you in if you have a pass." Chen frowned slightly and continued to ask, "Who do I ask for the pass?" "The pass is with Admiral Kizaru." After hearing this, Chen fell in a deep thought. Kizaru is in charge of the Navy science department? After all, he is the superior of Frankie, and Frankie is Vegapunk's bodyguard. It might actually be the case. Originally, he just wanted to go in and have a look, but now it seems a bit complicated. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a yellow figure suddenly approached. Kizaru, with a curious expression, said, "Oh, Rear Admiral Chen, what brings you here?" "Come take a look. I haven't been to the Navy Science Department yet." Chen replied seriously, "I just wanted to take a look." Kizaru chuckled lightly. "Since you're here, you can go in and have a look. I believe that person would also like to see you." "Who?" "Dr. Vegapunk." "All right." Upon hearing this name, Chen decided to follow him in. After all, this is the Navy headquarters. There shouldn't be any issues, but he was worried that Dr. Vegapunk might have other intentions toward him. With Kizaru leading the way, Lu Chun successfully entered the Navy Science Department. Upon entering the door, he was greeted by a unified decoration style. All the walls were made of light blue metal, with various equipment and pipelines, filled with a peculiar metallic smell. It was an indescribable feeling. As they walked, Kizaru explained, the Science Department of the Navy is not built very high. Most of the laboratories are underground, and there are strong defensive measures. It can withstand earthquakes, floods, and various attacks, but it might not withstand close-range attacks like that of Whitebeard. Fortunately, they attack from the front, otherwise the Science Department would have been affected, and I would have a hard time explaining that. That's right. Lu Chun responded with a smile. He didn't know why Kizaru, who usually didn't say much, suddenly became so talkative. Then, the two sat in a transparent elevator, gradually descending underground. Through the glass cover, Lu Chun saw various underground laboratories, and there were many research subjects. Artificial life forms, biological modifications, artificial devil fruits. The most eye-catching were the large batches of pacifists being produced underground. Each pacifist was quite powerful, approximately at the A-rank level. There were certainly shortcomings in the manufacturing process. They couldn't be produced in large quantities. Otherwise, relying solely on pacifists would surely wipe out most pirates. In addition, there were various strange creatures. He really couldn't understand how these things were manufactured. What Lu Chun saw was only the surface. There were many rooms that outsiders couldn't see, and only by entering could one discover what was inside. After descending for several minutes, Lu Chun and Kizaru finally stopped. Exiting the elevator, they entered a metal passage that was several dozen meters long. Just as they were about to walk through, Kizaru suddenly called out to Lu Chun, "Wait, let me deactivate the self-defense measures before we go in." Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun immediately took a few steps back. Just as he was about to step forward, he felt a sudden chill on his back, and his observation Haki detected a hint of danger. How many defensive measures are hidden in this seemingly simple passage? On the surface, nothing seemed out of place. Kizaru walked over to the wall, took out a metal card from his pocket, and pressed it against the wall. "You can go now, Rear Admiral." "All right." With that, Lu Chun and Kizaru continued to walk in, and Lu Chun no longer felt that strange sense of crisis. At the end of the passage was an iron door. When the door opened, they saw many Navy scientists busy researching something. Among them, the most eye-catching was a small old man. He had rosy cheeks, grayish-white hair, and wore a cap resembling an apple tree branch, with a huge tongue hanging out to his abdomen. The moment Lu Chun saw the old man, a name flashed through his mind: Albert Einstein. And the one busy researching in the lab was none other than the head of the Navy Science Department, Dr. Vegapunk, the smartest man in the world. Character: Dr. Vegapunk. Position: head of the Navy Science Department. Fruit: Paramecia, brain fruit level. D skill: fruit development, SSS. Bounty: none. Dr. Vegapunk, look who I brought. Kizaru suddenly spoke up. However, Dr. Vegapunk over there didn't have time to pay attention to him and lazily replied, without turning his head, "Who did you bring?" "Navy Rear Admiral, Lu Chun." As soon as Yellow Ape's words fell, Dr. Vegapunk surprisingly put down what he was doing and quickly ran towards Lu Chun. He began rummaging through Lu Chun's belongings, touching everything. Could you move aside a bit? I'm not interested in men." Lu Chun's face darkened, almost kicking him away. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Yellow Ape had to cough a couple of times and advised Dr. Vegapunk, "Lu Chun is a vice admiral of our Navy headquarters. You should tone it down a bit." He. Dr. Vegapunk chuckled and finally stopped, but his eyes remained fixed on Lu Chun, asking with great interest, "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, I've heard that your strength is formidable, and indeed, your body density is much stronger than others. It's quite rare that you could kill the warlord Mariea and defeat Crocodile. This is what a Navy officer should do." Lu Chun replied seriously. Yellow Ape added, "Now he has eaten the Tremor fruit and gained Whitebeard's fruit ability." "What? Whitebeard is dead. How could his fruit appear so quickly?" Dr. Vegapunk's expression slightly froze. He didn't expect that the strongest man in the world had died, and his devil fruit had appeared in front of Lu Chun. "As for the specifics, let Vice Admiral Lu Chun tell you. I'm not too clear on that." After saying this, Yellow Ape casually found a spot and sat down leisurely. Vegapunk stared at Lu Chun eagerly and asked, "Quick, tell me, how did that devil fruit ability come to you?" After Whitebeard died, Blackbeard seemed to have used his ability to transfer the Tremor fruit's power to a fruit, which then became the new Tremor fruit, Chen explained. After he finished speaking, Vegapunk's expression became excited, saying, I didn't expect someone could achieve this step. If only I could get my hands on Blackbeard's blood, maybe I could research something. Chen's face darkened as he looked at the scientific madman before him, thinking, he doesn't want my blood, does he? Suddenly, Vegapunk's mood stabilized, and with a grin, he asked, Vice Admiral Chen, could I take a little of your blood for research? It's the Tremor fruit, after all. Who knows? I might be able to replicate another Tremor fruit, and then our Navy's strength would be even greater. No way. Chen flatly refused, frowning. Who knows what you want my blood for? I won't agree to that. Giving blood to this guy is extremely dangerous. If he uses it to research a new seraphim, that could be problematic. It might even surpass my own strength. However, Vegapunk still insisted, Vice Admiral Chen, don't be so quick to refuse. You can at least hear my conditions. As long as you agree to let me study your blood, I can promise you any request. As long as it's within my ability. Well, I'll take my leave. After saying this, Yellow Ape stood up and left wisely. Chen watched his back, raising an eyebrow. Did he know something when he left so abruptly? Or was he already used to it? After all, Kuma and Vegapunk had dealings before, and there were definitely things Yellow Ape didn't want to know. The more you know, the more troublesome it becomes. Hee. Vegapunk smiled and pulled Chen into a closed office in the research lab. Introducing Vice Admiral Chen. This is my private office. No one can disturb us here. Moreover, the materials are made of sea prism stone, so no matter what we say inside, even those outside using devil fruit abilities won't be able to hear. I don't know why, but it feels a bit strange. Chen twitched his mouth, feeling a bit uneasy. Vegapunk didn't care at all and continued, Vice Admiral Chen, tell me your conditions, as long as it's something I can do. He was only focused on Chen's blood. Okay, I actually want to ask you something about the warlord, Tyrant Kuma, Chen stated directly. Hearing this, Vegapunk showed no surprise and immediately replied. The current Kuma can no longer be called Kuma. He should be XP 0. He has lost his previous consciousness and now acts solely on program commands. Is there no possibility of recovery? There is. His self-awareness has been sealed by me. But the value of your blood is not enough for me to tell you how to restore his consciousness. Well, forget it. After saying this, Chen turned to leave. Vegapunk hurriedly grabbed him, saying, Hey, don't rush to leave. Your blood's value isn't enough. But if you can give me Blackbeard's blood, I can tell you how to restore his consciousness. You know, XP 0 is a human weapon. If it weren't for the special nature of your and Blackbeard's blood, I wouldn't have agreed. All right, Chen directly agreed. However, after their conversation, he felt that Vegapunk was really a scientific madman. In bargaining, Vegapunk showed no emotions toward humanity, almost like a cold, unfeeling machine. No wonder he creates such strange things and conducts various experiments on Kuma. I really don't know why Kuma agreed to Vegapunk's transformation requests. Is there some hidden secret? After reaching a deal with Vegapunk, Chen left the science department. This place full of monsters was truly one he didn't want to stay in any longer. Being inside felt a bit stifling. Agreeing to Vegapunk's conditions was also because a new mission was triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Rescue Tyrant Kuma. System rewards: 3,000 energy points. 20 materials for building Pluto. Anyway, I have to kill Blackbeard and get his blood, which is just a side task. 2 missions, and I can get quite a few rewards. After leaving the science department, Chen returned to one of the few remaining dormitories at the Navy headquarters to rest. There were hardly any usable rooms left now. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Karp and Sengoku stood high up, gazing into the distance, both with furrowed brows. After a moment of silence, Sengoku said solemnly, that person has also escaped from the underwater prison, and he didn't rely on anyone else's help. He cut off his own legs to get out. I don't know what he plans to do, but he's definitely a threat. Karp muttered. That person is none other than the great pirate who was contemporaneous with Whitebeard and Roger, the Golden Lion Shiki. Sigh, I hope he doesn't cause any harm to the Navy. Otherwise, the Navy headquarters won't be able to bear it anymore. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Karp picked his nose and said irritably, Old man, you didn't resign just to throw this mess on someone else, did you? How could that be? I didn't make a mistake this time. Sengoku sighed. As for the fact that Golden Lion Shiki escaped from the underwater prison, only a few people knew about it now. How long they can keep it a secret is anyone's guess. Inside the palace of Mariea, the five elders gathered again to discuss matters regarding the Marineford War. Just now, Sengoku sent a telegram announcing his resignation from the position of Fleet Admiral, and everyone was asked to share their opinions and suggest who should take the next Fleet Admiral position. Jagor Lucia Staten placed the telegram on the table. After that, Marcus Maz Saint was the first to express his opinion. According to tradition, when the Fleet Admiral steps down, a new Fleet Admiral should be chosen from the three admirals, allowing them to compete among themselves. Yes, that's indeed the case. Topman Vacheli Saint nodded slightly and continued. However, this year there might be one person who can compete for the Fleet Admiral position. Although he is just a Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters, his strength should be enough to bear the title of Fleet Admiral. Are you referring to Monkey D? Lucan? Hearing this, Shepherd St. Peter, who was nearby, also became interested, as he had obtained Whitebeard's Tremor fruit during this Marineford War, and his strength must have increased even further. Yes, as a Navy supernova, he should have a chance to compete for the Fleet Admiral position. Well, it's just a chance. It depends on whether he can seize it. Others expressed their opinions one after another. Then, the five continued discussing some major events that had occurred, such as the escape of Luffy and Ace, the mysterious figure of the night, and the Blackbeard pirates. As for Lucan at the Navy headquarters, he was completely unaware that he had a chance to compete for the Fleet Admiral position. Half a month later, Lucan received a message from Sengoku, asking him to come to the temporary office. Knock, knock. So he arrived at the office door and knocked. Soon, Sengoku's voice came from inside. Come in. Yes. As Lucan opened the door and was about to enter, he saw three admirals inside, Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji. Seeing this scene, he already guessed what Sengoku was about to say. Lucan, what are you doing here? Akainu stared at him with an unhappy expression. Last time, it was Lucan and the knight who slapped him in the face, so he was very annoyed to see Lucan. If anyone should be annoyed, it would be the knight, as he had truly ruined Akainu's plans to kill Ace and Luffy. Otherwise, the position of Fleet Admiral would definitely have been his. Fleet Admiral, I'm here. However, Lucan couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention and didn't even look at him. Red Dog, just wait. I will teach you a good lesson one day. It was I who called Lucan here. Do you have any problem with that? Sengoku asked expressionlessly. Hearing this, Akainu frowned and retorted. He's just a Vice Admiral, right? Does he have the qualifications to stand with us and compete for the Fleet Admiral position? Sakazuki, I am still the Fleet Admiral, and you are just an Admiral. Is this how you speak to me? Sengoku reprimanded. Sorry, Fleet Admiral. Akainu's face darkened, and he quickly apologized. All right, I have something to say. Sengoku snorted coldly and continued. The world government has agreed to my resignation as Fleet Admiral and has allowed me to continue serving as the Chief Inspector of the Navy headquarters. As for the position of Fleet Admiral, it will be selected from the four of you. According to tradition, Lucan is not qualified to enter the competition for the position of Fleet Admiral. However, the five above have all recommended Lucan, which is why you have the chance to compete. Upon hearing this, Lucan showed a puzzled expression. The five elders? What do they recommend me for? Could it be that I performed too well? It is indeed strange for the five elders to recommend a Vice Admiral to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral. Moreover, the other three admirals couldn't help but glance at Lucan. This Navy supernova, the youngest Vice Admiral in Navy history, is not even an admiral yet, but he's eligible to compete for the Fleet Admiral position. Most importantly, he has even gained the favor of the five elders. Truly impressive. His future is bound to be limitless. All right, I've finished speaking. You can decide the fate of the Fleet Admiral. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, Kizaru smiled and said, I voluntarily give up the position of Fleet Admiral. Hearing this, Sengoku and the others showed no surprise. Instead, they found it quite normal. However, now there are still three people competing for the position of Fleet Admiral, and a decision must be made. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. serve as the Fleet Admiral system reward. For 1,000 energy points, sword skill 2, 20 increase in materials needed to build the Pluton. The task rewards are good, but the difficulty is high. After all, it means defeating 2 admirals. Lucan currently doesn't have that confidence. While it seems Aokiji can't defeat Akainu, the actual situation might be different. Since it is the Fleet Admiral position, the strongest will take it. What do you two think? Looking at Lucan and Aokiji, Akainu suddenly spoke. Sure. Aokiji nodded. Then, Akainu looked at Lucan and asked, what about you? Sure, but I'm younger, so why don't you two compete first? Lucan said with a smile. He might not necessarily win against Aokiji and Akainu, but perhaps he could complete other tasks. All right, Akainu agreed without much thought. In his eyes, Lucan was just a young kid with some strength, nothing more. How could he have the ability to compete with him for the position of Fleet Admiral? He was just there to make up the numbers. You all stay away when you fight. Don't affect Marineford. It's already been severely damaged. Sengoku reminded. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The 3 replied in unison. Sengoku waved his hand and said, all right, you all go. Let me be alone for a while. After finally getting some free time, he could relax completely once the new Fleet Admiral took office. Suddenly, Sengoku looked out the window and muttered with interest. If that kid Lucan becomes the Fleet Admiral, he will probably be the youngest Fleet Admiral in Navy history. On the other side, after the 3 admirals and Lucan left the Fleet Admiral's office, Kizaru was the first to leave on his own. He had voluntarily given up the position of Fleet Admiral and did not want to participate in the struggle. Remaining were Akainu, Aokiji, and Lucan, especially between Akainu and Aokiji. The air was filled with a strong sense of battle, as if a fight was about to break out right there. Seeing this, Lucan revealed a knowing smile. Let them fight. Quickly fight, then I can benefit from their conflict. Not long after, the 2 left the Navy headquarters together, heading who knows where. However, Lucan knew they were heading to the bank of the New World. Their battle would last at least 10 days and nights. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and could wait patiently for an opportunity. Just as he was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Lucan, Grandpa. Lucan recognized it was Karp's voice and asked, what do you need me for? Come with me. I have something to tell you. Okay. Thus, Chen followed Karp to a deserted ruin in the Navy headquarters. Thank you for what you did for Ace and Luffy. If it weren't for you, they might have really died in front of me, Karp said seriously, looking ahead. Grandpa, what are you talking about? They're my brothers. Saving them is the right thing to do, Chen replied earnestly. It was odd that Karp would say such things. It didn't seem like his character. Karp chuckled and continued. I know you have qualified to compete for the position of Admiral, but given your current qualifications, it's best not to take on the role of Admiral. Many people would not accept it. Besides, you have another identity, and the position of Admiral is no longer suitable for you. Just look at that old guy Sengoku. After becoming Admiral, has he had any good days? He hardly has time to leave the Navy headquarters and has to deal with all sorts of matters. I understand, Grandpa. I actually think the same way, Chen said. The position of Admiral indeed no longer suited him, and there would be a risk of exposing his identity as knight. In fact, being a Vice Admiral was the best option. There were many Vice Admirals in the Navy, and if something happened, it likely wouldn't fall on him. Moreover, with Karp backing him, no one would dare to cause him trouble, right? Karp nodded slightly and reminded him, you need to be more careful in the future. This world is likely to become increasingly chaotic. Got it, Grandpa, Chen replied. The grandfather and grandson talked for a long time, and Karp also made a request to Chen to find out the whereabouts of Ace and Luffy. He was very concerned about their safety. Chen readily agreed, as he also wanted to know where Luffy and Ace had gone. They probably wouldn't be on Amazon Lily anymore, and since Ace survived the Marineford War, where we go next? The next morning, Chen went early to the Sabeti archipelago and arrived at Shaki's bar. As soon as he entered, he saw Shaki alone, smoking and drinking. Shaki, long time no see. Why isn't Uncle Rayleigh around? Just as she was about to answer, Shaki suddenly stopped, smiling. You came to gather information, right? That'll cost you. So what do you want to know? I'll see what the price is. Where are Ace and Luffy? Chen asked directly. After pondering for a moment, Shaki said, the price for this information is a bit steep. But I might be the only one in the entire Sabeti archipelago. Who knows? Is it because Uncle Rayleigh is with them? Chen countered. Rayleigh would definitely go to teach Luffy, and Ace indeed needed to strengthen his abilities, so perhaps the two would be together. Oh, you guessed it. Shaki didn't hide it and said directly, they are training in a certain place and should be back to the Sabeti archipelago soon. Chen nodded, not asking further. Soon, Luffy might come to Marineford again to meet up with his other friends and set a time for their reunion. The time, naturally, would be 2 years later. 2 years later, Chen's strength would probably not be what it was now. After having a few drinks at the bar, he returned to the Navy headquarters to inform Karp about Luffy and Ace, thus completing the task Karp had assigned him. Grandpa, I'm going to New World. If there's anything, please help me hold off for a few days, Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Karp frowned and asked, what are you up to this time? Alone? If he was alone, it was likely he was going to use his night identity for something. It was probably going to cause some trouble. I'm alone, but don't worry, it won't be anything bad, Chen assured him, knowing what Karp was concerned about. All right, be careful on your way. By the time you come back, the Navy headquarters will probably have moved to the New World as well. So you can go directly to the new headquarters, Karp said. Okay, Grandpa. After that, Chen left Marineford and headed to the New World. 5 days later, a small boat was floating in the waters near the bank's restricted zone, where a young man was leisurely lying. That young man was Chen, who had rushed from Marineford to the bank's restricted zone. Upon arriving, he found that the entire island had been split in half. One side was icy and snowy, while the other side was ablaze, resembling an island of ice and fire. Huge explosive sounds occasionally came from the island, indicating that the battle between the two was still ongoing. However, it wouldn't be long before it ended, as it had already lasted for 10 days and nights. Once the battle concluded, it would be Chen's turn to take the stage. Soon, the sounds of battle ceased on the island. Chen suddenly stood up, lightly stepping on the boat and quickly running across the sea. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the icy side of the island. Compared to the heat, he preferred to stay on the cold side. After all, it was uncomfortable to sweat too much. As soon as he stepped onto the icy area, a chill swept over him. However, it was blocked by Chen's Haki, making it much more bearable. He kept running in the area where ice and fire met, searching for the figures of Akainu and Akiji. A few minutes later, 2 figures appeared ahead, the dejected Akiji and the spirited Akainu. Moreover, Akiji was missing a leg and was retreating from the bank's restricted zone, while only Akainu had a slight smug smile on his face, as if to say, the position of Admiral is mine. Hey, Admiral Sakazuki, long time no see. So you guys are competing here? Chen suddenly appeared in front of Akainu, teasing him. Seeing his arrival, Sakazuki frowned immediately. Chen, how did you find this place? What are you doing here? I came to challenge you. If I win, doesn't that mean I become the Admiral? Chen said seriously. Hearing this, Sakazuki looked doubtful. What do you mean? If we are to compete, it shouldn't be now, right? Why not now? Otherwise, how can I win against you? Chen said with interest. After that, he slowly drew 2 supreme-grade swords from his waist, their metallic, sheen-covered in Haki, which spread to the 2 long swords. Instantly, the 2 long swords turned into black blades. At the same time, Haki gradually wrapped around the black blades, forming arcs of red lightning that crackled with pika-pika sounds. Chen, do you really want to make a move? This is against the rules. Even if you win, I will report your actions to the world government. And you definitely won't be able to become the Admiral, Sakazuki said anxiously, scolding him. He had fought Akiji for 10 days and nights to determine a victor and didn't have much strength left to fight. Moreover, Chen's strength was not low. He had powerful swordsmanship and the formidable tremor fruit. It wouldn't be so easy to defeat him. You really talk too much, Chen said with a slight smile. Completely ignoring him, 2 long swords crossed in hand, a magnificent sword intent condensed on the blade, exuding a terrifying red aura, accompanied by a domineering attack. Dual sword style, ghost slash. As the words fell, Zhang Tian and Qing Feng simultaneously slashed out. A sword energy in the shape of and shot out at high speed, carrying terrifying energy towards Sakazuki. That terrifying momentum was like a red, evil spirit, opening its sharp claws, pouncing towards Sakazuki. Chen, you seek death. Sakaski's eyes turned red with rage, not expecting the opponent to actually make a move. Moreover, it was done without any hesitation, indicating that he had long wanted to do this. Canine bite Red Lotus. As the words fell, his hands transformed into hot magma, forming two massive dog heads that lunged at the sword energy released by Chen. Boom! The two collided, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that swept outwards. The magma dog heads released by Sakaski were directly cut in half by the sword energy. The dog heads fell to the ground. Yet the power of the sword energy did not dissipate, shooting straight towards Sakaski at high speed. Sakaski roared, his fists covered in armed Haki, receiving the sword energy. Ding! However, the immense impact still forced Sakaski back several dozen meters before he barely stabilized his stance. Navy 6 dials Soru. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sakaski. It was Chen, seizing the opportunity to attack, extending a hand to press Sakaski's head firmly to the ground. Suddenly, a white circle appeared in Chen's right hand, encompassing Sakaski's head within it. What? Sakaski's complexion changed drastically, recalling the terrifying move Whitebeard used on him. Suddenly, Chen uttered two words, shockwave. A massive force of vibration surged forth, forcing Sakaski's head down into the ground. His head felt like it was being violently shaken, as if someone was stirring his brain. Extreme pain. The entire ground trembled, splitting into countless pieces, some collapsing, some rising. It was as if the mountains were crumbling and the earth was splitting. Even Sakaski had to let out a heart-wrenching roar. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, relying on the last of his willpower, Sakaski transformed his entire body back into magma, especially his hands, which erupted with searing molten lava. Hellhound. Navy 6 dials Soru. Seeing this, Chen quickly retreated, nearly unable to dodge in time. His clothes were still melted by the hot magma, turning charred and sticking to his body. Sakaski, dragging his exhausted body, gritted his teeth and said, Chen, you are shameless. I'm not as shameless as you. Chen replied with a grin. Without wasting more words, he continued to condense sword intent on his right hand, holding Jean Tian, Haki entwining around the sword, preparing for the next attack. Chen, even if I can't defeat you now, you won't have it easy in the future. Sakaski exploded with fury, his right hand transforming into massive magma again, turning the ground beneath him into the same magma as his body. It was evident that his fruit had awakened. Could it be that Akiji awakened after 10 days? Or had he awakened long ago? Immediately, a gigantic magma fist formed in his right hand, crashing towards Chen's position. Great fire. One sword style, Heavenly Thunder's sacred blade. Chen showed no fear, slowly raising Jean Tian in his right hand. Instantly, the world changed color, dark clouds gathered. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within the clouds, as if a tremendous storm were about to break. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a pillar shot down, striking Jean Tian's blade. The power of lightning adhered to the blade. Moreover, Chen used the power of the Thunderfruit to enhance the lightning's strength on the blade even further. A gigantic lightning sword formed, cleaving down towards Sakaski. Just one slash seemed capable of splitting the entire island in half. The clouds in the air were sliced apart by the blade. The attacks released by Sakaski were also cut in half by the sharp sword energy. Boom! The massive magma fist exploded, turning into countless magma stones, all shooting towards Chen's position. The area was vast, with no place to evade. Attack was the only option. However, Chen's attack continued, striking straight at Sakaski's body. Bang! Ziz! The enormous explosion mingled with the sound of thunder. The area where Sakaski stood was completely engulfed in powerful currents, while the sharp sword energy rampaged around, destroying any land in the vicinity. The Thunderfruit was not inferior to the Shock Fruit at all. As for Chen, he raised Jean Tian, slowly moving the blade around his body, condensing countless sword energies around him, forming one after another pink sword energies. Though small, the sword energies were immensely powerful. One sword style, Celestial Maiden Scatter. As the words fell, Chen swung his long sword Jean Tian. Countless sword energies shot out like pink petals, racing towards the magma fragments attacking from the opposite side. Any magma fragment that came into contact with the sword energies would be thoroughly crushed into tiny pieces, turning into extreme magma scattered all over the ground. Since Lu Chen was in the icy region, the tiny fragments lost their heat before hitting the ground, turning into black stones. Not a single magma stone attacked Lu Chen's position, nor did he suffer any damage. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, already physically and mentally exhausted, was further weakened by Lu Chen's earlier attack, collapsing to the ground, seemingly unable to rise. His entire body was charred black, resembling a humanoid lump of coal. Suddenly, Sakazuki moved, large chunks of black shells falling off his body, the nature of which was unknown. Just as he was about to rise, Lu Chen's black sword was already pressed against his neck, coldly saying, "You lost." Taking advantage of my weakness doesn't count as a loss. If you have the ability, wait for me to rest for a few days before we fight again, Sakazuki retorted stubbornly. At this moment, Lu Chen did not hear the system's prompt and wondered, does Sakazuki have to admit defeat for the task to be considered complete? Therefore, he pressed his sword against Sakazuki's neck. Another blade aimed at Sakazuki's head, saying indifferently, "Surrender, or I will kill you." I'm not joking. If I kill you, I'll just say you accidentally fell into the sea and drowned, and I had no strength to save you. You want me to surrender? No way, Sakazuki growled. Hearing this, Lu Chen remained expressionless, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thrust the long sword toward Sakazuki's head. Then you could die. The black sword was covered in Haki, and even Sakazuki couldn't withstand it. If it pierced his head, he would indeed die. Moreover, it was a strike from Lu Chen, a master swordsman. As the black knife approached his head, Sakazuki was engulfed by a chill, truly feeling the murderous intent of Lu Chen. He quickly shouted, "I give up. I lost." At the same time, the knife in Lu Chen's hand also stopped, the tip just barely breaking Sakazuki's skin without piercing in. The system's prompt sound followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points. Growth type, Quick Knife Reincarnation 1. 20 materials for building the Underworld King. Looking at the system notification, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Just admit defeat. Goodbye. Take your time going back. I'm heading back to the Navy headquarters first. With that, Lu Chen left Sakazuki behind. Sakazuki looked at Lu Chen's back, staggering to his feet, and roared, "Lu Chen, don't dream. The position of Fleet Admiral will definitely not be yours. I never intended to be an admiral. I just want to beat you up," Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Sakazuki was instantly furious, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that the other party only wanted to beat him up and was even willing to give up the position of admiral for it. How hated must he be? On the other side, after leaving the Bank of Forbidden Area, Lu Chen headed towards Marineford. Of course, not to Marineford itself, but to Krajik Island. After the Marineford War, the system triggered many tasks. One of them was Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Go to Krajik Island and train with Zoro for half a year. System rewards: 1,000 energy points. Swordsmanship 1. Initially, he didn't want to go. After all, it was just to be someone else's sparring partner. There seemed to be no extra benefits. However, after thinking it through, since it was a task triggered by the system, there must be some intention or other thoughts behind it. It would be worth trying. After all, half a year isn't too long. A few days later, Lu Chen received a call from Sengoku. As soon as the call connected, he heard Garp's hearty laughter. Haha, good kid, well done. It's time to give that kid a good lesson. Hey, Garp, give me the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku urged from the side, looking helpless. He hadn't even spoken, and the Den Den Mushi was snatched away. Hee hee, Lu Chen smiled silently. It was probably because Sakazuki returned and reported this matter. That's why he was too lazy to go back and just wandered around the New World. Soon, Sengoku's voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Lu Chen, Sakazuki reported your sneak attack and taking advantage of the situation to the world government, resulting in your withdrawal from the competition for the position of admiral. So, in the end, the fleet admiral will still be Sakazuki. Is there any punishment from the world government for me? Lu Chen asked. Not really. Then that's fine. I'll wander outside for a year before going back and need to see my swordsmanship teacher. All right, don't come back recently. It seems Sakazuki becoming Admiral 1T bring you any good. Sengoku reminded. Hearing this, Garp immediately became displeased and scolded. So what if that kid becomes Fleet Admiral? If he dares to bully my grandson, he'd better ask my Iron Fist first. Ha ha ha, thanks, Grandpa. Chen laughed heartily. Sengoku shook his head helplessly, sighed, and hung up. Anyway, I'm no longer Fleet Admiral. It won't be long before Sakazuki probably starts recruiting worldwide. And there's also a vacancy for a Marine Admiral. If you want to become a Marine Admiral, you can come back to participate in the selection. Got it? Uncle Sengoku. After saying a few words, Chen hung up the phone. Marine Admiral. To be honest, it is also a frustrating position, just right under Sakazuki, and they would always look for you. Just look at which blind fool Fujitora will be the next Marine Admiral. He certainly has suffered a lot under Sakazuki. He was too lazy to become a Marine Admiral. For some reason, the system also didn't trigger any tasks regarding the Marine Admiral. The next day, Chen saw the news that Luffy had once again landed at Marineford and signaled to his companions around the world. See you again in 2 years. Half a month later, Chen successfully arrived at Krajik Island. Looking at the familiar fog-covered island, he felt nostalgic for the days he trained here. It seemed he was with Alvia back then. He just didn't know how she was doing in the East Blue now. Hopefully, everything is fine. After all, besides the hero Garp, there's also him, the Navy supernova, protecting it. 1 school, 2 vice admirals. To put it simply, it should be the strength of 1 school. 2 admirals. Ordinary pirates wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the East Blue. Only a few small fries are wandering around. Perhaps after completing this task, it would also be time to return to the East Blue to check on Alvia. By the way, he would tell her about Robin's situation to avoid worrying her. About half an hour later, Chen arrived outside the castle where Mihawk lived, stepping forward and releasing a hint of sword intent. At the same time, inside the castle, Mihawk's eyes flashed as he looked down at Chen from the window, a hint of an unintentional smile crossing his lips. What made you think to come here? Just came to see the master. How? Does the master not want you to come? Chen retorted. Mihawk's lips curled into a slight arc. Come up. All right. With that, Chen leaped up, using moonwalk, continuously ascending to the room where Mihawk was. Sit down. Mihawk gestured to the chair in front of him. Okay, teacher. Chen sat down and began to enjoy the steak and red wine in front of him, savoring it. Indeed, the steak made by the teacher is the best. He didn't call him a guy. Mihawk's steak was indeed exceptional. Even though Chen had A-level cooking skills, he couldn't match Mihawk. After all, Mihawk probably cooks steaks when he's not practicing swordsmanship. Aside from that, he's probably just cooking. Moreover, his favorite food is steak. Hee hee, what are you doing here? It can't just be to see me. Mihawk chuckled lightly, showing interest. It's been years, and this kid hasn't come even once. Suddenly appearing, he definitely has something going on. After finishing the steak, Chen continued. As expected, nothing can be hidden from the teacher. I came here to see you, and I also want to see someone. Oh. Upon hearing this, Mihawk immediately became interested, seemingly knowing who he was talking about. But he didn't point it out. After all, that person could be considered a partner of his brother. Teacher, let's chat later. I'll go see the person I want to meet first. With that, Chen put down his knife and fork and searched the castle for Zoro's figure. Somewhere in the castle, Zoro was wrapped in white cloth, while Perona was unfolding a newspaper for him. What does this mean? Zoro anxiously stared at the photo of Luffy in the newspaper, trying to discern the meaning behind Luffy's actions. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the doorway. He told you to gather at Sabati Archipelago 2 years later, Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, Zoro immediately turned his head, his pupils narrowing. It's you, Marine Vice Admiral. Chen, I want to kill you. Perona's eyes turned red as she rushed towards Chen. However, in the blink of an eye, Chen drew his supreme blade, Jean Tion, and the sword, covered in Haki, was already pressed against Perona's neck. Little girl, if you make a move again, I won't hesitate to kill you. If it weren't for your good relationship with my teacher, you would have been dead long ago. You. Perona gritted her teeth, but she didn't dare to attack. Making a move now would only mean death. She knew she was no match for Chen, but Chen was the one who killed Mariea. Mariea could be considered Perona's adoptive father, as he had picked her up and raised her when she was a child. Unfortunately, Perona didn't pay any attention to what Lu Chen said and failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind it. Lu Chen, what are you doing here? How did you know I was here? Zoro asked in confusion. Lu Chen replied, I guess Kuma told me. Luffy and Ace are fine. So I came to see my teacher and happened to stop by to see you. After this, Zoro fell silent. He felt too weak. If he had enough strength, he could have helped Luffy during the Marineford War. Unfortunately, he didn't possess such strength, and he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Chen, let alone defeat the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. After pondering for a long time, Zoro staggered to his feet and suddenly knelt before Lu Chen, lowering his head and pleading, I beg you to teach me swordsmanship. Oh, kneeling? Do you think I'll agree just because you knelt? Lu Chen said with a meaningful smile. A man's knees are worth gold. However, Zoro did not give up and said firmly, I want to become stronger and be the strongest support for Luffy to become the Pirate King. Even if it means kneeling. As long as it can help Luffy, I'm willing to do anything. Besides, isn't it interesting to cultivate a swordsman who can defeat you? Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. Fine, if it weren't for the fact that you're doing this for Luffy, I wouldn't bother teaching you. I'll give you 3 days to defeat the armed baboons in the forest and heal your injuries. After 3 days, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Okay, thank you, Zoro said earnestly. Lu Chen then left the room. After he left, Perona began to cheer Zoro on. Zoro, you have to work hard to learn his swordsmanship. Then defeat him, and that way I can kill him. Huh, you're too weak. Even if I defeat him, you might not be able to take him on, Zoro said honestly. Upon hearing this, Perona angrily stomped her feet and punched Zoro a few times. Ah, are you looking for a fight? Oh, it hurts, Zoro shouted in pain. 3 days later, Zoro had already defeated all the armed baboons, and his swordsmanship had improved somewhat, but he had yet to fully comprehend the sword intent. Outside the castle, Roronoa Zoro, to become a true swordsman, you must comprehend sword intent, and your understanding of the sword is still insufficient. Once you comprehend sword intent, I won't have anything left to teach you, Lu Chen said earnestly. Then, he took out a new growth-type famous sword from his waist, Reincarnation. The blade was pitch black, exuding a dark aura, as if a hungry demon awaited blood in battle. For Reincarnation to grow, the best way is to fight and thirst for blood. The famous sword has a spirit. What you need to do first is to feel your sword, completely conquer it, and comprehend the sword intent it carries, thus realizing your own sword intent. Lu Chen looked at the famous sword Reincarnation in his right hand, with powerful sword intent and Haki enveloping the blade. In an instant, the Haki was entirely absorbed by Reincarnation, and his arm felt as if it had turned into a dried corpse. Break, Lu Chen called out, accurately releasing his Conqueror's Haki to suppress the spirit of Reincarnation. At the same time, a wave of black aura spread out, affecting Zoro on the opposite side. He felt something was off in his body, his emotions becoming extremely complex, sometimes happy, sometimes jealous, sometimes angry. Even his expression was affected. However, Lu Chen seemed unaffected, his expression unchanged. It was simply because he had completely conquered this sword that he wouldn't be influenced by it. Looking at the blade of Reincarnation, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and couldn't help but say, good sword. The name Reincarnation truly lives up to this sword. The 6 paths of Reincarnation represent 6 emotions, as well as the 6 paths. The heavenly path is arrogance. The Azura path is jealousy. The human path is desire. The animal path is ignorance. The hungry ghost path is greed, and the hell path is anger. Each path has a corresponding sword technique. The system has rewarded 4 sword techniques, all of which are exclusive to Reincarnation. Just like the specialized equipment for certain heroes in a game. It's exclusive. Is this a cursed sword? It actually affects people's emotions. Zoro asked curiously. Sort of, but others might not be able to use it if they got hold of it. Lu Chen smiled slightly. He then continued to explain sword intent to Zoro, sharing all his understanding and hoping he could grasp it. I'll first demonstrate it for you, hoping you can comprehend it yourself, and I will also serve as your sparring partner. In 6 months, I will have to leave. Lu Chen said, okay. Zoro's eyes were firm, as if he had made a resolution. In the next 6 months, he must learn more swordsmanship from Lu Chen. The remaining year and a half would have to rely on himself. After this, Chen concentrated the sword intent on reincarnation and suddenly raised the long sword. The sword pointed to the heavens. The heavens and earth changed color. A soaring sword intent shot into the sky, breaking through the layers of mist on the island. It allowed the sunlight to shine down upon the island once more, as if a celestial being had descended. Zoro looked at Chen, illuminated by the sunlight, and felt a sense of reverence, as if he were untouchable and unapproachable. Not far away, Mihawk in the castle was also drawn by the change in the environment. Looking at Chen outside the castle, his expression brightened. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. I didn't expect him to create such a powerful sword technique. And that sword seems extraordinary as well. What kind of fortuitous encounter has he had? With the sword intent soaring to the sky, a massive golden sword formed, stretching a full 100 meters long. Slash! As Chen uttered this word, the giant sword descended straight down. Wherever the golden giant sword passed, all the mist and darkness were dispelled, leaving only light. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. The ground ahead was cut open by sword energy, creating a ravine several 100 meters long and a full kilometer deep, resembling an artificial canyon. Boom! The entire island seemed to shake along with it. After a moment of noise, it gradually stabilized. Once the dust settled, all that remained was an extremely long canyon. Not bad. Chen nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Although the reincarnation was not the supreme great knife, its power was certainly not inferior to it. Suddenly, Eagle Eye appeared behind him, smiling as he said, "Your strength is progressing quickly. I look forward to our battle. Teacher, I still have a long way to catch up to you." Chen waved his hand. Eagle Eye's sword intent was at a high level, requiring a great deal of proficiency. Even if simplified, it would still take a general a long time to master. As for the system rewards that directly enhance skills, he was reluctant to use them. He planned to save them for critical moments, just in case. In this world, the strong are like a forest. Some of the strong haven't even shown their full power yet, such as the 5 elders and among others. Mihawk smiled without speaking and turned back to the castle. As for Zoro, who was nearby, he seemed to have gained some insight and was carefully examining his 3 swords. Chen did not disturb him, allowing him to meditate alone. As one of the main characters, Zoro's combat power was the second strongest on the ship. His talent and swordsmanship was, of course, not to be underestimated. In the days that followed, Chen basically fought Zoro for 1 day and then let him rest for 3 days. Of course, it wasn't Chen who needed the rest. It was Zoro who needed to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, accumulating injuries could easily harm his body. However, Zoro was indeed reckless. No matter how serious his injuries were, he insisted on getting up to fight Chen again, until he had no strength left to battle. Even Chen felt a bit moved, wondering if he could do the same. However, he had never experienced any major setbacks. He had never been beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. He could only blame himself for being too strong. Sigh, being invincible is too lonely. Time flew by. One day, half a year later, Zoro was once again wrapped in white cloth, lying in bed nursing his injuries. He had just fought Chen the day before and had sustained heavy injuries. Suddenly, Perona, floating by the window, frowned and said, "Hey, Zoro, he seems to be leaving." "Leaving?" Zoro replied casually. He wanted to get up but found he had no strength, so he decided against it. In the past 6 months, he had fought Chen countless times and learned a lot. He had also successfully mastered sword intent. However, he had never won against Chen, nor had he ever witnessed Chen's true strength. Despite this, he still believed that one day in the future, he would be able to defeat Chen. On the other side, Chen had already left Kralakana Island, but Eagle Eye remained on the island. Over the past 6 months, he had fought Zoro numerous times, but Zoro's eyes had remained unharmed. As for how he lost his sight, it seemed that the will of the world did not want Chen to know. Perhaps the timing was not right. However, none of that mattered anymore. It was time to return to the East Sea. Just as he had not walked far, the Navy's din mushy rang, and Karp's voice came through. "Hey, you brat, when are you coming back? If you don't return soon, your vice admiral position might get revoked by a Kainu." "Haha, Grandpa, I'll be back soon." Chen replied with a helpless smile. During the past 6 months, the Navy headquarters had moved to the New World SG-1 branch, which had become the new Navy headquarters. Marineford had turned into ruins, with only the Navy stationed there. Akainu had successfully become the fleet admiral, and Akiji had left the Navy, starting a global conscription early. Not only did he recruit many sailors, but he also appointed 2 new admirals, Green Bull and Fujitora. Chen was aware of these developments, as they had also been reported in the newspapers. A few days later, at the new Navy headquarters, as soon as Chen returned to the headquarters, he went to the office to find Karp. "Grandpa, you brat, you know to come back." Karp laughed. "I just came back to see Grandpa, right?" "You really came back to see me?" Karp said while picking his nose. "Ha!" Chen smiled and said honestly, "I came back to check on the Navy headquarters first, then I'll return to the East Sea." It's good to visit the East Sea." Karp nodded slightly and continued, "Have you seen the news in the papers? I heard Ace has appeared in the New World several times, leading the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates to form a new pirate crew. They still call themselves the Whitebeard Pirates, seemingly to carry on Whitebeard's will. If you encounter them again, please help if you can." "Don't worry, Grandpa, I know." Chen nodded firmly. He was aware of this, and had also guessed that Ace was with the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. However, he still had no information about Luffy's situation. He wondered if Ace had hidden Luffy away to train with Rayleigh. If fate allows, they will naturally meet again. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Knock, knock. Karp Admiral, is Vice Admiral Chen inside?" A man's voice came from outside. "Yes, what is it? Can't you see I'm catching up with my grandson?" Karp shouted. Hearing this, the Navy outside was stunned for a moment but continued, its Admiral Sakazuki calling Vice Admiral Chen, saying there's an important mission. As soon as he heard the name Sakazuki, Karp became angry and shouted, "Get lost." "Yes, yes." The Navy outside didn't dare to open the door, delivered the message, and quickly ran away. He didn't want to offend Karp. "Grandpa, I won't chat for long. I'll go see what Akainu wants." With that, Chen turned to leave. Karp nodded slightly and reminded him, "Don't be afraid of that brat. Just tell me if anything happens. If he dares to put a hat on you, just watch how I deal with him." "Okay, Grandpa." Chen grinned and walked out of the office. He then walked straight to the Admiral's office, knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Come in." Soon, Sakazuki's voice came from inside. Chen pushed the door open and walked in, seeing Sakazuki dealing with some documents. Seeing Sakazuki made him angry. He stood silently in front of him without saying a word. Sakazuki showed a displeased expression and spoke. "Vice Admiral Chen, the current G-1 branch, which used to be Marineford, is in need of a Vice Admiral to be stationed there. I am assigning you to oversee the G-1 branch until the branch is rebuilt, and then you can return. No objections?" "Sure." Chen nodded readily. There wasn't too much to do at the Navy headquarters, and with all the restrictions, it was better to go down below. Although Sakazuki's original intention was to send Chen away, that place wouldn't be repaired for at least 2 or 3 years. Sakazuki was taken aback, not expecting Chen to be so straightforward. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing else. Since there was nothing, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Chen turned to leave. Seeing Chen's attitude, Sakazuki recalled the last time he was taught a lesson by Chen and scolded. "Chen, what kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat the fleet admiral? What do you care about my attitude? I've said what I needed to say. Are you telling me I can't leave? My grandfather said that if you touch a single hair on me, he'll fight you to the death." Chen replied casually. "You." Hearing this, Sakazuki's face darkened, truly left speechless. Ever since Akiji left the Navy, their combat power had significantly decreased. If Chen and Karp, 2 vice admirals with the strength of top generals, were to leave as well, the Navy he led would indeed lack any real fighting power. They might not even be able to deal with the 4 emperors. Suddenly, an alarm rang out in the Navy headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Something happened. Sakazuki's expression changed slightly, and he immediately rushed out the door. Chen followed closely behind, heading to the wall of the Navy headquarters to see what was happening. In the sky, many abandoned ships and giant boulders were gradually floating above the Navy headquarters. Is that Shiki the Golden Lion? Chen looked up at the sky. At the highest point was a massive ship, which was indeed Shiki's pirate ship. At the same time, only one person could achieve something like this. I wonder what he intends to do. The Marineford War just ended not long ago. Yes, Karp and Sengoku also appeared on the high buildings of the Navy headquarters, looking at Shiki's pirate ship in the sky with furrowed brows. At this moment, countless Marines were defending the bay of the headquarters, but the enemy was in the air, out of cannon range. They couldn't attack the ships and boulders floating in the sky. Suddenly, the abandoned ships and giant boulders in the sky began to descend rapidly. The system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Help the Navy solve the current trouble. System reward. 200 energy points, sword skill 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Kill Shiki the Golden Lion. System reward. 3,000 energy points, sword skill 1, body skill 1, and supreme great blade 1. The mission rewards were quite generous. Watching a large number of abandoned ships fall from the sky, Haki showed no intention of moving and remained standing in place. Of course, Karp and Sengoku did not take action either. Both were currently in idle positions. Fire the cannons. Fire the cannons. Run. The ships are going to fall. The Marines below were in panic. Chen's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly leaped from the high wall, standing in front of everyone, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, fall back. Stand behind me. It's Vice Admiral Chen. Vice Admiral Chen has come to save us. Hurry, get behind Vice Admiral Chen. Quick, quick." All the Marines rushed towards Chen's position, hiding behind him. Then Chen drew his famous sword, Reincarnation, with overwhelming sword intent and domineering aura coiling around the sword, forming arcs of red lightning and a bloody aura. 6 paths, Azura, path, jealousy sword. He narrowed his eyes and swung out a sword. The blade of Reincarnation released an endless bloody aura, as if it had slaughtered countless people, resembling Ashura hell. The dense Azura aura enveloped the sword energy like a powerful Azura descending to the world, rapidly shooting towards the ships and boulders that were about to crash down. Even if Shiki wanted to change their trajectory, it was already too late. Boom! Wherever the sword energy rampaged, all the giant boulders and ships were crushed to dust by the astonishing sword energy. Countless stone and wood fragments gradually fell from the sky, like a hailstorm. And this hail wasn't even that big. The sword energy tore through the sky, directly aimed at Shiki's ship. At this moment, inside the cabin of the ship where Shiki was located, several scientists immediately reported to him, "Captain, a sword energy is coming towards us. Please dodge to the sides immediately." Shiki's face changed slightly as he shouted, "Do you think I'm blind?" After saying that, he controlled the ship to begin dodging sideways. However, Chen's sword energy was extremely fast. Even when Shiki used his fruit ability, the ship still couldn't completely evade the sword energy's attack. A corner was sliced off. Boom! The ship exploded as a result. Countless fragments fell from the sky. If it weren't for Shiki's float fruit ability, their ship would have fallen from the sky. Vice Admiral Chen is mighty. Vice Admiral Chen is so powerful. His strength has increased again. Haha! Our Navy is not to be trifled with. The Marines were excited, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched Chen. Above, Sengoku looked down at Chen and murmured, "This kid's strength has increased again. And that famous sword in his hand seems to be a demon sword. Of course, don't you see whose grandson he is?" Karp said while picking his nose. At the same time, Sakazuki also noticed Chen's strength, but he was more concerned about the Navy's view of Chen and immediately shouted, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and clean up the debris. Clear the Navy headquarters." "Yes, Admiral." The Marines had no choice but to leave quickly. However, they still had some complaints about Sakazuki. Ever since Sakazuki became Fleet Admiral, it seemed like we haven't had a good day. Yes, if only Admiral Akiji were the Fleet Admiral, but unfortunately, he became a pirate. Shoo, aren't you afraid Admiral Sakazuki will hear you? I think it's not bad for Vice Admiral Chen to be the Fleet Admiral. At least he cares about our lives and deaths. Sakazuki glared at them with a death stare, causing them to hurriedly flee in fear. As for Shiki in the sky, he appeared outside the cabin, staring down at Chen, murmuring to himself, "Is he the Navy's supernova?" Karp's grandson, Monkey D. Chen, indeed has the demeanor of Karp back in the day. Seeing that Shiki no longer intended to take action, Chen walked over to Sengoku and Karp and said, "Grandpa, Sakazuki sent me to Marineford to supervise. I probably won't be back for several years." It's good for you to go to Marineford. It's just right to see what Shiki intends to do. He's heading towards the East Sea, and I'm afraid he might do something to retaliate against the world," Karp said with a serious expression. "I know, Grandpa." Chen nodded affirmatively. The reason he agreed to Sakazuki's assignment was actually to go back to the East Sea and complete some tasks along the way. Suddenly, Sengoku coldly remarked, "Sakazuki, letting you go to that place. Say, if you have the ability, let my grandson not go." Kapu said irritably, cough, cough. Sengoku's face darkened, and he coughed strategically. "Grandpa, Uncle Sengoku, I'll take my leave now." After saying that, Chen slipped away, not wanting to stay and listen to their argument. After all, he was going to leave the New World soon. The next morning, Chen left the new Marine headquarters and headed to Marineford to take up his post, bringing Ein along with him. After the Marineford War, Ein had been promoted to Rear Admiral, but he had always been Chen's adjutant. A few days later, they arrived at Marineford and handed over responsibilities to the Rear Admiral station there. However, shortly after the handover, Chen saw a piece of news regarding the East Sea. An island had been completely destroyed, and not a single person survived. The island was also littered with many strange large creatures. Strangely, all those large creatures had died in battle. Judging by their injuries, it seemed they had killed each other. After pondering for a moment, Chen slowly stood up. "I need to go to the East Sea alone to deal with something." "You're not going to confront Shiki the Golden Lion, are you?" He was a pirate from the same era as Pirate King Roger, and his strength shouldn't be underestimated, Ein said, her brows furrowing in worry. "Villages in the East Sea have already been destroyed. I'm afraid the next one will be the village where I used to live. I need to go back," Chen said seriously. It wasn't just about completing a mission. There were people he cherished in the East Sea. Moreover, this was something Kapu hoped he would do. "Then I'll go with you," Ein said. Chen shook his head. "You need to oversee things in Marineford and help me stall for time. Otherwise, Akainu will come looking for trouble, and I find him annoying." Hearing this, Ein thought for a long time and finally said, "All right, just be careful on your journey. If you can't deal with Shiki, make sure to escape quickly. Shiki is a ruthless pirate. Don't worry. There are not many people in this world who can deal with me." Chen smiled. After bidding farewell to Ein, Chen quietly left Marineford and headed towards the East Sea. However, before going to the East Sea, he needed to stop by another place. Shiki might not be in the East Sea, but rather on a floating island called Strongwrld. Getting to that place by sheer manpower was basically impossible unless one had a special fruit ability like Shiki. So, he needed to find a way to obtain a means to reach the floating island Strongwrld. Thus, Chen quietly went to the Navy headquarters, found Vegapunk, and borrowed a flying ship powered by electricity. Since he possessed the Rumble fruit, he had an endless supply of electricity. Unfortunately, when he got the Rumble fruit, Enel had not yet built the ship capable of going to the moon. Otherwise, he could have snatched it and wouldn't he have needed to borrow anything from Vegapunk. Riding the flying ship, Chen headed directly towards the East Sea. Flying high in the sky, he didn't fear being spotted by the Navy below. They were too far away to see anything more than a black dot, especially since he was mostly hidden among the clouds. With the powerful output of electricity, Chen's ship was extremely fast. About 10 days later, a commotion woke Chen up. "What is that? Is it a ship? I've never seen something like this before." "No, that seems to be Vegapunk's creation. It has Vegapunk's mark. It's the Navy." Chen stood on the deck, took out his binoculars, and suddenly saw a familiar figure, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "It's you?" He directly piloted the ship and sped toward the island ahead. Meanwhile, the people on the island saw the ship approaching quickly and were somewhat worried. "That ship seems to be coming closer to us. Should we run? What if they're here to kill us? I'll leave first. Let me take a look." Suddenly, a woman with orange hair stepped forward, picked up the binoculars, and smiled faintly. "It's him." "Who? Which one?" The surrounding old men all inquired. The girl smiled and said, "You don't know him." Seeing the scene, the surrounding old men suddenly understood. They had never seen such a smile on Nami's face. It seemed he was a long-time friend. Soon, Chen's ship landed on the island, and he jumped off the ship, smiling as he said, Nami, long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lu Chen, big brother. Nami's face lit up with joy as she excitedly ran over and hugged Lu Chen tightly. It had been a long time since their last meeting at Sabeti Archipelago, and now she was all alone with her companions scattered all over the world. How have you been here? Lu Chen, like when they were children, patted Nami's head and sighed. Our little Nami has grown up a lot. Your hair has grown longer too. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Nami's face turned slightly red. She angrily poked Lu Chen's chest and pouted, saying, Big brother Lu Chen, you still have the nerve to say that. At Sabeti Archipelago, you gave us a good beating. Ha! I just wanted you to realize that your current strength is still insufficient, right? The crisis in the New World is far more terrifying than you can imagine. It's the territory of the four emperors, Lu Chen said seriously. In fact, his initial intention was still to complete the mission triggered by the system. Oomph. Nami snorted lightly and continued to ask, What are you going to do? Why are you alone? She already knew that Lu Chen was the Dark Knight, and now he was alone, wearing a Navy uniform, likely to do something. EC. Lu Chen simply said 2 words. However, the clever Nami quickly guessed and continued to ask, You're going to the EC to prevent more islands from being destroyed, right? Yes. The EC is my hometown. I need to go back, Lu Chen replied. Then I'll go too. The EC is my hometown as well. And I'm worried about Belmere and the others. I'm afraid they might be next, Nami said with a worried expression. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought and said seriously, Do you know who our enemy is going to be? He is not easy to deal with. If you go, you might encounter danger. I don't know, but I have to go. Nami nodded firmly. Seeing he couldn't dissuade her, Lu Chen finally agreed. All right, let us go together. Yay. Thank you, big brother Lu Chen. MMHM. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Agreeing to her request was not only because he couldn't persuade her, but also because the system triggered a task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Bring Nami along to kill Shiki, the golden lion. System reward. 100 energy points. The task seemed simple, but perhaps it wasn't so simple for the system. The system definitely had its own intentions. This was beyond doubt. After Nami prepared everything, Lu Chen and Nami set off on their journey towards the East Sea, searching for the floating island Strongwrld. A few days later, the sea was clear and sunny. The two were still aimlessly sailing in the air. Lu Chen was lying on the deck, leisurely resting. Suddenly, Nami came out of the cabin with a frown. Lu Chen, turn the ship to the left. A heavy rainstorm is coming. Oh, okay. Lu Chen didn't doubt it and used his lightning powers to quickly steer the ship to the left. At the same time, a massive dark cloud was rapidly approaching their direction, exactly what Nami had mentioned as the heavy rainstorm. Thunder rumbled within it, and wherever it passed, chaos would ensue. A few minutes later, the two successfully avoided the heavy rainstorm. Yay! Lu Chen, do you have another devil fruit? Nami ran over to high-five Lu Chen in celebration and quietly asked. After chuckling lightly, Lu Chen nodded, Yes, but don't tell anyone, or my secret will be out. Hee hee. Okay, then I'll just consider myself knowing both of Lu Chen's secrets, Nami smiled. Lu Chen replied, All right, I know you're amazing. Just as he finished speaking, the sunlight above them was suddenly blocked out, and a huge flying ship appeared overhead. Instantly, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and pulled Nami behind him. Be careful. It's Shiki the Golden Lion. Is he a pirate from the same era as Pirate King Roger? Nami's expression changed slightly. She had heard of that legendary pirate. But why was he here now? Lu Chen nodded slightly, focusing on the figure gradually approaching. He had long golden hair that hung down to the ground, resembling a lion's mane, and his body was covered in golden fur. No wonder he was called the Golden Lion. Character, Shiki position, Captain of the Golden Lion Pirates Fruit. Fua Nomi level. SSS skills, Fruit development, SSS, armament Haki, SS, bounty, 2. 8 billion berries. Shiki floated in the air, looking at Lu Chen and Nami with interest. Rear Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chen, what are you doing here? Are there only 2 of you on the ship? You don't know why I'm here? Lu Chen smiled. Ha ha ha, true enough, since you're from the EC. Are you here to stop me? Shiki laughed wildly. You're so talkative. With that, Lu Chen was too lazy to waste words with him and drew his sword, Reincarnation. Just as he was about to attack, Shiki suddenly appeared on his ship, touching the ship's body. As he twisted his hand lightly, the entire ship came under Shiki's control and began to spin wildly, throwing both Lu Chen and Nami off. Nami. Lu Chen frowned deeply, unable to control his body in time. As he reached out to grab Nami's small hand, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the incoming Golden Lion. Kid, I'm taking your friend for now. Shiki smiled slightly, knocking Nami unconscious and directly abducting her. Bastard. Instantly, Lu Chen's anger surfaced, and he used Moonwalk to momentarily hover in the air, drawing reincarnation. Just as he was about to attack, Shiki shamelessly used Nami as a shield. Ha ha, kid. You can go down first. In an instant, Shiki and Nami returned to their pirate ship. Lu Chen's brows furrowed tightly as he shouted, Shiki, you wait for me. I'll kill you this time. After saying that, he quickly used Moonwalk to chase after the spinning ship. Fortunately, the ship had opened its sails, causing its descent speed to not be too fast, allowing Lu Chen to return to the ship in time. Of course, falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Lu Chen wouldn't be killed. However, he now needed a tool to pursue Shiki, otherwise, he would lose track of him. After returning to the ship, Lu Chen took out the sea stone he had prepared long ago to Shiki's control over the ship, quickly driving the ship to chase after Shiki. Meanwhile, Shiki had already returned to the cabin, handing Nami over to his subordinates, instructing, lock her up first and bring her back to STRONGWRLD. Yes, Captain. After that, a man resembling a clown left, stepping on shoes that made a sound with each step. About half an hour later, just as they were about to reach STRONGWRLD, the ship's pilot shouted loudly, Captain, someone is following us from behind. What? Shiki walked over, looking through the image snail, and saw that it was Lu Chen's ship from earlier. He sneered, that kid again, he didn't fall off after all, he has some strength. Oomph. I want to see if he will fall. At the same time, Lu Chen was hiding the ship, while noticing that they were close to STRONGWRLD. A smile forming on his lips, finally here. Moreover, he now understood why the system triggered the task to bring Nami along. Because right after Nami was kidnapped, the system triggered a new task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Rescue Nami. System rewards. 1,000 energy points, 1 sword skill. 10 of materials needed to build the Pluto. It seemed the system already knew something, which was why it required bringing Nami along. In any case, triggering a convenient task was very friendly for Lu Chen. Now, all that was left was to kill Shiki. Lion's might. Suddenly, Lu Chen's brow furrowed as his observation, Haki, sensed something unusual. He looked up and saw a lion made of clouds roaring towards the ship's location. Shiki. Lu Chen snorted coldly, slowly raising both hands, 2 vibrating energy circles appearing in his palms. He slammed them violently into the air across from him. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, the air in front of him seemed to be completely crushed, with cracks appearing in the space. As for the cloud lions released by Shiki, they all exploded from the middle, turning back into countless thick clouds, reduced to powder. Just when Lu Chen thought it was over, Shiki's ship ahead suddenly vanished. Bastard! Lu Chen cursed softly. He had no choice but to temporarily descend. As long as he could reach STRONGWRLD, he could find another way to locate Shiki. He believed that the villagers on the island would know. As soon as he landed in a forest, a giant mantis, with a size akin to that of a giant, charged at Lu Chen. Its sharp and massive arms could cut down a tree that several people could barely wrap their arms around. The system rated it as B-class. Its strength was not to be underestimated. On those islands in the East Sea, its strength, combined with its large numbers, meant that no island could withstand destruction. However, in front of Lu Chen, their strength was basically not worth mentioning. One sword style drawn blade slash. Lu Chen drew out the reincarnation and swung it. A flash of black sword light passed. The giant mantis was about to attack, but its body inexplicably split in half. Blood gushed out in large amounts, all floating towards the reincarnation in Lu Chen's hand, and all the blood was absorbed by the reincarnation, until the giant mantis's corpse was absorbed into a dried corpse. The reincarnation seemed to enjoy it, and a hint of a strange color appeared on the blade. Interesting. Lu Chen looked at the reincarnation with great interest. This was the first time he had seen the reincarnation absorb blood. Just based on this, he could conclude that the reincarnation was definitely not simple. And after leveling up in the future, it would definitely be more than just the level of the Supreme Fastblade. Perhaps it could grow to a higher level, exceeding the level of the Supreme Fastblade. Moreover, Lu Xun had a bold guess. Besides the current world, there should be another world. A world beyond that of the Pirate King. A world with even stronger powers. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xun, holding the reincarnation, smiled wickedly. There are so many monsters on this island, just right for you to level up. There's no better place than this. After saying that, he began a massacre throughout the entire forest. Any monster he encountered could not escape Lu Chen's poisonous hands. The roles of prey had now turned into that of a hunter. Throughout the forest, only the miserable cries of the monsters and the sounds of battle explosions could be heard. Most of the monsters had around A-level strength, but there weren't many monsters at A-level. Half a day later, Lu Xun had almost slaughtered all the monsters that could be found in the entire forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the left. The grass over there moved slightly. Lu Xun turned his head and stared at the grass, saying indifferently, "Come out. If you don't come out, I'll take action. Please, don't kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, a little girl with wings on her hands and a pair of wings on her back walked out from grass. She covered her eyes and didn't dare to look at Lu Xun at all. "Why are you covering your eyes? I'm not going to eat you," Lu Xun asked in confusion. He had already sensed that the other party was not a monster, which was why he hadn't acted directly. The little girl, Margaret, quickly shook her head. "I won't look at you. I don't know what you look like. Grandma said that if I see your face, I will die." Lu Xun's face darkened. It was likely that this little girl thought he was some kind of bad person after seeing him slaughter monsters. "I'm not a bad person. I'm a righteous Navy, here to help you deal with Shiki," Lu Xun explained. While saying this, he felt a bit embarrassed. "Navy?" Upon hearing this, Margaret opened her hands slightly and looked at Lu Xun, who was indeed wearing different clothes from Shiki's men. After looking at Lu Xun's appearance, he was not the devil her grandmother spoke of. "What is the Navy? Are you here to deal with the great pirate Shiki?" Margaret's eyes widened as she asked. "The Navy is specifically for dealing with pirates, the ones who catch bad guys," Lu Xun patiently explained. "Really?" Hearing this, Margaret's eyes lit up, her eyes as wide as copper bells. "Of course it's true. Then you must drive away the Gold Lion pirates. It's because of them that many people in our village are sick, including my grandma." Margaret pouted and said, her eyes turning red, "Don't worry. Just tell me where the gold lions are. They're on the highest mountain over there." "All right." After getting the directions, a meaningful smile appeared on Lu Xun's lips. "There, I'll slowly kill my way up." "Big brother, are you going to follow me to the village?" Margaret asked. "No need, so as not to bring trouble to you. I'll hunt some more monsters here and then go directly to take down that lion." "Okay, big brother, I believe you." After saying that, Lu Xun personally escorted Margaret out of the forest, and only after watching her leave safely did he feel relieved to head towards the Gold Lion Pirates base. Along the way, he continued to slaughter the monsters he encountered. No matter their strength, they all fell under his hands. All turned into experience for the Fast Blade reincarnation. It didn't take long, and the Fast Blade level reincarnation had already leveled up to good Fast Blade. Strength increased a bit. A few hours later, Lu Xun had already appeared at the entrance of the Gold Lion Pirates base. The city gates stood tall, with many pirates stationed above. Upon seeing Lu Xun, they immediately raised their firearms to block him. "Navy, how did you get in here?" Dressed in Navy clothes, he was immediately thrown out. However, Lu Xun completely ignored them, lightly waved his long knife, and unleashed a normal attack slash. The rushing sword energy struck straight at the city gate. The pirate stationed at the city gate didn't even react. The fierce sword energy cleaved the sturdy city wall in half. Boom! The originally closed city wall was instantly sliced into two. Countless rubble scattered, shooting towards the surrounding pirates. It hurts. Run. This navy is too strong. Hurry. Go notify the captain." The pirates stationed at the city gate fled in a panic, every one of them who dared to stay behind. The terrifying strength scared them all into fleeing. Hee hee. Lu Xun let out a cold laugh, shaking his head slightly. It's a bit of a pity. These people could have also been experienced for the reincarnation. Then he stepped towards the Gold Lion Pirates base, slaughtering all the pirates that try to block him. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the base, Captain, something bad has happened. A navy has stormed in through the front door, and I don't know how many of our brothers he has killed. A flustered pirate anxiously reported to Shiki, who was sitting on the high seat. Upon hearing this, Shiki's brows furrowed, glancing at Nami beside him, and said indifferently, "You all go stop him. I'll be there shortly." "Yes, Captain." After saying that, the cadres in the hall all went out to prepare to intercept, while Shiki remained in the hall, looking at Nami with interest and saying, "Haven't you decided to join my pirate crew yet? That way, neither your hometown nor you will perish." "I will not join you. Brother Chen has come to save me. He will definitely rescue me," Nami said firmly. "Humph, just a Navy supernova. Does he really think I, the Gold Lion, am afraid of the weak?" Shiki snorted coldly and continued, "Once I kill that kid, let us see if you still want to join my pirate crew." He knew that Nami's current reliance was Chen. As long as Chen was dead, everything could be resolved. Moreover, Chen was Karp's grandson. Killing his grandson would be a perfect revenge for that day. Nami looked at Shiki's back with a worried expression, murmuring, "Brother Chen, I believe in you. You will definitely defeat the Gold Lion." On the other side, several cadres of the Golden Lion pirates rushed out of the main hall and charged towards Chen in unison. "Dumbat, D. How dare you cause trouble for our Golden Lion pirates? Face your death. Kill him." "Hee, not bad. These people should be enough." A wicked smile curved at the corner of Chen's mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire being vanished using the Navy's 6 forms, shave, and reappeared in front of one of the pirate cadres. A sword strike to the throat. Blood spurted out, but was completely absorbed by the cycle of reincarnation. The killed pirate cadre was turned into a dried corpse. Just as the other pirates were about to attack, Chen's figure vanished again, systematically eliminating his enemies with one strike after another. With each slash, a pirate fell to his blade. Moreover, they were all drained into dried corpses. This time, Chen did not even release a slash, using the cycle to kill his enemies completely, allowing it to level up. As time passed, one dried corpse fell after another. 1, 2, 3. The surrounding pirates were already terrified and began to flee. "Run! He's a demon! Quick, we're no match for him." Suddenly, they remembered, he is Rear Admiral Chen from the Navy headquarters, a Navy supernova. "Want to leave? Have you asked the sword in my hand?" Chen's eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. He turned into nothingness, like a dragon swimming through the fleeing pirates, slaughtering them one by one. Moments later, Chen appeared in front of all the pirates, and those who had fled were all frozen in place, transformed into dried corpses. Not a drop of blood was shed. At the same time, the sword of reincarnation flickered with a strange blood-red color. It leveled up again. It became a great blade. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen's face. "You pirates have made a contribution." Suddenly, a weathered voice echoed. "I didn't expect there to be such a cruel navy among the Marines. It's quite rare." Golden Lion Shiki stepped out of the main hall, looking slightly surprised. The Karp he knew was a naval hero who was not so cruel. He didn't expect his grandson to be a ruthless killer. In such a short time, he had killed most of his crew. The Navy is originally about killing pirates, isn't it? Moreover, after you have killed so many people in the EC, shouldn't I kill you? Chen sneered, a pirate daring to lecture him on morals. Boring. Shiki's expression turned cold, and he suddenly noticed the long knife in Chen's hand. Frowning, "Is that a demon knife? But it doesn't seem to be the one I know. It actually absorbs blood. The only knife I know that absorbs Haki is Enma, but this is the first time I've seen one that absorbs blood. You talk too much. I'll kill you, and I can go back to report." Chen pointed his sword at Shiki and gently swung it. A fierce slash rushed out rapidly. Shiki also raised his right foot, using the famous sword on his foot to release a slash wave. Instantly, a golden slash shot out quickly, colliding with Chen's slash. Boom! A loud sound erupted. The slashes clashed, and the sword chi transformed into countless tiny sword energies, rampaging in all directions, creating an invisible wave that swept around. Wherever the wave passed, everything was cut to pieces by the sword chi. Several surrounding pirates watching were all injured by the sword chi. Some even died. Golden Lion Shiki chuckled lightly, expressing interest. I didn't expect there to be a swordsman of your caliber in the Navy. You probably already have the strength of a Marine admiral. But I wonder why you are not an admiral yet. You really talk too much. Chen sneered. After he spoke, Golden Lion Shiki suddenly floated high in the air and said loudly, when one gets old, they tend to be interested in some interesting things. So I just want to know a few things. If you are willing to join my Golden Lion pirates, we can erase the previous matters. And you and I can rule this world together. How about it? You and I rule this world? You still don't stand high enough. There are many people in this world who can easily erase you, and they can erase my existence as well. So you still haven't seen much of the world. Chen shook his head, feeling that Golden Lion Shiki was still stuck in the previous era, unaware of the horrors of this world. Golden Lion Shiki's expression turned displeased, and he shouted, "Fine, then I want to see how powerful you really are. If I kill you, that navigator will naturally join my pirate crew. Lion's might." As he spoke, the ground suddenly began to shake, vibrating as if the entire surface was trembling like an earthquake. Chen stood on the ground, gradually stabilizing his body. Looking around, what is going on? He saw countless areas of the ground rising, forming an encirclement, and those clumps of earth gradually formed into huge lion heads, opening their massive jaws, ready to bite at Chen, who was in the center. Roar! 6 lion heads completely surrounded Chen's escape route, leaving him nowhere to run. Even if he tried to escape upward using the moonwalk, Shiki would just raise all the lion heads higher. All the dirt was under his control. Soon, the 6 lion heads completely surrounded Chen. In front of the massive lion heads, he was like a tiny ant, just waiting to be devoured by the 6 lion heads, disappearing without a trace. Damn, brat, you're still too young to fight me. Golden Lion Shiki wore a smug expression, looking down at the 6 stone figures that had solidified below. Just as his words fell, several black rays of light burst forth from the stone lions, revealing cracks on the surface of the stone lions. Crack! Crack! 6 paths of reincarnation. Hell's Wrath Sword. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Boom! It seemed to shatter all the stone lions controlled by Golden Lion Shiki, turning them into countless dust scattered everywhere. Moments later, Chen's figure appeared before everyone. However, he seemed a bit different from before. The reincarnation sword in his right hand radiated an endless aura of black energy, his entire body wrapped in a terrifying black aura, and his eyes were blood red, resembling a malevolent ghost. Demon sword. Indeed, a demon sword. How on earth did this kid get this sword? Golden Lion Shiki frowned tightly, staring at Chen's hands, saying faintly, "And that tremor fruit ability, it really is on him." He had heard rumors that Whitebeard's tremor fruit was eaten by Chen, but it was only hearsay. The Navy seemed to have sealed this message, and he didn't dare to be certain, now that he saw it with his own eyes. He could confirm it. Roar. Suddenly, Chen howled at the sky, letting out a roar and gently waved the reincarnation long sword in his right hand. The black aura gathered into a swift flying slash. It rushed towards Golden Lion Shiki. The accompanying black aura was like a pitch-black hellish demon, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, all reaching towards the Golden Lion Shiki across from it. Lion Kayaguchi. The Golden Lion Shiki floated in midair, continuously swinging the long blades on his legs, unleashing several slashes. The golden slashes flew towards the demon. However, several of the slashes were completely caught by the demon's massive arms. Yes, caught the physical sword energy and threw it back towards the Golden Lion Shiki. The sword energy rebounded. What? The expression on Golden Lion Shiki's face changed slightly as he dodged his own sword energy in midair. However, the sword of wrath released by Chen had already appeared in front of him, heavily cleaving into his body. Boom! A loud sound. The Golden Lion Shiki could not withstand such powerful sword energy, and his whole body fell like a cannonball. Bang! He was deeply buried in the ground, creating a large pit. Dirt flew, and dust rose. At this moment, the black aura attached to Chen gradually dissipated, and his eyes returned to normal. But he was gasping for breath, concentrating as he said, "Haha, I can't use that move again. I almost lost myself in the hell path." The cycle of reincarnation combined with the 6 paths really has immense power, even reaching SSS level. But the scariest part is losing oneself in the 6 paths. Just now, Chen felt as if he was in the hell path, his emotions completely filled with rage. It seemed that only slaughter could reduce the anger in his heart. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the golden lion, Shiki, slowly got up from the ruins, looking extremely disheveled, coughing up a large amount of blood. The demon's sword, indeed powerful, but you can no longer unleash such fierce sword techniques. If it weren't for him using armed color Haki to block a bit earlier, he would have been cut in half by now. He couldn't help but admire the swordsmanship of this young punk in front of him. I could do more than this. Chen smiled slightly and suddenly raised his right hand, pointing the sword at the sky. The heavens and earth changed color. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a storm was about to break. Lightning flickered within the dark clouds, ready to strike at any moment. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, descended from the thunderclouds. It shot straight down, accurately hitting the reincarnation in Chen's hand, enveloping the sword body and his entire body in lightning. Zizzes. Not only that, Chen quietly used the ability of the Thunder Fruit to enhance the lightning power attached to the reincarnation in his hand, a flowing heavenly thunder holy sword. A massive, giant lightning sword formed, slicing straight towards the golden lion Shiki at high speed. Not good. The golden lion Shiki's expression changed drastically as he felt an enormous pressure. The last time he felt such pressure was under the combined force of Karp and Sengoku. If it weren't for their combined efforts, he definitely wouldn't have been captured. But now he felt powerful pressure under the sword of a young punk. Could it be that he was getting old? Just like Whitebeard, unable to withstand the ravages of time. The golden lion Shiki roared defiantly, waving his hand, using the fruit's ability to control the surrounding snowstorm. Lion's might, Yashino Koni. He actually used the surrounding blizzard to form 4 massive blizzard lions. The 4 blizzard lions roared at the lightning sword released by Chen, extending their blizzard claws to try to block the heavenly thunder holy sword. However, lightning is one of the most destructive natural phenomena in the world. The overwhelming power of the lightning directly engulfed the blizzard lions, melting them into wisps of water vapor. White mist dispersed, turning into nothingness, and the golden lion Shiki was also struck by the powerful lightning sword, the lightning power enveloping his entire body, dazzling every cell in him. Zizzes. In just a moment, the golden lion Shiki's body was charred by the electricity. A plume of black smoke slowly rose. The entire ground was covered with the power of lightning, still shimmering with silver arcs of electricity. You're old. The old era has truly passed. The new era has arrived. Chen slowly walked forward, speaking in a deep voice. Ahead, the golden lion Shiki lay in the ruins, exhaling a puff of black smoke, weakly saying, "The old era." Roger. Whitebeard. It seems I Shiki must follow you now, haha. Yes, once I go down, say hello to them for me, especially to Whitebeard. After saying that, Chen cleaved the golden lion Shiki's head off with a sword. The reincarnation absorbed Shiki's body completely, leaving only the head behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. 3,000 energy points, sword technique 1, body technique 1, supreme great knife 1. Cough cough. Seeing Shiki's death, Chen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He indeed suffered some injuries during the battle with the golden lion Shiki. It was just that he had been enduring. No wonder he was a powerhouse of the old era. His strength was indeed formidable. If it weren't for his age, just like Whitebeard, he might not have been able to match the golden lion Shiki. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out. Brother Chen. Nami saw the familiar figure and ran over quickly. Turning around, Chen only then noticed Nami rushing over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I knew Brother Chen would come to save me." Nami smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she noticed the blood remaining at the corner of Chen's mouth and asked with concern, "Brother Chen, you're hurt. Why don't we go inside to rest?" "It's fine. The golden lion has already been killed by me. We should leave this place now." "It's not too late to rest on the ship," Chen said. "Okay." Thus, the two set off on their way back. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. 1,000 energy points, sword technique 1. Construction materials needed for Hades 10. A few days later, Chen safely escorted Nami to Visheria Island and agreed to meet again in the Sabati archipelago, while Chen stayed in Visheria for a few more days, mainly to play with Nami. Soon after, Chen returned to Windmill Village to see the villagers. He mainly wanted to see Alvia and spend a few more days with her. After that, he returned to Marineford. His station mission was not yet complete. There were still a few years to go. However, the news of Chen killing the Golden Lion Shiki had already spread across the newspapers, scattering around the world like snowflakes. The Golden Lion Shiki was dead. The old era had completely come to an end. Yes, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. The three were all dead, and there weren't many pirates left. A new era had arrived, with pirate supernovas and the naval supernova Chen. His strength was probably already at the level of a marine admiral. As the news spread, everyone began to pay more attention to this marine vice admiral Chen. They called him the Terminator of the old era and the inheritor of the new era. Chen gained a new title. Somewhere in the new world, Chen is indeed very strong. His strength is increasing, and we can't just stand still. Ace said firmly, gripping the newspaper. Yes, Ace, come and fight. Luffy urged from his side. Ever since the Marineford War, the two have been training their Haki under Rayleigh's guidance somewhere in the new world. At the new Marine headquarters. Chen, abandoning his post. Sakazuki snorted angrily, slamming the table. He was not only angry that Chen abandoned his post, but also frustrated that he had no way to deal with him. After being ambushed by Chen last time, he personally went to the Holy Land to find the 5 elders and reported the ambush. However, the 5 of them showed no intent of punishment. They only said that Chen's qualification to compete for the position of admiral was revoked. It was obvious favoritism. Sakazuki could see through it, which was why he didn't dare to deal too harshly with Chen and didn't even dare to demote him. On the other side, as soon as Chen returned to Marineford, I found him and handed him a telegram. Chen, this is from the headquarters. You are requested to go to the Holy Land of Mariea to meet with the 5 elders. Oh, upon hearing this, Chen immediately became interested. The 5 elders. The 5 at the pinnacle of world power, with only one person above them. They are indeed one below the other, above tens of thousands, suddenly being summoned. He wondered if it was good or bad. You can't get rid of me this time. We'll go together, I said with a smile. All right, let's go take a look. I've never been to Mariea. Me too. So, after packing up, the two set off for Mariea together. Marineford was close to the red line, so they quickly reached the red line. Mariea is at the top of the red line, requiring a vehicle to go up the mountain. There is no water route to go up. Unlike Reverse Mountain, there is only a mountain road. To go through the red line by water, one would have to travel 1,000 meters underwater and coat the ship to pass. But underwater, one would encounter powerful sea kings and sea beasts, as well as underwater volcanoes, etc. It is very dangerous. Compared to abandoning the ship to take the mountain road, pirates prefer to choose the underwater route. Chen, how much longer until we arrive? This red line is really high, I exclaimed, looking ahead. Although they were riding in a carriage from the world government, it still took some time to reach Mariea. I don't know. It's my first time coming to the Holy Land of Mariea. Chen shook his head slightly. All right, I replied. Suddenly, the man driving the carriage spoke up. Gentlemen, we should arrive in about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Okay, thank you. I responded. Chen looked through the gap and saw the man driving the carriage, a faint, meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It should be noted that the man driving the carriage was an A rank. In the Holy Land of Mariea, even a carriage driver is A rank, showing how strong Mariea is. However, it is said that the previous Holy Land should have been God Valley, because 40 years ago, the Rocks pirates, who had already dominated the world, attacked God Valley, almost wiping out all the celestial dragons, which is why the Holy Land was moved to Mariea. Of course, perhaps Mariea was originally the Holy Land. Chen wasn't too clear on the specifics. He just knew about the Rocks pirates. Not long after, the carriage stopped and the driver shouted outside, "Gentlemen, you may get off. Mariea has arrived." Good. With that, Chen and I got off the carriage. What greeted their eyes was a massive city, even from the outside. The walls of the city revealed its extreme luxury. Even the Sabaody archipelago could not compare. It looked like a royal palace. Thinking carefully, isn't Mariea the place where the power of the world government is most concentrated, similar to a royal palace? Chen said, "Let's go." I replied, "All right." Thus, the two walked towards the city gate of Mariea. After presenting their identities at the gate, they were allowed to enter the city. As they walked into Mariea, the houses and buildings became clearer. Basically, they were all individual villas, with no ordinary residential houses in sight. Moreover, all the people walking on the road were celestial dragons wearing glass domes, while Chen and I, dressed in navy uniforms, became the odd ones out. Many celestial dragons looked at them with curiosity. Navy? What are the Navy doing here? They must be here to serve us. After all, we are the celestial dragons. Yes. Who would have thought there was even a Navy vice admiral and a rear admiral? Hearing their unabashed conversations, Ayn frowned slightly, clearly unhappy. She rarely interacted with so many celestial dragons and was shocked at how disgusting they were, even somewhat shameless. They held themselves in too high regard. Suddenly, a male celestial dragon directly blocked Ayn and Chen's path, rudely saying, "Hey, Navy, you will follow me from now on and be my personal bodyguard. I have my own position." "Sorry," Ayn frowned. Hearing this, the celestial dragon Flynn Lawrence's face showed displeasure as he angrily scolded. "Stinking Navy, didn't you hear what I said? I want you to be my personal bodyguard. You will serve me from now on." "You." Ayn's brow furrowed tightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Her clenched fists were holding back her anger. Suddenly, Chen stepped in front of Ayn and coldly said, "He is my aide. I'm afraid he can't be your bodyguard." "You, a Navy vice admiral, dare talk back to me? Are you looking for death? Kneel down and lick my shoes now, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make you die right now," Flynn Lawrence angrily shouted. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes turned cold, filled with murderous intent, and he coldly uttered one word, "Scram." At this, the entire scene was stunned. What? He dared to insult us celestial dragons. He is simply looking for death. Who is he to dare to insult a celestial dragon? Chen? No. In Mariea, besides the celestial dragons, there were also their slaves. The slave of Flynn Lawrence right now was Bartholomew Kuma, and he was riding on Kuma's back as if he were mount. "You, seeking death." Flynn Lawrence was furious and immediately ordered, "Kill him." As soon as his words fell, Chen's hand had already touched the hilt of his sword, his eyes narrowing as he was about to unleash his sword technique. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura. An old voice came. "Stop." A man dressed in a white robe, bald, and wearing round glasses approached. Upon seeing him, the other celestial dragons immediately became respectful. Even Flynn Lawrence didn't dare to say anything more and lowered his head. Chen also looked at the man slowly walking over, who was still several dozen meters away. In the blink of an eye, the man appeared before them. Character: Izambalin V. Nezhurang Shung Position: God of Wealth and War Fruit. None level: SSS Skills: Swordsmanship, SSS, Armament Haki, SSS. Bounty: None very strong, truly strong. The God of Wealth and War, one of the 5 Elder Stars. I wonder who is stronger between him and Karp. Izambalon Ve. Nezhurang Shung walked in front of Chen and slightly nodded, signaling. "Lieutenant General Chen, you have arrived." "Yes," Chen replied. "Okay, follow me." Izambalin V. Nezhurang Shung continued. "All right." As he spoke, Chen took Ayn's little hand. Just as they were about to leave, a harsh voice came from behind. "God of War, this kid insulted me. Are you just going to let him go?" Flynn Lawrence, Shung said with a face full of unwillingness. "He is a celestial dragon. Does he not care about his face? How can he continue to mix in the circle of celestial dragons in the future?" Izambalin V. Nezhurang Shung remained expressionless and simply retorted, "Do you not know that celestial dragons cannot casually order the Navy to do other things? Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Don't think just because you're a celestial dragon, you can act recklessly. If it weren't for Topman V. Watchily Shung, I could kill you right now." Topman V. Watchily Shung, the god of justice among the 5 Elder Stars. "I." Flynn Lawrence Shung, was momentarily speechless, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lucian but dared not say more, because the god of wealth and war could indeed kill him. Even celestial dragons are not at the pinnacle of power. They can be killed too. Although Izambalin v. Nezhurang Shung would not openly kill him, his immense strength provided many ways to do so. Enough, let's go. Izambalin v. Nezhurang Shung snorted coldly and led Lucian and Ein away. Damn Navy. Just wait for me. Flynn Lawrence Shung could only emit a powerless rage. On the other side, Izambalin v. Nezhurang Shung led the way without speaking. It wasn't until they reached a deserted street that he suddenly spoke. Lieutenant General Lucian, if I hadn't intervened just now, would you have killed that celestial dragon? This question was like a bombshell. Even I beside them was slightly taken aback, not expecting the other party to ask such a question. Her face filled with worry as she looked at Lucian. She was truly afraid that Lucian would respond affirmatively. Moreover, Lucian had offended the celestial dragon because of her. After pondering for a moment, Lucian smiled and said, "Killing him is impossible." Ha ha ha. Izambalin v. Nezhurang Shung laughed and said no more. This left Lucian somewhat puzzled about the man before him. What does he mean? Is he not satisfied with the arrogance of the celestial dragons? There isn't much elaboration on these five in the original work, so he didn't understand them well. He could only interact with them more. Not long after, Izambalin v. Nezhurang Shung brought Lucian and Ein to a reception room in a palace. Major Ein, please wait here in the reception room. Lieutenant General Lucian, come with me, I will be back soon. MMHM, Ein nodded. Lieutenant General Lucian, follow me. Okay. Thus, Lucian followed Izambalin v. Nezhurang Shung to another place. As Nezhurang Shung opened a large door ahead, they entered a familiar place resembling a tea room, which was the room where the 5 Elder Stars usually held discussions. Furthermore, the other 4 were seated inside. Upon seeing Lucian arrive, they all turned to look at him and Nezhurang Shung. Nezhurang Shung, why did you come with Lieutenant General Lucian? Topman v. Watchley Shung asked. Nezhurang Shung smiled. I ran into him on the way. MMHM, Topman v. Watchley Shung said no more. At the same time, Lucian was also observing the other 4 Elder Stars, each possessing SSS level strength. No wonder they are at the pinnacle of power. Their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. The god of scientific defense, Jaegeru, Satan Shung waved. Lieutenant General Lucian, come here. We actually have something to ask of you today. You flatter me. There's no need to say ask. As a navy, it's our duty to serve the world government. Lucian smiled and replied. In front of these 5, he dared not be presumptuous. As for dignity, it can't be eaten. Isn't it better to live? Living is what truly matters. Hee. Satan Shung chuckled and continued. Actually, we all know that with your strength, being a Navy Admiral is more than sufficient. Plus, with your talent, becoming a Navy Fleet Admiral in the future is just around the corner. Therefore, we would like you to train in the New World. And when you possess the true strength to defeat Sakazuki, we can recommend you to become the Navy Fleet Admiral. Upon hearing this, Lucian sensed a hint of a deal and quickly waved his hands, humbly saying, You really think too highly of me. With my strength, I still cannot defeat Admiral Sakazuki head-on. These 5 old men would not randomly recommend him to become the Navy Fleet Admiral. They definitely had their own plans. Ha. Being humble, our requirements of you are not high. As long as you work for the world government, we can help you a lot and also allow you to gain greater power, Satan Shung continued. Next, the 5 Elder Stars chatted with Lucian about many things, mostly concerning him, summarizing that they had high hopes for him and urging him to work for the world government in the future. It felt like they were guiding him. Of course, Lucian continuously nodded in agreement. What would he do if he didn't agree? As for what it all meant, Lucian didn't figure it out and just returned home directly. After Lucian left, the 5 gathered again to discuss the departure of Lucian. The god of environmental defense, Marcus Maz Shung, was the first to speak. What do you think of him? Smooth talker. However, it cannot be denied that with his age and talent, he is indeed very strong. Topman v. Watchley Shung stated frankly. Nezhurang Shung chuckled lightly. Is that smooth talking? That's called being tactful. It seems he hasn't learned much from Karp. Ha. I think he has quite good. A person who can be molded. It just depends on whether he can grow, Shepherd 10-Pit Shang said with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Chun had reunited with Ein, and they left Mary Geos together, returning to Marineford. On the way, Ein couldn't help but be curious and asked, "What do the 5 Elder Stars say to you?" "Not much. It seems they have high hopes for me, saying they want me to become the Navy Fleet Admiral, but I refused," Lu Chun said seriously. Ein seemed to completely believe it, surprised. "Are you silly? They want you to become the Navy Fleet Admiral. Wouldn't that be much better than your current position as a Navy Lieutenant General? So what if he is a Marshal? Ultimately, he is a Naval Marshal and cannot do whatever he wants. In fact, there are many things I want to do," Lu Chun said. Upon hearing this, Ein shot him a glance. "Want to do your own thing? Why not become a pirate? Pirates have plenty of freedom." "Ha ha ha. If I became a pirate, then no Navy would be able to catch me." Lu Chun laughed heartily. "Besides, if I became a pirate, would you come with me?" Lu Chun laughed loudly. So what if I go? It's just being a pirate." Ein huffed lightly, her pretty face slightly flushed. "Ha ha ha." Lu Chun laughed and walked straight ahead. "Hey, wait for me." Ein quickly caught up. The two chased each other on the road, slowly returning to Marineford. A few days later, at Lu Chun's office in Marineford. "Are you going out again?" Ein frowned slightly. "Yes, this time I want to visit Fishman Island, a place I haven't been to yet," Lu Chun said. "Let us go together." Ein suddenly spoke up. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chun said, "Sure, let us go together." The reason for going to Fishman Island wasn't for anything else, but to complete a task that had been triggered by the system earlier. During these days in Marineford, he had basically taken care of all the matters he needed to handle. Only then did he have time to go out. The tasks he needed to do at Fishman Island didn't require his identity at night, so bringing Ein along was fine. At least he would have a helper. And Ein was not weak either. Yay! Ein smiled sweetly. Ever since she became Lu Chun's aide, she had also grown fond of the days spent running around, not wanting to stay in one place all the time. To head to Fishman Island, Lu Chun first went to Sabeti Archipelago to find Haki and asked her to help him find someone to coat the warship. This was so they could head to Fishman Island. He also specifically inquired about Rayleigh's news and learned that he was about to return to Sabeti Archipelago. Moreover, the 2-year period was soon to arrive. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates would soon be returning to Sabeti Archipelago one after another, and he had an appointment to meet Nami then. After completing the tasks at Fishman Island, he might even be able to rush back to Sabeti Archipelago to see them. A few days later, after the ship coating was completed, Lu Chun and Ein, along with some Navy personnel, set off for Fishman Island. The ship slowly descended into the seabed, sinking into the deep sea. The blue ocean gradually enveloped the ship, and the surrounding light grew dimmer. Fortunately, there were many electric lights on the warship, restoring brightness to the ship. The warship drifted with the current toward the depths of 10,000 meters below the sea to Fishman Island. The ship bore the Navy's insignia, along with the unique insignia of Lu Chun after he became a rear admiral, which made some of the Fishman pirate crews on the way not dare to attack Lu Chun. Otherwise, they would face total annihilation. Because Lu Chun's ruthlessness had long been spread among all pirate crews, he had once massacred at least tens of thousands of pirates. Even the Golden Lion Shiki had perished at his hands. His strength was extremely formidable. As the ship drifted with the current, Lu Chun stood on the deck, admiring the underwater scenery. Countless strange-looking fish, with the only common feature being their ugliness. The deeper the ship descended, the larger the surrounding fish became, and even sea beasts began to appear. Suddenly, a Navy soldier in the lookout tower shouted loudly while holding a telescope, "Rear Admiral Lu Chun, there seems to be a large number of sea beasts ahead. Should we urgently avoid them?" "No need. With me here, we could just charge through," Lu Chun said. "Yes, Rear Admiral." Although the Navy soldier was puzzled, he chose to trust his superior. As the warship continued to advance, many giant shadows appeared ahead and gradually became clearer. They were sea beasts, one after another, each as large as a sea king. There were sea beasts with camel heads, cow heads, and all sorts of bizarre shapes. They blocked the warship's path, opening their huge mouths as if to swallow the ship whole. At this moment, Ein walked out for the cabin, worriedly asking, "Lu Chun, can we do this? If the coating gets damaged, we'll have no way out. We're already 7,000 meters deep in the sea." "Don't worry. Do you still not trust me?" Lu Chun asked with interest. Ein huffed lightly. turning her head to look at the few sea beasts ahead. As the warship got closer to the sea beasts, Chen held his breath and unleashed his powerful Conqueror's Haki, precisely targeting the several sea beasts in front of him. The invisible red Haki swept toward the sea beasts. Upon being affected, they trembled as if they had seen something extremely terrifying and quickly retreated. They fled from the current, hiding behind the reefs, not daring to block the current anymore. Huh, Chen, have you mastered your Conqueror's Haki so well? I noticed that he was using Conqueror's Haki. I've just learned to release it accurately. I haven't reached the strongest yet, Chen said. In fact, his Conqueror's Haki was only at SS level, and the proficiency required to upgrade was substantial. He didn't know when he would be able to level up. Strong? Your strength is already very impressive, and you're so young. You'll definitely become even stronger in the future, I said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Chen laughed without saying anything. Not long after the warship left, several figures suddenly appeared behind the reefs, discussing something amongst themselves. Who is that Navy? He can actually drive away sea beasts. And so many of them. We thought we could extort some money. You're looking for death. That person is Rear Admiral Chen from the Navy headquarters. A naval supernova, the strongest who ended the old era of pirates. Are you not afraid he will wipe out your entire clan if you provoke him? Half an hour later, the warship carrying Chen and Ein finally arrived at Fishman Island. They took the official route, and after passing through the inspection of Fishman Island, they directly entered it. As soon as they entered the area of Fishman Island, they could see many beautiful mermaids swimming around the ship, all looking at Chen and the others on board. Look, it's the Navy. It's been a long time since the Navy came to our Fishman Island. He looks like the person from the newspaper. Monkey D. Chen, Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters. Is he here to help us kill pirates? I heard he hates pirates the most. Chen looked at the beautiful fishmen around him, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he subconsciously said, "They look quite nice." This was also his first time seeing mermaids, and so many of them. Mainly, they were all beautiful. Nice. Am I not prettier? Ein pouted her lips and huffed. Are you angry? Chen asked with interest. Upon hearing this, Ein turned her head away. No. Ha ha ha. Chen chuckled a few times and explained, "It's just that I've never seen mermaids before. So I look a little longer. I won't look anymore. That's more like it." A smile appeared at the corner of Ein's mouth. At this moment, Chen looked ahead at the virtual interface displaying the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Solve the troubles of Fishman Island. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, 1 sword skill, 20 materials for building the Pluto. Completing this task, along with the task related to the Tyrant Bear, would allow him to gather the materials needed to build Pluto. Perhaps he could construct Pluto ahead of time. Possessing the 3 ancient weapons would mean having a true foothold in this world. Soon after, the warship arrived at the bay, and Chen and Ein disembarked with the Navy. Upon seeing the Navy, the surrounding fishmen and humans quickly made way, and the Navy who had disembarked earlier opened a path for Chen and Ein. Where shall we go now? Ein asked. Let's go meet King Neptune of Fishman Island. Chen replied. All right. With that, Chen and Ein moved straight toward the Dragon Palace ahead. Perhaps a fishman had reported to Neptune about the arrival of the warship, as they had only walked halfway when a fishman figure suddenly appeared ahead. With blue hair, a round dot on his forehead, and wavy long hair, he had a dignified appearance. He was Sharkstar, the eldest prince of Neptune. However, Chen did not see Neptune's other 2 sons, but the other 2 were quite ugly, so Chen didn't mind. General Chen, hello. I learned of your arrival, and my father specifically sent me to welcome you. Sharkstar greeted with a smile. He knew Chen. His respectful attitude was largely due to Chen being Garp's grandson, and there was some connection between Fishman Island and Garp. No need for such politeness. Chen nodded slightly. Sharkstar smiled. You're too kind. A guest is a guest. It's only right to welcome you. Yes, please take me to see my father. Chen said. Sure, this way please. Sharkstar gestured respectfully. So, Chen followed behind Sharkstar and headed toward the palace. Half an hour later, they boarded Sharkstar's ship and arrived at the base of a huge city, receiving bubble corals from Sharkstar to create bubbles, which made it convenient to walk in Dragon Palace City. As Sharkstar activated a switch and announced his identity, A massive tunnel appeared before them. The sea ship entered, beginning to sail at high speed. Moments later, the sea ship successfully arrived at the magnificent and bustling Dragon Palace city. Various fish species and many beautiful mermaids could be seen. Directly ahead was a castle with a giant golden dragon sculpture, the residence of the royal family of Fishman Island. Upon seeing Sharkstar, the castle guards immediately opened the golden gates. Boom! The heavy gates opened with a loud rumble. As everyone entered the castle, they were met with 2 rows of Fishman guards that seemed to stretch endlessly. Sitting on the throne was King Neptune of Fishman Island, a spiny pufferfish fishman. He wore a crown, was larger than an average mermaid, had thick, fluffy orange hair and beard, and his arms were adorned with flame-like tattoos. It was hard to imagine how fishmen reproduce, as his wife was not nearly as large. General Chen, please take a seat, Neptune said with a smile. As he spoke, several beautiful mermaids brought chairs for Chen and I to sit behind. The other Navy personnel had long been left outside the castle, as many Navy members were not allowed to enter the true Dragon Palace city. Thank you. Just as Chen and I sat down, Neptune continued, You don't just come to the 3 Treasures Hall for nothing. I presume General Chen has something to discuss? What brings you here? It's for the future of humans and fishmen. I heard that a new fishman pirate group has emerged, intending to disrupt the harmony between humans and fishmen by targeting the Fishman Royal Palace. As a just Navy, I believe it is my duty to stop them. Additionally, I personally have great respect for Princess Odoheim, so I want to do my part. Therefore, I plan to conduct a thorough cleansing of Fishman Island, eliminating all Fishman pirates. Chen stated, each word clear and resolute. Especially when he said the last sentence, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Upon hearing this, several Fishman ministers exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Neptune raised an eyebrow, frowning. General Chen, are you saying you want to conduct a thorough cleansing of Fishman Island? Wouldn't that be too much? After all, I am the king of Fishman Island, and we advocate for solving problems peacefully. I believe those Fishman pirates will understand my good intentions. He had devoted his later life to fulfilling Princess Odoheim's unfinished dream of promoting peace. Chen chuckled lightly, disdainfully replying, What you want is peace, but those Fishman pirate groups don't think so. I am the Navy, and killing pirates is my duty. If you dare to stop me, then you will be treated as obstructing the Navy, and I will kill you too. As he spoke, he unleashed a hint of Conqueror's Haki, sweeping towards Neptune. Neptune felt a chill sweep over him, sensing the cold, killing intent. After a long silence, he finally spoke. I just hope that General Chen won't affect the citizens of Fishman Island. Chen snorted coldly, too lazy to say more, and stood up to leave. Suddenly, Neptune seemed to remember something and called out to them. General Chen, I have one more request. I wonder if you could agree to it. Go ahead, Chen replied. Neptune continued. I hope you can help capture Vanderdeck 9. If you can capture him, no matter how many jewels you need, we can provide them for Dragon Palace City. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Although he understood that Neptune was concerned about White Star, he couldn't help but mock. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Didn't you just say you wouldn't let me cleanse all the pirates of Fishman Island? How can you suddenly ask me to capture a pirate now? Moreover, Vanderdeck 9 is a fishman, not a human. However, although Neptune was huge, his strength was really not high, only a level. Neptune's face darkened, speechless. But for the sake of his daughter, he still hoped Vanderdeck 9 would be captured. After pondering for a moment, Neptune spoke again. This matter is a personal request from me. Neptune, regardless of my identity as king, please follow me. All right, I want to see what you have to say. Chen followed closely behind. Wait for me. I'm quickly caught up as well. The two followed closely behind Neptune as they walked through Dragon Palace City. A few minutes later, the 3 arrived in front of a heavy iron door, which had several axes imprinted with roses on it. Neptune glanced at the axes and opened the iron door. Boom! As the light entered the room, Chen and Ein saw the situation inside clearly. Lying on the bed was a giant mermaid, just like Neptune. It was none other than Princess White Star of Dragon Palace City, one of the 3 ancient weapons. She has flowing pink long hair, bright blue eyes, a beautiful face, a voluptuous figure, and a pink tail with varying shades, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful mermaid. Father! Bai Xing's face lit up with joy as she was about to step forward. However, she then noticed the strangers behind Neptune, who were Lu Chan and Ein. Instantly frightened, she hid behind the bed and cautiously asked, Father, who are they? Don't worry, they are from the Navy. This is Rear Admiral Lu Chun from the Navy headquarters. And the one next to him is Major Ein from the Navy headquarters. I invited them here, Neptune introduced. Oh, Bai Xing hugged the shark but still didn't dare to get too close. Seeing this, Neptune helplessly shook his head and said, Please don't mind her, Rear Admiral Lu Chun. My daughter is just. Before he could finish, a giant axe shot through the massive door behind him, speeding straight towards Princess Bai Xing's head. Bai Xing, be careful, Neptune shouted urgently. Bai Xing had already closed her eyes in fear and let out a scream. 6 dials of the Navy shave. In an instant, Lu Chen's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Bai Xing, simply extending a hand. His right hand, covered in armament Haki, easily caught the giant axe. With a slight effort, the entire axe was crushed to pieces. As the fragments scattered on the ground, Bai Xing, who felt no pain at all, slowly opened her eyes, looked at the man before her, widened her eyes, and softly said, Thank you. It's nothing, Lu Chun waved his hand. Bai Xing, are you okay? Neptune asked with concern. Bai Xing shook her head. I'm fine, father. That's good. Neptune finally felt relieved. Suddenly, Ein curiously asked, King Neptune, aren't there any guards near Princess Bai Xing? How could an axe fly into her room? And she was about to ask, but after thinking it over, she decided not to voice her question. As a princess, how could she be kept locked up here all the time? Moreover, she was also shocked by Bai Xing's beauty and had developed a fondness for this adorable, large mermaid princess. Neptune shook his head helplessly and explained, Actually, it's because of a pirate named Vanderdecken, the one Rear Admiral Lu Chun and I mentioned, Vanderdecken 9. He ate the target fruit, which means anyone he touches becomes his target. No matter what he throws, it will hit the target. My daughter Bai Xing was targeted by him when she was young. At first, he sent her love letters, but after she rejected his proposal, he became jealous and started throwing weapons. So we had to. Neptune was talking to Ein, while Lu Chun had no intention of listening because he already knew the reason. Thus, Lu Chun continued chatting with Bai Xing. Your name is Bai Xing. It must be very boring to stay here all the time. How about I take you out? I can't go out. Father said going out would bring disaster to Fishman Island, and that person has been trying to kill me. Bai Xing shook her head repeatedly. Ever since she was persecuted by Vanderdecken 9, she had developed a kind of paranoia, being very afraid to go outside. If she saw someone approaching, she would think that person wanted to harm her. She wasn't afraid of Lu Chun at all, completely because he had saved her just now. And she believed Lu Chun was a good person. It's okay, I will protect you. As long as I'm here. Anyone who wants to harm, you will be crushed just like that axe. Lu Chun said seriously. With his strength, no one on Fishman Island could be his opponent. No, perhaps Bai Xing could be stronger than him. After all, Bai Xing was one of the 3 ancient weapons. If she summoned powerful sea kings from the deep sea, he might not be her match. The sea kings he encountered before were all shallow sea ones, whose strength was generally not high. The sea kings at a depth of 10,000 meters had considerable strength, but usually hid in the deep sea and never ventured out. They probably possessed SSS-level strength. Otherwise, Bai Xing wouldn't be called one of the 3 ancient weapons. Really? You take me out? Bai Xing's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. Lu Chun replied, Of course, but my father won't agree. Bai Xing glanced at Neptune and said softly, He is just your father. He can't control you. Don't you want to see the outside world? I want to. The two were discussing this while Neptune was still talking, seemingly not noticing Lu Chun and Bai Xing's conversation at all. Suddenly, Ein said angrily, Vanderdecken 9 is truly despicable. How dare he attack Princess Bai Xing? I will definitely catch him, King Neptune. You can rest assured. All right. Thank you very much. Neptune quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, Ein looked at Lu Chun and asked, Lu Chun, don't you think we should help Princess Bai Xing? What? Lu Chun was taken aback for a moment, not having heard what Ein had said earlier. Don't you want to help Princess Bai Xing? Her situation is already tragic enough, Ein retorted. She had long heard the stories of Fishman Island, including the tale of Princess Odoheim, who advocated for harmony between fishmen and humans. Help! If you say help, Then let's help. At this moment, Chen suddenly realized and continued, but Vanderdecken 9 definitely won't be easy to lure out. My suggestion is to take Princess by Xing out to draw Vanderdecken 9 out. What? No way. That's too dangerous. Neptune flatly refused. After chuckling a couple of times, Chen shrugged and said, but you asked me for help, and now you're rejecting my proposal. Are you doubting my ability? I can leave right now. There's no need for me to help you. Neptune fell silent, his brows furrowing tightly. All right, I trust Rear Admiral Chen. Please ensure my daughter's safety, and I hope she doesn't encounter any surprises. Otherwise, the entire Fishman Island will be destroyed because of it. Okay, Chen nodded. He understood what Neptune was worried about, mainly fearing that Bai Xing would summon Sea Kings. Otherwise, the Sea Kings would destroy the entire Fishman Island. Princess Bai Xing, don't worry, I will protect you well. Ein stepped forward and said with a smile. Bai Xing nodded slightly. Ein, use your ability to shrink Princess Bai Xing. Her size is too large and will easily attract attention, Chen suggested. However, Ein frowned and asked suspiciously, aren't we trying to lure Vanderdecken 9 out? Why do we still need to avoid attracting attention? Walking around boldly will only raise suspicion. Just taking Bai Xing out and letting some information leak will be enough. I believe Vanderdecken 9 will come, Chen said with a slight smile. I understand now. Ein realized. She reached out and touched Bai Xing's body, causing her to regress 10 years. Instantly, Bai Xing's large body began to change, and she shrank to a size similar to that of an ordinary fishman. Why did I get smaller? Bai Xing exclaimed in surprise. You gotten smaller so you can go out and take a look at the outside world. Where do you want to go the most? Chen asked intentionally. The Forest of the Sea. Then let's go to the Forest of the Sea. So, Chen and Ein took White Star out of the royal palace. Before leaving, Neptune repeatedly instructed them to ensure White Star's safety. On their way to the Forest of the Sea, Chen had another purpose, to obtain the historical text of Fishman Island. If he added the historical text of Fishman Island, he would have 4 pieces of historical text in his possession. There were a total of 30 pieces of historical texts, of which 4 were markers and the other 26 were historical accounts. Among them, the 4 red historical texts recorded the location of the final point of the Grand Line, Raftel. The other 26 black historical texts contained a complete article documenting the history of the blank century. Collecting all 30 pieces of historical text was still somewhat troublesome, as White Star was taken out of the royal palace by Chen and Ein. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around at many things she had never seen before. Chen, what is that? Is it something to eat? I want to eat it. After living in that confined room for decades, the outside world had changed dramatically. Everything made White Star feel curious. Chen and Ein explained everything to her and bought her a lot of food. The only downside for White Star was that her current body was too small to eat much. Half an hour later, the 3 arrived at the bus station and boarded a bus to the Forest of the Sea. I really don't understand what's going on in this world. There are even cars. Of course, the cars on Fishman Island were powered by large fish and followed the ocean currents to the Forest of the Sea. A few minutes later, a vast and lush forest appeared ahead, a vibrant green under the sea, combined with the dazzling sunlight, making the entire Forest of the Sea the most beautiful place on Fishman Island. It's so beautiful. I really want to live here in the future, Ein sighed. Nearby, White Star was leaning against the window, gazing into the distance, tears welling up in her big eyes as she softly whispered 2 words. Mom, don't worry. In the future, humans and fishmen will definitely get along, as her mother said. Chen comforted, patting White Star's head. Although White Star spoke softly, Chen still heard her. White Star nodded gently. Not long after, the 3 got off the bus and strolled through the Forest of the Sea towards Princess Odoheim's destination. Because of Vanderdecken 9, White Star had been too afraid to come out and attend Princess Odoheim's funeral, remaining in her room as if under house arrest for 10 years. As they walked, Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of danger with his observation Haki. Turning his head, he saw 2 axes flying towards White Star's position at high speed. Chen snorted coldly, drawing his Nickerin blade and swinging it. The sharp sword energy effortlessly sliced the 2 giant axes in half, causing them to fall to the ground. At the same time, not far away, Vanderdecken was leading a group of pirates, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Princess White Star, don't go. You must marry me. Ein, protect White Star. I'll deal with them. Luchon instructed Ein before slowly walking towards the Vanderdecken pirates. Okay. Hearing this, Ein took White Star's little hand and stepped aside, watching quietly. With Luchon around, they didn't need to worry about safety. Will Luchon be okay? White Star asked worriedly. After all, Vanderdecken was very strong. Otherwise, her father and brother would have caught him all these years. He'll be fine. Luchon is very strong, Ein replied with a smile. On the other side, seeing someone blocking the way, Vanderdecken immediately turned furious and shouted, "Lowly human. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." Ha! Luchon remained unfazed, sneering twice, his gaze turning cold as he casually swung his sword in a horizontal slash. In an instant, a fierce slash cut through the hundreds of pirates opposite him at high speed. The speed of the sword energy was so fast that some pirates didn't even react before being sliced in half. Some pirates tried to block with their swords, but those swords were so fragile that the moment they touched the sword energy, they shattered into pieces. Even with swords to block, they were still no match for Lu Chen's slash. All were cut in half. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the ground bright red. Don't look. Ein immediately covered White Star's eyes with her hand, shooting Lu Chen a glare as if to say, "Can't you hold back a little?" After a single slash, nearly 100 pirates were killed. Only Vanderdecken remained alive, but his abdomen was still affected by the sword energy, bleeding profusely. If he hadn't quickly used a subordinate to block the sword energy, he might have ended up like the others, dead on the spot. Character, Vanderdecken position. Captain of the Vanderdecken Pirates Fruit. Target fruit level. B skill, fruit development. Very happy face, bounty. 10 million berries, what a weakling. How dare he attack me? He's truly seeking death, Luchon thought, glancing at the familiar system interface with disdain. Vanderdecken IX's face turned pale. Realizing the power of the human before him, he dared not say more and cautiously asked, "Human, who are you? How can you be so strong?" Too much useless chatter. With that, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a chop that knocked him out. Ein, you take White Star and go ahead. I'll deal with this guy first. Okay. I nodded. Knowing that Luchon might kill again, it was better to take White Star away first. Then, Luchon took Vanderdecken to another place and beheaded him along the way as a gift for King Neptune. As for why he left, it was naturally to search for the historical text in the Forest of the Sea. He ran at full speed towards the depths of the Forest of the Sea while looking for traces of the historical text. The historical text was quite large, making it relatively easy to find. About half an hour later, Luchon finally saw the historical text and stored it in his system backpack. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission completed. System reward, 500 energy points. After completing the mission, Luchon continued towards Princess Odoheim's tomb. When he arrived, White Star was alone in front of Princess Odoheim's tombstone, but there was a familiar man beside her, Jinbi, the former warlord of the sea. Munki de Luchen. Jinbi was slightly taken aback when he saw Luchon. I should have thought of it. She is here, so you should be here too. But I didn't expect you to bring Princess White Star out. Wasn't she supposed to be under house arrest in the palace? King Neptune asked me to bring her out, and I also killed Vanderdecken. Luchon said indifferently. Jinbei raised an eyebrow and looked suspiciously at the man in front of him. Luchon smiled and asked in return, "What's wrong? Don't believe me?" Jinbei just shook his head, not answering. Given Lu Chen's powerful strength, he would believe that he could even take White Star from the palace. After all, King Neptune personally let Luchon take White Star out. This statement was the hardest to believe. However, White Star seemed to really like Luchon and Ein, and since there were no safety issues on the way, it indicated that they meant no harm to White Star. But why had White Star suddenly become so small? This made Jinbei suspect even more that Luchon had abducted White Star. Seeing this, Luchon smiled without speaking, too lazy to explain. After pondering for a moment, Jinbei suddenly asked, "Vice Admiral Luchon, do you know where Luffy is now?" "I don't know. Do you?" Luchon replied. Jinbei shook his head. "I don't know. After the Marineford War, that was the last time he met Luffy and Ace." Of course, he also learned that Luffy was going to reunite with his other companions in 2 years at Sabaody Archipelago. That's why he was waiting for Luffy on the way to the New World. Anyway, that kid is like a rubber ball. He won't die anyway. Chen waved his hand. He was not worried about Luffy at all. As the protagonist of this world, the possibility of his death was very small. There should be a will of the world protecting him. Once Luffy dies, the entire world would undergo a huge change, even destruction. Well, I wonder what Vice Admiral Chen is doing coming to Fishman Island? Jinbei asked curiously. I'm a bit free. Came to Fishman Island to deal with some pirates and also to look after Fishman Island, Chen said lightly. Since Whitebeard died, Fishman Island has had no one to protect it, and the pirates have gradually become rampant. In the original story, Big Mom of the Four Emperors claimed Fishman Island as her territory. However, Fishman Island had to provide a large amount of sweets to Big Mom every year. But now, the Whitebeard pirates have been inherited by Ace. Although they weren't truly at the level of the Four Emperors, their strength was still not to be underestimated. It deterred some small-time pirates from being reckless here because Ace was still alive. The Whitebeard pirates have not been completely wiped out. Jinbei's face darkened as he looked at the man in front of him, not knowing what to say. All right. Sometimes, he really didn't know what kind of navy Chen was. Now, for Fishman Island, perhaps it really needed a thorough cleansing. If Chen was willing to guard Fishman Island, it would be a huge guarantee for its safety. Not just because of Chen's powerful strength, but also the force behind him. Monkey D. Garp. Did Garp send Chen to Fishman Island? Was the purpose to help an old friend, Whitebeard? Not long after, White Star finished talking to Princess Odoheim's grave and walked up to Chen and Ein. Lord Chen, Lord Ein, let's go. Okay. Chen nodded slightly, holding White Star's small hand, and returned to the palace. Leaving Jinbei alone in place, he watched Chen's disappearing figure, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I really don't know what this Vice Admiral is planning to do. After leaving the Sea Forest, Chen directly sent White Star back to Ryugu Palace and had Ein restore White Star to her original form. Here, the head of Vander Decken 9. Chen threw the severed head over. Looking down, Neptune confirmed it was Vander Decken 9 and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Admiral Chen. Thanks is of no use. Give me some treasures from Ryugu Palace. Chen said straightforwardly. Sometimes, a thank you might really be less effective than some practical actions. All right, I'll send someone to get it. Neptune was not stingy at all. They had plenty of treasures in Ryugu Palace, as they had taken many treasures from sunken ships. MMHM. Chen nodded. This time, he was going to let his subordinates fight hard. He had to put out some real stuff. However, the two ministers on either side of King Neptune looked unwilling and even stepped forward to persuade. Your Majesty, that's our protection in Ryugu Palace. How can we easily give it to outsiders? Yeah, besides, killing pirates is originally the Navy's job. Why should we still give treasures? I've made up my mind. You don't need to say more. But Neptune directly rejected them. Suddenly, Chen stared at the two ministers, sneering. I think you two look quite like pirates. Maybe you should be killed. These two ministers were useless, just talking nonsense. They really should be killed. The soldiers of Ryugu Palace were even worse, utterly useless. It was probably these two idiots who trained them. No wonder they were able to let a lousy pirate like Hody Jones break through the entire Ryugu Palace. The two ministers played a crucial role. You. The two ministers' faces darkened, wanting to say something but stopping short. They were aware of Chen's strength and naturally did not dare to say much. Soon, several soldiers brought out a large amount of treasure. Chen let the Navy in to take the treasure away and directly addressed the soldiers in Ryugu Palace. Comrades, today, I, Vice Admiral Chen of the Navy headquarters, have decided to wipe out all the pirates on Fishman Island. Today may be a fierce battle, and there's a possibility of death at any moment. However, everyone can choose not to participate in this battle. Those who participate will be able to share all the treasures and bounties here. If you unfortunately die in battle, I will have someone deliver your share to your family. After the words, all the Navy had serious expressions, their eyes filled not with greed for treasure, but with excitement. All right, those who are unwilling to participate, step forward. Chen continued. Upon hearing this, no one stepped forward. Instead, they all shouted loudly, Fight! Fight! Good. I knew I didn't misjudge you. As long as you follow me. Chen, you won't lose out. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Neptune and his two ministers looked on beside him, all showing expressions of surprise. They were probably wondering what kind of identity Chen had. How could he address the Navy like he was addressing pirates? The treasures they just received were given away like this. Are these people really the Navy? The more they looked, the more they resembled pirates. Let's south go to Fishman Street. Yes. After speaking, Chen led everyone away from Ryugu Palace, heading towards the chaotic place of Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Most of the pirates were on Fishman Street. Perfect for taking them all out. Fishman Street. The Navy. The Navy is here. The human Navy is here. Run. Bastards. Why are you running? We have so many people. Are we afraid of a few Navy? As Chen led his troops into Fishman Street, the entire Fishman Street became chaotic. The pirates were running wildly in Fishman Street, searching for their companions and heading to the entrance of Fishman Street to gather. Their goal was to kill the incoming Navy. At the entrance of Fishman Street, Chen and Ein stood with all the Navy forces stationed at the entrance, curiously staring at the empty Fishman Street. Dozens of pirate corpses lay on the street. They were killed to intimidate the pirates when they first arrived at Fishman Street. The other pirates had already fled deep into Fishman Street to gather more of their kind. There were about 80 Navy personnel lined up, blocking the pirates' path. Chen stood in the center, with Ein on his left, both gazing ahead, waiting for the pirates to come forward. Soon, sounds of footsteps and roars echoed from the front. Kill, charge, exterminate the human Navy, slay the lowly human Navy. A large number of pirates surged out from the depths of Fishman Street, densely packed, making it impossible to see the front. There were at least 1,000 of them, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath them. Among them were not only Fishman pirates, but also many human pirates charging forward. At the forefront were several officers from the new Fishman pirates, such as Baozong, Dos Santos, and Hammond. Chen glanced around and did not see Hody Jones. So he asked, "Where's your captain, Hody Jones? Who are you to ask about our captain's whereabouts? Who do you think you are? A mere human dares to come to our Fishman Street. Do you seek death?" Several Fishman pirates began to curse at Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression turned cold. He lightly flicked the sheath of his sword, and several sword energies surged towards the ones who had just spoken. The fierce sword energy moved at lightning speed, and the weak fishmen had no time to react before their heads and bodies parted ways. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out, shocking the surrounding fishmen. What? How'd he die? What's going on? How strong? Was it done by the pirates opposite? The fishmen were thrown into chaos, staring in shock at the Navy across from them. Only a few officers among the Fishman pirates realized it was Chen's doing and understood that the opponent was very strong. Who dares to ask who you are? Baozong, blushing and holding a wine jug, stepped forward and asked politely. Just as he finished speaking, Chen drew his sword, and a rapid slash struck out. It was much stronger and faster than the previous strikes. Even Baozong, who was skilled in swordsmanship, barely noticed it and had no chance to evade, only able to draw his long knife to defend. Bang! The moment the sword energy made contact with Baozong's long knife, he felt a tremendous force, and the back of the knife pressed tightly against his chest. The violent impact sent him flying, crashing into dozens of Fishman pirates behind him, and finally breaking through several houses before he came to a stop. As for whether Baozong was dead or not, that was unclear. He was simply buried in the rubble. Baozong! Hammond and Dos Santos shouted anxiously. They sent several Fishman pirates to check on Baozong's condition. At this moment, Chen spoke again. "It seems you haven't answered my question, so I'll ask again. Where's Hody Jones? He must be killed as the mastermind behind the turmoil in Fishman Island." Hammond's face turned angry, and he bared his teeth, saying, "Brothers, let's go. Kill all these Navy men. They are just mere humans, not our Fishman's match. Kill, charge, slay them." All the pirates surged forward, launching a surprise attack on the Navy in front. "You won't answer the question properly, will you?" Chen shook his head helplessly, his brow furrowing as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The red Conqueror's Haki swept towards the pirates in front of him like a wave. Most of the pirates closed their eyes and fainted, with only a few still retaining some consciousness. Then, Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "Kill all the pirates. Leave not one behind, even the unconscious ones." Yes. The Navy personnel were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but quickly returned to normal. At this moment, they finally understood what Rear Admiral Chen meant by blood-washing Fishman Island. In fact, Rear Admiral Chen could defeat all the pirates on Fishman Island by himself. But there were too many of them to kill alone. That is why he called them to help with the slaughter. Kill. Exterminate them all. Not one left. The Navy charged forward, beginning the massacre of the unconscious pirates, leaving not one behind. It was like a slaughterhouse. Are you really Navy? How can you be so cruel? Hammond's face darkened. He never expected that their thousands of pirates would fall in such large numbers in an instant, while those Navy men were still crazily slaughtering their subordinates. Cruel? Do you even have the right to speak of cruelty? Chen sneered. Oomph. Hammond snorted coldly and retorted, "Are humans not cruel to us fishmen? That's not my doing. As long as I'm on Fishman Island, no one dares to touch any fishman." Chen's expression was serious as he replied, "You." Hammond hesitated, unable to refute. No one dared to touch any fishman on Fishman Island. "But what are you doing now?" "Enough. I've said too much. It's time for you to die." As he spoke, Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Hammond. A flash of sword light. The 3-foot sword beam swept past Hammond's head. Hammond hadn't reacted at all, only feeling the world spinning, as if he were falling. When he opened his eyes, he found his lower body was gushing blood wildly. At the same time, On had also killed several people. He easily slaughtered several officers of the Fishman pirates. Their strength was too weak, with none even reaching A rank. Weak. Truly too weak. Just as Chen finished off all the officers of the Fishman pirates, a furious roar came. "Ah, stupid human. What are you doing?" Hody Jones let out a roar, staring at the large number of corpses on the ground, his eyes already red. He had merely gone to find Vander Decken 9 to discuss a partnership, but not only did he not find him, but his own home was also robbed. "Oh, you're here," Chen said with interest. Character, Hody Jones position, captain of a new Fishman Pirates fruit, none level. Skill, Fishman Karate, B, bounty, 45 million berries. The new Fishman Pirates were not well known and were merely rampaging on Fishman Island, so the bounty was not high. Hody Jones's eyes turned red as he roared. "Did you do all this? Hurry up and tell your subordinates to stop. Or don't blame me for being rude." The new Fishman Pirates were his hard work and were created to fulfill the dreams of the fishmen. Now, they were being destroyed by a human navy. How could he not be angry? "I want to see how you will be rude," Chen said with interest. An A-level fishman daring to act recklessly in front of him is rather foolish. "You." Hody Jones gritted his teeth, furious to the extreme, raising his hand to gather the surrounding seawater and throwing it at the Navy soldiers slaughtering the Fishman pirates. Shark arrow. In an instant, the seawater transformed into sharp, arrow-like streams, rapidly shooting towards the Navy. Just as they were about to hit the Navy soldiers, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was Chen, who had quickly arrived using the Navy's six-style shave. He didn't even need to draw his long knife. Simply releasing his Haki formed a dark red shield that blocked all the water arrows. The next second, they all reverted back to seawater and fell to the ground. "Don't mind me. Continue to kill all the pirates here. Not a single one can escape." Chen instructed the Navy soldiers behind him. "Yes, Commander." After his words, the Navy soldiers continued their work, slaughtering the remaining Fishman pirates. Bastard." Hody Jones was extremely enraged, grabbing a handful of red pills and swallowing them. He realized that the Navy in front of him was incredibly strong. If he didn't take the deadly medicine, he would truly be no match for them. Only by taking the deadly medicine could he have a glimmer of hope, perhaps even save his Fishman brothers. As he swallowed a large amount of the deadly pills, Hody Jones felt every cell in his body erupting with excruciating pain, as if each cell were being gnawed by ants. The intense pain caused Hody Jones to kneel on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. However, despite the pain, he chose to endure it, because he still had more important things to accomplish, namely overthrowing Neptune's rule and becoming the new king of Fishman Island, leading the fishmen to dominate all humans. Moments later, Hody Jones's body began to rapidly swell, his clothes torn apart, and his entire body even changed color, especially his originally black hair, which all turned white. His muscles bulged, veins popping out all over, and his physique became much larger than before. Moreover, his strength increased from A to A, radiating a faint red aura, almost like blood. Roar! Hody Jones let out a beast-like roar, venting his anger, spreading his arms as seawater rapidly gathered in his hands, forming two large water balls to throw at Chen. Water strike! The two water balls moved at an incredible speed and even twisted their trajectory in the air, making them somewhat unpredictable. However, Chen remained standing in place, activating his observation Haki, and lightly waved his right hand with a long knife, Reincarnation. The blade of Reincarnation effortlessly touched the two incoming water balls, slicing them in half, causing them to turn into splashes of seawater that fell to the ground. What? This is impossible. Hody Jones's eyes widened in disbelief. He had absolute confidence in his strength. No matter how strong the opponent was, it should be impossible for them to predict the trajectory of his water ball attacks, unless the opponent could foresee the future. There's nothing impossible, you're just too slow, Chen said casually. His observation Haki had already awakened to the point where he could predict brief moments of the future, easily blocking Hody Jones's attacks as if it were effortless. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hody Jones still couldn't believe it, continuously waving his hands, unleashing various attacks. No matter what technique he used, they were all easily dodged by Chen, as if it required no effort at all. In an instant, Chen had reached Hody Jones's front, swinging his knife towards Hody Jones's chest. There's nothing impossible, you're just too weak. Oh no! At that moment, Hody Jones's expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated. However, his speed was ultimately too slow. Chen's long knife had already struck him, leaving a massive gash. The blood flowing out was all absorbed by Reincarnation. In an instant, Hody Jones found himself dozens of meters away, looking at the wound on his chest, gritting his teeth in pain. So strong. Fishman Island is ultimately too small. Perhaps his strength was the strongest on Fishman Island, but in the world, he was actually quite weak. Many people could easily kill him, and Chen could be considered one of them. As for why he wasn't in a hurry to kill him, it was to make Hody Jones watch all the Fishman pirates be slaughtered. Some might think Chen is cruel, but compared to what Hody Jones has done to humans, this is nothing at all. Stop! Watching the Navy slaughtering Fishman pirates one after another, Hody Jones let out a powerless roar, his heart trembling. They're dead. All dead. Not a single one left. Even if he gained control of Fishman Island, so what? Without his brothers by his side, he was just a lonely outcast. As he spoke, Hody Jones fixed his glare on Chen, his eyes full of killing intent, spreading his arms wide to gather a large amount of seawater, throwing it towards Chen. Foolish human die. Water heart. Swarm of sharks. The thrown seawater transformed into giant sharks, opening their bloody maws to devour Chen. 6 paths of reincarnation. Hungry ghost path. Sword of greed. Chen chuckled softly, pointing his sword to the sky, unleashing a powerful sword intent. The intense sword intent transformed into dark red sword energy, shooting straight up into the sky as if it wanted to burst out from the seabed 1,000 meters below. The sword energy pierced through the entire Fishman Island. Slash! As Chen uttered a single word, he brought his sword down. The dark red sword energy resembled a red, evil spirit, opening its bloody maw to devour all of Hody Jones's released attacks, along with Hody Jones himself, all swallowed into its belly. The flesh and blood were all absorbed by reincarnation. Moreover, that sword energy actually flew back towards Chen's position with reincarnation. Watch out! Ayn shouted worriedly. She knew that the knife in Chen's hand was a cursed blade, and cursed blades could sometimes turn against their masters. However, Chen showed no signs of dodging, standing in place, watching with interest as the flying cursed blade reincarnation passed by him without harming him in the slightest. Chen, are you okay? At that moment, Ayn rushed over concerned. Chen shook his head. I'm fine. Reincarnation doesn't dare to harm me. Suddenly, I noticed reincarnation hovering above numerous corpses, absorbing the blood from the bodies below, her eyes widening in surprise. Chen, look, Following her gaze, Chen discovered that reincarnation was suspended above the many corpses, absorbing the blood from the fallen bodies. Countless streams of blood gathered on the blade of the sword, known as reincarnation, turning its originally black body into a vivid red. The surroundings were also reflected in this bright red. The entire Fishman Street was shrouded in blood, all being absorbed by reincarnation. Countless fishermen pirates gradually turned into nutrients for reincarnation. Everyone was focused on the long knife, reincarnation, floating in midair, all attracted by it, but very few dared to approach. Because anyone who got close felt their blood boiling, as if it were about to burst forth. This was the bloodthirsty attribute of reincarnation being triggered, combined with the immense blood energy in the area, which made it instinctively want to absorb blood energy. Such a large amount of blood energy might allow reincarnation to upgrade to the supreme great knife in one fell swoop. Moments later, the area around reincarnation had transformed into a massive blood sphere. The blood sphere resembled a heart, continuously beating. With each beat, it would shrink one circle until it was completely absorbed by reincarnation. At this point, reincarnation finally returned to its original black color. However, there was an additional enchanting aura about the blade. "Come back," Chen called softly, and reincarnation willingly returned to his hand. Looking at the now upgraded supreme great knife, Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. Not good at all. Chen, you should really stop using this knife. It's too sinister," I advised. As soon as the words left her mouth, reincarnation seemed to understand, lightly tapping the back of Ein's head with the blade, as if sulking. Who hit me?" Ein exclaimed, completely bewildered and not realizing who it was. Looking down, she noticed Chen's sword was gone and shouted, "Damn, Chen, why did you hit me?" "It wasn't me. It was reincarnation that hit you. It has developed basic intelligence and probably got angry," Chen explained with a smile. He was quite pleased that reincarnation had gained intelligence. "Huh?" Ein's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly having difficulty believing it. It seemed that no famous sword in this world had ever developed intelligence. Was Chen's demon sword really that miraculous? However, demon swords were indeed the most mysterious of blades, utterly inexplicable. "All right, I apologize. I misspoke earlier. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, reincarnation ceased its actions and tapped the hilt. "Hee hee." Chen smiled silently, raising his head to look at the residents of Fishman Island around him. Seeing such a scene, they were naturally all drawn over, only to discover that all the pirates had been killed by the human navy before them. The once forbidden Fishman Street had become devoid of pirates, all having been slain by the navy. Not even a single bone remained. Upon seeing Chen's gaze, many fishmen and humans took a few steps back in fear, worried that the cold-blooded navy would kill them too. "Ha!" Chen smiled faintly, fully aware that they were afraid of him, and declared loudly, "From now on, Fishman Island is under my protection. Monkey D. Chen. Anyone who dares to harm even a hair on a fishman of Fishman Island will find no mercy from me. Whether pirates, navy, or anyone else, all offenders would be executed without exception." His booming voice resonated throughout Fishman Island, and all fishmen and humans heard his words, even feeling a hint of dread. While speaking, Chen also released a trace of Conqueror's Haki, adding a bit of pressure to his words. In Dragon Palace City, White Star heard the familiar voice, and her face lit up with joy. It was Lord Chen's voice. Had he come to help Fishman Island? Alas, in the end, he couldn't be stopped. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Next to her, King Neptune shook his head helplessly. This matter was beyond his control. Even if he wanted to manage it, he lacked the ability, even if they allied with the world government. The world government had never sent troops to help them, and discrimination against fishmen still existed. Chen's commotion might truly be a good thing for the entire fishman community. Meanwhile, in the Fishman CAF, the fortune teller, Shaylee, frowned, puzzled. Why can't I discern who this person is? There are no signs at all. Upon hearing Chen's words, the fishmen around immediately began to cheer. "Thank you, Lord Chen. Thank you, Lord Chen." Looking at their reactions, Chen revealed a satisfied smile. "Not bad. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards: 2,000 energy points, 1 sword skill, and 20 materials for building the Underworld King. Lu Chen, you have a lot to do from now on. Fishman Island is quite a troublesome place, I said seriously. All pirates heading to the New World would pass through this route, and it would be somewhat difficult to curb all pirates. No worries, I'll let them know my strength. Lu Chen replied indifferently. MHM, I nodded. No matter what Lu Chen did, she would follow him. Subsequently, Lu Chen and Ein stationed troops on Fishman Island for 3 days. Any pirates causing trouble on Fishman Island, whether fishermen pirates or human pirates, will be slain by Lu Chen and his troops. Meanwhile, the entire world gained a new major headline. The Navy supernova, Monkey D. Lu Chen appeared on Fishman Island and declared his protection over it. The terrifying Navy Vice Admiral, Lu Chen, was reminiscent of the previous generation's Monkey D. Garp, instilling fear in all pirates. Even among the pirates' supernovas, very few were not afraid of Lu Chen, as even Luffy had been defeated at his hands, not to mention Whitebeard's terrifying Tremor Fruit, who wouldn't be afraid. However, Lu Chen would not remain on Fishman Island forever. They just needed to avoid causing trouble. Once they did, or if they captured fishmen for sale, they would surely face Lu Chen's relentless pursuit, which was what they feared most and what they did not want to see. At the new Marine headquarters. Damn it, Lu Chen is causing trouble everywhere. Neglecting his duties. Let's see how I report this to the higher-ups and how they deal with him. Akainu slammed the table in anger, shouting. Sakazuki never expected that even after sending Lu Chen to Marineford, he would still be restless, running off to Fishman Island and practically massacring it, killing nearly 10,000 pirates. Such slaughtering behavior damaged the Navy's reputation in his eyes. Just when he was struggling to find a reason to help Lu Chen, this incident provided him with a justification. Thus, Sakazuki directly called the 5 elders, reporting truthfully, Elders, you must be aware of Lu Chen's actions by now, right? This time he's gone too far. It's simply an insult to our Navy's identity to kill so many pirates so recklessly. I suggest Admiral Sakazuki, you're overreacting. Is there anything wrong with the Navy killing pirates? You've repeatedly caused trouble for Vice Admiral Lu Chen. Are you still holding a grudge from the last time? Before he could finish speaking, a voice from the transponder snail interrupted him, belonging to Saint Emu of the Gorosei Eye. Sakazuki's face darkened, rendered speechless. However, he knew deep down that he indeed harbored resentment towards Lu Chen. He simply didn't want to see Lu Chen doing well. I think Admiral Lu Chen will do well. His disturbance at Fishman Island has naturally made some petty pirates dare not venture into the New World, blocking them at the gates of the New World. What is wrong with that? Izambaron v. Nejiru Shung continued, yes. Sakazuki gritted his teeth and only said one word. After he spoke, the other party hung up the phone, leaving Sakazuki alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. He originally thought he could teach Lu Chen a lesson, but instead ended up eating a loss. A few days later, Lu Chen returned to Marineford with his troops, completely unaware of the events of the Navy headquarters, only knowing that what he did at Fishman Island had spread throughout the world. For so long, the Navy headquarters and the world government had taken no action against him, which could be considered tacit approval of his actions. For Lu Chen, this was quite a good thing. In the following time, Lu Chen essentially stationed himself at Marineford, supervising the Navy in repairing the damaged Marineford while personally training the sailors. His goal was to train a group of personal soldiers. The world's landscape would inevitably become increasingly chaotic, and he had more things to do. Training a group of personal soldiers was also very necessary. He needed to have his own influence, whether within the Navy or among pirates. Suddenly, Ein walked into the office and reported, Admiral Lu Chen, the Sabaody archipelago has become very chaotic these days. The power of the Navy headquarters has made the pirates their arrogant again, and many civilians are asking us to suppress the pirates. Oh, I happen to have time today. Let us see how arrogant those pirates are. I haven't made a move in a long time, Lu Chen said with interest as he stood up. There are quite a few fishmen in the Sabaody archipelago, which is just the right opportunity to let his fame ferment further after the Fishman Island incident. Yes, Admiral. After saying this, Ein quickly went out to gather the Navy and head to the Sabaody archipelago. A fleet of Navy ships under Admiral Lu Chen's command headed towards the nearby Sabaody archipelago, with the sails of the flagship adorned with a design. The main feature of the design was a circle, within which was a long sword, resembling the Demon Blade reincarnation. Demon Blade reincarnation, suppressing all pirates. Chen stood on the deck of the warship, looking ahead and gazing at everything, as the distance to the Sabeti archipelago grew closer. Admiral Chen, which island are we going to? I asked beside him. Island no. 1. Chen replied. Understood. Upon hearing this, I didn't ask further, knowing that Chen had his own plans, and simply conveyed the order to the other Navy personnel on the ship. 3 Navy ships sailed in parallel towards island number 1 of the Sabeti archipelago. The Navy flag quickly attracted the attention of the pirates and residents above. A Navy ship? Why has a Navy ship suddenly come here? Weren't they still repairing Marineford? Damn it! Open your eyes and see clearly. That's the ship of the murderous Admiral Monkey D. Chen. What? Due to the previous incident at Fishman Island, many pirates had already given Chen a new nickname, the Murderous Demon, killing nearly 10,000 pirates. In the eyes of pirates, he was undoubtedly a murderous demon. Seeing Chen's warship appear, many pirates fled in panic, even without seeing Chen's face before they started to run. On the Navy ship, Chen could see the situation of some pirates on island number 1. All the pirates were frantically fleeing to other islands, just to avoid Chen's presence. At this moment, I glanced at him, seemingly understanding Chen's intentions. Last time, it was a bloodbath at Fishman Island. This time, was it going to be a bloodbath at the Sabeti archipelago? Soon, the warship had docked at Island No. 1 of the Sabeti archipelago. Disembark, Chen said indifferently. Yes, Admiral. After he spoke, all the sailors quickly leaped off the warship, standing in 2 neat rows on either side of the shore, waiting for Chen's orders. Then, Chen slowly disembarked, looking at the Navy on both sides, and said seriously, Gentlemen, we have only one thing to do today at the Sabeti archipelago, and that is to eliminate the pirates. Kill the pirates. Kill the pirates. Kill the pirates. Kill the pirates. All the sailors shouted in unison. Only by following Chen could they feel that initial surge of blood that made them choose to become sailors. Wasn't it to kill pirates? Following Admiral Chen, they could occasionally slaughter pirates. They had gradually begun to enjoy the feeling of killing pirates, especially the sailors who had accompanied Chen to Fishman Island last time. The slaughter had numbed them. Then, Chen led the sailors to patrol the Sabeti archipelago, starting from island number 1. Once they discovered pirates, they would strike immediately. Moreover, for this patrol, all the Navy Chen brought were the elite from the original G1 branch, many of whom could use the 6 powers of the Navy. Killing some petty pirates was quite simple. The residents who originally lived in the Sabeti archipelago were excited to see Chen and the Navy coming, applauding to welcome them. The scene was no less than that of a king going on a tour, and the surrounding residents warmly welcomed them. As for the pirates on the island, they either all ran away or basically hid, making them hard to find. They didn't even dare to show their faces. Looking at the ordinary residents around, Chen smiled and nodded slightly. You're too kind. This is what we should do. If any pirates cause trouble, please notify us. Thank you, Admiral Chen. Admiral Chen is truly a good person. Previously, when the Navy headquarters was here, the pirates were very rampant. Yes, ever since Admiral Chen came, all those pirates have run away. Thus, the Sabeti archipelago, which had been quiet for a long time, became lively again. The entire island was spreading the name of one person, Monkey D. Chen, Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Countless pirates, hearing this name, began to flee in panic, only wanting to hide in a safe place, not wanting to appear before Chen again. Even in the Sabeti archipelago, especially from island number 1 to island number 29, which are the lawless areas of the Sabeti archipelago, the pirates there are the most numerous. However, now due to Chen's arrival, all the pirates in the entire lawless area had disappeared. In an instant, it transformed into a peaceful scene. The surrounding residents also lined the streets to welcome them. Suddenly, a Navy sailor ran up to Chen and Ein, whispering, "Report to Admiral Chen, just as you expected. All the pirates are heading towards the dock at island number 79. Chen nodded slightly, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Before landing on the Sabeti archipelago, He had secretly dispatched Navy personnel to land on the Sabiti archipelago, infiltrating among the pirates to gather intelligence about them. He wouldn't be so ostentatious without prior consideration. In fact, he had long suspected that all the pirates would flee. This time coming to the Sabiti archipelago, he naturally wanted to make it look better. Lu Chen, you sent someone ahead? I asked suspiciously. Even she hadn't noticed Lu Chen's actions. Lu Chen nodded slightly and said softly, this time, it's unlikely that a large-scale battle will break out. We'll scare away most of the pirates and suppress them a bit, making it so they won't dare to cause trouble in the Sabiti archipelago anymore. Okay, Ein replied. However, there seemed to be a hint of resentment on her small face, complaining that Lu Chen hadn't told her about this earlier, making her worry for nothing along the way. Don't be angry. In the future, if there's anything, I'll definitely let you know in advance. Lu Chen quickly comforted her upon seeing Ein's anger. That's more like it, Ein pouted. Thus, Lu Chen led the Navy from Sabiti Archipelago's Island No. 1 to Island No. 79 without detouring to other islands. However, their speed was significantly slowed down due to the crowds welcoming them. Yet, there was not a trace of worry on Lu Chen's face, which remained adorned with a faint smile. Lu Chen, we're about to reach the dock of Island No. 79. What do you plan to do? Ein asked with confusion. Even now, she still didn't know what Lu Chen was scheming. You'll find out when we get there, Lu Chen replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Ein stopped asking further questions, as the dock of Island No. 79 was right ahead. Before they reached the dock, they could already hear the sounds of many people arguing. Come on, hurry up. What are you all dawdling for? Idiots, move it. What are you standing there for? Run, don't crowd here. Only when Lu Chen and the Navy reached the dock did they realize that all the pirates had fled to Island No. 79, causing an overwhelming number of pirate ships to exceed the dock's original capacity. The entire dock was completely blocked. Ein smiled lightly and said, No wonder you weren't in a hurry on the way. Now it's their turn to panic. Lu Chen chuckled and walked forward. The Navy on both sides began to clear a path for Lu Chen, wielding long swords to slay the pirates blocking their way. No, it shouldn't be said that they were blocking the way. It should be said that they were trapped on the coast with no way out. Let's fight them. Kill them. Bro, didn't you say to fight? Why are you running into the sea? Aren't you the same? Why are you asking me? The pirates on the coast were in a state of panic, just wanting to escape Lu Chen's sight, with some even diving directly into the water to flee. As for those blocking the dock and those who had already escaped into the water, they were even more terrified, hurriedly instructing their subordinates to speed away from the dock. Hurry, speed up, run, the demon, Vice Admiral Lu Chen, is coming. Run. At this moment, Balumeb and KB ran up to report to Lu Chen. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, the pirates on the coast have been cleared. Should we pursue the pirates who have escaped to the sea? No need, I'll handle it myself. You all have already taken action. I can't just stand by. Lu Chen said with a smile. Yes, sir, KB and Balumeb saluted in response, knowing their teacher was preparing to act and they would finally get to witness his terrifying strength again. Then Lu Chen stepped forward, drew his long sword, Reincarnation, and with a hint of a seductive aura, the demon's sword appeared, instantly shocking everyone present. The Navy felt their blood boil, filled with combat intent, eager to rush forward and slay the pirates. Meanwhile, the pirates were filled with terror, feeling as if a malevolent spirit was about to devour their flesh and blood from the sword of Reincarnation. The demon's sword, Reincarnation. Vice Admiral Lu Chen's demon sword has appeared. Today, they will probably not survive. Run. Lu Chen has drawn the demon sword. If we don't run now, we will truly have no chance. Having been promoted to the supreme great sword, Reincarnation could accurately influence people's emotions, completely fitting its name, the 6 paths of reincarnation, corresponding to 6 kinds of emotions. Suddenly, Lu Chen smiled, raising the long sword, pointing at the sky. Both hands were covered with armed color Haki, spreading towards the sword body of Reincarnation, enveloping it. A majestic sword intent burst forth from Lu Chen's body, and the golden sword intent surged upwards from Reincarnation, causing the heavens and earth to change color. It was as if the sky had been punctured, with surrounding clouds being split apart. The sword intent formed a massive golden giant sword, condensing powerful Haki and pressure. Those around saw this and hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to get too close. If they got too near, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would kneel on the ground. Some civilians, feeling that godlike pressure and then looking at Lu Chen wrapped in golden sword intent, truly saw him as a deity, the deity that judges criminals. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely enveloped in golden sword intent, with powerful sword intent attached to reincarnation, and he actually levitated in midair, wielding the massive golden sword in his right hand, producing a deep and thunderous voice. 6 paths of reincarnation, heavenly path, sword of pride. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden giant sword slashed straight down towards the many pirates in front. The pirates looked up at the enormous golden sword, stunned, having no thought of escape. They all knew they couldn't run. They were all within the range of the sword strike. At this moment, time seemed to slow down significantly, and as the golden giant sword descended, the clouds were sliced in half, as if the sky had been cleaved open. In an instant, the golden giant sword struck the sea, and all the pirates and their ships on the surface of the sea were affected, gradually turning into nothingness amidst the screams. Boom! A huge sound. The waves generated by the sword strike reached over 100 meters high, spreading outwards, causing the onlookers to flee in panic. One moment of inattention, and they would be swept away by the waves and pulled into the sea. On the other side, the entire sea surface seemed to be neatly sliced open, with sword energy raging, preventing the surrounding sea water from filling the cut area. Even the seabed was cut open, creating a deep gorge. The sounds caused by the sword strike had not yet completely stopped, and the entire Sabeti archipelago trembled in response. At Shaki's bar, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? Shaki frowned slightly. Nearby, Rayleigh, who was drinking, seemed unfazed and chuckled. Didn't you say? That kid Lu Chen brought troops to the Sabeti archipelago again. It's probably him causing this. So it's him. His strength is growing so fast. It won't be long before he surpasses you, Shaki joked. Yeah, we're getting old. The new generation is about to rise. Lu Chen's strength will definitely reach the peak of the world in the future. It's a pity he is not interested in the Grand Line. Otherwise, he could very well be the next pirate king, Rayleigh said seriously. That's true. At dock number 79, it was unclear how long it took for the ground to stop shaking, and the sea finally returned to calm. However, the sea was in disarray. The wreckage of pirate ships, countless severed arms and limbs of pirates, and the originally azure sea was now stained a deep red with blood. The bright red sea water contrasted starkly with the blue sea in other areas. Many people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle, and some even began to vomit. How many pirates must have died? At this moment, they finally understood why the pirates referred to Rear Admiral Lu Chen as the killer demon. He truly killed without batting an eye. He had killed so many pirates without showing the slightest change in expression. Let's go, Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Yes. At his command, the Navy immediately followed Rear Admiral Lu Chen to leave. In just one day, no, it was less than half a day, they had eliminated more than half of the pirates in the Sabeti archipelago. Even when the Navy headquarters was still in Marineford, they had not achieved such results. However, today, under Rear Admiral Lu Chen's leadership, his status in the hearts of the people of the Sabeti archipelago rose significantly. It skyrocketed, especially in recent years. All of Lu Chen's achievements had been in slaying the pirates who acted as accomplices, working for the people, which made Lu Chen's name beloved by the populace. However, it seemed that few people knew that Rear Admiral Lu Chen of the Navy also had another identity. Knight, a key wanted criminal by the Navy, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Soon, Lu Chen led his troops back to Marineford. Upon learning about the events in the Sabeti archipelago, the station Navy personnel at Marineford spontaneously waited at the entrance for their victorious comrades to return. Seeing Lu Chen return with the Navy personnel shouted loudly. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on his lips, and stepped forward, saying loudly, "Everyone, slaying pirates is what our Navy should do. You all have a more important task now, which is to repair Marineford. Go back to work. Everyone will have the opportunity to chase pirates in the future." Yes, Rear Admiral Lu Chen, the Navy personnel shouted in unison, then went about their own tasks. Lu Chen then called Kobe and Barumabur into his office, Looking at the two, he advised, "Your strength is still a bit lacking, but it's time for you to go out and train. I will send you to an island for training. Return when you are ready." "Yes, teacher." Kobe and Barumabur exchanged excited glances. "All right, go prepare." Luchan nodded slightly. "Yes, teacher." With that, the two left the office to pack their things. "Luchan, where are you sending them?" Ayn asked suspiciously. In her knowledge of islands, there weren't any good training places. "Little Garden, a place I went to before," Luchan replied. Little Garden, where the giants Dory and Bragi resided, had many large creatures, all at or below A-rank strength, making it suitable for Kobe and Barumabur's training. Bruce. With Dory and Bragi as protection, their safety would be assured, and it would also be a chance to visit those two old friends. This would help Kobe and Barumabur quickly raise their strength to A rank, making it easier to complete their tasks. Moreover, after this, he might have to go out to do another task, to create his own pirate crew. After a moment of silence, Luchan said directly, "It won't be long before I have to go out. Ayn, you stay in Marineford and help me hold the fort." "Can't you take me with you?" Ayn asked. "No." Luchan shook his head. This time he would be going out as knight. "All right, I understand. I will wait for your return." Ayn nodded obediently. With that, Luchan stepped forward, pulled Ayn into his arms, and gently kissed her forehead. Instantly, Ayn's face turned slightly red as she playfully punched Luchan's chest. The next morning, Luchan walked out of the office, and Ayn followed closely behind him. After exiting the office, Ayn returned to her room to rest, while Luchan changed into civilian clothes and headed to the Sabeti archipelago. According to information he received from Shaki, Nami and Luffy's group should also be arriving at the Sabeti archipelago, so it was time for him to check on them. At a tavern in the Sabeti archipelago, Luchan sat at the bar, drinking alone, when suddenly a long-haired, voluptuous woman approached the bar and said, "Boss, a glass of red wine." "All right, beautiful." "Just a moment," the boss replied. Just as he finished speaking, Luchan lowered his voice. "I'll pay for this lady's drink." Nami frowned slightly, looking at the man in the black robe beside her, her face suddenly brightening. "Sure." Just as she was about to speak, Luchan quickly made a shushing gesture. Nami understood his meaning and swallowed her words, smiling as she quietly asked, "Luchan, how did you know I was here?" "I calculated the time. You all should be arriving here soon. Besides, this place is now my territory. Knowing you're here is easy," Luchan replied with a smile. "Hee." Nami smiled and continued to ask, "Luchan, do you have any plans after this?" "I might be gone for a while, but if there's a chance, we will naturally meet again," Luchan said. "All right." Nami nodded with a smile. Since Luchan said they would meet again, there was a good chance they really would. She just had to wait. While they were drinking, the tavern's door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! A group of unruly individuals rushed in, one wearing a straw hat, another with orange short hair, one with green algae hair, holding 3 swords and a fox. Luchan turned to look at the group, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips, almost laughing out loud. The group that appeared was the fake Straw Hat Pirates. With their arrival, everyone in the tavern became tense, whispering among themselves, "It's the Straw Hats." It was indeed the Straw Hats, and no one expected them to return to the Sabeti archipelago. How dare they come to the Sabeti archipelago? Don't they fear Rear Admiral Chen causing them trouble? At this moment, Nami also noticed the fake Straw Hats behind her, a slight smile appearing on her lips as she said, "Luchan, look, very ugly. That fake Nami isn't even 1% as good-looking as you," Luchan replied seriously. Hee. Nami smiled, pleased to hear Luchan compliment her. However, the fake Straw Hat Pirates were being arrogant and unruly in the tavern, even shooting people. The fake Nami walked up to Nami, pointing a gun at her and coldly saying, "Hey, you look pretty good. Mind if I put a hole in your face?" Hee. Nami scoffed, unafraid, showing no signs of fear. Even without Luchan, she wasn't afraid of this fake, especially with Luchan by her side. Suddenly, a flash of sword light. The hand holding the gun of the fake Nami was neatly severed, blood gushing out, while the fake Nami seemed to be delayed, only screaming in pain after seeing the blood. Covering her bleeding arm, she gritted her teeth and said, Who is it?" The speed of the sword light was extremely fast. She didn't even see who made the move, but it definitely wasn't the woman in front of her, as she hadn't seen her make a move at all. Who was it? How dare they attack someone from the Straw Hat Pirates? who stepped forward. The other members of the fake Straw Hat Pirates stood up one after another, shouting at the people around them, trying to find out who had attacked. Suddenly, Chen slowly stood up, took off his black cloak, revealing the Navy Vice Admiral's cape he was wearing, and asked with interest, "Are you looking for me?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a look of surprise. "It's Vice Admiral Chen. It's really Vice Admiral Chen. I knew Vice Admiral Chen would protect us." Ha! The Straw Hat Pirates are in trouble now. The fake Straw Hat Pirates were also panicking, quickly explaining in fear, "Vice Admiral Chen, Unfortunately, before they could finish speaking, Chen had already made his move. With a gentle wave of the reincarnation blade in his right hand, it seemed like he was just drawing a bit from a sheath. Several sword lights were unleashed. A cold light flashed. All the members of the fake Straw Hat Pirates had their heads severed, collapsing to the ground dead. The people around hadn't even reacted when they saw several corpses fall to the ground. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Chen. Vice Admiral Chen is so powerful. He killed the Straw Hat Pirates in one go. I want to give you a monkey." Amazing. As expected of the killer demon Vice Admiral Chen. Chen had a helpless expression as he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, you're too polite. Can someone help clean this up? I'll cover all the expenses at the tavern today, so everyone can drink well." "All right, thank you, Vice Admiral Chen. Thank you, Vice Admiral Chen." After a moment, Chen sat back down, shaking his head helplessly. "Fame comes with a price. Now everyone will recognize me when I go out." "Poof, Brother Chen. Don't you have another identity?" Nami asked with a smile. "By the way, why didn't you say those people were fake Straw Hat Pirates? If I had said that, wouldn't it be easy for you to be discovered?" Chen replied seriously. "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if I make a move, you won't have a chance to get away." "Okay, thank you, Brother Chen. See you next time." After saying that, Nami stood up to leave, and Usopp, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw Chen make his move and decided not to go in again. He already knew that Nami and Chen's relationship was unusual, but he was still apprehensive about what happened last time at Sabati Archipelago. Chen sat in the tavern, watching Nami and Usopp leave. After their figures disappeared from sight, he also left the tavern, disappearing into the darkness. Besides Nami, there were two other people he wanted to meet. One was Luffy, and the other was Zoro. Somewhere on Sabati Archipelago, covered in injuries, Kuma slowly left the dock like a robot, with the Sunny, which he had protected for 2 years, following behind him. Zoro had just arrived and saw Kuma. Chen was watching from not far away. Kuma's appearance didn't surprise him, but Zoro's eyes did surprise him a bit. In the past 6 months, Zoro's eyes have been fine, but after not seeing him for over a year, Zoro's eyes were still closed, leaving him unsure whether he was blind, injured, or had other problems. Everything remained a mystery. Soon after, the other crew members arrived one after another. Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Luffy, Frankie Brook. All 9 arrived, and then, under the pursuit of some navy, they began to continue their journey to the Grand Line. "Luffy, I hope you can give me a big surprise the next time we meet," Chen muttered, watching Luffy and the others' figures. He didn't need to take action, but he might have to leave Marineford soon. After saying this, his figure vanished from the spot, returning to Marineford to start packing his things. Unknown to him, An had appeared behind him at some point, asking suspiciously, "Chen, are you going out?" "Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow," Chen answered truthfully. "So soon?" An frowned slightly. Hearing this, Chen suddenly turned around, placing his hand on An's shoulder, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Can't bear to part with me?" Hum. An nodded affectionately. "Ha, that's great." Chen laughed heartily, and then picked An up, walking towards the room. The next morning, Chen personally took Kobe and Balumeb out for training. But he didn't see An's figure. She was in a room, watching Chen through the window. Of course, he left quietly, but he still intentionally let a few Navy know that he was taking Kobe and Balumeb out for training. The purpose was to let some Navy understand that he had already taken Kobe and Balumeb out, so they wouldn't suspect him for what happened elsewhere. More than 10 days later, Chen delivered Balumeb and Kobe to the island of Little Garden, greeted his old friends Dory and Broggy, and had some drinks and chatted. It wasn't until the next morning that he changed into a black cloak, becoming the Knight, and left Little Garden. This time, using the identity of the Knight. The main goal was still to complete the task of creating a pirate crew. He originally wanted to go to Punk Hazard to find Caesar, but after some thought, he decided to give up. If he captured Caesar early, then Luffy and the others would have nothing to do, and there wouldn't be the later Dressrosa battle. He wanted to make a good story during the Dressrosa battle, so there was no rush. Luffy and the others would naturally reach Dressrosa. Everything would reveal itself in time. Thus, Chen followed his itinerary, taking a boat alone, passing through Fishman Island, and heading to the New World. The destination, Dressrosa. At this moment, Luffy and the others were probably still wandering around Fishman Island, and they had long known about Chen's deeds, seeing only a peaceful Fishman Island. However, by chance, they might still find Noah of Fishman Island and the countless powerful Sea Kings. These things were no longer under Chen's control, so he left Fishman Island early. Half a month later, Chen was leisurely lying on the deck resting. There was a new pirate flag on his pirate ship depicting a pitch-black background. On it was only a silver lightning mark, which was the pirate flag he designed himself. He had already thought of a name, the Night Pirates. He was just waiting for an opportunity to recruit more pirates to join his crew and then become the fourth emperor of the New World. After Whitebeard's death, the entire New World was left with only the three emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, and Shanks. The remnants of Whitebeard's pirates led by Ace had already been injured in the Marineford battle, and with Whitebeard's death, the status of Whitebeard's pirates had long fallen from the position of the four emperors. The position of the four emperors was naturally vacant, making the recent pirate supernovas eager to become the fourth emperor of the New World. Suddenly, Chen frowned, feeling the temperature around him drop significantly. He looked up and found that he had already arrived at the waters near Punk Hazard. Last time I came, I hadn't gone inside the laboratory to take a look. I didn't expect this time to pass by the ice side of Ice Fire Island again. Just as I was about to get up to check, I suddenly caught sight of a Navy ship approaching from the opposite side, seemingly heading for Ice Fire Island. The Navy on the ship also noticed the pirate ship ahead and immediately reported to the rear admiral on board. Vice Admiral Virgo, a pirate ship has appeared ahead. Should we take it down? Oh, let me see. Virgo raised an eyebrow, walked out of the cabin, and immediately spotted the other side's pirate flag. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them." "Yes, Vice Admiral." The Navy received the order and quickly notified the Navy inside the ship to fire the cannons. One by one, the black cannonballs were fired at the pirate ship where Chen was located, with at least dozens of cannonballs shooting out in unison. However, Chen looked at the Navy ship across with great interest. "Interesting, I didn't provoke you, but you came to provoke me? Get lost." A loud shout. As the words fell, a massive wave of energy surged forth, sweeping towards the cannonballs shot from the Navy ship and returning them all to the Navy ship. What's going on? Why are the cannonballs coming back? Who is that person on the pirate ship? Why haven't I seen him before? Hurry and shoot. Turn the ship around. Do you want to be hit? The Navy on the ship was in a state of panic, never expecting that the pirate ship opposite was so powerful. Many cannonballs fired by the Navy were hit by their own cannonballs, exploding in midair. However, many cannonballs were still heading towards the Navy ship. Just as they were about to hit, a white figure suddenly appeared in midair, continuously kicking and releasing multiple gusts of wind, knocking down all the cannonballs that were about to hit the Navy ship. Explosions continued to occur in midair. At this moment, Chen finally noticed who had made the move. Character, Virgo position, Vice Admiral of the Navy, Commander of the Navy G5 branch, member of the Don Quixote family fruit. None level, skills, armament Haki A, Navy 6 forms, A, bounty. None. The man in front of him was none other than the infamous double agent in One Piece, Virgo. I didn't expect to encounter him in this sea area. Is he here looking for Caesar? Suddenly, the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Kill Virgo, system reward, 500 points. Points delivered to my door. How could I refuse? With this in mind, Chen's mouth curled into a meaningful arc. Killing Virgo would also help Luffy and the others pass through Icefire Island more quickly. It would allow them to complete the next mission faster. At this moment, Virgo landed steadily on the deck, staring at the black-clothed man on the opposite pirate ship, only to find that there was only one person on the other side. However, he felt that the man seemed somewhat familiar. In an instant, he thought of a wanted criminal in the Navy night. the elusive knight, who had never been seen in person. No wonder he didn't recognize that pirate flag. "Oh, do you see me? Then let me give you a big gift first." Luchan noticed Virgo's gaze and smiled faintly. White lightning power gathered in his right hand, gradually forming a huge sphere of lightning. With a wave of Luchan's right hand, the massive lightning power flew rapidly towards the Navy's ship, transforming into a Thunderbird. Suddenly, Virgo frowned and used Moonwalk to ascend into the air. However, the Navy below suffered. The enormous Thunderbird struck the ship, and the overwhelming silvery white lightning power engulfed the entire ship, leaving everything and everyone on board char-black. Ziz. The lightning power continued to flicker with arcs on the ship, and all the Navy were electrocuted until they turned black and then fainted. Not a single one was left. After a moment, Virgo dared to slowly land on the ship, but his feet were already covered with armament Haki. Otherwise, he would definitely have been electrocuted. However, the electricity had weakened somewhat, so the damage to him would not be too great. "You're a knight, right?" After seeing Luchan use the power of the Thunderfruit, he became even more certain of his thoughts. The other party must be knight. A bounty of 1 billion berries, with unfathomable strength. And he had never heard of any navy escaping from his grasp. Even during the Marineford War, the 3 admirals, who are now the fleet admiral, had suffered losses at knight's hands. Therefore, Virgo did not dare to guarantee that his strength would be a match for knight. "Do you recognize me?" Luchan smiled and asked with interest, "What is a navy doing here?" Since he had the time, he might as well chat with Virgo. After all, the other party would eventually be dead. "Official business," Virgo replied with just 2 words. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "I'm a vice admiral and the commander of the Navy G5 branch. I hope you won't attack me. Otherwise, the Navy will definitely not let you go." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Luchan impatiently nodded and casually said, "Why don't you mention that you are also a member of the Don Quixote family?" "You? What are you talking about?" Virgo's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. No wonder he had been a pirate infiltrating the Navy for over a decade. He had a strong control over his emotions. However, in front of Luchan's powerful observation Haki, he had nowhere to hide. "Don't pretend in front of me." Don Quixote, Doflamingo's eyes and ears embedded in the Navy, and you came to Ice Fire Island because of his orders, right? "Let me guess again. You aren't here to see Caesar, are you?" Luchan said word by word. With each word, Virgo's heart was filled with more shock. How did he know? How does he know these things? Could he also be a member of the Don Quixote family? But why didn't T. Doflamingo tell me these things? "Hey, I'm asking you a question," Luchan joked, seeing the other party lost in thought. A profound smile appeared on his face. After a long pause, Virgo frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? How do you know these things?" He was completely bewildered. There were not many people who knew these things, and no one had ever known the identity of the man in front of him. "Oh, you can consider me a god, a great god, all-knowing." Luchan grinned, but Virgo would not believe this reason, coldly saying, "Since you know my identity, then I cannot let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, his fists were covered with armament Haki, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and he suddenly stomped on the ship's deck. Bang! He directly stomped a deep pit into the deck. In the blink of an eye, Virgo's figure disappeared from the spot, using the Navy's 6 forms, shave, and appeared in front of Luchan. He kicked rapidly towards Luchan's face. However, Luchan suddenly turned his head, as if he had seen all of his movements, and simply took a small step back, avoiding Virgo's attack. Virgo's body continued to fly to the other side due to the momentum. At the same time, Luchan extended his right hand, covered in armament Haki, clenched it into a fist, and punched towards Virgo's chest. It was just a simple straight punch, but the speed at which it was released was extremely fast, creating a sound of breaking air. It struck precisely at Virgo's chest. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Virgo suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball shot at high speed. Finally, he fell heavily into the sea, creating a splash of waves. One hit is all it takes. Luchan shook his head slightly and directed the ship towards the direction where Virgo had fallen. At this moment, Virgo was floating on the surface of the sea, struggling to get up, and using moonwalk to return to the Navy ship. "So strong," he exclaimed while holding his chest. Even though he had used armament Haki to protect his chest, several ribs were still broken, and his chest was even caved in. With a bounty of 1 billion, he truly lived up to his reputation. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, and just as he was about to make a move, Virgo suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait. I admit defeat. I am indeed a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. But who exactly are you? How do you know my identity? Since we are both pirates, why not let me go? You admit it?" Lu Chen's mouth curled up, forming a meaningful arc. What he wanted was for Virgo to acknowledge this, and he used the system to capture a short video that could be played with the image worm. Yes, Virgo nodded affirmatively, but his left hand slipped into his left pocket. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "As long as you admit it, but I won't let you go." As soon as the words left his mouth, Virgo suddenly erupted, veins bulging all over his body, unleashing his strongest power and the fastest speed. Navy 6 styles, Soru. In an instant, Virgo appeared in front of Lu Chen, holding a capture net made of sea prism stone, and threw it towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen only sneered and did not make a move, allowing the sea prism stone to fall on him. Seeing that Lu Chen did not react, Virgo thought Lu Chen was either slow to respond or scared, showing a triumphant expression, and then he brought his fingers together to use the Navy 6 styles. Sure gone. A strike like a bullet shot straight towards Lu Chen's chest, and Virgo's smile grew even more triumphant. Die, just as it was about to hit. The Shurgan tore through Lu Chen's clothing, but was blocked by the powerful armament Haki underneath. Moreover, Lu Chen was completely unaffected by the impact and stood his ground. What? Virgo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had seen the knight captured by the sea prism stone net. Could it be that the sea prism stone net was a fake? Then, Lu Chen slowly removed the sea prism stone net, saying indifferently, "Sea prism stone? Unfortunately, this is useless to me." He consumed the devil fruit. He simplified the effects of the fruit so that he would not be restricted by sea prism stone or even the ocean, which is why Lu Chen felt no fear at all. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Virgo shook his head frantically. There's nothing impossible about it. Let me use my newly learned technique to send you to meet King Yen. Lu Chen sneered. The power of lightning gathered in his hands, forming 4 silver lightning spheres the size of basketballs around his body, spinning continuously. Moreover, the speed of the spin increased, and the electrical power attached to it grew stronger. Not good. Suddenly, Virgo's expression changed slightly, and he turned to run. However, just as Virgo took a few steps, the 4 massive lightning spheres struck his back. Bang! ZZZT! A tremendous force of lightning engulfed Virgo's entire body, scorching him black, leaving no intact place, and his skin was burned into thick black shells. His entire body was so electrified that one could see the bones inside, and then he fell heavily into the sea, lying on the surface, not knowing his fate. However, the system did not prompt him that the task was completed, so Lu Chen knew that Virgo was not dead. Virgo, let me see you off. Your appearance has indeed helped me a lot. Lu Chen appeared in front of Virgo, then beheaded him with a sword and stored his head in the system backpack. He also placed the recorded video from the system into the image worm, and after reaching the next island, he would hand over the head and the image worm to the seagull. It would be a grand gift for them, and also a gift for Akainu. Not long after taking office, a traitor appeared in the Navy branch, and he was a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, something that would give Akainu a headache for a long time. Just as Su Yun was about to set sail from Ice Fire Island, a man suddenly flashed through his mind. A man who must die. No, to be precise, it should be a boy. Kazuki Momonosuke. That guy should be at the Punk Hazard Research Facility now. While Luffy and his crew have not yet arrived at Punk Hazard, it might be the right opportunity to kill him. Suddenly, the system triggered a task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Kill Kazuki Momonosuke. System reward. 1,000 points and 1 to physical skills. So many reward points? Doesn't he the system like this kid either? Since the system has issued a task, it seems I need to go to Punk Hazard Island. Immediately, Lu Chen docked the ship at the shore, leaped off, and headed towards the Punk Hazard Research Facility. He landed in the area where the ice island is located, which should also have the entrance to the research facility. Just as he stepped onto the ice island, a cold wind blew from the front, making even Lu Chen feel a bit chilly. No wonder Ice Fire Island was created after Aokiji and Akainu fought for 10 days and nights. Their powers were truly strong, and their fruit abilities had already reached the effect of influencing the surrounding environment. Moreover, they could maintain such a long time, which had permanently affected the island. Roar. Suddenly, a huge roar came from ahead. Luchun looked up and saw a giant frost dragon appearing in the snow. With wings, its entire body covered in ice crystal-like scales. Ice blew all over, resembling a western dragon, and it was exhaling cold air. Its eyes, the size of basketballs, were fixed on Luchun, and it breathed out another blast of cold air. Roar. Character, Frost Dragon position, none fruit, none level, a skill, ice immunity, A, frost breath, A. Bounty, none. The scales are quite beautiful. I can make a few hairpins for them. Luchun remained unafraid, but his eyes were focused on the scales of the Frost Dragon. Roar. The Frost Dragon seemed to sense that it was being underestimated and let out an angry roar. Then it opened its massive mouth, gathering countless frost within, ready to unleash its frost breath. However, Luchun suddenly chuckled twice, lightly stepped down, and created a deep pit in the ground, making his entire body disappear from the spot. He shot straight up into the air, appearing above the Frost Dragon. His right hand was instantly covered in dark armament Haki, and powerful Haki gathered in his hand, forming a giant palm print. The palm print turned golden, and as Luchun continued to fall, the palm print kept expanding, already able to cover the entire head of the Frost Dragon. Realized Divine Palm. At this moment, the Frost Dragon also aimed its massive mouth at Luchun in midair, about to release its icy breath, when Luchun's enormous realized Divine Palm struck down on its head. Boom! With a loud sound, a massive wave of frost erupted from the Frost Dragon's mouth, and the powerful impact even shattered several dragon teeth. With a swoosh, a dragon tooth flew out, accurately embedding itself into the frozen ground nearby. Then, the huge dragon head, along with its body, fell heavily to the ground due to the tremendous force. Boom! The Frost Dragon's eyes went dark, completely unconscious, lying on the ground, unaware of its fate. The ground shook violently from the Frost Dragon's heavy impact, creating a massive wave of snow that swept outward. Because of the snow wave, the pirates hiding nearby had to come out to avoid it, even crying for help. Help! Run! An avalanche is coming. Luchun looked in the direction of the voices and saw many fully armed pirates fleeing. However, their speed was far too slow, and they were soon buried under the snow. We have a guide. Luchun smiled faintly, having dealt with the Frost Dragon, and then stored its corpse in his system backpack. He walked to where the pirates were buried, and with one step the entire ground trembled. Boom! Countless snow piles were lifted, and several buried pirates were thrown up, landing safely on the ground. Hey, wake up! Luchun approached, found a pirate who still had a pulse, and slapped his face. The pirate, Job, jolted upright, only to see the man who had just killed the Frost Dragon with one palm in front of him, and he hurriedly retreated, terrified. Are you a pirate from Punk Hazard's research facility? Luchun asked directly. I am not. Job hesitated first, then shook his head, not being honest. After a cold snicker, Luchun lightly stomped the ground, causing the frozen surface to crack open. The overwhelming power scared Job into telling the truth. I am. Take me to Punk Hazard's research facility. I want to see your director, Caesar. Luchun continued. Okay. Job quickly nodded in agreement. So, under Job's guidance, Luchun headed to the research facility on the island. After walking for an hour in the heavy snow, a heavy iron door appeared ahead. Job tried to open the iron door, but it wouldn't budge. The more it wouldn't open, the more anxious Job became, sweat pouring down his forehead as he explained. It should open, it should. Forget it, step aside. Luchun waved his hand, realizing that the people inside the research facility must have discovered his presence and were deliberately not opening the door. Yes. Job immediately stood aside. Then, Luchun stepped forward, clenched his fist, and instantly covered it with armament Haki, smashing it into the heavy iron door. Boom! With one punch, the heavy iron door was dented inward, and the entire door was sent flying. At the same time, the passage behind the iron door was already filled with many strangely dressed, fully armed modified humans, and a heavy iron door crashed straight into them. Those modified humans raised their guns to attack, but their firearms couldn't penetrate the door's defenses at all. The bullets hit the iron door, leaving only black scorch marks without even denting it. Soon, the heavy iron door smashed into those modified humans, only stopping after crashing into the wall at the end of the passage. However, at the moment of the impact, a flurry of snowflakes suddenly appeared ahead. The snowflakes gradually gathered together, forming the shape of a woman, who had wings and bird-like claws for feet. Character: Monet. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: natural type, snow fruit level. A skill: fruit development. A bounty: 20 million berries. The woman in front was Monet, the snow woman who served as Caesar's secretary at the research facility, a woman who firmly believed that Doflamingo would become the pirate king, only to be stabbed in the heart by Caesar with a dagger in the end. Monet stared at the man hidden under the black cloak and questioned, "Who are you? Why have you come to Punk Hazard? Knight looking for a kid." Luchan replied flatly. Upon hearing this, Monet froze in surprise, exclaiming, "Knight? The bounty criminal worth 2 billion. Yes. Now you have two choices. Either let me in, or I kill you first, and then go in," Luchan said indifferently. After a moment of hesitation, Monet furrowed her brows and replied, "This is our Don Quixote family's territory. It won't be that easy for you to enter." "So annoying. You tell Doflamingo that I, Knight, want to go in to find a kid, and if you don't let me, don't blame me for being rude," Luchan said impatiently. He didn't want to destroy the entire Punk Hazard. He still needed Luffy and the others to rescue the people here and obtain Caesar's heart to create chaos in Dressrosa. Otherwise, his plans would be disrupted. All right. Monet felt a sense of pressure and didn't dare to act rashly, having originally intended to use the Don Quixote family to intimidate Knight. But now it seemed the other party showed no signs of fear at all. So, she called Doflamingo's snail and reported truthfully, "Young master, Knight wants to enter the research facility to find someone, and if I don't let him, he will forcefully break in." "Knight?" Doflamingo frowned slightly, letting out an intrigued laugh. "I didn't expect the infamous Knight would come to my research facility. Who are you looking for?" "A brat you captured," Luchan replied. "Okay, as long as you don't destroy my research facility, you can take the person away," Doflamingo directly agreed without further ado. "Great." Luchan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to enter, the snail behind him spoke again. "I wonder if Knight would be interested in joining our Don Quixote family. One person can never become the pirate king." "Not interested. I'm leaving." Luchan waved his hand and walked directly away, disappearing into the passage of the research facility. After he left, Monet looked at the snail and asked, "Young master, why did you agree to let him enter the research facility? There are many things inside that cannot be known to others. He's not a Marine. It doesn't matter if he knows. Besides, can you or Caesar match him? He's a pirate on par with a Marine admiral," Doflamingo said in a deep voice. He didn't want his subordinates to lose their lives because of this, especially those within the family. "Yes, young master." Monet nodded. Doflamingo continued, "You follow him to see who he is looking for, and let the people in the research facility not provoke him." "Yes, young master." Monet nodded. After hanging up, she quickly followed Luchan's pace. Meanwhile, far away in Dressrosa, Doflamingo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. "Knight, who exactly are you?" The appearance of a knight has not been for a while. Always elusive like a dragon whose head is seen, but not its tail, and no one has ever seen its true face, which makes the Navy headquarters quite troubled. Research Institute. Luchan took the elevator to the lowest level of the Research Institute, while Monet was observing Luchan's every move from the monitoring room. Her expression filled with confusion. Going down? Isn't it the cookie room? All the children she had captured were locked in the cookie room. Suddenly, Luchan looked at the surveillance snail in the elevator and smiled. "Hey, stop peeking. I have no ill intentions towards you for now, but if you keep peeking, don't blame me for being rude." "What? You can sense that?" Monet furrowed her brows. Their surveillance snails were well hidden, and how did he know someone was watching the monitors? Unless he possessed a powerful observation Haki. Hee. Luchan chuckled, releasing a hint of Conqueror's Haki, directly stunning the hidden surveillance snail. The screen on the monitor also plunged into darkness. At the same time, The elevator stopped at the abandoned room on the lowest level of the Research Institute, where Kazuki Momonosuke should have long escaped from the cookie house and arrived here, having eaten a failed artificial fruit created by Vegapunk. That fruit was an artificial fruit developed using Kaido's blood, although it was considered a failure. It did not seem to be that way. However, regardless of who Momonosuke is or what fruit he has eaten, he must die today. Then, Chen walked into the abandoned room, activated his observation Haki, and sensed the surrounding environment. After a moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Found you. With that, he continued deeper into the abandoned room, where there were all sorts of discarded experimental products, and he could smell some strange moldy odor. Probably no one had stayed here for long. Momonosuke, come out. Chen looked into the dark area ahead and called out with a smile. At the same time, in that darkness, a completely pink dragon was sweating and extremely nervous, muttering to himself, "Can't see me, can't see me." He had heard footsteps early on and thought it was a modified person from the Research Institute, so he immediately hid. Added to his nervousness, he transformed into a dragon. Navy 6 style shave. Suddenly, Chen's right foot stomped on the ground, instantly disappearing from his original spot and appearing in front of Momonosuke. What? A ghost. Momonosuke had no perception at all and only saw a man in a black cloak appear in front of him, with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Little guy, it's time for you to die." Without any hesitation, Chen struck Momonosuke's head with his palm. Bang! In an instant, Momonosuke's head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering all over the ground. To prevent Momonosuke from dying too completely, he directly used the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit to give Momonosuke's corpse a full-body electric therapy, turning it into a charred, blackened corpse before he was satisfied. At this moment, the system's voice finally came through. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy 1000, Physical Skill 1. After confirming Momonosuke's death, Chen left the abandoned room and exited the Research Institute. As for Monet, she had no idea what Chen had done in the research room, only noticing that he did not leave with the child. But she reported the matter truthfully to Don Quixote Doflamingo. "Dressrosa, what is the intention of this night?" Doflamingo lay on his throne, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chen had already left Ice Fire Island and was continuing towards Dressrosa aboard a pirate ship. After about 10 days, he finally arrived in Dressrosa. Dressrosa is a beautiful city, of course, only on the surface, filled with the beauty of flowers. Walking down the street, one could faintly see many vibrant flowers, but even more were various toys. Of course, Chen knew that these toys were actually the former residents of Dressrosa, just transformed into their current state by sugar. After wandering for half an hour, Chen found a CAF to sit down, sipping coffee while looking at the newspaper on the CAF table. The biggest headline on the newspaper was about the Navy scandal. The commander of the G5 branch is actually a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Looking at the content of the newspaper, a faint smile appeared on Chen's face. Not long ago, Chen had already handed over the footage concerning Virgo to the newsbird, and now news about the Navy's lax supervision was spreading everywhere. Many people were worried about whether the newly appointed Navy Admiral Sakazuki could fulfill his role as admiral properly. Now, Sakazuki's head must be about to explode. This was exactly the effect Chen wanted to achieve. Having Sakazuki as admiral felt like a ticking bomb that could explode at any moment. Therefore, he needed to use some means to get him removed from the position of Navy admiral. Suddenly, Chen's eyes inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure walking past him. He looked up, and a meaningful smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Character: Rebecca. Position: former Dressrosa royalty fruit. None level. B skill: swordsmanship. B bounty. None interesting. Rebecca, are you here to participate in the arena competition hosted by Doflamingo? Chen murmured to himself. Even without the flame fruit, Doflamingo still chose to hold an arena competition, and there was news about it in the newspaper just now. The prize for this competition was also a devil fruit, but it was an unknown fruit, one that no one had ever seen. It seemed that even the devil fruit encyclopedia did not have it recorded. The more mysterious it was, the more it would attract powerful pirates to the arena, which was absolutely more suitable for Doflamingo's plans. The only question was whether this time it was a plan targeting Luffy or if there was another plan. Suddenly, the system's prompt sound popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Participate in the arena competition and obtain the unknown devil fruit. System reward. Energy 2000, Sword Skill 1, Physical Skill 1. A task? Originally, Chen had no interest in participating in this arena competition. But with the system's task appearing, it indicated that this devil fruit might be something he needed. It was necessary to participate. Thus, Chen headed towards the arena in the city and signed up upon arrival. The registrar, seeing a person in a black cloak come forward, was not too surprised and casually asked, "Name?" Pirates coming to sign up were all sorts of strange, so he wouldn't find anything too unusual about what they wore. "Knight," Chen said. "Good." The registrar wrote it down, only feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar, but didn't pay much attention to it. After signing up, Chen received his number tag, similar to those used in school sports days, just a piece of cloth with the contestant's name and number written on it. Chen's number was 9527. The competition did not start today, so there weren't many people in the arena. The real competition would begin 3 days later, and these few days were for the arena's elimination rounds. After successfully signing up, Chen walked out of the arena alone, only to bump into a somewhat familiar man as soon as he stepped outside. The man was strong, holding a stick that seemed to be a blind cane, but also looked like it wasn't. He was draped in a familiar navy cloak with the word justice written on the back. Character, Fujitora position, Admiral Fruit, Paramecia, Gravity Fruit level, SSS skill, Fruit development. Bounty, the man was none other than one of the newly appointed admirals, Fujitora, whose nickname was Fujitora. At that moment, Fujitora seemed to sense something, turning his head toward Chen's direction, staring at where Chen was standing, his brow furrowing slightly as he asked his naval officer nearby, "Is there someone over there?" "Yes," the officer replied. "What do they look like?" "Clad in a black robe. Seems to be looking this way as well." "Black robe?" Fujitora frowned slightly, said no more, and turned to leave. However, Chen was still watching Fujitora's back, chuckling softly. Is this Fujitora really blind? He must be sent by Sakazuki to capture Luffy. In fact, Fujitora was indeed blind, but he possessed a powerful observation haki that allowed him to detect Chen's gaze. As for Sakazuki, he was already having a headache and had actually sent Fujitora to capture Luffy and his crew, likely to make up for the regrets of the Marineford War. Not being able to kill Luffy and Ace, two pirates with deep sins. Soon after, Chen found a hotel near the arena to stay in, preparing for the match 3 days later. Meanwhile, at the Dressrosa Royal Palace, the young master, the knight, has come to Dressrosa and even participated in the arena match. A member of the Don Quixote family reported to Doflamingo. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's lips curled into a slight smile, letting out a strange laugh. He, the knight, a thunder fruit user. What use is this devil fruit? Interesting. Late at night, in the hotel, Chen stepped out of his hotel room to get some fresh air, looking at the starry night sky, when he suddenly remembered the name he casually picked. Night, a pitch black, mysterious, and unknown expanse. It seemed that no one could see through this darkness, which also symbolized himself. Unable to see through this world. Unable to see through the system he possessed. He didn't know what the system required him to do or what his future life would be like. Sigh. Forget it. Just enjoy it for now. The system won't harm me after all. Chen shook his head helplessly. As his strength increased, it seemed he had established a connection with the system, feeling that the system bore no malice toward him. Thus, he chose to trust the tasks assigned by the system. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out beside him. "Sir, are you also admiring the moonlight?" Following the direction of the voice, a woman with long black hair, beautiful features, and a bright red flower on her head appeared on the balcony of the room next to Chen. Character, Violet position, former second princess of Dressrosa Fruit. Paramecia, Clarity Fruit level. C skill, Fruit development. B, Bounty, 12 million berries. The woman before him was Violet, a member of the Don Quixote family and the former second princess of Dressrosa. Her identity wasn't important. What mattered was her fruit ability, which allowed her to see through all lies, inevitably enabling her to see through her own identity. Chen sneered, then said, "Don't pretend in front of me, Violet." Although you can see through my disguise, your disguise is useless before me. Violet's expression froze slightly, looking surprised. She had always been the one to see through others, and had never had anyone see through her. Moreover, she believed that this man in front of her could not possibly know her identity. Yet, he understood her so well. Did he also possess some kind of fruit ability? Or was it some other power? After pondering for a moment, Violet took out a din-din mushie from her pocket and crushed it completely, then smiled and said, "Lieutenant General Lu Chen, you truly are perceptive. I never expected that the knight is actually Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General Lu Chen. There are many things you don't know, such as how I know you're not satisfied with Doflamingo and are always waiting for an opportunity to eliminate him. Aren't you?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, Upon hearing this, Violet fell silent, tacitly acknowledging the matter, and continued to ask, "I wonder how you know these things. It shouldn't be Doflamingo who told you, right? Even though you're a bounty criminal worth 2 billion berries, you shouldn't cooperate with Doflamingo, right?" According to what she knew, this Marine before her, although bloodthirsty, only killed evil pirates. Doflamingo, on the other hand, was a criminal pirate who was exceedingly vicious. Perhaps Lieutenant General Lu Chen could. "I won't cooperate with him." Lu Chen waved his hand, sitting down on a lounge chair on the balcony, and said with interest, "I know what you're planning. Today, Doflamingo must have sent you to gather information. I can clearly tell you if you want me to eliminate Doflamingo, I have only one requirement. Be my woman, the knight, and become my subordinate." It must be said that Violet's fruit ability was indeed powerful, capable of seeing through all lies. Once he formed his pirate crew, he would indeed need a vice captain. With Violet around, any spy on the ship could be detected. Timely elimination of spies was what Lu Chen wanted to do most, and it was also something that had to be done before taking any action. This was a lesson of history. After he finished speaking, Violet's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she seemed very conflicted, tugging at her skirt as she asked, "Do you have confidence in dealing with Doflamingo alone?" "Of course, I'm not alone. I also have my brother, Monkey D., Luffy, and Trafalgar Law," Lu Chen said seriously. "It's them, the supernovas of the worst generation," Violet exclaimed in surprise. Not only was she surprised, but she was also serious because she could sense that Lu Chen was speaking the truth. This meant that Luffy and Law, along with Lu Chen, would indeed take action against Doflamingo. Whether they would succeed was another matter. "As long as you know, that's enough," Lu Chen smiled. After a moment of silence, Violet bit her red lips lightly and said, "All right, I'd agree. As long as you can defeat all the members of the Don Quixote family, I will be your woman." "Good." Lu Chen grinned devilishly and instructed, "I trust you know what to say when you go back, so I won't elaborate. Just play your role well. When necessary, help the Straw Hat crew, and I will naturally show up when the time comes." "All right." Violet nodded affirmatively. Since she chose to trust Lu Chen, she would do what she needed to do. Afterward, she left the hotel, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Looking at Violet's back, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Finally found a scheduled vice captain, but he still needed to find a few strong captains. Violet's strength was weak, and he had to find a few powerful captains, ones who completely trusted his pirate crew. This time, Luffy's rampage in Dressrosa was a perfect opportunity for Lu Chen. At the same time, in the Dressrosa Palace, the knight had come only for the devil fruit, with no other intentions. Violet said expressionlessly, "Oh, in that case, just ignore him, give him the devil fruit. After all, it's a fruit whose abilities are unknown, and besides, he already has a devil fruit." Doflamingo chuckled. "Yes, young master." Violet nodded. 2 days later, Lu Chen set out again for the arena, faintly hearing the cheers of the crowd inside, as many spectators were waiting to see the thrilling battle scenes. However, he was not interested at all, scanning the surroundings in search of his target. Eventually, he finally spotted a guy dressed in armor, disguised as Luffy. It would be more accurate to call him Lucy now. In the waiting room of the entire arena, he could see many familiar faces: Bellamy, Cavendish, Rebecca, Bartolomeo. The others could be looked at, but the only one he couldn't look at was probably Rebecca. Of course, her outfit was also to better perform her swordsmanship. The armor was too heavy and would restrict the movement of her joints, making it unsuitable for her water dance sword technique. However, Lu Chen thought it was still quite good, at least more promising. Suddenly, a harsh voice came from behind him. "Hey kid, you new here, right? How dare you stand in front of me? Are you looking for death?" Spartan said bluntly. Luchon turned around to see a man towering over him, glaring angrily. Character, Spartan position, arena swordsman fruit, none level. B skills, swordsmanship, B. Physical combat, B. Bounty, none. After seeing the opponent's attributes, Luchon frowned slightly and said indifferently, "So weak." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Many people were drawn over. It's the swordsman Spartan. He often likes to bully newcomers in the arena. That guy is in for trouble. Yes, to actually say Spartan is weak, he's probably going to get beaten even worse. So I better run quickly, otherwise he's really not to be trifled with. Most of the contestants held a watching the show attitude. "You little brat, you're looking for death," Spartan said angrily. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and threw a series of punches at Luchon. However, his punching speed was too slow in Luchon's eyes. It seemed like it was being played in slow motion. Luchon merely moved his body leisurely, dodging all of Spartan's attacks. The more this happened, the angrier Spartan became, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could kill Luchon right then and there, which only made him more anxious. At this point, many people in the arena had already realized that Luchon's strength was greater than Spartan's, and they all wore knowing smiles. Moments latte. Spartan swung a punch that broke the sound barrier, aimed at Luchon's head. If it were an ordinary person, their skull would surely be shattered. But in Luchon's eyes, it was like a child's play, relying on his powerful observation Haki. He had long sensed Spartan's attack trajectory. He sidestepped and avoided Spartan's attack. Then, he extended his right foot and placed it next to Spartan's foot. Without noticing, Spartan tripped and fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground shook from the powerful impact, kicking up a cloud of dust, and Spartan's face became bruised and battered. Spartan let out an angry roar, sprang up, and raised his fist, wanting to attack again, Conqueror's Haki. But before he could attack, Luchon's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a powerful burst of Haki directed at Spartan. Instantly, Spartan felt a chill sweep over his body, as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cellar. Cold sweat broke out on his back. And when he saw Luchon again, his eyes were filled with fear. His fist hung in the air, not daring to strike. In that instant, Spartan realized something was wrong and quickly turned to flee, wanting to distance himself from this terrifying figure in black. What's going on? Why did Spartan run away? Yes, it's quite mysterious. Why did he just run? Interesting. Most of the contestants didn't notice Luchon's strength. Only a few could sense the terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki. He was definitely a strong man. Moreover, his strength was definitely not ordinary. Not far away, Luffy also sensed a familiar aura. He turned his head to look, only to feel that the figure looked familiar, but he had no idea who it was. Who is that? Why does he look so familiar? Luffy scratched his head, thinking hard, but he just couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a moment and getting nowhere, he simply gave up and thought, whatever. He must be someone I don't know. Hee. Luchon chuckled softly, then turned and left. Just as he turned, the numbers and name behind him were revealed. Night. Instantly, the entire waiting hall fell silent, shocking everyone. All eyes were on the two words behind Luchon. Night. It turned out to be night. He actually came too. A bounty of 2 billion berries. Who could be his opponent? I hope I'm not in the same group as him. Otherwise, I definitely won't survive to the end. Looking at those two words and the familiar outfit, others began to recall who the man in front of them was. In an instant, other contestants hurriedly made way for Luchon, not daring to stand in his way. Luchon smiled, said nothing more, and directly found a spot to sit down and rest. Today was the elimination round. There were 100 people in each match, and the last 5 standing would advance to the next round. Meanwhile, not far away, a man heard the words night and revealed a faint smile, then looked towards Luchon's position. After a few minutes, the A-group elimination match began. 100 people stood on the platform, surrounded by spectators cheering for the contestants fighting in the arena. Fight! 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 The more intense the battle on the platform, the louder the cheers from the audience below. Luchon stood high above, watching the contest in the center of the platform. Only one person attracted everyone's attention. The other contestants were no match for him. With a single swing of his fist, he could knock 7 or 8 people off the platform. making his performance particularly eye-catching. However, he wore a paper bag over his head, concealing his true identity. Even so, the system could still identify who he was. Even without the system, Lucha knew exactly who he was. Character: Jiza's Baya's position. Captain of Blackbeard Pirates' first ship Fruit. None level. Skills: Martial Arts A. Armament Haki A. Bounty: 80 million berries currently. Baya's has not obtained the Strength Fruit. Therefore, he chooses to take the fruit of the winning Doflamingo, even though it is an unknown fruit. However, it is still simpler than hunting down a fruit user. After all, fruit users are not that easy to hunt, and the other members of their pirate crew are all waiting for it. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rings out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Kill Jiza's Bias. System reward: 800 points. Oh, there's actually a task. Lu Chen's mouth corners slightly lifted, looking down at Baez with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. No matter what, Baez is a crew member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Killing him can weaken the strength of the Blackbeard Pirates, making it easier to kill Blackbeard later and conveniently obtain Blackbeard's blood. About 10 minutes later, the elimination round of Group A is basically over. Undoubtedly, Baez has definitely made it through and has also revealed his true identity, admitting that he is the captain of the first division of the Blackbeard Pirates. This drew cheers from the spectators present. I really don't understand what Baez is thinking. Since he chose to expose his identity, was it necessary to reveal it only after the match? Is he intentionally trying to show off? I'll have to teach him a lesson when we meet later. Soon, the battle in Group A ended, and only Baez remained on the stage, having knocked down all the others. The host continued, "Let us welcome the 100 contestants from Group B." As the words fell, contestant after contestant entered the arena below. Lu Chen was also among the 100 contestants, and he was assigned to Group B. However, as soon as he made his move, the surrounding contestants automatically chose to avoid him. They didn't want to stand too close, lest they become the first target to be killed. They have all heard of the Terror of the Night, who has slaughtered numerous Marines and is simply a demon who kills without blinking, possessing a powerful devil fruit ability, the Thunder Fruit. No one wants to become the first soul under the night. Lu Chen looked at the contestants around him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and he didn't say much. It might be a good thing that these people do not dare to attack him. He would have to reveal too much of his strength and could easily take down a few. However, among these people, there are still some strong ones. Especially Elizabello II, the king of the Boxing Kingdom, a man with the king's fist, whose heavy punches have incredible power and are said to even possess the strength to defeat the 4 emperors. However, despite his strong power, the wind-up time for his moves is too long, requiring at least over an hour. Therefore, many contestants are protecting him at the center. Character: Elizabello II position. King of the Rodin Kingdom Fruit. None level. Skills: Martial Arts S. Bounty: Nun King Elizabello has probably come to help King Liku regain his throne, as they are good friends. Bang! Suddenly the gong sounded. The battle in Group B has begun, and the 100 people have evidently started a melee. But no one dares to provoke Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen simply sat on the ground, watching the people in front of him fight with interest, examining each person's attributes. Many of them will become crew members of his night pirates. He must keep a close watch. Meanwhile, in the audience seats of the arena, a slender figure dressed in a black robe is also watching Lu Chen on the stage, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmurs, as expected of the night. Even sitting down, no one dares to attack him. Suddenly, a man walked up to Lu Chen with a grin. "Senior Knight." "Oh." Lu Chen slightly raised his head, looking at the approaching man, who has a green chicken comb hairstyle, an eye pattern under his right eye, a nose ring, a face like a demon, and sharp teeth. It's Bartolomeo. Character: Bartolomeo position. None fruit. Barrier fruit level. Skills: Fruit development. A. Bounty: 200 million berries. You want to attack me? Lu Chen asked with interest. Bartolomeo is also considered a fairly strong pirate, especially with the ability of his barrier fruit, which can defend against anything as long as it can be deployed. "How could I attack Senior Knight?" "Senior Knight, I actually admire you very much. I wonder if you would be willing to give me an autograph." Saying this, Bartolomeo took out several bounty posters from his pocket, all depicting the image of night. Looking at the bounty posters, Chen smiled. Sure, I'll sign it for you. Originally, Bartolomeo admired Luffy, but because the knight played by Chen became famous earlier, Bartolomeo's idol has shifted to Chen. This is somewhat unexpected. However, for Chen, it is a very good thing. Thank you, Senior Knight. Bartolomeo immediately handed over the bounty poster and a pen. Chen then signed Knight's name on the bounty poster and handed it back. After receiving the bounty poster, Bartolomeo's eyes turned red, almost tearing up. He finally got Senior Knight's autograph. As soon as he finished speaking, an old voice rang out. Knight, I want to see how strong you are. Bellamy had dealt with 2 small minions and was slowly walking towards Chen's position. Senior Knight, let me take care of him for you, Bartolomeo said, putting away the bounty poster seriously. Okay, just right, I don't want to move. Chen smiled. If he can avoid making a move, then naturally he won't make a move. Just you? Seeking death. Instantly, Bellamy shouted, his legs transforming into springs, compressing with all his might before releasing. He shot out like a cannonball, flying straight toward Bartolomeo at high speed. Oof. Bartolomeo snorted lightly, his face showing disdain, crossing his middle and index fingers to use the ability of the barrier fruit, forming a square barrier in front of him. Bellamy couldn't see that invisible barrier at all and crashed right into it. It felt like tofu hitting a stone. Not only was it extremely painful, but he was also bounced back by his own reaction force. He fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before barely stabilizing himself. He was already bruised and bloodied, gritting his teeth as he stared at Bartolomeo, completely oblivious to what had just happened. What's going on? Why does it feel like I crashed into a wall? Even if I crashed into a wall, with my strength, I should be able to smash through it. Interesting, Bartolomeo, Chen said with a smile. With his observation Haki, he could sense the barrier in front of Bartolomeo, but he wasn't sure if he could break through that barrier. It might be impossible to break it, but he could probably blow Bartolomeo away along with it. In the face of considerable power, Bartolomeo still cannot withstand it. I don't believe it. As the words fell, Bellamy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged at Bartholomew at high speed again. At the same time, his right hand transformed into a spring, compressing the spring-like arm beyond the elbow to the maximum extent so that the elasticity could be maximized to unleash powerful abilities. When he was very close to Bartholomew, he released the enormous elastic energy stored in his right hand, concentrating all his strength on a single point, aiming a powerful blow at Bartholomew's face. Even Chen, who was behind Bartholomew, sensed a hint of powerful energy approaching. Bellamy's strength had indeed increased significantly compared to before. However, that powerful strike seemed to have no effect at all against Bartholomew's flawless barrier. Boom! Spring Death Punch. A powerful punch struck the barrier created by Bartholomew, producing a loud sound. Yet, Bartholomew remained unfazed, standing calmly in place as if that damage hadn't affected him at all. In contrast, Bellamy was covered in blood, heavily rebounding back and falling to the ground, his injuries evidently worse than before, even lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, the other contestants around did not dare to approach easily. How about it, Senior Knight? I'm still quite impressive, right? Bartholomew grinned as he ran over to Chen. Chen nodded slightly and continued. Not bad, but that last hit, you still held back a bit. Sure enough, Senior Knight, you noticed that? Bartholomew exclaimed in surprise. The extremely powerful force indeed made him retreat, but the barrier he released was indestructible. Chen, just watch quietly. Bartholomew, all right. With that, the two stood still, watching the battles of others, while no one dared to approach Chen and Bartholomew's position. As time passed, fewer and fewer people remained, leaving only Elizabello II, Broccoli, and a few others they didn't recognize. At this point, the guards of Elizabello II had already been defeated, and the others did not dare to confront Chen and Bartholomew, so they had no choice but to turn their attention to Elizabello II. However, Elizabello II was still continuously swinging his fists, still gathering power, completely ignoring that others were already approaching. Go! One person urged the others. They didn't know when Elizabello II would finish gathering power, which made them hesitant to try. Let us all go together and take him down. Our numbers should be enough. Okay, let us go together. After some discussion, the remaining few charged towards Elizabello II. At that moment, Elizabello II suddenly stopped swinging his fists, officially completing his power gathering, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. His entire body turned red, emanating a faint blood aura, as if blood was evaporating. His skin color resembled that of Luffy when he activated Gear Second. Seeing this, the remaining people around were momentarily stunned, looking at the man before them in astonishment. Oh no, the power gathering is complete. Quick dodge. There were rumors that Elizabello II's King Punch had the power to shatter a fortress with a single blow. Terrifying indeed. Immediately, the entire arena began to tremble with the force of Elizabello II's punch, and the audience in front of Elizabello II began to flee, fearing that his punch would hit the stands. Huh! Elizabello II shouted, unleashing this powerful blow, the King Punch. In an instant, a massive punch was hurled out, and the overwhelming power erupted, like a dazzling sun, rushing forward from the area where Elizabello II stood. Contestants who hadn't managed to dodge in time were directly struck by the punch's force, their clothes tearing, flesh separating, sweeping away everything in front of the arena. It created a deep impression on the originally solid arena. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire arena was slightly affected by the punch, just now, all covered in thick smoke. It was impossible to see the situation inside, only vaguely seeing Elizabello II's figure, still standing within. Moments later, as the dust settled, Elizabello II appeared in front of everyone's sight, with a huge gash on the arena, while the other contestants had long since collapsed on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Seeing this, Elizabello II raised his fist, about to celebrate his victory, when two figures suddenly appeared before him. It was Chen and Bartholomew. Bartholomew's barrier had blocked all of Elizabello II's punch force without retreating an inch. Of course, this was because Chen was helping him block the barrier. Otherwise, Bartholomew would have retreated many steps. Instantly, Elizabello II furrowed his brows, staring at the two before him, not daring to strike again. His strongest move had failed to defeat the two in front of him. How could he possibly do so now? At this moment, the host struck the gong again, signaling the end of the match, congratulating the remaining three contestants for their victory and advancement. Senior Knight, aren't you going to make a move? Bartholomew asked suspiciously. No need. Chen waved his hand. I must say, the Elizabello II before me is indeed very strong, but his gathering time was too short. If he could really gather power for a whole day, he might truly have the strength to defeat the four emperors. Then, Chen and the two walked down the arena, heading to the rest area, just in time to see the battle in Group C on the arena. Group C also had 100 contestants. Among them were the formidable Green Pepper, his two sons, the giant Hylidan, and a Black Bull. There were quite a few strong individuals, and the battle continued. Chen had been observing the experts on the field. Green Pepper's strength reached S level, while there were few at S level, but none reached SS level. Of course, Luffy was now also at S level, having significantly improved compared to 2 years ago. Senior Knight, that Lucy and Green Pepper seem very strong. Bartholomew suddenly spoke. Are you confident against them? Chen asked. No. Bartholomew shook his head. Hearing this, Chen smiled and continued. Their strength is considered quite strong among the contestants, but not the strongest. Indeed, after all, Senior Knight is here. Bartholomew nodded affirmatively. In his heart, Senior Knight was the strongest person in the entire arena. After several minutes, only Luffy and Green Pepper remained in the arena. And Green Pepper had been looking for trouble with Luffy. After all, he originally had a pointed head, which had become the way it was now because of Luffy's grandfather, Garp. The entire head had sunk in, so Green Pepper chose to find trouble with Luffy. Since he couldn't defeat Garp, he aimed to trouble his grandson instead. However, Green Pepper seemed not to know that Knight was Chen, who was also Garp's grandson. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to bully Luffy so easily. It was said that Green Pepper used to be called Spicy Pepper. I wonder if it was because of Garp that he changed his name. For a long time, Luffy defeated Don Quixote and helped him solve the problem of the sharp horns on his head, which made Don Quixote decide to place the 8 treasure navy under Luffy's command. This was somewhat troublesome, as the 8 Treasure Navy still had some strength. If they could join the Night Pirates, it would be even better. However, that seemed unlikely. After the C Group competition ended, it was soon time for the D Group elimination matches, with 100 contestants taking the stage, among whom the more famous were Rebecca and Cavendish. In particular, Cavendish's second personality was quite powerful. Soon, Chen looked up at the arena and murmured, "Dressrosa is about to fall into chaos." "Senior Knight, what does that mean?" Bartolomeo asked in confusion. Hee. After a light chuckle, Chen continued, "Get ready for battle. Soon it will be a great war." "Okay." Bartolomeo nodded affirmatively. Before long, the D Group elimination match ended, with only Rebecca emerging victorious, thanks in large part to Cavendish falling asleep, which led to his second personality appearing and taking care of most of the opponents. With the end of the D Group elimination match, the next battle was not going to be that simple. All the winners would compete together to determine the final victor. Whoever won would claim the Devil Fruit. 15 minutes later, the winners from the 4 battle zones appeared in a new arena, surrounded by seawater, in which many large cowfish were contained. The box holding the Devil Fruit was on the back of one of the cowfish. Whoever got it would claim the Devil Fruit. With the appearance of Chen, Bartolomeo, and Rebecca, the audience in the arena erupted in intense cheers, seemingly looking forward to the upcoming battles. "Senior Knight, what should I do?" Bartolomeo whispered. "Block Lucy and don't let him get the Devil Fruit," Chen said, staring at Lucy across from him, or rather, the newly appeared Sabo. Surprisingly, even if Ace had not died, Sabo still arrived at Dressrosa. Character: Sabo. Position: Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Fruit: None. Level: S. Skills: Martial Arts S. Armament Haki S. Bounty: 620 million berries. Okay, Senior Knight. Leave it to me. Bartolomeo patted his chest. Suddenly, a host appeared on the stage, crazily playing music. He was also a member of the Don Quixote family, Diamante. Character: Diamante. Position: Member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Flap Flap. Fruit level: A. Skills: Fruit development. A. Bounty: 32 million berries. After a series of operations, the real match finally began. Sabo started searching for the cowfish that was tied to the Devil Fruit in the arena, while Bartolomeo used his barrier fruit to stop him. Of course, Chen wouldn't take the opportunity to grab the Devil Fruit just yet. He had another task to accomplish, which was to kill the nearby Bartolomeo. "Knight, what do you want to do?" Bartolomeo seemed to sense Chen's killing intent and frowned. "Just want to kill you," Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo immediately showed anger, roaring, seeking death. Unsubmerged ship Soteo style. He threw a straight punch towards Chen, using his right hand adorned with a strange iron fist. Instantly, a powerful shockwave was released from Bartolomeo's right hand, creating a loud, explosive sound, and the shockwave moved at incredible speed, just as it was about to hit Chen. In a split second, Chen's figure transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared from the spot. Where'd he go? Bartolomeo's expression momentarily changed. He hadn't even noticed where Chen had gone. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Chen appeared behind him, grinning wickedly. "Bastard." Bartolomeo's brow furrowed as he quickly turned his huge claw of a right hand towards Chen. But before he could even twist his hand, Chen's right hand had already touched his right hand. Arcs of electricity flashing and instantly releasing a massive amount of lightning that surged towards Bartolomeo's arm and then his entire body. Bartolomeo felt his right arm go numb. An unbearable, stinging sensation coursing through him, as if his entire arm had disappeared, and that pain began to spread throughout his body. Zzz. The arcs of electricity crackled, continuously ravaging Bartolomeo's body, and he could no longer bear it, collapsing heavily to the ground, with wisps of black smoke rising from him. Too weak. Chen's expression remained unchanged as his right fist was instantly covered in dark armament Haki, and he punched towards Bartolomeo's head. Bang! The seemingly simple punch carried an incredibly powerful force. Even before making contact with Bartolomeo's head, the powerful gust of wind had already pushed Bartolomeo's face down, as if his body was sinking. With one punch, blood splattered. Instant death. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. Energy points 800. Seeing this, the audience around cheered for Chen. However, Chen paid no attention and continued towards Sabo and Bartolomeo on the other side. It was time to claim that devil fruit. Just as he was about to move, a figure suddenly blocked his path, exclaiming, "Stop, Rebecca?" Chen's eyes lit up, surprised that Rebecca dared to stop him. However, Rebecca was also here for this country, willingly coming to the arena to compete for the devil fruit. Therefore, she had to show a determination to win at all costs. Otherwise, she would never become strong. Water sword dance. Rebecca held her sword with both hands and charged straight towards Chen. Chen merely stood in place, watching Rebecca with interest. Her speed was simply too slow. She was no match for him. As she swung her sword at Chen's location, Chen vanished in an instant, and the long sword merely struck at Chen's afterimage. When Rebecca realized this, Chen had already appeared behind her, moving at a speed beyond what her eyes could perceive. At this moment, Chen threw his right fist towards Rebecca. Ah! Rebecca was so frightened that she closed her eyes, frozen in place. Bang! A muffled sound. Rebecca felt no pain. She only sensed something rush past her ear. When she opened her eyes to check, she found that Chen's fist had struck the giant cowfish that was about to bite her. The cowfish was directly punched away, crashing heavily into the audience stands, causing those spectators to scatter in panic. What is wrong with this person? How dare he attack us? Hey, what are you doing? Attacking us? Don't think just because you're a pirate that you're so powerful. Our king is a warlord of the sea. The audience's hatred for Rebecca was temporarily redirected onto Chen, and they began to hurl insults at him. However, Chen didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he looked at Rebecca in front of him and said softly, "This country appears peaceful on the surface, but in reality, it is already a scene of devastation. Let me rescue it from the abyss." You. Rebecca frowned slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. She felt a vague understanding of what the knight had said. Then, Chen turned his gaze to the numerous spectators on the stage. His eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shut up!" A powerful Conqueror's Haki swept over the audience, enveloping them entirely. In an instant, many spectators collapsed in large numbers, with only a few standing, mostly the original competitors. Now it's quiet. Chen looked at the audience and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, he walked towards the area where Sabo and Bartolomeo were fighting, while Rebecca, watching his back, inexplicably felt reluctant to attack any further. "Lucy, I am determined to obtain this devil fruit. If you leave now, you can avoid suffering," Chen said indifferently. Sabo felt a familiar sense from the man in front of him. Had they met before? Although he knew that the man before him was a notorious, wanted criminal, the night he still felt an inexplicable sensation. "Perhaps," Chen replied. "Despite that," Sabo insisted, "this devil fruit is what we need. We can't give it to you." "Then I'm sorry, but this devil fruit is also what I need," Chen said coldly. "You wouldn't show mercy just because the other party was Sabo." Bartolomeo suddenly stepped forward. "Knight, let me handle him." "No need. I can handle alone. You go get the devil fruit." Chen shook his head. "Okay, knight," Bartolomeo replied, and immediately went to find the horned fish king that was tied up with the devil fruit. Seeing this, Sabo quickly moved away from his spot to block him. His right hand transformed into a claw, reaching towards Bartolomeo's position. "Dragon claw fist. Do you think I don't exist?" Chen smiled slightly, using the Marine's 6 styles sword to instantly disappear from his spot and appear in front of Sabo, his arms covered with armament Haki, shimmering with a metallic luster. With just his arms, he intercepted Sabo's dragon claw fist. Boom! A loud sound erupted. A wave of air surged outwards from the two, stirring up a cloud of dust. Sabo raised an eyebrow, looking seriously at the man before him, exclaiming, "So strong." That punch, just now, was his full power. Yet the other party only took a step back, while he himself was pushed back 4 or 5 steps due to the recoil. This was enough to prove that the other party's strength was greater. However, he could not give up on this devil fruit. It was essential for their revolutionaries. Dragon's breath. Sabo took a deep breath, both hands covered with armament Haki, then lightly placed his fists on the ground, looking up at Chen's location. In an instant, he punched down towards the ground at an extremely high speed, unleashing tremendous power. Boom! The entire arena trembled with Sabo's punch, and for where his fist struck, huge cracks resembling ghostly patterns appeared and spread outwards. Like the breath of a giant dragon, it shattered the entire arena into pieces. In an instant, dirt and dust flew everywhere. Countless fragments shot towards Lu Chen's location at high speed, while Sabo took advantage of the chaos to move among the debris, searching for the horned fish tied to the devil fruit. Oomph! A mere trick? Let me show you what a real dragon is. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his entire body enveloped in white lightning, especially in his hands, filled with massive amounts of electricity. When he brought his hands together, the power of the lightning rapidly expanded, gradually spreading outwards, forming a gigantic lightning dragon. 60 million volts, lightning dragon. As Lu Chen unleashed all the lightning from his hands, a lightning dragon composed of 60 million volts opened its massive mouth and lunged toward Sabo. Anything that came in its path was shattered by the powerful lightning force. Turning to Charcoal. How strong? Although he was still some distance away, Sabo could already sense the terrifying power of the lightning and quickly changed direction to evade. Little did he know that the lightning dragon was under Lu Chen's control, able to change direction, and continue to chase Sabo at high speed. Sabo didn't expect the lightning dragon to be so fast, and in the end, he was struck in midair. Boom! Zizizi. The lightning dragon's gaping maw swallowed Sabo whole, and the overwhelming power of the lightning consumed him, continuously flashing over his body, illuminating every cell. Sabo let out a scream, crashing heavily to the ground, his body charred by the electricity. At that moment, Bartolomeo approached Lu Chen, holding a treasure chest. Knight, I've found the devil fruit. Good. Taking the treasure chest, Lu Chen extracted the devil fruit, which looked like an apple but was extremely ugly, bald, and resembling a bald head. Disguised fruit. After consumption, it allows the user to change their appearance to any form they desire, including alterations to body and aura. Good stuff. Upon seeing the system's description, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Knight, do you know what kind of devil fruit this is? Bartolomeo asked curiously. Sort of. Lu Chen accepted the fruit and spent energy points to simplify it, so he could eat it again later. As long as he had the disguised fruit, he would be able to present himself better in the future. After all, once he established his own pirate crew, he couldn't still be showing his true face, right? Let's go. Yes. Knight. With that, the two left the arena together. Meanwhile, Sabo staggered to his feet, just about to try to intervene when a figure appeared beside him, advising Sabo, forget it. That's enough. The captain just called and told us not to provoke the knight. He's not someone to mess with. Fine. Hearing this, Sabo gritted his teeth, glaring at the knight's back, his fists clenched tightly. On the other side, Lu Chen seized an opportunity to eat the disguised fruit first. Then he transformed his face into his appearance from his previous life. Black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. He then rejoined Bartolomeo, but Lu Chen still wore a black robe, feeling no need to reveal his disguised appearance just yet. Knight, where are we going now? Bartolomeo asked. Let's head to the toy factory, Lu Chen said. Okay. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. Hey, can you take me with you? Rebecca quickly stepped forward, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. The arena was already destroyed, and the devil fruit had been taken by the knight. It seemed that all she could do now was follow him. She wanted to see what this person would do to Dressrosa. Bartolomeo glanced at the woman behind him and said nothing. Let's go together. Lu Chen responded casually. So, Rebecca followed behind the two, heading to the toy factory in Dressrosa. Boom! Bang! Before they reached the toy factory, Lu Chen could already hear the sounds of explosions and fighting coming from the factory. Looking up, he could see smoke rising from the entrance of the toy factory. He quickened his pace, heading towards the toy factory. Lu Chen frowned, unconsciously increasing his speed. He didn't want his carefully planned scheme to fail at this point. All right. Bartolomeo immediately followed, barely able to keep up with Lu Chen due to his strong abilities. However, Rebecca struggled to keep up, gasping for breath and calling out, Hey, wait for me. Women can be so annoying. Hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, using the Marine 6 styles, shaved to flash to Rebecca's side. Scooping her up and wrapping his arms around her slender waist, as he quickly made his way to the toy factory. In an instant, Rebecca realized something was off. She felt herself constantly leaping between buildings, but it seemed like she was always in midair. More importantly, a man was currently holding her waist, and that man was the one who had saved her before the night. A pirate, just like Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, this pirate seemed a bit different from Doflamingo. "Hey, little girl, can you stop squirming? Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't accidentally bump into something," Chen said, keeping his eyes forward. After he finished speaking, Rebecca's face flushed slightly, and she nodded shyly. After all, she wasn't wearing much. After about 10 minutes, Chen finally arrived at the toy factory. However, the toy factory was now in complete chaos. The Don Quixote family's subordinates and the Navy were working together to deal with Frankie alone. If it weren't for Senior Pink being a tough, iron-willed man who wouldn't allow others to interfere in the fight between the two, Frankie would have likely been defeated already. Character: Senior Pink. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: Paramecia, swim fruit level. A skills: fruit development. A bounty: 23 million berries night. What should we do now? Bartolomeo asked, puzzled. Let's go to the underground factory. Leave Pink to deal with Frankie. After a moment of contemplation, Chen said decisively. First, he didn't want to waste time here. Getting to the underground factory sooner would help complete the mission. Second, facing a true man among the pirates. Chen didn't want to step in to defeat him. Let Pink and Frankie have a duel between men. Okay. After that, Bartolomeo and Rebecca immediately followed Chen's lead, heading towards the underground factory. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family and the Navy tried to come forward to block them, but were kept at bay by the moving barrier released by Bartolomeo. Unable to approach the three. Knight, leave these people to me. Just keep moving forward. Bartolomeo crossed his arms and ran while releasing barriers. All right, Chen nodded slightly, moving forward without obstruction. No matter what attacks the surrounding Navy or pirates unleashed, they couldn't get close, being held back by the barriers created by Bartolomeo. It must be said that Bartolomeo's barrier fruit was quite impressive. A few minutes later, the three finally arrived at the underground factory, which was the Smile Factory. The second artificial devil fruit factory built in Dressrosa, and a factory that Kaido the Beast and Doflamingo collaborated on. Destroying this place would be tantamount to declaring war on Kaido. However, no matter what, this was something Chen had to do. Looking around, the entire factory was already in chaos, with countless pirates and toy-like little people leisurely working, all the tools having been bound by Sugar's contract. They could only work hard, turning into complete tool men. Knight, where are the people? Bartolomeo pointed to an open area ahead and said, Following Bartolomeo's, Chen saw several familiar figures. The Sniper King Usopp, Robin, a multitude of little dwarfs, and Sugar standing behind Treble. Sugar didn't seem to be in much danger, but Treble was in a bit of trouble. Character: Treble. Position: member of the Don Quixote family. Fruit: sticky fruit level. A skills: fruit development. A bounty: 60 million berries at this moment. Most people had already been turned into toys. Only Usopp chose to return because of the encouraging shouts from the little dwarfs. Otherwise, he would have kept running. Unfortunately, Usopp was still too weak, and he was directly controlled by Treble, beaten black and blue, kneeling before Sugar. Since you want me to eat this candy so badly, then let me give you this grape. Sugar picked up the candy from the ground and was about to feed it to Usopp. Just as she was about to do so, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Usopp and swatted the grape out of Sugar's hand. Who is it? Suddenly, the appearance of the newcomer attracted everyone's attention. The person who appeared in front of Sugar was a man wearing a black cloak, standing in a ray of sunlight that covered his entire body, almost like a man who could bring them hope again. Little guy, you're a bit too arrogant. Chen's eyes narrowed, releasing an overwhelming pressure toward Sugar. It hurts. Sugar, who wasn't very strong, couldn't withstand this powerful pressure. Her legs instantly broke with a crisp sound, and she collapsed to the ground, letting out a painful scream. Treble, help me. Knight, bastard. Treble frowned, one hand blocking his nose as a large amount of slime spurted out from the other nostril. Sticky cannon. It was as if he released a huge amount of mucus, spraying it towards Chen's position. Electric discharge. However, Lu Chun was unafraid, extending his right hand, gathering powerful electric currents, and slightly raising it. The strong electric currents surged towards the slime, released by treble. Zzz. A bolt of lightning surrounded the slime, igniting it, causing an explosion. Bang! With a loud bang, the slime exploded in midair before it could reach Lu Chun, producing a huge fireball. At the same time, Lu Chun looked at Sugar with interest, gathering the power of lightning in his hand, and said coldly, "Now, it's your turn." After saying that, his hand covered with powerful lightning energy reached toward Sugar. Treble, on the opposite side, couldn't arrive in time and could only throw out more slime, sticking it to the ground near Sugar. He wanted to rush over quickly. He didn't dare to use the slime to stick to Sugar. Once the current ignited the slime attached to Sugar, she would definitely be affected. It was highly likely that she would be knocked out by the explosion. Unfortunately, Tory Pole still underestimated Lu Chen's strength. Not only did one hand reach out towards Sugar, but the other hand was also gathering an even more powerful lightning force. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Before Tory Pole could rush over, the enormous Thunderbird, containing 30 million volts of electrical energy, flew straight towards Torpal's body. Its speed so fast that it drew a silver-white line in the air. The speed was too great for Tory Pole to evade. Even try to remove the slime was already too late. The Thunderbird collided directly with his massive body covered in slime, triggering its melting point and igniting the slime all over his body, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! With Tory Pole as the center of the explosion, a tremendous wave of energy swept outwards. Dense smoke enveloped him, making it impossible to discern Torpal's condition. Looking at Sugar, the brilliant lightning struck her head, continuously electrocuting and stimulating every cell in her body. Sugar's eyes widened as she let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to endure the intense pain, and fainted. The lightning charred her all over, leaving her unaware of her own fate. As she fell, all the toys in the Dressrosa Kingdom reverted to their original forms, including everyone in the toy factory. Everyone looked at themselves in disbelief, their eyes filled with excitement and joy. "I'm back. I'm back too. Damn Doflamingo. How dare he treat me this way? Kill them. How dare they enslave me?" For a moment, the entire Dressrosa was thrown into chaos, marking the first shot in the fight against Doflamingo. Many lost memories returned to people's minds, especially for Rebecca, who stood not far away. Memories of her mother, father, and grandfather flooded her mind, her expression becoming complex as various emotions surged, tears streaming uncontrollably. She didn't even know what to say anymore. Then, Lu Chun looked towards Tory Pole amidst the smoke, slowly walked over, picked up a long knife from the ground, and beheaded him for all to see, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, Tory Pole is dead. Congratulations on regaining your freedom. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Knight. Thanks." Many pirates expressed their gratitude, although they were not familiar with Knight. He indeed saved their lives. If Lord Knight hadn't appeared suddenly, they might have worked in this factory for a lifetime, doing dark and hopeless work. At this moment, Robin quickly ran over, looked at the severely injured and unconscious Usopp, and tentatively asked, "Can I see him?" Lucha nodded, and, when he looked up again, many powerful pirates were gathering around him, wanting to express their thanks in person. Only the strong seemed to understand the value of great power. Other ordinary pirates were basically just running outside. Somewhere in the underground factory, two figures suddenly appeared, watching the crowd surrounding Lu Chun fall into silence. "Knight, is he going to take action against Doflamingo?" Sabo looked doubtful. He really couldn't understand this man's stance, not even seeing his true face. "Forget it. We already know what we wanted to investigate. Let us not worry about anything else," Kuro advised. "Okay." After saying that, the two quickly left the factory. Just as Qingjiao, Cavendish, and others were thanking Lu Chun, the entire underground factory suddenly began to tremble violently, as if it were lifting off the ground. "Everyone, let's get out first." Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and shouted loudly. "Okay." Thus, everyone used their abilities to escape the factory. The one taking action now was definitely the Doflamingo family Spade Pika, a user of the stone fruit, capable of controlling all stones. The ability was strong, but the power was not. Suddenly, Chen appeared next to Rebecca, picked her up with ease, and said, "Let us go." Rebecca nodded affectionately, as if she had already gotten used to it. Moments later, everyone escaped the factory. Looking up, they saw the entire factory, along with the Dressrosa Palace, lifting off the ground, rising hundreds of meters, with all the stones in Dressrosa undergoing tremendous changes. Buildings collapsed and scattered, as if an earthquake was happening. Once the aftershocks passed, a highland formed on Dressrosa Island, with the Dressrosa Palace at the very top. What happened? What is going on? At this moment, everyone still didn't know what had happened, only that it was very likely the work of Doflamingo's group. Chen looked up, staring at the distant mountains, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Suddenly, his observation Haki sensed an anomaly. He extended his right hand and reached out, directly grabbing several threads flying from above. Other pirate powerhouses noticed the anomaly and cut off the threads descending from above. However, many weaker individuals were still controlled by the threads, starting to harm each other. "Senior Knight, what is going on?" Bartolomeo asked suspiciously. Chen replied, "Doflamingo's ability, Parasite Thread. Once struck by these threads, you will be controlled by Doflamingo and forced to act. It's a terrifying ability." "I see," Bartolomeo said. Meanwhile, a gigantic thread birdcage had enveloped the entire Dressrosa. However, it had not yet begun to shrink, but these threads were extremely sharp, capable of easily cutting buildings and any other objects in half. Moreover, it seemed that nothing could cut them. Doflamingo intends to take everyone in Dressrosa down with him. Suddenly, a curtain made of threads appeared in midair, and Doflamingo appeared before everyone, holding his den mushi, announcing throughout the island, "Everyone, I am Doflamingo. I know that the hatred you all have for me is unmatched. Now we can start a game that can kill me. I am currently in the palace. Anyone can come up and kill me or be killed by me. As long as you take my head, this game will naturally end. However, if no one can take my head, then this game will have to continue, and you all will die. Of course, there's another way to end the game, which is to kill the people I will name next. Kill them all, not leaving one behind. Moreover, whoever can kill one of them will receive a high bounty from me." After finishing, the images on the curtain changed, showing the portraits of many people. Rebecca, Robin, Violet. 100 million berries bounty. Yero, Zoro, 200 million berries bounty. Luffy, Sabo Law, Riku King, 300 million berries bounty. Knight, 1 billion berries bounty. The news shocked the entire nation. Even Chen was somewhat surprised. I actually have a bounty of 1 billion berries? What was originally planned for more than a decade has now been crushed by the night, that is, by Chen. All of Doflamingo's hatred is now focused solely on Chen. 1 billion berries? That's too little. The Elder Knight has a bounty of 2 billion berries. Bartolomeo looked disgusted. Hee. Chen smiled without saying a word. Looking at the toys that had been saved and turned back into adults, their gazes towards Chen had changed. Their eyes glimmering with a predatory intensity as if they wanted to devour him. They completely forgot who saved them, who turned them back into humans, and who had just been shouting Knight's name. Everything that happened before seemed to have been forgotten in their greed. However, there was no surprise on Chen's face. Around him were still many powerful figures who chose not to act. Only those who lacked strength would be used for some money. Kill. Charge. 1 billion berries. For 1 billion berries. Kill the knight. Kill the knight. In an instant, countless pirates, Navy soldiers, and citizens of Dressrosa rushed towards Chen, intent on killing him. This is human nature, the sad part of humanity. Elder Knight, let me deal with them. Bartolomeo was about to make a move, but was stopped by Chen's hand. No need, they're just a bunch of small fry. It just so happens that my hands are itching. Let me stretch them out. All right, Elder Knight. Hearing this, Bartolomeo immediately stepped aside and hid a bit further away. He knew how powerful Elder Knight was. If he made a move, would he even get a chance to act? Looking at the crowd ahead, holding various weapons, Chen showed no fear, instead revealing a faint smile, letting you all witness the consequences of offending me. As he spoke, a massive amount of lightning power gathered in his hands, gradually accumulating, and then he swung his hands towards the sky. Boom! Zzz. The powerful lightning surged from his hands. shooting into the sky, affecting the heavens above Dressrosa, even causing the world to change color. The sky became overcast, dark clouds rolled in, and lightning flickered continuously, as if some enormous move was brewing. The people preparing to charge seemed to sense something, looking up at the thunderous sky, frozen in place, at a loss. What's going on? Is it going to rain? I don't know. It seems to be caused by that pirate called Night. Chen looked with interest at the crowd ahead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a strange smile, and uttered 2 words, 10,000 thunder. As soon as the words fell, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled, and countless bolts of lightning struck down in unison. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast, as if a relentless thunderstorm was about to descend. Run! Run! At this moment, the people below finally sensed the danger and all turned to flee. Unfortunately, before they could finish their words, they were struck by the rapidly descending lightning. One after another, they were hit. One after another, they fell. The entire Dressrosa was filled with booming sounds, and plumes of black smoke rose. With each plume of black smoke, it signified that someone had been struck by Chen's 10,000 thunder. In just a moment, the 10,000 thunder was released, but everyone present was still caught in the aftermath of that powerful move, unable to come back to their senses. The entire Dressrosa was filled with wisps of black smoke, instantly becoming much quieter. It's quiet now. Chen looked at the few people who had been turned to charcoal, revealing a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Rebecca bit her red lip lightly and glanced at Chen again. Though she felt pity, she was helpless. All of this could be said to be self-inflicted. If they hadn't chosen to attack Knight, this outcome would never have occurred. Elder Knight, as expected of you, this move is truly powerful. Bartolomeo ran over quickly, grinning. It's nothing to mention. Chen waved his hand, looking towards the distant high ground. Doflamingo must have seen that move just now. However, Doflamingo should be fighting Luffy now. It would be fine to wait for Luffy to consume some of his energy before defeating Doflamingo. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Kill Doflamingo. System reward. Energy points 2,000. Choose one skill to upgrade by 1 large level. However, Chen still looked at Qingjiao and the others behind him and said seriously, everyone, I must go take Doflamingo's head first. The subordinates of the Don Quixote family will be left to you. All right, Elder Knight, you can rest assured. Naturally, since Doflamingo dared to turn us into toys, we must deal with him properly. Elder Knight, you can rest assured. Everyone responded, having long regarded Chen as their backbone. Just now, they had all tried to destroy the birdcage but found it utterly impossible. Just as Doflamingo said, only by taking his head would this birdcage game end completely. After saying that, everyone followed Chen and charged toward the palace ahead. Due to the powerful strength Chen had just displayed, those ordinary citizens no longer dared to come and obstruct Chen and the others' advance, making the journey much smoother. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Fire Fist. Flame Mirror. Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sea of fire not far away, within which were 2 familiar figures. It was Fire Fist Ace and Sabo, both blocking the navy, led by Fujitora. I didn't expect Ace to come too. It seems this world has changed a lot of the plot because of me, but ultimately, it will still be corrected by the will of this world. After a glance, Chen ran forward again. Now, the most important task is still to kill Doflamingo. Everything else can be put aside for now. A few minutes later, a massive figure appeared ahead, which was the giant Pika fighting Zoro. His enormous body and the power of his punches were truly strong. It's just a pity that he doesn't know how to use Haki. If he could cover his entire body with Haki, his strength would be elevated to a whole new level. Knight, don't run. At this moment, Pika suddenly noticed Chen and the others heading toward the palace. Determined to stop them here and not let them disrupt the young master's plan, his body merged into the massive stone giant, transforming into a gigantic arm that rushed towards Chen and the others. Let me do it. I'll join too. Qingjiao and King Elizabello too were about to step forward. However, Chen used the Navy's 6 styles, shave, and instantly moved in front of them, sternly saying, You guys go ahead, this guy is mine? Okay. Seeing this, Qingjiao and the others had nothing else to say, fully trusting Chen's strength, and ran straight ahead, ignoring Pika's incoming massive fist. As for why Lu Chen chose to take action, it was entirely because he triggered the system's mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. System reward. Stop Pika. System reward. Energy points 200. According to the plot, it should be the Boxing King and the Green Pepper who stop Pika. But now the system wants Lu Chen to take action, which may have its own purpose. Overall, it must be beneficial. As Pika's enormous fist was about to crash down, Lu Chen clenched his right fist and covered it with armament Haki. He suddenly leaped up, shooting out like a cannonball towards Pika's fist. Even the ground where he had just stood was left with a shallow pit due to the powerful force. Boom! Fierce Tiger Fist. The powerful Haki gathered in Lu Chen's fist and was unleashed with a heavy blow onto Pika's massive stone fist. Roar! A straight punch struck, akin to a gigantic tiger tearing at Pika's enlarged body. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Pika's gigantic fist, made of stone, was as fragile as glass, gradually developing cracks like a spider's web. The cracks spread from the fist towards Pika's entire arm. In an instant, Pika's entire arm turned to dust, falling to the ground. On the other side, Zoro was also watching Lu Chen pass by, muttering to himself, "Is he the knight? His martial arts are so strong. Hey, I'll leave him to you, I'm off." Having said that, Lu Chen quickly left, leaving only an afterimage in place. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 200 energy points. Zoro raised an eyebrow as he watched Lu Chen's back, feeling a sense of familiarity. But he quickly shook it off and continued fighting Pika. Flowers bloom in two, each telling its own story. Lu Chen's speed was extremely fast, quickly catching up to Green Pepper and others ahead, advancing towards the palace of Dressrosa. Although they encountered many pirates along the way, they were all easily dealt with. They soon reached the first floor of the palace. At the same time, Don Quixote's executives had also set off, preparing to stop Lu Chen and the others. On the first floor, Lu Chen spotted Luffy and the others still trying to ascend. Due to the lack of assistance, they had been stuck on the first floor. Now, with the addition of Green Pepper and others, Luffy and Law's pressure was somewhat alleviated. However, Law was still being restrained by the Sea Prism stone chains, unable to use his abilities. The executives of the Don Quixote family entrusted everyone with the task. "Let me take down Don Quixote, Doflamingo's head today," Lu Chen said solemnly. "All right, Senior Knight, be careful. We'll handle it." Bartolomeo, Green Pepper, and others responded one after another, charging towards the Don Quixote executives. With a moment to breathe, Luffy dashed upwards while loudly shouting to Lu Chen, "Doflamingo should be taken down by my fists." Hee hee. Lu Chen chuckled, "Great. Then go ahead and test Doflamingo's strength first." He had been worried about not having anyone to exhaust Doflamingo's stamina, but now he had free labor. He had previously feared Luffy wouldn't make it in time, but now it seemed Luffy could still be of some use. "Luffy, just don't blame your big brother later. This is all for your own good. I hope you can quickly grow stronger." Soon, the two reached the second floor. Although they encountered a few of Don Quixote's executives, they were blocked by the pirates following them, allowing Lu Chen and Luffy to smoothly reach the third floor. The third floor was filled with fog, resembling a misty world with a visibility of only about 20 meters. While Lu Chen and the others were momentarily stunned, a giant, crooked toy appeared from the fog, wearing a black hat and standing at least 10 meters tall. Although it had no weapons, it looked extremely ugly. Character, head toy position, none fruit, none level, C skills, crawling C, biting C, bounty, none. It was the head toy created by Sugar. Seeing the toy appear, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "That guy is still alive." When he was in the underground factory, he forgot to check if Sugar was dead because of Saika's actions. Perhaps at that time, Saika saved Sugar, but Lu Chen still killed Treble, removing another helper for Doflamingo. Suddenly, the head toy crawled on the ground towards Lu Chen and Luffy. Rubber pistol. Luffy struck first, punching the head toy on its head, causing its head to separate from its body. Boom! However, as he knocked down one head toy, more head toys appeared from the fog, surrounding Lu Chen and the others. The head toy that Luffy had just knocked the head off surprisingly got back up, picked up its head, and reattached it, joining the other toys in attacking Lu Chen and his companions. Oomph! Lu Chen snorted coldly, his hand crackling with lightning power, creating lightning orbs that appeared one after another in front of him, like cannonballs being launched. As he waved his hands, the orbs shot towards the congested head toys at high speed. Zzz. Each time a lightning orb hit a toy, it would engulf it in flames, burning it down to charred remains. Although these toys felt no pain and wouldn't die from losing their heads, they could still be damaged. They were just a bit troublesome. For instance, Luffy was currently having difficulty dealing with so many toys because he still had to carry Law, who was restrained by the Sea Prism Stone. Just as Chen was about to take action, a figure appeared in front of the two, wielding a long sword and cutting down many toys with it. Oh, someone's here. Looking up, they saw the person wearing a red cloak with a scar on his forehead, but the most striking feature was his single leg. Character, curly position, none fruit. None level, B skills, swordsmanship B, martial arts C, bounty, 200 million berries. The newcomer was the one-legged soldier toy, Curly, who was Rebecca's father. Due to Doflamingo's involvement, his bounty had risen to 200 million berries. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen, and he looked at Curly, saying, "You block these toys here. I'll go up with him to kill Doflamingo." Curly raised an eyebrow slightly, replying calmly, "No, there's someone I must kill on the 4th floor, and he must be killed by me. That is not up to you," Chen said lightly. He naturally knew that Curly was referring to one of the Don Quixote family members, Diamante, who was also the one who had killed his wife. However, Diamante had to be killed by him now, because Rebecca was waiting for him on the 4th floor. Even if Curly was Rebecca's father, he couldn't disrupt his plan. What do you mean by that? Curly frowned, unsure of his meaning. He had heard from others about the power of the man in the black robe in front of him, who had liberated all the humans turned into toys across the country. Not long after, all the head toys present were dealt with by the three, and just as they were about to head to the 4th floor of the palace, a figure appeared ahead, accompanied by several explosions. Chen raised an eyebrow and looked ahead, where a slender woman dressed in a blue-black bodysuit and wearing a hat was slowly descending. On either side of her body were a pair of wings formed by hands. It was Robin descending from the sky. The figure ahead was a man in black armor-like clothing with a blue afro. Character, Gladius position, member of the Don Quixote family fruit, Bomb fruit level. Skill, fruit development, bounty, 34 million berries. The one who shot down Robin was none other than Gladius, the bomb man. "Knight, it's you," Gladius exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Knight, knowing of his great reputation and strength. Moreover, their young master had already declared that upon encountering Knight, he should be allowed to ascend to the palace without obstruction. One reason was for their safety. The other was that Doflamingo wanted to defeat Knight himself. Hee. Chen sneered twice, just as he was about to make a move. Gladius voluntarily stepped aside and said lightly, "You can go, but the others must stay." "I want to go up too." After saying this, Luffy ignored Gladius and climbed straight up. As soon as he touched the wall, Gladius suddenly touched the wall behind him, causing the area Luffy had touched to bulge out. Luffy found this quite nice. This is good. Saves energy. Boom! The bulging area exploded the next moment, sending both Luffy and Robin crashing down. Interesting. Chen chuckled lightly and quickly moved forward, grabbing both Luffy and Robin to prevent them from getting hurt again. They would need both of them to wear down Doflamingo's stamina. It had to be said that Doflamingo's strength was indeed formidable, especially in the development of devil fruits. He was much stronger than ordinary devil fruit users and had even reached the level of devil fruit awakening. "Thank you." Luffy adjusted his straw hat and earnestly expressed his thanks, then attempted to climb up again. However, Chen grabbed his arm, stretching it directly. Yet, Luffy continued to climb upward. After a while, he noticed something unusual and shouted to Chen, "Hey, why are you pulling me? I'm giving you a ride. Below." Chen smiled faintly, pulling Luffy back with force. At this moment, Luffy seemed to understand Chen's intention, covered his mouth with his hand, and began to blow air, inflating his rubber belly like a giant balloon. Chen clenched his fist, his muscles bulging, and delivered a punch to Luffy's belly. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. Luffy shot up like a basketball toward the 4th floor, while Chen stepped on the vertical wall, creating deep pits in the thick earthen wall as he quickly climbed to the 4th floor, leaving behind a remark. Hey, one-legged guy. That afro-headed guy is for you to deal with. You. Jairus was momentarily at a loss for words, looking at the Don Quixote cadre before him, and could only raise his sword to engage in battle, planning to deal with the man in front of him first before heading up. At the same time, Robin joined Jairus in the fight, saying, "I'll help you." Okay. Thus, the two began to battle against Gladius. In the palace's fourth floor, Chen landed steadily and looked ahead, where a sea of sunflowers stretched out, with Rebecca standing amidst the flowers. Soon, Luffy, carrying Law, also landed steadily beside him. "Thank you." No need to thank me. You guys go deal with Doflamingo first. I'll head up in a bit." Chen chuckled lightly. "All right." After saying this, Luffy took the key from Rebecca and unlocked Law's sea prism stone handcuffs. Then they all headed toward the palace's fifth floor. "You came too?" Rebecca looked at Chen's face, hidden deep within his black robe, and tentatively said. She had spoken little with Knight, but felt that since he stayed here, he might have something to say to her. "Yes, I'll be going to deal with Doflamingo up there shortly. But before that, there's something else to do," Chen said seriously. Rebecca looked at him suspiciously, wondering what else could be done in this place. With that, Chen stepped forward, activating his observation Haki, continuously searching throughout the sunflower sea, and finally found the person he was looking for in a certain spot. "Come out." A loud shout echoed, but no one responded. Only the empty sunflower sea swayed in the wind. "What are you looking for?" Rebecca stepped forward, asking curiously. However, Chen did not answer. Instead, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for taking action." As he spoke, his right hand began to accumulate lightning power, gradually forming a silver-white orb that emitted dazzling electric light about the size of 2 volleyballs. With a wave of his hand, the lightning orb shot out, rapidly weaving through the sunflower sea, drawing a white arc suddenly. A man in orange clothing leaped out from the flower sea. It was Diamante, who had been hiding there. Upon seeing the lightning orbs approaching, he had no choice but to get up and dodge. The lightning orbs moved at incredible speed, zipping past Diamante, who kept his eyes on the orbs, relieved to have avoided Knight's attack. However, Knight's finger twitched, and the lightning orbs unexpectedly stopped, changing direction and continuing to fly toward Diamante. "What?" Instantly, Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to swing his sword to knock the lightning orbs away, but seemed to have forgotten that swords are also conductors. At the moment of contact, the lightning orb transmitted through the sword to his entire body. Zzz. Diamante screamed in agony, his body charred, but his strength was not weak enough to be electrocuted to death. At this time, Rebecca's eyes turned red as she unsheathed the long sword from her back and stepped toward Diamante, filled with hatred. You killed my mother. I will kill you." With a cry, Rebecca dashed forward, determined to slay the man before her. Just as her long sword was about to strike Diamante, he finally regained his senses, his eyes flashing as he waved his large hand to block the cloak behind him in front of himself. Clang! The long sword struck as if hitting steel, causing no damage to Diamante whatsoever. This cloak was indeed made of steel, but due to Diamante's string fruitability, the steel cloak had become light and airy. Not only did it have no weight, but it also had strong defensive capabilities. What? Rebecca's face changed slightly, and just as she was about to attack again, Diamante had already gotten up, wielding the lightweight rapier toward her. The sword appeared light and flexible, twisting like a snake, leaving Rebecca with no chance to counter. It was essentially a one-sided suppression. Just as Diamante's rapier was about to injure Rebecca, Chen, standing not far away, finally took action, suddenly appearing in front of Rebecca. He extended his right hand, covered with armament Haki, to block Diamante's rapier. Clang! Rebecca shut her eyes tightly in fear, as if welcoming death. But after a moment, not feeling any pain, she slowly opened her eyes. There she saw the familiar black silhouette before her mouth slightly agape. "It's you?" Chen smiled faintly. Instantly, his other hand was also covered with armament Haki, and a fist gleaming with metallic luster heavily struck Diamante's chest. "Oh no!" Diamante realized and immediately raised his cloak to shield himself. However, Lu Chen's punch was not something a steel-made cloak could easily withstand. Bang! With a loud noise, the fist left an imprint on the cloak, directly breaking through it and smashing hard into Diamante's chest. The simple straight punch felt like a giant hammer weighing thousands of pounds crashing into Diamante's chest. The immense impact directly sent Diamante flying, crashing heavily against the wall behind him, embedding him within it. Dust rose from the wall, enveloping Diamante, who was already spitting blood and coughing violently. Cough, cough. Are you okay? Lu Chen asked with a smile, reaching out to help Rebecca up. I'm fine, thank you. After saying that, Rebecca placed her hand on Lu Chen's, and as he pulled her up, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. It's good that you're fine. I'll go catch Diamante for you. Hey, you. Before Rebecca could finish her sentence, Lu Chen had already disappeared from the spot, turning into an afterimage, sprinting towards Diamante. In the blink of an eye, it was as if he were carrying a chick, throwing Diamante in front of Rebecca. Here, he's already been beaten to a pulp, incapable of resisting at all. His name is now yours. The murderer of her mother was right in front of her. Rebecca's eyes turned red, filled with tears. As she raised her long sword, her hands trembling. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground. Rebecca stared intently at Diamante, but the sword in her hand could not fall, seemingly burdened by immense pressure, emitting a low sob. Kill him. He should be your enemy. You can't have any pity for your enemies. Otherwise, the one who dies might just be us. Seeing this, Lu Chen leaned down and rummaged through Diamante's body for a while, finally retrieving a handgun and handing it to Rebecca. He killed your mother with this gun. You should use it to take his life. Hearing this, Rebecca stopped her tears, her gaze firm, as if she had made a decision. She aimed the gun at Diamante's head and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet shot out, hitting Diamante's head. With the appearance of a blood hole, the already unconscious Diamante died, just like that. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 1,000 energy points. One sword skill. Seeing the system notification, Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Thank you. A long-lost smile appeared on Rebecca's face. It's nothing. Why do you want to help me? Rebecca then asked. She didn't understand why the knight wanted to help her, but she felt in her heart that the thing the knight mentioned that must be done seemed to be helping her. Perhaps it's fate. I should go now. There are still 2 people waiting for me upstairs. After saying that, Lu Chen turned to leave, leaving only a silhouette for Rebecca. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Rebecca opened her mouth slightly, her foot already taking a step forward, yet the words still didn't come out. Hey, be careful. At the top of the palace, when Lu Chen arrived, the battle between Doflamingo and Law and Luffy was basically over. Especially Law. One of his arms had been brutally severed, blood gushing out. Next was Luffy, who, after entering Gear 4th, had shrunk significantly, lying on the ground, panting heavily. It seems you still can't defeat Doflamingo. Lu Chen slowly approached, jokingly said, Knight. Luffy and Law both turned to the direction of the voice, realizing that another person had followed them up. Knight, you finally came. Seeing the knight, Doflamingo's eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. It was this man who had once invited him into the family, but now, taking advantage of the chaos, had killed several of his family members. He wished he could kill the knight right now, but he wouldn't let the knight die so easily. I came a little late. It was just that on the way, your family member, what was his name again? Oh yes, Diamante, took a bit of time to deal with. Lu Chen said lightly. You. Hearing this, Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins and anger, yet he suppressed his rage, because he was always the one to provoke others' anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. After a moment of contemplation, Doflamingo finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, You will eventually pay for what you've done. I'm quite curious why you have always dared not show your face. Is it because you're ugly? If that's the case, I could find someone to help you with surgery. Otherwise, why have you not shown your true face for years? Doflamingo tried to provoke Lu Chen, a consistent tactic he used against enemies. Kill the man, but spare his heart. Are you trying to provoke me? If so, you're thinking too simply. I'm not that easy to anger, Lu Chen said lightly. You must know, he didn't choose to wear a black robe because he was too ugly to show his true face. Hee hee. Doflamingo sneered, seemingly not believing him at all. Suddenly, he raised both hands in the shape of a gun and launched an attack. Gunshot line. Countless thin lines resembling bullets shot out from Doflamingo's fingers at high speed. The strength of these lines, even capable of piercing through bones. Hee hee. Chen chuckled, fully activating his observation Haki, already anticipating his move. His body swayed as if he were drunk, dodging all the gunshot lines released by Doflamingo without a single one hitting him. 5 color lines. But Doflamingo was not to be underestimated. Seizing the opportunity while Chen was dodging, he swung both hands, unleashing 5 rapidly flying lines of different colors from each of his fingers. The sharpness of these lines was like steel wire, cutting through everything they touched on the ground. A total of 10 lines rushed towards Chen's location at high speed. Armament Haki. Chen's eyes narrowed, both hands covered with armament Haki, reaching out to block all 5 colored lines released by Doflamingo. The powerful impact still caused Chen to slide a few meters on the ground, but he remained calm and carefree, as if he hadn't suffered any harm at all. Both of their strengths were incredibly powerful. Ordinary attacks could no longer determine a victor. However, unexpectedly, the threads controlled by Doflamingo appeared once again in front of Chen, rapidly heading towards his head. Just as Chen was about to reach out to grab them, the threads that formed a rope suddenly scattered again, turning into countless fine lines that surged towards various parts of his body. One must say that Doflamingo's string fruit ability is indeed quite tricky. Moreover, Chen's thunder fruit essentially has no effect on him. This is because his string fruit has awakened, allowing him to turn his entire body into fine threads, making it difficult for lightning to cause any harm. Seeing this, Chen had no choice but to keep retreating to dodge Doflamingo's attacks. However, Doflamingo's fine threads were not only extremely fast, but also had strong offensive capabilities, relentlessly pursuing Chen. He had to stand his ground, fully unleashing his armament Haki to cover his entire body. The fine threads all attacked Chen's body, merely tearing his outer clothing to shreds. However, it seemed that Doflamingo's intentions were not so simple. A large number of fine threads appeared above Chen's head, shattering the black hat he wore and revealing his true appearance. Beneath the black robe was not an ugly face, but a delicate and handsome visage. With black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, it was Chen's appearance from his previous life. It should be noted that he was considered a school heartthrob in Blue Star. At this moment, everyone saw Chen's true form, which was deeply etched in their minds. The knight. How could the knight be so young and possess such powerful strength? Where exactly is he from? Looking at the revealed true form of the knight, Doflamingo fell into contemplation and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to be so young, and you are not ugly." He actually just wanted to see the knight's true appearance. There must be a reason for hiding under the black robe. I'm not ugly. I just feel too handsome staying under the black robe, afraid too many people would fall for me. Chen joked. Suddenly, Doflamingo frowned tightly, no longer holding back, and decided to defeat him directly, growling, seeking death. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched his hands back, and dozens of nearly transparent fine threads shot out from his hands. Immediately, all the threads intertwined to form a thick column resembling a hemp rope. The fine threads rapidly extended backward. With Doflamingo's hands swinging forward, that thick thread column sliced through the air like a sharp blade, swiftly heading towards Chen's position. Super Strike Whip. Seeing this, Chen activated his observation Haki and used Navy 6 styles, so to successfully dodge Doflamingo's attack. The fine thread also completely cut down the spot where Chen originally stood. It was as if a watermelon was being sliced, and large sections of the castle fell down. At the same time, powerful lightning energy began to gather in Chen's hands, and with a swing of his right hand, a violent and dazzling lightning force rushed towards Doflamingo. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. The violent lightning energy gradually formed a thunder beast with a wide-open mouth as it flew, rapidly biting towards Doflamingo. The speed of the thunder beast was so fast that Doflamingo had no way to evade and could only endure the blow. The thunder power surrounded Doflamingo's position, exploding with a powerful blast. Boom! The ground was blasted into a huge pit. For a moment, dust rose everywhere. Suddenly, a figure appeared amidst the smoke. Without a doubt, it was Doflamingo. As the dust settled, Doflamingo reappeared in front of everyone. His whole body had transformed into threads, insulating him from the lightning. He suffered no harm at all. Hee hee. Doflamingo grinned, emitting an evil and triumphant laugh. The knight, you are still too weak. My devil fruit has awakened, and your abilities are useless against me. As he spoke, Doflamingo, whose body was entirely composed of threads, began to gradually return to normal. It seems so. Lucha nodded. That previous move was merely a test. After the awakening of the devil fruit, the power of its user would naturally increase significantly. Since that is the case, then I'll defeat you with my fists. Suddenly, Lu Chen's fists were covered in armament Haki as he used Navy 6 styles. So, stepping on the ground and creating a deep pit. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his spot, reappearing in front of Doflamingo, and a fist covered in armament Haki smashed directly onto Doflamingo's face. Boom! The speed was too fast for Doflamingo to react. He took the punch firmly, blood spraying out, and his red glasses were shattered. He was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, barely stabilizing himself with the threads in his hand. Doflamingo slowly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gritted his teeth. The knight. You are seeking death. At this moment, he realized that the knight's strength was not solely the devil fruit ability, but also included physical combat. That punch had left his head throbbing with pain. If he allowed the knight to get close again, he would definitely be the one to lose. And he had also expended a lot of stamina from his earlier battles with Luffy and Law. Using the abilities of the devil fruit also consumed stamina. Tiger Fist. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, powerful Haki gathering on his right fist, the black Haki condensing as he raised his hand to strike at Doflamingo. A strong energy wave was released, forming a giant black tiger with its mouth wide open, rushing to bite Doflamingo. Spiderweb wall. Instantly, Doflamingo's brow furrowed tightly, realizing the power of this punch, and immediately spread his arms, shooting out hundreds or thousands of transparent threads to quickly form a huge defensive web like a spider's web. The diameter of the defensive web was nearly hundreds of meters, perfectly encasing all of Lu Chen's attack. Roar! The tiger fist struck against the massive web released by Doflamingo, producing a howling sound. The tiger seemed to be clawing and trying to break free from Doflamingo's restraints. The powerful energy wave swept outward, and Doflamingo was still desperately controlling the spider web, pulling to the side with all his might to divert the attack's force. Boom! That brutal punch struck the buildings behind Doflamingo, collapsing several structures before the energy finally dissipated. So strong, Doflamingo frowned, knowing he could no longer hold back. His opponent's strength was not much weaker than his own. Immediately, he placed his hand on the ground, and the ground around his palm began to transform into white threads, gradually spreading forward. The entire ground was turned into white threads by Doflamingo, completely under his control. And not only the ground, but also the buildings he had touched were transformed into white threads. Raging white threads. Doflamingo growled softly, and countless white lines on the ground converged into tentacle-like attacks, swirling in from all directions to strangle Lu Chen, resembling a lotus about to close. Navy 6 styles moonwalk. Seeing this, Lu Chen suddenly stomped on the ground, leaping into the air, continuously dodging Doflamingo's attacks with moonwalk. However, Doflamingo's attacks were endless, leaving Lu Chen somewhat overwhelmed. He was even hit by the white lines, nearly falling into the endless sea of white. As Lu Chen ascended, he dodged Doflamingo's attacks, and when he reached a sufficient height, he stopped abruptly. But Doflamingo's countless white lines rushed towards him, forming sharp spikes that surrounded Lu Chen, as if piercing him through completely. Boom! Looking at the night sky being struck, Doflamingo smiled wickedly. Knight, you ultimately haven't reached that step. Just as he finished speaking, a massive force erupted from the area wrapped in white lines, directly breaking free and tearing it to shreds. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen, radiating golden light, appeared before everyone. although his body was already riddled with wounds. However, he had fully elementalized his body, dodging all of Doflamingo's attacks. Realized palm. Chen extended his right hand, gathering both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki into a powerful palm that heavily struck down towards Doflamingo. The immense pressure descended from above, pinning Doflamingo in place, causing the ground beneath him to crack under such intense force. Doflamingo roared in anger, knowing he couldn't dodge, and with a wave of his hand, thousands of white threads surged from the ground, all covered in Armament Haki, attacking Chen's enormous golden palm. Boom! Instantly, a massive energy wave exploded in the air, sweeping outward. Surrounding buildings were shattered by the powerful energy, turning into countless fragments scattered on the ground. The overwhelming energy washed over the area where the two stood, as if it aimed to crush everything around. Get down! Chen furrowed his brow, applying pressure once more, releasing SSS-level Conqueror's Haki that swept towards Doflamingo below. Similarly, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki. The two streams of Conqueror's Haki clashed, the red Haki flashing in the air like countless arcs of lightning. Unfortunately, in the end, Chen's Conqueror's Haki was more powerful, and that enormous golden palm crushed all the white threads Doflamingo had released, striking heavily against Doflamingo's body. Boom! A deafening explosion. The ground of Dressrosa Island trembled, and countless dirt fragments flew up. It was as if a massive earthquake had occurred centered around Chen's position. Doflamingo's location was enveloped in thick dust, but one could still faintly see the imprint of that massive palm. Although Doflamingo's condition was undetectable, Chen glanced up at the birdcage in midair, which still had not dissipated. This indicated that Doflamingo had not met his end and was still alive. Suspended in midair, Chen did not dare to relax for a moment, staring intently at Doflamingo below, murmuring, "His vitality is truly tenacious. Could it be that he used something to block my attack?" That moment of time was far too brief, and even Chen could not discern how Doflamingo survived his attack. After a moment, as the dust settled, the true form below was revealed, not Doflamingo, but a sphere made of white threads. Although the sphere was already deflated, it was still evident that Doflamingo was hiding inside. It was just unclear what his condition was. The brute force, even with Doflamingo's white thread defense, could still cause injury due to the Haki. At the same time, Doflamingo, wrapped in white threads, had already lost consciousness within, but he still retained a thread of awareness. Suddenly, Doflamingo opened his eyes, a flash of killing intent crossing them as he controlled the white threads within his body to repair his injured organs. If he did not hurry to heal, that night would surely launch another attack, and what awaited him would only be one word: defeat. At this moment, Chen outside had already sensed the anomaly, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Doflamingo, you will ultimately fall at my hands." Chen understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot, and he would not give his enemy any chance to react or counterattack. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly released massive energy and pressure that swept outward. Everything around him was influenced by his violent energy, seeming to sway precariously as if it might collapse at any moment. The overwhelming energy exploded in the air, sweeping towards the 10,000 Buddhist congregation below. Oh no! Doflamingo's expression changed slightly, realizing that Chen was about to strike again. If Doflamingo had pulled away the birdcage in time, Chen might not have attacked so swiftly. He could only blame himself for being too greedy, unwilling to admit his defeat and wanting to prolong the game. Meanwhile, everyone in the Dressrosa Royal Palace was watching the battle not far away. It was not just because their lives depended on it, but also because the time remaining for the birdcage was running out. It was about to close, and if the battle did not end soon, they would all die. Suddenly, Chen closed his eyes, radiating brilliant golden Conqueror's Haki as he looked down at Doflamingo on the ground, bringing down a golden giant palm towards him. It seemed like just one palm, but his hands were continuously waving, striking out countless golden palm prints, as if 1,000 people were attacking simultaneously. Realized palm 10,000 Buddhist congregation. At this moment, Doflamingo finally emerged from the sphere made of white threads. his face changing drastically, not daring to linger for a moment. He directly unleashed his most powerful technique, 16 holy bullets divine execution. Suddenly, 16 strands of high-density white threads entwined and surged from the ground, covered in armament Haki, stabbing rapidly towards Chen in midair. However, the massive golden palms Chen released were not to be underestimated, catching all of Doflamingo's white threads covered in armament Haki. The two forces erupted in the air, producing intense energy fluctuations. The energy even exploded in midair, scattering outward, with the sound of air explosions ringing continuously. Under Chen's powerful assault, Doflamingo, already severely injured, was unable to withstand Chen's attacks. All 16 powerful white threads covered in armament Haki were struck down by the massive golden palms, embedding heavily into the ground. Doflamingo could no longer muster the strength to control them again, as the golden giant palms continued to fall from the air, striking down on Doflamingo's body. One palm followed the next without pause, all landing heavily on Doflamingo. The ground, which was already riddled with wounds, now collapsed completely after such a heavy blow, leaving all the surrounding buildings shattered into countless pieces of dust. At the same time, everyone in the Don Quixote kingdom was watching the commotion over there, but they could see nothing except the enormous clouds of dust rising. They had no idea what had happened inside, or who had won. Everyone was quietly watching the situation, waiting for the final result, whether it was life or death. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It's gone. The birdcage is gone. It's really gone. We won. We really won. We won. The knight has won. Ha ha ha. For a moment, the entire Dressrosa kingdom erupted in cheers, celebrating this hard-won victory. With no time to care about the situation over there with Lucien, only Rebecca and Violet, who were closest, hurried towards the battlefield, searching for the figure of the knight. Knight, knight, are you still there? The two women shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the smoke ahead. What's wrong? Did you miss me? Hearing this, Rebecca and Violet immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure standing resolutely, and they rushed over. Knight, are you okay? Are you hurt? Cough, cough. Lucien coughed a couple of times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He loosened the grip on his right arm and murmured, Don Quixote Doflamingo is very strong. I still got hurt by him. His arm had been pierced by Doflamingo's white thread, creating a large hole. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. He just needed a few days of rest. Such a large wound. I'll go get the princess to treat you. Violet frowned slightly and stood up to find the princess of the little people. Leaving only Rebecca by Lucien's side, she looked at the shocking wound. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with tears as she softly asked, Does it hurt? It's an injury, it will hurt. What kind of injury doesn't he hurt? Lucien smiled and replied, Then how can you feel a little better? Rebecca bit her cherry lips, suddenly realizing she had asked the wrong question. She shouldn't have asked that. After speaking, Lucien said, The wound feels like it's on fire. It hurts like hell. If you blow on it for me, it might not hurt as much. Okay. Without thinking too much, Rebecca stood beside Lucien, lifted her hair, and prepared to blow on his wound. Hoo-hoo. Seeing her like this, Lucien revealed a faint smile. She really is so innocent. Do you feel any better? Rebecca asked while blowing. I feel much better. Lucien said, Then I'll blow a little more for you. Just as she finished speaking, Violet suddenly rushed over with a little person. Seeing Rebecca and Knight in such a situation, she froze in place. Rebecca, you guys. Violet. Hearing the voice, Rebecca immediately blushed and stood to the side, lowering her head, unsure of what to say. Oh, are you the one who came to treat my wounds? Lucien quickly intervened. Yes. After saying that, Violet remembered something more important and looked at the little person beside her, saying seriously, Princess, please help Knight heal his wounds. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been liberated from Dressrosa. All right, that is what I should say. Manchuri said softly. The little person in front of them was indeed the princess of the little people, Princess Manchuri, who had the ability of the healing fruit. Manchuri flew to Lucien's wound. Using her fruit ability and white energy, waves appeared on her hands, gradually covering Lucien's wound. Soon, Lucien felt a cool sensation at the wound, followed by a slight itch. It was healing. In an instant, the wound was completely healed, even returning to its original state. However, Mancheri in front of him seemed a bit tired, her face pale. As she said, "All done." "Thank you." Lucian expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank me. This is what I should do." After saying that, Mancheri continued to heal other citizens. Lucian watched Mancheri leave. He actually wanted to recruit her into the pirate crew, but unfortunately, she probably wouldn't join. Then, he jumped a few times to a higher place, surveying the situation in Dressrosa. People were actively rescuing themselves under the leadership of King Riku, while those pirates seemed to be gathering towards their own direction. As for Doflamingo, he had long since died under Lucian's powerful attack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward. 2,000 energy points. Choose one skill to upgrade by 1 level. I have to say, after Doflamingo's fruit awakened, it was really strong. There are few people who can develop their fruit abilities to such an extent. A few minutes later, many pirates, including Bartolomeo, Cavendish, and others, came to Lucian's side, surrounding him, with serious expressions and a hint of admiration on their faces. You wouldn't know it if you didn't think they were about to surround Lucian. "Knight Senior, I didn't expect you to look so young. And your strength is so strong," Bartolomeo said with a grin. "Not too strong, but enough to deal with Doflamingo," Lucian humbly replied. "Knight, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would probably have all died under this birdcage." "Yes, to thank you for saving us. I'm prepared to join your pirate crew." "Yes, I'm willing to join too." "Me too." Many pirates raised their hands to indicate that they were willing to join Knight's pirate crew. "Everyone," Lucian raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and said loudly, "First of all, I want to thank you all for recognizing the strength of Knight. But I must tell everyone that my pirate crew currently only has me. So, you need to think carefully. Ha ha ha. Knight Senior, even though you are alone, once we join, you won't be alone anymore. Right? We are all here." Hearing this, the pirates still did not give up their desire to join. Seeing everyone like this, Lucian couldn't help but show a slight, unintentional smile, then looked towards Violet in the distance, and said happily, "Since that's the case, then I, Knight, will graciously accept you all. As long as you brothers follow me, Knight, you will naturally enjoy good food and drink, and no one will dare to harm you." "Ha ha ha. Good." Everyone laughed heartily. Bartolomeo waved his hand and instructed the surrounding pirates, "Hurry, go get some wine. We'll drink to our newfound brotherhood right here." "Okay." After saying that, the surrounding pirates went to find wine. Taking advantage of their time to fetch wine, Lucian walked up to Violet, a smile on his face, and said, "Let us go." "Where to?" Violet frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, "We had an agreement, didn't we? You were joining my pirate crew. Are you trying to back out?" Lucian's face showed displeasure. "Me?" Violet's expression changed in surprise. She never expected that Knight would still want her to join his pirate crew, as those powerful pirates were already enough. She thought Lucian would not come looking for her again. Of course. Who else could it be? Lucian said seriously. Immediately, Violet's face lit up with joy as she followed Lucian. However, she suddenly remembered the promise she made with Knight that night. It seemed that she was not only meant to become a member of Knight's pirate crew, but also to become Knight's person. Wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Violet slowed down her steps, her pretty face flushed, lost in her thoughts. Soon, the pirates found fine wine and poured it for everyone present, including Violet. "Everyone, raise your cups," Lucian said loudly, raising a large bowl. As he finished speaking, the others raised their bowls as well. "After this bowl of fine wine, we will all be one family, all part of the Knight pirate crew. Cheers!" At Lucian's command, everyone drank their wine in one go and then smashed their bowls on the ground. "From now on, we'll be one pirate crew. I believe that in the near future, the flag of the Knight pirate crew will fly over the entire sea," Lucian declared loudly. The other pirates shouted in response. After a moment of rest, Lucian led the Knight pirate crew away from Dressrosa. However, the establishment of the Knight pirate crew and the uproar in Dressrosa would undoubtedly stir up a storm in the New World. The name of the Knight pirate crew would surely spread throughout the New World, comprising 630 members. Captain, Knight, First Mate, Violet. Ship 1, Handsome Pirate Crew, Captain, Cavendish. Ship 2, Bartolomeo Club, Captain, Bartolomeo. Ship 3, 8 Treasure Water Army, Captain, Old Kai. Ship 4, Jim Fighting Union, Captain, Eddie. Ship 5, Dong Tata Clan, Captain, Leo. Ship 6, Giant Soldier Pirate Crew, Captain, Held In. Ship 7, Yoda Mariea Fleet, Captain, Oron Bus. Such a large crew could be considered a powerful pirate crew in the New World, but compared to the Yonko pirate crews, it still had a long way to go. However, it was feasible to confront the Yonko pirate crews. Thus, Lu Chen's task of creating a pirate crew was finally completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: for 1,000 energy points. Choose 3 skills to upgrade 1 level. Elder Knight, where are we going now? Bartolomeo asked curiously. We're going to find a suitable base. That will be the base of our knight pirate crew, Lu Chen said with a smile. Don't ask, just follow this pointer. Yes. Set sail. Taking the pointer, Lu Chen's ship led the way while the other ships closely followed behind. Since they had such a large pirate crew, they naturally needed to take them out for some practice and build the atmosphere of the crew. Except for Leo from Ship 5, who stayed in Dressrosa. The other 6 ships followed Lu Chen to the next destination. On the other side, Luffy and the others continued their journey on their ship. As time passed, news of the chaos in Dressrosa and the establishment of the Night Pirate crew spread throughout the New World. Moreover, in this battle at Dressrosa, Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy, Surgeon of Death Law, and Revolutionary Chief of Staff Sabo all appeared in Dressrosa, drawing the attention of nearly all forces in the New World. Furthermore, the former Marine Admiral Sengoku personally came to Dressrosa after resigning. New World, new Marine headquarters. Damn it, Knight, how dare you cause such chaos in Dressrosa and kill Doflamingo? How am I supposed to explain this to the Gora CI? Akainu was furious, his teeth grinding in anger. Wanted to kill Knight immediately. Originally, he was already troubled by the Straw Hat crew and the remnants of Whitebeard led by Ace. And now, there was an additional Night Pirate crew with exceptional strength. It was clearly on the path to becoming the 5th Emperor of the Sea, and he felt powerless to do anything about it. At the same time, Garp also saw the newspaper about Knight and raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "What happened to this kid? How did he end up like this? Did he get another devil fruit?" He had long known that Knight was Lu Chen and later learned that he had eaten 2 devil fruits. Now knowing he had consumed a 3rd didn't seem strange at all. After pondering for a moment, a faint smile appeared on Garp's face. Forget it. I'll find this guy next time and ask him personally. Amazon Lily, brother Lu Chen, how did he become like this? Did he use a disguise? But he still looks so handsome, Hancock exclaimed, holding the newspaper about Knight, her eyes filled with love. Marineford, Ein was in Lu Chen's office, sitting in his usual chair, holding the newspaper about Knight. Suddenly, she looked up at a distant spot, a faint smile appearing on her face as she softly said, "Be careful." Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the New World, dozens of ships were sailing on the sea, and a person was lying on the deck, soaking up the sun and enjoying fine wine. Elder Knight, look, your bounty has gone up again. It's now 5 billion berries. Bartolomeo came to Lu Chen with the new bounty notice, grinning. It's increased again, but it still falls short of the Yonko's bounty. Lu Chen waved his hand. With his current strength, he could be considered the strongest supernova among pirates, and no one was his match. Indeed, Elder Knight is impressive. It won't be long before Elder Knight becomes the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Bartolomeo continued. Gather all the captains. Lu Chen suddenly stood up and said, "Okay, Elder Knight." Bartolomeo replied. He immediately went to use the transponder snail to summon the other ship captains to gather at the main ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. System reward: 8,000 energy points, 1 in body technique. In main ship's conference room, the 6 captains, First Mate, and Captain Knight were all present, sitting upright, waiting for the captain to give orders. Since everyone is here, I won't beat around the bush. The reason I called you all here is regarding the base of our Night Pirate crew. I have decided to set our base at Hachinos Island, Lu Chen said seriously. As soon as he said this, the faces of the 7 people present showed surprise. Captain, you mean the former base of the Rocks Pirates? I heard that it's currently occupied by the Blackbeard pirates, and they're not small fry. Oomph. That place is the only one worthy of Elder Knight. After all, Elder Knight is a man destined to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Although everyone had differing opinions, no one opposed the idea. They also knew that a fierce battle awaited them in the future. The Blackbeard pirates are not to be feared. This time, we aim to eliminate all members of the Blackbeard pirates and make Hive Island our base for the Night Pirates. Luchen's expression was serious as he spoke. Killing Blackbeard is not only a mission from the system, but also something he wants to do. If he doesn't eliminate the Blackbeard pirates, his grandfather, Garp, might fall into their hands in the future. The Blackbeard pirates will only grow stronger, so it's better to take action first and get rid of them. Yes, Captain. Following the captain, we are not afraid of the Blackbeard pirates, right? The captains present were all filled with enthusiasm, except for Violet, who showed a hint of worry on her face. She had heard about the Blackbeard pirates when she was with the Don Quixote family. Not only were there many notorious pirates, but there was also an escaped Marine Admiral, Haki. Very well, since you all dared to do this, then I have nothing to fear. I'll handle Blackbeard and Haki. The other captains of the Blackbeard pirates will be up to you, Chen said with a serious tone. There are 10 captains in the Blackbeard pirates, and after dealing with Basis and Dressrosa, there's still 9 left. Meanwhile, Chen has only 7 captains. The little person, Leo, has to stay in Dressrosa to help build the city, which is why Chen had him stay there. So, there are 6 captains facing the 9 captains of the Blackbeard pirates, which puts some pressure on them. Captain, don't worry, we'll take care of this. Yes, you've already dealt with 2. Can we not handle the rest? Exactly, Captain, don't worry. The various captains nodded in agreement, confidently stating, Good, with your words. I can rest assured, Chen said with a smile. However, he was still worried about their strength and whether they could handle a few captains from the Blackbeard pirates. After all, those people are not easy to deal with, especially Shiryu of the Rain. However, with Violet around, Chen felt much more at ease. After that, Chen dismissed the meeting and asked everyone to prepare. Only Violet stayed behind, walking up to Chen and asking with concern, Are we really going to Hive Island? Yes, are you worried? Chen noticed her concern. Yes, Blackbeard is not easy to deal with. I'm worried about you. Violet bit her cherry lips. Wanted to say something, but hesitating. It's fine. You should trust your man. Since I've chosen to deal with Blackbeard, I naturally have confidence. This time, you should pay attention to another person. Chen smiled lightly and spoke calmly. Who? Shiryu of the Rain. It's him. Violet showed a surprised expression. She knew about that person. He was one of the 2 trump cards of Impel Down and had also joined the Blackbeard pirates. According to the news I received, he is very likely to have obtained the transparent fruit. If he develops that fruit to complete awakening, then only your fruit might be able to see him, Chen said seriously. All right, I will definitely pay attention to him. Violet nodded affirmatively. Chen slightly nodded and looked out at the sea. Although he had already killed the previous user of the transparent fruit, some things in this world seem impossible to prevent. Shiryu of the Rain might still obtain that transparent fruit. That is why Chen needed Violet to join the Night Pirates. It was also the fatal reason why Garp was ambushed on Hive Island. Similarly, if they could really conquer Hive Island, it would be the best choice as the base for the Night Pirates. A few days later, the fleet of the Night Pirates was getting closer to Hive Island, and they could faintly see the island ahead. The large island was covered with yellow mounds resembling a beehive, and a giant skull loomed over it. Suddenly, Bartolomeo's voice came from the deck. Captain, we're approaching Hive Island. Good. Chen nodded slightly, and, together with Violet, walked out of the cabin to the deck, looking at Hive Island ahead. A faint smile appearing on his lips. We're finally here. He then turned to the 6 captains beside him, asking with a serious expression, How are the preparations? What comes next will be a tough battle. Captain, we are all ready. It's been a long time since we fought, and we're itching for action. Yes, this is the first battle since the establishment of the Night Pirates. We can't lose. Let's wipe out the Blackbeard pirates. Bartolomeo and the other 6 captains were eager to go. Ha, good. Chen laughed heartily, looking ahead and shouting, All ships, full speed ahead, target Hive Island. Yes. With a single command, all the ships sped toward Hive Island. Meanwhile, The pirates of the Blackbeard pirates on Hive Island also noticed the approaching pirate ships and immediately went to report to their captain. Hey, you keep watching here. I'll go report to the captain. Okay. With that, a pirate quickly ran into the hive on Hive Island. Captain, Captain, a pirate ship is coming toward us. A pirate ship is coming toward us. The pirate shouted while running. Marshal D. Teach frowned slightly, grinning as he asked, which pirate is it? He thought it was another pirate coming to join him. The night pirates have dozens of pirate ships. The panting pirate said. Hearing this, Teach squinted and smiled. So many people coming. It seems they are not friendly. Let's go. Everyone follow me out to take a look. All right. With that, several captains followed closely behind him to check it out. Teach had met Knight once during the Marineford War. Of course, he did not know that Knight was actually Luchon. Very few people knew this secret. Most of those who did were already dead. After about 10 minutes, Luchon and all the members of the Night Pirates successfully landed on Hive Island, but did not rush to enter. Captain, I knew this place has extremely complex terrain, making it easy to defend and hard to attack, and it really seems that way. With so many hives, if they entered without a map, it would be easy to get lost. Yes, everyone sighed at the craftsmanship of Hive Island before them. MHM. So for now, let us not enter casually. We'll wait outside for the Blackbeard pirates to come out. Lucha nodded slightly. It is known that even Absalom, who had the transparent fruit, met a deadly end when he infiltrated Hive Island, and Blackbeard took his fruit ability. Of course, it might also be that Absalom was simply too weak. After all, in front of Blackbeard, all fruit abilities are useless. Suddenly, several figures walked out from Hive Island, and the leader was none other than the captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Mashal Ditich. Behind him were several captains, Lafitte, Van Oka, Poison Q, and Katarina Devon. Among them, the one who caught Luchen's attention the most was the one-legged Kizaru wearing a hat. Many people said that Kizaru joined the Blackbeard pirates as a Navy spy. But that's just a guess. The specifics may only be known to Kizaru himself. After that great battle, one wonders what Kizaru truly realized to choose to join the Blackbeard pirates. However, today he still stood opposite Kizaru. No matter what Kizaru was really thinking, today might be a gamble. Unexpectedly, the infamous Blackbeard actually has time to come in my place. What does it mean to bring so many people? Teach revealed his yellowed teeth and grinned. Your reputation is not smaller than mine. Luchin chuckled lightly. He. Teach let out a sinister laugh and asked Black Knight. We are both pirates, so there's no need to beat around the bush. What exactly do you want to do in my base? Very simple, to kill you, Luchon said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the entire Blackbeard pirates were shocked. No one had ever dared to speak so casually and directly to Blackbeard. Bastard, who do you think you are to dare say that? Don't think that just because your bounty is high, you are strong. In front of our captain, you are nothing. Arrogant. This is too arrogant. Kill them. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were eager to try. Their emotions stirred. Only a few captains did not seem inclined to act for the time being. Kizaru glanced at the Black Knight in front of him, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite place it. It felt as if Black Knight was someone he knew. It could only be described as a vague feeling. Teach's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said indifferently, You came from afar just to take my head? Aren't you being too arrogant? Do you really think the Blackbeard pirates are pushovers? Arrogant is not the case. I just suddenly felt like killing you, and I happen to need a better base. Luchin continued. As soon as these words were spoken, Teach's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Umph. You just want to kill me to establish your reputation for the Black Knight pirates, right? Killing me, Blackbeard, is not that easy. Oh. Just as Luchon was about to speak, his observation Haki suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Violet, standing behind him, seemed to have seen something and quickly shouted, Captain, be careful. Immediately, Luchon clenched his fists, covering his hands with armament Haki, which gleamed with a metallic sheen, and punched towards the open space ahead. Get lost. Bang. A loud noise erupted. The black fist attacked what seemed like empty space for no reason. However, something obstructed the fist's forward motion. A powerful force surged from the position of Luchen's fist, sweeping outwards, and Luchen also sensed that someone was in front of him. No need to say more. It must be Shiryu of the Rain. When Blackbeard and the others came out, he hadn't seen Shiryu, So he had kept his guard up, and now it truly was the case. Shiryu, after getting a devil fruit, you like to ambush, don't you? Chen sneered. As he spoke, Shiryu's figure gradually revealed itself in front of him, still confronting Chen with his long sword. Roll, Shiryu of the Rain position, captain of the Blackbeard Pirates Fruit, clear fruit level, SS skills, fruit development, S, swordsmanship, SS, armament Haki, SS, bounty, 1.03 billion berries hee. Shiryu, with a cigarette in his mouth, chuckled lightly and immediately retreated. He indeed did not expect that the pirate Black Knight in front of him was quite strong, able to detect his presence in time. Moreover, the woman behind Black Knight also seemed able to sense him. Is it the ability of the fruit? Or what? Captain, are you all right? Violet asked with concern. She had been standing behind Chen, using her fruit ability to check the situation ahead, and had just caught a glimpse of someone appearing when no one else seemed to notice. Seeing that person's target was Chen, she immediately opened her mouth to remind him. I'm Fine. Chen waved his hand, looking at Blackbeard across from him, a smile at the corner of his mouth. You still like to play dirty tricks? As usual. As long as I can win, why care about the formalities? Teach laughed. Attack. Chen's eyes narrowed, and he lightly waved his hand. Yes, Captain. At his command, all the pirates of the Black Knight Pirates surged forward to attack the Blackbeard Pirates. Countless pirates rushed past Chen and quickly charged forward. Charge! Teach immediately called his pirates to rush forward, while he and Chen did not move, standing still, not in a hurry to take action. Let's change places. This place is not suitable for us to fight. Chen said. All right. Teach nodded in agreement. After all, this was his base. He didn't want the island to be damaged due to the battle with Black Knight. Just as they were about to leave, Teach suddenly thought of something and shouted to Kizuru, not far away. Kizuru, come with us and see how strong this Black Knight really is. He was unsure of Black Knight's strength, but knew that he had defeated Doflamingo and taught Akainu a lesson, so his strength must not be underestimated. Bringing Kizuru along would not only help him, but also prevent Kizuru, a powerful individual, from destroying Hive Island. Seeing this, Chen chuckled softly, not saying a word. Because this was what he wanted to see, Blackbeard bringing Kizuru along could relieve a lot of pressure on his pirate crew. Moreover, Kizuru was also considered a special existence. All right, Kizuru said one word lightly, and then followed behind Teach and Chen. Moments later, the three arrived at a ruin in the eastern part of Hive Island. Black Knight, you chose a nice grave for yourself. If you're willing to join my Blackbeard pirates, I might consider letting you off. Teach said with interest. Dream on. Chen sneered. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Once I kill you, I will take your fruit. The Thunder fruit is quite powerful. Blackbeard snorted coldly. Last time he failed to obtain Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which made him quite furious, and he had yet to choose a better fruit. The Thunder fruit in front of him was indeed a good choice. Oh, if you want my fruit, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Chen said without changing his expression. After saying this, Blackbeard was also impolite, looking at Kizuru beside him, saying, let's attack together and kill him. Okay. Just as Kizuru's words fell, Chen interjected to stop him. Admiral Kizuru, why be so anxious? Want to take a look at this first? After saying that, Chen suddenly took out a long sword from his system backpack, which was the Demon Blade, Reincarnation, upgraded to the Supreme Great Knife, Reincarnation. With its appearance, the sword emitted a terrifying bloody aura and endless killing intent, seemingly very excited and craving blood. Since the last time I took out the Reincarnation, it isn't a long time since I retrieved it from the system's backpack, so it seems that the Reincarnation is a bit displeased. All right, today I'll let you fight. Chen looked at the Reincarnation and reassured it. Hearing this, the Reincarnation gradually calmed down and returned to its usual state. However, seeing the familiar longsword, both Akiji and Blackbeard Teach showed surprise, staring intently at Chen's face and the demon sword in his hand. Who exactly are you? How do you have this demon sword? Teach even asked with a hint of questioning tone. Chen just smiled and kept silent, letting him guess. Then turned to Akiji and asked, don't you want to know who I really am? You seem to have already told me. Akiji shook his head. Then, could you step aside and let me deal with this Blackbeard alone? His existence is a threat to both of us. Chen continued. Sure. Aokiji readily agreed, making Teach look displeased and scold. Aokiji, what do you mean? Do you want to betray us? I just want you to have a fair duel. After saying that, Aokiji walked back, gradually moving to a distant position, observing Chen and Teach, while also keeping an eye on the surroundings. If someone approaches, he might intervene. Blackbeard Teach. Today is your day to die. Chen smiled wickedly and slowly raised the reincarnation, delivering a normal slash. The sword energy broke through the air, sharp and swift, slashing towards Teach at an incredible speed. Armament Haki. However, Teach was not to be underestimated either. He quickly hardened his arms with Armament Haki and took the slash head-on. Bang! But the powerful impact still forced Teach back several steps before he could stabilize himself. You seem a bit weak. Chen sneered. All fruit abilities are ineffective in the face of Teach's dark fruit, so he naturally would not use his fruit abilities. The best option is to use the swordsmanship he is most familiar with. You are looking for death. Teach roared angrily. As he spoke, his right hand was suddenly enveloped by dark energy, the powerful fruit ability manifesting on his arm. Dark water. Suddenly, the dark energy spread outwards, extending towards Chen's position, creating a strong suction force that attracted Chen's body. Perhaps because Chen had 3 devil fruits within him, the suction was exceptionally strong. Even if he pressed his hands heavily against the ground, he would still be pulled towards it. Consequently, a deep chasm appeared on the ground. One sword style, draw sword slash. Suddenly, Chen's eyes narrowed. He drew the reincarnation and slashed. The crimson sword energy slashed out directly, not only with immense power, but also faster than the previous slash. What? Teach's expression slightly froze, seemingly surprised that he could still perform a sword technique in the face of such a strong suction. He immediately dodged to the side, avoiding Chen's slash. That slash directly struck the mound of earth behind Teach, cutting it neatly in half. Chen smirked, disdainfully saying, You don't seem that impressive either. Your dark fruit hasn't awakened, has it? If the dark fruit were to awaken, it could potentially devour everything like a black hole. Besides devil fruit abilities, it could also consume techniques that are not devil fruit based. Unfortunately, the current Blackbeard Teach has not yet grown. The Tremor fruit that he should have obtained during the Marineford War has also been taken by Chen. If he had gotten it, dealing with Blackbeard would have been quite troublesome for Chen. Damn it, Teach raged, knowing that escaping from the darkness today might be difficult. He directly spread his arms and unleashed the strongest technique of the dark fruit. Dark hole. A large amount of dark, fluid-like energy spread from Teach's body. It was like the black water of a sewer, rapidly extending towards Chen's position. This black water was extremely strange. Anyone or anything that came into contact with it would be sucked in, crushed, and merged into the darkness. Moreover, this technique had a wide range, making it hard to evade. Navy 6 styles, shave. Chen chuckled lightly and immediately used the Navy 6 styles, disappearing from his original spot and dodging Blackbeard Teach's attack. However, the black water continued to spread towards Chen's position, showing no intention of letting him go. Even if Chen used Moonwalk to ascend into the air, the black water could still fly high and extend towards him. It was like an incessant pest. Furthermore, the surrounding black water began to disperse, attacking Chen from all directions. Suddenly, Chen frowned, looking at the black water coming from all sides. He chose not to endure any longer and used the accumulated opportunities to upgrade his skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading Armament Haki to SSS. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading Conqueror's Haki to SSS. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading Observation Haki to SSS. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading Sword Intent to SSS. A series of system prompts rang out, and beams of golden light, invisible to others, flickered around Chen, while his aura rapidly surged. It was as if he had become much stronger in that instant. Teach raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something unusual, quickly controlling the black water to rush towards Chen, grinning, die. In an instant, a massive amount of black water surged from all directions towards Chen, completely surrounding him. Completely encircled, the black water formed a black sphere, enclosing Chen within. And due to the nature of the dark fruit, outsiders had no idea what was happening inside and did not know how Chen was faring. Is he dead? Haki, at a considerable distance, stared at the sphere and muttered to himself. Though somewhat worried, he felt Chen wouldn't easily die like this. He had too many secrets. Upon seeing that demon sword, Haki recognized that the man might be Chen, that Marine Rear Admiral, Monkey D. Chen, who was also Admiral Karp's grandson. The demon's sword has a spirit. It wouldn't easily recognize a master, and he had not heard news of Chen's death. So the man before him was very likely Chen. The darkness is Chen, and Chen is the darkness. Despite the many questions surrounding this, Haki chose to trust his judgment. Darkness. No matter how strong you are, your devil fruit will always belong to me. Teach laughed triumphantly. However, a small crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the black sphere. Crack! The sphere shattered like glass, producing a crisp sound of breaking. What? This is impossible. Immediately, Teach's expression changed drastically, staring in shock at the crack. Unable to believe it. Blackbeard Teach, you didn't think I was dead, did you? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the crack. It was indeed Chen, who was still alive and well. He had not been crushed into powder by Blackbeard Teach's attack. He was just fine. Impossible. Teach roared, once again controlling a large amount of black water to spread towards the massive black sphere, seemingly trying to fill the gap. 6 paths of reincarnation, the way of heaven, sword of arrogance. Suddenly, an angry roar came from within the black sphere. Immediately after, the black sphere, once again covered by endless black water, began to show numerous cracks, from which blinding golden light emanated. Crack! Crack! The cracks multiplied, and the golden light pouring out became increasingly dazzling. Suddenly, the entire black sphere shattered with a loud bang, and a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, as if it wanted to break through the heavens. Sharp sword intent, arrogant dominance, and soaring sword energy all showcased that tyrannical energy to the surroundings. At this moment, Chen was holding the reincarnation, but now the reincarnation had transformed into a completely golden demon sword, with powerful sword intent forming a golden long sword that shot straight into the sky. In contrast, Chen's body showed no signs of injury whatsoever. In fact, just now he had released his domineering aura, forming a protective barrier that blocked all of Teach's black water outside the shield. Thus, it was impossible for him to take any damage. When dealing with devil fruit users, the strongest indeed was the domineering aura. Moreover, Chen had already elevated his domineering aura to the highest level, making it easy to handle Teach's dark fruit abilities. You are Chen. Teach's brows furrowed tightly, finally uttering this sentence and completely confirming his suspicion. He could think of no one else but Chen. Furthermore, with the ability of the dark fruit, he sensed not just one, but multiple devil fruit auras emanating from Chen. So, it seemed that Chen possessed more than one devil fruit. It was too late to realize this now. Chen smirked, raising the long sword reincarnation in his hand, and heavily slashed down towards Blackbeard Teach's position. The golden giant sword followed suit, like a pole supporting heaven and earth, plummeting straight down from midair, carrying immense pressure towards Teach below. Teach let out a roar as he was overwhelmed by the powerful pressure, attempting to break free, but it was futile, and his expression gradually twisted. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he could only watch helplessly as the massive golden sword descended upon him at high speed. With one sword strike, the heavens and the earth changed color. The originally empty sky showed a hint of scratches, as if a powerful sword intent had cleaved the crack. Teach was struck hard by that giant sword. Even with his arms hardened by Haki, he could hardly withstand the overwhelming force. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. A long ravine appeared where Teach had been standing, looking more like a canyon. The canyon started from beneath Chen's feet and gradually extended forward, stretching for over 1,000 meters. With that one sword strike, the entire Hive Island trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards. Energy points 20,000. Sword Technique 1. Designate one skill to increase by 2 levels. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen confirmed that Blackbeard was dead. He looked at the lifeless Teach in the canyon and instantly appeared in front of him, taking a piece of his flesh to prepare for a trade with Vegapunk. Chen, I didn't expect your strength to have grown so much. It surprises me. At this moment, Akiji appeared in front of Chen, astonished. After not seeing each other for a long time, he hadn't expected Chen to have grown to such a level. Chen smiled and asked, "You really guessed it. But I want to know why you joined the Blackbeard Pirates? And why did you become a part of the night?" Akiji did not answer, but instead asked Chen a question. This caught Chen off guard. Ha ha ha. After a few seconds of silence, the two suddenly exchanged smiles. Chen, let's go, let's see what's going on. Okay. The two walked and chatted. Do you still want to return to the Navy? No, I'm not going back. How about joining my night pirates? I won't be staying here forever, so I need a strong person to help me guard Hive Island. You think, well, treating me like free labor. Akiji joked. Ha ha ha. Anyway, you won't be part of the Navy anymore, and you can stay on Hive Island to do what you want. Isn't that great? Chen said with a smile. If Akiji could really join the night pirates, then the night pirates would truly have the qualification to compete for the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. All right, I will join your pirate crew. Akiji nodded slightly. Pleasant cooperation. Good. After saying this, the two headed towards the front of Hive Island where others were fighting. The battle between the night pirates and the Blackbeard pirates was still ongoing. However, the night pirates were clearly at a disadvantage. It must be said that the strengths of several captains of the Blackbeard pirates were indeed formidable. Regular pirate crews were simply no match for them. However, with the appearance of Chen and Akiji, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It's the night. Akiji, how did they come back? Where's Blackbeard? Why can't we see Blackbeard? Did the captain die? Chen slowly stepped forward, speaking indifferently. Blackbeard Teach has already been killed by me. Those who do not wish to die should lay down their weapons and surrender, joining my night pirates. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, the entire place was in shock. What? The captain is dead? Dead? Blackbeard. The captain is mighty. The captain is mighty. Kill them all. In an instant, the members of the night pirates were filled with righteous indignation, launching a fierce attack against the Blackbeard pirates. Many from the Blackbeard pirates chose to flee, while some opted to lay down their weapons and surrender. Especially those captains. Most chose to escape. Seeing this, Chen looked at Akiji beside him and smiled. Akiji, now it's your turn to help me out. We have to kill these captains and not let any of them escape. All right. Akiji nodded, not refusing. With that, the two charged towards the fleeing captains. Chen targeted Shiryu of the Rain, while Akiji went to intercept other captains trying to escape. As the captain of the Blackbeard pirates and a core member, Teach's death instantly shattered the remaining interests among the captains. Shiryu, now you want to leave. Isn't it a bit too late? Chen's eyes narrowed as he focused on Shiryu's back, instantly appearing behind him and delivering a thunderous punch infused with the power of lightning. Shiryu raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of danger. He quickly turned around, using his Haki to cover his arms and temporarily turning the demon sword Raijin into a black blade. He used Raijin to block Chen's attack. Zzz. However, Chen's Thunderfruit ability was not so easily resisted. At the moment of contact, the power of lightning rapidly spread through Chen's fist to Shiryu's position, directly engulfing Shiryu's entire body. The powerful current continuously coursed through Chen's body, transmitting to Shiryu on the opposite side, and began to mercilessly ravage Shiryu's body. Shiryu let out a tragic scream, his expression twisted in pain, as if every cell in his body were being gnawed at by ants. Get lost. Suddenly, Shiryu roared, trying to push Chen away with the remnants of his awareness. However, the cursed sword in his hand was firmly grasped by Chen's armed color Haki-covered hands. He could only break free by relinquishing his long sword. As a swordsman, who would be willing to give up their blade? Bastard! Shiryu shouted angrily, clenching his fist and smashing it toward Chen's face. Seeing this, Chen released Shiryu's long sword, dodged swiftly, and said with interest, You won't be able to escape today. If you can't escape, then I'll kill you." Shiryu's eyes widened, the blade shimmering with a blood-red sword light. Thunderstorm, a blood-sucking curse sword. As soon as the words fell, Shiryu instantly vanished from his original position, using his fruit ability to make himself and everything on him transparent. Instantly, Chen frowned, activating his observation Haki, yet he still couldn't sense the opponent's presence. He could only detect Shiryu when he emitted killing intent. This Shiryu has indeed developed the transparent fruit to a certain extent. He's at least stronger than the last fruit user. But killing him is quite difficult. Suddenly, a chill ran through Chen, and a flash of insight hit him as he sensed danger. He immediately sidestepped and executed Marine 6 styles, Soru to dodge Shiryu's attack. Just where Chen had been standing moments ago, a slashing attack struck, cleaving the ground nearby in half. Boom! Dust rose. Yet Shiryu's figure still did not appear. Shiryu, as a swordsman, do you really enjoy relying on the power of your fruit so much? Chen scanned his surroundings and sneered. Of course, Shiryu did not respond. To answer would immediately expose his position, and he was not a fool. In response to Chen, Shiryu unleashed several slashes from all directions toward Chen's location. Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk. After sensing danger with his observation Haki, Chen immediately hardened his entire body with armed color Haki and used Moonwalk to fly upward. However, the slashes had already arrived, exploding beneath Chen's feet. Boom! A loud noise. The sword energy raged beneath Chen's feet, as if it aimed to shred everything around him, including Chen. The ground was torn into pieces beneath the onslaught of the sword energy, which was then shattered into dust, burying Chen within. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Shiryu revealed a smug smile. Knight, it's nothing like this. However, as the dust settled, a complete figure emerged, revealing an unscathed Chen, who said with interest, "Shiryu, your swordsmanship doesn't seem that impressive." Just moments ago, Shiryu had relied on rapid movement and released slashes during that movement, attacking from all directions. However, Chen had withstood Shiryu's sword energy attack thanks to his SSS plus level armed color Haki, which was why he hadn't been injured. What? This is impossible? Shiryu's expression momentarily froze. Disbelief etched on his face. It was this very statement that exposed Shiryu's position. Chen's eyes flashed as he looked toward the direction for which the voice had come, his hands already gathering powerful lightning energy, and he threw it toward that direction with all his might. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A massive dragon made of lightning formed, opening its enormous maw and roaring towards Shiryu's location at incredible speed, tracing a silver-white trajectory in midair. What? Shiryu's face changed drastically by the time he realized it. The Thunder Dragon had already appeared before him. He couldn't evade it and was engulfed by the entire Thunder Dragon. Boom! The immense power of lightning exploded on Shiryu's body, attaching itself to him and continuously tormenting his body, causing him to emit heart-wrenching screams once again. Hey, hit! Chen sneered and rushed toward Shiryu, ready to finish him off. In an instant, Shiryu seemed to sense the threat of death. His struggling body once again used the power of the transparent fruit to become transparent. He completely vanished from his spot and continued to flee into the distance. At this moment, Shiryu understood that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill the knight. His only option was to escape, and the knight would definitely not be able to find him. Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing the residual lightning power on Shiryu was moving further away, seemingly fleeing. Want to run? Not a chance. Immediately, Chen held his breath and concentrated, unleashing the strongest lightning power from his entire body, transforming himself into a giant formed of lightning. The immense lightning power surged straight into the sky, dispersing into the atmosphere. In an instant, the entire sky changed, with countless dark clouds appearing, as if to swallow the entire honeycomb island. Shiryu, who was about to escape, also sensed the changes in the sky, feeling a chill enveloping him, and immediately quickened his escape. The dark clouds rolled with thunder, as if lightning could strike down at any moment. 10,000 thunder. Chen looked ahead, waved his hand, and growled. With a command, The thunderclouds in the sky attacked every object on the ground, sparing none. All were reduced to dust under the powerful might of thunder. As for Shiryu, who was within the range of countless lightning strikes, he was desperately trying to evade the lightning attacks, having just dodged the first strike. But next came another bolt of lightning, striking toward his head with blinding speed. Within the coverage area of 10,000 thunder, wherever there was a moving object, the lightning power would automatically sense it and continuously unleash lightning energy. All of this was under Lu Chen's control. Shiryu had nowhere to hide. As time passed, Shiryu, in a moment of carelessness, was struck by a bolt of lightning from above. Zzz. Instantly, the lightning power enveloped his entire body, leaving him feeling numb and in excruciating pain, causing him to collapse to the ground, revealing his form. "Where are you?" Lu Chen's eyes flashed, and he immediately spotted Shiryu's trace. Controlling the remaining lightning power in midair, he directed it all towards Shiryu below. Countless lightning energies converged, forming stronger and thicker lightning pillars, crashing down on Shiryu one after another. There was no time for Shiryu to react. The enormous sound even drowned out Shiryu's tragic screams, rendering him silent. It was unclear how much time had passed. The sky finally returned to its clear, sunny state, while beneath the area affected by 10,000 thunder, deep craters appeared one after another, all caused by Lu Chen's attack. In the countless deep pits, there is one that is the largest, widest, and deepest, within which lies a corpse turned to charcoal, that of the disfigured Shiryu. Under such a powerful attack, even Shiryu was electrocuted to death by the power of lightning. After dealing with Shiryu, Lu Chen looked behind him. Many captains had already been taken care of by Haki, while the other members of the Blackbeard pirates had been disarmed by the night pirates and were squatting on the ground, surrendering. He then walked up to several captains, including Bartolomeo, and said solemnly, "You all have worked hard. Are you injured?" "Captain, just some minor injuries, no problem." "Yes, no problem." Everyone replied with smiles. Lu Chen nodded slightly. It was clear that while they weren't seriously injured, they all sustained considerable wounds, and this time was indeed a bit risky. Suddenly, Haki approached and said, "All sorted." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Seeing Haki's appearance, several captains immediately became tense, not only because he was a former Marine admiral, but also because he was the captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and quickly explained, "Everyone, don't be nervous. From now on, Kazan, the former Marine Admiral Haki, will be our vice captain in the Night Pirates. During my absence, you all must listen to Kazan's commands." "Yes, Captain." Everyone responded in unison, and their gazes towards Lu Chen now held a hint of admiration. To be able to bring Kazan into the pirate crew and even kill Blackbeard showed that their captain was indeed very strong. "Vice Captain?" Haki raised an eyebrow, not expecting Lu Chen to give him such an important position so quickly. Even Blackbeard only made him the captain of the 11th Division, without giving him any important position. "Yes," Lu Chen confirmed with a nod. "All right." Haki did not refuse. After all, they would be in the same place. The others clean up the battlefield. The rest follow me into the hive. "Yes." With a command, the members of the Night Pirates began to get busy. Lu Chen led the group through an entrance in a hive island. Once inside, they hadn't walked far before encountering 3 or 4 forks in the road, not knowing which way to go. If it weren't for Haki accompanying them, they might have really gotten lost. The interior structure resembled a series of interconnected beehives, with a complicated layout that made it difficult to understand the design inside. Each hive had holes covered with glass to allow light in and could be opened for ventilation. As they walked, Lu Chen instructed his subordinates to check out the decorations inside. Noting that Blackbeard's aesthetic was truly poor, everything was black and very unattractive. Soon, everyone found a hive they liked to settle in, and the Captain's hive was naturally the largest one. In the end, only Lu Chen, Violet, and Haki remained in the entire hive room. "Lu Chen, when are you planning to leave?" Haki suddenly asked. He had picked up on some clues from Lu Chen's earlier words. "In a few days. I need to leave for a while to do some things. And then we'll see how it goes," Lu Chen said. Haki nodded. However, Violet next to him sensed something unusual and showed a hint of surprise on her delicate face. "Lu Chen?" Haki knows he is Lu Chen. Then I'll leave first. Before you go, let me know, Akiji said. All right. After saying this, Akiji turned and left, gradually disappearing from their sight. Once Akiji was gone, Violet immediately looked at Lu Chen curiously and asked, "He knows you're Lu Chen?" "Yes, I let him know on purpose." Lu Chen nodded and explained. "If didn't he know I was Lu Chen, he might really take action against me. Akiji's strength is still quite formidable, so while I'm not at the base, everyone should try to follow his arrangements." "Okay." Violet nodded, unconditionally trusting Lu Chen's words. "You should also go rest." After Violet left the hive, Lu Chen took out a large-headed snail from his pocket and dialed it. "Hello? Long time no see. Lu Chen, is it you? What made you think to call me?" Came the voice of Vegapunk from the other end. "I got Blackbeard's blood. We agreed on a trade. Where are you now?" "Really? Of course. All right, I'm at Marineford. Come find me." "Okay, but I can't come back for the time being. It'll be a few days." "All right, hurry up." After saying this, Vegapunk hung up the phone, and from his tone, it could be heard that he seemed a bit anxious, though it was unclear why. After resting for 3 days on Hive Island, Lu Chen bid farewell to all the crew members and left Hive Island, first heading to Little Garden to pick up KB and Bellamy. Not long ago, the system had also sounded a reminder about the completion of their tasks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. System rewards, 2,000 energy points. Customized large sword 1, boxing gloves 1. 5 days later, Lu Chen arrived at Little Garden, seeing his 2 friends, Dory and Broggy, as well as KB and Bellamy, who were in a battle. "Lu Chen, you finally came." Dory and Broggy complained to Lu Chen. "Finally, you're here. Your 2 disciples have been quite a handful on the island." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Brothers, I entrusted them to you because I believed in you." "Ha! You don't have a single truthful word in your mouth. But your 2 disciples have indeed made great progress." "Right." Dory and Broggy both nodded, praising Bellamy and KB generously. Lu Chen said, "Then we should thank the 2 brothers." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, KB and Bellamy immediately stopped fighting and ran towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly, looking at Bellamy and KB, who had both become much more robust, and their strength had increased significantly. "Teacher, no matter how strong we are, we can't compare to you." "Yeah, teacher," the 2 said with smiles. Hee. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and looked up at Dory and Broggy, asking directly, "What are your plans for the future?" "In a few days, we plan to return to Elbaf," Dory said. "Oh, good," Lu Chen said with interest. "If I have time in the future, I must come to see you 2 brothers." Elbaf is located in one of the villages of the giant country in the New World. Most of the battles of the giant race come from Elbaf, making it the strongest village. It is a place that has not been heavily involved in the known plot of the Pirate King, and Luffy and others have never been there. Ha ha ha. If you want to come, you must let me know in advance. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you can enter safely. Broggy teased. "That as for sure," Lu Chen nodded. He recognized that Dongli and Byeloki were Navy, and that it would be somewhat troublesome for the Navy to come and go there, especially since those soldiers were also considered friends of Dongli and Byeloki. He didn't want to harm their friends. "Are you leaving now? Aren't you going to stay on the island a few more days?" Dongli asked. "No. The Navy has urgent matters. We need to hurry back." "All right, then see you again in Elbaf." "Okay." After saying that, Lu Chen took Barumabur and Kobe and left, especially Kobe, whose strength had increased significantly. Character, Kobe position, Navy major fruit, none level, skills, martial arts A, swordsmanship C, armament Haki A, bounty, none originally. Barumabur had not awakened Haki, but after seeing Kobe awaken Haki and undergoing devilish training on the island, he also awakened armament Haki. Character, Barumabur position, Navy captain fruit, none level, skills, swordsmanship A, armament Haki A, bounty, none. The strength of the 2 of them now was comparable to some ordinary Navy colonels, and with more time to grow, they would definitely be stronger than ordinary Navy vice admirals. Furthermore, Kobe, as a protagonist figure in the world of One Piece within the Navy, naturally carried some luck with him. When they returned to the Navy headquarters, it might be necessary to hand Kobe and Barumabur over to Garp so Kobe could learn his iron fist. Then, Lu Chen gave the boxing gloves and custom long swords awarded by the system to Barumabur and Kobe, 1 set for each as a reward for their trials. The two looked at the weapons in their hands, exceptionally delighted. These are what you deserve. Chen nodded slightly and took the two back to Marineford. About 10 days later, the three returned to Marineford. Upon arrival, he headed straight for the research department of Marineford. Ever since the Marineford War, the Navy headquarters had moved to the New World, and Chen thought the research department would also move there. But unexpectedly, it was still hidden in Marineford. This might be the reason they chose to continue to have the scientific department in Marineford. After all, not many could think of it. Thinking back, according to the original plot, Luffy and his crew returned to Sabati Archipelago 2 years later and seemed to have encountered Kizuru. Was Kizuru protecting the research department in Marineford? Now, with Kizuru replaced by Chen, Kizuru was able to take a break and not come to Marineford. In the research department, Chen was stopped at the door by the station Navy. Vice Admiral Chen, this is a restricted area of the Navy. If you don't have an appointment, we cannot let you in unless you're a Navy Admiral. I have an appointment with Dr. Vegapunk. You can call to confirm, Chen said. The Navy's protection of Vegapunk was extremely tight. It could even be said to be somewhat excessive, even bordering on house arrest. However, Vegapunk didn't seem to mind. He only cared about his research. All right, Vice Admiral Chen, please wait a moment. After that, the Navy immediately went to call Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk, Vice Admiral Chen is here and says he has an appointment. Yes, let Vice Admiral Chen in quickly. Understood. The Navy hadn't even hung up the phone when Vegapunk had already hung up. He walked up to Chen and said solemnly, Vice Admiral Chen, you may enter. Good. As the heavy iron door opened, Chen walked straight in, with the Navy leading the way. Without identification, it would be very difficult to pass through inside. Unless brute force was used, one could definitely move freely. Not long after, Chen passed through several gates and finally arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. Haha, Vice Admiral Chen, it's really been a long time. Did you bring the items I wanted? Vegapunk excitedly asked upon seeing Chen. You're just pretending not to know. Chen replied. Haha. Vegapunk laughed and waved the Navy at the doorway. You can leave now. We don't need you here. Yes, doctor. The Navy turned and left. Vegapunk then took Chen into his private office and eagerly asked, Vice Admiral, quickly take out Blackbeard's blood. Okay. With that, Chen took out a bloody piece of flesh from his system backpack. Vegapunk frowned. This is meat, right? Has Blackbeard already died? He had been in the laboratory and was unaware of the situation outside. Is meat not acceptable? Chen countered. He didn't mention Blackbeard's situation. Currently, it was only rumored that Blackbeard's crew had been annihilated by the night pirates, and people believed that Blackbeard's crew had fled rather than disappeared. All right, there is still some residual blood in the meat. Vegapunk snatched the piece of meat and placed it in a petri dish. Naturally, Chen didn't hold back and directly said, the thing you mentioned for saving Kuma should be given to me now. Deal. Vegapunk didn't delay, taking out a round device, entirely black, the purpose of which was unknown. What is this? This contains the last consciousness of Bartholomew Kuma. As long as this device is placed on Kuma, his consciousness will return. Initially, it was just an experiment, but I didn't expect it to succeed, Vegapunk explained. Good. Hearing this, Chen's expression brightened. He didn't expect Vegapunk's technology to be so advanced, leaving behind this trick. Thinking carefully, since he could even create artificial devil fruits, his technology was indeed formidable. With that disc, Chen stood up to leave. I'm off. Vice Admiral Chen, you should come by more often when you have time. Vegapunk waved with a smile. It's better if I don't. Chen waved his hand and muttered to himself. If Vegapunk knew his identity and had 3 devil fruits, he would definitely want to dissect him for research. It was best to have less interaction. With this piece of flesh, I wonder if I can create a new seraph or an artificial dark fruit. Vegapunk stared at the piece of flesh in the petri dish, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. He was very interested in the ability to absorb others' devil fruits. After all, that was another way to create devil fruits. As Chen exited the research department and returned to Marineford, he was preparing to head to Sabati Archipelago when a familiar figure appeared ahead, walking towards him. Ein? What are you doing here? What? You came back and didn't think to see me first, just came to this place for what? Ein rolled her eyes and pouted. I came to find the doctor for something. How did you know I was here? Chen smiled and replied. I asked Kobe and the others, I said, turning her head away and huffing. If I hadn't come to find you, would you have taken the initiative to find me? Seeing this, Chen's expression darkened, and he quickly approached to comfort her, wrapping his arms around Ain's slender waist. Hey, how could that be? I was thinking of looking for you tonight, right? Oomph. You silly. Aiden's pretty face turned slightly red, and she continued to ask, Where are we going now? To the Sabati archipelago. To find someone, there's something to discuss. Can I come along? Sure. Where to? As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them boarded a small boat heading to Shaki's bar in the Sabati archipelago. Upon entering the bar, Chen and Aiden immediately caught Shaki's attention. Noticing the female navy beside Chen, Shaki exhaled a puff of white smoke and teased. Oh, little brother, you brought a beautiful girl this time. Sister Shaki, stop teasing me. Let's have 2 drinks. Chen waved his hand. This was actually the first time he brought Aiden to a bar in the Sabati archipelago. All right. Shaki nodded and began mixing drinks. Aiden, who was staying beside Chen, was looking around, seemingly pondering something. What kind of place is this? Why did Chen come to such a place? Looking outside, it seemed to be a bar, but there were hardly any people. Could it be because of this sister? But that seemed unlikely. Here, pink lady. Shaki handed over 2 glasses of pink cocktails. Thank you, Chen said gratefully. Just as they were about to drink, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. Oh, is it little Chen who came? What brings you here suddenly? Rayleigh walked in slowly with a wine jug in hand. Only then did he notice the Navy woman sitting beside Chen. Oh, you brought a girl along. Dark King. Rayleigh. Aiden frowned slightly, immediately recognizing him, and exclaimed in surprise. Rayleigh waved his hand and sat down beside them. Just call me Rayleigh, no need for Dark King. Hearing this, Aiden was incredulous and didn't know what to say. The former Pirate King's right-hand man actually appeared in this small bar, which was truly hard to believe. Hee. Chen chuckled and continued. Rayleigh, stop scaring people. I'm looking for you for something serious. Speak, what is it? I'm not looking for you, but for Sister Shaki. After saying that, Chen handed a note to Shaki and smiled. Sister Shaki, help me find some information about this person. I'll pay any reward. Oh, Shaki took a look, her eyes flashing with surprise, but she quickly concealed it. The reward is another matter, but it will definitely be substantial. If I find it, I will let you know in advance. Okay, thank you. Chen picked up his glass and drank the red wine in one go. Shortly after, Chen and Aiden stayed in the bar for a while longer before leaving. Perhaps it was because she saw Rayleigh. Aiden had been quiet the whole time. Even on the way back, she didn't ask Chen a single question. After they left, Rayleigh approached curiously and asked, Who is Chen looking for information about? Here. Shaki handed over the note. Upon seeing it, Rayleigh couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It's him. He also recognized Bartholomew Kuma, and Chen was looking for information about him. To rescue Bartholomew Kuma, one must first know his current location, finding an opportunity to let his consciousness return to his body. Thus, Chen gathered the materials to build the Dark King, and perhaps he could actually construct it. After returning to Marineford, Chen noticed that Aiden had been silent, so he took the initiative to ask, Aiden, why aren't you talking? It's nothing. Aiden shook her head slightly. Despite this, Chen could tell that Aiden had something on her mind. If there's something, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up. It will be hard to bear. It's fine. If there's anything, I believe you'll tell me. Aiden smiled brightly. Hearing this, Chen suddenly understood. Aiden had noticed his close relationship with Rayleigh and Shaki. After spending so much time together, and it was no longer just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship, it wasn't difficult for her to guess some things. After a moment of contemplation, Chen embraced Aiden, his expression serious, and said, Don't worry, I won't do anything dangerous. Looking for Rayleigh and Sister Shaki is just for information about one person. It definitely won't be something dangerous this time. I know. Aiden nodded affirmatively. In fact, she had already sensed everything about Chen. She just didn't have any solid evidence. Everything could be attributed to a woman's sixth sense. She had already guessed that Chen was very likely the Navy's bounty criminal with a reward of 5 billion berries, the captain of the night pirate crew, the Dark Knight. A few days later, Chen learned from Shaki about Kuma's whereabouts. He He was actually in the Holy Land Mariea, and the World Conference was about to be held, but he had not received an invitation. He wondered if he could go to Mariea. It would be great if he could go, otherwise, he would have to sneak into Mariea. In any case, he had to complete this task to gather all the materials needed to build the Dark King. He believed the system probably wouldn't offer any more rewards for building materials for the Dark King. So this task had to be done. It all depended on whether he could get an invitation to the Holy Land and go there, which would make things much easier. The next day, ding ding ding, Chen's transponder snail rang, and on the other end was Karp's voice. Hey Chen, I have a task for you. Go to the Holy Land Mariea to protect Princess Shirahoshi. Grandpa, I didn't receive any orders from Akainu. You must be too lazy to go, so you passed the task to me, right? Chen asked with interest. Originally, this task should have been Karp's, so he could guess that Karp was too lazy to go and passed it to him. Why you care so much? Don't you know Shirahoshi? Protecting her is perfect for you. Enough talk, I have things to do. As soon as he finished speaking, Karp hung up the phone. At Marine headquarters, Karp, eating a donut, slowly looked out the window, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I really don't know what that kid is going to do. That he would tell me about this in advance. Is it really that important? I suspect he is going to do something unspeakable. I just hope he doesn't stir up any trouble. Marineford. Chen found Aiden and smiled. I'm going to Marineford to carry out a mission this time. Do you want to come along? Yes. Aiden smiled sweetly, agreeing without much thought. All right, let's set off. The World Conference will start in 3 days. We can explore Marineford a bit. Chen said. Aiden nodded affectionately. The two of them had been to Mariea together last time, but there had been a not-so-good meeting there. This time, they still wanted to take a look since it was the Holy Land, with many things found nowhere else. So, after packing up, they took a team of Navy and headed towards the Red Line, which was the port they needed to reach to go to the Holy Land Mariea. A few hours later, the Navy warship that Chen and Aiden were on arrived at the port. A large number of Navy personnel had already gathered around the port to guard it. They were not only there to protect the safety of the victory of Mary Geos, but also to ensure the safety of the representatives from various countries attending the World Conference. As the two warships arrived and disembarked, a young rear admiral on the shore immediately approached to greet them. He walked up to Admiral Chen and respectfully saluted, saying, Admiral Chen. Admiral Chen slightly nodded, looking at the young man, feeling somewhat familiar. But he couldn't recall who the other person was at that moment. So he asked, do we know each other? Admiral Chen, we were in the same training camp at the Advanced Training Academy. Fred, Gavin replied. It's you, Fred Gavin. Upon hearing this, Chen pretended to suddenly realize and said, in fact, he hadn't remembered who the other person was. He just knew the name from the information displayed on the system interface. I didn't expect Admiral Chen to actually know my name. Fred Gavin's face lit up with joy as he continued to introduce himself. I was sent by the Navy headquarters to maintain order with you. And my subordinates and I are now at your command. All right, just go ahead with what you have prepared. I'm just here to keep things in order. Chen waved his hand and said, Yes, Admiral Chen. Fred Gavin immediately went to arrange the work. Although he was from the same training class as Chen was now a vice admiral in the Navy, and he was a formidable naval superstar with great strength. He had become an object of admiration for the Navy, with many aspiring to be like him. It could be said that Admiral Chen's prestige in the Navy was about to surpass that of Karp and Admiral Akainu, even being hailed as a new generation naval hero. On the other side, after Chen and I left, Ein curiously asked, Do you really remember him? I don't remember at all. If I said I don't remember, would you believe me? Chen smiled and replied. After a moment of silence, Ein shook her head. I don't believe it. Since he could call out the other person's name, how could he not know him? Then I must remember. Chen nodded affirmatively. You are lying to me. But the more he insisted, the less Ein believed him, and she angrily pinched the flesh at Chen's waist. Ouch! Spare me, spare me. Chen begged repeatedly. The two laughed and walked into a nearby tent to rest. The start time of the World Conference had not yet arrived. They were just there to make a series of preparations. The actual conference was set to begin 2 days later. The next morning, one by one, kings and representatives from various countries began to arrive at the port. Since they came quite early, they arrived ahead of time. Chen and Ein also appeared at the port, watching the kings arrive one after another. including some familiar faces, Old Kai, who inherited the 8 Treasures Water Army, and the King of Boxing. However, they did not recognize the current Lu Chun and did not know that he was the knight, but they had heard of his great name. Every passing king would take a second look at Lu Chun. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures disembarked from a ship, King Cobra of Alabasta and his daughter Vivi. Vivi looked around and suddenly noticed a man standing at the port, gazing into the distance. She immediately tugged at Cobra's side and asked, "Father, that must be Vice Admiral Monkey D. Lu Chun, right? He is the one who defeated and captured Crocodile." "That's him." Cobra nodded. He still recognized Lu Chun and even remembered their agreement. "Father, let me go over and greet him to thank him properly." After saying that, Vivi turned and ran towards Lu Chun. Cobra called out, but couldn't stop her. "Hey, Vivi, don't run off." "Father, I'll be right back," Vivi said without looking back. She originally intended to ask Luffy and his crew to help her country, but later learned that it was a Navy officer named Lu Chun who had captured Crocodile overnight. She had hoped to meet him, but she had seen his name and photo multiple times in newspapers since then, leaving a deeper impression of him. "Hey, Lu Chun, it looks like a girl is running over. She can't be looking for you, right?" I murmured. That shouldn't be the case. Lu Chun felt uneasy, but he and Vivi had never met, right? Or had they met before, but he forgot? Could that be? Oomph. Ayn rolled her eyes and snorted. At that moment, Vivi had already walked over, smiling, and said, "Hello, Vice Admiral Lu Chun. Thank you for capturing Crocodile and saving our country." "Oh, it's what I should do." Lu Chun suddenly realized how Vivi recognized him. "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, what are you here for this time?" Vivi asked curiously. Lu Chun replied, "To ensure the safety of the participants at the World Conference and maintain the normal execution of the conference." Oh, just as she was about to speak, Cobra urged from a distance, "Vivi, stop chatting, we need to go." They needed to go to Mariea to stay temporarily and then wait for the World Conference to begin. Coming. Hearing this, Vivi had to wave goodbye to Lu Chun, saying, "Vice Admiral Lu Chun, see you later." Lu Chun nodded without saying much. After Vivi left, Lu Chun's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "See, I told you I didn't know her. This is our first meeting." "That's more like it." I nodded slightly. On the other side, when Vivi returned to Cobra's side, Cobra took her hand and left, quietly reminding her, in the future, try to avoid getting too close to Lu Chun. His identity is not simple, and associating with him too much might be dangerous. "Huh? Why?" Vivi frowned. They were part of the world government, and the Navy belonged to the world government as well. In Vivi's view, Lu Chun was a just and fearless Navy officer. "Don't ask why, just listen to me," Cobra said seriously. "You have to know that Lu Chun took the world government document from him and did not hand it over to the Navy or the world government. So what he might be plotting could be much bigger. This person is hiding too deeply. Even now, he doesn't know what Lu Chun truly wants." Vivi reluctantly nodded. Not far away, Lu Chun was also watching Cobra's back, lost in thought. "Cobra, huh? This time, you might die. If you want to save you, it might be a bit challenging. Furthermore, the system hasn't triggered a mission to save Cobra. Perhaps it's really too difficult. The 5 elders are confronting Cobra, and he doesn't even know how Cobra died. He simply vanished in Holy Land, Mariea. Some things, even Lu Chun, don't have the power to intervene. It's better to focus on things within his capabilities." The next day, a large ship sailed towards the sea, and Lu Chun looked up to see several familiar figures. Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Island, who was also a key target he needed to protect this time. There's no helping it. White Star's size is too large, inevitably drawing the attention of others. "It's White Star." Ayn smiled. She also quite liked White Star. In her eyes, White Star was like a little child. Though large in size, her mind was somewhat childlike. "Let us go welcome them." "Okay." With that, the 2 of them went forward to the port to personally greet them, also for their safety. After all, there were grudges between the Fishman tribe and the human tribe, and they feared someone might attack the Fishmen. That's why they sent Karp, but for some reason, it ended up in Lu Chun's hands. At first, Lu Chun thought Karp was being lazy, but upon further reflection, something fell off. This job was a leisurely one, according to Karp's personality. He should have been willing to come. However, why was this task assigned at such a critical time? What was going on? After thinking it over, Lu Chun couldn't figure it out. so he decided to stop worrying and focus on the task at hand first. Lord Chen, Lord Ein. White Star spotted Ein and Chen waiting for them at the port and quickly waved at them. Chen nodded slightly, and when White Star approached, he smiled and said, "You've arrived. It's been a long time." "Yes, it's been a long time since I last saw Lord Chen." White Star replied cheerfully. Seeing Chen again genuinely made her happy. "What? Didn't you say it had been a long time since you last saw me?" Ein teased. "Ah, right. And Lord Ein, I forgot to mention you just now." "Ha ha ha." Ein laughed heartily and started chatting with White Star. As for Chen, he walked up to King Neptune and said seriously, "King Neptune, it's been a long time. This time, I will personally ensure your safety on the journey to Mariea." "Thank you, Admiral Chen, for last time as well." Neptune quickly expressed his gratitude. With Chen as protection, he indeed felt much more at ease. This vice admiral resembled the legendary naval hero Karp. Ever since Chen cleared out Fishman Island, it had become much safer, with no pirates daring to come to Fishman Island to kidnap fishmen, which was a significant achievement for the entire island. However, Neptune had previously not been very supportive of Chen, so he still wanted to say thank you now. "You're too polite." Meanwhile, everyone around noticed the beautiful and adorable White Star, gazing at her in admiration, with some even taking pictures of her. For a moment, White Star felt quite uncomfortable and even a bit scared. "Lord Chen, what are they doing?" This was her first time leaving Fishman Island and coming to the surface. "No photography allowed here. If you dare take more pictures, my knife won't recognize anyone." Chen's eyes narrowed, releasing a hint of Conqueror's Haki, and he quietly growled. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone nearby could hear it clearly, as if he were whispering in their ears. Those with weaker strength felt immediate fear and dared not harbor any ill thoughts. Others, knowing Chen's reputation, naturally did not dare to move recklessly and stood respectfully aside. Then, Chen turned to White Star and smiled, saying, "Let us go. They won't dare take pictures anymore." "Thank you, Lord Chen." White Star smiled sweetly. Her innocent smile felt like a breath of spring air, making everyone around her love her even more. Under Chen's lead, King Neptune and his two sons, along with White Star, boarded Mariea. This was Chen's second visit to Mariea, but the last time was not as grand and formal as this time. This time, the World Conference was about to commence, and Mariea had prepared many things for it. Not only were there automatically operating elevators, but also various entertainment facilities. However, none of these were what Chen wanted to focus on. What he wanted to know was where Kuma was, with the World Conference taking place. The 5 elders and him would be attending, perhaps too busy to pay attention, making it a perfect opportunity to rescue Kuma. However, it was still somewhat dangerous to rely solely on himself. He might need to find someone to cooperate with. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Chen's lips. "Let us see if he can run into someone." "Lord Chen, what are you smiling about?" White Star suddenly noticed his smile and asked. "It's nothing, just thought of something." Chen waved his hand. "Oh." Nearby, Ein, hearing their conversation, looked at Chen thoughtfully but didn't say much. About half an hour later, Chen finally brought White Star and the others to the palace where the World Conference would be held. It turned out that Charlos, who had intended to harm White Star, had already been killed by Chen beforehand, so White Star should be safe for the time being. Therefore, Chen found Ein and said, "Ein, I need to step out alone for a bit. You protect White Star and the others. Remember, if a celestial dragon makes a move, try to avoid combat, or come find me." "You're leaving again?" Ein frowned slightly and asked, feeling worried that Chen was going to do something dangerous. "Don't worry, it's just a personal matter. I'm going to meet someone." "It won't be dangerous," Chen reassured her. After a moment of hesitation, Ein nodded in agreement. "Okay, just be careful. If anything happens, make sure to come back quickly." "All right, you take care too." With that, Chen turned and left, quietly disappearing from everyone's sight. However, he seemed oblivious to a man standing in the corner, watching Chen leave and muttering to himself, "Chen, leaving already? I wonder what his intentions are. I hope he doesn't harm Vivi." This man was Cobra, the king of Alabasta. As the flowers bloomed in 2 different ways, Chen left without blending into the night, but continued to roam around Mariea in his navy identity, using his observation Haki to sense the people and things around him. As a vice admiral, He had free access to most areas of Mariea. While walking, a soldier from Mariea suddenly passed by. However, the system interface displayed a familiar name, which caught Chen's attention, and he immediately called out to the soldier. "Hey, stop." The soldier was momentarily stunned but stood still, turning to look at Chen, lowering his voice intentionally to say, "Admiral, are you talking to me?" "Yes, come over here." Chen waved his hand, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. "Yes." Hearing this, the soldier had no choice but to walk quickly toward Chen, but his walking posture felt somewhat strange. The soldier stood in front of Chen, wearing a silver helmet that covered his entire body, exposing only his eyes and mouth. "We've met before, haven't we, my friend?" Chen joked. "No, Admiral, we haven't met." The soldier shook his head. But Chen smiled lightly and whispered in the soldier's ear, "Sabo, it's been years. Don't you recognize me?" Instantly, Sabo's expression froze, and he clenched his fists, ready for a fight. He didn't expect Chen to recognize him. If discovered, the revolutionaries' plan might fail prematurely. Don't be too excited, I mean no harm." Chen waved his hand to calm down Sabo's emotions. If the other party made a move, his plan might be difficult to carry out. Although they had met in Dressrosa before, that was still under the cover of night. Sabo slightly nodded and asked quietly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" He knew that Chen wouldn't seek him out easily, and since he hadn't exposed his identity, there might be other matters at hand. "Let's talk over there." "Okay." Soon, Chen and Sabo came to an empty corner. Chen straightforwardly said, "I know you are currently the chief of staff of the revolutionaries. I can ignore the matter of coming to Mariea, and I don't want to get involved. But you should know about Bartholomew Kuma. He seems to be one of the revolutionaries." Upon hearing this, Sabo's expression became serious. He didn't expect the other party to know about these matters, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Don't be too excited. I know you are here to rescue Bartholomew Kuma, and he has helped Luffy before. So I want to help him once as a way to repay his kindness." Chen said earnestly. "Is what you said true?" Sabo frowned, feeling suspicious. After all, Chen was now a vice admiral in the Navy, which made him an enemy of both pirates and the Revolutionary Army. What is real cannot be false, and what is false cannot be real. You'll know when you see Bartholomew Kuma now. I've already obtained what can save him. If you need it, you can come to find me here," Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Sabo nodded and then left. He hadn't seen Kuma yet and couldn't ascertain his current condition. He had only heard some news that Kuma had become a completely emotionless machine. Even so, Sabo was unwilling to believe it and even less willing to see it. Chen stayed in place, watching Sabo's departing figure and muttering to himself, "You will definitely come back to find me." Originally, he had intended to go directly to find Kuma, but unexpectedly ran into Sabo on the way. Moreover, he sensed that there were several people hiding underground and nearby, likely other captains of the Revolutionary Army. Only a few captains had the strength to infiltrate Mariea. However, with their strength, it might still be difficult to escape from the hands of the five elders. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun found a quiet place nearby, leisurely sipping coffee while waiting for Sabo to return. In less than half an hour, Sabo indeed hurried back, and behind him were several figures who chose to hide upon seeing Chen, not daring to come out. "Oh, you're back?" Chen said with interest. "Yes. You said you have a way to save Kuma. Is that true?" Sabo asked seriously. Just now, he had witnessed Kuma being humiliated, and the kind person who treated him like a son was now in such a state, which made him extremely angry. He had originally planned to rush forward to stop them and save Kuma, but was blocked by 3 other captains. At that moment, Sabo remembered what Chen had said and ran frantically to where Chen was. "I didn't tell any lies," Chen said, not even believing it himself. "All right, I'm willing to believe you. Can we go save Kuma now?" Sabo had no other choice but to choose Chen. Otherwise, there would be no opportunity to rescue Kuma. "No rush. Let's wait until the World Conference starts. I have my own methods," Chen said. "Okay." Sabo nodded. He wasn't sure what Chen was waiting for, but once the World Conference began, all attention would be diverted, which would also be beneficial for rescuing Kuma. So, he agreed. They then agreed on a time and place to meet, which would be after the World Conference started, near the location where Kuma was held. After setting the agreement, Chen returned to the palace where the World Conference was being held and met up with Ein. Chen. Ein smiled widely upon seeing him return. "It's nothing. I just strolled around Mariea," Chen said with a smile. "Yes, the World Conference will start soon. Should we go back, or continue waiting outside?" "Let's wait outside. We still need to escort Shirahoshi and the others back." "Did anyone cause trouble earlier?" "No one caused trouble." "All right." Over an hour later, the World Conference began, and people from various countries entered the conference hall, while Chen and Ein continued to stay outside. As the World Conference commenced, Chen prepared to leave. "Ein, stay here. I'll be right back." "Okay." Ein was taken aback, not expecting Chen to leave, and stomped his feet in anger, but had no choice but to let Chen go. After saying that, Chen's figure had already disappeared from view. Watching him disappear, Ein pouted and exclaimed, "Always leaving. Always something going on. Is he in a hurry?" On the other side, when Chen arrived at the agreed location, Sabo had been waiting for a long time. "Chen, you're here? Let us go see Kuma." Chen nodded slightly, without saying any unnecessary words. "Okay." After that, the two immediately rushed to where Kuma was located. Kuma had long since become a slave of the Celestial Dragons, residing in one of their houses. When Chen and Sabo arrived, they happened to see Kuma in a yard, with a Celestial Dragon sitting on his back, humiliating him in every possible way. Kuma was pierced by several long swords, yet there was not much blood flowing, and his face showed no expression, like a cold robot. Damn it! Sabo was once again enraged upon seeing such a scene. Chen just stood by and watched. He knew Kuma, and the man riding on Kuma had some connections with him. Roswade Saint was indeed the father of Charlo Saint. "Chen, tell me, how are we going to save Kuma?" Sabo asked anxiously. "No need to rush, just need this," Chen said, taking out a black disc from his pocket with a smile. Sabo asked, "What is this?" "You don't need to know. Just know it can save Kuma," Chen replied. "Okay." Hearing this, Sabo could only nod. He had to choose to trust the item in Chen's hand. Otherwise, even if he forcibly took Kuma away, it would be impossible to save him. Navy 6 style, finger pistol. Chen held the disc in his hand, using finger pistol to propel the disc towards Kuma at high speed. The Celestial Dragons and guards nearby didn't even notice the flying disc. As the disc approached Kuma, it seemed to have a magnetic pull, being drawn to Kuma's chest. Suddenly, a pair of eyes began to flicker with light, and the whole person froze in place, not moving as if stuck. "Why aren't you moving?" "Useless. Move now." Roswade Saint drew the long sword from his back and stabbed it towards Kuma's body. Just as it was about to pierce him, a large hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the sword from behind. Then, a meat palm-like sphere appeared in his hand. A wave of energy surged, and the long sword was crushed to dust in the giant hand. "Ah!" Roswade Saint screamed, completely unaware of what had happened. He only felt the man sitting suddenly stand up, his massive body and a pair of blood-red eyes staring directly at him. "You, slave, what do you want?" The fallen Roswade Saint immediately felt fear, crawling backward on the ground in terror. "Bastard!" The bear emitted a mechanical and cold voice, his hands reaching out to strike Roswade Saint hard. However, the surrounding guards rushed over, blocking the bear, and a powerful wave of energy crashed into them. Boom! A loud noise. All the guards were instantly hit by a tremendous energy shock. Their bodies blasted apart and turned into countless sprays of blood, scattering on the ground. Help! Help!" Roswade Saint's eyes widened in fear, filled with terror, nearly wetting himself. As a celestial dragon, when had he ever seen such a scene? Then, the bear's other hand slammed down on Roswade Saint, encasing him in a circle and sending him flying away, not knowing where he would end up. "Bear!" Sabo saw that the bear seemed to have regained consciousness and hurried over, asking Bear, "How do you feel?" "I feel like I've been asleep for a long time." The bear spoke haltingly, as if a robot was glitching. Now, he was a completely mechanical being, but still possessed his original consciousness. "What happened to you?" Sabo hesitated, noticing the bear's abnormality, but could feel that the current bear was the real him. The bear then walked up to Chen and expressionlessly said, "Thank you." Although his consciousness was trapped in that disc, He still sensed the outside world and knew that Chen had set him free. It's nothing. You helped Luffy too. Consider a return of favor. Chen waved his hand. As the bear spoke, his speech system seemed to glitch again. Seeing this, Suyin was already used to it and urged, "You all should hurry and leave. It won't be long before someone discovers the dead bodies." "All right, thank you." Brother Chen. Sabo expressed his gratitude and immediately left with the bear. He saw that Chen had saved the bear and now had more trust in Chen. "You all hurry and go. I can't help you anymore. Be extra careful," Chen reminded. "Okay, let's go." With that, Sabo and the bear quickly left, and Chen also vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. Shortly after they left, a patrol of soldiers discovered the remaining body parts on the ground and immediately went to inform more soldiers, initiating a search throughout the Holy Land, Mariea. Meanwhile, congratulations to the host for completing the task. System reward: 3,000 energy points, 20 materials for constructing the Pluto. After completing the task, Chen immediately returned to the castle where the World Conference was being held, standing next to Ein. Although Ein was very curious about what Chen had been doing, she never asked. Suddenly, one group of soldiers after another began rushing to the same location, as if something significant had happened, causing a commotion. "Hurry! Go! You go to East Street, we go to South Street." Yes. Ein looked at them suspiciously, then unconsciously turned to Chen and asked, "What are they going to do? Did something happen?" "Who knows?" Chen smiled. He guessed that the bodies of those soldiers had probably been discovered, so it was normal for someone to mobilize. "Oh." I nodded but kept her eyes on Chen, as if saying, "You didn't do this, did you?" Chen could only avoid her gaze, pretending not to know anything. In no time, the entire Mariea began to descend into chaos, with the Navy getting involved, starting to capture the revolutionaries who had infiltrated Mariea. Of course, Chen and Ein did not participate. They had more important tasks, and Chen was too lazy to get involved. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to handle it. Now that he had obtained all the materials to create Pluto, he still needed to find someone to construct it. Otherwise, just having the materials wouldn't be enough. It was basically impossible to have Frankie build it. But going to Water 7 might be possible, though it would be somewhat troublesome. With the materials gathered, it instead turned out that there were no shipwrights available. Not long ago, Chen had learned the shipbuilding skill. Although he had now reached a rank, trying to build one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluto, all by himself was clearly a bit unrealistic. So, he still needed to find other talents. One step at a time. No need to rush. The entire World Conference would last for 7 days, and during these 7 days, Chen and Ein had to stay in Mariea. Noon. The meeting temporarily ended, and all the kings participating in the meeting came out to rest. The meeting would continue in the afternoon, and the evening would be for rest. When Shirahoshi came out, she happened to see Chen and Ein still outside, and immediately ran over with a beaming smile. "Lord Chen, Lady Ein, you're still here." "Yes. We specially came to protect you. We'll be with you for the next few days," Ein said with a smile. She really liked Shirahoshi like a big little friend. "Yay. This is my first time on land in so many years. Can you take me around?" Shirahoshi's big eyes sparkled with a hint of pleading. In an instant, Ein's heart softened, but she still looked at Chen and asked, "Can we take Shirahoshi out for a walk?" Most of the residents in Mariea were celestial dragons, and the relationship between celestial dragons and fishmen was not good. So to wander around Mariea, they still needed Chen's protection. "Sure, I have nothing to do," Chen said. "Yay, thank you, Lord Chen." Shirahoshi instantly beamed with joy. Thus, the 3 set off to stroll around Mariea. Despite the attack incident, the shopping areas remained bustling with people. Of course, only Shirahoshi and Ein were happy. Chen wasn't particularly fond of shopping. Shopping was indeed something women liked, and Chen could at most be considered bodyguard. Shirahoshi didn't need to attend a meeting, so they took her around for a whole afternoon, allowing both of them to enjoy themselves. In the evening, Chen and Ein returned to their lodging at the dock to rest, while Shirahoshi would return to Mariea during the day. On a night 2 days later, a somewhat familiar man suddenly approached Chen in disguise. The man wore a black robe, trying to conceal his identity. However, before seeing the other person's face, Lu Chun already knew who he was through the system. "Admiral Lu Chun, I'm sure you figured out who I am by now," said Cobra, taking off his hat and speaking faintly. I'm very curious why you came to find me dressed like this." Lu Chun slightly nodded, showing interest. "There is something I want to ask," Cobra replied truthfully, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Speak." After the World Conference, he hoped that General Lu Chun could personally escort Vivi back to Alabasta. "Why should I?" Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and countered. "Just because Cobra said so, does that mean he would go?" Although he knew Cobra would die at the hands of the Five Elders after the World Conference, it didn't mean he had to agree. "If you refuse, I will inform the world government about the historical text you possess. No matter what, you won't be able to keep that historical text." Cobra said indifferently, as if he had made a decision. "Are you threatening me?" Immediately, Lu Chen's expression darkened, unconsciously exuding a hint of Conqueror's Haki. A powerful pressure swept towards Cobra, making it hard for him to stand, nearly causing him to fall. After a moment, once the Conqueror's Haki was withdrawn, Cobra managed to catch his breath and quickly apologized. "I did say something wrong earlier. I sincerely apologize now and hope you can forgive me." "Oomph." Lu Chun snorted coldly. "Indifferent. I could kill you right now, and no one would know it was me. The last matter was a transaction between us. I saved your entire country, and now you come to threaten me." He wouldn't accept Cobra's apology, but there was no need to argue too much with a dying man. Cobra was momentarily speechless, his expression serious, as he solemnly said, "General Lu Chun, as long as you are willing to escort Princess Vivi safely back to her country, I will agree to any conditions you propose, and I will keep our secret, even if I die. I will ensure Vivi's safety. Now leave." Lu Chun waved his hand. Just a dying man. Besides, he already knew that Vivi's safety wouldn't be an issue. "Thank you, General Lu Chun." Cobra quickly expressed his gratitude. With those words from Lu Chun, he felt much more at ease and could focus on what he wanted to do. "Leave?" Lu Chun waved his hand, not wanting to see him any longer. "All right." After saying that, Cobra turned and left, looking at the Mary Geos at the mountaintop, murmuring, "Vivi, this is the last thing your father can do for you. I hope you can forgive me." Shortly after Cobra left, Ein entered the tent and quietly asked, "What did he come to see you for?" In fact, Ein had been outside and had already noticed Cobra's presence, recognizing him by his figure, but couldn't hear what Lu Chun and he were discussing. "He asked me to escort Princess Vivi safely back to Alabasta," Lu Chun answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, Ein frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased. "Why would he come to you? Are you familiar with that Vivi?" "Not really. I just met her when I was pursuing Crocodile in Alabasta. But Cobra must know he is going to die, which is why he came to ask me." Lu Chun concealed some details. Some things are better not to let Ein know too much about, as she already knew quite a bit. Knowing too much can sometimes be a burden. Hearing this, Ein was stunned for a moment, looking at Cobra's figure in the distance, suddenly realizing something. But she didn't ask further. The World Conference continued for a total of 7 days. On the 7th day, Lu Chun felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the center of Mary Geos while outside the palace. The tremendous energy made the entire Mary Geos tremble as if an earthquake had occurred, with countless debris falling from the rooftops. The closer one was to Mary Geos. The greater the impact, just like being near the epicenter of an earthquake. Fortunately, Lu Chun was positioned relatively far away, so the effect on him wasn't too great. However, he could still feel the strength of that energy. It should be no weaker than SSS rank. Lu Chun looked in the direction from which the tremor came, falling into deep thought. This must be Im's doing, right? Sabo should have been discovered by Im, but with Kuma around, he should be able to escape quickly. Some matters are not for him to meddle in right now, so he wouldn't bother looking into it. With his current strength, there was no need to engage too much with him. After all, he didn't know much about her, only that she was at the center of power in this world. Being with a ruler is like being with a tiger. Maintaining some distance is better. In any case, for now, hiding is the best option, because he didn't know what kind of abilities Im had. As the World Conference concluded, all the other kings appeared. Although they all felt the tremor just now, they didn't interfere too much. The matters of the Holy Land, Mary Geos, were not for them to meddle in. Lord Lu Chun, Lady Ein. Suddenly, White Star dashed towards them. "White Star." Ein smiled and waved, continuing, you're finally out. I will escort you back to Fishman Island with Chen. Yay! White Star was exceptionally happy. However, Chen remained silent because he saw Vivi standing at the door, anxiously waiting, but Cobra had yet to appear. Ein followed Chen's gaze and also saw Princess Vivi, biting her red lip, saying, Chen, why don't you go bring her along too? All right. Chen nodded. He then walked up to Vivi and said seriously, don't wait any longer. Your father probably won't be coming out. General Chen, what do you mean by that? Vivi's expression slightly froze, as if she had guessed something. Your father came to see me and hoped I would safely bring you back. Now it seems it's time to fulfill that promise, Chen stated honestly. Instantly, Vivi realized, her eyes slightly reddening, tears welling up as she looked in the direction of the distance. Father, you have long. After a moment of contemplation, Vivi seemed to make a decision, wiped her tears, and said, all right, I will follow you. Since it was her father's choice of General Chen, she would choose to trust her father's decision. Let us go. Okay. So, Vivi followed behind Chen, boarding the Navy ship to leave. She couldn't help but glance back, feeling as if someone was watching her. The Conqueror's Haki sensed something, but couldn't determine who it was, but the strength was definitely not low. Could it be that him sent someone to keep an eye on Vivi? It was unlikely to be I'm herself. Could it be one of the 5 elders? Forget it. In any case, Vivi wouldn't be in danger now. Soon after, under the escort of the Navy warship Chen was aboard, the ships of Fishman Island and Alabasta Kingdom safely returned to their respective countries. After completing the escort, Chen's mission was considered accomplished, and he returned to Marineford once again. However, the reconstruction work at Marineford was nearly complete, and it wouldn't be long before he had to return to Navy headquarters. By then, it would be more challenging to go out again. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, appointing Akiji as the vice captain of the night pirates. With him around, the night pirates wouldn't encounter any issues. Suddenly, the telephone bug on Chen's desk rang. Strangely, it was Sakaski calling. Akainu had never called Chen directly before. Could it be that there was some problem this time? After delaying for a moment, Chen finally answered the call. Hello, Admiral Akainu. What made you think of calling me? Oomph. Sakaski snorted lightly and said indifferently, you should be fine now, right? I have a mission for you. The reconstruction of Marineford also needs to be completed. After you complete this mission, return to the Navy headquarters. Yes, Admiral. Chen smiled slightly, actually becoming interested in the mission mentioned by Sakaski. The specific task will be sent to you via telegram. Pay attention to receiving it. Goodbye. Sakaski did not want to say another word to Chen and directly hung up. If it weren't for the 2 recruited admirals, one not doing his job and the other causing trouble everywhere, which was giving him a headache, he would have had to give a task to Chen and let him return to the Navy headquarters to help out. Without Chen, things would have been a bit tricky. Originally, this task was supposed to be conveyed to Chen by Garp. However, Garp said he was busy, so Sakaski had to do it himself. It was likely that Garp had no good intentions and just wanted to see Sakaski struggle. Chen frowned slightly, unsure of what task Sakaski had assigned to him, which sparked a bit of interest. Not mentioning it over the phone was probably to avoid being eavesdropped on. Not long after, I walked in holding a telegram. Chen, just now the headquarters sent a telegram specifically for you. Let me see. Chen nodded, taking the telegram. It contained exactly what Sakaski mentioned. The content was lengthy and mainly noted many things. Hoping that Chen would complete the task properly and not mess around or kill indiscriminately. The main content mentioned a pirate, Guild Tesoro, known as the Golden Emperor. He is the owner of the gold fruit. Who would have thought he would actually appear? Chen was to go and arrest him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Kill Guild Tesoro. System reward. 2,000 energy points. Another mission was triggered. It seemed this trip to the Thousand Sunny was a must. Additionally, not long ago, Chen received a call from Rainbow Island, which was from Henzo. He was researching the Rainbow Mist, but lacked research funding and needed more. Therefore, Chen directly transferred 1 billion berries to him to continue his research. This left Chen short on funds, but a trip to Golden City could yield a lot of berries. After all, the Thousand Sunny controlled 20 of the world's berries, which was an enormous amount. Hopefully, Henzo could produce some results. Otherwise, all that money would be wasted. Lu Chen, what is the mission? It actually came from the Navy headquarters, Ein asked curiously. To arrest a pirate, Guild Tesoro. Lu Chen replied truthfully. Really him? I didn't expect his ship to come here. Yes, you go and have the prepare. We set off immediately. Yes, Colonel. With that, Ein left the room to prepare the warship. This operation involved not only the Navy, but also CP-0, and they would encounter several celestial dragons, which made things a bit tricky. However, none of that mattered as long as they could complete the mission. An hour later, all the Navy ships were ready to set sail, departing from Marineford towards the Thousand Sunny. The Thousand Sunny was located along the Grand Line in the New World, and its appearance attracted many pirates, so naturally, many Navy ships would head there as well. But Lu Chen knew their methods and wouldn't easily allow a large number of Navy personnel to enter. 3 days later, the Navy ships led by Lu Chen had arrived in the sea area where the Thousand Sunny was located, and the ship was not far ahead, faintly visible with a shimmering golden figure. All Navy ships, stop here. Major Ein and I will go in and take a look. We will notify you immediately if there is any news, Lu Chen said loudly. Yes, Colonel. The Navy responded in unison. Suddenly, KB and Balumabur approached, grinning. Teacher, take us with you. Yeah. Teacher, we also want to see. No. Lu Chen directly refused, saying sternly, this trip is not for fun. That place is very dangerous, and a slight mistake could cost you your life. Besides, I still need you to stay here on guard. Got it, teacher. KB and Balumabur nodded slightly. Hearing this, they understood that the Thousand Sunny might not be so much fun, but rather a very dangerous place. Ein, let us go. Okay. With that, Lu Chen and Ein boarded a small boat, still wearing the uniforms of a Navy colonel and major. They were going to pretend to have fun there. After all, there were still quite a few Navy personnel there, and it wouldn't be a big deal for the two of them to go. As time passed, they got closer to the Thousand Sunny. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. The massive golden ship sparkled in the night, illuminating everything around it in a golden hue. The entire ship was at least 10 kilometers long, pulled by 2 enormous Navy ships, unaffected by wind or current, and was extremely luxurious. Lu Chen, this ship is entirely made of gold, right? This. Ein's face froze, astonished. Although he had heard about it before, seeing a ship entirely made of gold was truly unbelievable. Sort of. If it were entirely made of gold, it would definitely sink. But there must be a lot of gold, Lu Chen said. Then Guild Tesoro's fruit has already awakened. Gold is just a matter of reaching out for him. He doesn't lack money. I nodded. The two officially entered the passage of the Thousand Sunny. As they entered the exclusive entrance, golden powder began to fall from the sky. Be careful not to inhale the golden powder, Lu Chen reminded. Okay. Ein was taken aback, but still followed Lu Chen's advice. Holding up an umbrella, he had prepared earlier to avoid inhaling the surrounding golden dust. As for Lu Chen, he used a layer of Conqueror's Haki to cover the surroundings, preventing the golden dust from getting close. Once contaminated by the golden dust, they could be controlled by Guild Tesoro, so it was best to avoid contamination. Before long, the golden dust had already stained the umbrella a golden yellow. If one were to sweep the ground here, they earn over 10,000 berries a day. Walking through the spacious, long passage, a bright light appeared ahead. They were about to enter the Thousand Sunny. However, as soon as they entered, a few pirates without eyes blocked Lu Chen and Ein's path. Hey, Navy, hand over your money, or don't blame us for being rude. Hand it over. Those coming to the Thousand Sunny were naturally carrying money, so that's why they would rob here. Can't they just sweep some gold dust instead? Do they have to rob? Get lost, Lu Chen roared, releasing his Conqueror's Haki, directly stunning many surrounding pirates and clearing a path. In an instant, the pirates in front of him fell one after another, inexplicably collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the surrounding pirates realized something was wrong and looked at the Navy in front of them in terror. It's Rear Admiral Lu Chen. It's him, the infamous pirate killer. The Navy's supernova. Run, run. If we don't run, we'll be killed by him. In an instant, the surrounding pirates fled in a frenzy, all afraid of Lu Chen, fearing he would go on a killing spree. However, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to take action against them and just shook his head helplessly. When did I gain this title? Pirate killer. That's quite an unpleasant name. Puffed. Ayn covered her face and chuckled, continuing, "Is there anything wrong with what he said?" Hearing this, Chen looked helpless and continued walking forward until he reached the dock, stopping the ship at the shore. The seawater in the entire Desoro area had long been covered with gold dust, turning into a truly golden sea. As soon as the two got ashore, a woman in a tight black outfit, with red hair and a graceful figure, walked towards them, swaying her body with every step as if she could captivate souls. Beautiful, but not for display. Character, Bakara position, crew member of Desoro Fruit. Luck fruit level, a skill, fruit development S, bounty, 70 million berries. However, Chen showed no change in expression, his eyes still clear as ever, not even glancing at Bakara twice. This woman is not easy to deal with. She can be considered a chosen one. The goddess of luck will always favor her. Rear Admiral Chen, Major Ayn, I didn't expect you two to come today. Are you here to enjoy yourselves on our day of sorrow? Bakara revealed a professional smile. Chen nodded slightly and continued. Take us to have some fun and introduce us along the way. Sure, this way please, Bakara said with a smile. Thus, Chen and Ayn followed her into the real Desoro. Once they truly entered Desoro, they realized the ship was enormous, like a small city, all covered in gold, with some decorations made entirely of pure gold. It had all kinds of entertainment venues, everything one could imagine. Rather than a giant ship, it was more like a country. Chen and Ayn sat in a vehicle made of gold, surveying the entire Desoro, where surveillance bugs were everywhere. Once someone was caught stealing gold, they would be imprisoned in the underground prison. There was an abundance of gold, inexhaustible and unending, but not a single morsel of food, only able to watch the gold and starve to death. Soon, Bakara led Chen and Ayn to a large hotel, the 8-star Hotel King of Gold. The entire hotel was made of gold, truly resplendent, and all the entertainment facilities were inside the hotel. Please come in. Bakara gestured, still wearing her professional smile. Chen nodded and walked in with Bakara. Upon entering the hotel, they saw the golden scenery, extremely luxurious. However, after seeing so much gold, it seemed just that way to Chen. He didn't think it looked particularly impressive. Rear Admiral Chen, do you have any money to exchange for chips? We also offer loans for chips here, Bakara said softly. I don't like owing money to others. Here's 10 million berries. Exchange it for chips. With that, Chen took out the black box he had prepared earlier. All right. Bakara nodded slightly, exchanged the 10 million berries for chips, and handed them to Chen. Please feel free to enjoy. If you have any questions, you can come find me. Okay. Chen nodded, watching Bakara turn to leave, most likely heading to the monitoring room. He knew this woman was not to be trifled with. Chen, are we really going to play? That's 10 million berries. Ayn frowned with concern. This place felt off to her. The people here were too crazy. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. All right. Hearing this, Ayn didn't say more and chose to trust Chen's decision. Then, Chen found a place to sit down and began to play various entertainment facilities, not missing any opportunity. It seemed as if the goddess of luck favored him. He never lost, winning everything. The chips in his hand kept growing. 15 million berries, 20 million berries, 30 million berries. Ayn looked on in delight, surprised that Chen could win so much money. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Bakara again. You two seem to have won quite a bit. You now qualify for the VIP room. Would you like to go? She said with a smile. Sure. Chen agreed immediately. All right, this way. However, before Bakara could finish her sentence, Chen interrupted, indifferent, no rush. I want 100 million berries here before I leave. Rear Admiral Chen, actually 30 million berries is already enough to qualify. You can win even more money inside, and you'll quickly reach 100 million berries, Bakara advised. What? Are you teaching me how to do my job? Instantly, Chen's expression darkened as he said coldly, I wouldn't dare. Bakara's face fell, but she had no choice but to comply and wait nearby. She could only watch helplessly as Chen continued to win at the table until he reached 100 million berries. Only then did Chen stand up from the table, smiling. All right, take me to the VIP room. Okay, this way, please. Under Bakara's guidance, they arrived at a section with golden walls. A man with a large head and all in black came through the golden wall, as if he had the ability to walk through walls. Character: Mr. Tanaka. Position: guard. Fruit: walk fruit. Level: B. Skill: fruit development. B. Gunmanship. B. Bounty: 20 million berries. Mr. Tanaka, please take them inside, Bakara said. Sure. Mr. Tanaka responded and pulled Lu Chen's hand, leading him into the wall made of gold. The so-called VIP room contained various factions: Navy, pirates, celestial dragons, all participating, and the game was very simple. Guess the size. Bakara took the initiative to introduce Lu Chen and then said, Rear Admiral Lu Chen, I wish you an enjoyable time here. As she spoke, her fair hand reached out to touch Lu Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed. A black knife blocked in front of Bakara's arm, causing a cut on her fair arm. I'm sorry, Miss Bakara, but I don't really like other women touching me, Lu Chen said indifferently. Bakara raised her eyebrows and had no choice but to cover her arm and leave the place. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Gilder Tizzolo was watching Lu Chen and the others in the VIP room, a meaningful smile on his face. Interesting. Lu Chen, why are there so many Navy personnel in this place? I see a lot of Navy headquarters officers too, Aine asked quietly as she looked around. This was her first time on the Disoloro, and she was indeed a bit shocked. There were even more surprises than she had heard about before. This place is neutral. The Navy cannot act against pirates, and pirates cannot act against the Navy. Plus, with the high stakes and the power of the celestial dragons involved, it naturally became such a place, Lu Chen explained. Oh, I nodded, still not fully convinced. At the same time, everyone present noticed the newly arrived Lu Chen and Aine. After all, those who could enter were not ordinary people, so most recognized Lu Chen. It's him, Navy Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Lu Chen, a Navy supernova, rumored to have strength comparable to that of an admiral. I wonder if it's true. It's highly likely true, but this place is neutral, so he wouldn't dare act against us, right? Everyone discussed among themselves, not daring to look too much, each continuing with their own games. Lu Chen, where are we going to play? Are we really going to play? Aine asked as they walked. Let's give it a try. Lu Chen smiled slightly and approached a table where crew members were shaking dice and surrounding customers were placing bets, with the minimum bet being 100,000 berries. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen placed a bet of 50 million berries on big. At this, everyone around was shocked. What? The first bet is 50 million berries? No wonder he's a Navy supernova. Such boldness. Lu Chen, are you really betting so much for the first time? That's impressive. You really have guts. Lu Chen smiled without saying a word, waiting for the crew member to reveal the result. When the dice were revealed, it indeed showed big, and the surrounding people became excited. Big. It really is big. He just won 50 million berries, 100 million berries. Impressive, this Navy Vice Admiral. Lu Chen, you're amazing. Aine looked at Lu Chen in surprise. It's nothing, Lu Chen waved his hand. In reality, it was all thanks to his observation Haki, which allowed him to foresee the outcome of the dice. Of course, he was just testing his luck. The 50 million berries were all won back. And even if he lost, it wouldn't matter, as he still made a profit of 40 million berries. He didn't believe that on the entire Disoloro, there was only Bakara as a backup. Thus, Lu Chen's bet this time was merely a probe. In fact, 100 million berries was not much for the Disoloro. Moments later, the second round of guessing the size began again. Using his observation Haki, Lu Chen sensed small and directly placed 100 million berries on the small position. Seeing this, many people followed suit, wanting to profit alongside him. Lu Chen didn't mind. He just wondered whether Gilder Tizzolo would agree. The results were revealed. 1, 2, 3. Small. Lu Chen was correct again, doubling his 100 million berries to 200 million berries and adding the previous 50 million berries. He made a total profit of 250 million berries. He then continued to win, consistently using his observation Haki to win. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Bakara walked in, her brows slightly furrowed. Captain, that Lu Chen has already won nearly 300 million berries. Won't you take action? What's the rush? Vice Admiral Lu Chen's worth is not worth that much. Naturally, we need him to win more, Gilder Tizzolo said with interest, holding a glass of red wine made of pure gold. Understood, Captain, Bakara slightly nodded, seeming to understand his intentions. As time passed, Lu Chen's winnings increased, accumulating to 3 billion berries. and this was just from a few rounds. It should be noted that Lu Chen had been betting half of his total each time, keeping the rest, so the doubled amounts were naturally substantial. He easily made 3 billion berries, while those who bet alongside him also earn a good amount. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, please place your bet. We are all betting along with you. Yes, we're all following your lead. Hee, if you win, we win too. The surrounding people urged Lu Chen to place a bet, all wanting to join in on a big win. After all, with so many wins, how could the next round not win? All right. Lu Chen smiled slightly and placed 10,000 berries as a bet on big. Seeing this, others had yet to react and followed suit with their bets. Some even risked all their wealth, not noticing that Lu Chen only bet 10,000 berries. Of course, he indeed predicted big using his observation Haki. However, he felt something was about to happen, so he only bet 10,000 berries. Besides, 30 million berries was already enough. Moments later, others finally noticed Lu Chen had only bet 10,000 berries. What? 10,000 berries? Vice Admiral Lu Chen, are you joking with us? Yeah, why only bet 10,000 berries? Is there something wrong this time? Many were already wanting to retract their money, but once a bet was placed, it was not allowed to be taken back on the Desoloro. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he stared at the crowd behind him, saying indifferently, "Do I need to tell you how much I bet?" Instantly, the faces of those around turned dark, and they remembered Lu Chen's identity and strength, not daring to speak further. Meanwhile, the crew member Moore McGee looked helpless, seemingly unsure of what to do. Roll. Yes. Roll already. What are you waiting for? Come on, hurry up. The crowd began to urge, although Lu Chen didn't bet much. The combined bets of others were at least 10 billion berries. If they lost, it would be a loss of 10 billion. After a moment of silence, Moore McGee had no choice but to roll the dice. 3, 2, 3, 8 points small. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd was filled with disappointment. What? Small? How is that possible? Could it be that Lu Chen and the Desoloro are in cahoots to trick us? They had been betting heavily before. How could they suddenly bet so little? As everyone lost, they naturally turned their blame on Lu Chen. However, there was no fear on Lu Chen's face. He coldly said, "Is it really appropriate to blame me if you lost? I'm a Navy officer. Would I collude with these pirates to cheat you out of your money? I really don't care about this little money. I could easily kill a few pirates to earn a decent bounty." He spoke as if it were true. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shut their mouths, not daring to say more. One reason was that they knew Lu Chen's strength was formidable and not to be provoked. The second was that there must be some issue at play. As Lu Chen had won so many times in a row, perhaps he had discovered something, which was why he didn't continue to wager more berries. Moore McGee, however, remained unfazed and continued to ask, "General Lu Chen, are you going to keep playing?" "I'm done playing. After winning so much money, it's only natural to go have some fun," Lu Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Moore McGee's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Lu Chen smiled without saying a word, having already seen through the issue. The Moore McGee opposite him held something that could control the size of the dice. Just before the reveal, he had altered the original size, changing big to small. In such a large place, it wouldn't just depend on Baccara. There were still some high-tech methods involved. However, no matter how advanced the technology, it was basically useless in front of Lu Chen because he had already stopped playing. It was time to reveal his hand, pocket the money, and leave. 30 billion berries. One would need to take down about 3 pirate supernovas to earn 30 billion berries. Moreover, this world didn't have that many pirate supernovas available for him to hunt. Ein, let's go. All right. Ein happily carried the 30 billion berries and chips and was ready to leave. Just as the two had taken a few steps, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Baccara, who had left earlier. With a beaming smile, she asked, "General Lu Chen, are you not going to play anymore? Are you leaving? After winning money, why would I stay here?" Lu Chen retorted. Baccara covered her face with a smile and continued, "General Lu Chen, you may not know this, but we have a rule here. Anyone who wants to leave must put out all their chips and gamble one more time." "Oh, I didn't know there was such a rule," Lu Chen asked with interest. The people present wouldn't know about this rule either, as no one had ever really won. Those who lost had long been imprisoned in the underground jail. Upon hearing this, the crowd started to murmur. "There's this rule? How come I didn't know? I don't know. It's my first time here. Isn't it unreasonable for them to not let people leave easily? This is too much. They were not fools and naturally knew what Bakara and the others were up to. This is our rule. I apologize for not explaining it to you earlier. I hope you won't mind. Bakara maintained her professional smile, as if no one would oppose her. However, Luchon directly refused. I won T-gamble. You just cheated me out of 10,000 berries, and I didn't even hold you accountable for your tricks. Now you want me to hand over 30 billion berries? Are you looking down on my strength? He had no need to be polite to these people. General Luchon, you can't make accusations without evidence. Bakara replied awkwardly. She hadn't expected Luchon to already know their methods. Oh, no evidence? If I'm not mistaken, you're a user of the luck fruit power, right? You can absorb the luck of others just by touching them. Many people in this room have been touched by you. Haven't they? Once betting starts, most will lose, Luchon said seriously, word by word. You, General Luchon, you can't make baseless claims, Bakara stammered, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, pretending nothing had happened. However, many people caught her moment of panic, and those who entered the inner area had been losing consistently, except for those following Luchon who hadn't lost. That was because a lot of luck was on Luchon's side. When they tried to win more money, they naturally lost. It really seems that way. I've been losing all along. Bastard. This woman must be behind it. She really touched me. I was touched by her too. No wonder I kept losing. In an instant, the surrounding people blamed Bakara for their losses, inciting public anger. You all. Bakara furrowed her brows, momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. She hadn't expected Luchon to know about her fruitability. No wonder she hadn't allowed him to touch her. She had planned this all along. Everyone, this Desoro ship is deceiving customers. I think we should demand our money back. What do you all think? Luchon proclaimed loudly. Yes, I support General Luchon. I support too. Support. Many people joined in, including not just the Navy, but even some pirates. No one would complain about having too much money, and after losing so much, they wonder how much they could get back. Bakara huffed, instructing Mr. Tanaka to take her away from the inner area, leaving behind a single sentence. Everyone, please wait. I will call the captain to explain. She alone wouldn't necessarily stand a chance against so many people and needed to quickly find Guild Tesoro. Watching Bakara flee, Luchon was not surprised and continued speaking to the crowd. It seems she has run away to call the captain to deal with us. Everyone, I see that the people on the Desoro ship are not good people. Today, I, Luchon, represent the Navy to eliminate all the pirates on the Desoro ship. I wonder if anyone here is willing to join me. I will. I am willing to fight with General Luchon. I am too. Many Navy and world government personnel stepped forward. A few pirates awkwardly asked, General Luchon, you want to take us down too, will you? No. This time I'm going after the pirates on the Desoro ship. It has nothing to do with you other pirates. If you join me against them, I can spare you, Luchon said seriously. Letting these pirates go wouldn't be a big loss, especially since the ones they were dealing with were Guild Tesoro and his crew. All right, then we'll follow you. Let's take them down. Kill them. In an instant, the pirates on site launched an attack against the Desoro ship's staff. They were pirates, after all, and were well-versed in plunder and violence. With the pirates' revolt, other Navy personnel joined the fight, starting to attack the crew members of the Desoro ship. Those who could enter here were certainly not good people, so dealing with these crew members was a piece of cake. However, if other Navy members and pirates saw such a scene, they would surely be bewildered. The Navy actually teamed up with pirates? This was a historical anomaly. Such a scene had only occurred when the Rocks pirates attacked God Valley, where Roger and Navy hero Karp joined forces, and that was decades ago. Moreover, after that incident, the Navy had basically attributed all the credit to Karp to cover up the fact that Pirate King Roger was also involved, fearing it would affect the Navy's reputation. However, Luchon's actions now would surely incite the Navy's anger. But this was not something Luchon wanted to concern himself with. Eliminating the pirates on the Desolaro was far more important. Kill, eliminate them, annihilate them, and take back our money. Go, take back our money. In an instant, the original customers on the ship were basically all engaged in battle with the crew of the Desolaro, firmly pressing them down. The Navy among them was naturally standing with Luchon. Moreover, Luchon didn't even need to attack them. He could just watch from the side. Luchun, what we're doing seems a bit inappropriate, Ein said with a worried expression. It's fine, what are you afraid of? Luchun waved his hand, not caring at all. All right. Upon hearing this, Ein stopped saying more. Everything had to be according to Luchun. She was just asking a couple of questions. In less than 10 minutes, all the crew members of the Desolaro present were subdued, and the pirates and navy had basically taken back their chips. This was what they originally wanted. So Luchun didn't say much. Whether they could get it or not was not something he could decide. It all depended on their fortune, and it was not something Luchun could promise. At this moment, many pirates and navy members gathered around, all looking at the thick golden giant wall they had just entered. Admiral Luchun, what should we do now? We can't get out at all. Yes, we all tried just now. We can't break through this golden giant wall. It seems we need you to take action. The crowd discussed among themselves, all looking at Luchun, knowing that only he could break through such a wall. Everyone step aside. Luchun nodded slightly. After the crowd made some space, he suddenly drew his demon sword, Reincarnation, covered his fists with armament Haki, and raised his hands to deliver 2 slashes. A flash of blood-red sword light transformed into an shape, directly targeting the golden giant wall in front of him. Reincarnation had already become a black blade and didn't need to attach armament Haki to possess the power of Haki. In an instant, the originally thick golden giant wall was cleaved into 4 parts, revealing a huge gap. Boom! With a loud noise, gold pieces fell to the ground, and a puff of white smoke appeared ahead. Many people immediately rushed out, eager to escape this enclosed space. However, as soon as they got out, several screams were heard, scaring those behind them from daring to go out. After a moment, once the dust settled, everyone could see the situation outside. A large group of people in golden armor appeared outside, surrounding them completely, while those who had rushed out earlier had all been covered in gold, seemingly transformed into golden statues. The reason for this was unknown. Moreover, a familiar man appeared before them, Gil Tesoro, a guy who believed that gold was omnipotent. Strangely, this guy's fruit ability also came from Doflamingo. It was odd that every time Doflamingo held an auction, he had to use real items, always getting stolen or robbed. Can't he learn from his mistakes? Role, Gil Tesoro position, Captain of the Desolaro Fruit, Gold Fruit level, SS Skills, Fruit Development, SSS, Martial Arts, S. Bounty 1, 5 billion berries clap, clap, clap. I didn't expect the renowned Vice Admiral Luchun to be so powerful. You've really impressed me, Gil Tesoro said with a smile while clapping his hands. Your strength isn't bad either. Your fruit ability has awakened, Luchun replied with a smile. Anyone who could develop their fruit ability to awakening must have considerable talent and strength. Gil Tesoro's face darkened, not expecting the other party to see through his fruit ability and know that it had awakened. Did the Navy's intelligence organization tell him? But the Navy is supposed to follow the celestial dragons. They shouldn't easily leak my information. Enough with the nonsense. It's time to send you on your way, Luchun said coldly, without any courtesy. No matter who Gil Tesoro was or who he was related to, anyone who appeared before him would undoubtedly die. Who dies at whose hands is still uncertain, Gil Tesoro snorted coldly, speaking without reservation. Even if the other party was the renowned Vice Admiral of the Navy, he shouldn't be too afraid. He was on a fight against the Navy's Vice Admiral. Little did he know, Luchun was thinking the same thing. He was going to kill him. Golden water flower. Tesoro lightly raised his hand, controlling all the gold on the Desolaro, including the gold powder they had inhaled earlier. In the blink of an eye, a large number of pirates and hungry Navy members were controlled by the gold powder, covering their entire bodies and rendering them unable to move. What's happening? What's wrong with me? Help, help! Quickly, save me, my legs. Many people were still crying for help. Only a small number of those who had not inhaled the gold powder were not controlled. After a moment, those who had been controlled could no longer speak, and the area quieted down significantly. Luchun, what's happening to them? Why are we fine? I asked suspiciously, her expression showing concern. She thought they would also turn into gold like the others. After all, she hadn't felt anything at all. We didn't inhale the gold powder. They must have all inhaled it, and Tesoro's fruit has awakened, allowing him to control all the gold on the Desolaro, Luchun explained. That's right. All the gold on the ship will be at my disposal. Today, none of you can escape. Tesoro's expression was sinister. That is not necessarily true. Chen suddenly sneered, drew his demon sword reincarnation, and swung it with a slash, drawing blade slash. In an instant, a fierce and menacing sword aura slashed towards Tesoro's position. What? Tesoro's face changed slightly as he sidestepped, not expecting the other party to act so quickly. If he hadn't been prepared, he would have definitely lost an arm. However, he didn't know that the sword aura was not just meant to attack him. The fierce sword aura struck the thick golden giant ship, the Desolaro, which was made of hard gold, and was cut open by that powerful sword aura. After all, it was a black blade, and the sword aura was enhanced by Haki. The power was far beyond that of ordinary sword auras. In the blink of an eye, a huge crack appeared on the ground of the Desolaro, and the sword aura continued to rampage within the crack, as if it wanted to split the entire Desolaro in half. The speed of the sword aura was extremely fast. In no time, the entire Desolaro was cleaved open, and a large amount of seawater flowed in, soaking the crew and customers on the Desolaro. Help! Vice Admiral Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us? Help! However, the people around did not understand what Chen was trying to do and even began to criticize him. Chen, however, did not care at all. They were just a bunch of ignorant people. As the seawater flowed in, the gold on those controlled by Tesoro began to dissolve, reverting back to gold powder. It scattered on the ground. After gaining liberation, everyone realized that Chen's intention was actually to save them. Alive? I can move. I can actually move. Thank you. General Chen, we were wrong about you. Yes, you were just worrying for nothing. So, they began to follow Chen again, flattering him. However, Chen remained expressionless and said calmly, "Everyone, first think about how to deal with this bunch of people in front of us." He couldn't notify the Navy to come, as the signals around had been blocked. He could only make use of this group of useless people to temporarily buy time for others, while he dealt with Taizolo. Especially, he needed to hold back Bakara. This woman's luck fruit could be considered the most mysterious, and even he might not be her match. All right, kill them. Kill them, charge. Steal their gold, and take back what belongs to us. In an instant, all the Navy and pirates rushed toward the crew of the Desolo, just to reclaim more gold. Chen shook his head slightly. Gamblers are indeed gamblers. For money, they can disregard everything. On the other side, Taizolo used his ability to restore the cut Desolo, preventing more seawater from entering. The seawater that had already flowed and gradually disappeared under the powerful drainage capability of the Desolo. It must be said that the Desolo is indeed a fully functional super-large ship. Its strength is formidable. Unexpectedly, a dignified vice admiral of the Navy actually has to cooperate with pirates. I wonder if the naval headquarters finds out, would you still be a vice admiral? Taizolo asked with interest. Just take your head to redeem your sins, Chen replied calmly. As soon as he said this, it instantly enraged Taizolo, who shouted, looking for death. He knew Chen's strength was not weak, so he no longer hid his power and directly unleashed his strongest move, Golden Giant, as he waved his hands. The surrounding gold began to flow toward Taizolo, covering his entire body and gradually forming a massive golden giant, at least several dozen meters tall. The transformed Taizolo, now the golden giant, looked down at everyone and uttered a hollow, heavy voice. Chen. D. Upon finishing his words, his gigantic golden fist struck toward Chen. Ian, go hold off the others. I'll handle him. Chen pushed Ian aside to prevent her from being affected, leaving himself to confront Taizolo alone. Okay. Ian was taken aback by his words, and, before she could react, was pushed away, but there was nothing she could do. She knew she couldn't help anymore, and it was better to hold off the others. The enormous fist came straight at him, seemingly possessing the power to break through the air, producing a sound of explosion, covering all the areas Chen could escape to, making it seem impossible to dodge. Yet, Chen didn't seem to intend to evade. He simply drew his sword and slashed, wanting to see just how hard the gold created by Taizolo's fruit ability really was. Bang! The powerful slash struck Taizolo's fist, only leaving a shallow mark, failing to cut through Taizolo's fist at all. It must be said that Taizolo's ability is very strong. Perhaps the less gold he controls, the stronger its hardness becomes. Otherwise, the gold on the ship just now wouldn't have been easily cut by Chen. Boom! In the next instant, Taizolo's gigantic golden fist descended upon the spot where Chen stood, smashing the ground into a massive pit. Although it was also gold, it seemed there was a difference in hardness. A loud bang. The huge smoke spread out in all directions, and everyone noticed the battle between Chen and Taizolo, all thinking Chen had been hit. However, they seemed unaware of the law that smoke without injury exists. As time passed, a figure emerged from the smoke. It was Chen, unscathed. He had used Marine 6 styles, shaved to quickly dodge just before the golden giant's fist landed. Of course, even if he had been hit, it wouldn't have cost Chen his life. At most, he would have sustained some injuries. You actually dodged it, but your swordsmanship seems unable to break my gold. Taizolo said, somewhat surprised, a sneer appearing on his lips as he launched another attack, his giant golden fist continuously striking towards Chen. He had only heard of Chen, but had never witnessed his true strength. Based on that last move, he believed Chen's strength was exaggerated. It was nowhere near as strong as reported in the newspapers. They loved to write fake news. Chen remained unafraid, raising his long sword, pointing it at the sky. His right hand instantly hardened with armament Haki, spreading and gradually wrapping around the sword body of reincarnation. In an instant, a tremendous force surged into the sky, as if breaking through the clouds, reaching the heavens above. Boom! The world changed color. Dark clouds rolled in, and thunderclouds gathered, with powerful lightning energy converging above. It seemed like a sword move, but in reality, Chen was also utilizing his Thunderfruit ability, called Thunder. Boom! Boom! A massive thunderbolt, as thick as a concrete pillar, suddenly descended from midair, striking toward the sword body in Chen's hand and attaching itself to it, forming a gigantic sword seemingly made of thunder, flickering with lightning and dazzling silver light. Boom! Chen held the sword with both hands, striking down at Taizolo's giant fist, one sword style, Heavenly Thunder Sacred Blade. The thunder sword collided with Taizolo's fist, temporarily halting his advance. A fist and a sword clashed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept in all directions, scattering everything and everyone around away from that tremendous energy. The powerful energy fluctuations were beyond what they could withstand. Even those who could hold on were just a few, and they preferred to avoid getting involved. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of thunder exploding, the sword energy released by Chen was actually shattered by Taizolo's golden giant, dispersing into countless thunder power. Ha ha ha! Your swordsmanship is nothing but this. Taizolo laughed proudly. Really? Chen sneered. What do you mean? Taizolo frowned slightly. Before he could react, the dispersed thunder power unexpectedly regathered, all attaching to him, starting to engulf his entire body. Even the golden giant, composed entirely of gold, had strong conductivity, ranking third among all metals. Ziz! The powerful current rampaged across Taizolo's body, tormenting every part and every cell of him. Taizolo trembled all over, feeling as if countless ants were biting him, letting out a painful roar. Moments later, the thunder power gradually dissipated, and Taizolo inside the golden giant had already been electrocuted to a charged state. Fortunately, the area of the golden giant was very large, allowing much of the current to be conducted away, thus avoiding death. However, Taizolo still suffered internal injuries, and it was at this moment that he realized that Chen before him was not that simple. How does it feel? Is it comfortable? Chen asked with great interest. Chen, you're looking for death. Hearing this, Taizol immediately became furious, his eyes turning blood red as a vast energy erupted from them, golden divine fire. Red radiation beams shot out from his eyes, racing towards Chen's position at a speed much faster than lightning. Even Chen had to rely on his powerful observation Haki and concentrate fully to barely evade it. Where the radiation swept past, even gold showed deep burn marks. Such powerful radiation eyes, just like a superhuman. Chen frowned slightly, surprised. Don't run. Taizol continued to unleash radiation, but each time he released it, there was a very brief interval to accumulate energy. While dodging, Chen searched for an opportunity. After narrowly avoiding one radiation attack, he immediately seized the chance, two long blades appearing in his hands, crossing them to form in shape, his hands instantly covered in armament Haki. Followed by the blades. A more massive energy gathered on the dual blades, and its momentum gradually increased, forming an even greater power. At the same time, Taizal noticed Lu Chen's abnormality, and with a youthful face determined not to back down, he swung his massive golden head again, releasing golden divine fire towards Lu Chen's position. Suddenly, Lu Chen opened his eyes, focusing them, and crossed his blades to unleash. Dual blade flow, white tiger dragon roar, accompanied by two different beast roars. Two powerful slashes rushed out, transforming into one white and one red sword chi, directly attacking the radiation released by Taizal. One transformed into a white tiger, while the other became a red dragon, both beasts roaring towards Taizal. With their gaping maws, they swallowed the golden divine fire released by Taizal, completely consuming it, and continued to slash towards the golden giant that Taizal had transformed into. What? Taizal's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that those two sword chis could devour the energy of his golden divine fire. It was simply unbelievable, and he could no longer evade. The powerful sword chi struck precisely at his chest, sending his massive body crashing backwards, directly smashing into the wall behind him, breaking countless walls, and only stopping after his hands were embedded in the ground. Taizal's transformed golden giant also bore a massive X-shaped wound, from which blood oozed out. The Conqueror's Haki combined with the Black Blade had already been able to break through Taizal's extremely hard golden form, seriously injuring the body hidden within the golden giant. However, Taizal's lips twitched as he used gold to seal the wound tightly, preventing blood from flowing out again, grinding his teeth and saying, "Bastard, you dare to hurt me. I will kill you." Lu Chen scoffed. In a fit of rage, Taizal no longer held back, swinging his right hand back, coating his fist in armor, then fiercely striking forward, unleashing the effect of molten gold flames, his entire fist enveloped in flames as it roared towards Lu Chen's position. Golden hellfire? This was his second strongest move. Anything would melt under the power of that hellfire. However, Lu Chen was no ordinary person. Quake of heaven and earth. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he sheathed his dual blades, clenched his fists tightly, and a massive wave of energy gathered in his hands, forming two huge white circles. This was the long-and-used Tremor fruit power. As Taizal's massive flaming golden fist came crashing down, Lu Chen leapt up like a rocket shot from a launcher, actively meeting Taizal's fist. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Taizal's massive flames surrounded Lu Chen, enveloping him, leaving everyone uncertain of his condition. Within the flames, the air around Lu Chen was all shaken away, forming a vacuum area where the flames couldn't approach. His fist collided with Taizal's fist, and the powerful shockwave seemed to shatter the space before him. Even the golden giant's massive arm developed cracks. "Get lost!" Lu Chen roared, unleashing an even more powerful force. Instantly, more and more ghostly patterns appeared as cracks on the golden giant's arm, and the entire arm shattered into countless golden fragments, each piece falling away. These fragments were still stained with the flames released by Taizal. Puff! Even Taizal was affected, spitting out a mouthful of blood, turning into a golden giant with only one arm left. Taizal's face turned pale as he quickly retreated, avoiding direct contact with Lu Chen. That immense energy was something he couldn't withstand. Had it not been for the fear of sinking the entirety solo, he likely wouldn't have survived, and all the gold on him would have been shattered. Then, Lu Chen slowly descended from the flames, landing steadily, and said with interest, "It's been a while since I've used my devil fruit powers. I almost forgot I had this ability." Cough, cough. Taizal began to cough violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, and looked at Lu Chen across from him with a pale face. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the Marine Vice Admiral before him, recalling a previous report that indeed mentioned Lu Chen had obtained Whitebeard's devil fruit. The Tremor fruit, a paramecia-type fruit. The fruit possessed by the strongest man at sea was now in Lu Chen's hands. He had indeed underestimated Lu Chen's strength before. "Lu Chen, I admit, I underestimated your strength before, but not now. You will ultimately regret your decision today, Taizal said solemnly, indifferently. Let's give it a try, Chen replied nonchalantly, seemingly unafraid. Golden divine punishment. With that, Taizal shouted, exuding endless pressure, and more gold began to gather around his body, forming numerous golden pillars, which, under his control, flowed like liquid gold, easily manipulated by him. One by one, the golden pillars regathered, converging to form a massive golden bullet, shooting rapidly towards Chen. The gigantic golden bullet sped quickly, covering all the areas Chen could escape to. Originally, Chen wanted to dodge, but seeing that Taizal's gold was still connected to the golden bullet, he realized Taizal could still control its direction, altering at will. It was like a homing missile, impossible to evade. Interesting, Chen smiled slightly, deciding not to use his long blades anymore, and instead wanted to practice the Tremor Fruit's abilities. He stood in place, waiting for the massive golden bullet to strike, covering his hands with armament Haki, opening them wide. As the two energy circles formed by the Tremor Fruit appeared in his hands, ready to take Taizal's attack head-on. In an instant, the huge golden bullet controlled by Taizal appeared before Chen. When his palms made contact with the golden bullet, it felt like a massive projectile was coming at him. Possessing immense power, his hands appeared so small before the bullet, seemingly powerless. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The massive impact sent Chen flying, crashing into the wall behind him, which, along with the thick golden wall, shattered into pieces. Despite this, Chen showed no signs of retreat, his arm muscles bulging as he let out a roar, gathering all his strength in his arms to block the golden bullet released by Taizal. The wall behind him continued to shatter, but Chen's grip was gradually strengthening, controlling the enormous golden bullet, and its speed was slowly decreasing. What? After a moment, Taizal sensed something was wrong and attempted to manipulate the golden bullet to continue the attack. However, the bullet had seemingly slipped from his control, pulled by some powerful force. Unable to be directed. Suddenly, Chen's footsteps finally stopped as he clutched the golden bullet tightly, unleashing a furious roar, sending massive shockwaves from his palms into the bullet. Crack! Crack! Soon, tiny fissures appeared on the golden bullet, gradually spreading outward, multiplying. Before long, the once massive golden bullet was completely shattered into pieces of gold by Chen's shock fruit, and Taizal lost all control over it. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Taizal's eyes widened in disbelief. Even witnessing it firsthand, he refused to acknowledge or accept it. Navy 6 style shave. In an instant, Chen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage, while his true body appeared right in front of Taizal. A punch infused with the power of the shock fruit struck Taizal squarely in the face, pinning him firmly to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered from the vibrations, and Taizal lay immobilized on the ground. Let me go. You can take all the gold here. Taizal, frightened, began to plead for mercy. Gold? If I kill you, isn't all the gold still mine? Chen sneered. You. Taizal was immediately at a loss for words. He had originally believed that money could accomplish anything, but it seemed he finally understood another truth. No matter how rich one is in front of someone with greater strength, without power, that money is merely a foil for others. Goodbye. Chen smiled and activated the shock fruit's ability, enveloping Taizal's head and shattering it to pieces. Boom! Blood sprayed everywhere. Then, Chen held up Taizal's corpse and loudly declared, Guilty. Taizal is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Upon hearing this, everyone in the area was stunned, turning to the source of the voice. He's dead. Really dead. Guilty. Taizal was actually killed by Chen. Truly worthy of being a Marine Vice Admiral, the strongest Marine supernova. The captain is dead. I surrender. Many chose to surrender, no longer daring to fight, while Baccarat, due to her luck fruit, managed to escape right under everyone's noses. Chen, Baccarat has run away. What do we do? Ein quickly approached him and asked. Forget it. Her fruit is too strange. I might not even be able to catch her. Chen waved his hand and continued. Call the Navy outside and have him come in to clean up the battlefield. Understood. After saying that, An immediately went to notify the station Navy not far away. Lu Chen then stood before the remaining pirates, smiling as he said, "Everyone, if you want to leave, do so quickly. Otherwise, when my navy arrives, you won't be able to leave." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen." "Thank you, Vice Admiral Lu Chen." The sensible pirates quickly fled, disappearing in an instant. If they didn't leave now, when would they? In their hearts, Lu Chen had kept his word and was willing to let them go. If it were a Kainu, he would surely kill the donkey after unloading the millstone and capture them all. Some pirates even felt that this pirate hunter, the Marine Vice Admiral, didn't seem so fond of killing after all. It was acceptable. It must be a rumor. Not long after, the Navy station near the De Solo rushed over and discovered that all the pirates on the De Solo had been defeated. The other pirates who had come for entertainment had long since fled. Many Navy personnel were shocked by Vice Admiral Lu Chen's strength, but Balumabur and Kobe felt somewhat helpless, as they had no chance to display their skills. All the enemies had been knocked down before they could arrive. Unable to help, but feel helpless. They could only say that their teacher was too strong, and no one was his match. "Vice Admiral Lu Chen, all pirates have been captured. What should we do with this ship?" Kobe reported truthfully and asked. "Find someone to take it back to the Navy headquarters. With so much gold, how can we let it go?" Lu Chen smiled. "Yes, Vice Admiral." Upon hearing this, Kobe understood and immediately went to arrange for Navy personnel who could control large sea turtles to set sail for the new Navy headquarters. They had indeed taken advantage of the situation, successfully acquiring a considerable fortune, plus Guild D, Teselo's bounty, which amounted to hundreds of billions or even over 1,000 billion berries. Enough money to last several lifetimes. After killing Guild D, Teselo, Lu Chen would return to the new Navy headquarters to serve and be reinstated as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, thus returning to his previous position. Not considered an external assignment. A few days later, before the Navy ship driven by Lu Chen and others could return to the new Navy headquarters, Akainu opened the phone. "Lu Chen, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I order you to capture Gildi? Teselo, I didn't tell you to kill him." On the phone, Akainu's voice was loud and filled with extreme anger. If he weren't at the scene, he would have surely confronted Lu Chen physically. "It's nothing. I was just following your orders, Marshal. I was to capture Gildi, Teselo, but he resisted arrest, so I had to fight him. I didn't expect him to be so weak. I ended up killing them all by myself," Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. I'll settle this with you when you get back." Upon hearing this, Akainu was momentarily speechless. He couldn't argue with Lu Chen and had to give up. Besides, the man was already dead. What could he do? The important thing was that due to Gildi, Teselo's death, many celestial dragons sought trouble with him, claiming it was he who sent Lu Chen to kill Gildi, Teselo. Naturally, they would find trouble since it affected the interests of those celestial dragons. Fortunately, the arrest of Gildi, Teselo was also a decision made by the world government. Otherwise, Akainu would truly have a hard time explaining himself. After hanging up, Akainu's face turned red with anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Bastard, a Marine Admiral, a Marine Vice Admiral, one who can never kill, and one who lets him escape. These two are truly thorns in my side." On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Lu Chen revealed a faint smile, as if to say, "Who told you to send me to capture Gildi? Teselo, you deserve it." "Lu Chen, how did it go? Did the Marshal say anything?" Ein, seeing him hang up the phone, approached with concern. After all, they hadn't acted according to Akainu's orders, so blame was inevitable. "Not much was said, just that we should hurry back," Lu Chen smiled. "Really?" Ein, upon hearing this, was somewhat incredulous. When did Admiral Sakazuki become so easy to talk to? It wasn't like that before. Could it be that he is just lenient towards Lu Chen? Upon reflection, it might actually be true. After all, Admiral Sakazuki had been beaten by Lu Chen, although that was just a rumor, and no one dared to speak of it carelessly at the Navy headquarters. The only ones who truly knew were probably Lu Chen and Sakazuki himself. "It's true," Lu Chen said seriously. "That's good." Ein felt much more at ease after receiving Lu Chen's affirmation. At least he wouldn't have to fear Admiral Sakazuki's punishment when they returned. Lu Chen smiled without speaking. Who knows what Sakazuki would do when they got back? But no matter what Sakazuki did, he wasn't afraid at all. If it came to a fight, who was afraid of whom? About 10 days later, Lu Chen's navy, along with a massive golden Desoro ship, arrived at the port of the new Navy headquarters. The appearance of the giant ship quickly attracted the attention of everyone at the Navy headquarters. Ah, what a big ship! It's Vice Admiral Chen. They are back, and they even brought back the legendary Desoro. There were countless amounts of gold and treasures on that ship. In no time, a large number of Navy personnel surrounded the port, waiting to see the legendary Desoro, which was said to be built with gold. Chen, I see many Navy personnel have come. Should we dock? Ian asked. The two had already stood on the deck, ready to return to the new Navy headquarters. Dook. Chen nodded affirmatively. Okay. Ian stepped forward a few steps and ordered the Navy in the control room. Dock. Yes. With that command, the surrounding Navy ships all sailed towards the port, dropped anchor, and prepared to dock. At the same time, the Navy personnel on the shore responded and began to welcome their long-lost Vice Admiral Chen. Vice Admiral Chen, you finally returned. Vice Admiral Chen, long time no see. You even killed a big pirate this time. Impressive. At the new Navy headquarters, many ordinary Navy personnel had benefited from Chen, while those in higher positions were all Chen's classmates, seniors, or juniors. They all came from Zephyr's training camp, so most of them knew each other, and even those who didn't were aware of Chen's name. He was, after all, the most outstanding student taught by Admiral Zephyr in recent years, without a doubt. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office, Admiral, Vice Admiral Chen, and the others have returned. A Navy personnel reported truthfully to Sakazuki, who was working. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki frowned slightly, put down the paper and pen in his hand, stood up, and coldly snorted, "Humph. I want to see what Chen has to say now. I must find a chance to let him know my strength." The Navy personnel did not dare to speak or reply, pretending as if they hadn't heard. It wasn't until Admiral Sakazuki left that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, he's gone. What would I do if he hadn't left? He was just a messenger soldier, and he didn't dare to offend Admiral Sakazuki nor Vice Admiral Chen, who was not only a vice admiral, but had long been renowned. Moreover, Vice Admiral Chen's grandfather was the naval hero Garp. Sigh. When Chen appeared at the dock, many Navy personnel rushed over, wanting to say a few words to him, but most were stopped by his subordinates. Of course, Chen still warmly greeted them. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Long time no see. Vice Admiral Chen, it's you who worked hard. Yes. After completing Marineford and returning to the new Navy headquarters, you even wiped out such a big pirate. Vice Admiral Chen, you all have worked hard. Hearing this, Chen smiled and looked at everyone in front of him, saying loudly, "Today, I will treat everyone to a big meal." Everyone immediately expressed their thanks. Chen's current money was basically too much to spend, so he naturally had to find a good place to spend it. Most of it could be used for the expenses of the night pirates, and part of it could be used to reward the Navy under his command. The rest would naturally be kept for himself. Suddenly, a few familiar figures approached. Chen, you little brat actually remembered to come back. Garp scolded while eating a donut. Grandpa, didn't I come back? Chen quickly smiled and apologized. This old man was not easy to mess with. What do you want to come back for? To see this old man? A good man should have ambitions in the world, and you should be out there making a name for yourself. Preferably taking down the 4 emperors so that we in the Navy can have some peace. Zephyr said with a face full of disbelief. What is wrong with the grandson seeing his grandfather? Before they could finish talking, the 2 old men started to argue. Only Vice Admiral Tsuru, standing nearby, showed interest in a massive Desoro ship. Chen, you actually brought it back. Tsuru, this thing is a good one. The facilities inside are very complete. With some modifications, it can serve as our Navy's warship, Chen said with a smile. A ship this large would certainly look impressive as a Navy warship. As long as the gold inside was modified, if the speed of navigation was fast enough and the main structure remained gold, it would be even more solid and sturdy. That's right. That's a good suggestion. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded in agreement. I also think it's good, Sengoku said while eating. Now retired, he was also becoming interested in these things. Ha. As long as a few agree, let me handle it. Chen smiled with satisfaction. Before dragging the Desoro ship back to the Navy headquarters, he had already looted quite a bit of gold and belly from inside, which could be considered as reward. Otherwise, how could he say he had so much money he couldn't spend it all? All right, Sengoku nodded, also interested in what Lu Chen could turn this warship into. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Lu Chen, the Navy personnel in front suddenly cleared a path, and a man dressed in an admiral's uniform rushed over with great momentum. Angrily scolding, "Do you know what you've done? How dare you kill Gil Tesoro? Have you even listened to my orders? Admiral Sakazuki, it was just a pirate I killed. There's no need for you to be so angry, right? Besides, aren't we in the Navy supposed to kill pirates? But you, it seems, have killed quite a few innocent civilians," Lu Chen said with great interest. "You." Immediately, Sakazuki's face darkened, and he retorted, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. I have heard that on O'Hara Island, you ordered the bombardment of many innocent civilians. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been quite a few witnesses at that time." Lu Chen's expression became serious as he spoke. This matter, he also witnessed it with his own eyes at that time, but Sakazuki didn't know he was also on O'Hara Island. "You, nonsense." Sakazuki's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly concealed it, as if nothing had happened. However, many strong figures around noticed the change in Sakazuki's expression and realized that what Lu Chen said might not be false. Moreover, they all knew Sakazuki's character and felt that he was indeed someone who would do such things. "Admiral Sakazuki, I think Lu Chen did nothing wrong. Killing a pirate. Is there anything wrong with that?" The first to speak was Zephyr. His whole family was killed by pirates, so he naturally despised all pirates. Therefore, he was more willing and dared to speak for Lu Chen, especially since Lu Chen was also his student, his proudest student. Even though this person had become an admiral, he wasn't a student he could be proud of. To punish a Navy officer for killing a pirate was indeed not the student he wanted to teach. It was more like an impure admiral. "Admiral, also think my grandson did nothing wrong. He just killed a pirate. What's the big deal?" Garp stood on Lu Chen's side, patting his shoulder to show support. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, Grandpa." Lu Chen grinned, with these two backing him. Sakazuki naturally wouldn't dare to easily punish him anymore. Zephyr nodded slightly, while Garp continued eating his donuts, giving silent approval. Silence speaks louder than words. The old man also agreed with Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Zephyr's views. Vice Admiral Tsuru showed a brilliant smile on her weathered face. "Me too," Sengoku chimed in. Hearing this, Lu Chen was first surprised, then confirmed that it was indeed Sengoku speaking, thinking, "He is becoming increasingly good at dodging responsibility, probably learned it from Kazuru." The previous Sengoku wasn't like this. Only by following Kazuru would he learn such excellent dodging techniques. "You, guys." In an instant, Sakazuki was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. The four people in front of him were all top combat powers in the Navy. Not only were their strengths impressive, but their prestige among all navies was also considerable. However, he suddenly felt that Lu Chen's prestige among these navies was also not low, precisely because he had killed enough pirates. It could even be said that the prestige of the other four present was lower. Otherwise, so many Navy personnel wouldn't have gathered here. "What? Am I wrong?" Zephyr frowned and asked. After a long silence, Sakazuki finally forced out a word. "Yes." He didn't dare to say otherwise. After all, he was the Admiral of the Navy now. "Admiral Sakazuki, since you said that, then there is nothing else, right?" Lu Chen took the opportunity to ask. "No." Sakazuki glared at Lu Chen, gritting his teeth. If it weren't for the many Navy personnel present, he would really want to fight Lu Chen to see who was stronger. "Then thank you." Lu Chen smiled. If it weren't for Garp and the others being here, he would have talked more with Sakazuki. He just didn't know how long that would take. Sakazuki snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and left directly. He no longer wanted to stay here. Looking at Sakazuki's back, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking, "Thankfully, I didn't choose to take the position of Admiral. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome." Before, he felt that the position of Admiral was okay, not that busy. But now seeing Sakazuki, it seemed busier than ever, endlessly entangled. "Fortunately, Lu Chen, I look forward to you transforming this ship. Once it's ready, remember to call me." Vice Admiral Tsuru left a sentence before hurriedly leaving. She had more important matters to attend to. "Okay, Granny Tsuru, just you wait and see," Lu Chen replied loudly. Soon after, Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku gave Lu Chen a few instructions before successively leaving to return to their posts. "Lu Chen, What should we do next? Ayn asked in confusion. Based on the earlier conversation, she realized that Chen had actually been deceiving her, fearing that she would worry too much. So, when Admiral Sakazuki wouldn't blame them, he actually still felt resentful. It was just that Chen had hidden it, silently noting this kindness in his heart to properly thank him later. First, take the ship to a nearby island and dock by the shore. After celebrating tonight, I'll start transforming the ship, Chen said. He made a rough plan for the next few months. Because he needed to build the Pluton, he had to adapt to shipbuilding skills in advance and improve his shipbuilding proficiency. Although he had learned and simplified it before, he hadn't improved his proficiency. Now he needed to find a place to quickly enhance it. Okay, I'll contact the available shipwrights and scientists at the naval base and have them prepare dinner for tonight. Ayn said, all right. Chen nodded, watching Ayn leave. The two had worked together for many years, and they were already very close. Chen didn't have to worry about complicated matters, as Ayn handled most of them. In the afternoon, Ayn found many available shipwrights who were willing to accompany Chen to the nearby deserted island to transform the ship and arrange for dinner that night. As long as they paid, the naval cafeteria could still provide extra meals. With money, the Navy cooks would naturally go nearby to buy a lot of food for a more sumptuous dinner, especially the shipwrights. Hearing they were going to transform the Going Merry made them very eager, especially after learning they would follow Vice Admiral Chen. They became even more excited and wanted to join. Unfortunately, the naval headquarters had to keep a large number of shipwrights at the base, and only a portion could accompany Chen. Dinner time, naval headquarters cafeteria. All the Navy personnel who could come gathered together. In addition to ordinary Navy personnel, there were also many Navy officers, vice admirals, rear admirals, brigadiers. Many were people Chen had previously met or recognized. Everyone gathered together in the cafeteria, and the tables were filled with various delicacies, but there was no fine wine. They couldn't have a long meal time, so there was no alcohol to drink. They all had to return to duty shortly. Suddenly, Chen stood up, looked at the many Navy personnel around, and said loudly, "Dear colleagues, first of all, I, Chen, want to thank all of you for coming and being willing to come. This is all an affirmation of me, Chen. Tonight, let us feast and drink. There will be more opportunities to get drunk later. All right, let us raise a glass of water in place of wine. To Vice Admiral Chen. To Vice Admiral Chen." As he spoke, everyone raised their cups and prepared to toast Chen. Naturally, Chen didn't back down, raised his cup, and laughed. "Come. Cheers. Cheers. Eat." Everyone downed their water in one go and began to feast. Chen and I sat together, happily eating and drinking, with everyone chatting and laughing. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office, bastard. Despite closing the doors and windows, Sakazuki could still hear the sounds of laughter and conversation coming from the cafeteria not far away. He was still working in the office while those people were happily eating their meals. Most importantly, it was meal time, and there was nothing he could do about it. Could he not let the Navy eat? So, thinking of this, Sakazuki became extremely angry, his teeth grinding in frustration. About an hour later, the noise gradually quieted down. Most of the Navy returned to their posts, leaving only those shipwrights who would follow Chen to renovate the Desoro. They were temporarily under Chen's management and naturally had no other tasks to attend to. At this moment, the shipwright stood straight in front of Chen, respectfully shouting, "Vice Admiral Chen." These shipwrights were not young anymore and had been at the Navy base for several years. The older they were, the better their experience. They had long admired Chen, the Navy's rising star, and upon hearing that he needed shipwrights to assist him, they eagerly volunteered. "Well, you all are great. You might have to work hard for me in the future," Chen said with a satisfied nod after glancing over their attributes. Although the shipwrights present did not have SSS-level skills, most were A-level or above, and there was one SS-level elderly shipwright with white hair who was about to retire from the Navy in a few months. "Vice Admiral Chen, this is what we should be doing," he said with a smile. "Besides, I'm also going to retire soon. Before I retire, I want to create a better and bigger ship, and this gives me the opportunity. It seems we all have a chance to make history." The crowd murmured with excitement on their faces, as they all knew that the ship they were about to renovate was the legendary Desoro, made entirely of gold. "All right, everyone, go back and rest well. Tomorrow morning, gather at the port, and I'll take you to a nearby island to start renovating the Desoro, Lu Chen said with a smile. Understood, Vice Admiral Lu Chen. After he spoke, everyone returned to prepare for the next day's schedule. Once everyone had left, Lu Chen turned to Ein behind him and asked, "How is the preparation for tomorrow?" "Everything is ready. You can rest assured," Ein replied with a smile. "Thank you. It might be a bit hard for you these 2 days." "No problem. This is what I'm willing to do. You've been quite good to me, too." "Haha. Then I'll treat you even better." "Sounds good." The next morning, after Lu Chen and Ein got up, they took all the shipwrights to the island where the Desoro was docked. As soon as they arrived on the island, they began to carefully observe the magnificent ship. The Desoro, which was made entirely of gold and was being pulled by 2 huge turtles. What a big ship. I only got a distant glance yesterday, but now I see just how massive it really is. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be this big. I wonder how long it will take to renovate it. Lu Chen smiled and called out to them, "Everyone, now that you've looked, the renovation will require your efforts. Here are the schematics I rushed out last night. Take a look." "All right, let me see." The shipwrights eagerly stepped forward to examine Lu Chen's renovation plans. As a shipwright with A-level shipbuilding skills, Lu Chen's drawing ability was decent, especially since he had the plans from the Pluto to reference. Following Pluto's renovation methods, the ship's capabilities would naturally be excellent. Vice Admiral Lu Chen, this schematic is good, but some areas still need adjustment. Yes, the overall plan is good, but the details need further refinement. Agreed. After finishing their review, everyone shared their opinions. Naturally, Lu Chen accepted their suggestions with pleasure. In that case, let us get started. Okay. With the command, everyone began the intense renovation work. Some modified the schematics, while others prepared tools, dismantled the Desoro, and collected materials. The main issue with the Desoro was its overall weight. It was too heavy. Once the weight issue was resolved, the Desoro could move faster or no longer require the 2 giant turtles for towing. After all, if those turtles died, the ship wouldn't be able to move at all, which was somewhat problematic. The first step was to reduce the weight of the Desoro. The second step was to completely renovate it by installing new power sources, including electric equipment in addition to sails. It's worth mentioning that Lu Chen had the Thunder Fruit, which he could use without others knowing. The third step was coatings and decorations. The current Desoro appeared overly luxurious, not meeting the Navy standards. Therefore, the ship's exterior needed a good makeover. To acquire more equipment, Lu Chen contacted Vegapunk to purchase a lot of devices, essentially trading them for gold. After all, they were all dismantled from the Desoro, and Vegapunk needed a lot of funds for experiments. Having someone to fund him was certainly welcome. Consequently, the renovation of the Desoro proceeded in an orderly fashion. While participating in the renovation, Lu Chen also improved his shipbuilding level. Just by knocking on wooden boards, he could increase his proficiency. Thus, most of the work of knocking on wooden boards was done by Lu Chen, which didn't raise any suspicions among the others. A month later, the dismantling work of the Desoro had just been completed. Fortunately, during this time, other preparatory work had already been done, and it was now time to begin the complete renovation. Therefore, Lu Chen led the shipwrights on the island to start the renovation work. The island was once again filled with the sounds of clanging and hammering, and Lu Chen's shipbuilding skills steadily improved, reaching level S in a month. Ideally, he wanted to elevate his shipbuilding skill to SSS level to craft the Pluto, but he couldn't do it alone. He needed to find an opportunity to involve more people, while ensuring that no one else discovered it, which posed a challenge. Another 2 months passed. The renovation of the Desoro continued, but most of the work had already been completed, and it was now a powered sailing ship. One day, Ein brought Lu Chen his meal, as usual, and stood stunned at the completely revamped Desoro, exclaiming, "Lu Chen, can this even still be called the Desoro?" "Of course not. From now on, this ship will be called the Reincarnation, exclusively ours," Lu Chen replied with a satisfied nod. He was very pleased with the ship's transformation, as it was his first warship that he had personally renovated. "Ours?" Ein's face lit up with joy. "Yes," Lu Chen confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Ein's cheeks flushed. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to include her in that statement. "Thank you." "For what?" "You deserve your share." "MHM. How much longer until this ship is fully renovated?" "Up to 3 months." "All right." Lu Chen was waiting for the completion of the reincarnation, Then he would proceed to finish the remaining tasks, which could not be overlooked. Only then could he possibly surpass the world's strongest, Im. In his understanding, Im was a mysterious woman. Even her powers were enigmatic, so he couldn't be sure of her strength and naturally had to be cautious. Caution is never a mistake. A cautious ship sails for 10,000 years. 2 months later, the new reincarnation was beginning to take shape, and its overall style was familiar to Chen. Without further ado, as shown in the picture, it's finally about to be completed. Chen laughed heartily. Yes, I didn't expect that Admiral Chen's shipbuilding skills were so impressive. It's truly magnificent. I've never seen such a giant ship before. Just pulling it out could easily intimidate tens of thousands of people. Coupled with Admiral Chen's reputation, I don't think any pirate would dare to come near. The shipbuilders around were filled with excitement. They had all participated in the construction of such a grand vessel, so it was a significant fortune for them. Chen, I've finished the sails you wanted. Suddenly, Ein drove the warship over. Not long ago, Chen had asked Ein to customize the sails and various paints to give the entire reincarnation a major makeover. It was to be painted blood red like the Demon Blade reincarnation, befitting his title as the pirate killer Chen. Great! Let's install it now. Chen's face lit up with joy. The sails arrived just in time. Okay, under everyone's operation, the sails were successfully installed, and next was the painting of the entire hull. A few days later, the transformation of the entire reincarnation was completely finished, and it had been revitalized, becoming a warship exclusive to Chen. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Crane came personally to the island to observe. Looking at the brand new, transformed warship, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good. The transformation is impressive. What is this ship called?" "Reincarnation, on par with my sword." Chen replied, "Not bad, it deserves that name." Vice Admiral Crane nodded slightly and suddenly changed the topic. "Chen, you're not young anymore. Do you have any thoughts about getting married? My granddaughter is still single. If you're interested, I can introduce her to you." Grandma Crane, isn't your granddaughter 7 or 8 years younger than me?" Chen was taken aback and didn't answer. "So what? She's not at the age to get married yet. She's already joined the Navy and is training under Admiral Zephyr. You should find a chance to meet her," Vice Admiral Crane said seriously. "That doesn't sound like a joke." Chen's expression darkened, not knowing how to respond. Fortunately, I was not here, otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to explain. Seeing Chen's silence, Vice Admiral Crane continued, "Chen, I'm telling you, my precious granddaughter is waiting for you. Remember to come see me, otherwise, I won't let you off the hook." Chen could only smile and nod. Although Vice Admiral Crane's last remark was a joke and shouldn't be taken seriously, it seemed that if he didn't go, it would probably be a problem. It looks like before heading out, he still had to meet Vice Admiral Crane's granddaughter and take the opportunity to see his teacher Zephyr. It had been a long time since they had a good chat. Since killing Edward Weevil and his mother, Zephyr had been training the new generation of the Navy at Navy headquarters. He didn't arrive in time during the last Marineford War because he was leading troops elsewhere. Not having fought Whitebeard became a great regret for Zephyr. After all, they were almost men of the same era. Just one was in the Navy and the other was a pirate. A few days later, Chen returned the warship to Navy headquarters, and his reincarnation had suddenly become the largest ship in the Navy headquarters, even more imposing than the Fleet Admiral's warship. Of course, Akainu tacitly accepted this. Most of the gold cut off from the Desoro had been handed over to the Navy, which was also tacitly accepting that this ship belonged to Chen personally. It did not belong to any Navy personnel or Navy headquarters. This matter was quite a good deal. Taking advantage of the free time, Chen went to another island near the New World Navy headquarters, where Zephyr served as the chief instructor for the new Navy training. Dressed in the Navy Vice Admiral's cloak, Chen appeared on the island, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. After all, he was already a celebrity in the Navy. "Admiral Chen? Is that Admiral Chen? It's real. I actually saw the real Admiral Chen. Slap me. I want to see if it hurts. Am I dreaming?" Chen looked around, searching for the figure of his teacher Zephyr, but he didn't know where he was. The new training base was vastly different from the previous one. It must have been renovated, leaving him unsure of Zephyr's current location. So, he had to find a nearby Navy officer and asked, "Hello, can you tell me where Admiral Zephyr is? Lu. Chen, Admiral. Admiral Zephyr should be at the advanced training campsite, just at the last training ground over there. You can go take a look, the Navy officer replied somewhat nervously. Thank you. With that, Lu Chen turned and headed over. Looking at the reactions of the surrounding people, he could only shake his head helplessly. Sigh. There's no way around it. My fame is just too great. Before long, Lu Chen found the training base where Zephyr was, and he was currently teaching the students of the advanced training camp. Bastards, you all are the worst group I've ever taught. After learning for so long, there's still someone who hasn't mastered the Navy's 6 styles. You have only a few days left. Hurry up and get lost. Zephyr yelled at the students below. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? Lu Chen thought to himself. It seemed he had said something similar back in the day. Perhaps every class would say such a thing. Suddenly, Zephyr seemed to notice the gazes of the students and looked back. Just in time to see Lu Chen not far away, his expression easing a bit. All right, you all continue training. Yes, instructor. With that command, everyone continued training. Zephyr then walked over to where Lu Chen was and joked. You little brat, how come you have time to come to this broken place now? Teacher, what are you talking about? I was just at Marineford before. Wasn't it that Akainu transferred me here? Lu Chen replied seriously. Speak, what do you want from me? I don't believe that you would come to find me without any reason. Zephyr snorted, resembling a sulking old man. Teacher, I really came to see you. Lu Chen said seriously. This time he was speaking the truth, truly the truth. Zephyr, all right, I'll believe you for now. Huh. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile and continued to ask, Teacher, what do you plan to do after you retire? Retire. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's eyes moved slightly, as if he had never considered this question. Since his family was killed by pirates, he has been in a semi-retired state, teaching the new generation of the Navy at the headquarters, never really considering retirement. If he were to retire, he might find a small island to rest on. If he encountered any unruly pirates, he would just take them down effortlessly, Zephyr said with a smile, as if dreaming of a better future. However, on that smiling face, there was a hint of sadness. What good is a beautiful future when he is now all alone? The matter of his family has always been his greatest regret and sorrow. No matter how much beauty there is, he is still by himself. Because of this, he has a generally poor impression of all pirates, which also led to his eventual betrayal. Don't worry, teacher. When you retire, I will definitely come to see you often and help you deal with those pirates, Lu Chen said seriously. As long as you have that intention. By the time I retire, you'll probably be a Navy admiral, and who will have time to visit me then? Zephyr laughed. Haha, that is not necessarily true. Following that, Lu Chen and Zephyr talked about many things unrelated to pirates in the Navy. After their conversation, Zephyr took Lu Chen to revisit the cafeteria at the training base, and then they parted ways. At the time of separation, it just happened to be the rest period for the advanced training camp. Lu Chen was waiting early on the side and saw Admiral Crane's granddaughter, Peacock, still looking as spirited as ever, though not particularly old, at the age when Lu Chen first joined the Navy. It had been several years since they last met, and she had grown so much. Back when the Navy headquarters was still in Marineford, they had met a few times because Admiral Crane had brought Peacock to Marineford to play, which is how they got to know each other. However, their exchanges were not much. Peacock, seeing them resting, Lu Chen waved to Peacock. Brother Lu Chen. Upon seeing him, Peacock smiled brightly, pleasantly surprised that Lu Chen had come to see her. In fact, she had noticed Lu Chen earlier but thought he was just there to see Teacher Zephyr. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would remember her. Other trainees in the camp looked enviously as Peacock ran to Lu Chen. So Peacock knows Admiral Lu Chen. Watching them interact so familiarly, it was clear they had known each other for a long time. This visit by Admiral Lu Chen wasn't just to see him, right? Hee. I didn't expect Peacock to know Admiral Lu Chen. Soon, Peacock ran in front of Lu Chen, her face blooming with a smile. Brother Lu Chen, I didn't expect you to remember me and know what I look like. I remember, Lu Chen nodded. In truth, he barely remembered. He recognized her thanks to the system, having seen Peacock after she grew up, so he recognized her right away. Brother Lu Chen, what brings you to find me? Are you here to teach me Haki? Peacock asked with a grin. As for Haki, it's something you can't grasp immediately. It depends on fate. I just came to see you and happened to chat with the teacher. I didn't expect you all to have training today, Chen replied earnestly. This was truly a white lie. He had come to see Peacock and fulfill Admiral Crane's request to meet her. He had to admit, Admiral Crane's granddaughter had grown into a remarkably charming young lady. Just as Peacock was about to speak, another woman with golden hair and a well-proportioned figure ran over, standing behind Peacock and smiling. Hi, Admiral Chen. I didn't expect to see you in person today. You too, Peacock. You know Admiral Chen and didn't tell me. You didn't ask? Peacock exclaimed helplessly. The character, Yunxie, position, Navy fruit, none level, B. Skills, Navy 6 styles, B. Gunmanship, physical skills, bounty none. Indeed, the woman before them was Yunxie, the daughter of a Kainu. She and Peacock were in the same cohort, which could be considered on par with Kobe. Chen had not interacted much with Yunxie. He had barely seen her as a child, and it seemed that recently a Kainu had sent her to the Navy headquarters. Perhaps he feared some pirates would cause trouble for his daughter, so it was better to send her directly to the Navy headquarters, which would be less worrying. Admiral Chen, hello, Yunxie. Yunxie greeted with a smile. The new generation of the Navy basically viewed Chen as a role model, so they all admired him, which is why Yunxie approached him to say hello. You must be Admiral Akainu's daughter, right? Chen said without hiding anything. Yes, but my father is my father, and I am me. Don't confuse us, Yunxie nodded. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen's face as an interesting idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He invited, how about you two join my team after you leave Teacher Zephyr? Come with me to eliminate pirates. Sure, I agree. Yunxie immediately accepted. There was no reason to refuse. Being able to follow Admiral Chen was a dream for many Navy personnel. Yunxie didn't expect Chen would directly invite her. Even if it was because of a Kainu, Yunxie was determined to go and show Chen her strength. Peacock, what about you? Chen asked, looking at Peacock. I need to ask my grandma, Peacock replied. In fact, she wanted to go, but she still needed to consult her grandma. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to decide, since Admiral Crane had previously mentioned that she should join her team after leaving the Navy training camp. Okay, I'll wait for your news. I might be going out to eliminate pirates again soon, so you both need to hurry, Chen said with a smile. After leaving that remark, he hurried away, not wanting to delay their rest. Bringing Akainu's daughter into his team and taking her around to eliminate pirates. How would a Kainu respond? Would he punish his daughter along with her? Plus, with Admiral Crane's daughter, wouldn't they all end up helping him? Ha ha ha. This was Chen's plan. Just thinking about it made the corners of his mouth lift slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. About 3 days later, Peacock and Yunxie found time to come to Chen personally, saying that they had decided to join Chen's team after graduating from the advanced training camp, and that Peacock's grandma had agreed. This was within Chen's expectations. After all, Admiral Crane's intention was to bring Chen and Peacock together. So agreeing to this matter was not surprising. However, Admiral Crane was no fool and naturally knew what Chen was plotting. About 2 months later, Peacock and Yunxie graduated from the training camp, and Chen personally went to receive them from Teacher Zephyr, but this time he was accompanied by a woman, Ein. There was no way around it. Ein, upon hearing that 2 women were joining the team, immediately said he wanted to go along, and Chen had no choice but to comply. As soon as they arrived at the new recruit training base, they ran into Zephyr. You little brat, I knew there was no good reason for you to come looking for me last time. You want to poach people from me? Zephyr said with interest. As the chief instructor, he naturally knew about the situation with the Skylark and Peacock, but he probably feared that Sakazuki was too busy with his duties as admiral to have received any news about it. Ah, teacher, I really did come to see you last time, Chen said with a helpless smile. If he had known, he should have come later to avoid running into Teacher Zephyr. Chen, go quickly. If you dare come back to poach people, don't blame me for being rude. Fortunately, Zephyr was not angry and joked. Thank you, teacher. Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. Go on. Zephyr waved his hand. All right then. With that, Chen went to find Skylark and Peacock. Besides them, there were also some Navy personnel who had just come out of the advanced training camp and wanted to join his team, which he naturally accepted. However, he did not take too many people. Otherwise, the other Navy commanders would have no new recruits and the Navy headquarters would not approve. Therefore, Lu Chen also did not select too many people to join his team, mostly choosing some of the stronger individuals among them. Looking around, he could already see Peacock and Skylark waiting for him with those who wanted to join his team, waving at him. Major General Lu Chen, we are here. Major General Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen quickly walked over and said with a smile, "You've all been waiting for me, right? Sorry for the wait." "Not for long, Major General Lu Chen. We just arrived too." Someone in the crowd spoke. "Yeah, we didn't wait long at all. I didn't expect Major General Lu Chen to be so amiable. I thought he was a very stern Navy commander." Lu Chen listened to everyone's words and just smiled, saying loudly, "Everyone, please follow me back to my station. My team has moved to a nearby island." Lu Chen did not want to be with Sakazuki every day, so he moved to the island where the reincarnation was docked. And Sakazuki happened to not want to see Lu Chen either, so he agreed to this arrangement. After all, the islands were still quite close to each other, allowing for smooth communication. As everyone followed Lu Chen to the dock and saw the reincarnation in front of them, they were instantly stunned, looking at the warship in surprise. "What kind of ship is this? Is it a Navy ship? Why have I never seen it before? What are you talking about? Can't you see the Navy flag flying above? Plus, it even has Major General Lu Chen's exclusive emblem. It must be Major General Lu Chen's warship. So cool. It's really big." Skylark, Peacock, and the others were all captivated by Lu Chen's reincarnation. They had been staying at the training base, so they rarely came out and naturally had no knowledge of Lu Chen's reincarnation. Lu Chen smiled and continued, "Everyone, this is indeed my warship, and it will be the ship you will use to set sail into the ocean and eliminate and slaughter pirates in the future. Everyone, come aboard and take a look." All right. With that, everyone eagerly ran up to explore the reincarnation. Inside, there were many things they had never seen before, some of which they had only heard of, such as the ship's imaging snail surveillance system, anti-eavesdropping system, and ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon attack system. Fully armed, it could be said to be the most powerful warship among all Navy bases. The entire warship could accommodate over 10,000 Navy personnel, and it had been somewhat reduced from the original Tesoro, but its equipment was more complete and it had its own power source. If it hadn't been reduced, a very powerful power source would have been needed to drive it, which was temporarily unavailable, so it had to be scaled down. Otherwise, the current reincarnation could accommodate even more people. Set sail. Lu Chen glanced at the still exploring crowd and commanded loudly. Yes, with the command, the reincarnation set off towards a nearby island. However, on the way, a phone call suddenly came in. An immediately handed the phone to Lu Chen, saying, "It's Admiral Sakazuki calling." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, unsure why he was calling. But it was certainly something important. After thinking for a moment, he answered the call. "Hello, Major General Lu Chen. There is an important mission for you now. Take your reincarnation and head to the New World Pirate Expo to eliminate all the pirates there. This time, you will be provided with 100 Navy warships," Sakazuki said. Upon receiving news of the Pirate Expo, he immediately thought of Lu Chen, who happened to be free, plus with that large Navy warship, he could definitely exert strong combat power in this battle. All right, Lu Chen agreed immediately. The Pirate Expo was an event masterminded by Buena Festa and Douglas Barrett, with the reward being the One Piece treasure, which was a permanent pointer to Raftel. Many pirates dream of this, as it is the true treasure sought by all pirates. All of One Piece's treasures are located in Raftel. Agreeing to go was not only because of this matter, but also because it triggered a system task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Kill Douglas Barrett. System reward: 8,000 energy points. Furthermore, as one of the figures from the old era, it was only right for him to deal with it. After all, he had already caused the deaths of many figures from the old era. Hearing this, Sakazuki was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lu Chen to agree so readily. But he didn't think too much about it. After all, this task should still be manageable for Lu Chen. This task was originally a slaughter mission, which was just right for Lu Chen to undertake. He initially wanted to send Fujitora, but thought better of it, deciding that sending Lu Chen alone would be sufficient. If there weren't enough hands, he could send nearby Navy Vice Admirals. Perhaps even Karp could be sent. After all, Karp was Lu Chen's grandfather. And if Lu Chen were in trouble, Karp would naturally come to help. This was precisely the clever calculation Sakazuki had made. Hee. Thinking of this, Sakazuki hung up the phone, a smug smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, the Admiral's aide walked into the room and handed over a list, saying, "Admiral, this is today's advanced training camp member distribution list, which also includes the students Major General Chen took from the advanced training camp." Sakazuki nodded slightly. Picking it up to take a look, just wanted to see which unit his daughter, Skylark, was assigned to. But when he saw Skylark's name and then looked to the right to see which unit it belonged to, his eyes widened in shock, and he slammed the table in anger, shouting, "Chen, you dare take Skylark away. If anything happens to her, I won't let you off the hook." Sakazuki never expected that his daughter would willingly follow Chen, who was known for taking risks and always choosing to fight with pirates, slaughtering them all. Moreover, this mission is exceptionally dangerous. In addition to a few supernovas among the pirates, there are also the 7 warlords and that man. Even he cannot guarantee he can handle him. At this moment, the adjutant beside him looked bewildered, thinking to himself, could it be that Rear Admiral Chen is dating the Marshal's daughter? This, on the ship Reincarnation, ha ha. Chen could already imagine the expression of Sakazuki when he gets humiliated and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" the curious Ein asked. "You don't know? Soon, the headquarters will send a navigational route map. We'll return to the island and have all the Navy board the ship to prepare for the mission." Chen said seriously. Okay. Upon hearing this, Ein stopped asking questions. The mission was more important. Thus, the Reincarnation, carrying a group of new recruits, returned to the island where Chen's troops were stationed, gathering all the Navy on board, and they stood on the deck of the Reincarnation, waiting for the departure order. Not only were they waiting for the departure order, but they were also waiting for the remaining naval warships from the new Navy headquarters. Chen, all the Navy are assembled. Ein walked up to Chen and said, "Mm." After saying that, Chen stood up and walked to a high platform on the deck. From there, he could see all the subordinate Navy on the deck. The Navy stood straight, facing a large number of Navy generals draped in justice cloaks, with ordinary Navy holding long guns and sabers behind them. Although they seemed like ordinary Navy, every one of them had undergone special training by Ein, and basically, all the Navy strength was at C rank or above. Their strength was slightly stronger than that of the Navy headquarters overall, making them undoubtedly formidable against pirates on the battlefield. This was also what Chen had been preparing for all along, to build a Navy that belonged to him, a Navy loyal to him and to the true name of justice. Simply put, it was a Navy that existed solely to eliminate extremely evil pirates. Hello, everyone. I've gathered you here today because we have a new mission to undertake, and this mission is to exterminate pirates. I cannot disclose the specifics. However, I can say that this mission is extremely dangerous, even life-threatening. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can step forward now. I will not blame you, Chen said solemnly. Looking at the many Navy below, he was serious about this, as the mission was indeed very perilous. Besides him, many naval vice admirals and rear admirals would also participate, which was enough to prove the danger level of this mission. After a moment of silence, no one stepped forward. Everyone stood firm in place, and no one wanted to leave. Looking at the crowd below, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very well, since you have all decided to follow me, Chen, into life and death, I will recognize you as my brothers. From now on, we will share prosperity and adversity, life and death, and we will definitely exterminate those pirates without leaving a trace. Instantly, all the Navy shouted in unison. Many of the Navy had already followed Chen through thick and thin and were accustomed to this lifestyle, even thriving in it. Good. Chen smiled. Suddenly, Ein walked up behind him and whispered, "The naval headquarters warships have all arrived." Chen nodded, turning to look behind him. Hundreds of warships had gathered, waiting for his command. Set sail. A loud shout echoed across the entire sea, resonating throughout all the naval ships. With that, the Reincarnation took the lead, followed by other Navy warships, heading toward their destination. Such a powerful naval fleet was truly impressive from a distance. This large-scale operation was reminiscent of the last Demon Slaughter Order, and this time, it also included the Demon Slaughter Order. Otherwise, so many warships wouldn't have been mobilized. However, Sakazuki had not disclosed this matter to Lu Chen, and Lu Chen knew it was something he wasn't meant to be informed of. Meanwhile, at the new naval headquarters, Karp stood at a high point, watching the naval warships gradually move away while munching on a donut, murmuring, "This time, it seems like there will be quite a stir. Every time that kid Lu Chen is involved, it's never easy, yet he always surprises me. Just like back in the day." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered the events of the past and fell into nostalgia, recalling the first time he met Lu Chen. Back then, Lu Chen's strength had already astounded Karp. Now it seemed that everything had an explanation, but on the other side, Sakazuki was also watching the distant fleet, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Yin Xiao, you must come back safely. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to your deceased mother." Yin Xiao's mother had passed away early, leaving her alone. Because Sakazuki was a naval admiral, he had never experienced any paternal love, and he felt deeply guilty. Months at sea, the fleet was gradually approaching the pirates' gathering place. Besides the various pirate groups, it was also noteworthy that the supernovas, the 7 warlords, revolutionaries, and the world government would all be involved. As for the new generation of pirates, the night pirates didn't seem to have any intention of participating. They only sent a team over. Of course, this was all part of Lu Chen's prior arrangements, and he would be appearing as Lu Chen this time, while the night pirates would temporarily remain hidden. If both appeared at the same time, it might lead to some mistakes, and there would be too many eyes on the pirate convention. This pirate convention was exceptionally lively. Many wanted to obtain the treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger. However, few knew what the Pirate King's treasure actually was. However, this Buena Festa felt quite similar to Doflamingo. It was clearly a reward, so why make it a real reward? It was obviously meant to eliminate the supernova pirates. And a fake would suffice, right? Was it intentional? Was the goal to let a few supernova pirates exhaust themselves internally beforehand? That was quite a clever calculation. Rear Admiral Lu Chen, I plan to lead a team to infiltrate the island. Smoker suggested. Smoker, there is no one else here. No need to be so formal. Just call me Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and continued. Since you want to blend in, I'll join you. All right. You want to go in too? But you're the main commander of this operation. If you go, who will command the ships outside? Smoker asked suspiciously. He was also part of this operation and had previously been in the same training group. Now Lu Chen was already a rear admiral, which made him feel a bit sentimental. But I'm command. I need to go in and take a look. That man is not to be trifled with, Lu Chen said with a serious expression. All right, I understand. Smoker nodded, knowing who Lu Chen referred to and understanding that only Lu Chen could handle that man. Then, Lu Chen turned to Ein beside him and instructed, the command of the ships outside is fully entrusted to you. I and Smoker will go in. Be careful out there. I nodded, showing a worried expression. Inside, it's all pirates. If the Navy goes in, isn't that like sheep entering a tiger's den? Naturally, it's more dangerous. You should also be careful outside, Lu Chen said. Got it. After that, Lu Chen, Smoker, and Tashiji changed into a set of clothes and successfully entered the island hosting the pirate festival as spectators. Character, Tashiji position, Navy Lieutenant Fruit, None level, a skills, swordsmanship, Navy 6 styles, a bounty, None Lu Chen wore beach attire, sunglasses, and had short black hair. Without the Navy Vice Admiral's cloak, it would be hard for anyone to recognize him. The three strolled around the streets, observing the pirates arriving for the event, and eventually found a quiet spot to drink coffee. There are a lot of pirates here, especially those supernovas. They've all come, Smoker said in a low voice. But I haven't seen the Straw Hat crew, Tashiji added. She still didn't know that Luffy was Lu Chen's brother and the grandson of the Navy hero Garp. As she said this, Smoker glanced at Tashiji as if to say, don't you know Lu Chen is that kid's brother? But Tashiji had no idea what he meant and inexplicably asked, Smoker, why are you looking at me? It's nothing, Smoker said, his face darkening. Lu Chen, however, didn't care. Tashiji sometimes seemed a bit clueless, but it was fine. They would come eventually. The prize for this championship was the treasure of Pirate King Roger, something every pirate would want to compete for. Yeah, Smoker nodded. With Lu Chen here, even if the Straw Hat crew showed up, they probably wouldn't be able to capture them. Not in front of Lu Chen, at least. Moreover, Lu Chen was the overall commander of this operation, not him. And they used to be classmates, so they had to give each other some face. They will come, Tashigi said, showing a hint of interest, her little head pondering something. Luchan didn't care whether Luffy's crew came or not. If they did, he would defeat Barrett. If they didn't, it was the same. But according to the world's tendencies, Luffy would come no matter what. Luchan, besides the supernova pirates, it seems our people have discovered something else. Tashigi and I will investigate. You stay outside to support the Navy. Smoker suddenly said, Sure, just be careful and notify me with a den mushi if anything happens. Luchan nodded slightly. Barrett was still underground and wouldn't be coming out for a while. Okay. After that, Smoker and Tashigi left, gradually disappearing from Luchan's sight. Luchan stayed in place, looking at the huge platform ahead, which was where the host of the pirate festival would speak. Soon after, a host with fluffy light green hair and freckles stepped onto the stage and called out, Hello, everyone. First, let me introduce myself. I am the host of this pirate festival. Next, let's welcome the initiator of this pirate festival, Mr. Buena Festa. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted below. Accompanied by the applause was an old man with a full head of white hair and an explosive hairstyle, who was none other than Buena Festa, a pirate from the same era as the Pirate King. Character, Buena Festa. Position, pirate fruit. None level. B skills, swordsmanship. B. Bounty, 35 million berries everyone. I am Buena Festa, the organizer of this pirate festival. I won't say much else. Mainly let me introduce the prize for our first place. It is the treasure of Pirate King Roger. Whoever becomes the champion of this pirate festival will have our Roger's treasure. As for what exactly is inside, I won't say much. Once you obtain the treasure, you'll naturally find out, Buena Festa said with a smile. After a moment of silence to build excitement among the pirates, he continued, Now, I declare that our pirate festival officially begins. It started. We've been waiting impatiently. Yes, let's get started. Charge. The treasure of the Pirate King is ours. In an instant, all the pirates went wild, sailing their ships towards the starting point, ready to begin the competition. Luchan walked onto the platform, looking at the many pirates below. Aside from Luffy's crew, most of the supernova pirates were present. Eustace Kid, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, Scratchman Apo, Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beach, and Ro also seemed to be missing, and stood on the podium holding a microphone and loudly declared, I announce, the competition officially begins. With a command, all the pirate ships sailed along the current, heading towards the sky island above, where the Pirate King's treasure lay. Luchan was not in a hurry. He simply watched the many pirate ships above and muttered to himself, Go ahead, it's not going to be that easy up there. Although it was indeed the treasure of the Pirate King, it was also a genuine trap, just waiting for them to jump in. A few minutes later, Luffy's crew arrived late, sailing the Thousand Sunny. Meanwhile, and controlled the large screen on the ground, starting to broadcast and commentate on the intense battles above. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Arriving late is our supernova pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, finally shows up. However, they're currently in last place. I wonder if they have a chance to claim the first place. Glancing at the situation, Luchan simply lay back on a nearby chair and relaxed. After all, those people would eventually come down, so there was no need to stand and watch. Lying down was just as good, and there was no problem with that. If it became boring, he could even lie down and sleep. The only one who found the battles above uninteresting was probably Luchan at that moment, and was still on the podium, continuing to commentate on the pirate festival, when suddenly a man appeared, the Clown Buggy. Lucky King Clown Buggy. In the battle on the Sky Island, it ultimately allowed Clown Buggy to obtain the treasure of Pirate King Roger. But soon, that would not be the case. It would definitely appear in Barrett's hands. Hearing Buggy's name, Luchan took a glance at the situation above. After all, the real battle was about to begin. After an unknown amount of time, boom, a loud explosion sounded from the sky, waking Luchan from the noise. He suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the sky island above. For some unknown reason, the sky island exploded, and the massive island instantly turned into rocks of various sizes, falling from the sky. Not only did fragments of the exploded island fall, but many pirates did as well, and they were all on that island. Oh, is it about to begin? Luchan slowly stood up, showing great interest. Since the pirates had all fallen, Barrett should also appear. In that case, it was his turn to make an appearance. However, before that, it wasn't that simple. These pirate supernovas still had some use, as they could help him deplete some of Barrett's Haki and stamina. I have to say, these pirate supernovas are somewhat useful. They aren't completely useless. Suddenly, his transponder snail rang. It was Smoker calling. Hey Chen, this pirate expo is a trap targeting the pirate supernovas. You must be careful outside. We might not be able to get out for a while. It's fine. Just be careful. There are some situations outside as well, Chen reminded. Okay, you two. After hanging up, both understood each other's intentions without needing more words. What was more important now was to solve their respective troubles. Run. The Sky Island exploded. This place is no longer safe. Help! Who can save me? In an instant, the many spectators below fell into panic, everyone hurriedly escaping, searching for a place to avoid the falling rocks. Chen stood still, glancing at the countless boulders falling, and after pondering for a moment, he decided not to intervene. Those who could appear here were not exactly good people. There was no need to act. As for the earlier consideration, it was based on the identity he needed to reveal later. Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Chen. As a Marine, saving civilians is a duty, but these people didn't seem to be civilians. Most of them were still pirates. If they die, they die, even if they were civilians. If Chen didn't need the Marine identity, he would basically be too lazy to intervene. Or rather, there was no need to intervene at all. Soon, countless stones fell from the sky, and those who needed to run had mostly escaped. However, Chen was still within the falling stone range. Observation Haki activated, and Chen continued to walk leisurely, seemingly unaware of the falling rocks. Just as a massive boulder was about to land on his head, he suddenly took a large step forward, and none of the falling stones landed on him. For Chen, it was as if he could ignore these stones. The observation Haki allowed him to foresee their falling positions, and he just needed to walk toward the spots where no stones were falling. Within a few breaths, Chen had completely exited the falling stone area, and all the stones behind him had fallen to the ground, simply behind Chen. He didn't even look back but walked toward the front of the small island, where a new battle had already erupted and someone was waiting for him to deal with. Looking up, he saw a large flat area had appeared due to the island's collapse, and in the middle stood a strong man, none other than Douglas Barrett. Character, Douglas Barrett. Position, Pirate Fruit. Fusion Fruit Level, SSS Skill, Fruit Development, Enhanced. Bounty, for Billion Berries, a powerful man. Once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger, imprisoned on the 6th level of the underwater prison before the Marineford War. Because Luffy caused a ruckus in the underwater impelled-down prison, Barrett took the opportunity to escape and was ultimately found by Buena Festa. The two joined forces to organize this pirate expo. At this moment, Barrett had already engaged with several supernovas, but unfortunately, their strength was far from Barrett's, and they could only passively take hits from the powerful Barrett. Even if everyone attacked together, they were no match for Barrett alone. His immense power rendered everyone present without the ability to fight back. The same went for Luffy when he came on stage. To defeat Barrett, Luffy even activated Gear 4th. However, even in Gear 4th, Luffy was still no match for Barrett and was being beaten down. As time passed, Luffy reverted to his original form and fell into a weakened state, only able to use Haki again after 10 minutes. Barrett looked at the several fallen pirate supernovas on the ground with disdain. Is this the so-called worst generation? You are all too weak. Not a single one of you can defeat me. Let me end this so-called era of extreme evil. Oh, and how powerful are you? A cold voice suddenly rang out, and a figure was gradually approaching Barrett's position. Barrett also noticed the man and frowned, muttering, Monkey D. Chen, Marine Vice Admiral, the strongest Marine Vice Admiral. I didn't expect you to be here as well. Yes, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Chen teased. Karp's grandson, quite sharp-tongued, Barrett said with a smile, not holding back. He had heard of Chen's deeds, not only because of Chen's strength, but also because he was Karp's grandson. And Karp was the only Marine who made Roger fear. Not bad. I should be a bit stronger than you, Chen said nonchalantly. Oomph. Barrett scoffed. At this moment, Chen's arrival put the surrounding pirates into a different state, all looking towards the suddenly appearing Chen. The Marines. Monkey D. Chen. Straw Hat Luffy's brother. It's him. I can't believe he came too. Is he here to catch us? Or is it for Barrett? The supernovas present had heard of Lu Chen's strength. It was said that he already possessed the power to rival a Marine admiral. They had previously been defeated by Admiral Kazuru a few years ago, and it was a crushing defeat without any ability to fight back. Therefore, they were somewhat afraid of Lu Chen. If he intervened now, they would all be captured by the Marines. Don't worry, my target this time isn't you. It's him. Lu Chen looked at the man in front of him, whose strength was indeed very strong. If Mihawk's strongest point was his regular swordsmanship, then the man before him was strongest in ordinary martial arts and top-tier Haki. With incredibly powerful might and strength, defeating this group of supernovas didn't even require him to use all his strength or any techniques. His strength was formidable. Even Luffy now would need to join forces with everyone present to defeat Barrett, and even that victory would be due to a coincidence. Lu Chen, brother. At this moment, Hancock hurriedly came to his side, asking with concern, "How have you been lately? Are you injured? Did you get hurt while dealing with the pirates?" She asked many questions, leaving Lu Chen unsure of how to respond. However, he still calmly said, "Hancock, no rush. Let's talk after we defeat this man." Hum. Hancock nodded affirmatively, trusting Lu Chen's words, but still reminded, "Be careful. This person is very strong. He was once the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger." "It's fine. Trust me," Lu Chen smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Hancock immediately stood aside, no longer interrupting. Barrett's eyes narrowed, his gaze slightly reddening, emanating a terrifying aura as he said in a deep voice, "They have not defeated me. What makes you think you can?" Just based on me," came the reply. Just as the words fell, Barrett suddenly launched an attack, rushing towards Lu Chen's position at high speed, seeking death. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving only an afterimage in place. Before the afterimage had even faded, his true form appeared right in front of Lu Chen, his right hand covered with black armament Haki, gleaming like metal. He threw a simple straight punch towards Lu Chen's face, his massive fist breaking through the air with a sound like a sonic boom. Boom! How fast! Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he crossed his fists, armament Haki covering his arms to block Barrett's attack. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The two's Haki clashed at the point of contact, creating a powerful pressure that burst outwards, causing the surroundings to shake violently. And the countless fragments of stone on the ground trembled along with it. As time passed, the intense clash of Conqueror's Haki caused the ground beneath them to directly collapse, forming cracks like turtle shells that gradually spread outwards. Boom! Retreat! Quick retreat! We can't stay here any longer. Get out of here! All the weaker pirates quickly withdrew from the battle area. Only those with formidable strength remained, wanting to witness the fight between these two top-tier powerhouses. They were eager to see just how terrifying the strength of these two warriors truly was. As the ground collapsed, the two had to retract their Haki from each other and quickly retreat, yet they still stood firmly on the ground. "Kid, you're indeed strong. Your Haki isn't weak either. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so powerful." As expected, like father, like son, Garp's grandson is the same, Barrett said with a grin. Having such a strong opponent excited him, making him even more eager to fight. "You're not weak either, but it seems I'm slightly weaker than you right now," Lu Chen replied earnestly. Just with this one battle, merely a contest of Haki, a victor had already emerged. Currently, his strength was not as formidable as Barrett's, but his power could be improved. "Oh, are you still going to kill me?" Barrett asked with interest. As a man with great strength, he could sense the killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes. This person was definitely not here to capture him, but to kill him. "Naturally," Lu Chen replied with a light smile. "Then let us see if you have that strength." Barrett snorted coldly and once again unleashed a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, forming a powerful red pressure that pressed towards Lu Chen. Conqueror's Haki. Seeing this, Lu Chen naturally would not back down. His eyes narrowed as he released all of his Conqueror's Haki to confront it. The powerful Conqueror's Haki from both sides clashed, creating a massive energy shockwave that formed two enormous energy barriers, colliding in the middle as they competed to see who was stronger. It was as if countless shells were exploding at the point where their Conqueror's Haki clashed, never ceasing. Moreover, an even more powerful energy wave spread outwards, The entire ground shattered once again due to the powerful energy impact, with countless fragments lifting off the ground, startlingly hovering in midair. Most of the debris on the ground trembled in response. The Haki released by the two was simply too powerful, as if the entire island was quaking, resembling a potential earthquake at any moment. Now, they were merely clashing their Conqueror's Haki. Neither had unleashed their full strength yet. Soon, the barrier formed by Lu Chen's Conqueror's Haki began to be pressed back, gradually falling into a disadvantage as Barrett's powerful Haki advanced towards Lu Chen. If he were to be struck, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, not knowing where he would crash. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, without any hesitation, immediately using his points and the remaining skill upgrade opportunities to upgrade all the skills that could be enhanced, especially the skills belonging to the three-color Haki. They had to be upgraded to the highest level, or he would definitely not stand a chance against Barrett. As his level increased, Lu Chen's aura gradually rose, and a more powerful Conqueror's Haki swept towards Barrett, eventually reaching a stalemate. "What's going on?" Barrett asked, slightly puzzled, looking at Lu Chen with suspicion. Previously, he had not exhibited such powerful Conqueror's Haki. How had he suddenly become so much stronger? Could it be that he had awakened again? Under the strong pressure, the ability of Conqueror's Haki had improved once more. It was not impossible. In the next moment, the suddenly surging Conqueror's Haki swept towards Barrett, and the Haki he released could no longer withstand it. Boom! The immense and powerful Conqueror's Haki surged towards Barrett like the tide of an ocean, crashing against his formidable body. In an instant, Barrett was pushed back by the tremendous impact. However, his legs were firmly planted in the ground. He did not get sent flying, merely sliding backward on the ground. He left behind two deep and long grooves in the earth, stretching at least several hundred meters. It looked long, but in reality, it was short. If it were someone else, they would have been blasted away by such overwhelming pressure, not knowing where they would land. Perhaps even embedded in the mountain on the opposite side. Once the Conqueror's Haki passed, Barrett finally came to a stop, his eyes wild with excitement as he laughed heartily. Good. Finally, I've met an enemy who can make me use my full strength. What a pity. You're a Marine, not a pirate. If there were a strong person like you among the pirates, the title of Pirate King would surely be yours, and you would earn my recognition. If it weren't for the fact that this batch of pirate supernovas is simply too weak, I wouldn't choose to end this so-called era of great evil. Perhaps I would even help one of them become the Pirate King. Unfortunately, there was another powerful pirate he had not seen, and that was the Knight, a man with only a code name. No one knew his real name. However, Barrett now knew another person's name, Monkey D. Lu Chen, a name that could be etched in his memory. Oh, Lu Chen smiled slightly, silently thinking. If I were not a Marine and had not received a mission from the system, I might have really captured him to become a great ally. It's just that Barrett's temperament is too unpredictable, making him a difficult factor to control, like a bomb that could explode at any moment. I've said a bit too much. Let me see your true strength, Barrett said with a serious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his powerful armament Haki, merging it with himself, entering his first state, the Devil state. As a user of the merge fruit, he could fuse his Haki with himself, greatly enhancing his speed and strength, resembling a devil from hell. This was also one of the reasons he was called the Devil's Descendant. In an instant, his strength rose another level as he punched towards Lu Chen. Clang! At this moment, Lu Chen was already able to predict Barrett's movement trajectory. He swiftly drew the demon sword reincarnation and swung it with a powerful slash, the overwhelming aura wrapping around the blade. With a crisp sound, reincarnation struck as if hitting an incredibly hard iron block, unable to advance even an inch, with sword and fist facing each other in a standoff, seeking death. Suddenly, Barrett's other fist came crashing towards Lu Chen's chest. However, Lu Chen had already sensed a hint of danger and quickly drew another supreme blade to block Barrett's attack. Kid, not bad. Barrett revealed a satisfied smile. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became, convinced he had not chosen the wrong adversary. You're not bad either, Lu Chen chuckled lightly. The battles between strong fighters often show mutual respect, and he couldn't help but admire Barrett's formidable strength, as he was indeed the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. Chen even felt that Roger's strength was only slightly above Barrett's, which was why he gained recognition. Perhaps it was that true Conqueror's Haki that led Barrett to choose submission, allowing Roger to become the true Pirate King. This could explain why Barrett, despite his immense power, was willing to serve under Roger. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. After a brief exchange, the two resumed their battle, both striking with extreme speed, with few able to see their movements clearly. In fact, no one present could discern their positions. They could only see two different figures constantly flashing within the combat area. They fought from the east to the west of the combat zone, then from the north to the south. No one could clearly understand the state of their battle. They could only hear the constant thunderous sounds from the battlefield and countless boulders flying. So powerful. This is truly incredible. I have never witnessed such a fierce battle. Neither of them used any techniques. It was all about competing with their Haki and physical strength. No wonder Barrett was Roger's right-hand man, and that man, Marine Rear Admiral Chen. Why has the Navy suddenly produced such a powerful individual? At this moment, the surrounding pirates were already shocked into silence, not daring to intervene. To do so recklessly would mean facing attacks from both Barrett and Chen simultaneously, risking death in a single blow. The terrifying energy raged within the combat zone, sweeping outward, forcing spectators to retreat again, hoping not to be caught in the crossfire. Not far away, Hancock tightly grasped her delicate hands, anxiously watching Chen's fight, whispering, "Brother Chen, please be safe. That big guy is definitely no match for you. Brother Chen, be careful." Nami was also worried for Chen. "Nami, how's it going?" Luffy slowly opened his eyes and asked with concern. He knew it was Chen who had made a move, but he was still in a weakened state and unable to use Haki. Although he couldn't see the battle situation, he understood that this level of fight was beyond his participation. He would not engage unless Chen needed him. "It seems like neither side can take the upper hand right now," Nami replied honestly. She hoped Luffy wouldn't worry too much. "Luffy, just rest. If anything happens to your brother, we will definitely step in," Chopper said, laying him down on the ground and giving him some water. He knew how much Luffy cared about his brother. Okay. Hearing this, Luffy finally felt relieved enough to rest. Meanwhile, the battle between Chen and Barrett continued. Their fight was all about brute force, and it was impossible to determine a winner anytime soon. Of course, both Barrett and Chen were aware of this. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the two finally stopped, staring each other down. "Monkey D, Chen, you are truly strong. You have gained my recognition once again. Even if I die at your hands today, it would be worth it," Barrett said with a serious smile. Ever since meeting a powerhouse like Roger decades ago, he hadn't encountered an enemy with such powerful Haki, and Chen was the first. "Flattery, you are the strongest opponent I have encountered," Chen replied earnestly. This was the first time he treated an enemy so seriously. He hadn't shown all his strength even when dealing with Doflamingo. Against Barrett, he knew he had to use all his power, even revealing his trump cards. Of course, in front of Barrett, the abilities of the Devil Fruit were almost useless. That powerful Haki was the natural enemy of all Devil Fruits. However, Chen wasn't just reliant on his Devil Fruit abilities. He was still enhancing his Haki. "Since that is the case, I should also unleash some strength," Barrett smiled and erupted with his strongest power, using the ability of his combined Devil Fruit to spread his arms wide, awakening the fruit's power to absorb the island and the naval ships at sea. Suddenly, Chen thought of something and hurriedly took out a Din Mushi, speaking 9 on the other end. "Quick, order all the Marines to disembark and move our ship." He had almost forgotten that Barrett's combined fruit ability could absorb surrounding structures and fuse them into a massive giant. Chen's ship, the Reincarnation, was too large to let Barrett absorb easily. He had spent a lot of time building it, and he couldn't afford to lose it. "Understood." I did not hesitate. Sensing the danger, she immediately notified all the Marines nearby and instructed the crew on the Reincarnation to activate maximum power to move the ship away. Meanwhile, Barrett's awakened fruit ability began to influence all the structures on the island. They were uprooted, some torn apart by immense force, becoming countless fragments flying toward Barrett. Additionally, the ships at sea were also affected by Barrett's ability. Even using maximum power, they couldn't escape the invisible pull, being drawn toward the island. Thankfully, An had warned them, and many Marines jumped off their ships to escape. Otherwise, being absorbed would mean they would be crushed to pieces. There were not many surviving ships among the Navy, but Lu Chen's reincarnation managed to pull away a certain distance due to its powerful drive, allowing it to escape Barrett's fruitability. The ships that were already far away had also quickly moved to a safe distance. Even so, many buildings and ships were flying toward Barrett, converging at his location and transforming into a mass of shattered black material, gradually merging with him. What a powerful ability! Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Barrett before him. Such a fruit had been developed to such strength. It truly was his ability. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that Barrett would abandon the use of medium bullet form and directly enter his strongest state to fight Lu Chen. However, upon careful consideration, it seems that only by using this state can one compete with the strongest state of Lu Chen. That so-called medium-sized bullet form is probably of no use at all. With one strike, it will be shattered by Lu Chen. As time goes by, more and more buildings gather around Barrett, and his size becomes increasingly larger. His entire body now as big as half an island. His body towers into the clouds, looking down at the people below like a giant ready to crush the ants beneath him. Armament Haki. Barrett lets out a low roar, a deep sound emanating as his powerful armament Haki envelopes his massive body, transforming him into a steel giant covered entirely in Haki. This man, who was once defeated by the demon-slaying order, has, after 20 years, challenged the demon-slaying order again, which symbolizes the power of the world government, and has absorbed all those so-called Navy warships. This time, it seems he has won. What? Can armament Haki cover such a vast area? Is this still armament Haki? What kind of man can cultivate armament Haki to such an extent? Seeing this, the surrounding pirates and Navy are all shocked, having never seen such a powerful Haki user. Monkey D. Lu Chen received my strike. Barrett looks down at Lu Chen, who seems like an ant below, and roars. Okay. Lu Chen responds without a hint of fear. A sky-high sword intent suddenly rising from his body as he slowly raises the reincarnation longsword in his right hand, pointing it at the sky. A soaring sword intent rushes into the heavens, reaching a height comparable to that of Barrett, even surpassing him by a considerable margin. A golden Haki appears, enveloping his entire body, and the sword intent is entirely golden as well. Lu Chen rises into the air, wielding the giant golden sword like a deity descended to earth. Now, Lu Chen has already raised his sword intent and swordsmanship to SSS, with power greater than ever before. 6 paths of reincarnation, heavenly path, sword of pride. Immediately, Lu Chen murmurs a few words, and with each word, the surrounding air trembles as if a deity is about to punish that powerful demon. As soon as he finishes speaking, the soaring sword intent forms a powerful golden giant sword, slicing straight towards Barrett. What powerful swordsmanship! Barrett furrows his brows slightly, recognizing the opponent's formidable swordsmanship and powerful sword intent. Not daring to be negligent, he gathers more Haki into his fist and releases a heavy punch towards Lu Chen's powerful slash. Boom! The massive fist collides with the powerful slash, instantly unleashing a tremendous energy shock, accompanied by a loud explosion in the clouds. It's as if a giant bomb exploded in midair, scattering the clouds due to the clash between the two, turning them into smoke and mist. However, the battle between the two creates even more dust. The scattered clouds are quickly replenished. Then, an even more powerful energy wave, stronger than the previous clashes, sweeps outwards from the midair. Fortunately, it disperses from the sky. The people on the ground are unharmed, but the clouds above have been blown away, and flying birds and beasts have been swept away to who knows where. So strong. Both are incredibly powerful, and among those present, perhaps only Lu Chen can contend with Barrett. Indeed, no one knows who will win. Seeing this, everyone watches the battle in mid-air, eagerly anticipating the final outcome. However, the battle in the air continues, the powerful golden giant sword still slicing towards Barrett's massive body, while Barrett has already extended his other arm to block it. As Lu Chen exerts force, the golden giant sword gradually and slowly approaches Barrett's position. Even someone as strong as Barrett seems unable to withstand such a powerful slash. As time passes, the powerful sword intent directly strikes Barrett's body. Even with the hardening of armament Haki, that golden slash still cuts deep. Armament Haki has its strengths and weaknesses. Of course, the armament Haki of both is evenly matched. However, the area covered by Barrett's armament Haki is simply too large, resulting in his Haki not being very strong in itself. Suddenly, Barrett lets out an angry roar, unleashing an even more powerful force, directly blasting away Chen's sword attack. Boom! A deafening explosion. From where the two are battling, the shockwaves swiftly disperse in all directions, forcing many weaker individuals to cover their ears as if a thunderbolt had struck down. Moments later, Barrett's body, which had been injured by the Golden Giant's sword, heals again after he uses his abilities, returning to its original state. You are strong. You truly did not disappoint me. Barrett's eyes turn red, filled with bloodlust and excitement. Having such a powerful opponent makes him feel an unprecedented fighting spirit, reminiscent of his battles with Pirate King Roger. If he were in Roger's era, perhaps he would not have succeeded in becoming the Pirate King. No pirate could escape from your hands. Barrett continues. This is his heartfelt truth, with no flattery or ulterior motives, just a plain truth. You flatter me. Chen smiles. Being recognized is indeed something to be happy about. Even if the other party is a pirate, it doesn't really matter. However, today we must determine a victor, so let me see just how strong you really are. As soon as he finishes speaking, Barrett roars and charges at Chen again. Under his control, the giant, which originally had only 2 arms, fuses and transforms into more long arms, rushing straight towards Chen. Such a wide-range attack seems to leave Chen no chance to evade. However, he can still rely on his powerful observation Haki to survive in the gaps. Using Barrett's arms, he jumps in mid-air, dodging Barrett's punches, and successfully entangles all of Barrett's arms together, twisting them into a pretzel-like shape. Taking advantage of Barrett's temporary inability to break free, Chen finally has time to unleash his sword techniques. He concentrates powerful sword energy with the reincarnation sword, drawing a circle in front of him along the arms. It appears he lightly sketches it, but in reality, he unleashes several sword strikes at extreme speed, forming a sword energy with each swing. To others, it seems that Chen hasn't swung his sword at all, merely drawing a circle, and the speed of that circle is incredibly slow, leaving many afterimages in the air. With each afterimage left behind, dozens of sword energies appear around Chen's body. As he completes the entire circle, numerous sword energies have already emerged, all displaying a pink color, resembling delicate petals. One sword style, Heavenly Maiden Scatter. Suddenly, Chen swung his sword one last time, slowly uttering a few words. In an instant, all the sword energy shot towards Barrett's position at high speed, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. But these petals were not just for show. They were all sword energies released by Chen, seemingly small, yet immensely powerful and in vast numbers. What? Barrett's expression changed slightly, realizing that such a massive amount of sword energy was not easy to defend against. However, he conjured a gigantic shield imbued with armed color Haki to block Chen's sword attack. The sword energy surged forth, striking Barrett's shield, while some even bypassed it to strike Barrett's massive body directly. Countless sword energies hit the shield, making it impossible for Barrett to repair the damaged holes in time, allowing more sword energy to break through his defenses and pierce his enormous body. Barrett's large physique made it somewhat clumsy to control, and he couldn't effectively block all the attacks in time. These sword energies, though seemingly small, each carried the strongest sword intent. Their power not much weaker than the earlier reincarnation sword technique. One sword energy pierced through Barrett's body, then 2, 3, 4, 5. More and more sword energies passed through Barrett's giant form, turning his once formidable body, covered in armed color Haki, into a body riddled with wounds, losing all its previous might. The sword energies also stripped away more material from Barrett's body, making his already massive form appear much thinner, with a narrow midsection and thick upper and lower legs, creating a dissonant appearance. Even Barrett's main body was slightly affected, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puffed. How strong! He hadn't expected Lu Chen's swordsmanship to be so fierce, seemingly even stronger than Roger's swordsmanship. But Roger's Haki was stronger, especially his Conqueror's Haki. Even the simplest sword techniques, when wielded with powerful sword intent, became incredibly formidable. This was the strength of sword intent. Moreover, Lu Chen's swordsmanship and sword intent had both reached the SSS level, making him even more powerful than before. Monkey D, Lu Chen, let's settle this once and for all, Barrett said solemnly. He was clearly eager. If he couldn't defeat Lu Chen, he was prepared to die here. What was there to fear in death? All right. Lu Chen nodded slightly, agreeing to this decision. Let them determine the victor here. The winner lives, the loser dies. As soon as he finished speaking, Barrett began to gather all the remaining flowing materials in his body, directing them into his right fist, gradually forming a massive fist, which he then hurled towards Lu Chen's position. At the same time, Lu Chen's aura suddenly surged, releasing an even more massive presence, as the originally blood-red demon sword, Reincarnation, unleashed pure black sword energy once again. The overwhelming sword energy suddenly activated, as if a button had been pressed, enveloping Lu Chen in a dark aura. The dark energy surged upwards, completely surrounding Lu Chen, his eyes turning red, resembling a malevolent spirit, making him appear like a demon. Then, Lu Chen slowly raised the demon sword Reincarnation in his right hand, the black aura flowing into the sword's body, transforming it into a much more powerful long sword, stretching hundreds of meters long. 6 paths of reincarnation, Hell Path, Sword of Rage. With a loud shout, the massive black sword struck swiftly towards Barrett's enormous fist. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided, producing a tremendous sound. To the onlookers, it seemed as if both of their techniques were very slow. In reality, it was due to the sheer size of their attacks. A wave of even more powerful energy fluctuations radiated from the battlefield, as if 2 massive bombs had exploded, causing the entire world to tremble. The ground shook, making many stones on the surface vibrate as if dancing, and the entire island seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Never before had anyone witnessed such powerful techniques. How strong? Was this the strength of the previous era's warriors? If Barrett was already this formidable, how strong must the Pirate King Roger have been? Lu Chen, brother, please be safe. Everyone present focused on the area where the two were battling. Such a powerful fight was beyond their ability to intervene. They could only watch. At that moment, the pirate supernovas realized the gap between their strength and that of the Pirate King. To become the Pirate King, they seemed to be lacking a lot. No, it should be a lot. They at least had to defeat Barrett before them, or even Lu Chen. Otherwise, they would never become the Pirate King. Moments later, the battle between Lu Chen and Barrett continued, but the outcome was becoming clear. The powerful dark sword energy had completely enveloped Barrett's combined body, corroding it. Even the armed color Haki was no exception. This was intentional sword intent, not a fruit ability, but sword intent that could corrode everything. As time passed, the materials on Barrett's body began to fall to the ground, one piece after another. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. As those materials dropped, the original armed color Haki was also corroded, allowing Lu Chen's powerful sword energy to strike Barrett's body. Boom! With a loud sound, Lu Chen's sword energy split Barrett's once massive body in 2. The Barrett hidden within suffered severe injuries from the powerful sword energy. Moreover, the relentless sword energy continued to strike heavily upon him, along with his main body, slamming down towards the ground. In an instant, the sword energy hit Barrett hard against the ground. Boom! With a massive sound, the entire island was directly cleaved in half. The ground began to tremble, tilting to one side. Under the powerful sword energy, no object could withstand it. Besides the island itself, the seawater beneath it was temporarily sliced in half by the razor-sharp sword energy, preventing the seawater from merging again. After a long time, until the sword energy dissipated, the seawater finally had the chance to reunite, forming a vast ocean. Strong. Too strong. In the end, it was still Monkey D, Lu Chen who won. Who would have thought there was such a formidable vice admiral in the Navy? Who could still be his opponent? One person slaying the Pirate King's right-hand man Barrett. From now on, the name Monkey D. Chen would probably spread throughout the New World. Everyone present was watching the battle, and as it concluded, many pirates chose to flee. If they didn't run now, when would they? If Chen came to stop them, they would have no chance to escape. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System reward: 8,000 energy points. After killing Barrett, Chen stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Puffed. I have to say, Barrett was truly strong. Even if Chen used his last trump card, he was still heavily injured and at least needed 3 months to recover before being able to use his domineering power again. Strong. Terrifyingly so. However, it was fortunate that Chen emerged victorious in the end. Otherwise, he would really be going down to see his grandfather. No, it seems Chen's grandfather hasn't died yet, but his previous life's grandfather has passed away, and he wonders if he can meet him in this world. Chen Gidge. After the battle's aftermath, Hancock quickly rushed to Chen's side, asking with concern, Chen Gidge, how are you? Are you okay? You've coughed up blood. I'm fine. Chen shook his head, glancing at the many pirates over there, and shouted, What? Do you still want me to personally capture you? Luffy, we should go. Not far away. Nami was tugging Luffy to leave. She had understood Chen's meaning, urging them to hurry away. Otherwise, things would get serious since Chen was now a Navy officer. Why leave? I want to see my Chen Gidge. Luffy questioned with a puzzled expression. Idiot. Nami punched Luffy hard and grabbed his rubber arm, running toward the pirate ship on the sea. In an instant, all the pirates were fleeing. However, the Navy's warships were few and could not pursue. Fortunately, Chen had killed the chief culprit, Barrett, which provided some closure. This matter seemed to be a good thing for the Navy. Seeing Luffy and the others leave, Chen finally felt relieved. He looked at Hancock, who had been worried, and comforted her, Don't worry, I'm fine. Everything is okay. I just need to rest for a few days. Hancock nodded easily. Then, after exchanging a few words with Hancock, Chen walked up to Mihawk, smiling as he said, Master, long time no see. You've grown quite strong, kid. I'll be waiting for you at Kuro Island. Mihawk said with a smile. There was always a battle between Chen and him, which was also why he chose to teach Chen swordsmanship. All right, Master, I'll go once I've healed. Chen nodded, not refusing. They indeed needed a battle to determine who was the strongest great swordsman at sea, and this was also their destined duel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission. Defeat Mihawk and become the strongest great swordsman at sea. System reward: 10,000 energy points. Mihawk slightly nodded and left on a piece of wood. His ship had been absorbed by Barrett, so for now, he had to use a piece of wood as a boat, but it suited him quite well without any sense of incongruity. Not long after, Chen sent Hancock away, promising to visit Amazon Lily in the future, which reassured her. He then glanced at the island that had been split in half by his powerful sword aura. The front was cleaved apart with some cracks, but the back was still connected. It looked like a temporarily separated heart. And perhaps this island would be called Heart Island in the future. Heading to the dock, he took most of the Navy to the Reincarnation, which was large enough to carry the majority of the Navy without warships. Otherwise, they would have to seek help from a Navy headquarters to obtain warships to return to the Navy headquarters. This was also one of the reasons Chen asked Ein to hold onto the Reincarnation. Chen, are you all right? Ein asked with concern as she looked at Chen, who was seated. Although she had been above the sea, she was still worried about the battle between Chen and Barrett. But she needed to protect the Reincarnation, so she hadn't gone to the island and had been waiting for Chen on the Reincarnation. Seeing Chen return safely, the stone in her heart finally settled. However, Chen's expression didn't seem too good. I'm fine, just a bit injured and need a few days to rest. Let's set sail back to the Navy headquarters. And you report the situation to the headquarters truthfully on my behalf, Chen said weakly. He had been holding on before, but now he needed rest. Okay, you should rest. I nodded slightly and carefully exited the room. Looking at Chen, who was already asleep, she gently closed the door. With Ein around, Chen felt very at ease, so he entrusted many tasks and matters to her. However, Chen felt the most indebted to Ein. She might be the only woman to whom he hadn't actively disclosed his true identity, which made him feel guilty. As news of Barrett's death spread, it was like a bombshell throughout the New World. Navy Vice Admiral Monkey D. Chen personally killed the Pirate King's right-hand man, Barrett, becoming the new generation of Navy heroes. This enormous news spread, making everyone in the Navy, pirates, revolutionaries, and the world government aware of it. From then on, Chen also gained a new title, the new generation of Navy heroes. He had slain countless vicious pirates and inherited the name of the previous generation's Navy hero, Garp. A grandfather and grandson, both Navy heroes. However, there seemed to be some issues in between, as there was a revolutionary commander. But all the Navy knew that Chen was not Dragon's son, but Garp's adopted grandson with no relation to Dragon, so they didn't care at all. Moreover, the Navy government only needed someone who could kill pirates and deter them, so they would naturally not blame Chen for Dragon's matters. This is also why Chen was able to enter the Navy and serve as a vice admiral. New World. Did Chen kill Barrett? His strength is getting stronger. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper with a smile on his face. The kid from back then had grown to such an extent, which he did not expect. Of course, he had no thoughts about Chen becoming a Navy. That was everyone's decision, and he would not interfere. Just like Luffy wanting to be a pirate, he did not say much. He just felt Luffy's determination, especially after that fruit was eaten by Luffy. He had to entrust the straw hat to Luffy. Boss, do you think that Chen will chase you all over the world in the future? Beckman teased from the side. Ha ha ha. I think that day isn't far off. We better run fast by then. Shanks replied without a hint of anger. Seeing Chen and Luffy gradually grow up was one of the few things that made him happy in recent years. Boss, we haven't seen Yuta in a long time. When will we see her again? Beckman continued to ask. Hearing this, Shanks fell silent. It's best not to disturb her now. Otherwise, it might bring back bad memories for her. Our presence may not be a good thing for her. Beckman nodded slightly, saying no more. Cake Island. A tall and stout woman is holding a newspaper that reports on Chen's slaying of Barrett, making him the new naval hero. Her eyes glow red, and she sneers, haha, Monkey D, Chen, a rear admiral? I want to see just how strong you are, if you can defeat our 4 emperors. After saying this, she picks up another newspaper that states how Blackbeard was killed by the Night Pirates, making the Night Pirate ship the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Ever since Whitebeard's death, his deeds have been remembered by everyone, and among pirates, many still regard Whitebeard as the Emperor of the Sea. Moreover, the Whitebeard pirates still exist, now led by Ace. The Night Pirates? The 5th Emperor of the Sea. Indeed, 2 significant figures have recently emerged. Charlotte Lean's lips curl into a meaningful smile. Meanwhile, the ship Reincarnation, carrying a large number of Navy personnel, is returning to the new naval headquarters harbor to welcome the victor's return. Almost all the Navy personnel have gathered at the harbor, ready to greet the great contributor of this battle, Monkey D, Chen. However, Chen seems unaware of the welcoming event at the naval headquarters. Chen, come out and look. Suddenly, Ain's voice comes from outside the cabin. Are we about to dock? Chen steps out of the cabin, looks up, and sees there is still some distance away from the dock. We haven't docked yet. Why do you want me to come out? Look, Ain hands Chen a telescope, pointing towards the harbor ahead. Oh. Chen takes the telescope and looks towards the harbor, only to find a large number of Navy personnel gathered there, all with smiles on their faces, seemingly ready to welcome their victorious return. In addition to a multitude of ordinary Navy personnel, there are also many naval leaders, including Vice Admiral Karp, current naval advisor Sengoku, and Admirals Kizaru and Greenbull. Even Fleet Admiral Akainu Sakazuki is present. Are they here to welcome us? Chen asked suspiciously. Yes. They must know you killed Barrett and stopped his plan, so they specifically came to welcome us, and replies with a smile. Chen nods slightly. If it weren't true, he would think these people had discovered his identity and were deliberately blocking him at the harbor. As for Sakazuki coming personally, it was most likely for his daughter. Yunk had remained unharmed during this battle. After all, she was a sniper hiding on the Reincarnation, so she naturally had no issues. Moments later, the Reincarnation gradually approaches the dock, and the Navy on the shore can now see Chen's figure, starting to shout. Admiral Lu-chun! Admiral Lu-chun! All the Navy shout in unison, their voices echoing throughout the naval headquarters and even the nearby sea, audible to anyone passing by. At this moment, Lu-chun has already disembarked from the reincarnation with Ain and a few others, and coming towards them are the fleet admiral and several naval admirals and vice admirals. The Navy on both sides continues to cheer for Lu-chun and the others, watching the surrounding Navy celebrating for them. The Navy under Lu-chun's command is also exceptionally excited, as they are part of the victorious naval team. Naturally, they are thrilled. At this time, Sakazuki has come to greet them with several naval leaders, but his gaze is not on Lu-chun. Instead, he is searching for Yunk behind Lu-chun. Only after seeing her safe does he feel relieved, thinking, this girl is finally okay. If something had happened, I would have to give Lu-chun a good scolding. He doesn't understand why his daughter wants to join Lu-chun's navy, as this guy always attracts major pirates. And he's still a bit lacking when it comes to his daughter. So, it's inevitable that he feels some worry. Admiral Lu-chun, you did well this time, Sakazuki says with a half-smile. It was all the fleet admiral's orders. Lu-chun replies with a light laugh. Hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkens, and he says flatly, the naval headquarters has prepared a celebration banquet for you all. I have something to attend to, so I will leave first. With that, he walks away directly towards Yunk, and when he reaches her side, he quietly says, later, come my office. Oh, Yunk just glances at him, her expression indifferent. Soon after, Karp and the others approach Lu-chun, grinning. Lu-chun, your strength is probably about to surpass us old guys. Grandpa Sengoku, you're joking. How could I surpass you? Lu-chun humbly replies. Sengoku is still quite strong. Although he is old now, he is not someone easily defeated. Lu-chun knows he would need time and attrition to defeat Sengoku. Otherwise, it could be quite troublesome. Lu-chun, about what I told you, have you thought it over? Vice Admiral Tsuru glances at the peacock not far away, asking with interest. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I don't really know what you mean. I have something to attend to. I've sustained some injuries and need to rest. Goodbye. With that, Lu-chun leaves directly, choosing to escape. He naturally knows what Vice Admiral Tsuru is referring to, but it seems a bit unreliable, and if he doesn't leave now, when will he? This kid, Vice Admiral Tsuru, watches him leave, shaking her head helplessly. She then focuses on Karp, smiling. Karp, since he has left, why don't we chat? Huh? What? I have things to handle. Karp shakes his head, finding an excuse to brush it off, and follows Lu-chun's direction to leave. Leaving Vice Admiral Tsuru alone, she glares at the backs of the grandfather and grandson, her face reddening with anger. Humph, those two? Not a serious one among them. I try to talk business, and they don't even pay attention. Not long after, in the fleet admiral's office. Knock, knock. A knock sounds at the door, followed by a woman's voice. Fleet Admiral. Komein, Sakazuki nods. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Yunk opens the door, walks in carefully, and shuts it behind her, asking expressionlessly, Fleet Admiral, why did you call me? Yunk, haven't I said this before? When there are no outsiders, you can call me father. You don't have to be so distant. You don't need to call me Fleet Admiral, Sakazuki says in a calm tone. If there were others present, they might even doubt whether the Sakazuki in front of them is truly the Fleet Admiral, as they have never seen him speak so gently. No, at the naval headquarters, you should be called Fleet Admiral. Yunk replies coldly, her face showing no expression. Seeing this, Sakazuki appears helpless and sits back down, continuing, the reason I called you here is to ask why you want to join Lu-chun's crew. You must be reassigned. His crew is too dangerous. No need. I enjoy fighting, and I want to improve my strength, Yunk replies seriously. Hearing this, Sakazuki's expression darkens, and a surge of anger rises within him, just as he is about to explode. But after seeing the expressionless face of Hibari, he suppressed it completely. The relationship between the father and daughter was already very tense, and Sakazuki didn't want to make it even tenser. This wasn't a good choice. After a moment of silence, Sakazuki continued, since you are willing to follow Lu-chun, then follow him. I just hope you can be careful. That guy doesn't target just any pirates. I hope you pay attention to your safety. Thank you for your concern, Admiral. Hibari said. You can go. Yes. Sakazuki waved his hand, watching Hibari's departing figure with a hint of helplessness on his face. The two of them, father and daughter, always struggled to communicate well, which was the only thing he felt wasn't good about his family life. After pondering for a long time, Sakazuki chose to call Lu Chen's snail phone. Just as he was about to dial, he put the phone down and called his aide in from outside. "Aide, go inform Vice Admiral Lu Chen that after the celebration banquet, he should come to my office." "Understood, Admiral." The aide nodded and turned to leave. On the other side, in Lu Chen's office. "Grandpa, what brings you here?" Lu Chen was just about to rest when Karp suddenly arrived. "What? Can't I come?" Karp asked with interest. "No." Lu Chen quickly shook his head, feeling a bit strange. Then Karp glanced out the window, suddenly becoming serious, and said earnestly, "Lu Chen, you need to be more careful when going on missions in the future. There are still many powerful people in this world, so be cautious about everything." "I know, Grandpa." Lu Chen nodded firmly. He understood Karp was probably worried because he knew about his killing Barrett. "How is your injury?" Karp continued to ask. "It's nothing, Grandpa." "That's good. Just take care of yourself." "I can't help much now. I'm getting old." Karp shook his head helplessly. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I think you're still doing well. Aging like fine wine," Lu Chen said seriously. Hee hee. But Karp just smiled and turned to leave. After Karp left, Sakazuki's aide stood at the door and said, "Vice Admiral Lu Chen, the Admiral wants you to come to his office after the celebration banquet." "Oh, did he say what was about?" Lu Chen asked. "No." "All right, I understand." "Good, Vice Admiral Lu Chen." After that, Sakazuki's aide turned and left. Lu Chen watched him leave and murmured, "What could Sakazuki want to talk to me about, especially at night? It can't be that he's looking for trouble again, right?" Despite this, he didn't think too much about it and directly fell onto the bed to rest. Since the last battle with Barrett, his injuries still hadn't healed completely. At least, he needed 3 more months. After 3 months, he would have to go find Mihawk for a duel, which could last a long time. But it wouldn't be as overwhelming as fighting Barrett. It should be easier. A duel between swordsmen is generally simpler, and besides, there was no animosity between Lu Chen and Mihawk, so the outcome wouldn't be a matter of life and death. That night, after attending the evening celebration banquet, Lu Chen went alone to Sakazuki's office, which was also open, seemingly intentionally waiting for him. When he reached the door, he found Sakazuki already sitting on the sofa beside him, not in the Admiral's chair, which surprised Lu Chen a bit. "Lu Chen, come in." Sakazuki beckoned with a casual tone. Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, as this wasn't Sakazuki's usual demeanor. "Sit down for now. You can consider me not as the Navy Admiral, but as a father." Sakazuki pointed to the chair next to him. "All right." Hearing this, Lu Chen understood why he had been called, and it wasn't an urgent matter. It was meant to wait until night. "It must be about Hibari." "Lu Chen, I don't know how you managed to get my daughter to join your team, but Hibari will always be my daughter, and I'm asking you to protect her safety." Sakazuki said seriously. "As their Vice Admiral, I will naturally protect the safety of every one of them, and your daughter is included. However, I won't give her any special treatment," Lu Chen said expressionlessly. He understood what Sakazuki meant by this statement. Upon hearing it, Sakazuki's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of anger, but he felt helpless. After all, his daughter was working under Lu Chen. If he offended Lu Chen now or threatened him, it was uncertain what Lu Chen might do regarding his daughter. Sakazuki was also aware of Lu Chen's reputation with women. After a moment of silence, Sakazuki finally said, "Fine, I understand your point, but I have a request, no a demand. As a father, I hope you won't lay a hand on my daughter. Otherwise, even if I stop being the Navy Admiral, I will make you pay." "Admiral Sakazuki, what are you talking about? I'm their Vice Admiral. I wouldn't take such actions voluntarily," Lu Chen said seriously. How could he be threatened by Sakazuki? Was that even possible? Moreover, he said this just to irritate Sakazuki. "You." Instantly, Sakazuki's face turned pale with anger, yet he couldn't find a word to say. He knew Lu Chen's strength. Among the younger generation of the Navy, he could be considered the most dazzling star. What girl wouldn't like him? Unless that girl was blind. Of course, his daughter Hibari was certainly not blind. So this was what Sakazuki worried about the most. "Admiral Sakazuki, what's wrong? I'm just speaking the truth. If there's nothing else, I need to go back and recuperate." Lu Chen smiled and stood up to leave. But Sakazuki also got up, solemnly stating, "Regardless, you better remember what I just told you, or I want to be polite." "Sure," Lu Chen said lightly, showing no fear. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have said that, and besides, he now had the strength to defeat Sakazuki. This was his confidence. Then, Lu Chen turned and left, leaving Sakazuki alone, gritting his teeth in anger. After leaving the admiral's office, Lu Chen returned to his own office to rest. He hadn't had a good sleep in a long time. The next morning, Lu Chen took his unit and left the Navy headquarters, heading to their assigned island to garrison and set up camp. Staying on the island felt a bit more leisurely. Every day was spent either healing or enjoying leisure time, fishing, barbecuing, sleeping. This period was undoubtedly the most relaxed time in recent years, especially with a beautiful companion by his side. How delightful! During his free time, he would also give some pointers to the newly joined naval generals, such as Skylark, Peacock, and so on. After all, one cannot be too idle all the time, right? 3 months later, Lu Chen's injuries had mostly healed, and he was preparing to head to Kana Island, where Hawkeye was still waiting for him. Are you leaving? Ein also knew where Lu Chen was going. Yes. Lu Chen nodded. Hearing this, Ein fell silent for a moment, then suddenly hugged Lu Chen and said with a smile, "Be careful. Make sure to come back safely. Don't worry. Hawkeye is my teacher. It's just a friendly match between us. Nothing will go wrong," Lu Chen reassured her. "I know, but you still need to be careful because I'm not by your side." Ein pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly patted her back and whispered, "Don't cry. If you cry, I will cry too." Ein huffed and turned her head away. After saying that, Lu Chen finally let her go, waved his hand, and lightly jumped onto the small boat that had been prepared. "Don't worry, I will definitely be back early this time. Goodbye." Ein smiled and waved at him. Although Lu Chen said so, she felt that he wouldn't be back so soon this time. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense. On the other side, Lu Chen took the small boat to leave, but he didn't head straight to Kana Island. Instead, he first went to Daughter Island. After all, he had promised Hancock, so he had to fulfill his promise. As for the pointer to the final destination of the Grand Line, Laugh Tale, which he obtained after the battle with Barrett, he hadn't told anyone. It was as if it had disappeared during their fierce battle. He managed to get the pointer thanks to the system's backpack, which allowed him to instantly store it without anyone noticing, which was why Lu Chen hadn't taken it out. Unlike Luffy, Lu Chen would not easily destroy the pointer leading to Laugh Tale. Although he didn't care much about being the Pirate King, visiting Laugh Tale was still on his agenda. He wanted to see what kind of treasures and what kind of world awaited at the end of the Grand Line. So, Lu Chen lay on the small boat, looking at the system interface, leisurely sailing on the sea. Host. Lu Chen level. SSS position. Rear Admiral Fruit. Thunder Fruit. Shock Fruit. Disguise Fruit skills. Swordsmanship enhanced. Marine 6 styles. Moonwalk. SS. Life Return. A. Cooking. S. Talent. Skills Simplification Energy. 19. 510 berries. 1. 9,989 billion. A month later, Lu Chen arrived at Daughter Island, but he had already changed into a black robe and used the disguise Fruit to transform into the appearance of night. Wearing a black cloak, with his arrival, the entire Daughter Island became lively. Night, the captain of the night pirates, has appeared. It's really him. What's he doing here? Is he here to conquer us? But why did he come alone? Lu Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Take me to see Hancock. I have important matters to discuss." Understood. They all knew the power of night and naturally did not dare to stop him. And since he had come alone, it seemed there was no malice. In fact, after Blackbeard's death, the newspapers had published the appearance of Night, which was actually the same as Lu Chen's current look. So many people recognized Night. One guard was leading Lu Chen, while another guard had already rushed ahead to inform Hancock, so they could respond in time. In the Empress's palace, a soldier from Daughter Island rushed into the palace and anxiously shouted, "Your Majesty, the Night Pirate's Knight has come," saying he has important matters to discuss and is already on his way. "What did you say? It's night?" Hancock's eyes sparkled as she asked again. "Yes, Your Majesty," the soldier replied. "Good." After receiving confirmation, Hancock's face was filled with a smile that was hard to suppress, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "Take me to see him." "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldier kept his head down, naturally unable to see Hancock's expression. After rising, he led Hancock forward. A few minutes later, Lu Chen followed the female guard, easily noticing that she was deliberately walking slowly. She had someone go ahead to inform Hancock, but he didn't get angry. It was fine to meet her a bit later. Suddenly, a large group of Daughter Island soldiers appeared ahead, and on a carriage sat an unparalleled empress, none other than Empress Hancock. Her imperious gaze, combined with her unparalleled beauty, made her arguably the most beautiful woman in the world, someone many men could hardly look at directly, except for one person, Knight. Upon seeing Knight, Hancock immediately recognized the man before her as Chen, the one who had saved her and her sisters, and her expression brightened, though she still held it back. Knight? Chen nodded, naturally noticing that Hancock seemed to be putting on an act. After a moment of silence, Hancock continued, "Since you're here to see me for something, then follow me." "All right." Chen nodded and followed Hancock. "Let us just play along." Until they entered Hancock's palace and sent all the other guards out, Hancock finally allowed a smile to show on her face. "Chen, you finally came? I've been waiting for you for almost 4 months. Didn't it take a month on the way?" Chen laughed. "Sit quickly." "Okay." Eating some fruits, Hancock asked, "Chen, have your injuries healed? Our daughter island has medicine. Why don't you stay here and heal for a few months?" "No, I can only stay for a few days. I need to see my teacher, Hawkeye." Chen replied honestly. He was very sincere and didn't he lie, especially not to women. Hearing this, Hancock pouted, looking reluctant, but she had to say, "All right." She knew Chen had his own matters to attend to and couldn't stay with her all the time. As long as he remembered her and came to see her on Daughter Island, that was already great. "Don't worry, I will come to see you often when I have time," Chen said seriously. This statement was undoubtedly true. Hancock nodded obediently. After spending 5 days on Daughter Island, Chen, under Hancock's farewell, set off on his journey to Karp Island. Having delayed for so many days, it was time to face his teacher, Hawkeye, in a decisive battle. Among the Navy, many knew that Chen's swordsmanship teacher was Hawkeye, but only some high-ranking Navy officers were aware of this matter. Regarding this, Chen had also asked his grandfather, Karp. Karp said that the main person behind this was Sengoku, the former fleet admiral, who was still the admiral back then. For the warlords of the sea, they still have some authority. Coupled with Karp and another teacher, Zifa's request, Sengoku went to find Mihawk and asked him to teach Chen swordsmanship. However, strong warriors can naturally see that Chen's swordsmanship shares similarities with Mihawk's. For instance, the admirals and several powerful vice admirals of the Navy can mostly guess it, but they don't say anything. Otherwise, how would they face others? The strongest swordsman of the Navy's supernovas is taught by a pirate, and it's even a warlord of the sea. But to speak of it this way, Chen really didn't learn much from Mihawk, only a single sword intent. But even this one sword intent is already enough, something that many swordsmen spend their entire lives unable to comprehend. Half a month later, Chen hurriedly arrived at Karp Island. Walking to the familiar castle below, he looked up at the castle and suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. After all, he has returned here. Chen. Suddenly, Mihawk in the castle sensed Chen's arrival, leaping down from the castle window and landing steadily in front of Chen, saying calmly, "Have finally come?" "Teacher, I was delayed on the way," Chen explained. However, Mihawk clearly didn't want to hear his explanation and said indifferently, "Follow me. Let's find a place to spar." "Teacher, is it really necessary to be in such a hurry?" Chen's face darkened. "This is a bit too rushed. Isn't there anything to say when a master and disciple meet? Or is there nothing to ask? It would be nice to have a meal together and chat. One sword will determine the outcome. Regardless of who wins or loses, I have to enter seclusion afterwards," Mihawk said as he walked. "All right." Chen had no choice but to follow his pace. Following Mihawk, Chen arrived at a huge open space at the back of Karp Island, the farthest point from Mihawk's castle. The battle between the two would likely worry Mihawk the most about destroying the castle on Karp Island, as that would be his home in the future. Chen, stop dawdling. One sword would decide the outcome, regardless of who wins or loses, Mihawk said calmly. "Okay, teacher." Hearing this, Chen had to become serious, taking out the demon sword, Reincarnation, which had long since become a black blade. As he drew Reincarnation, it seemed to sense the powerful fighting intent from Mihawk and trembled with excitement. At this moment, Mihawk's pupils contracted slightly. Noticing the abnormality of the demon sword in Chen's hand, he said solemnly. Your sword seems to have a spirit. It's stronger than my sword. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. Chen smiled. It's worth noting that before reincarnation, Mihawk's black blade, Yuru, was one of the 12 great blades and was known as the strongest black blade in the world. For Mihawk to say this, reincarnation might indeed be stronger than Yuru. The only reason could be that the demon sword has a spirit, while Yuru is merely a sword without a spirit. As for when a sword has a spirit and how to make it have one, Chen didn't know. Perhaps Mihawk did. But he knew that asking now wouldn't yield any answers from Mihawk. Only by defeating Mihawk would he naturally share that information. Let's fight. Mihawk extended his hand and drew Yuru, one of the 12 great blades, the blade black as ink, appearing unremarkable, yet it was indeed a black blade. However, Yuru had no spirit and clearly had no feelings. All right. Chen nodded slightly, immediately creating distance between himself and Mihawk. Their decisive battle wouldn't involve any sword techniques. It would be a contest of basic slashes, focusing entirely on sword intent, to see whose sword intent was stronger. This was also what Mihawk meant by one sword deciding the outcome. As soon as the words fell, an explosive sword intent erupted from both of them simultaneously. Two distinctly different sword intents soaring into the sky. Each person's comprehension of sword intent was different. For instance, Chen's sword intent was that of slaughter, exuding a sinister red aura, unique to Chen himself. Mihawk's, on the other hand, was a faint blue aura belonging to him. However, Chen couldn't discern what kind of sword intent it was, but he could tell that Mihawk's sword intent was not weaker than his own. As the sword intents from both of them filled the air more and more, they formed two massive sword intents that wreaked havoc and collided in this vast open space. The two different sword intents were difficult to merge, and with Chen and Mihawk's fighting spirits. The two soaring sword intents began to duel before the actual battle even started. Neither side yielded, as if the two sword intents had come to life. Soon, both Chen and Mihawk felt each other's sword intent and fighting spirit, raising their long swords and infusing their rich sword intents into the blades. In an instant, the colors of both swords changed. Chen's blade turned an even deeper blood red, with the soaring sword intent fully adhering to the long sword, resembling an eager, bloodthirsty crimson demon. Meanwhile, Mihawk's black blade, Yuru, became extremely dim, entirely black, enveloped by a faint blue sword intent, resembling a silent beast ready to erupt at any moment. Chen, come on. Mihawk's gaze sharpened, speaking calmly. All right. With that, both swung their swords simultaneously, unleashing tremendous sword intents that charged toward each other, directly releasing two powerful slashes. Boom! In an instant, the two massive sword intents collided, producing a deafening sound that echoed throughout the sea, unleashing a wave of even more powerful energy that swept outward. Fortunately, the surroundings were empty, with not even a single tree, so nothing fell. However, the surrounding debris was all propelled away by the powerful energy wave, flying off like strong bullets. Aside from the rubble, the distant trees were turned into sieve-like structures from the bullet-like stones. After being swept away by the two's energy waves, those trees were completely crushed into fragments, scattering everywhere, even beyond the island into the sea. The entire island was affected by the powerful sword intents of the two. For a moment, the entire island was ravaged by their sword intents. There was not a single place left undamaged. Even Mihawk's castle, which he wanted to protect, became riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse due to the rampant sword energy of the two. However, the sword intents of Mihawk and Chen continued to confront each other. One was a flamboyant red, while the other was a light blue sword intent. It appeared to be evenly matched, but as time passed, the sword intent released by Mihawk began to gradually gain the upper hand, overpowering Chen. After all, Mihawk had awakened his sword intent earlier than Chen. The thickness of the sword intent was naturally stronger in Chen's case. At this moment, Chen frowned, already feeling a bit of pressure, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead, gritting his teeth and saying, as expected of a teacher, "Your sword intent is indeed a bit stronger than mine. Chen, your strength is far beyond this. Let me see your true strength." Mihawk said seriously, his expression grave. He knew that Chen would definitely not easily lose. Even if it was just a contest of sword intents, the opponent's strength would not be that simple. All right, since the teacher has spoken, I will follow your words. As the words fell, Chen naturally would not disappoint Hawkeye. His eyes focused, releasing an even more powerful sword intent from his body, hinting at the intention to defeat Hawkeye. Moreover, this powerful sword intent was clearly much stronger than before. Under the confrontation of their sword intents, Chen sensed an unusual force, a power that did not belong to sword intent, but rather to something he had never encountered before. This was the only time he felt this power without the system's assistance. It was not sword intent, but a force that transcended sword intent. In that moment, he seemed to grasp something, his mind suddenly clear, as if he had realized something. Yet it felt like he had grasped nothing at all. Both of their sword intents were at the SSS level, making it impossible to distinguish a winner. The two powerful sword intents continued to wreak havoc, like a powerful storm, sweeping across the entire island, as if they were going to tear the whole island apart. Moreover, it was not just this island, but also the surrounding sea and the sky above the island. In the sea, one water tornado after another formed, while above the island, an even larger tornado was taking shape. The heavens and earth changed color. One half was light blue, the other half a dazzling red, as if two gigantic beasts were fighting for their territory. At this moment, Chen was still in a semi-aware state, trying to grasp that feeling but always failing, as if he were dreaming. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Skill killing law detected. Would you like to consume 1 universal point to learn? Yes. Hearing this, Chen chose to learn without hesitation. Instantly, his mind regained clarity, emitting a faint blood-red aura, which was the aura of the killing law, and a more powerful aura appeared around him. It seemed as if he had transformed. Chen. At the same time, Hawkeye also noticed the anomaly in Chen. His brow furrowed tightly, feeling that Chen seemed to have become significantly stronger than before. Furthermore, he sensed an even more powerful sword intent from Chen, but it also seemed not to be sword intent. It felt like something he had never encountered before. Teacher, let us settle this with one sword. Chen's eyes narrowed, and a colossal force suddenly erupted from his body. That power surged forth like a flood, directly crashing into Hawkeye. In the face of that powerful force, Hawkeye's sword intent appeared somewhat ineffective and was instantly broken through. That immense power struck Hawkeye, sending him flying while leaving a shallow scar on his chest. Fortunately, Hawkeye was very strong. Just before the sword energy struck, he used his armament Haki to defend, which spared him from serious injury, although he still sustained some damage. Teacher, are you all right? Soon, Chen appeared in front of Hawkeye, asking with concern. Hawkeye slowly got up. Looking at the man who was still a boy a few years ago, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Ha ha ha. Teacher, are you all right? The sudden laughter made Chen doubt Hawkeye's mental state, but he looked fine. I'm fine. After a moment, Hawkeye stopped laughing, his expression serious. He solemnly said, Chen, from now on you will be the strongest swordsman on the seas, and your future achievements will surpass mine. Thanks to you, I have comprehended that power beyond this world. Now, I may need to enter seclusion for 5 years. If fate allows, we will meet again. You can leave now. All right, teacher, take care. Hearing this, Chen finally felt relieved. At least Hawkeye was okay. Perhaps he had also gained some understanding of the law of power, which is why he decided to enter seclusion. He just didn't know when Hawkeye would come out. 5 years may not seem too long, but it isn't short either. He just hoped that Hawkeye could truly comprehend it. Leaving Kenna Island, Chen suddenly thought of something, turned back to look at the dilapidated island, and revealed a meaningful smile. Teacher, now it's finally your turn to slowly comprehend the power of this sword. Whenever you can comprehend it, you can come out, ha ha ha. It was only when he was about to leave that he remembered how he had come to Kenna Island to learn swordsmanship, when Hawkeye had struck with one sword, allowing Chen to comprehend on his own. Now, it was Hawkeye's turn to comprehend the law of power by himself. However, Chen really couldn't explain this law of power to Hawkeye. He could only rely on him to comprehend it himself, hoping he could do so quickly. After all, some of the law of power still lingered on Hawkeye's wound, which should aid him in comprehending the law. After leaving Clay Canna Island, Chen headed straight for Hive Island. It was time for his identity as a Marine to rest. He needed to let his identity as Knight make an appearance. Hive Island. Chen spent more than half a month to reach this place, during which he had been traveling nonstop and had not taken a moment's rest, spending the rest of the time grinding proficiency. There was no other way. The newly comprehended law of power was a very powerful skill. Even grinding proficiency was difficult, requiring a long time to build it up. The captain is back. The captain is back. It's the captain. As Chen appeared in the waters near Hive Island, the pirates on the lookout immediately spotted his presence, recognizing him as Knight. They quickly went to inform the pirates on Hive Island. In no time, many pirates rushed out from Hive Island to welcome their captain. On the sea, Chen also saw many pirate crew members coming from the shore, and he jumped off the small boat, running quickly across the water, leaping as if he were bouncing on the surface. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before everyone. "How have you all been? Captain, Captain, you finally returned. We've been doing great. No pirates dare to come bother us at all. Yes, there are many pirates willing to join our night pirate crew." The crew members responded one after another, missing their captain as it had been a long time since they had seen him. After all, Knight was now considered the fifth emperor of the seas. In the hearts of many pirates, he held a status comparable to the original four emperors. Then, Su Yun scanned the pirates present. Several captains were basically not on Hive Island, probably patrolling nearby or try to recruit more pirates to join the night pirate crew. As their current strength wasn't particularly strong, they always needed a few more hands. These past few months, everyone has done well. I've been keeping an eye on it. Tonight, we'll have a party, Chen said loudly. "Yay! Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain." In an instant, all the crew members cheered. Chen then took Violet's tender little hand and walked toward Hive Island, asking as they walked, "Where is Akiji?" "Ah." Violetta was taken aback, thinking that Chen would take her to her room, but unexpectedly he was asking about something else. She quickly said, "He's probably sunbathing on the backside of Hive Island." "Okay, I'll go find him and then come back to chat with you." After leaving that sentence, Chen walked towards the back of Hive Road. Akiji was the first mate, and his main task was to stay here, and he seemed unwilling to go out. He had been staying on Hive Island all along. "Ah." After speaking, Violetta's face instantly turned slightly red as she looked at Chen's back, not knowing what to say, but she felt a bit happy inside, at least knowing that he had her in his heart. On the other side, Chen glanced over and saw Akiji timidly sunbathing over there. As he walked closer, even though Akiji's face was covered by a newspaper, he seemed to have sensed Chen's arrival. "My captain of the night pirates, you actually know how to come back." Akiji joked. "Aren't you quite leisurely yourself?" "At least more leisurely than I am." Chen sighed. "Huh." After hearing this, Akiji suddenly laughed and handed over the newspaper in his hand, his expression serious. "Take a look at this newspaper. The upcoming matters might not be that simple." Taking the newspaper, Chen looked at it and saw that it was about him defeating Mihawk and becoming the most powerful swordsman on the sea. "What trouble is there in that? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with me right now." "You're looking at the wrong side. Flip it over." Akiji waved his hand. "Huh." Hearing this, Chen awkwardly laughed and had to flip it over to carefully read. The entire backside was extensively discussing one matter. That is, the Empress Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, declared war on the night pirates, announcing her intention to crush them. She mainly believed that as a newcomer among pirates, Knight did not deserve to be the fifth emperor of the sea and would personally pull Knight down from that position. In addition, there is another piece of news about the marriage between Big Mom's daughter and Sanji from the Vinsmoke family. Big Mom has her sights on us. It seems a bit tricky now. She has many subordinates, several times more than us, and we may not necessarily be their match, Akiji said with interest. Watching Chen's reaction, curious to see how he would respond. "What are you afraid of?" "Since she wants to crush our night pirates, then let's go find her trouble first." "Vice Captain Akiji, what do you think?" Chen asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Akiji's lips curled up slightly, asking, "What do you mean? Are we going to take the initiative?" "Of course, I'm not afraid of Big Mom. Since she wants to attack our night pirates, let her see how powerful we are. Isn't she supposed to marry the Vinsmoke family? This is our opportunity. I just don't know if you dare to go with me." "Let's go." I haven't stretched my muscles in a while. Aokiji slowly stood up, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. He thought Luchon might choose to avoid the spotlight or expand his influence, but he didn't expect him to choose to take the initiative, which was still a good choice. All right, then you go to Cake Island first. I have something to take care of. After I'm done, we'll meet at Cake Island. Luchin said. Sure. Aokiji nodded. As for the personal matter Luchin mentioned, he didn't ask too much. After all, he just wanted to see how strong the legendary four emperors really were, and also to help the night pirates gain fame by eliminating some pirates at sea. Seeing what changes this pirate supernova, who is also a Navy supernova, would bring to the sea. Thus, Luchon left the back of Hive Island and returned to the interior of Hive Island. For now, the matter of attacking Cake Island was entrusted to Aokiji. He couldn't let him stay idle all the time. After all, while at Hive Island, some trivial matters were handled by Violetta. Now that there was a battle to be fought, it was naturally Aokiji's turn. Violetta. Luchin quietly arrived at Violetta's room and saw her busy calculating something. My first mate, you seem very busy. Captain Lu. Hearing his voice, Violetta was startled and stood up from her desk, not realizing Luchon had entered from outside. What's wrong? After not seeing me for so long, are you so cold to me? Luchin smiled and asked in return. No. Violetta shook her head, her face slightly flushed, and immediately changed the topic. I have something to report to you. There's no rush. You can report it later. After saying this, Luchon suddenly rushed over, picked Violetta up in a lazy manner, and looked at the beauty in his arms with a smile. Did you miss me? Hum. Violetta just nodded gently. 3 hours later, the two lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. So what is it? Luchon turned his head to look at Violetta beside him and asked. The funds of the night pirates are a bit insufficient. Because they have been expanding the pirate group these days, their reserve funds were lacking, and they could only last for another 2 months at most. Violetta wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead. No worries, I still have 1 billion berries. Is that enough for you? 1 billion berries? Yeah. Is it enough? Enough. Upon hearing this, Violetta's eyes lit up. In fact, she had heard that Luchon was going to hold a celebration party tonight, which she did not support because there were too many pirates on Hive Island right now, and they had basically no income. It was difficult to hold on, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Luchon returned today. Otherwise, the night pirates would have been doomed due to lack of funds. Soon after, Luchon told Violetta about the plan to attack Cake Island and confront one of the four emperors, Big Mom. Are we really going to fight the four emperors now? Violetta showed a worried expression. The four emperors could be considered true overlord-level pirates on the sea. No matter who it was, they carried a hint of fear towards them, and she was no exception. It's not really a war. We just want Big Mom to know how powerful our night pirates are, Luchon said with a smile. Do I have to go with you? Violetta asked. Her strength was not very strong, and going along might be a burden. Therefore, she would only go when Luchin needed her. You can come with me. I won't go to Cake Island right away. I will first visit another place. Luchin said. Violetta smiled sweetly. Being needed by Luchin and being able to accompany him out to sea was something that made her very happy. That night, because of Luchin's return, all the pirates on Hive Island held a welcome party, and almost all the pirates returned to Hive Island, except for a few captains who were developing elsewhere. But for the matter of fighting Big Mom, they just needed to inform them with a din mushy. The party began. Huge fires were lit all over Hive Island, illuminating the entire island brightly. Everyone, please quiet down. Luchon stood on a high stone and shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw it was Captain Knight, and they quickly fell silent, looking towards the darkness. Once everyone was quiet, Luchon continued, I'm very happy to gather with all of you. I believe you all know that one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, has declared war on our night pirates. Naturally, our night pirates are not to be trifled with, and we will not fear the four emperors. Therefore, I, along with my two vice captains, have decided to take a portion of our crew to show Charlotte Linlin what we are capable of, so they know the strength of our night pirates. Our night pirates cannot be bullied by anyone. We must make our night pirates truly the fifth emperor of the sea. Fight! Fight! In an instant, all the crew members raised their cups and weapons, cheering enthusiastically. Having followed Knight for a long time, This was their first true battle led by Captain Knight, so it was naturally uplifting. Looking at the many pirate crew members below, Chen nodded in satisfaction. All right. Tonight we will not return until we are drunk. Not return until we are drunk. They all shouted in unison. After tonight, they would head to Cake Island under Akiji's leadership, taking advantage of the chaos caused by Luffy and others on Cake Island. Chen could disrupt the battle and conveniently obtain the historical text held by Big Mom. As for Charlotte Linlin, he was unsure of her strength. If he could defeat her now, that would be good. If not, at least it wouldn't be a complete loss, right? The next morning, Chen left Hive Island ahead of everyone else. But he was not alone. He brought Violet with him. Now that he was a public figure and had the ability to disguise himself with the clone fruit, he was not afraid of being seen in his true form. Bringing Violet along posed no risk. After all, she had announced her joining of the Night Pirates long ago, so there was no issue in her following him. The rest of the Night Pirates would leave a bit later, waiting for the captains to return to Hive Island before setting off together. Since some captains were still some distance from Hive Island, and they were undertaking a small-scale operation, they wouldn't bring too many people and wouldn't use multiple warships. It was considered a night operation that required them to hide their identities and not be discovered by Charlotte Linlin's crew. The Big Mom Pirates could be considered one of the largest pirate crews at sea, with all the main members being Big Mom's sons and daughters. Charlotte Linlin has 43 husbands, 39 daughters, and 46 sons, totaling 129 core members, and has established a kingdom on an island in the New World called Tato Land. The goal is widely known. She aims to create the world's largest pirate kingdom and become a true sovereign at sea, a true empress. If it were in the past, that would be fine, but now Charlotte Linlin has lost her figure and is far from what she used to be. Moreover, according to Chen's memory, this Charlotte Linlin likely has two souls within her body. One is the cute young Charlotte Linlin, and the other might be that of Nun. The Nun soul has always occupied Charlotte Linlin's body, preventing Charlotte's original soul from ever growing up. Therefore, all her actions resemble those of child. Specific details seem not to have been mentioned even by the author of One Piece in Chen's memories. However, Chen still felt this speculation was quite accurate and had a certain degree of possibility and persuasiveness. Just a few days later, in a certain sea area, Chen and Violet were still sailing on the sea. "Night, where are we going?" Violet asked suspiciously. After sailing for so long, she still didn't know their destination. But the general direction seemed to indeed be towards Charlotte Linlin's Cake Island. "We're almost there," Chen said, looking ahead with a smile. Violet looked doubtful and followed Chen's gaze, only to see a huge phantom appearing in the sky, resembling a colossal creature hidden among the clouds, making it impossible to see what it actually was. "Chen, what is that thing up ahead?" "It's a giant elephant. The legendary Zou Island is on top of this giant elephant, and the Mink tribe lives there," Chen explained. He also glanced around and saw Luffy and their pirate ship. Perhaps they were already up there or still climbing. If they had gone up, they might be able to meet. "Are we going up? How do we get up there?" "Climb?" Violet frowned, worried. If it were up to her, she wouldn't be able to climb up at all, and she didn't want to wait alone for Chen below. "Yes," Chen nodded, suddenly walking in front of Violet. Patting her back, "Come on, I'll carry you up." "Okay, thank you," Violet said, her cheeks slightly flushed, pressing tightly against Chen's back. "What are you thanking me for?" "It's quite comfortable for me to carry you," Chen said with a smile. After saying that, Violet suddenly realized something, looked down for a moment, and her face turned as red as a ripe apple as she huffed. "You naughty." "Ha! Hold on tight, we're going to the sky." Chen laughed heartily. "Ah." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen took Violet and directly launched off the small boat, leaping and sprinting across the sea, moving at an incredible speed. When they were about to reach the giant elephant, he gently stepped on the sea surface, unleashing a tremendous force that created a massive pit in the water, like a cannonball exploding on the surface. Chen soared into the air, gradually heading towards Zou Island. Just as that momentum was about to dissipate, Chen would lightly step on the giant elephant again, continuing to ascend along its body. It must be said that the giant elephant was indeed very large, and it was not something that could be easily climbed. Unfortunately, Chen was not alone. Otherwise, he could use the powers of the lightning fruit to ascend quickly. However, with Violet present, it might harm her. Not long after, Chen and Violet finally landed on Zoe Island. After steadying themselves, he let Violet down. All right, we're here. Violet nodded slightly. Looking around, this elephant is really big. Legend has it that it has lived for 1,000 years, which means it has lived through that century of disappearance. As a former princess of Dressrosa, she knew some history. Yes, this place isn't particularly dangerous yet, but you must be careful and not stray too far from me, Chen advised. Okay, Violet nodded slightly. Thus, Chen and Violet walked deeper into the forest. However, as they walked, more and more people began to gather around them. Although they did not reveal themselves, they were hiding in the shadows. In the dark of night, do you feel like there are many pairs of eyes staring at us in this forest? Violet frowned slightly, holding Chen's wrist, and asked with concern. A bit, and there are quite a few eyes. Chen smiled, shielding Violet behind him, gazing at the surrounding forest, and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to hide anymore. Come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, many fur tribes suddenly appeared in the forest, surrounding Chen and Violet. There were dozens of them, looking extremely bizarre. They resembled animals, but also had human-like features. And each of them was not weak, all at least B grade, with the lowest being C. The leader was a large black gorilla with a human face, its size far exceeding that of an ordinary gorilla. Character, BB highback position. Member of the heroic group Fruit. None level. A skills, physical arts, bounty none. In the dark of night, they're the fur tribes, right? Violet whispered. She had seen records about them in the history books of the palace, but never expected all of it to be true, that the fur tribes actually existed. It was rumored that the fur tribes were isolated from the world, and their common fighting method involved wrapping electricity around their bodies or weapons to attack enemies. They were known for their ferocity, with even the elderly, women, and children possessing the strength to defeat pirate minions. Even infants had basic self-defense skills. It could be said that there were no weaklings in their entire nation. Chen nodded slightly. This group of fur tribes was isolated from information and naturally could not know Chen's name or that of the Dark Knight. Moreover, they were extremely hostile towards humans. Chen sensed strong animosity in their gazes. Humans, get out of Whale Forest. Get out of Elephant Back. You're not welcome here. Highback's big eyes fixed on Chen and Violet, growling. If I kill you, can I stay here? Chen said with interest. He couldn't be bothered to explain that he meant no harm. Would they believe him? Absolutely not. The size of one's fist determines the truth. Seeking death. As he finished speaking, Highback's eyes turned slightly red, and he pounded his massive fist against his chest before charging straight at Chen, his enormous fists swinging towards him. On those black fists, silver electric arcs flickered, which was the unique ability of the fur tribes. Lightning, huh? Let's see whose electricity is stronger. Chen smiled slightly. He gently raised his hand, gathering a large amount of lightning in his right hand, forming a huge ball of lightning, about half the size of Highback's body. What? Highback's face suddenly froze, unable to imagine that a human could also master the power of lightning, and it seemed even stronger than his. Boom! While he was distracted, the enormous lightning ball struck him at high speed, the violent and domineering power of lightning enveloping Highback's entire body, continuously ravaging him. Ziz! Highback, wrapped in lightning, let out cries of agony, and those around could see his white bones clearly. After a moment, as the lightning on him gradually dissipated, Highback collapsed heavily to the ground, charred and emitting wisps of black smoke. No, he was originally black, and now his appearance didn't seem to have changed much. Highback, are you okay? The other fur tribes rushed to check on him, but it was just a bit of lightning, not much. However, it was still more than the lightning hidden inside Highback. The fur tribes relied on attaching lightning to their fur and then releasing it to attack. But each fur tribe had its own maximum capacity. Once exceeded, they could also be harmed by the lightning. The lightning Chen released was actually far from 1,000th of that, which only indicated that this fur tribe was too weak. One wondered if that rabbit-like Gallet would be stronger. Quick, go notify the others. This human is too strong. I will hold them off. Okay. As soon as that was said, a leopard person quickly dashed away, while the other fur tribes launched an attack on Chen. Seeking death, Chen's eyes narrowed. Not taking them seriously at all, Suddenly, a massive Conqueror's Haki burst forth from his body, a powerful pressure emanating from him, sweeping outwards. Like a tide, the Conqueror's Haki knocked out some of the weaker fur tribes, while only a few of the stronger ones remained unaffected. However, under the influence of such powerful Conqueror's Haki, they could not approach Chen and Violet at all, only frowning and standing still, struggling to hold on. This human is so strong. You all hurry and go notify others to save us. Okay. Some of the fur tribes began to flee, but Chen showed no intention of stopping them. On this entire island, there was no one he feared, and perhaps only the Elephant Master was someone he could not shake. The other fur tribes were simply no match for him. Stop! Suddenly, a delicate shout rang out. A white figure sprang from the forest, charging straight at Chen. Seeing this, Chen immediately shielded Violet behind him, his arm hardened with armament Haki, gleaming like metal as he blocked the attack from the incoming figure. The claws of that person also flickered with silver electric arcs. The attacker was also a fur tribe, and one that Chen was particularly interested in. Character, Gallop position, member of the Zhao Fluffy Kingdom's Dogstorm Gun Team Fruit. None level. Skills, click, A. Physical arts, A. Bounty none. As he activated armament Haki, Chen withdrew his Conqueror's Haki, allowing the fur tribes to relax, all letting out a sigh of relief. Human, what are you going to do to them? Gallop glared at Chen, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. They won't die. I already warned them. They insisted on being my enemies, just teaching them a little lesson. Chen said indifferently. You, seeking death. As soon as she finished speaking, Gallop's eyes narrowed, and silver electric arcs flickered again in her white rabbit claws. Just as she was about to attack again, another figure suddenly appeared behind them. Stop, Gallop. He is not the enemy. Nami ran out from the forest, shouting loudly. They had heard the sounds of battle, and after hearing what the fleeing leopard person said, they rushed over, not expecting to see Chen. No, now he should be called Dark Knight. Upon hearing this, Gallop stopped, but her eyes still fixed on Chen. She knew this man was very powerful, and she was likely no match for him. Plus, with so many unconscious fur tribes around, it was highly likely that he had done it, so she had to be cautious. At this moment, Nami no longer cared about anything else, and hurriedly rushed towards Chen, pouncing in his arms with her eyes slightly red. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen covered her mouth, shaking his head slightly to signal her to be quiet, and smiled as he asked, I'm here. Who made our little wildcat angry? Brother Kuro. Nami quickly reacted, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and called out affectionately. At this point, she had already experienced a lot. Sanji chose to defy his own will to save them. It seemed that Luffy and the others had not yet arrived. This left her feeling very uncertain, but seeing Kuro's arrival gave her a sense of reassurance and made her feel much better. Don't worry, it's fine. Chen affectionately ruffled Nami's hair and comforted her. Along the way, Nami had indeed gone through a lot, but she had also grown a lot. When they first met, she was still a child. Initially, Chen thought he would change Nami's life trajectory, that she would become a Marine, but it seemed that he hadn't changed her fate after all. She was still a pirate. However, none of that mattered. Beside them, Violet looked at this scene and rolled her eyes at Chen, angrily turning her head away. Nami, do you really know him? Fortunately, Gallop broke the awkwardness. Yes, it was Brother Kuro who saved me before. There must be some misunderstanding between you. Nami explained. Well, it could be considered a misunderstanding. We just came here to find someone and meant no harm, but they tried to attack us, so I certainly couldn't just stand there and take it. Chen said seriously. In fact, he just wanted to test the fighting style of the fur tribe and see how their lightning compared to his thunderfruit. So what's going on with this fur tribe? Gallop continued to ask, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. Don't worry, they won't die. They're just unconscious. If I wanted to kill them, they wouldn't still be alive now. Chen said indifferently. Okay. Upon hearing this, Gallop no longer argued, as she could feel that none of the fur tribe present were dead, and they were indeed friends of Nami. Brother Kuro, how did you find this place? Nami asked curiously. I have my own channels for information. Chen smiled and replied. He now had information channels both within the Marines and among the pirates. Moreover, He had an old friend who specialized in information on Sabaody Archipelago. Nami nodded with a smile, instantly understanding. After pondering for a moment, Galette frowned and said, "Since they are Nami's friends, then come with me." "Sure, let's go." Thus, under Galette's lead, the three quickly walked through Whale Forest, heading deeper into the woods. After about 10 minutes, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Boom! In an instant, the Fur Tribe members all showed a hint of fear and quickly shouted, "Everyone, be careful. It's going to spray water again." Okay. Many of the Fur Tribe climbed onto the back of a huge fat crocodile, while others stood high in the trees. "Brother Kuro, hurry up. The elephant is about to spray," Nami urged. Chen nodded slightly and flew up onto the back of the fat crocodile with Violet. Not far away, at the position of the elephant's head, a massive trunk rose up, spraying a large amount of seawater, like a tsunami from the sea, falling from the sky and sweeping towards Chen and the others. It was like a torrential downpour falling from the sky. Fortunately, the trees in the forest had already been washed by this seawater countless times, and no matter how fierce the tide, it could not shake them. Soon, the seawater washed over their location and then slowly receded, gradually restoring its original appearance. Half an hour later, a shadow of a city gradually appeared in front of them. As they got closer, they realized that the buildings had long since turned into ruins, clearly the aftermath of a great battle. Moreover, it was a very prolonged battle, as there was not a single intact place in the entire city. "Nami, what is this place?" Chen asked as he looked at the ruins. "It was destroyed by Kaido's beast pirates. They completely wrecked this country." Nami bit her lip and said helplessly, "Mm." Chen nodded slightly. In fact, he already knew it was the beast pirates, specifically one of the Calamities, Jack, who had done this. Since he encountered Jack here, he naturally couldn't let him go easily and intended to kill him right here. Soon, Galette led Chen and the others to the hidden place of the Fur Tribe, located in the town that resembled ruins. At the same time, Chen also saw Luffy and the others in the Fur Tribe's hidden place, but he did not see Sanji. Of course, the others also noticed Chen and Violet. Naturally, Momonosuke could not be seen either, as he had been killed by Chen, leaving not even a bone behind. Unless someone could go back in time to change the fate of that day, Momonosuke would forever be unable to survive. "Kuro, it's him." Zoro and the others immediately became cautious towards Chen and Violet, as Kuro's name was notorious. Although Nami seemed to know him, they did not dare to let their guard down. Suddenly, Luffy appeared in front of Kuro without them noticing, laughing and raising a wine glass, saying loudly, "It's you. I didn't get to thank you properly last time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to save Ace. Just a small thing." Chen clinked glasses with him. Both of them downed their red wine. After which Luffy asked Chen a lot of questions, specifically various odd questions. He even wanted Chen to use his lightning ability to zap him to see if he could feel anything. Unfortunately, the Thunder Fruit was practically a huge bug for Luffy and caused him no harm at all. Seeing this scene, Zoro and the others looked helpless, but it seemed they had already gotten used to it. Nothing strange. Immediately after, the Fur Tribe also brought a lot of food for them to eat and drink. Meanwhile, Chen listened to Wanda talk about Jack from the Beast Pirates. Jack came to the island to look for a ninja named Reizo, and it was because of this ninja that they had a fierce battle with the pirate crew led by Jack, turning the town into this state. Of course, what they did not know was that Reizo was the same ninja that Luffy's two companions, Kinemon, were looking for. "Take your time eating. I'll take you to meet our Day King, Duke Inuarashi, shortly," Wanda said with a smile. "Day King, Duke Inuarashi?" Nami frowned slightly and looked towards Kuro, asking, "Brother Kuro, why don't you go with us?" He knew that Chen's arrival was likely for her and not for the Fur Tribe. Therefore, she still hoped that Chen could help and save the Fur Tribe's country. Sure, Chen did not refuse. He would meet the king of his country and also deal with Jack from the Beast Pirates. If he could gain the support of the Fur Tribe, the strength of the Kuro pirates would also increase. That would be beneficial for him. An hour later, Wanda personally led Luffy and the others, along with Chen, to the residence of Duke Inuarashi. Along the way, Wanda explained things about the Mink tribe to them. When it came to Reizu, Luffy almost let it slip, but fortunately, he was beaten up by Nami and the others and managed to gloss over it under Brook's argument. Before long, a huge treehouse appeared ahead, with a wooden bridge leading directly to it. This is the residence of our day king, Duke Inuarashi. Let's go in, Wanda introduced. The others all followed behind Wanda. Just as they reached the door of the treehouse, a lion-like mink stepped out, and Lu Chen's eyes also displayed the other party's attribute in her face. Character, Pedro. Position, Captain of the Musketeers. Fruit, none. Level, A. Skills, Electric Shock, A. Bounty, none. Pedro recognized Nami and the others at a glance, knelt solemnly on the ground, performed a deep bow, and sincerely thanked them. You are the great benefactors who saved our mink tribe. Thank you. Get up, we just did what we should do. Nami quickly stepped forward to pull him up. No, this is something I should do as well, Pedro said with a serious expression. Just then, he suddenly caught sight of a man in black clothing beside him. His brows furrowed tightly, and he took a defensive stance, exclaiming in shock, Knight. You are Knight. He had once been a pirate and was naturally aware of the emergence of a fifth emperor on the sea, and he also remembered Knight's appearance. Moreover, the woman beside Knight was none other than one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Thus, Pedro was even more convinced that the man in front of him was indeed Knight. You recognize me? Lu Chen smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. Pedro, he is a friend of Nami and the others, not an enemy, Wanda quickly explained. A friend? Hearing this, Pedro showed a look of doubt. He had never heard that Knight and Luffy's group were friends. Yes, Nami nodded affirmatively. After receiving Nami's answer, Pedro no longer doubted. All right. After all, Nami and the others were benefactors of the mink tribe, so he couldn't doubt what his benefactors said. All right, let's go in and see Duke Inuarashi. Okay. As everyone entered the wooden house, they found a dog mink lying inside. Lu Chen preferred to call him Doghead Duke. He had a head like a pug and could speak human language. Character, Duke Inuarashi. Position, Day King of the Mink Tribe. Fruit, none. Level, A. Skills, Swordsmanship, A. Electric Shock, A. Bounty, none. However, logically speaking, dogs are supposed to be more alert at night, so why was he the Day King? But Lu Chen didn't have time to dwell on it. Anyway, it wasn't very relevant to him. Only poor Brook, being entirely made of bones, was drooled over by Duke Inuarashi upon seeing him, and even said, "What a delicious benefactor." Brook was so scared he almost lost his soul, but fortunately, he was already used to it. After all, there were many dog-headed minks among them. Then, Duke Inuarashi began to explain to Luffy and the others about Jack, and also clarified why he considered Luffy and his group to be his benefactors. It turned out that everything started with Doflamingo. After defeating Doflamingo, the Navy covered up the truth of the matter, hiding that Knight was the one who defeated Doflamingo. So they attributed the credit for defeating Doflamingo to Luffy and the others. After all, Luffy seemed much easier to deal with than Knight. Knight's actions in recent years had been too mysterious, so it was better not to appear in front of everyone. After Doflamingo was killed, Jack was preparing for revenge and then left the island. But for some reason, he had now returned to the island. However, he hadn't provoked anyone in the past few days, likely nursing his wounds. Hearing this, Nami smiled and continued, "You've got it wrong. It wasn't us who killed Doflamingo. It was my brother Knight who killed Doflamingo. It was him." Duke Inuarashi's expression froze, and he turned to look at the indifferent Lu Chen. "It was you. Doflamingo was indeed killed by me, but your country was not saved by me. It was just a coincidence." Lu Chen waved his hand, not taking it to heart, speaking as if it were true. "You are too polite. After all, you saved our country." Duke Inuarashi stated seriously. "You are still too weak. You are not enough in front of the four emperors, which is why you get bullied," Lu Chen said bluntly. "It must be said that the mink tribe is strong, but in front of the many subordinates of the four emperors, they are not enough to be seen, but they are still a great help." Upon hearing this, Duke Inuarashi fell silent and did not say much, as they indeed were not Jack's opponents. Then they told Luffy about Sanji, who voluntarily went to the cake shop to marry Big Mom's daughter, Irina. Naturally, Luffy and the others were going to save Sanji, so they decided to go meet Big Mom's pirate crew member, Beckham, the pirate who was shot by Beach. However, Lu Chen did not decide to follow this time. After all, Sanji's matter was no longer related to him. There was no need to care that much. In any case, Luffy and the others would definitely go to Whole Cake Island. After a few minutes, Luffy and the others were ready to meet the snake boss, while Chen and Violet stay behind. Hey, that rabbit. I'm not a rabbit. My name is Carrot. Carrot's pair of rabbit eyes stared fiercely at Chen, shouting angrily. Close enough, close enough. Where are the Jack Pirates? Chen asked with a smile. What are you planning to do? Why are you asking this? Carrot frowned slightly, her expression revealing suspicion. To kill, Chen said calmly, stating those two words. Upon hearing this, the whole place was shocked, staring in disbelief at the man in front of them. What seemed like a simple sentence was incredibly shocking in the eyes of the minx. A stranger who could be considered unrelated was actually willing to help them kill Jack. Although it was suspicious, judging from his expression, it didn't seem like a lie. Jack is very strong, and he has many subordinates. You should wait for Luffy and the others to come back before going, Carrot advised. The other party meant well. She couldn't just watch him go to his death. Just tell me where he is. You don't need to worry about the rest, Chen said indifferently. You. Carrot frowned, her ears perked up high, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Duke Inuyarashi quickly spoke up to advise. Jack's strength is truly formidable. Even when I go all out, I cannot defeat him, and he has many subordinates. I lost a hand to him. It's better to wait for others. I can handle it alone. Chen still maintained a calm demeanor and continued. No matter what you want to do, my plan to kill Jack is not for you, but for myself. If Jack's injuries heal, do you think you can still survive? Don't sacrifice the lives of the entire country for some foolish beliefs. Hearing this, Duke Inulan fell silent, not saying a word, and felt a bit uneasy inside. Does he know something? In fact, Leizong had always been in the territory of the Fur tribe, but he had been imprisoned and unable to leave. The two kings of the Fur tribe were, in fact, two retainers of the Kazuki Oden family, which was why they chose to protect Leizong and have always denied his presence here. This allowed Jack to destroy the entire country, putting the entire nation and its people in danger. Naturally, not many knew about this. At least most of the Fur tribe was unaware and kept in the dark. At this moment, Chen had already noticed the change in expressions of a few people present. Only Duke Inulan's face showed a slight change, but it was quickly concealed. However, it still did not escape his eyes. It seemed that Galet and the others might not know about this matter. If that were the case, then this situation would indeed be quite interesting. I'll take you there, but I want to go too, Galet suddenly spoke up. Chen nodded in agreement. Hey! Looking at their departing figures, Duke Inulan's face was filled with worry, and he quickly said, Wanda, take some people to check it out, to prevent them from encountering any problems. Okay. With that, Wanda immediately went to stop the Fur tribe. However, Chen and Galet's speed was obviously faster than theirs. As the three of them continuously weaved through the forest, with Violet naturally held in Chen's arms. Even so, Violet still felt no abnormality, as if she were running on flat ground. Jack and his crew were stationed at the tail of the elephant. That place could not withstand the harm from the giant elephant spray. Galet pointed to the area ahead and said, Chen slightly nodded, letting Violet down. He instructed, You stay back and watch from a distance. No need to come over. After saying that, he looked up at Galet and said, You too. You don't control me. If I want to go, I'll go, Galet said unceremoniously. In fact, she was worried about Chen's safety, which was why she wanted to go. However, Violet was not worried about Chen's safety at all. Instead, she said, Hurry up, I'll wait for you here. With Chen around, defeating Jack was just a matter of time, and her presence would only be a burden, so it was better to wait here. After all, her fruit ability allowed her to see very far. She could clearly see Chen's situation, and if any problems arose, she could rush over at any time. Chen slightly nodded, instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning, flying towards Jack's pirate group's base, disappearing in the blink of an eye before Violet and Galet. How can he use lightning? Seeing this, Galet's expression froze, filled with doubt, but she still tightly followed, jumping from branch to branch. Her running speed, not much slower than Chen's. On the other side, Chen had already appeared in front of Jack and his crew, startling them into alertness as they all gathered around. Hey, kid, who are you? What are you doing here? Are you looking for death? How dare you come to our beast pirates' territory? Get him. Kill him. As soon as the words fell, the miscellaneous pirates beside them all rushed out, looking intent on killing Chen. Just right, they gathered together. Chen smiled, showing no fear at all, as the power of thunder gathered in his hand. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the massive lightning power was flung out towards the miscellaneous pirates. At the same time, the overwhelming lightning power gradually transformed into a gigantic thunder dragon, opening its massive mouth and lunging at the crowd. 60 million volts, thunder dragon. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon exploded among those miscellaneous pirates, engulfing them all in lightning, the dazzling thunder light relentlessly ravaging their bodies. The sounds of screams echoed continuously from the pirate base. To others, it might sound chilling, but to Chen, it felt quite good, even somewhat melodious. So strong. Is this his true power? At this moment, Gallet hurriedly arrived, while Chen had already dealt with most of the enemies, leaving only Jack and a few tougher characters. He had only seen news about the knight in some newspapers, but he had no idea about his true strength. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. You came. Chen looked at Gallet behind him and said. Gallet nodded. Then, Chen glanced at the remaining few pirates on the battlefield and said, You deal with those miscellaneous ones. I'll go kill Jack. Okay. Gallet nodded affirmatively. After witnessing Chen's strength, she had a woman's intuition that this man in front of her could really kill Jack. Jack, get out here. Chen shouted towards the largest tent in the distance. Who? Who dares to attack our beast pirates? Are you looking for death? As the words fell, a large, muscular man with 2 ivory decorations tied to his head walked out. Character, Jack position, captain of the mammoth. One of the 3 disasters of the beast pirate's fruit. Zoan type, ancient species, elephant fruit, mammoth form level. S skill, body technique, S. Fruit development, S. It was me. Chen said calmly, looking at this one of the 3 disasters with interest, thinking that his strength was a bit too weak, simply coming to provide experience for Luffy. But it seemed that this experience was no longer needed, as he was about to be taken down by himself. You are the knight. Jack's pupils instantly contracted, recognizing the man before him. As a subordinate of the 4 emperors, he naturally needed to know about the newly emerged 5th emperor of the sea, the knight, a newcomer who had just appeared not long ago. Sharp eyes. But those eyes are of no use now, Chen said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack furrowed his brows and said, Are you going to attack me for this group of fur tribe? Do you know that we are under the 4 emperors Kaido? Before he could finish, Chen's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Jack at an extremely fast speed, as if in the blink of an eye. In an instant, a fist filled with lightning smashed directly into Jack's face. Bang! With a loud noise, Jack's massive body was sent flying, taking with it his teeth and the ivory decoration on his head, his whole person flying out like a cannonball, shimmering with dazzling lightning. After skidding on the ground for several hundred meters, he crashed into countless trees before finally coming to a stop. The area of the forest he crashed through had already been marked with a straight line extending several hundred meters. Not that impressive, huh? But you sure talk a lot, Chen said, shaking his fist and chuckling. On the other side, Jack staggered to his feet, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes blood red as he roared. You are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly began to swell, becoming enormous. Both his hands and legs gradually transformed into 4 strong limbs, morphing into a massive mammoth. With blood-red eyes fixed on Chen, it let out a roar that seemed to tear Chen apart. Roar. Oh, now, this is getting interesting. Chen smiled. In front of Jack, now transformed into a mammoth, he seemed somewhat small, like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. However, he noticed a familiar bruise mark in the shape of a fist on Jack's body. It seemed to be from Karp. Only Karp's iron fist could leave such a familiar mark. After all, those fists had hit him many times. It was a habit. He recognized it at a glance. It was likely that Jack went for revenge and coincidentally ran into Karp, who sent him flying with a single punch. Since Karp didn't kill him, it was just right for him, the grandson, to take care of it. Knight, this is where you seek death. Jack roared. charging towards Chen with his heavy giant legs. Although Jack, in his mammoth form, appeared massive, with each step the ground trembled as if he was moving slowly. But each step covered a significant distance. He could reach Chen in just a few strides. Unfortunately, even in such a short span of time, Chen was able to react in time, employing the Marine 6 power Soru, disappearing from his original spot in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. Jack, thinking he had Chen underfoot, wore a triumphant expression. "Ha ha, knight. That's all you are. Not worth mentioning in front of me, Jack." "Really?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Jack. "Who?" Jack furrowed his brows and turned around sharply, just in time to see a familiar figure appear behind him. It was Chen. "Your grandfather, Chen." Seeing Jack's fat mammoth head turn around, Chen's tightly clenched right fist gathered powerful Conqueror's Haki, enveloped in blood-red energy. And he punched directly at Jack's head. Tiger Fist. The powerful blood-red Haki transformed into a blood-colored tiger, opening its massive mouth and roaring as it charged towards Jack's head. What? In an instant, Jack's eyes widened in disbelief. The speed was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time, and with his massive size, how could he avoid it? The blood-red fist slammed into Jack's head, but fortunately, Jack managed to harden his head with armament Haki just in time. However, there are strengths and weaknesses to armament Haki. As their Haki clashed, black lightning erupted around them, flickering like dark arcs. ZZZ. In just a moment, the two's armament Haki determined the victor. Jack's colossal mammoth body was once again sent flying by Chen's punch, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding back dozens of meters until he crashed into a massive tree, finally coming to a stop. The previously intact ground had been torn into a deep ravine. As for Jack, one of his tusks was broken, leaving only a stub in his mouth. A deep dent appeared on his head, and he was seeing stars, seemingly forgetting what had just happened. In an instant, Chen reappeared in front of Jack, ready to strike, but Jack shouted to stop him. "Wait, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the captain will definitely avenge me. Even if you're the 5th emperor of the sea now, you absolutely cannot be a match for our beast pirates. So much nonsense. I'm just waiting for Kaido to come find me." Chen revealed a cold smile, his hands clenched into fists, and a massive amount of armament Haki coiled around his fists as he continued to strike at Jack's head. One punch after another, never stopping. Even a head as hard as a mammoth's skull couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. With each punch, a fist-sized dent appeared on Jack's head, and he endured immense pain, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he let out a scream of agony. That scream echoed throughout the forest. Anyone could hear it, including all the mink tribe. They were naturally familiar with the voice of their enemy, so they all rushed towards Chen's location. The mink tribe ran extremely fast, quickly arriving around Jack's base, witnessing the man who had once saved their country now violently beating the pirate who had destroyed their homeland. "It's him, Knight. Is he saving our country again?" "Yes. We haven't even had the chance to thank him properly." After all, they previously thought that Luffy and his crew had saved their country. Now, they learned it was actually Knight. Seeing that many minks had gathered around, Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Since everyone was almost here, it was time to make a move. In an instant, under Chen's furious assault, Jack was already covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled, with his face swollen and his head even bigger than before. He was a pitiful sight. However, in the eyes of the many minks, there was no trace of pity. Instead, they felt a sense of satisfaction, as this was the one who had destroyed their home. "You should die now." Suddenly, Chen whispered a sentence in Jack's ear, while his right hand gathered an even larger amount of armament Haki. The seemingly small fist contained an incredibly terrifying force. The fist slammed directly onto Jack's face, and the overwhelming power began to destroy his body. Boom! In an instant, that massive mammoth head exploded, shattering into countless blood petals that burst into the air. Extremely spectacular. "He's dead. Finally dead. Jack is dead. Ha ha ha, he deserved to die. Should have died here. Ha ha, we finally won." Seeing Jack dead, the minks present jumped up in joy, cheering for victory. Some even rushed to Chen's front, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Knight, for saving our country. Thank you, Lord Knight, If it weren't for you, our country would surely cease to exist. Thank you, Lord Knight. Lu Chen waved his hand, his expression serious and indifferent. It's just killing one person. No need for thanks. Moreover, I just heard Jack say that Reizu is in your country, hidden by your two kings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to find him. He watched Reizu come here with his own eyes. What he said was half true and half false. He hadn't asked Jack any questions, but the other details were true, as he had known them all along. What? Reizu is really in our country? Why would the kings do this? If it weren't for Lord Knight, what would happen to our country and our people? Because Lu Chen killed Mingo, Jack returned to Zhou Island on the back of an elephant, killing some Mink tribe members every day to intimidate the two kings and force them to release Rei's. Therefore, before Lu Chen's arrival, many Mink tribe members had already died on Zhou Island, and the two kings were no match for Jack. One had lost a hand, and the other had lost a foot. The secret was revealed. Some doubted, some believed, and there was much discussion. However, once someone doubted, the matter became true, and all Lu Chen had to do was wait. He had almost completed what he needed to do. Everyone, quiet down, Lu Chen said seriously, calling out again. Once the many Mink tribe members settled down, he continued, "You are indeed safe now, but Jack is dead, and you have indeed hidden a samurai. The beast pirates will not let you go. The only ones who can resist them are the four emperors, so if you are willing to join my night pirates, I will protect you from Kaido's attacks." Hearing this, the Mink tribe members present hesitated, joining the Night Lord's pirate crew. But it's just joining. The Night Lord won't force us to stay at the Night Pirates base. Right, joining the pirate crew doesn't seem bad. The thoughts of each Mink tribe member were not unified, which was inevitable and also expected by Lu Chen. Everyone, I will give you time to think. If you are willing to join the Night Pirates, you can discuss it with me when I leave the island. There is still plenty of time, Lu Chen said loudly. Okay, thank you, Night Lord. Thank you, Night Lord. Soon, everyone began to deal with the bodies of the Jack Pirates, while Lu Chen and Violet prepared to return to the Mink tribe's base to rest. Not long after they left, Galette suddenly caught up with them. Her expression solemn as she asked, "Knight, is what you said true? Do I need to lie to you? What benefit would there be in deceiving you? Besides, I killed Jack. Do I still need to lie to you?" Lu Chen shook his head and countered. Hearing this, Galette stopped asking more questions but kept her head down, gazing at the ruins behind her, lost in thought. Clearly, she had not fully believed Lu Chen's words, but she was not far from believing. In fact, among the Mink tribe, there were not many powerful individuals, and Galette was the strongest. She was also the one Lu Chen most wanted to join the Night Pirates. In a full moon state, Galette could transform into the moon lion form, greatly increasing her power, but afterward, she would fall into a weakened state. Nevertheless, her strength was unquestionable. As for the two kings of the Mink tribe, they were both crippled and basically useless. Not long after, Lu Chen and Violet returned to the Mink tribe's campsite. They had just rested for a short while when a hurried bell rang outside. Hearing the strange sound, Violet immediately got up, her brows furrowed. "Knight? Is something happening? It should be. Let's go out and see the commotion." Lu Chen got up, smiling. Commotion? Violet looked skeptical. She didn't understand why Lu Chen used those words to describe it, but she still followed him to where the sound was coming from. The two walked to the ruins of the Mink tribe city. Lu Chen looked up and saw Luffy and his group ahead. Besides them, there were also two samurai, Kinemon and Kanjuro. In addition, a large number of Mink tribe members had gathered around, including the two kings of the Mink tribe. Coupled with Lu Chen's earlier battle in the woods, those Mink tribe members who had gone to watch had just finished tidying up the battlefield and were all here, staring at the two samurai. Because of the samurai, they were not very interested in them, and some even felt a bit of aversion. However, the King of Night, the Snake Merchant, and the King of Day, Duke Inuarashi, surprisingly both knelt before Kinemon and Kanjuro. Recounting their matters, it was roughly that they were also retainers of the Kazuki family, and that was why they chose to hide Rei's. Apologizing for deceiving Luffy and his group. "Kinemon, where is Lord Momonosuke? Why haven't I seen him with you?" Duke Inuarashi asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Kinemon was silent for a long time before speaking. "We couldn't find the young master. After using the bloodline technique, we discovered that the young master might no longer be in this world." "What?" Immediately, Duke Inuyashi's expression changed drastically, angrily rebuking. What were you doing? You couldn't even protect the young master. Is this true? His words even carried a hint of reproach. As the young master of the Kazuki family, Momonosuke was naturally to inherit the family's legacy. Now that the young master was dead, wouldn't that mean the Kazuki family no longer existed? Kinemon, you'd better clarify this matter. Otherwise, we will not easily let you off, the snake merchant said solemnly, indifferently. Both were retainers of the Kazuki family, and Kinemon and the others were responsible for protecting the young master. If the young master really died, they would be held accountable. All right, we went to Onigashima. Thus, Kinemon informed the snake merchant and Duke Inuyarashi about their expedition to Onigashima, and he spoke very carefully. Even though they were far away, Chen could still hear what they were saying. Most of it was information he already knew. The only thing he didn't know was about Momonosuke. Apparently, Kinemon had used some ninja technique to find Momonosuke's location, but when they arrived, they found no trace of him. Moreover, the ninja technique could no longer be used. Without any directional indication, it meant Momonosuke was dead. You. Duke Inuyarashi's expression darkened as he stared hard at Kinemon and the others. But he had nothing to say. The Kazuki family had given everything to protect Momonosuke, and now that the young master was dead, how were they to report this to their deceased lord? Hearing their conversation, a hint of an unintentional smile flashed across Chen's face as he thought, it seems that the little rascal Momonosuke is really dead. The smaller he dies, the better. Otherwise, he would surely become a disaster sooner or later. Meanwhile, as they recounted their story, the surrounding Mink tribe members absorbed everything they said, gaining an understanding of the recent battle. It turned out that all this fighting was because their two kings had deliberately concealed the truth. If they hadn't hidden it, their country would not have suffered such a calamity, just because a family that had lost both its head and heir. The entire nation and its people had to pay the price. Undoubtedly, the faith and admiration for the snake merchant and Duke Inuyarashi among all the Mink tribe members instantly collapsed. So that's how it is. Why? Kings, why did you deceive us? Why? It was you who caused our families to die. It was you. Instantly, the Mink tribe members present began to denounce the snake merchant and Duke Inuyarashi, their eyes reddening as they looked at the two kings in disbelief. Previous doubts have now turned into a certain answer, causing their faith to completely collapse, and they can hardly believe this is true. It is solely because they are the retainers of the Kazuki family that led to the deaths of many Mink tribe members on Zou Island. Aside from those who were originally retainers of the Kazuki family, the other Mink tribe members were completely unaware, kept in the dark. Furthermore, with the Kazuki family seemingly gone for good, they became even more incredulous and even began to question the two kings. At the same time, Violet looked at the Mink tribe members in front of her with a hint of suspicion, then turned to Chen, looking thoughtful. It seems all of this is because of Chen. At this moment, she suddenly realized that all of this was intentionally orchestrated by Chen, with the purpose of inciting internal strife within the Mink tribe nation. But how did Chen know that Reizo was in this country? Strange. Chen naturally noticed Violet's gaze, but he just smiled and remained silent, quietly observing the Mink tribe members present. Everything has been set in motion. After a long pause, the two kings, the snake's sake owner and Duke Inuyarashi, tremblingly approached the many Mink tribe members, kneeling with a loud thud, and apologized to all present. Everyone, we are sorry. We are the ones who wronged you. We are also responsible for this matter. Soon, Kinemon and Kanjuro also knelt before the Mink tribe members and solemnly apologized. Unfortunately, their apologies seemed very weak in front of the Mink tribe members who had lost many family members, leading many Mink tribe members to walk away, unwilling to face such a situation. Let's go, Chen said to Violet. Okay. With that, the two turned to leave. However, they had not walked far when Charlotte caught up with them. She looked at the man in front of her with her mouth slightly open, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating, ultimately saying nothing. Chen could tell that Charlotte was hesitant, likely wanting to apologize to him, but not knowing how to express it. Charlotte, have you made up your mind? Are you willing to leave with me or become a member of our night pirates? So, Chen simply threw out an olive branch. Hearing this, Charlotte's eyes lit up, and without much thought, she replied, Okay, I'll go with you. She had originally wanted to leave this country to see the vast ocean. And now, seeing how the two kings of this country were so pathetic, she felt she had nothing to hold on to. Perhaps leaving this country was her best choice. And you can leave with us. Chen nodded slightly. Thank you. After saying those two words, Charlotte disappeared into the jungle, seemingly feeling a bit shy about seeing Chen. After Charlotte completely vanished from their view, Violet used her fruit ability to confirm that there was no one around before asking Knight, "You're not doing all this just to recruit the mink tribe, are you?" "You guessed half right." Chen nodded slightly. Hearing this, Violet looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Then what's the other half?" Recruiting the mink tribe is just one part of the reason. The other main goal is to recruit Charlotte. She is the strongest among all the mink tribe members. And with her joining our night pirates, we gain another member with cadre level strength, Chen said honestly. After all, Charlotte was going to become a cadre of the night pirates in the future, and since Violet was the vice captain, they naturally needed to know each other. So there was no need to hide it. I see. Violet suddenly understood. At this moment, she realized that Chen had anticipated so much, and the entire mink tribe was in his calculations. Not long after, the two returned to the mink tribe's base to rest. However, the news about the two kings of the mink tribe and Rezo continued to circulate among all the mink tribe members, and everyone was in disbelief. Or rather, they were unwilling to believe it. However, the facts were as such, and it didn't matter whether they wanted to believe it or not. This couldn't be changed. No matter how the mink tribe members inquired, the Snake Sake owner and Duke Inuarashi would not deny the matter. Suddenly, a figure burst into the room where Chen and Violet were resting. "Mr. Knight, I want to ask if what they just said is true?" Pedro asked with a serious expression, panting. It was clear that he had just learned about this matter, but he still wanted to confirm it with Chen. "What good does it do to ask me? Do you think you'll believe what I say? You might as well go to the Snake Sake owner and Duke Inuarashi." Chen waved his hand casually. He was unsure why he had come to find him directly, but it was likely because he discovered that he was the first to return. Plus, he had killed Jack, which was somewhat related. Upon hearing this, Pedro seemed to have realized something, said nothing, and turned to leave, disappearing from Chen and Violet's sight. Violet watched Pedro's disappearing figure, furrowing her brows and shaking her head helplessly. It seems this matter has a significant impact on the entire mink tribe. Yes, Chen nodded slightly, remaining indifferent. Regarding this matter, he didn't do much. He merely exposed it, and naturally felt no guilt. If you want to keep something secret, you must first not do it. Not long after, Luffy and the others returned from outside, each wearing a look of helplessness, likely due to learning about the Snake Sake owner and Duke Inuarashi situation. If they were to handle this matter, they would probably be quite troubled. Therefore, upon seeing them, Chen did not take the initiative to greet them. However, Nami walked over to Chen after seeing him, forcing a smile and asking, "Brother Knight, where do you plan to go next? Are you going to follow us?" After today's events, they no longer wanted to stay in this place. Perhaps leaving early was better. "Yes, I will go with you. Your partner is leaving, right?" "I also want to go to Cake Island," Chen said honestly. "Okay, then let's go together." Nami smiled brightly. If Chen was with them, their chances of rescuing Sanji would be much greater. As for Chen's purpose for going to Cake Island, she didn't ask too much, knowing he must have his own considerations. Sure, Chen nodded in agreement. He had initially intended to follow Luffy and the others so that the night pirates could gain fame through the Cake Island incident, making the name Knight a true fifth emperor on the seas. That was the purpose of his journey. Nami continued, "We plan to leave here tomorrow." "All right, I have nothing else to do here. But Charlotte will also leave with me. You won't mind, will you?" "Charlotte? We don't mind." "Good." The two talked for a while, and Nami returned to Luffy and the others, informing them about Chen wanting to join them. Upon hearing the news, the expressions of Luffy's group varied, but the only one who showed joy was Luffy. He was very happy that the knight would be joining them. In his eyes, the knight was a friend who had helped him, and since they were all pirates, they were naturally friends. Among Luffy's crew, there was also Robin, who knew Chen's identity. When she learned that Chen would be going with them, her expression remained unchanged, calm as water. However, no matter when, Chen could always sense a feeling of vigilance from Robin, or perhaps a sense of deliberate avoidance. Of course, Frankie, Chopper, and Usopp also held a bit of vigilance towards Chen, or rather, more accurately, towards the knight. After all, in their eyes, the knight was still a stranger, and this stranger's strength was quite formidable, not someone to be trifled with. Zoro occasionally glanced at Chen, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps he sensed a familiar aura from Chen. After all, Zoro was also capable of sword intent. Maybe he detected sword intent from Chen, but he wasn't quite sure, because Chen and the knight looked completely different, and the techniques they used were entirely dissimilar. It was impossible to tell they were the same person. Of course, Zoro would definitely not mistake the knight for Mihawk, as Mihawk wouldn't do such things. Time passed, and Petero hurriedly returned from outside, but there was a hint of disappointment on his face. He walked straight up to Chen and said seriously, "Mr. Knight, we will no longer follow the lead of the King of Night and the King of Day. The members of the Night Brigade and all the inhabitants of the Mink tribe are willing to join your Night Pirates, and we hope you will accept us." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent his legs, preparing to kneel before Chen. However, before he could kneel down, Chen acted first, flicking a stone that hit Petero's knee, causing him to jump up. Kneeling is not necessary. The Night Pirates naturally welcome you. But kneeling is not something a man should do, understood? The Mink tribe can continue to stay on the elephant's back. However, I hope a strong group of Minks can come to my Night Pirate King's base. He couldn't allow all the Minks to stay on the elephant's back, as that would be of no benefit to the Night Pirates. All right, we agree, Petero nodded firmly. As an affiliated force of a pirate crew, this was the right thing to do. Moreover, the Night Pirates were now the fifth Emperor of the Sea. Becoming an affiliate of the Sea Emperor's power could intimidate many pirate crews. That's settled then. Let Violet handle the specifics with you. Chen looked at Violet beside him. Okay, with that, Violet stood up to communicate the specifics with Petero and arrange for the Night Pirates to go to the elephant's back, taking a portion of the Mink tribe to Honeycomb Island. The other Minks could continue living on the elephant's back and could be protected under the name of the Night Pirates, which was naturally something they desired. It was worth noting that the two kings of the Minks were basically incapacitated, their strength greatly diminished, and they could no longer compete with other pirate crews. Joining the Night Pirates was a very good choice at that moment. It was precisely for this reason that Petero made such a decision. Of course, he also knew what Chen wanted, so he didn't refuse those requests. The next day, most of the preparations were nearly complete. The Night Pirates were still on their way to the elephant's back, and naturally, someone would communicate with the Minks on the elephant. Chen didn't need to stay there any longer. He followed Luffy's group to Cake Island. After all, with the Sunny being such a large ship, there was no need to take a small boat. This time, besides Chen, Luffy's group, there were also Minks, Petero, and Galette, as well as the former member of the Big Mom Pirates. Peacom's character, Peacom's position, member of the Big Mom Pirates fruit, none level, B skill, electric shock, B, bounty, 30 million berries. Peacom's was not only a member of the Big Mom Pirates, but also belonged to the Mink tribe, always wearing sunglasses and looking somewhat intimidating. As for how to get down from Zoe Island, it was naturally a leap from above, and this was because of Luffy, who directly pulled his crew to jump from thousands of meters high. Chen, however, descended slowly from the elephant's back using the Marine 6 styles, moonwalk, and didn't dare to jump directly. Choosing a more elegant way to descend wasn't bad, right? Jumping from above scared Nami and the others half to death. Only Luffy lay on the deck laughing heartily. So thrilling. Get away. Nami angrily punched Luffy on the top of his head. Instantly, a large bump appeared on his head. Woo! Luffy lay on the ground with a helpless expression, like a dead person. At this moment, Chen, with Violet, slowly descended from the island and landed steadily on the Sunny. Watching this scene, he revealed a faint smile. One must say, the bond among the main characters was still so deep, largely thanks to Luffy's incredible ability to bring people together. It seemed that anyone around him would inexplicably gather together to accomplish something. This trip to Cake Island was not only for Sanji's marriage, but also for Charlotte Lean Lean's birthday party. Many pirates, in addition to the Vinsmoke family, would be in attendance. Nami, I'm hungry, Luffy shouted helplessly, holding his growling stomach. With Sanji gone, there was no one on the ship to cook. Want to eat? Suddenly, Galette handed him a large raw carrot. This was her emergency food supply. Raw. Luffy, regardless of anything, took a big bite and swallowed it, but found it tasted terrible and almost spit it out. Fine, don't eat it then. Galette pouted. Chen smiled and said, with Sanji gone, let me cook. However, if you want to eat, each of you will have to pay me 50,000 berries. Nami stepped forward, speaking seriously. On the whole ship, aside from Sanji, the only one who could cook without killing anyone was probably Nami. 50,000 berries. Luffy and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, Nami usually gave them only that much pocket money, which was clearly calculated in advance. Nami, let me cook, but you can't charge us. Chen took a few steps forward, smiling. Sure. Nami quickly agreed, but still glanced at Violet beside Chen. Having someone to help cook while also charging for it was indeed a win-win situation. However, she was still quite concerned about the woman beside Chen, who seemed to be quite a bit older than her and exuded a unique charm with every movement. Looking at Violetta, Nami frowned slightly and thought to herself, could it be that brother Chen like someone like this? Should I ask him about it? Nami, take me to the kitchen, Chen said as he walked up to Nami. Okay. Hearing Chen's voice, Nami relaxed and quickly led him to the kitchen. The eager-to-eat Luffy and Chopper also followed them in, shouting as they walked, food, food, food. Soon, Chen arrived at the Sunny's kitchen and glanced around. The kitchen was well organized. Unfortunately, it seemed that Sanji hadn't cooked here for a long time, as dust had accumulated everywhere. Without Sanji, the crew on the ship seemed a bit unaccustomed. Let me help you. Violetta also walked into the kitchen, smiling. Sure, please help me bring the ingredients over and start cooking the rice, Chen said. Okay. Violetta immediately began to get busy. Seeing this, Nami's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, Brother Kuro, let me help you bring some food too. They eat a lot. All right. Chen didn't refuse, as he didn't know where some of the ingredients were on the ship. As long as the two women could bring the ingredients, he could make anything. Over the years, his cooking skills had long reached SSS level, and any dish he made was delicious. Not long after, Nami and Violetta came back to the kitchen with various ingredients. Chatting and laughing, one might think they were sisters. However, Chen didn't pay much attention. The more important thing now was to cook. You two can rest. I'll handle the cooking, Chen said. Okay. The two women replied almost in unison, seemingly not wanting to help Chen anymore. Chen wasn't very interested in what was happening between the two. It didn't affect him anyway. They were probably just getting to know each other. Meanwhile, Luffy and Chopper stood nearby, cheering Chen on. Food, food, food. Chen directly tuned out their voices, first cooking the rice, then preparing various ingredients. Planning to make 2 dishes, grilled meat and a stew. He placed all the ingredients into a large pot and started the stew mode, adding various spices to make the food more delicious and to blend the flavors together. Most importantly, he had to simmer some noodles at the end. While the big pot was stewing, Chen had time to prepare the grilled meat. He didn't know what kind of meat Nami and Violetta had brought, but it was large and sturdy. After cutting it up, it fit perfectly on the grill, just the right amount for grilling. It was likely that Sanji had prepped it, and he just needed to do a little bit of cutting. As the hot charcoal roasted the meat, the fat sizzled and oozed oil, and combined with the aroma of the spices, the entire kitchen was filled with the smell of grilled meat. As time passed, the fragrance of the stew gradually emerged, and the smell of food began to waft throughout the ship. Smells so good. I want to eat. Luffy, with eyes like those of a hungry wolf, stared intently at the grilled meat and the big pot, itching to dig in. But his instincts as a foodie told him that the food wasn't ready yet and that he needed to wait a bit longer. Chen smiled silently, flipping the grilled meat while checking on a big pot. Everything in the kitchen was progressing smoothly. The only uncertain factor was Luffy, who could finish all the food by himself. At that moment, Nami and Violetta, having caught the fragrance, walked into the kitchen and took a deep breath. Brother Kuro, you really can cook. I thought you were joking, Nami said with a smile. In her view, Chen could only cook simple meals, but she didn't expect his culinary skills to be so good, even comparable to Sanji's. Well, have I ever lied to you? Chen retorted. After pondering for a moment, Nami shook her head, as if she really couldn't recall him ever lying to her. Exactly. Chen smiled and instructed, get ready to call everyone in for dinner. Okay. Nami nodded slightly, about to turn to call everyone when Luffy's hand shot out toward the grilled meat. Just as he was about to grab the meat, a large hand seized Luffy's hand first. Luffy, this grilled meat is for everyone. If you eat it all, what will the others eat? Chen said, staring him in the eyes, reasoning with him. Fine. Luffy said helplessly, retracting his hand. He was really hungry, but he could indeed finish all the food by himself, which is why Chen had been keeping an eye on him. As an SSS-level powerhouse, how could he let someone finish all the food he worked hard to prepare? Bang! Seeing this, Nami stepped forward without hesitation and gave Luffy a good scolding. Trying to steal food, you brat. Before long, Luffy had a big red lump on his head that looked like a candied hawthorn skewer, covering his head and crying in pain. Soon, everyone sat at the table, each receiving a piece of grilled meat and a large bowl of stew. Brother Kuro, how did you make this? It's so delicious. Sanji never made food like this before. Nami said with a smile, generously praising him. I learned this from a place, Chen said with a smile. Sanji was a Western chef, so naturally, he didn't know as many dishes as Chen did. Chinese culture is profound and rich, which this world can't possibly possess. However, it's unclear whether there is an ancient Chinese civilization in this world. After all, this world was also created by modern people, and with the existence of Wano country, it seems possible that ancient China might also exist. But where could it be? He and T looked into it. However, it did give Chen a hint that maybe he could search for it. If he really found it, it wouldn't be a bad choice. In a world with devil fruits, that country likely also has its own civilization. Perhaps it's worth searching. He might even find a way to return to his original world. Delicious. Really delicious. Meanwhile, Luffy was already wolfing down his food, finishing everything in just a few bites, patting his slightly bulging stomach with satisfaction and burping. So delicious. Yeah, so delicious. Chopper also looked thrilled. Since Sanji left, they hadn't had such delicious meals. Seeing everyone enjoying their food, Chen also wore a faint smile, as long as it's delicious. In fact, cooking for others is also a kind of enjoyment. Their trip to the cake shop would take 5 days. These 5 days would be just right for formulating a battle plan. This battle plan, Chen will not participate in. He will only choose to act at the perfect moment, while the members of the Night Pirates have already set off towards the cake shop. However, it seems that the food on the ship is somewhat insufficient for these 5 days. 5 days later, the food on the ship has run out. With Luffy's presence, the food on the ship is simply not enough. Usually, Sanji is the one who prepares the food, but with Luffy's presence, it has led to a complete shortage of food, and even water has run out. Due to yesterday's storm, fishing is impossible today. Although Chen has stored a considerable amount of food in his storage space, he hasn't revealed the existence of the space or taken anything out. In the bright sun hanging in the sky, everyone on the ship is on the verge of dehydration, especially Luffy, who has become nothing but skin and bones. Yet, Luffy and Chopper are still sitting together fishing. Emergency food, Luffy says while fishing, looking at Chopper and inexplicably spitting out a few words. Luffy, wake up. We can catch fish. Chopper is frightened and quickly tries to wake Luffy. Everyone is almost starving, and suddenly Luffy notices that his fishing rod is moving. A large purple fish has bitten the hook, but the weak Luffy seems unable to pull it up. Seeing this, Chen immediately steps forward, gathering the power of lightning in his hand, and strikes the large fish in the sea. Zzzz. In an instant, the fish is stunned by the electric shock, obediently floating to the surface, allowing Luffy to easily reel it in. Fish. Fish meat. Fish meat. Luffy stares at the large fish, his eyes shining, and unconsciously moves towards it. Without thinking, he takes a bite out of the fish, but luckily Chen timely stops him and sternly says, if you want to die, go ahead and eat. The fish skin is poisonous. Poisoneux. Luffy frowns, but looking at the large fish in front of him, he still feels reluctant. What should we do, Brother Knight? Nami asks with a slight frown. We can eat it if we remove the fish skin. Chen replies. All right. Without hesitation, everyone starts to cut off the fish skin. Then they divide the fish meat and hand it over to Chen for cooking. Now everyone can have a meal of large fish. In the original story, Luffy was poisoned after eating this large fish and subsequently met Vinsmoke Reiju, who helped him detoxify. Just as everyone finished preparing the large fish, the environment ahead suddenly changed. A thick cloud appeared in the sky, but this cloud didn't seem like an ordinary cloud. Countless small clouds floated down from that thick cloud, much larger than snowflakes, about the size of a thumb. What is this? Luffy suspiciously looks at the clouds falling from the sky. Cotton candy. The moment Chopper touches it, he catches a familiar scent and confirms after tasting it that it is indeed his favorite cotton candy. It really is cotton candy. Charlotte Jarrett also shows great interest in this novel food. Thus, everyone present begins to eat the cotton candy falling from the sky, except for Chen and Violet, who do not take action. Unknowingly, the Sunny has sailed into a foggy area. At the same time, many oddly shaped fish appear beneath the surrounding sea, seemingly affecting the signal of the transponder snail on their ship. What's going on? Our transponder snail seems to be broken, Brooke asks in confusion. He is sitting next to the transponder snail and can hear it making a zzz sound, like electrical currents. This is a type of fish that can interfere with the transponder snail's signal from the seabed, preventing others from mistakenly entering our pirate group's area. Second, it's also a warning to other outsiders, Beckmus explains. Being a member of the Big Mom Pirates, he has some knowledge about them. Suddenly, Pedro on the lookout tower loudly warns, a ship is approaching. What? A ship? Could it be our pirate group's reconnaissance ship? Everyone hide quickly. We must not be discovered. Beckmus's expression changes in shock. If the reconnaissance team discovers them, their battle plan is likely to fail. As he speaks, everyone looks in the direction Pedro is watching. In the fog, a massive ship's silhouette indeed appears, and that massive ship's silhouette is gradually approaching, making everyone's hearts tense. Most people hide, but only Chen, Violet, and a few others remain standing on the deck. As for Luffy, he has already stretched his arm and appeared at the highest point of the Sunny, intentionally checking out the suddenly appearing ship silhouette. Ah, it's so big, Luffy exclaims with curiosity and surprise. As the ship's silhouette gets closer, everyone can see that it seems not to be a ship but a gigantic snail with a massive castle on its back. However, the castle also resembles a sailing ship, with a sail on top, but the black sail has 2 large 66 written on it. This isn't our reconnaissance team. It's the ship of the evil Army Germa 66. Beckmus's tension does not dissipate, but instead intensifies. Germa 66 is known as the Evil Army, not much better than the Big Mom Pirates. Hearing this, Nami and the others rush out to check the ship. Germa 66. Vinsmoke family. Nami looks up at the gigantic sail. They're the army led by Sanji. Robin explains. Sanji? His father? That means they are family. Hearing this, Luffy's face lights up with a smile, seeming not to see them as enemies. Chen, however, keeps his gaze fixed on the approaching ship, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he silently thinks. The strongest technological army in the pirate world. Germa 66? I wonder what their strength is like. As Germa 66's ship draws closer, everyone sees a man standing on the ship's edge, cloaked in black, with curly eyebrows like Sanji, and he bears a resemblance to Sanji. Character: Vinsmoke Yunji position, fourth son of the Vinsmoke family fruit. None level. Skills: martial arts A. Strength S. Bounty: none. However, the person in front of them is not Sanji. Looking at the information on the system interface, Chen raises an eyebrow slightly, thinking his strength is decent and he should not be wearing equipment now. If he puts on armor, his strength might reach S. But the strongest trump card of Germa 66 is not these few people, but the large number of artificial soldiers. Those soldiers are not only modified, but also incredibly strong, devoid of any emotions, and can be produced in whatever quantity is needed. They could be a good partner for cooperation. It's precisely for this reason that Charlotte Linlin chose to marry into the Vinsmoke family, which led to the unfolding of the Cake Island incident. However, Chopper and the others, who are face-blind, mistakenly recognize the man in front of them as Sanji and excitedly shout, Sanji! Sanji! You're really here. It's really you. A crowd of face-blind people. Unfortunately, Vinsmoke Sanji remained completely indifferent, with no change in his facial expression. He stared at them calmly, then took off his hat and coldly said, You have the wrong person. Although I look very similar, I am not Sanji, I am Vin Smoke Yanji. Upon hearing this, along with the sight of Vin Smoke Yanji's thick green hair, Nami and the others realized that the man in front of them was indeed not Sanji. It really seems he is not Sanji. They really want to be able to see him. Disappointment appeared on Chopper and the others' faces, as they had hoped to encounter Sanji on their way to Whole Cake Island. But now it seemed that hope was dashed. However, when Vin Smoke Yanji saw Nami and Violet, his eyes immediately lit up with 2 red hearts, and he began to dance with joy. Beautiful women, beautiful women. Seeing this, everyone felt helpless. Although he looked a bit different, his lecherous nature seemed to be the same. To be honest, in Lu Chen's view, among the 4 children of the Vinsmoke family, the one who resembled Sanji the most was Vin Smoke Yanji, not only in appearance, but also in personality. Perhaps the 2 developed from the same embryo, which is why there are many similarities in their looks. But for some reason, Sanji was not affected by the genetic factors. The Vinsmoke family actually came to pick up Sanji. After all, Sanji was their union partner and had certain utilitarian value. However, they did not see Sanji's figure on Luffy and the other ship. Young Master, we did not see young Master Sanji. A soldier walked up to Vin Smoke Yanji and reported, "In that case, let's leave." Vin Smoke Yanji waved his hand, preparing to go back to report and then leave with his team. At this moment, Lu Chen stepped forward and said with interest, "Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "You are." Yanji looked at Lu Chen, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar but could not recall who he was. However, in his eyes, it seemed that no one was important. He thought, forget it, let's go. So, Yanji was about to leave with his men. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, just as he was about to take action. A pleasant voice suddenly came. "I'm sorry, my little brother is really lacking in insight." As she spoke, a tall woman dressed in pink walked out. Character: Vinsmoke Reiju position, eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family fruit. None level. S skills: martial arts. S bounty none. The woman who came out was indeed Vinsmoke Reiju, and she appeared particularly confident in her pink bodysuit. However, when she reached Yanji, she unhesitatingly kicked him into the sea, then jumped off the ship, landing steadily on the Sunny with a smile, and said, "Captain Knight, hello, I am Vinsmoke Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family." Lu Chen simply nodded in response. He was not surprised by Reiju's sudden appearance. However, Nami and the others showed a hint of hostility toward the suddenly appearing woman and became vigilant. "Everyone, I mean no harm. I just want to know why Captain Knight has come here," Reiju said with a smile. After she said this, everyone not only did not believe her, but became even more worried. If the other party learned about their plans, it might completely fail. "What if I say I came here to play? Would you believe me?" Lu Chen asked with interest. Upon hearing this, Reiju's expression froze for a moment, but it quickly disappeared, and she said seriously, "Since it is what Captain Knight said, I naturally believe it." As a significant force at sea, she naturally knew about the Night Pirates, a newly developed force. Once it appeared, it became the 5th Emperor of the Sea, and its captain's strength was unfathomable, perhaps really capable of defeating the 4 Emperors of the Sea. Hee. Lu Chen chuckled softly and continued to ask, "Is Vinsmoke judge on the ship? I would like to meet him." "He is. Please follow me." Reiju nodded. "Okay." Then, Lu Chen turned to Nami and the others and instructed, "Wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right back." "Okay, Captain." "Sure, Brother Knight." "Brother Knight, can I go with you?" "I want to see Sanji's father," Luffy asked eagerly. He was very interested in meeting Sanji's father, just out of curiosity. After all, they didn't know what had happened between Sanji and their family. If they did, they probably wouldn't want to meet him. "Ask her." Lu Chen did not answer, but threw the question to Reiju, as it was not something he could decide. "Wait a moment." Seeing this, Reiju took out a din mushi and reported the situation. "Father, the captain of the Straw Hat crew wants to come along too." After a long wait, a deep voice came from the other end of the din mushi. "Only let Knight come." "Understood." Reiju nodded slightly, looking apologetically at Luffy. "I'm sorry, but my father seems to not want to see you." "All right." Upon hearing this, Luffy no longer insisted and began to eat a big piece of meat by himself. Lu Chen smiled silently. It seemed that Vinsmoke Judge did not particularly like the Straw Hat crew, After all, he also did not like Sanji, so naturally, he would not like Sanji's friends. Birds of a feather flock together, right? Captain Knight, this way please. Okay. Thus, under Reiju's lead, he went alone to the Germa 66 ship. To be honest, the Germa 66 ship indeed had a sense of high technology, especially the ordinary crew members on the ship, each wearing a pair of glasses. It was unclear what their purpose was, and those handheld firearms were clearly not something ordinary people could possess. Each ordinary crew member's strength could reach B level. The strength of the artificial humans was indeed impressive. The interior of the entire cabin also had a somewhat high-tech feel, with many items that could not be seen in the previous life, such as virtual touchscreens, etc. Not long after, Reiju brought Chen to the door of a room and stopped, saying, "Captain Knight, my father is already waiting for you inside. You can go in by yourself." Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, the heavy iron door opened automatically. Chen walked straight in, and the outer iron door closed behind him, seemingly sealing off all sound. In front of him sat a tall man with golden hair on a high chair, looking at him expressionlessly with a hint of authority. Character, Vinsmoke, Judge position, head of the Vinsmoke family fruit. None level, SS skills, martial arts SS, technology SS. Bounty none. Captain Knight, please take a seat. Vinsmoke, Judge pointed to a seat beside him and said, Chen sat down in the chair without changing his expression. Vinsmoke, Judge, continued to ask, "I heard from Reiju that it was you who wanted to see me. I wonder what Captain Knight wants to discuss with me? It's a small matter, but it's a reminder for you," Chen replied. Hearing this, Vinsmoke, Judge showed a hint of interest. "Oh? Captain Knight seems to have quite the audacity. In this vast ocean, I wonder who could threaten me." In his view, nothing in this world could pose a threat to them. What about the Big Mom pirates? Chen merely stated. Immediately, Vinsmoke, Judge frowned, a trace of anger appearing. What does Captain Knight mean? The Big Mom pirates are supposed to be forming an alliance with us. How could they threaten us? Undeniably, the Vinsmoke family is indeed strong. Not many pirate crews dare to provoke them, not even the world government. However, they're a coveted target among many pirate crews. Whoever obtains your technology will undoubtedly become a dominant force at sea, possibly even the new pirate king. I believe Charlotte Linlin thinks the same way. Therefore, this alliance of yours may not be so simple. I just hope you take extra precautions. Otherwise, I would not like to see the Vinsmoke family perish. Chen said with great interest. After hearing this, Vinsmoke, Judge frowned slightly, lost in thought. If it were earlier, he wouldn't have thought this way. But now, after hearing Knight's words, he indeed felt a bit uneasy about Big Mom. However, he had no good feelings towards Knight and replied coldly, "You need not worry about the affairs of the Vinsmoke family, Captain Knight. Perhaps the other party just wants to obtain the technology related to the bloodline factors of the Germa. Birds of a feather flock together." Chen chuckled lightly. The strength of the Vinsmoke family is unquestionable, but they are a bit arrogant. And it is precisely because of this that they were controlled by Big Mom at the banquet. The Vinsmoke family will not beg anyone. Vinsmoke, Judge, snorted coldly. "Ha, good." Chen laughed, unfazed. "Take care, no need to see me off." With that, Chen smiled without saying anything and turned to leave. The heavy iron door opened, and Chen walked out of the room, leaving with Vinsmoke Reiju. Reiju had been standing at the door, but couldn't hear what the two inside were discussing. From the subtle expressions on Vinsmoke, Judge's face, it seemed that it was not a good thing. "Mr. Knight, I wonder what you and my father talked about?" Reiju asked curiously as they walked. "Do you want to know?" Chen asked with interest. "Yes." Reiju nodded. After saying this, Chen suddenly stopped, looked into Reiju's eyes, and said seriously, "It relates to you a bit. What I mean is, if you encounter difficulties, you can seek my help." Reiju frowned slightly, showing a look of doubt, but quickly returned to normal, seemingly understanding why her father was angry. "What's wrong? Not saying anything?" Hee. Reiju smiled without saying anything. Directly changing the topic. "Mr. Knight, let's go." "Yes, just remember what I said. This is useful for you too," Chen said. Seeing this, Reiju just nodded slightly and said nothing more. A few minutes later, the two left the interior of the Germa 66 ship and returned to the deck, where Reiju personally escorted Chen to the Sunny. Since they didn't see Sanji, the Germa ship naturally set sail directly for Whole Cake Island, leaving only Lu Chun and the others with the crew of the Sunny. What did Sanji's father say? Nami asked curiously. After all, the other party was Sanji's father, and she was quite interested in his intentions. If they could go together to rescue Sanji, it would also help their mission. He didn't say anything. Lu Chun shook his head. Knowing Nami's thoughts, he spoke honestly. Nami raised her eyebrows slightly, unsure of what to say. It's okay. Everything will be resolved. Lu Chun comforted her. Nami nodded slightly, still feeling a bit worried. The group didn't chat much and continued sailing on the Sunny towards Whole Cake Island. Meanwhile, in Wano country, in a cave among the mountains. Captain, it was those three who defeated Doflamingo and destroyed our artificial devil fruit factory. 3 pirate lackeys appeared before a giant figure. The giant was drinking and crying, as if he had encountered something extremely heartbreaking, and he was one of the 4 emperors. Kaido. As the 3 pirates placed the bounties on the ground, the 3 individuals on the posters were Knight, Monkey D, Luffy, and Law. Kaido glanced at the 3 bounties on the ground and suddenly burst into loud cries. Wah wah wah. Tears flowed abundantly. The destruction of the artificial devil fruit factory would significantly reduce the number of devil fruit users in the Beast Pirates, and even prevent any increase. This was extremely bad for the entire Beast Pirates, which made Kaido very sad. After a moment, Kaido stopped crying and said coldly, "Find out where these 3 are. Send people to kill them all." Captain Luffy, who took down Doflamingo, is a hot topic, and that Knight seems to be a devil fruit user as well. Their strength is formidable and cannot be underestimated. One of the pirates reminded him. Yes, Captain, the other 2 pirates echoed. Hearing this, Kaido's brows furrowed tightly, showing displeasure, as he placed the bounties in front of the 3 pirates. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 pirate lackeys looked puzzled and somewhat guilty. In an instant, Kaido stood up, swung the large stick in his hand, and knocked the 3 pirates flying, crashing through the entire mountain, and roared, "What if you underestimate them? Do you think who I am?" After saying this, he slowly sat back down, took several swigs of strong liquor, and glanced at the cage beside him, staring at the man in red clothing inside. A bunch of kids who think they are strong just because they defeated a warlord. You go tell the other kids of this era to run fast. Don't think this is a game of pirates playing house. The man in the cage remained silent. If Lu Chun and Luffy were present, they would recognize this person as the long-missing kid. On the other side, a ship was also heading to Whole Cake Island, carrying Sanji and his companions, whom Luffy and the others were looking for. However, they were approaching from a different direction and were already nearing the area of Whole Cake Island. An hour later, Lu Chun and his group had finished the entire big fish and appeared on the deck. "Everyone, we are about to enter Big Mom's territory. There will be a small island ahead. There are 34 small islands surrounding Cake Island where Big Mom is located, and each island has a minister station there. This sea area is also known as the Land of Nations." Beckman looked ahead with a serious expression. Before he finished speaking, Galette on the lookout tower reminded everyone below with a telescope. "Everyone, there's a ship ahead." Everyone looked forward. The ship appearing wasn't large and wasn't the German ship, but rather a small, tart-shaped vessel. That was the reconnaissance ship of the Big Mom Pirates. "Quickly, hide in the cabin," Beckman urgently reminded. "Okay." So everyone hurriedly hid in the cabin. The reconnaissance soldiers on the tart ship were all pawn soldiers, looking quite strange, and it was unclear whether they were real people. Beckman then steered the Sunny toward a nearby island and disembarked to face questioning from the pawn soldiers. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Lu Chun and the others were hiding. But Luffy couldn't contain his restlessness and secretly went down from the ship, sneaking towards the town on the island. "Luffy?" Chopper noticed Luffy sneaking away and quickly followed him. Thus, the 2 disappeared from everyone's sight. However, Lu Chun noticed Luffy and Chopper's disappearance, but said nothing. He walked over to Nami and whispered, "Luffy and Chopper are gone. They should be heading to the town on the island." "Luffy." Nami gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could chase after them right away. But they had more important matters to attend to. Nami and Galette had already changed into maid outfits. Additionally, Violetta, who was with Lu Chun, had also changed into a maid outfit of a different color. The change of clothes was naturally to avoid being recognized by the island's residents. looking at the three of them dressed beautifully in similar maid outfits. Each carried a different charm, as if they were three people of different ages. "What are you looking at?" Violetta said shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "It's not like I haven't seen it before," Chen replied seriously. "Oomph." Upon hearing this, Violetta's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe red apple. "Let's go to the island to buy some supplies. The rest of you stay on the ship," Nami said. "Okay." The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, they realized Luffy and Chopper had already disappeared. "Where's Luffy?" "He vanished?" Brooke asked anxiously. "Luffy? He was just here." Robin suddenly said, "Could he have fallen into the sea?" I'll go check." Brooke actually believed it and prepared to go to the sea. Seeing this, Nami quickly said, "I'll bring Luffy and Chopper back. They should have gone to the island." "All right, as long as they're not dead." "Yes, as long as they haven't fallen into the sea." Beckman stepped forward, his expression serious as he reminded, "Even though you've changed your attire, it's best to bring them back quickly. This area already belongs to the Land of Nations, and it's not suitable to stay here for too long." He had just managed to fool a few pawn soldiers during questioning. "Okay." Nami and the others nodded and left the ship, heading towards the town on the island. As for Chen, he naturally followed closely behind them, just not too far away. With his strength, no one would notice his presence. He could walk in any corner without being discovered unless someone had top-level observation Haki. The islands near the sea and ordinary small islands seemed indistinguishable until Chen saw the town appearing in the distance, which made him realize the difference from other areas. The entire small island was made of chocolate. The houses, pools, and even the clothes everyone wore were all made of chocolate and could be used directly. The residents living in the town were also extremely numerous, with many different races. This was exactly Big Mom's goal, to create a nation where various races coexist harmoniously. However, beneath the surface of this apparent harmony, is it really true? In the face of Big Mom's terrifying power, it seems they have no choice but to show harmony, right? Humans, fur tribes, fishmen, long-handed tribes, small people, long-footed tribes. All races and things in the world seem to be able to coexist peacefully here. According to Beckman, this is Cocoa Island governed by the Chocolate Minister, and the town's name is Chocolate Town, which also reminded Chen of Lola, whom he met on Moonlight Maria's island. Before Chen and the others reached the town, they heard shouts. "Ah, the CAF has been eaten. The CAF is gone." Looking towards the source of the sound, Chen sighed, estimating it was probably Luffy and Chopper. They were indeed two real gluttons. Nevertheless, Chen and Nami quickly headed towards the source of the sound. When they arrived, the surrounding residents and the constable had surrounded Luffy and Chopper, who had already eaten to the point of being unrecognizable, looking like two round, chubby figures. "You two come with me. You can't just eat at this CAF." The constable scolded. "It wasn't us who ate it," Luffy said seriously, completely ignoring the chocolate still smeared on the corners of his mouth, speaking as if it were true. "Don't try to argue. Hurry up and come with me," the constable scolded. The constable couldn't even recognize who Luffy and Chopper were in their current state. Seeing Luffy and Chopper about to be taken away, Nami and the others prepared to intervene, but were stopped by Chen. "Don't rush." "Huh?" Nami looked puzzled, but remained silent. Suddenly, a woman wearing a pink dress with golden hair descended from the airship and said to the constable, "My house is about to expire, so I asked these two to come and eat it." Okay, Mong." The constable became respectful upon recognizing the person. Nami and the others felt relieved when they saw Luffy was fine. But Chen kept his eyes on the woman. Character: Charlotte Pudding Roll, the 34th daughter of the Charlotte family fruit. None level. Skill: Cooking, Cess, Bounty. None. The woman in front of them was indeed Charlotte Pudding, the three-eyed girl who was to marry Sanji, and she was quite a complex character. However, Chen had no interest in Charlotte Pudding at all. Even as compensation for Sanji, this Charlotte Pudding was difficult to deal with. After some conversation, the constable let Luffy and Chopper go. Charlotte Pudding also invited Luffy and the others into her CAF. When she saw Chen, who was cloaked in black, her expression slightly startled but quickly returned to normal. While hidden, but Chen, with his powerful observation Haki, noticed her. "Why don't you all come to my CAF for a while?" Charlotte Pudding said with a smile. All right. A crowd followed her to the CAF. Charlotte Bruley took out many cakes, chocolates, and coffee to treat everyone. Thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, they would have caused some trouble. Nami sincerely thanked her. She still didn't know Charlotte Bruley's true identity. It's nothing. They said my chocolate is delicious, which is a great compliment for me. Charlotte Bruley smiled and continued. I don't know who you are or what you're doing here. Oh, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy said. Upon hearing this, everyone present became somewhat agitated. Nami and the others wished they could cover Luffy's mouth, as he had revealed their identities so carelessly. And Nami quickly covered his mouth. However, Charlotte Bruley had still heard the first few words and suddenly realized, looking at the group in front of her, they seemed somewhat familiar. Weren't they the Straw Hat Crew? You are. Sanji Kunes Companions. Sanji? Have you seen Sanji? Luffy asked anxiously. He didn't notice the nervous expressions of Nami and the others and seemed completely unconcerned about these matters. No, but I am Sanji Cohen's fiancée. My name is Charlotte Bruley, Charlotte Bruley said with a smile. Hearing this, Nami and the others were slightly surprised. They didn't expect to encounter the one Sanji was set to marry on Cocoa Island, and they were even getting her help. What are you here for? Bruley asked curiously. We are here to take Sanji away, Luffy replied honestly. After he spoke, a hint of disappointment flashed across Bruley's face, and she smiled helplessly, as expected. Marriage isn't something everyone can freely decide. As a member of the Charlotte family, from birth, marriage has not been something we could decide for ourselves. Our marriages are merely tools for our mothers to strengthen the pirate crew. Just how many children does Big Mom have? Brooke interjected curiously. Mama has 39 daughters, 46 sons, and 43 husbands, totaling 129 people in the family. Some of the children are already married and have children of their own. If we talk about blood relations, Mama's family is actually much larger, Bruley said, lifting her coffee cup and smiling. So many children? Charlotte exclaimed in surprise. Is this really the Yonko Charlotte Linlin? Nami frowned slightly. Everyone present was astonished by the size of the Charlotte family, except for Lu Chun, who was not particularly surprised, as he already knew about it. Lu Chun was still paying attention to Bruley. From her performance, it was hard to see any problems, and most of the time she spoke a mix of truths and lies, 3 parts falsehood, 7 parts truth. Thus, it was difficult to tell that Bruley was actually a very skilled liar. Luffy, it seems that taking Sanji away this time might be a bit difficult, Nami said with a worried expression. She didn't know much about the Yonko Big Mom, but after Bruley's introduction, she realized just how powerful the entire Charlotte family was. Taking Sanji away would probably be the biggest challenge they had ever faced. It's fine, we will definitely take Sanji away, Luffy grinned, believing that nothing was impossible. I will help you, Bruley suddenly spoke up. Really? Nami's face brightened. She was hoping to get Bruley's help, especially since she was the bride-to-be and Big Mom's daughter. Receiving her help would greatly assist them. Yes, Bruley nodded with a blush, continuing, actually, I've already met Sanji Cohen once. He is very charming and has a lot of charisma, which is my type. Mama is Mama, and I am me. Although I like Sanji Cohen, he told me. Although I want to marry you, I can't because I want to return to my friends. Our engagement is Mama's decision, but if the other party regrets the marriage, I would feel very sad being with him. You are all thinking of Sanji, so I can't take him away from you. As she spoke, Bruley's eyes even shed a few tears. It sounded so genuine. For a moment, Luffy, Nami, and the others were all moved by Bruley's words. The only ones that didn't seem affected were Lu Chun, Robin, and the half-robot Frankie. In Lu Chun's view, Bruley's words were no different from Crocodile's tears. He understood what she was scheming. However, regardless, Bruley still had some use later on. Nami and the others were surprised that Sanji would be liked by such an excellent and considerate girl. Soon after, Bruley brought out a piece of paper and a pen, drew a simple map, marked a route on it, handed it to Luffy and the others, and explained, "This is the only route that can avoid Mama's ears. Only the children of the Charlotte family know it. You can take this route to Cake Island. Tomorrow, we will meet at the southwest coast of the cake shop, and I will bring Sanji with me." "Thank you." Luffy grinned in gratitude, showing no signs of doubt. Beside him, Brook was already moved to tears. Picking up a pink towel to wipe his tears, wondering how such a good girl could exist. Was she really Big Mom's daughter? How could she be so different from Big Mom? He had met Big Mom once, so he understood that they were like heaven and hell apart. Thank you, Bruley. Nami smiled as she accepted the map, sincerely thanking her and completely believing what she said. Chen just watched from the side, saying nothing. He certainly wouldn't expose Bruley's lies now. Just a subtle reminder would suffice. It's all right. Mama is Mama, and I am me. I also want to do things my own way, Bruley said with a gentle smile. Then, the group chatted happily. With Bruley's help, Nami and the others bought enough food in the small town and quietly returned to the Sunny. On the way, Chen found Nami and gave her a look. Nami instantly understood, deliberately walking at the back with Chen, and quietly asked, Brother Chen, do you have something to say to me? Bruley is after all Big Mom's daughter. Her words cannot be fully trusted. Chen nodded slightly, reminding her. Nami frowned slightly, looking at Chen suspiciously, unsure why he doubted Bruley. Okay, I will be careful. Since it was Chen who said it, she would definitely be cautious. Soon, the group returned to the Sunny. Be calmus. Where are you? Pedro returned to the cabin, but didn't see Becalmus. Where is he? Nami asked, feeling suspicious, as Becalmus was also part of Big Mom's pirate crew. If he suddenly disappeared, it was likely he had gone to report to Big Mom, which would be a huge threat to them. Was Chen's suspicion actually true? I don't know. I haven't seen him since I came back, Pedro said truthfully, a hint of worry on his face. It seemed he knew something. Nami nodded, glancing at Chen behind her, and said nothing more. Soon, Luffy, Frankie, and the others searched the entire Sunny, but still couldn't find Beckmas, as if he had vanished into thin air. Beckmas, stop hiding. We need to set off. With no results, everyone walked over to Nami's side. Nami, what should we do now? Should we leave? Robin spoke up. With one person missing and the situation unknown, it was time for everyone to discuss what to do together. Moreover, she was also a bit worried whether the map Bruley gave them was genuine. Don't worry about Beckmas. He's still a subordinate of Big Mom. Nothing major will happen. Let's proceed along the planned route. Pedro suggested. He might just be out having fun without us. Luffy muttered while eating his chocolate. Right? Chopper chimed in. The two had no idea what Nami and the others were worried about. Most of their concern wasn't about Beckmas' safety at all, but rather whether Beckmas would leak their information. Seeing that Nami and the others didn't respond, Pedro understood what they were worried about and said frankly, I trust Beckmas. He wouldn't do something like that. Okay. Hearing this, Nami stopped saying more and decided to leave the place first, not worrying about Beckmas. All right. With that, they immediately set off, leaving Cocoa Island. Inside the cabin, while others were steering the ship or checking the surroundings, only a few sat around the table, discussing their next actions. This is the map Bruley gave us. What do you all think? Should we follow this map? Nami placed a map on the table and asked seriously. Since Bruley's words were already questionable, Beckmas's disappearance only heightened Nami's suspicions. Come on. Bruley said she would bring Sanji over, Luffy blurted out. I trust Bruley, Chopper added. Frankie looked at the people present, his brow furrowed, seemingly still not realizing Nami's worries. So he remained silent. This matter was not something he could decide on either. However, the final decision still rested in Luffy's hands. Chen naturally knew about this. He wasn't originally part of Luffy's crew, but now he was also a member heading to Cake Island and had the right to express his opinion. Since everyone has different views, why not follow the route provided by Bruley first? If problems arise, we can escape then. If there are no issues, we can rescue Sanji. Just be extra cautious along the way. I think that's a good idea, Nami nodded. This was the best approach for now. Okay, Robin nodded, looking at Chen across the table, wondering why he was here. Since he was present, he must have a purpose. In her eyes, Chen was a mystery, a puzzle she wanted to delve deeper into. She really wanted to know what Chen's ultimate goal was and what identity he held in this world. His strength was formidable. Money seemed to have no effect on him, possessing wealth that many pirates and navies would never obtain in their lifetimes. Was he after the final treasure of the Grand Line? This was the only possible answer Robin could think of for now. Luffy frowned, clearly not understanding what Chen meant, and raised his hands, loudly declaring, Forget it. Let us set off to rescue Sanji. Yay, let's save Sanji. Save Sanji. Chopper and the others cheered along, seeming to adopt a let's just go and see what happens attitude. Nami shook her head helplessly. Chen stood beside her, reassuringly saying, "It's okay. I've got everything covered." Hum. Nami nodded affectionately. She only hoped that what Bruley said was true. Otherwise, everyone present would be in even greater danger. The big MOM family had yet to be truly encountered, but they could already feel that unknown terror. It was best not to resist head-on. That was the best choice. More than an hour later, the Sunny continued along the route provided by Bruley, and they encountered no dangers along the way. They even avoided the fishmen and alert slugs of the reconnaissance ships underwater. It seemed that the map Bruley gave was indeed genuine. Consequently, everyone came to the deck to get some fresh air. Chen gazed into the distance as the sun was about to set, painting the horizon in a beautiful hue. Suddenly, a faint purple color appeared in the sea ahead, as if some colored liquid had been poured into the ocean. "What is that?" Violet, who was beside Chen, also noticed the peculiar sight in the sea. It was her first time seeing such a strange phenomenon. Upon hearing this, Chen did not explain, but instead wore a faint smile. Suddenly, Pedro behind them spoke up, explaining, "There's a nearby island that can flow out juice. That's all juice. It poses no harm." Juice. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to jump into the sea to drink some juice. Luckily, Zoro caught him beforehand, preventing him from falling into the water. Regardless, he still wanted to go drink juice. So, he and Chopper began using cups to scoop juice from the nearby sea using Luffy's arm. "Pedro, you seem very familiar with this place," Chen asked with interest. Upon hearing this, Pedro paused for a moment and replied truthfully, "I've been here once before." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked and turned to look at Pedro. Nami furrowed her brow and anxiously asked, "You've been here once, what for?" Before she could finish, the entire ship suddenly shook violently, causing everyone present to struggle to maintain their balance. On the lookout, Galette shouted urgently, "Everyone, there's something under the ship." Hearing this, everyone looked towards the water. A gigantic shadow was rapidly swimming towards their position, and that shadow had two bright lights like lanterns. The massive shadow swam directly beneath the Sunny and then broke through the surface, blocking the ship's path. "Whoa, everyone be careful. Hold on," Nami shouted urgently. Seeing this, Chen stomped his right foot, firmly standing on the deck, steady as a clock, moving with the rocking of the deck as if it had no effect on him. Violet, who was beside him, stumbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, with Chen nearby, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, preventing her from hitting the ground. "Are you okay?" Chen asked with a smile. "I'm fine," Violet affectionately shook her head. After the ship stabilized significantly, a massive sea monster emerged from the front of the Sunny. The monster had an extraordinarily long body, a huge head, and multiple legs growing on both sides of its body, resembling a centipede. Character: Centipede Sea Monster Position: None Fruit. None Level: B Skills: Swimming, B Venom, B Bounty. None. Everyone be careful, Nami shouted loudly. "Just in time. Let's see how I deal with it." Luffy clenched his fists, coating them with armament Haki that shimmered like metal. Galot also donned fluffy claws resembling talons, with silver lightning flashing atop them. Even Pedro drew his long sword from his back, ready for battle. Everyone took out their weapons, preparing to fight. Only Chen did not take action. The centipede sea monster wasn't very strong, and with Luffy and the others' abilities, they could easily handle it. Moreover, this area had more than one sea monster. There was no need to rush into action. Gum machine gun. With that, Luffy struck first, his arms stretching out and continuously swinging his fists at the monster. Each punch landed solidly on the centipede sea monster, producing loud thuds. Hiss! The centipede sea monster let out a strange hissing sound, as if it were in excruciating pain. After a flurry of attacks, the centipede sea monster was heavily injured, spitting out a mouthful of green blood before crashing heavily into the sea. "We won," Luffy shouted happily. "Too weak. I didn't even need to lift a finger." Zoro glanced over, having never even stood up from the deck, still sitting steadily. Just as everyone was celebrating, an even larger sound suddenly erupted from beneath the sea. Boom! The sea surface bulged, and a much larger sea monster appeared, bowing its head and glaring down at everyone on the Sunny with an angry roar. Roar! Character: Centipede Sea Monster. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: A. Skills: Swimming A. Venom A. Bounty: none. The newly appeared sea monster was several times larger than the previous centipede sea monster, with black skin that resembled a layer of black armor attached to its body. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Luffy's expression sharpened as he swung his fists at the newly appeared centipede sea monster again. However, his attacks were merely like tickling in front of the new centipede sea monster. Galat, let's attack together. This must be the parent of that centipede sea monster. Pedro's expression turned serious as he prepared to strike alongside Galat. All right, Galat nodded. Just as the two were about to act, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the centipede sea monster, and that figure was Lu Chen. The others didn't even notice Lu Chen's disappearance. It was as if he had moved in the blink of an eye to stand before the centipede sea monster. Lu Chen stared at the centipede sea monster across from him, his gaze cold, his right fist covered with powerful armament Haki. And a cold smile appeared on his lips. Die. With that, his figure appeared in front of the centipede sea monster, and his fist slammed into its body. Boom! A loud sound echoed as his iron fist struck the centipede sea monster's heavy armor. The spot he hit suddenly cracked open. Immediately, more cracks spread from the opening, and the centipede sea monster's entire black, armor-like shell shattered, revealing its originally pink flesh. Thunder. In an instant, a massive amount of lightning appeared in Lu Chen's hand, spreading along his arm towards the centipede sea monster's body. ZZZZ. The violent power of lightning engulfed the centipede sea monster, continuously destroying its flesh. Soon, a burnt smell wafted through the air. The fish in the sea were all electrocuted and floated up from the water. Fortunately, the centipede sea monster was also successfully killed by Lu Chen, crashing down and floating on the surface of the sea. Lu Chen then glanced at the centipede sea monster, returned to the deck, and looked at Nami, saying, "It's resolved. Let's leave here quickly." Okay, Nami nodded, immediately instructing Frankie in the cabin to start the Sunny and leave quickly. The sudden appearance of the sea monster might not be a good sign. It could be an early warning. So impressive. I wonder if that centipede sea monster is edible. Luffy stared at the massive centipede sea monster on the surface of the sea, drooling. Luffy, don't eat it. That centipede sea monster should be poisonous, Chopper advised. As a doctor, he understood these things. From the centipede sea monster's body structure, it was clear that it contained toxins. All right, Luffy replied helplessly. He had just eaten a lot of chocolate, yet he acted as if he hadn't eaten for days, wanting to eat anything he saw. Nami took out the map and checked again. We've already passed Cheese Island, and next is Cookie Island. After that, we will arrive at Cake Island. Look, the color of the ocean ahead has changed, Chopper exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look and found they were already in a stretch of Red Sea current. This is watermelon juice. Luffy stretched out his long arm to scoop up a can of juice and drink it all in one go. Watermelon juice. Luffy, I want to drink too, Chopper said excitedly. At this moment, Pedro explained, we are currently in the watermelon juice current. Additionally, ahead is a mixed current of 3 types of juice, containing flavors from 3 different juices. Oh, Lu Chen suddenly became interested and looked at Violet beside him, asking, do you want to try it? Violet nodded. So, Lu Chen also used a wooden cup to scoop up a cup from the current ahead and handed it to Violet, saying here, thank you. Even he was seeing such a peculiar sight for the first time. It looked like a strange and incomprehensible painting. Truly a spectacle. Lu Chen gazed at the current before him, sighing. In fact, the place built by Big Mom really seems like a utopia, resembling a country of all nations. Yes, Pedro nodded in agreement. The reality is indeed such that no other place has a lifestyle like that of a nation of all. Hee. Lu Chen just smiled without speaking. The kingdom created by Big Mom is indeed remarkable, a rarity. However, her rule is violent, making it far from as simple as it appears on the surface. For example, Fishman Island was originally supposed to belong to Big Mom's forces. What Fishman Island had to do was provide various desserts and cakes to the nation. Once the tribute decreased, they would naturally face punishment from the Big Mom pirates. Fortunately, the current Fishman Island is under Lu Chen's protection. No pirate dares to attack easily, and no pirates would dare to cause trouble there. because they all know Chen is not to be trifled with. As for the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, they basically do not want to get too involved and are not particularly interested in Fishman Island. Suddenly, Pedro looked ahead and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, now is not the time to celebrate. Although Juice Island is not dangerous, there are monsters in the mixed sea." Monsters? Whatever kind of monster it is, we can handle it. Luffy clenched his fists and grinned. No matter what it was, he seemed to have no fear at all. Pedro looked helpless and didn't know what else to say. Fortunately, they had a lot of people, so even if they encountered a monster, it wouldn't be a big problem. Suddenly, a huge green-skinned watermelon appeared in the mixed sea ahead, floating on the surface of the water. Luffy, watermelon, big watermelon. Chopper, who was drinking juice, was the first to spot the watermelon on the sea and exclaimed. Hearing this, Luffy turned his head and saw the watermelon not far away, stretching out his arm to grab the big watermelon. Don't! Pedro saw the watermelon and quickly tried to stop him. However, it was already too late. Luffy had already grabbed the big watermelon from the sea and seemed to have not heard Pedro's warning at all. With a strong pull, he brought the big watermelon back. Not knowing how big it was until he grabbed it, Luffy realized that the green watermelon was enormous, comparable to the sunny. Character: Watermelon anglerfish position, none fruit, none level. Sea skills: skin color, C. Digestion, C. Bounty: none. Chen looked up, and on the left side of the system's virtual interface, the introduction of the creature appeared. Suddenly, the watermelon anglerfish opened its huge mouth and swallowed Luffy whole. But how could these ordinary monsters be a match for Luffy? The watermelon anglerfish's body kept growing, and it seemed to be in extreme pain, letting out a painful roar. Luffy was swallowed. Quickly save Luffy. Chopper and the others shouted in worry, but Nami and the others were not worried at all. They knew that this kind of monster wouldn't be a problem for Luffy. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. The watermelon anglerfish could no longer bear it and exploded, turning into countless watermelon fragments scattered all over the place, with many pieces falling on the ship. A figure then jumped out from the watermelon anglerfish, and it was Luffy, who was shrinking. He used his rubber body to expand continuously, directly causing the watermelon anglerfish to explode. Delicious, delicious, delicious. As soon as Luffy came out, he rushed to eat the scattered watermelon pieces. The more he ate, the better it tasted. Luffy, are you okay? Chopper asked worriedly as he approached. I'm fine, Luffy replied while eating, even struggling to articulate his words. Really? Chopper exclaimed and hurried to pick up the other watermelons that had fallen on the ship. In no time, the others on the ship began to try the pieces of the watermelon anglerfish's corpse. The fragments were not much different from large watermelons, just very big. The taste was quite good. Really delicious, delicious. Chopper liked it more and more, even growing larger to eat more. Chen looked at the few people before him and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. Poof. Nearby, Violet covered her face and smiled lightly, holding out a piece of watermelon she had picked up to Chen's mouth. You should have some too. No thanks, I don't eat. Chen shook his head. But Violet wouldn't let go, bringing it directly to Chen's mouth, saying sweetly, just a little. It's really good. Hurry up, my hand can't hold it anymore. All right. Hearing this, Chen smiled faintly and had no choice but to take a bite of the watermelon in Violet's hand, finishing it all in one go. Chewing this large watermelon was no different from other watermelons. No difference at all. Delicious, right? Violet asked with a smile. Delicious. Chen nodded, but Violet rolled her eyes at him and huffed. You're just being perfunctory. Suddenly, Chen's face darkened, and he had nothing to say. He shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue. It seemed that no matter what he said in front of Violet, he was wrong. So he chose to remain silent. With the first watermelon anglerfish, there would surely be a second one. Soon, many new large fruit anglerfish appeared in the sea, such as orange anglerfish, banana anglerfish. Each anglerfish fell into Luffy's grasp and was caught one after another. The others on the ship were having a great time eating, filling themselves up to the point where they didn't even need to eat a meal. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The juice sea on the surface of the sea lost its flow and began to solidify, and the Sunny also stopped moving, just floating calmly in the water. Pedro, what's going on? Why can't the ship move? Nami asked suspiciously. She knew Pedro had been here before, so he should know something. The juice stopped flowing, so it will solidify. As long as we use fire to melt it, the ship can continue moving. This is also one of Big Mom's pirate crew's defensive measures. Pedro explained. All right. After that, everyone began to prepare, each taking a torch to go below and roast the solidified juice. They needed to melt the fruit into flowing sea water so that the Sunny could continue on. They had to reach the agreed location with Bruley before tomorrow to take Sanji away. Looking at the sea of solidified juice before him, Chen followed down to help. Thinking, if Ace is dead, maybe I can get the flame fruit, and then I wouldn't need to use a torch to roast this juice. Once the juice solidified, it became something like jelly. However, it was harder, and even stepping on it posed no problem. Fortunately, using a torch could melt the jelly. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for the Sunny to continue sailing. Of course, Chen could break a path with brute force, but it would cause too much noise and lead to unnecessary trouble. Everyone was using torches to burn the jelly in the solidified jelly sea, melting the area. The sky darkened. The entire sea surface had only the area where Chen and the others were with flickering sparks. Such glaring firelight. Chen didn't believe that the Big Mom pirate crew would notice. However, they might not want to show up. Perhaps they had already discovered Chen and the others and were just waiting for them to walk into a trap. And Bruley, always Big Mom's daughter. The current Bruley was not moved by Sanji at all. She still belonged to Big Mom's side. As they walked, Nami suddenly asked, Pedro, you seem to be familiar with this place. Have you been here before, or is there another reason? Upon hearing this, Pedro was stunned for a moment before falling into thought. After a full minute of silence, he continued, saying, Actually, I used to be a pirate with Beckmas for a while. Back then, I was young and reckless, originally wanting to be an adventurer sailing the seas. But for various reasons, I became a wanted criminal. One day, I left Beckmas and parted ways with him. In the days that followed, I was always searching for the historical texts, hoping to provide some insignificant help to Boss Viper. Not long after, I stepped into Big Mom's territory and was severely taught a lesson by her people, eventually having to join the Big Mom Pirates. Those are all bad memories from the past. However, if these meager experiences can help save Sanji in any way, then it would be worth it. With that, Pedro revealed a faint, calm smile. I see. Nami furrowed her brows slightly and nodded, understanding it was about Pedro's secrets, so she stopped asking further. In fact, Chen also admired Pedro greatly. A real man. Pedro, don't worry. Whoever taught you a lesson, I will help you regain your face this time and teach them a good lesson. Especially Big Mom. It's just the right opportunity to deal with her, Chen said lightly, as if he were discussing something very simple. It must be said that Big Mom's strength is indeed very strong. But now, Chen is not without the ability to fight back. Thank you. But those things are all in the past. It doesn't matter. Pedro smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, his expression became serious, and his bright eyes looked at Chen earnestly. Chen, my two bosses have already shown you 2 pieces of the historical texts. You must know that it was because Pirate King Roger saw those 2 pieces of historical text that he reached Laugh Tale. The boss is willing to show you the historical text because he sees Roger's shadow in you. Since we have all come to Big Mom's territory, why not take advantage of Luffy and the others going to save Sanji? Let's get that red landmark historical text from Big Mom. How about it? To reach Laugh Tale, the 4 pieces of roadside historical texts are indispensable. This time, even if it costs me my life, I will retrieve the historical text. It's something I have always insisted on. At this point, Pedro felt much more relaxed, and his internal goal became clearer. That is the historical text. If there is help from the knight, it will definitely be much simpler, and there will be a greater chance of obtaining the historical text. Chen smiled and said frankly, even if you don't say it, I would go alone for this matter. This statement was genuine, without a hint of falsehood. The red landmark historical text is exactly what he needs and must obtain. Even if Pedro didn't mention it, Chen would still go for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't follow Luffy and the others to Cake Island. The initial purpose was to obtain Big Mom's red landmark historical text and other historical texts. All right, then it's settled. No problem. Thus, the 2 of them happily decided on this matter. As everyone continued to roast the solidified sea current, The Thousand Sunny could slowly set sail towards their destination. However, the speed was indeed too slow. Until the next morning, the sun rose, and the morning sunlight shone on the Jelly Sea, unsealing the previously solidified sea area. With the seawater unsealed, the Thousand Sunny was able to set sail again. Set off. To save Sanji, Luffy shouted loudly from the bow of the ship, as if afraid no one would know. With one command, the other members on the ship followed suit and shouted, "Set off. Sanji, we are coming." Chen looked at Luffy over there, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, this guy still hasn't changed. After not seeing him for a few years, Luffy has indeed grown quite a bit. In the future, he will inevitably grow to an even higher peak. In any case, Luffy is still the protagonist of this world. As for the treasure of Laugh Tale, Chen wasn't too interested. Whether he gets it or not, it doesn't seem to matter that much. As long as one is strong enough, one can survive in this world of the survival of the fittest. Otherwise, one cannot survive at all. The Thousand Sunny continued sailing according to the route map given by Broly. Along the way, they indeed did not encounter any trouble. They didn't even meet a single member of the Big Mom Pirates, as if it were a real map. A map that could help pirates avoid the Big Mom Pirates. However, the more it was like this, the more Chen felt that things were definitely not that simple. The current Broly is not the future Broly. The map must be fake, and everything has long been arranged by Broly with the people of the Big Mom Pirates. The purpose is to successfully lead Chen and his group into a trap. About 15 minutes later, the Big Mom Pirates' main island, Cake Island, appeared ahead of everyone. The entire Cake Island really resembled a giant cake, with many flavors of cake on top. The overall color was still pink. It looked very tempting. It looked so delicious. I want to eat it. Luffy's eyes were fixed on those big cakes, saliva almost dripping to the ground. So fragrant. Chopper beside him felt the same way. He couldn't wait to set foot on the island right away. Just as they were getting closer, a handsome man in a suit and black shoes appeared on one side of Cake Island. If Luffy and the others could see him, they would recognize that he was the long-awaited Sanji. Soon, the Thousand Sunny arrived at the southwestern corner of Cake Island. Luffy gazed into the distance, seemingly seeing Sanji's figure. Although it was a bit blurry, it still looked somewhat like him. Is that Sanji? Where is he? Where is Sanji? Chopper and Frankie leaned in to see where Sanji was. However, when they looked in the direction Luffy was staring, Sanji had already disappeared from sight. Regarding this, Chen did not notice Sanji's figure. Sanji was not his target this time. His target was the red landmark historical text. Seeing that they were about to arrive, Pedro stood up and said, "Knight, we should go now to find the historical text." Okay. Chen nodded and looked at Violet beside him, saying, "Violet, come with me." Violet nodded affectionately, very pleased that Chen wanted to take her along. In fact, bringing Violet along also had the advantage of easily knowing the situation of Luffy and the others. If anything really happened, he could also step in to help and conveniently resolve some troubles. Hearing this, Nami glanced over at Chen, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of resentment, seemingly disapproving of Violetta's presence. She knew that the knight was Chen, and naturally, she didn't want another woman to get too close to him. Otherwise, she would feel quite upset, silently angry. Noticing this, Chen did pay attention, but with so many people around, he couldn't explain himself. "Knight, let's go," Pedro urged. Okay. Seeing Pedro urging from the side, Chen had no choice but to leave with Violetta first. This matter could be discussed later. It was the same anyway. There wasn't much difference. As Chen held Violetta's small hand and jumped down from the Sunshine ship, they landed on the Shark ship. The three of them took the Shark ship to another location to seize Big Mom's historical text. "Luffy, take care," Chen said solemnly without changing his expression. "Haha, no worries, I'll definitely bring Sanji back. Be careful on the way." Chen smiled and looked at Nami, saying seriously, "Be sure to be cautious in that forest. What you see may not all be real." Hearing this, Nami frowned slightly, looking puzzled and not understanding what he meant. Coupled with her earlier anger, she didn't want to listen to Chen and turned her head away, not wanting to engage with him. Seeing this, Chen could only smile and let it go. Ahead of Nami and the others was the mysterious and confusing Temptation Forest, which was not so easy to deal with. True and false. Even Lu Chun had to rely on the system to distinguish between the two. Soon, Lu Chun, Violetta, and Pedro left the original place and headed to the capital town of Cake Island. To infiltrate, they naturally needed to disguise themselves. Lu Chun had the fruit of transformation, so he didn't need to disguise himself. He just needed to change his appearance. Moreover, that powerful fruit could even change the appearances of others. Violetta, come here. I'll help you change a bit. Lu Chun looked at Violetta with a mischievous smile. Hearing this, Violetta knew what he was thinking, but had no choice but to go over and let him knead her face. After a moment of kneading, her face had completely changed into a different appearance. No longer the original big-eyed beauty, but a standard oval-faced, beautiful woman from the Central Plains. Here, take a look. Lu Chun took out a mirror and handed it to Violetta. Upon taking a look, Violetta showed an expression of disbelief touching her face. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, she still found the face very beautiful. It didn't feel like it belonged to her. In fact, it seemed like she wasn't from this country at all. She looked like a foreigner. At this moment, Pedro had also finished his transformation. However, after disguising, Pedro had completely covered his body, looking like a person wrapped in cloth. It was hard not to attract attention. Pedro, isn't it more eye-catching? Lu Chun asked awkwardly. Pedro's face darkened as he looked at Lu Chun and Violetta. If their outfits hadn't changed, he really wouldn't have recognized that the two in front of him were actually Lu Chun and Violetta. You guys, no one can recognize you, right? Come here. I'll help you change too. Otherwise, if we walk together, it'll be too conspicuous. Lu Chun said helplessly. All right, thank you. Hearing this, Pedro quickly expressed his gratitude. With Lu Chun's help, he could more easily blend into the town. Then, Lu Chun gently tapped Pedro's face, and the muscles on his face began to shift. Even the hair on his body changed. Originally a lion man, he had now transformed into a leopard man. No one would recognize him as the original Pedro. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Pedro was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. So amazing. Is this the power of the fruit? Lu Chun smiled without speaking. Seeing this, Pedro didn't ask any more questions, realizing it was the other party's secret. If they didn't want to talk about it, he shouldn't pry. Let us go. Lu Chun continued. Okay. After saying that, the three of them set off, swaggering into the town. The other citizens didn't recognize Lu Chun and the others. Even if there were bounty notices of them, they wouldn't recognize who they were. However, today's town seemed a bit different. The people on the street were all looking at a newspaper, and everyone was shocked by the news on it, discussing it in hushed tones. What? Jinbei actually betrayed the big MOM pirates. This is simply asking for death. Doesn't he know that it was big MOM who helped him? It seems he was quite formidable when he organized with big MOM, but now he is cowardly as a mouse. The people on the street were discussing this matter and didn't notice Lu Chun and the others at all. As they walked, Violetta suddenly spotted a familiar figure, pointing to a shop beside them, and whispered, "Look, it's Bruley. What's she doing here? Wasn't she supposed to take Sanji to the southwest coast?" Pedro frowned, feeling something was amiss. To this, Lu Chun had already known and directly said, "Violetta, check on Nami and the others." Okay. Hearing this, Violetta didn't dare to delay and immediately used her fruit ability to check on Nami's situation from afar. Even though Pedro didn't know what Luffy and the others were currently facing, he knew they were in grave danger. Seeing Violetta using her ability, he suddenly understood why Lu Chun had brought Violetta along. As long as Violetta was there, they could know the situation of Luffy and the others at any time. If any problems arose, with Knight's powerful strength, he would definitely be able to go to their aid in time. Moments later, Violetta had seen Luffy and the others in the distance inside the Temptation Forest. While checking, she whispered, "Knight, they're in trouble. It seems they are in a strange forest. Fortunately, there is no immediate danger to their lives." Hearing this, Lu Chun merely nodded slightly, not showing any other emotions. He knew Nami and Luffy would be fine. Whether he went or not wouldn't matter. He just wanted Violetta to confirm it. Soon, the three of them's gazes turned to Bruley in the store. Across from Bruley stood a middle-aged man in a pink suit with a black mustache. He was none other than Baron Tamago of the big MOM pirates. Suddenly, several fully armed soldiers hurriedly ran in front of Baron Egg and presented the bounty notice. Reporting, Captain Baron Egg, we have captured Becomus, and the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Nami, and others have been trapped in the Forest of Temptation. However, 3 people are still missing. Here are their portraits. Baron Egg nodded slightly, took the portraits from the soldier, and began to examine them. A hint of displeasure suddenly appeared on his face as he said lightly, "Since they are missing, why aren't you hurrying to find them?" "Yes, Captain Baron Egg." Hearing this, the soldiers felt a pang of panic and quickly gathered their comrades to search. As for Chen, Violet, and Pedro, they were outside, having overheard most of the conversation. "Oh no, we fell into their trap. It seems that ever since we entered the territory of the Big Mom pirates, we have been under their surveillance. Otherwise, Becomus wouldn't have gone missing so easily." Pedro furrowed his brow and said seriously. He had indeed suspected Brynn, but what she said was hard to disbelieve. It was difficult not to believe. Chen had already anticipated this, so he didn't show much surprise. Moreover, Luffy and the others would definitely be fine. They would talk about it after they obtained the poneglyph. "Don't worry about them, they'll be fine. Let's go find the poneglyph first," Chen said directly. "Okay." Pedro nodded in agreement. Apart from this method, there seemed to be no other options. Then, Chen looked at Violet and whispered, "As we walk, you keep an eye out for where the poneglyph is." "Got it." Violet nodded slightly. All the while, she was using her abilities to determine the location of the poneglyph. Although Chen had watched One Piece, he hadn't seen much of it. After all, when he came to this world, One Piece hadn't finished updating yet. He only knew that the poneglyph seemed to be in the treasure vault of the Big Mom pirates. However, the specific location of the vault wasn't stated even in the manga. So how could he possibly know? He could only rely on Violet's abilities to look as they walked. Due to their disguises, the 3 of them walked casually down the street, and the soldiers trying to capture them didn't even notice their presence. It was much easier. While Chen and the others were searching for the poneglyph's location, Luffy and the members of the Big Mom pirates in the Forest of Temptation had already started fighting. As they walked, after about an hour of wandering, Violet suddenly stopped, looking at a guarded gate leading into a forest, and said with a serious expression, "There are many treasures inside. I wonder if the poneglyph is in there." "Are there many treasures inside?" Chen asked. "Yes, many, but I didn't see the poneglyph, and there are many layers." "Then it's inside. Let's go in." Chen nodded slightly, having confirmed the location of the poneglyph. Upon hearing this, Pedro quickly followed up, curiously asking, "Shouldn't we plan this out properly? That should be Big Mom's castle, and she should be inside." "No need." Chen waved his hand casually and continued, "Making a commotion here can also help attract fire away from Luffy." That's true." Pedro nodded. Saying this, the 3 of them slowly walked towards a large side door of Big Mom's castle, which was not the main entrance, but the closest door to the treasure vault. This was why Violet could detect the vault's location nearby. The 3 of them approached together, with Chen in the lead, Violet closely following, and Pedro bringing up the rear. Once they entered the castle, there would definitely be enemies behind and in front, so it was just right for Pedro to cover the rear, while Violet only needed to point the way. As Chen and the others got closer, they saw more than a dozen soldiers made of rubber guarding the entrance. "Rubber soldiers? Hey, stop. This is not a place for you. Leave immediately," shouted the closest rubber soldier. "Roll, rubber soldier position, soldier fruit. None level, C skill, gun C, bounty, none just some rubber soldiers." Chen didn't take them seriously at all. He simply took out the large knife, Black Blade, from his system backpack. The jet black blade, surrounded by a dark aura, seemed as if it had just returned from the realm. Large knife, Black Blade. It had been a long time since he had used it. "Old friend, long time no see." Chen chuckled softly, murmuring to himself. Ding! The Black Blade seemed to understand Chen's words, trembling and emitting a clear ringing, as if responding to him. Since obtaining the supreme large knife, Chen had rarely taken out the large knife. Now that he had time, it was just right to use it to deal with these minions. The rubber soldiers were made entirely of rubber, immune to electric attacks. Otherwise, he would have directly used the lightning fruit. This made things much easier. Get lost or die. Chen's gaze turned cold, his eyes disdainfully looking at them as if they were already dead. he released a powerful pressure from him, sweeping towards the rubber soldiers on the opposite side. The overwhelming pressure surged like a flood, making it impossible for the rubber soldiers to resist, and they all knelt on the ground, unable to move an inch. They could only watch helplessly as Chen and the others slowly approached. Once Chen got close, he simply swung his sword. With a flash of the sword light, dozens of rubber soldiers were all cut in half, lying quietly on the ground. From their bodies, a white soul slowly floated out, gradually ascending and then dissipating. These rubber soldiers were infused with soul power by Big Mom. Once their bodies were destroyed, the soul power naturally disappeared completely. Pedro, watching from behind, still had a hint of shock in his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, instinctively saying, "So strong." Although it was the first time he had seen the power of the night, he was still amazed by it. It was simply too strong. Such a powerful pirate, and so young. On the entire sea, there was probably no one who could match him. Moreover, the current knight could be considered the new fourth emperor of the sea, a person of the four emperors level. If we talk about the Marines, only that Marine Major Chen could possibly match him. Although Pedro had never seen Chen, he had heard about him. His strength was formidable, comparable to a Marine admiral. He had even reached the level of his grandfather. His power was undoubtedly unquestionable. Aside from the rubber soldiers, the human soldiers that came to stop them were all slaughtered by Chen. Not a single one was left, completely eliminating the need for Pedro and Violet to intervene. "Knight, the key to the treasure vault is right there." Suddenly, Violet pointed to a position of a human soldier ahead. "Okay." Chen nodded slightly and immediately walked forward. He discovered that the soldier indeed had a string of keys hanging from his waist, likely including the key to the treasury. "Violet, lead the way." Hum. So, Chen and Pedro, guided by Violet, headed straight for the treasury. Upon hearing the commotion, a steady stream of pirates and rubber soldiers came to block Chen and his companions. However, those rubber soldiers and pirates were simply too weak. They were no match for Chen and were all defeated without exception. In an instant, the entire corridor was drenched in blood, flowing like a river and gradually spreading outward, even seeping outside. Meanwhile, in the upper levels of Big Mom's palace, Big Mom was sitting majestically on her throne, enjoying delicious cake. Suddenly, a pirate lackey rushed in and with a thud, knelt on the ground, anxiously shouting, Captain, there's a big problem. 3 people have broken into the treasury. We're no match for them at all." Hearing this, Big Mom immediately showed an unhappy expression and said coldly, "A few petty thieves dare to come to my treasury. They're simply seeking death. Cracker, go kill them and bring their heads to me." "Yes, Mama." With that, a large man stood up, looking strange, like a flat cookie person. This was none other than Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. After saying this, he took a giant sword and left the palace. Besides Charlotte Cracker, there were other members of the pirate crew present, most of whom were Big Mom's children. On the other side, under Chen's powerful attack, there were no obstacles in their path. They directly carved out a bloody path. At this moment, Chen and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the treasury. The large door of the treasury didn't appear to be made of any special material. It seemed to be openable without a key. In front of Chen's immense strength, there seemed to be no door that couldn't be opened, especially since Chen also had the unscathed great knife. Stepping forward, Chen merely glanced and identified which key it was. He decisively used the key to unlock the latch and then pushed open the heavy door. Boom! The door swung open, and a cloud of dust rose, indicating it hadn't been entered for a long time. Inside the treasury were numerous jewels. Deepest among those jewels was a red historical text, along with other historical texts. Looking at the historical text, Chen showed no hesitation, quickly stepping forward, waving his right hand. He cut through the sea prism stone chains and cages that bound the historical text, then collected them all into the system space. As for the other jewels, they naturally couldn't be missed. He collected them all into the system backpack. Watching so many items disappear from the treasury, Pedro stood dumbfounded, looking at Chen with suspicion, secretly wondering, what is that? Is it the ability of a devil fruit? What kind of fruit could have such a magical storage function? Of course, Violet had seen it before and felt no surprise. As Lu Chun collected the historical texts, a massive figure appeared at the entrance of the treasury, with many pirate lackeys behind that figure. Who? That little thief dares to sneak into the treasury. Charlotte Cracker shouted angrily. Hearing this, Lu Chun turned his head to look at the man who suddenly appeared at the door. Character, Charlotte Cracker position, Sweet Commander of the Bigman Pirates Fruit, Biscuit Fruit level, SS Skills, Fruit Ability SS, Swordsmanship S. Bounty, 860 million berries. Cracker, you came here? Lu Chen's pupil shrank, revealing a faint smile. With Cracker here, things would be a bit easier for Luffy, and he might not get caught by Brulee. Brulee's fruit ability was somewhat tricky and not so easy to deal with. Smile? You dare to smile in front of me? Cracker frowned and said in a low voice. Due to his disguise, he didn't recognize Lu Chun and thought he was just some powerful pirate or navy officer. You two stand aside. I will deal with him. Lu Chun still wore a calm smile on his face. After saying this, Pedro and Violet retreated behind Lu Chun. What joke? Do you think you can take me down? Dream on. Cracker snorted coldly. Just as he was about to make a move, Lu Chun had already struck first, delivering a blow imbued with sword intent straight at him. The cold light flickered. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sword energy appeared before Cracker. What? The speed was simply too fast. Cracker didn't even realize it, and his right hand holding the giant sword pretzel hadn't been raised in time. The sword energy struck him directly. Moreover, that sword energy was also infused with Haki attacks, which even his fruit ability and Haki couldn't withstand. Boom! The sword energy struck Cracker, producing a tremendous sound. The biscuit armor covering him was shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. However, this one sword strike would not simply end there. The remaining power of the sword energy directly penetrated that layer of biscuit armor, striking Cracker behind it. The fierce sword energy tore through Cracker's body. Even though he timely used armament Haki, it still didn't help much. With a scream, he was blasted away by the powerful impact, crashing through countless walls before barely stabilizing himself. Puff! Cracker spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, with blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he finally recovered from the intense pain and looked at Lu Chun with a furrowed brow, questioning, Who exactly are you? Knight. Lu Chun smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Cracker's heart trembled, staring in shock at the man before him. Knight. The captain of the Night Pirates. I didn't expect you to be so strong. He had never seen Knight before. This was his first time meeting him in person. He had only heard that the other party was very strong, even defeating Blackbeard, but he didn't expect Knight to genuinely be that powerful. It seemed he was not even a match for him. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. You will stay here? Lu Chun sneered coldly. Hearing this, Cracker's heart sank. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly clapped his hands, using his ability, Biscuit Shards. As he quickly clapped his hands, a number of large cookie people suddenly appeared before him, somewhat resembling their previous forms. However, they were wielding different cookie weapons, and their hardness was still quite formidable. Those with low power simply could not break through. But Lu Chun was not an ordinary person. These cookie people were no match for him at all. Because of this, Lu Chun didn't even bother to intervene when Krija clapped his hands. Stop him. Block him. Krija said with difficulty, clutching his chest. That last strike had injured him significantly, let alone fighting against the knight. At the same time, he slapped his own body, covering himself with another layer of cookie armor. No matter what, an extra layer of protection was better. Looking at the dozens of cookie people before him, Lu Chun frowned slightly and impatiently said, What's the use of creating these? It's all in vain. Krija's face darkened as he stared intently at the knight in front of countless cookie people, but he dared not utter a word. He sensed a hint of killing intent from the other party, as if he was about to be killed. After that, Lu Chun gathered powerful lightning power in his left hand, while his right hand gathered the Conqueror's Haki, which wrapped around the blade like cherry blossoms. Conqueror's Haki wrapped. This. Impossible. Krija recognized at a glance what Lu Chun was using, his eyes filled with disbelief. Of course, Lu Chun had not released it yet. As the silver lightning gathered in his left hand, he threw it out. The overwhelming lightning power coalesced into a massive lightning beast, opening its bloody maw and lunging at Krija. It emitted a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and earth. The entire ground trembled fiercely. 30 million volts. Lightning Beast. Chen unleashed the Thunderfruit's ability with his left hand. The powerful Lightning Beast, made entirely of lightning power, simply swiped its claws and shattered all the cookie soldiers that tried to block its path. They turned into a pile of cookie fragments, burnt black and scattered everywhere. As one cookie person fell, then two, then three. One after another, cookie people were knocked to the ground. In an instant, a large area of cookie people lay limp on the ground. Even though Krija was there clapping his hands, trying to create more cookie people, he simply couldn't keep up with the destruction caused by the Lightning Beast. Krija could only watch as one cookie person after another was overrun by the Lightning Beast. Seeing it about to appear right in front of him, Krija furrowed his brow and thought it bad. With a wave of his hand, he created a larger cookie shield in front of him, using his ability Hard Cookie. He wrapped his armed color Haki around the cookie shield, hoping to block the Lightning Beast's attack. The armed color Haki covered the cookie shield, which was 100 square meters in size. Covering such a large shield consumed quite a bit of Krija's armed color Haki. In an instant, the Lightning Beast appeared before Krija, crashing heavily into Krija's shield. Boom! Zzz. A loud bang erupted, accompanied by the sizzling sound of lightning power spreading outwards. Everything around seemed to be affected by that thunder. The space was filled with lightning. The thunder also surrounded Krija's position, and even he suffered from the lightning attack. His entire body went numb, followed by a wave of intense pain, causing him to let out a scream of agony. But that wasn't the end. Chen's right hand had already swung out a sword, not only wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, but also using sword techniques. One sword style, draw slash. The black blade was drawn from its sheath, directly slicing out a sharp sword strike. The cherry blossom pink sword energy entwined with Conqueror's Haki shot rapidly towards Krija's position. The fierce sword momentum made Krija sense the impending danger, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. He wanted to create more cookie people to block the sword energy's path. However, the speed of that sword energy was simply too fast. Before he could even clap his hands, it had already struck the giant shield he created. Boom! In an instant, a huge explosion sounded. Even though the massive shield was wrapped in armed color Haki, the Haki had no counteraction against Chen's Conqueror's Haki. In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared on the surface of the shield. Oh no! Krija's face suddenly changed as he tried to act, but it was too late. The massive cookie shield began to crack like a tortoise shell, with the fissures spreading outwards. Crack! A crisp sound. The cookie shield shattered, scattering to the ground. With the destruction of the cookie shield, Krija was completely panicked, his mouth agape as he stared in disbelief at the powerful Conqueror's Haki before him. In an instant, the sword energy wrapped in Conqueror's Haki directly sliced into Krija's body. The cookie armor that had originally covered him was utterly useless against the powerful Conqueror's Haki. At the moment of contact, it all turned to dust. The overwhelming energy appeared before Krija, directly engulfing him and eliciting a cry of unbearable pain. His location was struck by the fierce sword energy, creating a massive, deep pit. Stones flew, and dust rose, engulfing everything, making it impossible to see what was happening over there. Despite this, Chen still wore a faint smile on his face as he looked at Pedlo and Violet behind him and said, "The historical text is in hand. We should leave now." MHM. Violet nodded, unconditionally choosing to trust Chen, and immediately followed him. As long as it was what he said, it must be true. Hearing Chen's words, Pedlo finally regained his composure from that overwhelming strike and hurriedly followed. Under such a powerful attack, even Krija, one of the sweet three generals, was utterly defenseless. There was no doubt he was doomed. As Chen and the others left, they happened to see Krija, who had been completely split in half, blood oozing from his wounds, staining the surrounding ruins red. The bright red blood was particularly eye-catching. Krija's corpse lay quietly on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. As one of the three generals, he never expected to meet such an end. This was something Krija himself had not anticipated, nor had Big Mom. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Big Mom had already learned about Kreeg's defeat. Instantly, Big Mom was filled with rage, slamming her palm onto the massive chair beside her. Boom! With one strike, one side of the entire chair shattered, even taking the whole chair down with it. Becoming scattered stones, Big Mom suddenly stood up, staring at the darkness on a monitor, and said indifferently, "Daring to cause trouble on such an important day, you really must be tired of living. I will personally go kill him. Mom, let me go." Suddenly, Charlotte Katakuri stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "No, I will go myself. You go capture the Straw Hat Kid. You must bring them all back to me," Big Mom said in a deep voice. "Yes, Mom." Charlotte Katakuri nodded in agreement. With that, Big Mom went ahead, and Charlotte Katakuri followed behind, both leaving the palace towards their respective targets. On the other side, Luffy had already dealt with Bruley and guessed that what Perispero said was all false. Everything was a trap. As for Charlotte Katakuri, he wouldn't be coming over so quickly. Chen had brought Pedro and Violet outside the palace. Outside, there weren't many pirate minions left. Most had been dealt with by Chen. The remaining pirates would mostly come out from the palace. Moreover, those pirate minions wouldn't be a match for Pedro and Violet. Suddenly, Chen frowned slightly, sensing a powerful aura approaching him. He looked back at Violet and Pedro, advising, "You two go first. It should be Big Mom coming. I was just worrying about where to find her, and now she's coming to me." "Okay, but you be careful." Violet bit her red lip, gritting her teeth as she spoke. She knew her strength was lacking, and staying here wouldn't be of much use. She could even become a burden to Chen. "All right, then let's go find Luffy." Pedro nodded in agreement. Without any hesitation, they turned and left. If they didn't leave now, when would they? If Big Mom arrived, they wouldn't have a chance to escape. Once Violet and Pedro left, Big Mom had already leaped down from outside the castle, landing right in front of Chen. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the sky as the ground was smashed into a huge pit by Big Mom. Dust flew everywhere, and soon the smoke cleared to reveal Big Mom, towering nearly 9 meters tall, significantly taller than Chen. With her long pink curls, wide and plump body, she looked like a large woman, her lips smeared with thick red lipstick, wearing a pink pirate hat and a loose pink dress. She was simply a living embodiment of a Big Mom. It was hard to imagine how she had become so ugly. Character: Charlotte Linlin. Position: Yonko, captain of the Big Mom Pirates. Fruit: Paramecia, Soru level. SSS skills: Fruit development plus. Bounty: 488 billion berries. Looking at Big Mom's attribute interface, Chen revealed a faint smile. Indeed, very strong, as expected of a Yonko. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble on my cake island? Don't you know today is my daughter's wedding day?" Big Mom questioned, looking down at Chen. The monitor could see very little. It only knew that Cracker had been defeated and didn't know Chen's true identity. "Knight," Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's brows furrowed slightly. "Knight, captain of the Night Pirates. You are that supernova pirate daring to cause trouble on my territory. No matter who you are, you will die here today." "Oh, then I want to see." Chen remained unfazed, putting away his black blade into the system backpack, and turned to run towards another island on Cake Island. There were simply too many people here, making it extremely easy to expose his identity. Moreover, Big Mom was indeed very strong. It would be difficult to defeat or even kill her without using full power. Therefore, Chen absolutely could not fight here. He needed to go to another place. Seeing him trying to run, Big Mom's brows furrowed, and she shouted, "Want to leave? No way. Zeus of thunder and lightning, Prometheus of the blazing sun." Big Mom roared, her soul power surging massively, pink soul power enveloping her body. Suddenly, 2 soul entities appeared around her. One was a completely black thundercloud, and the other was like a cartoonish sun. They looked very cute, but were definitely not simple. Zeus, Prometheus. Chen looked at the 2 soul entities before him, revealing a profound smile. Although both were created by Big Mom, they still had a hint of their own consciousness. Otherwise, Nami wouldn't have been able to subdue Zeus. "Night Kid, I want to see how strong you are." Big Mom chuckled lightly, grabbing Zeus on her right side and quickly throwing him into the sky. As Zeus rapidly ascended, powerful lightning flickered from his body, quickly affecting the surrounding environment. In an instant, the surrounding area was shrouded in dark clouds, all becoming like Zeus's thundercloud. The thundercloud rolled ominously, seemingly harboring an extremely powerful thunder force. At this moment, Luchan also noticed Big Mom's unusual behavior behind him, looking at Zeus in midair, suddenly sneering. Using Zeus against me? You really underestimate me. He was a devil fruit user with the lightning fruit ability. How could he be afraid of the level of lightning power that Zeus possessed? Thunder. Big Mom shouted, controlling Zeus in midair along with the massive thundercloud, and launched it toward the direction Luchan was fleeing. Pink lightning flashed. Its speed was incredibly fast, appearing before Luchan in the blink of an eye. Of course, Luchan had no intention of dodging. He merely elementalized his body, turning entirely into lightning. He let the thunder attack unleashed by Big Mom strike him. Boom! Ziz! The overwhelming power of thunder covered the area where Luchan was, as if trying to turn him into a charred piece. This was exactly what Big Mom was thinking, watching closely where Luchan was. She wanted to see what he would look like. Suddenly, from the area covered by the lightning, a silver shadow shot out, continuing to run forward. It was Luchan, who had already transformed into lightning, his speed now comparable to that of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he directly disappeared from his original spot. Disappeared before Big Mom's eyes. What? He is completely unharmed. Big Mom frowned slightly, looking at Luchan in disbelief. After a moment of daze, she raised her hand and grabbed Zeus again, ordering Zeus, catch up with him. Yes, Mom. Zeus smiled, transforming into a shadow and racing towards the place Luchan had vanished. Actually, Zeus is not slow either. However, catching up to Luchan is still somewhat difficult. After all, the powerful one is Big Mom, not Zeus. Zeus is not as strong as Big Mom. To ordinary people, it just seemed like a flash of silver-white lightning and a black lightning bolt in midair, without any understanding of what happened. Not far away, Violet noticed the anomaly in the air, gradually slowing her pace, her bright eyes flashing as she looked at Luchan and Big Mom's positions, murmuring, "It's Lu, Knight, and Big Mom. Is it them?" Hearing this, Pedro was taken aback, not realizing that it was Knight and Big Mom. The two of them were not opponents he could contend with. Yes, Violet nodded, no longer looking that way, quietly praying for Luchan in her heart, and continued, "Let us go. We should head to the Straw Hat Kid." All right. After saying that, Violet and Pedro quickly flew towards Luffy's location. Although they couldn't help Luchan, they could assist Luffy, which would also alleviate some of Luchan's concerns. On the other side, Luchan had already left the area of Cake Island and arrived at a nearby sea. Looking around, he quickly locked onto a deserted small island, hovering above it and quietly watching Big Mom over there. Before long, Big Mom appeared before Luchan, saying in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to have awakened the lightning fruit. Indeed, you are strong. It seems Zeus is of no harm to you." She was not a fool and could naturally tell what move Luchan had just used. It was obviously the awakening of the lightning fruit. I must say, the lightning fruit is indeed powerful. Lightning is strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have created Zeus. You flatter me. You are not weak either, Luchan replied. Big Mom scanned her surroundings, wondering why Luchan chose to stop here. Was he waiting for her? After thinking for a moment, she didn't come up with a good answer, so she stopped pondering. Knight, since Zeus is useless against you, let me see just how powerful you are. Big Mom frowned and coldly said. She directly took Zeus in her body, grabbing Prometheus beside her with her right hand and throwing it towards Luchan. Heavenly fire. In an instant, Prometheus was thrown by Big Mom and rushed towards Luchan at an extremely fast speed. Luchan merely flickered, using Marine 6 styles, shave, and disappeared from his original spot, reappearing in another location. Prometheus, who was about to collide, found that Luchan had vanished and surprisingly stopped, abruptly changing direction. It was as if it turned around suddenly, drawing a right angle in midair, and continued flying towards Luchan's location. Is it tracking me? Luchan frowned slightly, knowing that he might not be able to escape. At this moment, Prometheus was likely under Big Mom's control, capable of adjusting its position and direction at any time. Naturally, it was tracking him. Seeing this, Luchan no longer hid and took out the supreme great knife, Reincarnation from the system space. As Reincarnation came out, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became heavy and dim, even a bit oppressive, as if entering hell. Watching Prometheus rushing towards him, Chen smirked coldly and raised his hand, unleashing a sword energy infused with sword intent. One sword style, drawn blade slash. In an instant, a pitch-black sword energy slashed out, directly targeting the speeding Prometheus. Even though Prometheus was still under Big Mom's control, it was still impossible for Big Mom to dodge Chen's sword energy. She could only watch as Prometheus collided with the sword energy. Boom! A loud sound. Flames burst forth. Countless flames exploded in the air, scattering in all directions. The flames fell from mid-air like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. As for Chen, he stood there unharmed. However, Prometheus was directly sliced in half by Chen's sword energy, completely cut apart. Although it was killed, it suffered significant damage to its soul. Prometheus was created by Big Mom using soul power, and its essence was still that of a soul. If it was a soul, then Chen's reincarnation was the best weapon to restrain souls. Reincarnation, life and death reincarnation, striking directly at the depths of the soul. At this moment, Prometheus had been sliced in half. Although both halves were still incomplete, they suffered heavy losses. Its originally fiery red face had already dimmed. Its size had shrunk to half of what it was before, no longer comparable to before. Prometheus rushed to Big Mom's side, weakly saying, "Mom, save me." He even felt like he was about to completely disappear in the next second. The cut portions of Prometheus still retained Chen's sword energy at the wound, which was accompanied by the corrosive power of reincarnation that was gradually weakening Prometheus's strength. Damn it, Big Mom cursed angrily, extending her hands to grab the two halves of Prometheus that had been cut apart, using her fruit ability to inject more and stronger soul power into Prometheus. She forcibly fused the split Prometheus and dispelled the corrosive energy remaining at the wound. The pink soul power infused into Prometheus made it even stronger than before. Roar! Prometheus let out a roar, emanating even more overwhelming and intense flames, gradually repairing itself. However, Prometheus being injured also consumed Big Mom's soul power. For Big Mom, it was also a form of consumption. Therefore, Chen chose not to strike at this moment, but to quietly wait and see how Big Mom would choose. After a moment, Prometheus had somewhat recovered, and Big Mom had to re-evaluate the man before her, frowning slightly as she looked at the pitch-black, blood-red long knife in Chen's hand. What you have is the Supreme Great Knife. It's the knife of Marine Vice Admiral Chen. What is your relationship with him? How did you come to possess his knife? She was not a fool. As the captain of a pirate crew and one of the 4 emperors, she naturally understood some events happening in the world. That sword was also one she wanted to collect. However, that old man Karp was not simple, and Chen was his grandson. Moreover, the other party's strength was not low. The sudden appearance of this knife made Big Mom suspicious. Does it matter who I am? Chen smiled lightly and continued, "Today, let us determine a victor between us, right here." "Good. I want to see just who you are." Upon hearing this, Big Mom's face instantly turned furious, and she took off the pirate hat on her head. At the same time, the pirate hat was also her weapon. She infused a large amount of soul power into it, activating the long sword, Hasmi. In an instant, the blade pierced out from the pirate hat, shimmering with a cold light. Grasping the long sword with her right hand and holding Prometheus with her left, she fused them together. As the two merged, the soul power erupted, emanating an overwhelming pressure that spread outwards. Simultaneously, a massive flame enveloped Hasmi, truly transforming it into a flame sword, surrounded by fire. The sword's body had grown significantly longer, reaching 5 to 6 meters, with a large face showing fangs appearing on the blade. Napoleon, at this moment, with Prometheus and Hasmi fused together, they had formed the true Napoleon, the Emperor's sword. Napoleon, hee. Seeing this, Chen remained unfazed, looking at Big Mom in front of him, slowly drawing out reincarnation. His sword pointed to the heavens. A powerful sword intent radiated from his body, and a momentum surged upward, soaring into the sky. On the other side, Big Mom was not to be outdone. wrapping her powerful soul power and all her strength, including her Conqueror's Haki, around Napoleon's blade. She used every possible means to amplify her attack, seeking to kill Lu Chen with a single strike. Conqueror's Haki, huh? I have that too. Lu Chen smiled, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki from within, which overflowed from his right hand, wrapping around the blade of reincarnation. Each person's Conqueror's Haki has a slightly different color. Lu Chen's was a red-black hue, resembling a darkened red. In contrast, Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki was cherry red. The Emperor's sword. Breaking the blade. Big Mom raised the long sword Napoleon, already wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, lifting it above her head and striking down towards Lu Chen. Its speed was fierce, and its power was immense, like a massive beast charging towards Lu Chen, overwhelming him. Despite this, Lu Chen was not to be trifled with, holding his sword. He seemed to possess the power to split the heavens. The sword energy shot straight into the sky. Seeing Big Mom's long sword coming, he also swung his sword down. Aye, opening the heavens. With a single strike, the entire sky appeared as if it had been sliced open, along with the clouds, cut into two halves. The contrast was striking. The powerful momentum of both fighters clashed even before their sword energies met, neither giving way to the other. Meanwhile, the members of the Big Mom pirates in the distance were observing the battle. In the eyes of others, the two surging pressures were indistinguishable. The speed of the sword energies seemed incredibly fast, yet also appeared to be slow. Boom! In the next instant, a massive explosion echoed over the small island. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave surged from the positions of Lu Chen and Big Mom, spreading outwards and sweeping across the entire island. As a result, nothing on the island was left unscathed. Even the ground was completely upheaved. Of course, the clash between the two top-tier powerhouses did not cease. They continued to compete using their Conqueror's Haki. One side was one of the four emperors, Big Mom, and the other was the newly appointed four emperor knight. At the same time, he was Lu Chen. Both were him. Their Conqueror's Haki was incredibly fierce, making it hard to distinguish who was superior, with only the surrounding trees and ground suffering the consequences. The overwhelming pressure exploded repeatedly, and the ground where the two stood gradually sank. Once it sank, it was destroyed, but there was a second, third, fourth time, sinking again and again. Lu Chen and Big Mom sank along with the ground. Nevertheless, both remained firmly standing on the ground, not staggering in the slightest, nor showing any fear. After a few breaths, the ground where Lu Chen and Big Mom stood had already sunk by several dozen meters. The two were no longer visible from above, and a massive pit had formed at their location. Moments later, Lu Chen and Big Mom seemed to have a tacit understanding, stopping their release of Conqueror's Haki simultaneously. After just a brief encounter, they both knew that relying solely on Conqueror's Haki would not determine a victor. Their strengths had reached the pinnacle of this world, making it difficult to distinguish a winner. After pondering for a moment, Big Mom looked at the man in front of her with interest and said, "You must be the Marine Vice Admiral Lu Chen. The captain of the night pirates is you." Lu Chen as well. "I didn't expect you to absorb 2 devil fruits. Does that dual form also belong to a devil fruit? I can't tell if you're a pirate or a marine." At this moment, Big Mom had a general understanding of Lu Chen's identity and even guessed his true identity. That supreme great sword, that sword technique, the sword intent, the Conqueror's Haki. In the entire world, there was probably no second person like him. Therefore, the man in front of her was undoubtedly Marine Vice Admiral Lu Chen and also the captain of the night pirates, Night, the Thunder Fruit, the Quake Fruit, all combined in one person. This piqued her interest. Identity was not important. Strength mattered. The one with the stronger power would survive, wouldn't they? Lu Chen was not surprised at all. He knew Big Mom would surely deduce his identity. Revealing it to her was a natural outcome. As long as he killed her, all problems would be resolved. "You are correct." Big Mom laughed heartily and continued, "Lu Chen, no, I'll just call you Knight. If you are willing, we can join forces to dominate the entire world and create a true era of peace. How about a peaceful world, no matter the world government or the celestial dragons? They ultimately won't be our match. Such a powerful man, naturally cooperating would be the best choice." It was enough for her to extend an olive branch. "I'm not interested." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Since that's the case, there is no need for further words. We are destined to battle." Upon hearing this, Big Mom's expression darkened, and she said coldly, if the other party was unwilling to cooperate, then they were enemies. It was either you die or I live. There was nothing more to say. Indeed, Chen nodded slightly. With a flip of his left hand, he took out another supreme great sword, War Heaven, from his system space. The crimson sword body appeared in Chen's hand, and the moment it did, War Heaven seemed to sense Chen's fighting spirit, radiating a rich red aura from its entire blade. It was as if a flame was dispersing over the sword body. It's clear at a glance that it's definitely not that simple. Zhang Tian is, after all, an unparalleled great sword, and after such a long time, not being able to pull it out naturally means he wants to fight alongside Chen. You've suffered these days. Today, let us have a proper battle. Chen said solemnly as he looked down at Zhang Tian. Ding! In an instant, the blade of Zhang Tian trembled lightly, emitting crisp, ringing sounds, seemingly responding to Chen's words. So much nonsense, Big Mom said with a low voice, waving her hand again to release Zeus, merging Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon together. Prometheus held the tail of the great sword, while Zeus, surrounded by rolling thunderclouds, appeared at the tip of the great sword. The three merged together, forming a gigantic energy ring, which was gradually growing larger and stronger. As time passed, the energy condensed on it became increasingly powerful. At the same time, Chen didn't dare to be negligent, holding the two swords, each holding the unparalleled great sword of reincarnation and Zhang Tian. Both swords were condensing powerful sword intent. The sword energy produced by Zhang Tian was crimson red, dyed completely red by its crimson blade. The sword energy condensed from reincarnation was black red, resembling a scene from hell. If anyone nearby saw this, they would feel extremely terrified and chilled to the bone, as if falling into a 1,000-year ice cellar. It was incredibly uncomfortable. Then, Chen waved his hand, synchronously slashing out with both swords, executing the dual sword style, White Tiger Dragon Roar. In an instant, two sword energies almost simultaneously slashed out. The crimson sword energy gradually transformed into a gigantic ferocious tiger, opening its bloody mouth and emitting a series of tiger roars, pouncing towards Big Mom. The other black-red sword energy transformed into a massive black dragon, moving its enormous body and letting out a deafening roar, following the steps of the crimson tiger and charging towards Big Mom. Not only that, but the two beasts also exchanged steps with each other, constantly intertwining as if they were wrapped together. The fusion of the two was much more powerful than before. Big Mom frowned slightly, looking at the two beasts rapidly approaching her. Without any hesitation, she quickly raised her hand and swung out a sword. Mingguang Cannon. In an instant, the sword technique formed by the combination of Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, with the energy ring condensed at the sword tip, shot out a laser containing terrifying energy, directly aimed at the sword technique released by Chen. The terrifying laser drew a straight blue line in midair, moving at incredible speed, as if it were a laser emitted from a single point. In the blink of an eye, it reached several thousand meters away. Moreover, the distance between Chen and Big Mom was hardly even a few thousand meters apart. Boom! Almost at the same time that Chen and Big Mom released their sword techniques, the two sword techniques collided with each other, producing a tremendous explosion. It was like an atomic bomb exploding, creating a gigantic mushroom cloud of various colors at the point of collision. The powerful energy wave swept outwards. Even Chen felt the energy's impact and had to retreat quickly to avoid being affected. Additionally, he was worried about Big Mom's sudden attack. After all, she was one of the 4 emperors and definitely wouldn't just die like that. Dealing with Big Mom with the lightning fruit and shock fruit seemed to be somewhat difficult. Big Mom's strength lay in her powerful soul force. As long as her soul was intact, she wouldn't die. Moreover, over the years, Big Mom had been relying on her fruit abilities to absorb many soul powers and even the lifespans of many people. Extracting lifespans. It was uncertain how long Big Mom could live now. After a moment, the residual power of the energy explosion gradually dissipated, and Big Mom slowly revealed herself. Big Mom now didn't look much different from before, just slightly more disheveled. For both Chen and Big Mom, they hadn't used all their power yet. merely testing each other's strength and limits, to see if the other could withstand their more powerful strikes. Everything was still uncertain. Even Chen wasn't too confident he could kill the big mom before him. Her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Killing her would naturally be very difficult. He could only give it a try. At the very least, Chen could ensure that he wouldn't die and wouldn't be caught by Big Mom just like that. Of course, Big Mom also couldn't be sure if she would be Chen's opponent. She frowned slightly, a large character forming on her forehead. Chen. Oh. No, I'll still call you knight. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. It piques my interest. I always say, with your strength and mine, dominating the entire sea and even the whole world wouldn't be a problem. How about we join forces and share the world? Upon hearing this, Chen didn't rush to attack. Taking this opportunity, he slowly restored some of his domineering aura and strength, speaking slowly. Are you afraid? As soon as these words were spoken, Big Mom was momentarily stunned. Indeed, she was afraid. Even such a powerful Big Mom could feel fear. No matter how strong a person is, there will always be things they fear. For example, Big Mom feared seeing herself in the mirror. That was also something she feared. After a moment of contemplation, Big Mom coldly snorted and said indifferently, "How could I fear you? Today, I'll send you to hell. All right, I want to see just how powerful you are." Chen chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned but still on high alert, keeping a close eye on Big Mom across from him. He saw that the Napoleon, Zeus, and Prometheus in Big Mom's hand formed a new sword, with a new energy halo condensing on its blade. This new sword was the Mingguang sword. Big Mom's gaze turned cold as she raised her plump hand and swung out a slash. As Big Mom swung her sword, a powerful energy slash was released from the Mingguang sword, rapidly shooting towards Chen's position. Marine 6 styles, Soru. However, Chen showed no signs of fear. He raised an eyebrow, having already noticed Big Mom's movement. He forcibly pushed off with his right leg on the ground, creating a significant dent. In an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot, appearing far away. As for the slash that Big Mom had just swung, it struck precisely where Chen had been standing. Boom! A huge explosion enveloped Chen's position, directly submerging it, making it impossible to see where Chen was. After a moment, when the smoke cleared, Big Mom finally saw Chen's position. Her brow furrowed, and she swung the Mingguang sword in her hand again, slashing towards Chen. One sword followed another, continuously slashing towards the position of Chen. Naturally, Chen kept using the 6 forms of the Navy, Soru, to dodge the attacks released by Big Mom. Those attacks were simply too slow, unable to touch Chen's body, and had absolutely no effect on him. One could only see the slashes released by Big Mom cutting through the surrounding candy and cake buildings, neatly slicing them apart, turning them into a ground full of candy and cake fragments. After a few minutes, Big Mom finally stopped her actions, staring intently at Chen, frowning as she said, "Your strength is indeed formidable, but today I will kill you. You should think about how to deal with this." Chen chuckled lightly, raising the supreme great knife reincarnation in his right hand and infusing it with a large amount of armament Haki. In an instant, the black armament Haki covered the blade of reincarnation, giving it a metallic black sheen. Chen raised the long knife reincarnation, which suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. The golden sword aura shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It was as if it had directly pierced the entire sky, dispersing the surrounding clouds. And in Chen's hand was a huge golden sword. 6 paths of reincarnation. Heaven's path, sword of pride. Chen's gaze sharpened, and his eyes emitted a brilliant golden light. The golden light shone from his eyes, looking extremely eye-catching. The terrifying golden giant sword hovered in the sky, and with Chen's right hand, it heavily slashed down towards Big Mom. So strong, Big Mom frowned slightly, sensing the power of that formidable sword aura. It was not just armament Haki. It was more about the sword intent. The strongest aspect of sword aura has always been the sword intent. The sword aura, containing powerful sword intent, straightly charged towards Big Mom's position. Seeing this, Big Mom no longer held back and poured powerful soul power into Napoleon, Zeus, and Prometheus in her hands. She gathered all three at the tip of the shining sword, with all their abilities under Big Mom's control, merging together. It formed a huge, blue-skinned female figure with yellow hair. The woman opened her terrifying large hands, revealing an ugly, big mouth, and let out a roar that struck deep into the soul towards Chen. As the golden giant sword came crashing down, the blue giantess actually spread her arms wide, attempting to catch the golden giant sword. Boom! The giant sword came down, firmly caught by the blue giantess, erupting with a tremendous sound. A loud bang, accompanied by a massive wave of energy, it swept outwards. Fortunately, Chen and Big Mom's attacks met in mid-air, having little impact on the buildings below, and not affecting many. However, it still caused considerable damage. But for an already devastated small island, it didn't seem too important. With one sword strike, the blue giantess actually caught it steadily and even shifted the direction of the giant golden sword, causing it to slash into another side of Big Mom's body. Boom! The golden giant sword came crashing down heavily on one side of Big Mom's body. With a loud explosion, the powerful slash directly carved a massive trench into the ground beside Big Mom, even splitting the entire island in half. Only the area where Chen's sword aura did not reach remained intact, without a canyon-like trench. Rumble. The huge sound continued, and the area where Big Mom was located was surrounded by thick smoke, obscured within. Although the blue giantess released by Big Mom pushed back Chen's sword aura, it still had some effect on her. After all, she was still too close. If viewed from high above, one would see that the entire small island had been cut open by more than half. Only the rear half behind Chen remained unscathed. Such a powerful force could probably only be rivaled by the four emperors. At this moment, Chen stared intently at the position where Big Mom was, faintly sensing the presence of others nearby. That person was most likely Big Mom. Besides Big Mom, the blue giantess she had released still existed, as Chen could still sense the energy fluctuations from her. Moments later, a strong wind swept through the swirling dust, clearing the surrounding debris. Big emerged from within, looking somewhat disheveled but unharmed, glaring at Chen with indifference and saying, "Knight, you are indeed strong, but if you want to kill me, you are still too inexperienced." After saying this, Big Mom's expression turned cold, and she waved her hand, controlling the blue giantess in front to attack Chen. Instantly, the blue giantess appeared right in front of Chen, launching a fierce strike. A fierce strike. Like a savage beast, it came crashing down, making it impossible for Chen to dodge. The speed was simply too fast. Unable to evade, he could only harden his arms with armament Haki and use his twin knives to block Big Mom's attack. Boom! A loud bang. At the moment of contact, Chen felt a powerful force surge from his arms, causing him to stagger back several dozen meters. But just several dozen meters couldn't withstand such a powerful blow from Big Mom. Chen continued to retreat, and the blue giantess was right in front of him, spreading her arms wide and slashing down at him fiercely. Again and again. Once, twice, 3 times. Each strike forced Chen back several dozen meters, and pain surged through his arms. Even with armament Haki hardening, the blue giantess's immense strength could not be underestimated. After all, Big Mom was an SSS-level powerhouse. Her strength was certainly not that simple. Even if Chen had not seen the end of One Piece, he knew that Big Mom's power was very formidable. For instance, the move she had just used was something he had never seen before. As the blue giantess continued to pound, a trickle of blood began to seep from the corner of Chen's mouth, showing signs that he was starting to struggle. However, he knew he could hold on. Continuing like this would surely not be a good strategy. Seeing this, Chen suddenly unleashed a powerful Conqueror's Haki, exerting a tremendous pressure that swept towards the blue giantess in front of him, stunning her for a moment. Conqueror's Haki is a form of mental power, and the move Big Mom executed was also a form of soul power. It could still temporarily suppress her. Seizing the moment when the blue giantess was momentarily restrained, Chen immediately activated 6 forms of the Navy. Soru, with a sudden stomp of his right foot on the ground, the entire person vanished from the spot and reappeared on the other side. The next attack from the blue giantess also missed, striking the ground instead. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The ground was once again smashed into a deep pit, and the small island, which was already on the verge of being split in half, began to sway precariously once more. Big Mom frowned and said coldly, "Want to leave? It's too late." Hee hee. Chen, however, showed no fear, and a strange black light suddenly emanated from his eyes. The long knife in his right hand, reincarnation, also radiated pure black light, with the glowing energy swirling around the blade like gas, fluttering in the wind like a scarf. 6 paths of reincarnation. Sword of anger from the hell path. Chen murmured a few words, and the long knife was already charged up. With a wave of his hand, a strike was made. It appeared to have no offensive power, seemingly just a normal slash. However, that slash was black. The sword energy flew out in an instant, slashing towards the rapidly approaching blue giantess. Whoosh! The black sword energy shot straight out. Its speed was incredible, leaving a black streak in the air as if it had torn through space. The blue giantess looked at the black sword energy, seemingly unafraid, and simply extended her massive hands to swat at the sword energy. Bang! At the moment of contact, the eerie black sword energy neatly severed the blue giantess's right hand, causing her to emit a piercing scream. The sound was deafening. It echoed through the heavens and earth. The surrounding sea was stirred up by this sound, causing waves to rise, and many fish in the sea flipped onto their backs. It was clear that this was no ordinary situation. However, the sword energy released by Chen was far from ordinary. Hell Path, the most powerful sword energy from the reincarnation sword energy, a mental type attack, was precisely able to suppress Big Mom's soul power. It was simply Big Mom's nemesis. What? This? It's impossible. Big Mom's face froze, incredulous. Her soul power was immensely strong, and almost no one could break her attack. Yet that seemingly powerless sword energy had managed to shatter her technique just like that. It was simply unbelievable. It had to be fake, but everything before her was all too real. She saw it with her own eyes. She had no choice but to believe it. As such, when Big Mom saw the sword energy coming, she didn't have time to dodge and could only use her Haki to harden her arms, attempting to block Chen's sword energy. Bang! However, the sword of anger from the hell path was not so simple. With a massive sound, there's also a crisp noise as Big Mom's arm bone shattered. It was as if a fired cannonball had broken through wall after wall. She didn't know how many walls were broken before Big Mom finally came to a stop, crashing into a pile of rubble. Chen kept his eyes fixed on the spot where Big Mom fell, knowing that she was not dead. If it were that easy to kill Big Mom, it would be too simple. Not long after, as the dust settled, Big Mom was revealed, her hands completely fractured, her arms hanging limply, and white bones protruding from the flesh. Vivid red blood flowed continuously from the wounds, appearing particularly gruesome. However, Big Mom did not show any signs of pain, only gazing at her broken hands with a faint smile. "Knight, you are indeed strong, worthy of my full effort, but you are still just one person. You can't be my opponent." Saying this, a large amount of soul power surged from Big Mom, directly injecting into her already broken bones. In an instant, the bones gained a soul, and under the powerful soul power's repair, they began to automatically heal. Not just the bones, but the flesh of both arms seemed to come alive, continuously repairing the damage from before. Soul power, huh? Chen frowned slightly, sensing trouble. As long as Big Mom was alive, she could use a large amount of soul power to heal her injuries. However, Chen was different. The injuries he had sustained would accumulate, and the 3-color Haki had a limited reserve. It couldn't be used infinitely. To defeat Big Mom, he needed to win in one strike. Otherwise, even Chen might lose this battle. It was indeed very tricky. After a moment, Big Mom's hands were completely restored at an eerie speed, as if they had never been harmed at all. Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Seeing this, Big Mom revealed a smug smile. "Knight, if you beg for mercy now, it's not too late. There is still a possibility for us to cooperate. Otherwise, today will be your day of demise." After speaking, a chill flashed in her soul-powered eyes, as if she was about to strike and kill Chen right there. Hearing this, Chen still wore a calm expression. Smiling lightly, then you can try. Just in time for you to experience my new move. Oomph. Seeking death. Big Mom snorted coldly, showing no mercy. A powerful soul power enveloped her entirely, with cherry blossom pink soul power being fully outputted and injected into the giant blade in her right hand. Instantly, the giant blade seemed to come alive, doubling in size. The originally several meter long blade became a giant blade over 10 meters long. At the same time, the giant blade formed by Napoleon, Zeus, and Prometheus released a powerful pressure that radiated outward. At a glance, one could see the chilling pressure emanating from around it. The surrounding air seemed to be compressed, and the ground near Big Mom began to collapse. Boom! Such powerful soul power, but this soul power is not my match. Chen smiled lightly. Without any hesitation, he poured all previous rewards into the Law of Slaughter. All previous rewards could directly enhance skills. There are still 4 upgrade opportunities left, all added to the Law of Slaughter. As the Law of Slaughter continuously leveled up, a massive momentum suddenly erupted from Chen's body, and a chilling, killing intent surged. A blood-red aura enveloped Chen's body, his eyes turning crimson and exuding a faint bloodlust. What is that? Aura. Big Mom looked at the distant Chen, her brows furrowed, sensing a hint of an unfamiliar aura. It was incredibly powerful. She even felt a trace of fear, a fear that came from deep within her heart. However, the arrow was on a string, and it had to be released. Big Mom had no time to ponder these matters. She unleashed her powerful soul energy and poured it all into the great sword in her hand. As time passed, a massive energy appeared on the blade. Gradually, the blue giantess that had disappeared before began to take form again. The blue giantess now was clearly much stronger than before, her size several times that of the previous giantess. However, Chen was not to be underestimated either. He radiated a strong aura of slaughter, raising his supreme great knife. Reincarnation. The laws of slaughter were fully infused into the reincarnation blade. Suddenly, the blade emitted a golden light, followed by red light, yellow light. A total of 6 colors of light, representing the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 different powers, were all gathered together by Chen. They converged on the blade. Coupled with the laws of slaughter, the entire blade was exceptionally crimson, resembling a blood-dripping edge. Powerful sword energy adhered to the blade. It appeared quite ordinary. The sword energy was not very large, simply covering the blade without forming a larger sword. However, those with strong strength could naturally detect the issues with the reincarnation blade, sensing a hint of danger. Mother's visit cannon, 3,000 miles. Big Mom frowned. Upon sensing the dangerous aura, she immediately swung her sword, slashing towards Chen. Watching the rapidly approaching blue giantess, Chen merely smiled contemptuously and swung the long knife in his hand. 1 sword style, 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 paths slash. A sword strike was unleashed. It contained the powerful force of the laws and the mixed powers of the 6 paths. The blood-red sword energy surged forward, as if it had split space itself, creating a spatial rift in midair. Everything around was drawn towards that spatial rift. The speed of the sword energy was incredibly fast, soon reaching the blue giantess. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy penetrated the blue giantess, slicing her in half with a thunderous explosion. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. A vast wave of energy surged outward. The sword energy released by Chen still existed, shooting straight towards Big Mom's position. As the sword energy drew closer, Big Mom's expression changed drastically as she finally sensed a familiar aura. It was an aura she hadn't felt in a long time, one she had sensed from the Pirate King. Roger. En enigmaticoha. It was not a type of energy that they could claim. It was neither Haki, nor sword energy, nor sword intent, but an energy far beyond sword intent. So powerful. What on earth is this? Seeing this, Big Mom furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She had once again encountered that familiar feeling from long ago. It plunged her into deep memories, causing her to stand there, abandoning her defense. She didn't even use her Busashoka Haki to resist the sword energy released by Chen. Seeing this, Chen was somewhat surprised. Was she not going to defend? This was something he hadn't anticipated. Big Mom was one of the 4 emperors. Facing such a powerful force of laws, she shouldn't have chosen to silently endure the attack. However, in an instant, the sword energy imbued with the laws of slaughter struck Big Mom. Boom! The red sword light flashed by, directly piercing through Big Mom in midair. The sword energy penetrated. Puffed. A large amount of bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, falling from midair. It was as if a rain of crimson blood was pouring down. Chen then looked up at Big Mom in midair. At this moment, Big Mom's eyes were tightly closed, continuously falling down, her massive body resembling a shadow plummeting quickly. However, her aura still existed, albeit very weak. She was not far from death. Watching Big Mom, Chen's gaze sharpened, murmuring to himself, "Is the era of the 4 emperors about to fall?" Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the distance, many pirates from the Big Mom pirates were watching this battle. It was already beyond their capacity to intervene, so they could only watch from afar. If they got too close, they might be slain. The 2 were simply too powerful. At this moment, Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, was plummeting straight down, crashing heavily to the ground in the blink of an eye, creating a deep pit. Boom! Instantly, dust flew up, covering Big Mom within. Puffed. The additional injury caused Big Mom to cough up a mouthful of blood, lying on the ground, dazedly gazing at the azure sky. Memories of the past flooded her mind. Back then, she was a member of the Rocks Pirates, surrounded by many like-minded friends. Whitebeard, Kaido, Captain Rocks. Recently, Whitebeard had died. She never expected that she would end up like this. Thinking of this, the corner of Big Mom's mouth suddenly revealed a faint smile. Her mouth slightly opening as she softly said, "Whitebeard, I'm coming to accompany you." Mom. At the same time, everyone on Cake Island sensed Big Mom's death. Because, with Big Mom's death, all the small creatures that had been given soul power by her on Cake Island collapsed to the ground with the disappearance of that soul power. Their soul power was too weak, and coupled with Big Mom's death, they simply couldn't hold on for long. Knight, I will kill you. Go. Retreat. Quickly retreat. We are no match for the Knight. Let's leave first. Many of Big Mom's children wanted to avenge her, but more people remained rational. They quickly left with the main cadres. Money and resources of the pirate crew. Only by preserving their strength could they have the possibility of making a comeback. Even if Big Mom was gone, their power should not be underestimated. Looking at the deceased Big Mom, Chen slowly approached, observing the 3 powerful soul powers beside Big Mom. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. Before Big Mom's death, they had received a substantial amount of soul power from her, enough for them to survive as unique beings. However, now, the looks in Zeus and the others' eyes as they gazed at Chen were no longer filled with fighting spirit, but rather filled with fear. "What do you want?" Zeus asked, trembling as he looked at the gradually approaching Chen. They have now become unowned objects, and Chen has killed their master. In fact, Chen should now be considered their master. "Either die or acknowledge me as your master," Chen said coldly. "Since you killed Mama, you are now our new master." Zeus was the first to speak. Seeing that Zeus called Chen master, Prometheus and Napoleon also followed suit. They all knew that Chen had the means to suppress soul powers. Killing them would be as easy as pie. Moreover, with Big Mom dead, no one would replenish their soul powers. There was a high possibility that they would die in battle. Following Chen might offer a glimmer of hope. As long as they could find Big Mom's soul fruit, they would not die and might even achieve immortality. "That's right, come with me." Chen nodded in satisfaction and led Zeus and the others towards the main island of Cake Island. Since Zeus and the others had submitted, there was nothing more to do. He had already taken everything from Big Mom's treasury, and there was nothing else on Cake Island that Chen looked forward to. Now he just needed to meet Nami and Luffy. Soon, Chen stood atop Zeus, quickly heading towards Cake Island. Zeus moved swiftly and soon arrived above Cake Island. Looking down, he found that the entire Cake Island had turned into a smoking ruin. This was not caused by Chen and Big Mom's fight, but because Big Mom's death had led to issues with some things on Cake Island. With Big Mom dead, the entire Cake Island lost its order. Coupled with the many pirates of the Big Mom pirates fleeing in panic, Cake Island was certainly in a state of unrest. Chen looked up and noticed that many ships had already left Cake Island, revealing a slight smile. Running away? I can't be bothered with you. I'll clean you up later. The Big Mom pirates were still quite powerful. Even though Big Mom was dead, the remaining family members should not be underestimated. It would be difficult for Chen alone to capture them all. One person was not enough. Not long after, Chen arrived at the location where Luffy and the others were, the Seduction Forest. The Seduction Forest was originally a forest composed entirely of living plants and soil. However, with Big Mom's death, the residual soul power within these creatures gradually dissipated and completely disappeared. What were once living beings had now become ordinary creatures in soil, unable to move anymore. Riding on Zeus, Chen hovered in the air, looking down. The Seduction Forest had returned to its original appearance. Except in the depths of the forest, there was a large area of ruins and collapsed trees. Luffy and Nami should be over there. Zeus, go that way. All right, master. With a command, Zeus immediately took Chen to the indicated location. Soon, the figures ahead gradually became clear, revealing Luffy, Nami, and the others who had been there for a while. Of course, Pedro and Violet had also arrived and joined Luffy's group. It's Knight. He's here too. Lu. Seeing Knight's figure, the crowd below looked up, all staring at Chen. No need for more words. Luffy and the others already knew that Chen had killed Big Mom, but they did not yet know that Chen was Knight and Knight was Chen. The only one who knew was Nami. As for Luffy, that fool, it was even less likely he would know. Not long after, Chen jumped down from Zeus and landed steadily in front of them, looking at them with concern. Are you all okay? I'm fine, Captain. Violet shook her head and then stood next to Knight. Only Violet responded to him, while the others were staring intently at the figure of Knight before them. This was the man who had defeated a Yonko. Knight, captain of the Night Pirates. No wonder he was the new Yonko. He truly possessed the abilities of a Yonko. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Big Mom. Such powerful strength was certainly something they could not match at present. It was also something they could not foresee. And now, a person with such immense power appeared before them, leaving them in shock, unable to utter a single word. Nami looked at Chen, her eyes filled with surprise and even more worry. Her mouth slightly opened, about to ask, but then she held back. After thinking carefully, she still did not ask. Knight, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, but I will definitely surpass you in the future. I am going to be the king of the pirates. Luffy walked forward, his expression serious, speaking earnestly. Hee, then I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. Chen smiled. In the world of pirates, he would eventually have a battle with Luffy. It was just uncertain whether Luffy's growth rate could keep up with his current pace. Moreover, given that Luffy was the protagonist of this world, Chen really might not be able to defeat Luffy. Killing him was even more impossible. Everything was still an unknown. After a moment of silence, looking at Luffy, he continued, Big Mom is dead, and her remaining pirates have fled. You should go rescue Sanji. By the way, Sanji, we still don't know where he is. Luffy suddenly realized. Only now did he remember their objective this time. Since entering Cake Island, he hadn't seen Sanji at all. The Sanji he had seen before was a fake. The real Sanji was nowhere to be found. Violet, you lead them to Sanji. I'll come behind. Chen said with a smile. Okay. Violet nodded in agreement. With her fruit ability, finding Sanji's location would be quite simple. Just as Luffy and the others were about to leave, Chen suddenly spoke up. Nami, I need to talk to you about something. Can we chat alone? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Nami. They wondered what Knight wanted to talk to her about. Even Nami herself was unsure why Chen suddenly wanted to talk to her, but it must be something important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept her back alone. Okay. Nami nodded. Looking at Luffy and the others, she instructed, You guys go find Sanji first. I'll be right there. All right. Nami, hurry up. Nami, we'll wait for you over there. Got it. You all go ahead. With that, Luffy and the others left first, leaving only Chen and Nami behind. However, before Violet left, she occasionally glanced at Chen and Nami, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, unsure of what to think. As the others left, Chen brought Zeus over and placed him in front of Nami. Zeus is a gift for you. Zeus. Nami's eyes widened in surprise, wanted to say something, but hesitating. She knew how powerful Zeus was, having witnessed the formidable moves used by Big Mom with Zeus. Master, do you not want me anymore? Zeus said with a mournful face, helplessly. Just switched to a new master, but unexpectedly had to change again. He really didn't know what to say. You following me isn't of much use. If you follow Nami, you can help protect her, and she has a weather stick, which will also be beneficial for you. Chen explained. Weather stick? Zeus looked skeptical. It was the first time he saw Nami, so naturally he didn't know about the weather stick, but it was something he loved. However, since Chen said so, Zeus had no reason not to believe him. As for Nami, upon hearing Chen's words, her face turned slightly red, and she decided to accept Zeus. Thank you, Brother Chen. It's nothing. In the future, you may encounter even stronger pirates and navy. Only by improving can you protect yourself. Chen waved his hand. Nami nodded affectionately. The two did not say much and continued to follow the footsteps of Luffy and the others ahead. On the way, Chen explained Zeus's situation to Nami and let Zeus taste the air from the weather stick, making Zeus very satisfied, willingly following Nami. This way, it was a good thing for Chen as well. At least he didn't have to worry about Nami's safety, improve her strength, and enhance their relationship. An hour later, by the time Chen and Nami arrived, Luffy and the others had already found Sanji. Because of Chen, Sanji was still alone. Broly had escaped with the rest of her family, so there was naturally no chance to deepen feelings with Sanji. Of course, this couldn't be blamed on Chen. If anyone were to blame, it would be Big Mom for insisting on taking action herself. In the end, she was killed by Chen. It could only end this way. Just when Luffy and the others were immersed in the joy of finding Sanji, an incompatible voice suddenly rang out. Sanji! Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to see Vinsmoke Judge with his 3 sons and daughters, along with a squad of Germa soldiers, appearing behind them. Seeing the arrival of Vinsmoke Judge and others, everyone showed a hint of surprise and a bit of vigilance. After all, Sanji was supposed to marry Big Mom's daughter, and Vinsmoke Judge was also a factor in this. Sanji looked at Vinsmoke Judge with a cold expression and asked, "What do you want?" He knew that Big Mom was dead and Broly had already escaped. The engagement was naturally void, so he couldn't understand why Vinsmoke Judge had come. We just came to see if you're dead. We didn't expect you to be alive." Vinsmoke Niji sneered from his side. "I thought you were dead. A failed product is naturally of no use," Vinsmoke Yanji echoed. The two were mocking Sanji without putting him in their eyes at all. However, Chen was somewhat interested in Vinsmoke Judge and curiously looked at his attributes on the system interface. Character: Vinsmoke Judge position: King of Germa Devil Fruit. None level. SSS skills: Martial Arts S. Gunmanship S. Science SSS. Bounty: None. The system displayed Vinsmoke Judge's overall strength, which had already reached the SSS level, and his power was naturally not to be underestimated. However, most of his strength relied on the technology of their family. It must be said that Vinsmoke Judge was indeed a scientific genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have developed artificial soldiers. As for that mysterious bloodline factor, Chen couldn't make sense of it for now. For some kingdoms, artificial soldiers could be devastating. However, for a powerful being like Chen, they were just a group of ants and not of much use. After pondering for a long time, Vinsmoke Judge suddenly spoke. "Sanji, since Big Mom is dead and the Big Mom pirates are effectively gone, your engagement with Broly is hereby void." The engagement was merely to ally with the Big Mom pirates, and now that Big Mom had completely lost her status as a Yonko, it had little value. An alliance was no longer beneficial. For Vinsmoke Judge, there was no need to ally with the Big Mom pirates anymore. Moreover, there seemed to be an even more powerful pirate crew in front of them, the Night Pirates. Well, upon hearing this, Sanji frowned slightly and said with displeasure, "I no longer have any relationship with the Vinsmoke family. The engagement does not exist. If it weren't for Luffy and the others, he would never have agreed to this engagement." However, Vinsmoke Judge did not take Sanji's words seriously, but looked at Chen instead, smiling as he said, "Captain of the Night Pirates, Knight, I've heard much about you. I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable that even Big Mom is no match for you." From a distance, he had seen the battle between Big Mom and Chen and understood the power of both. He was not a match for Chen, nor was he for Big Mom. "You're too kind. This is my first time seeing the Vinsmoke family and Germa's artificial soldiers. Lu Chen smiled and looked at the artificial soldiers behind Vinsmoke Judge. Their strength wasn't very strong, but they had B-level strength. Additionally, Germa's artificial soldiers were equipped with high-tech weapons from the Germa Kingdom, and their strength could reach B or even A level. Their strength wasn't weak, but their numbers were extremely large. Moreover, they would only ever obey Vinsmoke Judge. Just thinking about it was frightening. No kingdom would allow such artificial soldiers to exist. It's no wonder they were banned by the world government. Upon hearing this, Vinsmoke Judge merely smiled and asked in return, "Is your excellency interested in artificial soldiers?" "Not interested." Lu Chen waved his hand, indicating he didn't care. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Vinsmoke Judge's eyes, and he glanced at Violet, who was beside Lu Chen, and asked, "May I ask who this is?" "I am Violet, the vice captain of the Night Pirates." Lu Chen briefly introduced. "Oh." Violet nodded slightly, looking at the other side suspiciously, not knowing what Vinsmoke Judge was planning. However, she would soon find out what Vinsmoke Judge was after. Hee. Judge first chuckled and continued. "I see that Captain Knight has been single for a long time. How about letting my daughter marry you? Our two families can be considered in-laws, and ruling the seas will be a matter of time. The old Yonko has already fallen, two of them, Whitebeard and Big MOM. A new Yonko has also fallen, Blackbeard. With 3 Yonko dead in a row, 2 of them at the hands of Knight is enough to prove Knight's strength. This is enough for Gaji to meet his inner expectations and makes him a good candidate for marriage. If the Knight is a man, there can only be Leiju who goes out to form a marriage alliance. Although Leiju is indeed very strong and considered a major force in the family, marriage alliances are like this. One has to give up certain things. Hearing this, Leiju only frowned slightly and did not say much. Being in the Vinsmoke family means having no choice regarding her marriage. Since her father has said so, she can only agree. Moreover, the other party is the captain of the Black Knight Pirates. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked and showed expressions of surprise. Sanji frowned slightly and coldly said, "Gaji, you are still like this, only knowing how to use your daughter and not treating us as your children at all. He was the one who was treated like a commodity last time, and Leiju is the next one. Besides, Sanji still has some feelings for his sister Leiju. He doesn't want Leiju to lose her right to choose her marriage. You are no longer a member of the Vinsmoke family. Does this matter still concern you?" Gaji snorted coldly, looking down on him. "You." Sanji's face darkened, momentarily unsure how to respond, because the person who just said this was himself. He is the one who wants to leave the Vinsmoke family. Of course, besides Sanji, many others were looking at Lu Chen, wanting to know his response. Especially Nami and Violet, their beautiful eyes fixed on him, their hearts quite complicated. They all wanted to know and were very concerned about how Lu Chen would choose. Hearing Gaji's words, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, not too surprised, as he knew what kind of person Gaji was. He just smiled and said lightly, "You speak quite straightforwardly. Aren't you afraid I'm an old monster?" "How could that be?" Gaji said with a smile. "You are young and accomplished. And for Leiju to marry you is her blessing. As long as you agree, the wedding can be arranged immediately." Gaji seemed completely unconcerned about the age difference between Lu Chen and Leiju, eager for them to get married on the spot. He knows how powerful Lu Chen is. If the two families really unite, it won't be long before the Vinsmoke family reunifies the North Sea. Of course, Gaji has seen the portrait of the Black Knight and finds him quite handsome. He is not very old and matches well with his daughter. Lu Chen chuckled a couple of times and continued, "I appreciate the good intentions, but it seems Miss Leiju is not very willing. She dares." Before he finished speaking, Gaji's stern voice interrupted him. Leiju stood behind Gaji, her delicate brows furrowed, curiously looking at Lu Chen, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, along with a hint of unwillingness. The unwillingness is not because Lu Chen did not agree, but because she felt that Lu Chen does not recognize her beauty. She thought she was somewhat unworthy of him. That smile shows that she thinks Lu Chen is a nice person. Just based on what he said earlier, that is enough to prove it. It also made Leiju have a slight fondness for Lu Chen. As for Gaji's earlier words, she naturally did not refute them, lowering her head, which could be considered as tacit approval. Lu Chen, however, was unfazed and said, "If you say that, I assent it's still coercion?" If it's coercion, then it's truly meaningless. Hearing this, Gaji's brows immediately furrowed tightly, looking at Leiju behind him with anger, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on her. Just as he was about to speak, Luchan suddenly changed the subject and said, "We can skip the marriage discussion, but we could discuss cooperation in detail. How about you wait for me on the ship?" Gaji's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Great. Then I will wait for your esteemed presence on the main ship." "All right, let's go." "Yes." With a command, Gaji led his team and the four children away, leaving only a few silhouettes behind. As Gaji and the others left, only Luchan and Luffy remained at the scene. Luchan and Luffy did not chat much, just watching them leave on the Thousand Sunny. Nami stood at the bow of the ship, not waving, just looking at Luchan, her lips moving slightly, seemingly saying the words goodbye. In fact, from Luffy and the others' perspective, Luchan and Nami are not considered close. Only Robin could see the issue. Of course, Violet, who was beside Luchan, also noticed the problem, pinching the flesh at Luchan's waist, pouting angrily. "Do you know that orange-haired beauty?" "I don't know her." Luchan immediately shook his head in denial. "Then why are you so nice to her? You two must have something going on." "Oomph." Violet turned her head away, mumbling. "Ha!" Luchan chuckled, holding Violet's little hand, quickly explaining, "Luffy is my brother, and she is Luffy's crew member. I had something to discuss with her. You should know Nami's talent. I gave Zeus to her to help her improve her strength, which is also helping Luffy. There was nothing to hide about Zeus. If he concealed it, it would be hard to explain later. Moreover, with Violet's fruit ability, seeing Luchan give Zeus to Nami is quite simple. It just depends on whether Violet has been spying." However, Luchan did not notice any spying at that time, so there probably wasn't any. It can also be considered mutual trust between the two. Hearing this, Violet's expression softened a bit, and she turned around to ask, "You didn't lie to me?" "No, really not." Luchan nodded firmly. He indeed gave Zeus to Nami, and that statement is definitely true. In the future, Violet will certainly find out. There's nothing to hide. "All right, I believe you." Only then did a smile appear on Violet's pretty face. But then she suddenly changed the subject and continued to ask, "Why didn't you agree to the marriage alliance with Vinsmoke Gaji earlier? Do you want me to agree?" Upon hearing this, Luchan did not answer but smiled and asked back. Violet immediately frowned, pouting, and said, "Humph. I don't care whether you agree or not. It has nothing to do with me." "Ha ha ha." Seeing Violet like this, Luchan couldn't help but laugh, taking her hand and saying, "Let's go. Let's visit Germa again and have a chat with him. Women are basically all contradictory. He doesn't want to argue. The important matters take precedence." Violet nodded, following Luchan as they left. Knowing that he must have important matters to discuss with Vinsmoke Gaji, they cannot delay. Seeing Violet so sensible, Luchan tightened his grip on her hand a little more. It is precisely because Violet is like this that he chose her to be his vice-captain and made her his woman. Soon, Luchan and Violet arrived at the shore of Cake Island, where the main ship of the Germa Kingdom was docked. Not long ago, he had met with Vinsmoke Gaji. Now it can be considered their second meeting, and it is also the second time he is boarding the main ship of the Germa Kingdom. As soon as the two arrived, they saw a graceful figure standing by the shore, which was none other than Vinsmoke Reiju, who had been waiting for a long time. Vinsmoke Reiju also noticed Luchan and his companion, and immediately saw that Luchan was holding Violet's hand, which made her focus her gaze on Violet. What is their relationship? A hint of doubt flashed in Vinsmoke Reiju's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Having spent a long time in the Vinsmoke family, she had learned to mask her emotions so that no one could easily detect them. However, Luchan still sensed something unusual, though he did not show it. He stepped forward and smiled. "Miss Reiju, have you been waiting here for a long time?" "Not long," Reiju replied with a smile. "My father asked me to wait for you two here. Please come in." "All right." Luchan nodded and led Violet onto the Germa's main ship. The main ship was connected to the shore by a mechanical retractable staircase, which began to move automatically as the two stepped onto it, much like an escalator in a supermarket. Upon reaching the main ship, Reiju led the way, with Luchan and Violet following closely behind, heading toward the Vinsmoke family's reception room. The last place they visited was the main hall of the ship, not specifically a reception area. This time, they were invited to a dedicated reception room. Soon, Reiju brought Lu Chun and Violet to the door of a room and said, "Captain Knight, my father is waiting for you inside." "Okay." Lu Chun nodded slightly, looking at Violet beside him, instructing, "You wait for me outside. I'll go in and have a chat and come back out." Violet affectionately nodded, releasing Lu Chun and standing in place as she watched him enter the room. Pushing the door open, Lu Chun found Vinsmoke Gaji, the person who had just left, sitting inside. Upon seeing Lu Chun enter, Gaji immediately stood up with a smile. Welcoming him, "Captain Knight, please have a seat. No need to be so polite." Lu Chun waved his hand and sat down opposite Gaji. The two sat at equal levels, with a large round table in front of them, capable of accommodating about 15 people. After a moment, Lu Chun got straight to the point and said, "I've been here twice, and since you seem to be willing to cooperate, I'll be straightforward. Soon, I will unify the 4 seas, starting with the North Sea. I will take action, but Germa must also assist. In the future, the North Sea will not need to heed my orders, but must be publicly under the Black Knight pirates. After unifying the North Sea, I will proceed to unify the other 3 seas. And Germa will not need to exert full strength. Just sending some soldiers and main forces will suffice. In the future, Germa and the Black Knight pirates will have a permanent partnership. How do you feel about that?" After hearing Lu Chen's words, Gaji fell into deep thought. "May I ask if Captain Knight is serious?" After a long silence, Gaji finally asked. "Of course, I'm serious," Lu Chen replied. "Then it's settled. I agree." Gaji readily accepted. He imagined the Vinsmoke family unifying the North Sea again and was surprised it was happening so soon. While it sounded simple, executing it was not so easy. Moreover, if the unification of the North Sea was successful, it would be a tremendous boon for the Germa Empire. Even if there were some losses, it would be acceptable. Furthermore, they had now established a cooperative relationship with the Black Knight pirates, which would undoubtedly solidify their influence in the North Sea. "Haha," Lu Chun chuckled and said, "In that case, let's set off immediately to the North Sea." "All right," Gaji responded, standing up and extending his right hand with a smile. "Here's to our successful first cooperation." Lu Chun also stood up, extending his right hand to shake Gaji's. With the establishment of their cooperative relationship, Lu Chen's goal of unifying the 4 seas was actually not far off. With Big Mom's death, only 2 of the original 4 emperors remained, Red-haired Shanks and Beast Emperor Kaido. The first to be dealt with would undoubtedly be Beast Emperor Kaido. As for Shanks, he was an old friend, so there was no need to hurry. Meanwhile, at the door, Violet and Reiju stood side by side, sizing each other up, especially noting each other's figures. 2 women standing together couldn't lead to anything good. Is Violet the deputy captain of the Black Knight pirates, and also Captain Knight's wife? Reiju asked without reservation. She could sense that the other party's strength was not strong and seemed to be older than her. Did Captain Knight prefer slightly older women? Was Violet's refusal due to her being too young? Hearing this, Violet was taken aback for a moment before replying seriously yes. She could naturally sense Reiju's scrutinizing gaze. However, she was also unwilling to show weakness, standing tall and not conceding at all. "I see." Reiju smiled lightly and continued, with a beauty like Miss Violet around. "Captain Knight really doesn't need any other women. After saying this, Violet slightly furrowed her brows, unable to understand what Reiju meant. However, she sensed that Reiju seemed to have a good impression of Captain Knight. But upon reflection, that was to be expected. After all, Lu Chun was just too outstanding. Any woman would generally be interested in him. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed the charm that a man should have. Not long after, Lu Chun and Vinsmoke Gaji came out, chatting and laughing. "Father." Seeing this, Reiju immediately stood to the side and respectfully called out. Vinsmoke Gaji nodded slightly and instructed, "You take Captain Knight and Deputy Captain Violet to rest. We will return to the North Sea immediately." "Yes, father," Reiju nodded, though she felt suspicious. She still followed Vinsmoke Gaji's orders and led Lu Chun and Violet to rest. "Ladies, this way please, follow me." "All right," Lu Chun replied. "See you later." "Okay, Captain Knight. Have a good rest." After speaking, Lu Chun took Violet's hand and followed Reiju to the guest room in the cabin to rest. As Lu Chun and Violet left, Vinsmoke Gaji's other 3 sons approached him. "Father, what did Captain Knight say to you?" Vinsmoke Ichiji asked curiously. You don't need to worry about this. Just know that soon, our Vinsmoke family will unify the North Sea. Vinsmoke Gaji said with joy and seriousness. Yes, father, upon hearing this. Vinsmoke Ichiji and the others no longer asked further questions and simply followed their father's orders. With Luchun and Violet staying on Germa's main ship, news of Big Mom's death began to spread across the seas. Like flowers scattered by celestial maiden, newspapers flooded the world in all directions. Like a flood, it spreads and transmits in all directions. What? Big Mom is dead. Another Yonko has fallen, and it's Big Mom. It was done by night again. Last time, he killed Blackbeard, right? Naval headquarters. Damn it. Who the hell is this knight? He actually killed Big Mom again. Is he really going to unify the seas? Akaino looked at the newspaper, his forehead veins bulging with anger. He wished he could take action right now and eliminate the night pirates. However, he had no other way. Meanwhile, in an office not far away, Garp also saw today's newspaper, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "This kid, has he become this strong already? He killed Big Mom. There will definitely be quite a stir in the future." He knew Knight was Luchun, and Luchun was Knight. But no matter who Luchun was, he was still his grandson, Garp's grandson. New World. Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand, then glanced at Mihawk beside him, joking, "This kid is probably stronger than you and me now. You've taught him well. Be careful. His next target might be you." Mihawk replied coldly, "Ha ha ha. He wouldn't attack me. Even if he wants to be the Pirate King, I would let him have it. It's just a title." Shanks chuckled, saying he came to talk to him about something. "I'm going to find Buggy to form a new pirate crew, the Cross Guild." Mihawk said seriously, "Buggy that kid?" "Yes. That's fine. I'll wait for you." "Good." At the same time, the Cross Guild pirate crew was already on the way to being formed, and they all saw the news of Knight killing Big Mom. However, it seemed they were more excited for their captain Buggy than shocked by Knight's strength. "Ha ha ha. Big Mom is dead. So our captain can become a Yonko." "Yes, one less Yonko. Our captain is the new Yonko." "Yonko. Yonko. Yonko." The little brothers below shouted in unison, all looking at Buggy sitting on that throne. Buggy looked at the little brothers below, his forehead covered in black lines. Everything was fine, but suddenly it turned out like this. It wasn't at all what he wanted. However, Buggy didn't dare to say otherwise, nor was he embarrassed to say it wasn't. So, he looked at the many little brothers below, his expression serious, and said solemnly, "You're right. With Big Mom dead, a new Yonko must have my place. Buggy, Buggy, Yonko, Yonko, Yonko Buggy, Yonko Buggy." For a moment, the little pirate brothers below all shouted loudly in unison, once again pushing Buggy to a climax. Other pirate brothers might not know Buggy's strength, but Crocodile behind Buggy knew it well, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, the people on Hive Island saw the newspaper about their captain killing Big Mom, and the whole island began to celebrate. Knowing that their captain had such powerful strength, they were naturally very happy. With the name of Knight killing Big Mom, the name of Knight became renowned across the seas once again. Everyone knows it. Everyone is aware. As for Lu Chen's strength, it had naturally increased quite a bit. Host, Lu Chen level, SSS position, Rear Admiral Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Quake Fruit, Disguise Fruit skills, Swordsmanship, Enhanced, Life Return, SS. Cooking, S. Rule of Slaughter, S. Talent, Skill Simplification Energy, 19, 510 berries. 1. 9,989 billion overall strength is still SSS, but the strength has improved a lot. Especially the Rule of Slaughter, which has reached S level. After spending some more time, he could level it up to SSS. By then, dealing with Yonko level strong opponents would be much easier. Not long after, Luchun followed the Germa flagship to the North Sea area. On the way, he discussed specific matters multiple times with Vinsmoke Sanji. The first target is naturally the nearest kingdom in the North Sea, the Porter Kingdom. It is the first kingdom they will pass through in the North Sea, so it naturally became the first attack target for Luchun and Germa. On the deck, Luchun stood together with Vinsmoke Sanji and several others. Behind them were numerous Germa artificial soldiers, at least over 10,000. Of course, this is just the artificial soldiers on one flagship. There are more on other ships. In addition, Liu Chun firmly believed that Vinsmoke Sanji had hidden many more artificial soldiers in certain positions of the cabin and would not easily take all the soldiers out. Captain Knight, doesn't your Knight Pirates have anyone coming? Vinsmoke Sanji asked suspiciously. The two are in a cooperative relationship. Shouldn't some people from the Knight Pirates come? No need. I alone is enough. Liu Chun chuckled lightly, with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, Vinsmoke Sanji was first taken aback, but didn't say much. He wanted to see what Liu Chun was planning. Just wait and see. After all, they were only near the Porter Kingdom. They hadn't reached the capital of the Porter Kingdom yet. Everything still has room for negotiation, right? At this moment, they had already entered the waters of the Porter Kingdom, but there were no soldiers from the Porter Kingdom around. Only upon landing would there be. As for the position Liu Chun asked Vinsmoke Sanji to dock, it was naturally the closest position to the capital of the Porter Kingdom. Capture the thief first. Capture the king. As the German ships approached, the soldiers of the Porter Kingdom in the distance also noticed their presence and immediately began to report to the king in the capital. Hurry, quickly report that the German Kingdom's ships have arrived. Quick, the German Kingdom, the kingdom that once unified the North Sea. Everyone knows it, everyone is aware. And the Porter Kingdom was also one of the kingdoms once ruled by the German Kingdom, with the old king having died under Vinsmoke Sanji's spear. How could they not be afraid and anxious? Soon, the news reached the palace of the Porter Kingdom. King Monroe Harry stood up from the throne the moment he heard the news, shocked. What? The Vinsmoke family is coming again? Yes, your majesty, replied the soldier kneeling on the ground, head lowered. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Monroe Harry's brows furrowed tightly, unsure of what to do. He was just the king, but he had no real strength and could only rely on his subordinates. After pondering for a moment, Monroe Harry looked at the subordinates around him and said, Gentlemen, the Vinsmoke family is attacking again. Who dares to lead the troops in a battle? As soon as these words were spoken, the many ministers present exchanged glances, whispering among themselves without knowing what to say. The only thing they had in common was that none of them were willing to step forward to confront the Vinsmoke family. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. Suddenly, a thin civil official stepped forward. Stonemart? Monroe Harry frowned, looking at him suspiciously, and said, Minister Martin, you are a civil official. Going out to confront them would be certain death. Your Majesty, if no one is willing to fight, then I am willing to go. Although I cannot fight vigorously, I can still contribute my part, Stone Martin said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the other ministers showed signs of shame on their faces, but still, no one dared to step forward. After a moment of contemplation, Monroe Harry had no other choice but to agree. Very well, I will go with you. Yes, your Majesty. All of you follow me. Yes, your Majesty. Under the king's command, all the ministers had no choice but to follow Monroe Harry to confront the Vinsmoke family. Moreover, if trouble were to arise, it would be Monroe Harry who took the brunt of it, not these ministers. As time passed, Liu Chun and his companions had already appeared on the shores of the Porter Kingdom. As for the soldiers in the waters, they did not dare to stop Liu Chun and the others. Upon seeing the Vinsmoke family's ship, they instinctively stepped aside, not daring to make any moves. However, a large group of people soon appeared ahead, including the king of the Porter Kingdom. Captain, that person is the current king of the Porter Kingdom, Monroe Harry. Violet hinted to Liu Chun from the side. Liu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, he could easily identify the other party's identity through the system interface. Vinsmoke Judge, what brings you here? Monroe Harry asked calmly. As a monarch, he naturally had to project some authority. Vinsmoke Judge, expressionless, replied, Today, my German kingdom will unify the North Sea once again. Your Porter Kingdom can either submit or face annihilation. You. Monroe Harry was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. He never expected the other party to be so direct, openly declaring their intent to annihilate them and unify the North Sea. At that moment, Stone Martin slowly spoke up. Vinsmoke Judge, are you planning to violate the regulations of the world government? If you act against our country, the world government will not let you go. Hee. Vinsmoke Judge merely scoffed, glancing at Liu Chun as if to say, Knight, it's your turn to act now. Liu Chun, however, was unconcerned, knowing it was time for him to step forward. He waved his hand, took out a large flag from his system backpack, threw it to Violet, and instructed, "Hold this for me." "Yes, Captain." Violet nodded in acknowledgement. She then unfurled the flag, allowing the pirate flag to flutter in the wind. As the sea breeze blew, the Pirate King flag rose up, unmistakably displayed. Everyone present saw the fluttering pirate flag, which was the flag of the Night Pirates. Upon seeing this flag, the people of the Potter Kingdom were shocked, revealing expressions of fear. What? The Night Pirates? It's the Night Pirates. Indeed, that's their pirate flag. And that person seems to be the captain of the Black Pirate Crew Knight. Is that the same knight who just killed Big Mom? Big Mom died at his hands. What should we do? For a moment, the entire Potter Kingdom was thrown into a panic, even stumbling in their escape. If Chen were to launch an attack now, it was likely that most of them would choose to flee directly. However, Chen was not one to easily initiate an attack. Instead, he scanned the crowd and noticed that none of them reached SS level. Their strength was not high. They were merely numerous. Furthermore, the Potter Kingdom was also considered a member of the world government and enjoyed its protection. That was why they hadn't been occupied by some pirates. Unfortunately, that was only limited to ordinary pirates. Chen was not an ordinary pirate. After pondering for a moment, Chen lightly stepped on the bow of the ship, effortlessly leaping into view of the people of the Potter Kingdom, and said softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed the captain of the Night Pirates, Knight, and I believe you are aware of my strength. Today, I am not here to be your enemy, but rather to hope for your submission. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to force you to comply." As he spoke, Chen's hands shimmered with brilliant lightning, ready to strike against the nobles of the Potter Kingdom before him. Upon hearing this, many began to retreat. They did not want to contend with such a powerful pirate. After all, it was the 4 Emperors Big Mom who had been killed by night, enough to prove that he was a figure capable of standing up to the 4 Emperors. It was something they could hardly withstand. Harry furrowed his brow tightly and had to step forward alone, asking, "Dare I ask, Captain Knight, what must our Potter Kingdom do after submitting to the Night Pirates? You will need to provide a certain amount of gold and treasure each year, and I, the Pirate King Knight, can ensure that the Potter Kingdom will not be disturbed by any pirates. Of course, I won't require too much from you. I am quite merciful," Chen stated plainly. Upon hearing this, the stone that had been weighing on Harry's heart was finally lifted. In that case, our Potter Kingdom is willing to submit. He knew the power of Night and dared not resist. Even if all the soldiers of the Potter Kingdom combined, they would likely not be a match for Night alone. How to deal with it? Moreover, if it could be resolved with money, then so be it. He did not wish to die just like that, having only been king for a few years. He had not enjoyed life enough yet. "All right, then write the document and affix your seal." Chen chuckled lightly. Okay, I will write it immediately. Hurry, I have to go to the next place." All right. As he spoke, Harry immediately arranged for people around him to fetch paper, ink, and the kingdom's seal. This scene left the onlookers stunned. Without deploying a single soldier, Chen alone, with just a few words, had made the Potter Kingdom submit. It was simply too easy. So easy that it was hard to believe it was real. However, Vinsmoke Judge knew that if anyone else had come, the effect would likely not have been the same. It was only because night had arrived that such a situation occurred. Thus, the day of unifying the North Sea was not far off. Shortly after, Harry finished writing the document and presented it respectfully to Chen, saying, "Captain Knight, this is from His Majesty." "Good." Chen smiled, glanced over the surrender document, confirmed it was correct, then put it away and continued, "This is just the beginning. I will personally send someone to your Potter Kingdom in the future to discuss some specific matters." The old man didn't dare to personally deliver the items to Chen and sent someone else instead. He must be really scared. Absolutely. Harry quickly nodded in response, not daring to show any signs of negligence. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave with my men." The captain of the knights sails slowly. "Take care. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Chen smiled and walked up to Violet, taking the flag from her hand. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the flag towards Harry's position. "What?" Harry's face changed drastically, thinking that the knight was going to attack him, and hurriedly retreated, even collapsing to the ground, frightened and panicked. He didn't look like a king at all. However, the pirate flag that Chen threw didn't land on Harry, but instead stood firmly in front of him, planted in the ground. Seeing this, Monroe Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air, fearing he had just died. Other ministers rushed over. Your Majesty, are you all right? Monroe Harry was helped up and waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. It was fine, but he was quite scared. Chen looked at Monroe Harry over there, a cold smile on his lips, and said, Your Majesty, since you have chosen to submit to my night pirate crew, then please take care of this flag for me. In the future, I want to see this pirate flag when I come. Of course. Monroe Harry quickly nodded. Let's go. After saying this, Chen called Violet and left. Vinsmoke Judge glanced at Monroe Harry and then at Chen, waved his hand, and said loudly, Let's go. Yes. With a command, the German warships set sail for the next kingdom. With the example of the Porter Kingdom, it became easier for Chen to conquer the other 3 kingdoms. Of course, aside from the 4 great kingdoms in the North Sea, any pirate crew encountered along the way could not escape Chen. No, to be precise, they could not escape the Palm of the Night. All pirate crews encountered were incorporated into Chen's ranks, becoming members of a night pirate crew, and they were instructed to gather with nearby members of the night pirate crew. Since the goal was to unify the entire North Sea, no pirate crew could be overlooked. As time passed, Chen pushed through, not only incorporating the pirate crews of the North Sea, but also unifying the 4 great kingdoms of the North Sea. Upon hearing about the surrender of the Porter Kingdom and the arrival of the captain of the night pirate crew, the other 3 kingdoms dared not fight anymore. Since no one would die, they chose to surrender, which wasn't a big deal. Thus, the other 3 kingdoms also chose to surrender directly when Chen arrived. Without any hesitation, in less than 2 months, Chen had unified the entire North Sea, without losing a single soldier, relying solely on his own strength. Soon after unifying the North Sea, he attracted the attention of the Navy headquarters. Akainu had to send someone to suppress it. However, Karp was unwilling to intervene, and Kizaru declined for various reasons. They could only send the new Admiral Green Bull to eliminate the night pirate crew. However, Green Bull was no match for Chen, with a level of only SSS- still far behind. Not only was he driven away by Chen, but many pirates were also eliminated. At this point, Chen had firmly established his position as one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Moreover, he occupied the entire North Sea, truly becoming one of the 4 emperors. In the following days, Chen constantly began to devour the territories and kingdoms near the North Sea, until he unified the entire 4 seas and became the one true emperor of the sea. Introduction: Transmigrated into the world of pirates, becoming Karp's adopted grandson. Awakening the Skill Simplification System.N Host. Chen in level in skills, swordsmanship, cooking, in talent, skill simplification and energy, in simplifying swordsmanship skills, in swordsmanship skill simplification in progress. Simplification successful. Swordsmanship Swing Sword. In simplifying Conqueror's Haki skills. In Conqueror's Haki simplification in progress. In what others need decades to achieve in swordsmanship. Chen only needed to swing a sword for a few days to become a swordmaster.